Chapter 1. Su Donqin knew she wouldn't live much longer. As a throwaway female supporting character who had pushed the male lead into a pile of zombies, no matter how hard she struggled, her fate was to be crushed like an ant by the male lead. Of course, he would toy with her a bit before killing her, but none of that mattered because she knew she was about to die soon. Compared to being hacked into pieces by the male lead, Su Donqin would rather die first. Winter, even if you're hungry, you shouldn't eat sleeping pills. A man squatted in front of Su Donqin. His refined and handsome face looked gentle and tender. He wore a tight camouflage uniform, tall with long legs, broad shoulders and narrow waist, carrying a tattered old backpack on his back. The fabric was thin, vaguely revealing the shape of the object inside. Su Donqin knew it was an axe. This man, relying only on an axe, roamed through the apocalypse, becoming the master of this merciless, brutal world of survival of the fittest. A refined and handsome man running around chopping people with an axe. Su Donqin gave a slight smile, silently suggesting the author might have some serious issues. 3 days ago, Su Donqin had been transmigrated into a post-apocalyptic novel titled Rebirth, Dominate the Apocalypse Era. The male and female leads, after being reborn, teamed up to dominate the apocalyptic world. What a touching, romantic survival story of enduring hardships together. Although the author didn't explicitly develop a romantic plotline between the main characters, could there really be pure brotherhood between a man and a woman? At the time, Su Donqin had certainly shipped the couple. But she never expected that one day, she'd actually witness their sweetness in person. If not for the awkward position, harsh circumstances, poor characterization, and the male lead being too ruthless, Su Donqin would certainly be moved to tears. But right now, she was already scared to tears. In the novel, the role Su Donqin played was the fake white moonlight of the male lead, which meant being his spoiled little girlfriend. And the man currently squatting in front of her was called Lu Yunfei, the male lead of the book. Lu Yunfei's appearance was undeniably excellent. He was gentle, handsome, and of noble appearance. He was like the moon hanging in the autumn sky, or the pure white snow atop a pine tree in winter. So pure, not touched by a speck of dust. But precisely such a male lead, immediately after being reborn, had instantly become a super freak, an extreme, twisted monster. Frankly speaking, the cruel apocalypse, the cold and indifferent human relationships described throughout the book were completely irrelevant to the male lead. This clearly was just a Binder's daily life in the apocalypse, pretending to be weak while actually being a head-chopping madman constantly leveling up. According to the story's account, the body she currently inhabited, which played the role of the male lead's fake white moonlight, had in the past pushed him into a horde of zombies out of self-preservation before he was reborn. Su Donqin, QEQ. After being reborn, the first person Lu Yunfei wanted to deal with, naturally, was her. The male lead's brutality could rival that of a Godzilla-sized monster. Thus, Su Donqin decided to end her life herself and absolutely not involve even one finger of the male lead. So she swallowed half a bottle of sleeping pills. Although the male lead was ruthless, no matter, she was about to die anyway. A blissful smile appeared on Su Donqin's face. The man said slowly, "Fortunately, this bottle of sleeping pills is fake. They're made from flour." Su Donqin. Wait, no, she had specifically taken these pills from a reputable, big pharmacy. Hey, just check the manufacturer label on it. Here, drink water. The man pinched Su Donqin's jaw and poured some water into her mouth. Su Donqin smacked her lips, found the water sweet, and leaned in for a few more gulps, but was stopped by the man. Water is very scarce now, Donqin. We need to save it. Once we reach the nearest survival zone, there will be hope. Su Donqin looked at the bottle pitifully, still Sinjinzai Tsuji having taken fake pills. Su Donqin knew that after Lu Yunfei's rebirth, he had accidentally obtained his own space. In the future, he would awaken powerful, unique supernatural abilities. She remembered the space inside being like an earthly paradise. Most importantly, it contained a spiritual spring. Even if you were on your last breath, soaking in it overnight would revive you fully the next morning. Su Donqin thought, perhaps in her entire life, she would never be able to drink from it. Thinking of that, she could only lick the traces of water on her lips as a slight comfort. Although she hadn't died this first time, Su Donqin knew she would have many more opportunities. Look, that zombie is so strong it could crush her head with a single punch. Look, that other zombie is so agile it could kick her to death with one leg. Su Donqin stood by the window, observing for half an hour, and felt extremely satisfied. She gave them names, Maidahun and Buhappy. Then Lu Yunfei caught her and zipped her into a sleeping bag to sleep. The man held her gently, carefully tucking the covers around her. Su Donqin shivered in fear, then fell asleep with soft, heavy breathing. In the darkness, the man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Su Donqin's face. It was an innocent, harmless face, one that seemed like a helpless, weak dodder vine clinging to others for survival. At least, that's what Lu Yunfei believed in his previous life. He had protected her, sent her to the survival zone, only to be pushed by her into a pile of zombies at the entrance. Only then did he realize she was a poisonous dodder vine. Truthfully speaking, regarding affection, he had no strong feelings for her. Maybe he simply liked her face. Because once Lu Yunfei realized her personality, his interest vanished completely. But he never expected she would be so ruthless as to shove him directly into the horde of zombies. And as for hatred, he didn't feel that either. In fact, when he woke up and saw her face again, he couldn't summon even a trace of emotion. Lu Yunfei had always been quiet and emotionally distant. His entire being was wrapped in deep-rooted pretense. At first glance, everyone would believe he was a gentle, polite, and noble man. But only Lu Yunfei himself knew the coldness buried deep in his bones. In the darkness, the man's hand slowly moved upward until it reached Su Dongqing's neck. The girl's neck was slender and fair, fragile enough that one slight twist would sever her head like the zombie he'd just crushed. Yet Lu Yunfei made no move to kill, merely pinching gently, as if she were a little pet. He thought, dying like this, how dull and meaningless it would be, right? No, she should stay alive, live fully, feel the cruelty and despair of this apocalypse. The next morning, Su Dongqing energetically crawled out of her sleeping bag, continuing to watch the zombies outside, only to find that the two she'd been eyeing the previous day were gone. Huh, where were her Maidahun and Buhappy? Winter, it's time to go. The man looked so refined and aloof, yet he had a pair of alluring, charming eyes. Smiling, he looked both affectionate and indifferent. Winter, we only have one bottle of water left. There seems to be a small supermarket nearby. Let's go get some supplies. The man frowned, as if troubled. If not for Su Dongqing knowing the truth, she would almost believe him. Didn't you have an earthly paradise hidden in that space of yours? With plenty of chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and more? So only she faced hardships. Su Dongqing, devoid of will, stared at the scooter Lu Yunfei somehow pulled out from nowhere and fell into deep confusion. Don't we have a car? Sorry, Winter. I can't drive. Fine, I'll believe that. Silently, Su Dongqing climbed onto the male lead's beloved little scooter. Lu Yunfei sat in front, and the scooter beeped twice. Outside, the zombies tilted their heads and turned around. Su Dongqing felt it was dangerous. She suggested, maybe we should wear helmets? Lu Yunfei. Okay. Zombies had no vision. They moved according to sound. Su Dongqing originally thought she was certainly doomed, riding exposed like this on the fragile electric scooter. But surprisingly, the zombies acted as if blind, clearly not seeing them at all, even though they were moving extremely slowly. Su Dongqing found this strange. Then she noticed Maidahun and Buhappy, her previously chosen two zombies, now lying dead in the street, their heads cleanly cleaved off by an axe. Su Dongqing trembled with fear. So the zombies weren't blind, they were afraid. Last night, this man had taken advantage of her sleeping state to single-handedly sweep through an entire street of zombies. Su Dongqing gulped hard. Suddenly, she recalled how the original Su Dongqing had died, not immediately, but slowly chopped limb by limb. First her feet, then her hands, and finally her head. It was anything but clean. Sniff sniff. Mommy, she wanted to go home. Su Dongqing was frightened into tears. Lu Yunfei comforted her. Winter, don't be afraid. Su Dongqing cried even harder. Chapter 2. When Su Dongqing arrived at the small supermarket, she was shocked by the spectacle inside. Why were they all crammed together like zombie canned goods? Standing on tiptoe, Su Dongqing realized that actually, only one area was extremely crowded while the rest of the place remained quite empty. She thought there might be something particularly attractive to zombies over there. As she drew closer, she realized that this truly was a remarkable sight. A male zombie wearing a blood-stained suit, tall with long legs and a handsome face, was nearly flattened into a pancake by the swarm of zombies pressing around him. Right now, his face was twisted grotesquely against the glass, nearly mashed into a zombie mummy. If it weren't for Su Dongqing's ability to recognize good looks, she wouldn't have identified him. So zombies actually have a sense of aesthetics. Hordes of female zombies pressed forward one after another, clawing and shoving toward the male zombie. In the opposite corner, several male zombies cowered together pitifully. Oh, don't push so hard. Oh, this isn't your private supermarket. What's wrong with a little pushing? However, when Lu Yunfei propped one foot on the ground from his little scooter and calmly removed his helmet, the female zombie's action suddenly froze. Su Dongqing thought these female zombies must have smelled fresh human flesh and decided to attack. Come on, let her feel the cruelty of the apocalypse. Su Dongqing straightened her chest, bravely facing the zombies. The female zombies roared furiously, eyes passing right by Su Dongqing, locking their gazes on Lu Yunfei, standing behind her. The handsome male zombie had already been trampled beneath their feet. Su Dongqing, sigh not me. I'm fresh and tender. Don't you guys have any interest? Su Dongqing tried to show her arm, but Lu Yunfei gently pulled it back down, tightening the sleeve in the process. Dongqing, be careful not to get infected. Feeling wronged, Su Dongqing pouted, believing she'd been insulted by the zombies. You're all blind, and yet you still like pretty boys. Don't tell me you can smell who's handsome. Gritting her teeth, Su Dongqing edged closer to Lu Yunfei. In this filthy apocalyptic world, the man carried a faintly clean and cool scent, like a handful of delicate snow in winter or a breeze on a summer day. A woo. The zombies inside the supermarket couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to taste the handsome man. The male zombies huddled in the corners now rushed forward crazily too, joining the female zombies in the crushing mass. Trapped inside, they could only continuously ram against the glass door. The scene was brutal and magnificent, comparable to grandmas and grandpas fighting over discounted vegetables. Although Su Dongqing had given up on living, she was still afraid. Is the zombie community really this fierce? Isn't there even a place for weaklings like her? It's okay, Dongqing. We don't need the supermarket. We'll just go to the warehouse. Warehouses were usually unoccupied, and even if someone inside turned into a zombie, there wouldn't be as many as in the supermarket. Lu Yunfei led Su Dongqin through multiple twists and turns, avoiding the zombies until they found the supermarket's warehouse. The warehouse door was locked, and clearly no one was inside. The lock was an old-fashioned iron one. It was attached with thick chains. Lu Yunfei picked up a brick and smashed it for 10 minutes without breaking the lock, clearly weak and lacking strength. Su Dongqin, big shot, you're overdoing it. Finally, after another 10 minutes, the lock was smashed open. The man turned around and flashed Su Dongqin a bright smile. A cool breeze blew, lifting the strands of black hair that fell over his forehead, slightly damp with sweat, revealing his peerlessly handsome face. Struck by this beautiful face, Su Dongqin's desire to die surged. Please, let her die already. Stop torturing her. Dongqin, you look for food while I find water. Lu Yunfei and Su Dongqin separated and walked into the warehouse. Obediently hugging her backpack, Su Dongqin thought for a moment and grabbed a bag of chips to eat while searching. At least she should die a full-stomach ghost. Goron, her favorite was lime-flavored chips. After finishing a bag of chips, Su Dongqin suddenly noticed movement near the entrance. A zombie had somehow sniffed the scent and sneaked inside. She recalled that she had entered first, so this was definitely because Lu Yunfei didn't close the door properly. Well, she truly appreciated the main character's methods of urgently helping her adapt to the cruel apocalypse. Eyeing the biceps of this zombie with hunger, Su Dongqin was just about to bravely face death, but seeing the zombie's face with one eye dangling, she couldn't help crying anyway. She just couldn't do it. Su Dongqin was standing next to a shelf full of helmets. A powerful survival instinct fought and screamed within her against an equally powerful wish to die. Su Dongqin cried as she slammed a helmet onto the zombie's head. The zombie with a helmet on couldn't bite and seemed to lose its hearing, stumbling around blindly. Then, more zombies poured in. Su Dongqin climbed onto the shelf and kept crying while fitting helmets over the zombies' heads. This was too hard. Whoa. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a car smashed straight through. Judging from the car's scars, it must have survived countless disasters already. Another hit, and it would probably retire for good. The helmeted zombies were flung away as the car came crashing in, and a woman stepped out. She wore a tight-fitting green military uniform. She had a long rifle slung across her back. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing her cold, sharp face. She had phoenix eyes, narrowed with intensity. Su Dongqin knew instantly this was the female lead, Ai Luo. Born a special forces soldier with an extremely strong physique, she now possessed lightning-based supernatural abilities. At this early stage of the apocalypse, few had gained any supernatural powers. Women like Ai Luo were already rare, but to wield the strongest lightning ability? That was almost unheard of. Ai Luo fired her gun one after another, bullets piercing helmets as zombies fell, howling in agony. Oh, her little cuties, how could they all die so quickly? Su Dongqin wailed, feeling that her wish to die had once again slipped further away. But why would the female lead appear here? Wasn't she supposed to wait until after Su Dongqin, the expendable weakling, had died? Then she'd meet the male lead in the survivor zone, and together they'd dominate and act arrogantly. Ai Luo scanned the warehouse and spotted Su Dongqin and Lu Yunfei. While Su Dongqin had been swarmed by zombies earlier, Lu Yunfei had somehow disappeared, secretly watching the spectacle. Only when Ai Luo showed up did Lu Yunfei slowly approach, wearing a concerned expression, examining Su Dongqin up and down. Dongqin, are you okay? Don't you know whether I'm fine or not? Su Dongqin sniffled and sobbed into Lu Yunfei's arms. Ai Luo was also a reincarnator. She understood that to survive in this apocalypse, one had to be ruthless. She hadn't come here to save people. Her only goal was to get supplies. Besides, this pair, one male, one female. The man looked like a fragile noble, someone clearly unable to handle even the simplest task. The woman sobbed like a delicate white flower, clearly someone who'd get bitten to death the moment she stepped outside. Exactly the kind of dead weight she wouldn't bother saving. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly spoke. I have space. We can store supplies in it. Ai Luo paused briefly, then slammed the car door open. Get in. Lu Yunfei held onto Su Dongqin and slowly climbed into the car. Ai Luo, those who didn't know better might think you two were going on a picnic? Will you two bastards hurry up? The fierce female lead exploded in anger. Su Dongqin scrambled inside immediately. How do we get out? Su Dongqin sat up properly, facing a group of zombies clinging to the car windows, frowning slightly with her pretty brows. I have a way. Ai Luo pulled out a large speaker from somewhere and threw it forward. As the speaker hit the ground, it immediately turned on. Mommy, I want roast yam big chunks. Delicious, super sweet roast yam. Instantly, the zombies were drawn to it. Seemed like they really loved roasted yam. A bunch of zombies crowded around the speaker, helplessly scratching at it. Seeing the now completely zombie-free warehouse, Su Dongqin thought, holy crap, cold-hearted indeed. Ai Luo explained, zombies have terrible vision. They locate prey entirely by sound and smell. Then, she glanced backward. Meeting the female leads, do these two trashy guys understand yet? Look, Su Dongqin felt deeply insulted. How big is your space? How much can it hold? Ai Luo asked while driving. Not very big. 20 square meters. Liar. He's lying again. His space could expand infinitely. Su Dongqin's eyes nearly popped out as she tried to hold in her anger, her eyes turning red. I'm sorry, Dongqin. I didn't tell you about this earlier, Lu Yunfei said. Then, the man reached out and gently wrapped his arms around her. Su Dongqin winced, Feeling the axe in his backpack poking into her, she immediately deflated. Donqin, I'll protect you. Su Donqin wilted even more. And you too are. And Luo hesitated before asking. This is my girlfriend, Lu Yunfei replied, a light blush coloring his pale face. Su Donqin was completely stunned. She wished she could give this senior an Oscar on the spot. I'm heading to the survivor zone. What about you two? We're also going to the survivor zone, Lu Yunfei replied. And Luo thought for a moment. From here to the survivor zone, all the supplies we collect will be split 8-2 in my favor. I'll protect you both until we get there. Su Donqin squeezed her small head between the two front seats, Yansu ly accusing. You're so greedy. Heh. The female lead let out a cold laugh. She sharply turned the steering wheel, making the car lurch. Su Donqin immediately heard her fragile neck make a caw sound. She burst into tears from the pain and ran to complain to Lu Yunfei. She bullied me. Lu Yunfei wore an expression of shintung and regret. Sorry, Donqin, I can't beat her. Su Donqin cried even harder. You're lying. Lu Yunfei had already mastered the use of his spatial spring long ago. Working together with the spring, he'd secretly trained his body for a long time. Even Luo, a professional soldier with elite training, was no match for him in hand-to-hand combat. Su Donqin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was the main male lead's halo. Despite appearing so weak, he could punch hard enough to kill the female lead in one hit. And Luo said impatiently, well? Lu Yunfei nodded. Okay. Thus, while Su Donqin was crying miserably, the two protagonists reached a mutual understanding. 20 square meters of space was still space. It could hold a lot of stuff. And Luo, always believing in making use of waste, accepted Lu Yunfei's presence and turned her gaze towards Su Donqin. Now this one was truly useless. Su Donqin, I feel like your expression has a strong opinion about me. And Luo wasn't a talkative person. Lu Yunfei wasn't either. As for Su Donqin at this moment, she was submerged in sadness and had absolutely no desire to speak. Half an hour later, and Luo frowned. My car got damaged earlier. Lu Yunfei paused briefly. My friend's house is nearby. He has many cars. And Luo asked, is he reliable? Lu Yunfei smiled gently. Yes. This reliable friend was named Zhang Zhihao. After Lu Yunfei's parents died, they had grown up together since childhood. In his past life, Lu Yunfei had been an upright and good young man. Lu Yunfei had trusted this childhood friend completely, bringing Su Donqin to seek refuge with him. According to the storyline, Zhang Zhihao had accidentally gained Earth-based supernatural abilities back then. Lu Yunfei had been happy for his friend, but unexpectedly, his friend had instead robbed him of his mother's last inheritance, took the spatial ability, and even wanted to take his girlfriend. I've had enough. Why are you better than me in every way? Better looking, better grades, more popular. Even Su Donqin was taken by you. Actually, Su Donqin had confessed first. But in Zhang Zhihao's eyes, there was no difference. Zhang Zhihao loved this apocalypse because here there was no law, here it was like a primitive jungle. The strong ruled. As long as you had power, you could become the ruler of this world. Zhang Zhihao, the nobody, once obtaining power, immediately turned on Lu Yunfei. He treated Lu Yunfei with arrogance and condescension. Lu Yunfei endured everything. But later, Zhang Zhihao had set his eyes on Su Donqin, trying to force himself on her. If not for Lu Yunfei risking his life to get Su Donqin out, she likely wouldn't have survived to reach the survivor zone. Of course, without Lu Yunfei's protection, Su Donqin didn't live well in the survivor zone either. She was very pretty, which in the apocalypse meant a beautiful, powerless woman could only become a plaything. Su Donqin sighed deeply, holding her slender neck, thinking this world had truly treated her cruelly. When the car arrived at Zhang Zhihao's house, it just happened to run out of gas. Zhang Zhihao's home was a private villa. In the courtyard stood 3 odd walls, as if mysteriously risen from the ground. They looked oddly out of place in the elegant courtyard. Before knocking on the door, Luo stared at those earthen walls for a full minute, then said, I suggest you don't casually tell others about your space. Lu Yunfei, why? Luo smiled mockingly. These two still didn't understand the cruelty of the apocalypse. They were truly pitifully naive. Sometimes, the human heart is more terrifying than zombies. Su Donqin nodded furiously. Female lead, look carefully with your eyes. The true ultimate psychopath beside her was right here. Lu Yunfei seemed to grasp something and gently nodded, his face wearing that kind of mild expression, like an old, good-natured soul who let others walk all over him. Then he turned to Su Donqin. Donqin must help keep this a secret, okay? Su Donqin trembled slightly as she pushed away the backpack Lu Yunfei shoved toward her. Whether intentionally or not, the large axe inside pressed stiffly against her cheek. Due to the lack of food and water, Su Donqin was visibly losing weight. Her waist had become so thin that Lu Yunfei could almost encircle it with one hand. Yet, a trace of baby fat still remained on her face. Soft and plump, her cheeks paired with her large, dewy eyes gave her a pitiful appearance, like a helpless dodder plant without support. Okay, keep it a secret. Su Donqin noticed a small, partially open tear on the backpack, through which the corner of the axe faintly peeked. He did it on purpose, didn't he? It must be on purpose. This was a threat. Definitely a threat. You're such a good girl, Donqin. Please, for the love of sanity, put that axe away. She was literally iron-phobic. Chapter 3. The one who opened the door was Zhang Zhihao's girlfriend. Her hair was in big waves, and she still had light makeup on her face. Clearly, she was doing quite well in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Lu Yunfei. The woman stood behind the small door created from the 3 dirt walls, showing surprise. Lu Yunfei said, Duangua, is Jihao here? Duangua glanced at the 3 disheveled individuals and hesitated to open the door. A man stepped out from behind Duangua. He looked decent enough, but his eyebrows were sharply arched, making him appear somewhat untrustworthy. Yunfei, what brings you here? Zhang Jihao seemed genuinely surprised. He had assumed someone as weak and pampered as Lu Yunfei would have been bitten by zombies long ago. Lu Yunfei gave a pale smile. Zhang Jihao's gaze swept briefly over Nai Luo before settling on Su Dongqing. The girl wore an oversized camouflage jacket, shyly hiding behind Lu Yunfei, revealing only her beautiful, clear eyes. It was Su Dongqing. Zhang Jihao's eyes lit up. Before the apocalypse, Su Dongqing had been the campus goddess. Her innocent, fairy-like face had captured countless hearts. Zhang Jihao had been one of them. Unfortunately, the campus goddess had ended up with the campus god, the one and only Lu Yunfei. Faced with his goddess, Zhang Jihao didn't hesitate and prepared to let them in. Duan Guo was visibly unhappy. How do we know they haven't been bitten by zombies? Then let's check them. Before, Zhang Jihao always followed Lu Yunfei around and listened to his commands. Now, his attitude had changed significantly. Clearly, he now saw himself as the leader. Men check men, women check women. Finding no abnormalities, Zhang Jihao generously allowed them inside. Although Lu Yunfei and his companions hadn't been bitten by zombies, they still had a few minor wounds. My girlfriend is a nurse. Let her put some medicine on them. I'm Duan Guo. The woman introduced herself, her hostility towards Su Dongqing obvious. Zhang Jihao's gaze had been too transparent. Su Dongqing silently took a step backward. Nai Luo asked, what's your problem? She said short needle. Nai Luo didn't understand. Lu Yunfei did. He reached out with a seemingly helpless gesture and patted Su Dongqing's head. His beautiful, almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, harboring deep, cold shadows. I'll treat Dongqing's wounds for her. Lu Yunfei had attended China's most prestigious medical university. His excellence and brilliance were so overwhelming that arrogant professors once fought to have him in their labs. Nevertheless, right now, he was just a barefoot village doctor. Su Dongqing couldn't stop thinking. If the male lead is so skilled at slicing zombie heads, why doesn't he put his talent to use in a pig farm? As if sensing Su Dongqing's thoughts, Lu Yunfei gently poured half a bottle of disinfectant onto her wound. Su Dongqing grabbed Lu Yunfei's hair and cried out like a wounded piglet. Over there, Nai Luo shot a puzzled look at Su Dongqing before turning to Duan Guo. Nai Luo, why are you insulting people? Duan Guo immediately jumped up in anger. Nai Luo seemed used to it. Her expression remained cold. I have the surname Nai, like the word Duan and I, yang like sunlight. Duan Guo, your parents must be strange to give you such a name. Nai Luo, seriously what the? Nai Luo frowned and turned toward Zhang Jihao. Our car is broken down. We need a car to reach the survival zone. Nai Luo got straight to the point. You want to go to the survival zone? Zhang Jihao smiled. Great, we're heading there too. We can go together. Nai Luo hadn't expected that asking for a car would result in picking up 2 more burdens. Zhang Jihao noticed something too. Nai Luo's strength was quite impressive. But no matter how strong she was, it couldn't compare to his supernatural abilities. Thinking this, Zhang Jihao instinctively glanced toward Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei appeared very weak and dejected, clearly fearful and hopeless about the apocalypse. Well, the rich boy was still alive. That alone deserved incense burning. Zhang Jihao's expression turned arrogant. After all these years, he had finally managed to step above Lu Yunfei. Zhang Jihao puffed out his chest and shifted his gaze, locking it on Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing had changed into Duan Guo's clothes. It was a white tracksuit. Duan Guo was tall and statuesque, while Su Dongqing was shorter and significantly thinner. She wore the outfit and sat obediently on the sofa, her head bowed low, revealing a slender, pale neck. Her black hair clung to her pink neck, showing the beautiful curve behind her ear. Her fair skin radiated a delicate beauty like decaying peach blossoms. Zhang Jihao swallowed hard. Duan Guo snorted but dared not say anything. Lu Yunfei thoughtfully took out a bottle of water and handed it to Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing lowered her eyelashes and tried twisting it open. It wouldn't budge. She tried again. Su Dongqing exerted all her strength. Let me. Lu Yunfei took the bottle from her and twisted it open effortlessly before handing it back to her. Su Dongqing was certain this man had done that on purpose. Sure enough, when she looked up, she immediately received several scornful glances. Among them, Nai Luo's was the most obvious. It's not like that. I didn't do anything. I was just framed. Feeling wronged, Su Dongqing took a sip of water and immediately choked. Cough, cough, cough. Slow down, Dongqing. Don't rush. No one's going to take it from you. Life was so hard for her. Everyone was exhausted from the day and rested at Zhang Jihao's villa. Su Dongqing and Lu Yunfei slept in the same bed. Originally, Su Dongqing had planned to maintain her pure and innocent goddess image. However, on the very first night after arriving in this world, a zombie had crawled into her sleeping bag, terrifying her completely. After that, Lu Yunfei insisted on sleeping beside her. He claimed it was for protection and promised he wouldn't touch her. Su Dongqing looked at the little axe behind the man's back and reluctantly accepted. Since then, every night, Lu Yunfei would crawl into Su Dongqing's sleeping bag. Now, it had become a habit. They now shared a bed without any sense of strangeness. After all, Every night as she closed her eyes, Su Donqin would be haunted by visions of zombie heads, and only this ruthless male lead could give her the slightest sense of warmth before death. Su Donqin daydreamed countless times when she would finally not see the morning sun again. Suddenly, the man beside her moved. Su Donqin tensed up and stretched her neck. Come on, I'm all ready. Just strangle me already. The man silently got up, opened the door, and walked out. Su Donqin. Turns out he just needed to use the restroom. Wait, wasn't there a bathroom inside the room? Su Donqin immediately opened her eyes and sneaked out behind him. In the living room, Duanghua, wearing a silky robe, was drinking. Su Donqin crouched on the second-floor corridor and peeked through the railing, watching Lu Yunfei walk slowly downstairs, seemingly heading toward the kitchen. But before he could reach, Duanghua called him. Lu Yunfei. The woman's voice was sultry, a completely different style from Su Donqin. The silk robe she wore slipped slightly open, revealing her skin that had recently been cherished. Duanghua was a little drunk. She recalled the first time she saw Lu Yunfei. Back then, the man wore a simple white shirt and black pants, with the top button fastened tightly. He stood beside Zhang Zhihao and completely overshadowed the previously somewhat presentable Zhang. From that moment on, Duanghua's eyes couldn't leave Lu Yunfei's face. How could the dim glow of candlelight compare to the brilliance of the sun and stars? Come over here. Duanghua pulled her robe aside, her intention clear. Su Donqin swallowed hard. Her figure was so good. Lu Yunfei didn't even glance sideways, calmly saying, It's cold tonight. Wear more clothes. TSK, such a cold fish. Su Donqin shook her head and accidentally hit the railing, making a loud bang. But this slight sound was drowned out by the opening of Zhang Zhihao's door. Zhang Zhihao stayed on the first floor. He came out barefoot, wearing the same pajamas as Duanghua, his eyes dark and glaring at Duanghua and Lu Yunfei. Duanghua stood up nervously, her smile slightly strained, offering a lame excuse. I just thought Lu Yunfei's necklace looked nice, and wanted to borrow it for a closer look. Zhang Zhihao walked up to Lu Yunfei and said firmly, Since Duanghua likes it, just let her take a look then. Lu Yunfei's half-face was hidden in darkness, and Su Donqin couldn't see his expression. She stretched her neck desperately, her head almost hanging outside the railing. It's my mother's last possession. It's just for a quick look, not like I'm not going to return it. The living room fell into silence. Right before her eyes was a real-life example of someone recklessly throwing their life away, causing Su Donqin's heart to race with a strange mix of fear and excitement. All right. The man's voice was crisp and cold like mist, resembling a distant green mountain wrapped in faint sunlight after rain, chilling and remote. The delicate necklace around his neck was removed and placed into Duanghua's hands. Lu Yunfei turned and walked upstairs. Su Donqin desperately tried to pull her head back in. Click stuck. No, her head wasn't that big, was it? Donqin. A man's voice sounded puzzled beside her. If I tell you I'm sleepwalking, would you believe me? What's wrong? Well, obviously you wouldn't. Su Donqin displayed an expression of grave seriousness. I just wanted to admire the view. Lu Yunfei crouched down, his hand resting lightly on Su Donqin's neck, pressing only slightly. Su Donqin instinctively felt a chill surge from the soles of her feet straight up to the top of her head. Her lashes quivered nervously in fear. Would the top of her skull disappear in the blink of an eye? Thinking that, she shut her eyes tight and quietly pulled her neck back in, bit by bit. Come on, don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. Lu Yunfei looked down at the squirming little figure with a suddenly deepened gaze, the once gloomy, ink-colored eyes growing even darker. Like an endless abyss swirling into a vortex, turning everything into chaos. Nothing had changed. Except her. Don't move, let me help. The man's tone remained consistently gentle, though his actions were far from tender. He pressed down on Su Donqin's head, then pushed forward and pulled back sharply. A loud bang sounded, and Su Donqin was knocked unconscious. Oh damn. Looking at the limp Su Donqin wedged into the railing, Lu Yunfei calmly withdrew his hand. Seriously, she was so weak. Lu Yunfei's necklace contained a spatial dimension. In the previous life, Zhang Zhihao had obtained Lu Yunfei's necklace. Instead of treasuring it, he crushed it underfoot and was pierced by it. Once stained with blood, the necklace made Zhang Zhihao its new owner. He obtained the space and also special abilities, enabling him to quickly rise as the leader of one of the survival zones. He'd enjoyed quite a glorious period. This lifetime, however, he wouldn't get such luck, because the necklace had already been secretly switched by Lu Yunfei. His mother's last possession now rested safely within his space. The necklace, the necklace. Zhang Zhihao naturally wouldn't believe Duanghua. He had known long ago that Duanghua had a crush on Lu Yunfei. From the first moment he saw Duanghua looking at Lu Yunfei, Zhang Zhihao realized everything he owned, Lu Yunfei wanted to take away. Zhang Zhihao threw the necklace to the floor, stomping heavily on it. Wearing no slippers, the necklace shattered under his foot, its sharp fragments piercing his soul. Quickly come over here and look at this for me. Zhang Zhihao glared viciously at the woman crouching in the room's corner, bruised and bloodied. Duanghua sniffled and crawled on her knees toward Zhang Zhihao to inspect the wound. Chapter 4. The next day, the sky was clear with some areas heavily infested with zombies, while remote regions had relatively fewer. Zhang Zhihao and Duanghua finished packing their belongings and prepared to set off with Enai Luo and the others. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Zhang Zhihao had a thing for Su Donqin. Yet when Zhang Zhihao tried to approach Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei, the weakling, didn't dare to utter a word of protest. Zhang Zhihao snorted in disdain and sat beside Su Dongqin, deliberately softening his tone so as not to scare the delicate flower. Dongqin, what are you doing? Su Dongqin was sitting alone on the sofa. Lu Yunfei was discussing the route to the survival zone with Nai Luo. The young girl lowered her head, glancing timidly at Zhang Zhihao before cautiously holding out a small bottle and replying in a soft voice, snacks. Completely captivated by her beauty, Zhang Zhihao barely looked at the bottle and simply asked, can I have some? You're really hungry? Su Dongqin looked at him with sympathy. They were both struggling for survival, uncertain who might perish first. Meeting Su Dongqin's gaze, Zhang Zhihao felt his heart melt. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but she seemed even more beautiful than yesterday. Yeah, very hungry, extremely hungry. His tone sounded odd, eyes filled with lust. Seeing his hungry expression, Su Dongqin hurriedly handed over the item, saying shyly, okay, then you can eat it. He bowed his head in enchantment, not even checking what the label said. It's fine, Su Dongqin said gently. This one isn't real, it's made from flour. Her soft voice near his ear made Zhang Zhihao feel like he'd even willingly consume poison for her. Zhang tilted his head back and finished the entire bottle in one go. Then he licked his lips, gazing at Su Dongqin's fair cheeks and sweet, soft body with an enchanted look in his eyes, delicious. Su Dongqin retrieved the empty bottle, thinking it could still hold candy afterward. Meanwhile, Nai Luo and Lu Yunfei had already mapped out their route. She looked at Lu Yunfei in astonishment. Your memory is really that good? You can memorize the map just by looking at it once. Lu Yunfei was indeed highly intelligent, surpassing everyone else. Well, Su Dongqin corrected herself, more like trampling over them. So whatever Lu Yunfei wanted to do was simply unstoppable. Zhang Zhihao stood up and glanced sideways at the map. Casually, he remarked, on the way to the survival zone, we'll pass by a small supermarket. Let's stop and collect some supplies. It wasn't a suggestion, but rather a command. Nai Luo replied. Our suggestion is to go to a large supermarket 20 kilometers away. Since obtaining his special ability, Zhang Zhihao's self-confidence had quickly swollen. He had become accustomed to being praised and admired. Suddenly encountering people like Nai Luo who didn't understand the situation, he immediately felt extremely frustrated. Don't you know how many zombies are inside a large supermarket? There are plenty of zombies in the small supermarket too, Nai Luo retorted expressionlessly. Zhang Zhihao narrowed his eyes threateningly. Obey him and survive, oppose him and perish. He was about to show them what real strength looked like. His ability could barely contain itself anymore. When Zhang Zhihao opened the garage and everyone prepared to depart, Nai Luo noticed Duangua's suitcase packed with clothes, jewelry, and luxury goods. Frowning, he asked, where are your food and water? We've already eaten them. At this moment, Zhang Zhihao's face turned a bit grim. Although Zhang Zhihao possessed supernatural powers, he hadn't actually ventured out to gather supplies. Because he feared zombies. He also hadn't mastered his abilities very well. The lingering fear from his first venture out, when he'd nearly been overwhelmed by zombies due to losing control of his power, still haunted him. Therefore, he remained confined to his villa. Luckily, before the food ran out, Nai Luo and the others had arrived. What do you mean? Suddenly, Nai Luo crossed his arms, looked coldly at Zhang Zhihao. We are a team, aren't we? Zhang said. I've already given you a car. Aren't you going to share your supplies with me? He sounded completely justified. Nai Luo was silent for a moment before fetching a box of water and a bag of food from the trunk and handing them to Zhang Zhihao. A car for this. Zhang narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Just that. Nai Luo remained unyielding. Suddenly, Zhang Zhihao sneered. You clearly don't know how powerful I, Zhang Zhihao, really am. Suddenly, a row of earthen walls began rising around him. With a walla sound effect, they suddenly shot up from the ground, reaching nearly 1.5 meters high like a movie special effect. Nai Luo's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already expected it. The atmosphere was tense, ready to explode at any moment. Just give it to them. Lu Yunfei suddenly reached out and pressed a hand on Nai Luo's shoulder. He lightly rested his hand on Nai Luo's arm, not applying much force, yet Nai Luo suddenly calmed down. Right, they had space abilities. Why waste time fighting with this idiot? Zhang Zhihao took all of Nai Luo's food and water supplies. Then he drove off smugly in the car. Nai Luo let out a mocking snort. Finally, they were on their way. Nai Luo was still driving, since she was the only one who could. The weakling couple sat together in the back seat, while Su Dongqin was putting candies into an empty bottle. Lu Yunfei raised one eyebrow. What about the sleeping pills inside? You finished them all. Su Dongqin nodded. Earlier when Zhang Zhihao said he was hungry, I gave them all to him. Lu Yunfei held the pill bottle with his graceful fingers and slowly turned it in his hands. How much did he take? Su Dongqin. He ate them all. Lu Yunfei gave a soft laugh. Is that so? Su Dongqin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. These pills, weren't they fake? Su Dongqin asked cautiously. A bigger smile formed on Lu Yunfei's face. His gaze upon Su Dongqin was unusually tender. Like warm spring rain or melting winter snow. Yeah, they were. They hadn't driven far when Nai Luo noticed the road ahead was blocked. It was a long line of vehicles. Faintly, they could see armed soldiers with rifles. Let's go take a look. Lu Yunfei suddenly spoke. Nai Luo, who had been about to turn around, slammed on the brakes. They then realized that the person who had stopped these armed soldiers was Duangua. Duangua's makeup was smeared from crying, looking like a madwoman. And behind her, Zhang Zhihao looked even more like a lunatic. Isn't that Duan Gua? Su Donqin peeked halfway out of the window. Nai Luo pushed her back inside and shut the window tightly. Duan Gua ran toward them crying, "Please, please save Zhihao." Zhang Zhihao was on his knees on the ground, vomiting and defecating uncontrollably, his whole body emitting a terrible stench. Armed soldiers warily got out of their vehicles to check. Did he eat something bad? Su Donqin pressed her face against the window glass, flattening it like a pancake, desperately trying to raise her visibility as she waved to her fellow cannon fodder. Unfortunately, her cannon fodder brother had no time to respond. After crying for a while, Duan Gua suddenly stood up and dragged out a large suitcase. It was filled entirely with the supplies they had taken from Nai Luo and the others. One of the soldiers happily accepted it, then went to examine Zhang Zhihao's condition. He called over others and had Zhang loaded into the vehicle. Duan Gua staggered and climbed in after. One of the soldiers noticed Nai Luo's car. "You're also heading to the survivor zone?" The window was knocked on. Nai Luo replied, The soldier's gaze briefly swept across Su Donqin's face, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He then pointed to the back of his own armored vehicle. "You can hand over your supplies and follow us to the survivor zone." Already, more than a dozen civilian cars were following behind the large armored vehicle. To the zombies, it was basically a mobile buffet. Nai Luo was about to refuse when the soldier added, "We came from the survivor zone to collect supplies. There are evolved beings on our vehicle." Nai Luo's eyes flickered slightly, and he agreed. There were 3 evolved beings on the armored vehicle. As long as you handed over supplies, regardless of quantity, you were allowed to follow them to the survivor zone. Seeing so many burdens tagged along, Su Donqin thought it was basically suicidal, which was why she loved it so much. But why would someone like Nai Luo, the heroine with strategic intelligence, also choose to walk into this death trap? Didn't she really think this armored vehicle was safe? Nai Luo drove the car, swaying along behind the convoy. Before long, so many people making noise naturally attracted a large number of zombies. These zombies hadn't begun to evolve yet, still appearing as the usual cute and stupid undead. Su Donqin excitedly waved both hands to greet them. "Awoo!" The zombies enthusiastically responded. Su Donqin became even more excited. The zombies roared furiously and began their buffet feast. Su Donqin tried to roll down the window to serve the zombies better. Lu Yunfei pushed her head back down. She struggled desperately but still tried to get close to the zombies. Then she was ruthlessly suppressed by Lu Yunfei. Suddenly, the armored vehicle accelerated. Private cars rushed frantically to keep up. Those who fell behind were immediately surrounded by zombies. Nai Luo, relying on her exceptional driving skills, outmaneuvered the others and closely tailed the large armored vehicle. After passing through this wave of zombies, only 1 or 2 private cars remained behind the armored vehicle. They arrived at a gas station, where the armored vehicle stops. Seeing the 1 or 2 remaining cars, the armed soldiers smirked in contempt. A private car owner approached and started a confrontation. "We've given you all our supplies. Didn't you promise to protect us?" An armed soldier raised his gun and shot the owner dead. Others who had been causing trouble turned pale with fear. The soldier sneered coldly. "We only said you could follow us." Everyone was furious but dared not speak. Not following meant certain death. Following offered at least a chance of survival. Su Donqin suddenly understood. They only wanted the supplies, never intending to protect these people. But why was the female lead following the armored vehicle? Turning her head, Su Donqin saw Nai Luo was already talking with a soldier. She had a cigarette in her mouth, a gun slung over her back, and her profile was coolly and handsomely composed. The soldier's face turned red, filled with admiration. "Su Donqin, picking up, young boy?" Shortly after, Nai Luo returned. "It really is a vehicle from the survivor zone, but there's only 1 evolved being. He's fire elemental." At this point, evolved beings were still very rare. It was unlikely for 3 evolved beings to be on 1 armored vehicle. Finally, Nai Luo summarized, "I think that survivor zone should still be decent." Truly, this cold and ruthless female lead was worthy of her reputation. Her foresight was remarkable. She wasn't simply here to flirt with a younger guy. Su Donqin felt genuine admiration for Nai Luo. Over there, Duan Gua also spotted Nai Luo. She rushed over, bypassed Nai Luo, and grabbed Su Donqin. "Su Donqin. Huh, you woman, why are you always picking on soft targets? It must have been you. What did you do to Zhihao?" Su Donqin turned her head, almost sprayed with Duan Gua's saliva. "What happened to him?" Nai Luo stepped forward and pulled Duan Gua away. Duan Gua cried out, "He's gone mad." Zhang Zhihao had really lost his mind. However, the doctor on the armored vehicle said it was already fortunate he had survived. At that moment, Lu Yunfei, who was standing beside Su Donqin, heard this and smiled with ambiguous meaning. How truly unfortunate yet fortunate. Su Donqin looked at Lu Yunfei uneasily. Suddenly, 3 men approached from the other side. Broad-shouldered and gun-toting. The man in front had bright red hair, with Duan Gua standing beside him. Duan Gua had already tidied herself up. She wore a sexy long skirt split up the side, clinging to the red-haired man like she had no bones. Clearly, in just a short while, using her natural instincts, she had already seduced the strongest man in this convoy. The man was thoroughly enjoying having a beautiful woman clinging to him, until his eyes fell on Su Donqin. He was visibly stunned. Even before the apocalypse, such a beautiful woman was rare to see. Even more so now, after the apocalypse. Su Donqin tugged Lu Yunfei's sleeve, hiding behind him. The red-haired man's gaze shifted to Lu Yunfei. Noticing his slender waist, fair skin, pretty face, and fragile build, he snorted in disdain. Weakling. I'm Wang Jin, the red-haired man said, his gun on his shoulder and his arm around Duanghua, fire elemental evolved being. The surrounding onlookers gasped in admiration. Duanghua raised her head proudly, soaking in the jealous glances. Su Donqin remembered that this one was also cannon fodder. Legend said his family had a single male heir for 3 generations, and finally had a son, whom they named after great thought, Wang Jin. Unfortunately, the Wang family's ancestral root was completely severed by the male lead. And severed thoroughly. We're going to the supermarket next door. Want to come with? Wang Jin invited. Right next to the gas station was a large supermarket. Clearly, the purpose of this armored vehicle was straightforward, to search for supplies. Enai Luo thought for a moment and nodded. They had originally planned to go there anyway. Enai Luo turned to Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei. Are you coming in with me, or staying here? The supplies I find will not be shared. True to form, the ruthless female lead. Su Donqin immediately said, I'm going in. Wherever there was danger to life, that was where she belonged. Enai Luo looked at Su Donqin with slight surprise. Lu Yunfei said, wherever Donqin goes, I go too. Su Donqin, I'm going to seek death. Enai Luo said, once we go in, everyone for themselves. I won't be watching out for you. Su Donqin nodded hard. Please, don't watch out for her. She'll die on her own. Wang Jin patted the small butt of Duanghua beside him, his eyes burning as he stared at Su Donqin. Go back and wait. Duanghua clenched her teeth in frustration and walked off in her high heels. Some of the audacious bystanders who had overheard the conversation also followed behind. Their supplies had all been taken by the armed forces, and the survivor zone was still several days away. Without food, they would die. The temporary squad set out armed. Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei, as the 2 useless burdens, walked in the middle. Wang Jin's gaze fell on Su Donqin. The girl wore a slightly worn camouflage jacket, a belt tightened around her waist, outlining an extremely slim figure. Her black hair was messy, draped over her shoulders, revealing a pair of alluring, glistening eyes. Her skin was as white as snow. Such a rare beauty. Wang Jin's eyes darkened. In the apocalypse, all desires were amplified. Without restraint, they were like wild beasts breaking free from cages. Those weak, pitiful, helpless beauties were meant to belong to strong men like him. Chapter 5. Before entering the supermarket, Lu Yunfei suddenly grabbed Su Donqin's arm. Donqin, take care of yourself. Then he handed her a cleaver? Or was it even sharpened yet? Su Donqin felt like she saw the path to heaven in the male lead's eyes. The male lead truly went to great lengths and spared no effort to help her achieve her wish for death. Su Donqin hugged the cleaver with tearful eyes and promised, okay. She would definitely die young and be reincarnated quickly. Wang Jin snorted mockingly. Donqin, come with me and I'll protect you. Su Donqin immediately took the cleaver and hid behind Lu Yunfei. Her timid appearance instantly triggered the man's protective instincts. Wang Jin's eyes turned red as he glared at Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei calmly said, Donqin is my girlfriend. Wang Jin arrogantly replied, not for long. He already had plans on how to eliminate his rival and claim the beauty for himself. There were several dusty vehicles parked at the entrance of the supermarket. The lock on the supermarket's main door had already been broken open, and the entrance was barricaded from the inside. Seemed like someone else had already entered to search for supplies. Enai Luo said, we can't enter through the front. Let's climb over the wall. A group of tall people with long legs effortlessly climbed over the wall. Su Donqin struggled to climb up using her short legs. Heave ho, heave ho. 3 patches of paint came off the wall, but she was still at the same spot. Standing beside her, Lu Yunfei slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing half of his pale, delicate arm. Donqin, let me help you. I don't need, oh. Before Su Donqin could finish, Lu Yunfei pushed her up. She tumbled headfirst over the wall and landed inside. Su Donqin. She was still alive. Wow, so strong. Give herself a thumbs up. The supermarket really was huge. Enai Luo warned. This is the apocalyptic world. His tone was heavy and cold. The people in this apocalypse are no longer human. Right now, some are already using children, elderly people, and animals as bait to Chengdua supplies. Hey look, a little puppy. Before Enai Luo even finished speaking, Su Donqin suddenly jumped into action like she'd been given a shot of adrenaline and ran off in an instant. Enai Luo, holding the gun, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This puppy looked so plump and well-fed. Obviously bait, right? Exactly what kind of complete airhead was she dealing with here? Su Donqin firmly believed that if she ran fast enough, death would embrace her joyfully. With a blissful expression, Su Donqin hugged the small puppy tightly. Come on then, lead her to her doom. Standing there silently, Lu Yunfei had a hard-to-read expression. She's always been very compassionate. Her past life, Su Donqin truly was a paragon of foolish kindness. She'd rather starve herself to death. No, rather let Lu Yunfei starve, than abandon her help to the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant. But in the end, when those people found no more benefits to squeeze out of them, they were expelled. Then Su Donqin would complain that Lu Yunfei lacked even the strength to bind a chicken, unable to find food at all. There wasn't any sound from the surroundings. With disappointment written on her face, Su Donqin brought the puppy back to Lu Yunfei and looked up, asking, Can I keep it? Without a word, Lu Yunfei gently tossed the puppy away. He said, We can only have one pet who doesn't contribute anything in the house. Su Donqin. Ultimately, Su Donqin still brought the puppy back. Because she promised that from now on, this puppy would definitely contribute. The little puppy happily wagged its tail and followed Su Donqin as they entered the supermarket together. Inside the supermarket, it was pitch black due to the lack of electricity. When Su Donqin finally realized it, she found herself completely alone. Oh wait, except for the dog. Facing the male lead's meticulous arrangements, Su Donqin thought for a moment and recalled that there was apparently a group of hungry zombies waiting outside. Good puppy, go find that woman with the gun. She looks scary. Pushing the puppy away, Su Donqin stretched her arms and legs and decided to sacrifice herself for the zombies. Yet before she even made it out of the supermarket door, she unexpectedly ran into a zombie dog. Chained to a pillar, it was huge and ferocious. Su Donqin silently took out her cleaver, facing off with the zombie dog. The zombie dog drooled excessively. Looking at the sharp teeth and muscular body of the zombie dog, Su Donqin swallowed hard. Perhaps she should just end it here. Taking a deep breath, Su Donqin started provoking the dog with a fierce yell. Oh whoa. She was so aggressive. The zombie dog. Provoked, the zombie dog suddenly broke free of its chains. Su Donqin. Oh whoa. Aya. Su Donqin gripped the cleaver and sprinted with her short legs flailing. She wanted to die, but she couldn't help it. Right now, Su Donqin could only hope that the four-legged beast would run faster than her and bite quickly, without being as clumsy as the male lead, who had hacked at her over a dozen times without killing her. Running too fast, Su Donqin suddenly slipped and fell flat on the ground with a plop. The zombie dog howled and lunged toward her. Su Donqin grabbed whatever was under her feet and covered her face with it. Wah, please don't bite my face. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, some gentle whimpering sounded beside her ear. Slowly opening her eyes, Su Donqin discovered that what she was holding was actually a small puppy. The puppy happily licked her face. How come you came back? Su Donqin suddenly noticed that this puppy looked like it belonged to the same breed as the zombie dog. What breed was that again? Oh right, husky. Su Donqin, what the hell are you doing? Hearing the commotion, Enai Luo and the others rushed out, and, seeing the zombie dog, immediately became extremely alert. In her past life, Enai Luo had once encountered this type of zombie dog. After mutation, they were fast enough to dodge bullets. Sweat slowly beaded on Enai Luo's forehead. Everyone's face turned pale as they looked at the tender little girl standing there and wore expressions filled with regret. Not a single person stepped forward to rescue her. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. Su Donqin, however, was quite satisfied. She raised the puppy in her hand and blinked her large eyes innocently. Is this called holding the emperor to command the warlords? Do you really think that works? Enai Luo glared at her in frustration. Su Donqin knew it wouldn't work. The fierce zombie dog charged forward furiously, drooling heavily. Su Donqin nearly cried from excitement. Woof! The zombie dog stared at the puppy and suddenly wagged its tail, sitting down. The little puppy also wagged its tail. That short tail swished in front of Su Donqin's face, causing her to sneeze. Achoo! Puppy woof! Zombie dog, woof! Enai Luo. Was this really the so-called saying of blessed fools? Everyone else. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei stepped forward from the group. He approached Su Donqin and extended his hand toward her. Wind carried the stench of zombies toward them. The man stood there, like someone standing amidst a serene bamboo forest, his elegant appearance like a refined jade, his face and eyes picturesque. The wind lifted his clothes, and strands of black hair lightly brushed over his pitch-black eyes. The hand in front of Su Donqin was fair-skinned, long-fingered, and delicate like jade. If it weren't for the terrifying scene behind the male lead, Su Donqin might have thought she was on set for a romantic drama. Unfortunately, this wasn't a romantic drama, but a realistic post-apocalyptic massacre. Su Donqin placed her hand in his. Another time she failed to die. How disappointing. Sigh. After this brief incident, everyone continued inside the supermarket to search for supplies. Inside the supermarket, there were other groups scavenging for supplies as well. Flashlights flickered in the dark as if it were a date in the dark. People. One side asked. Yes. The other side answered. They met peacefully and then walked past each other without further interaction. A short while later. People. The first side asked again. Yes. The opposite side answered. Su Donqin. How about we just travel together? Someone suggested. The other group chattered for a while before the leader walked forward. We couldn't find the storage room. Woof! The zombie dog that had been following Su Donqin suddenly howled, then took off running wildly. Su Donqin was forced to sprint along with it. Then everyone else started sprinting too. With a loud crash, the zombie dog smashed through the warehouse door. Everyone. Since it was a big supermarket, the storage room was quite stocked. Under Enai Luo's cover, Lu Yunfei collected supplies using his spatial ability. Su Donqin was picking dog food. It's not that she was lazy, but honestly unnecessary. She wouldn't live much longer anyway. Plus, the male lead had everything inside his space, so she didn't even need to lift a finger. Like this flavor? Su Donqin muttered to herself while tossing a bag of beef-flavored dog food into her backpack. Enai Luo, frustrated and annoyed, shouted, Su Donqin, go collect water. Okay. Su Donqin put the little puppy inside an open bag of dog food. The small puppy paddled in the dog food while wagging its tail and eating at the same time. Fresh water was scarce. Many people had already gathered around the water source. Fights had even begun to break out over it. Su Donqin watched the chaotic scene with delight, ready to join in. Who knew? Perhaps she would get beaten to death amidst the brawl. Chapter 6. Su Donqin was itching to get in on the action when suddenly someone grabbed the back of her neck. Who was it? Who dared to grab hold of her fate by the scruff of the neck? Su Donqin looked up. Lu Yunfei stood behind her, somehow appearing there without her noticing. Right now, he was gripping her collar, gently dragging her backward with a tender expression. As he pulled, he spoke. Donqin, we're going to the pharmacy now. Come with us. I don't feel safe leaving you here alone. I feel perfectly safe. But resistance proved futile as Su Donqin was dragged away. The pharmacy was only a 10-minute walk from the large supermarket. Ni Luo suggested not driving because she knew a little path that could take them there. Rather than play bumper cars face-to-face with zombies on the main road, it was better to take the peaceful and zombie-free small path. Everyone agreed. I don't. Lu Yunfei pressed down Su Donqin's little hand. Forced to comply, Su Donqin was left hugging her puppy, holding onto the zombie dog's leash with a face full of kababosh. Besides Ni Luo, Lu Yunfei, and Su Donqin, Wang Jin and his 2 minions also came along. In total, 6 people and 2 dogs crammed into the narrow alley. Looking at the empty alleyway, Su Donqin couldn't help but miss her beloved zombie companion. Suddenly, she spotted a child's shoe floating midair. And it was pinkish-white too. There's someone over there. That must be a trap. Before Ni Luo finished speaking, Su Donqin had already heroically rushed forward. Ni Luo, this idiot. Why play the hero? I'm here to save you. Su Donqin flung her arms around the little boy and yanked hard. The boy was instantly pulled down from the tree. Su Donqin. Ni Luo raised her rifle and carefully observed the surroundings. Sure enough, a man quickly emerged from a nearby hiding spot. Dressed in dark green military uniform with a gun slung over his back, tall and long-legged, he stood there casually with 2 backpacks at his feet. Inside were likely supplies. Ni Luo narrowed her eyes and aimed her gun at the man. The man stood in the shadows. Slowly, he stepped forward with his hands raised in surrender. When Ni Luo saw the man's face, she was stunned. Commander Xiao? You know me? The man had a cold and rugged face, short and thick hair, clearly a soldier rigorously trained. How could Ni Luo not know him? He was a legend in their military unit, her idol. Suddenly, the woman who always wore a cold expression flushed, even reaching out to flip the side of her hair, though there wasn't any. I'm also from Special Forces. My name is Ni Luo. Oh, I know you. Sharpshooter goddess, Ni Luo. Ni Luo's eyes sparkled. Her idol actually knew who she was. Ni Luo grew flushed and excited. In a low voice, Su Donqin muttered, You look like a monkey's but right now. Ni Luo shot her a fierce glare. Then, suddenly realizing Xiao Ji was directly in front of her, she quickly turned around bashfully. You're also amazing. You have supplies? Wang Jin immediately noticed the backpacks at Xiao Ji's feet. He interrupted, We're from the survival zone too. You're heading there too, right? Why not travel together? I have a pyrokinetic ability. Proudly lifting his chin, Wang Jin sounded smug. Xiao Ji's expression remained unchanged. I'm with my little brother. We'll manage on our own. Right away, Ni Luo's voice became exaggeratedly sweet. Oh that's all right. We all really like kids. Su Donqin. So this woman has 2 faces? This little kid is so adorable. Did you get hurt anywhere? Ni Luo turned around, forcing a warm, kind smile onto her stiff face. Forgive this woman. She has no idea what a kind smile looks like. My little brother was just being mischievous and ran off. That's why I hung him up there to teach him a lesson, Xiao Ji said, slightly hastening his steps to hug his little brother. The boy kept his head down, wearing a bright yellow little duck hat, and didn't speak a word throughout. Frowning, Su Donqin tilted her head, then began rummaging through her pockets. Want a candy? The boy didn't respond. No? How about chips? She kept digging through her bag, as if it were bottomless. Coke? Chicken feet. The moment she pulled them out, the little boy suddenly lunged forward like a feeding machine, wide-mouthed. Oh no, it's still wrapped. Su Donqin cried out in alarm. Xiao Ji immediately clamped his brother's mouth shut and yanked out the chicken feet. The little boy started struggling. Xiao Ji wordlessly pulled out the chicken feather duster from his waist. His little brother finally quieted down. Food is precious. Xiao Ji handed the chicken feet back to Su Donqin. Su Donqin refused politely. It's okay, the little kid liked it. Then she squatted down. What's your name? Su Donqin leaned in closer. Xiao Ji stiffened slightly, instinctively reaching for his chicken feather duster. Suddenly, a hand reached out, pale, slender, and elegant. It ruffled Su Donqin's hair, gently pulling her backward, then addressed Xiao Ji. The little kid seemed shy. The man's voice was soft and calm, smooth like a cello. In truth, Lu Yunfei had always been an elegant and noble person. But in this apocalyptic world, someone like him could only be considered useless. Yes, he's rather shy. Xiao Ji let out a breath of relief and said, His name is Xiao Beikai. Little Beikai? It's Xiao. He paused briefly before introducing himself. I'm Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji. Su Donqin suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the man who had a passionate and tragic entanglement with the female lead in the original story? The ultimate villain and tragic second male lead, eventually shot dead by the male lead. The one affectionately nicknamed Little Pig Xiao by readers and humorously described as villains are so valuable these days. We still have things to do, so we'll leave first. Xiao Ji seemed uninterested in further interaction, picked up his younger brother, and walked straight through the crowd. Wang Jin let out a mocking snort. Ni Luo looked regretful, nearly burning a hole into Xiao Zhi's broad back with her gaze. By the time they arrived at the pharmacy, it was already quite late, approaching the evening hours when zombies preferred to wander freely. To Su Donqin, who had to adjust to this reversed zombie schedule, it felt like her face mask was completely wasted. Su Donqin, go get the medicine, Ni Luo ordered. Hugging her little bag, Su Donqin crouched by the glass counter, slowly picking out medicines while her dog sat beside her. Lu Yunfei, Buijug his tattered backpack, stepped into the pharmacy's storage room. Wang Jin appeared behind Lu Yunfei as if by coincidence, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Lu Yunfei kept his head lowered and walked into a corner, his back facing Wang Jin, idly playing with something in his hand, producing soft, click-clack sounds. Wang Jin sneered. Lu Yunfei, if you know what's good for you, I might spare your life. The man didn't reply, continuing to fiddle with whatever he held. The corner was dark, and a faint glow flickered just before him. A misty, eerie light that seemed oddly sinister in the darkness. Wang Jin stared at the frail man and, upon receiving no reaction, became furious and suddenly unleashed his ability. Die! Whoosh! Suddenly, flames erupted. The people outside tensed, instinctively turning their gazes inward. A piercing scream rang out. Su Donqin turned her head just in time to see a half-burned person bursting out. Oops! She could already smell the strong scent of charred flesh. The burning man was Wang Jin. The two who had accompanied Wang Jin immediately rushed over to douse the flames. It was a huge fire, and poor Wang Jin was practically unconscious when he was carried away. The doctor sighed helplessly. No saving him. Castrate him. Wang Jin suddenly jolted upright on his deathbed, but it didn't change anything. Wang Jin became Wang Taichan. Duangua burst into loud tears with a wah. Su Donqin felt a little pity for her. Zhang Zhihao was in shock. Just when he had finally found another pyrokinetic ability user, they became a eunuch again. Sigh. Look at this. This was the fate of cannon fodder. Su Donqin gave Wang Jin a knowing look, like a veteran. Look at her. She had long accepted her fate, courageously followed her destiny to a peaceful death, and therefore didn't suffer much. What happened? The doctor asked after finishing up. The loss of a pyrokinetic ability was a massive blow to the entire convoy. Probably ability Shirkong, burning himself. Ni Luo analyzed. After all, normal fire couldn't spread that quickly. Su Donqin vigorously nodded. Cannon fodder always burns to light the way for protagonists. Suddenly, Su Donqin smelled a strange scent. She sniffed her little nose and edged sideways a bit. Lu Yunfei reached out and held her head, leaning down. His long lashes covered his pitch-black eyes, revealing a hint of tenderness and lingering affection. What are you sniffing at, Donqin? Su Donqin immediately shook her head, curling up like a little quail. She thought. She smelled oil. Su Donqin glanced at Wang Jin, then at Lu Yunfei, shrinking even further like a quivering quail. Mama, she wanted to die? In the evening, everyone took turns resting. Su Donqin drowsily opened her eyes and saw Ni Luo sitting in the driver's seat leaning against the window, holding a slightly worn wallet, her gaze dazed. Under the pale moonlight, Su Donqin saw a photo inside the wallet. It must have been a family portrait. Ni Luo was alert. Hearing movement behind her, she immediately tucked the wallet away and wiped her face. Su Donqin knew Ni Luo had been crying. She didn't speak. On the other side, Ni Luo didn't turn around either, just staring out the window as she softly began. My parents died when I was very young. My sister and I grew up together. When the apocalypse came, we had a fight, and she ran away from home. As the female lead, Ni Luo had always been strong-willed and independent since childhood. To strengthen her character setup, the author had given her deceased parents and added an annoying little sister who constantly needed cleaning up after. Today, Ni Luo suddenly brought this up, probably because seeing Xiao Zhi's younger brother Xiao Beikai had reminded her of her own sister. Pausing briefly, Ni Luo's voice seemed somewhat choked. She reached out and supported her forehead, half covering her face as if berating herself. Sweetheart, do you think I can find her? Moonlight shimmered, the wind rustled through the trees. Behind Ni Luo came a soft voice, tender and moist like the hazy rain of southern China. Yeah, I'm sure you can find her. According to the plot, Ni Luo would search every survivor settlement until, finally, she found her. Su Donqin asked, what's your sister's name? Ni Luo's expression turned grim. After a long silence, she finally forced out two words, Nilon. Su Donqin thought to herself, this truly was an extraordinary author. Zombies are coming. Suddenly, shouting came from not far away. Lu Yunfei, sitting beside Su Donqin, immediately opened his eyes, instinctively reaching out and grabbing the axe inside his backpack through the fabric. Those eyes, completely devoid of drowsiness, glinted with the sharpness of a wild beast. A savage laziness filled with bloodlust. Su Donqin excitedly opened the car door, preparing to rush out. Little babe, here I come. Chapter 7. Who was it again that grabbed the little neck of her destiny? Oh, it's the male lead. What else could she do but forgive him? Su Donqin watched with a face full of despair as Ni Luo began performing vehicular acrobatics, slamming into her beloved Bebe and scattering it into pieces. Xinyu feels sad JPG. An Esper's physical condition is much better than an ordinary person's. Although Wang Jin had been castrated, his Esper abilities remained. At such a critical moment, Wang Jin immediately took the lead as the vanguard of escape. He even knocked aside several private cars that were driving ahead. Wang Jin's armored vehicle was huge, almost sweeping away all obstacles in front. Ni Luo followed closely behind, a thrilling and dangerous chase. Su Dongqin leaned against the car window and vaguely saw something reflecting light ahead. Ni Luo, there's something shiny ahead. Shiny your mom, duck. Before Ni Luo could finish cursing, he suddenly roared. With a loud bang, the windshield shattered. Ni Luo shook the glass shards off his body, his chest tightening slightly. If it hadn't been for that dumb blonde girl's warning just now, that bullet might have hit his face. That damned son of Wang Jin. With another bang, another gunshot rang out. Their tires blew. The car began swerving uncontrollably from side to side. Ni Luo blinked in shock, then started cursing furiously. Lu Yunfei reached out and pressed down on Su Dongqin's head. The man's hands were cool and large, surprisingly strong. Su Dongqin's entire face was crushed into the leather seat, almost suffocating to death. Mmm. Don't be afraid, Dongqin. Lu Yunfei pressed even harder. Su Dongqin struggled even more fiercely. There were too many zombies. Wang Jin, for his own safety, shot at the private cars. Those cars veered sideways and crashed by the roadside, immediately surrounded by zombies. The scent of blood attracted even more zombies. But the number of zombies chasing Wang Jin decreased significantly. Finally breaking free, Su Dongqin couldn't help but exclaim that he was truly a despicable and cunning person. Taking a deep breath, Su Dongqin placed her head back in position. Come on, press again. She was ready. If it didn't work, maybe she could try suffocating herself. Lu Yunfei. With two poochie sounds, the tires on Ni Luo's car were completely destroyed. Ni Luo angrily pounded on the steering wheel, glancing at the weak and quiet couple sitting calmly in the back seat, then turned to the slowly approaching zombies behind them. Run! Ni Luo jumped out of the car first. Better to fight desperately than sit in the car waiting for death. Su Dongqin's hands and legs shaking, she followed suit and jumped out. Looking at the crowds of snarling cuties behind her, she declared solemnly, I'll distract the zombies. You guys run. She was serious about dying for them. Su Dongqin heroically charged backward, and upon facing the twisted face of a zombie, screamed and turned to run. So terrifying. Su Dongqin, churning her short little legs, took the lead running at the front of the escape team. Ni Luo. Su Dongqin ran in the front. A zombie dog chased behind. Suddenly, a mountain bike slowly passed by her side. The beautiful mountain bike had a smooth body and vivid colors. Especially the man riding it, refined and handsome, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, as if filming a beach advertisement. On his shoulder sat a little puppy. Grandma's tail wiggled happily. Su Dongqin blinked. Where did you get the mountain bike? Lu Yunfei said. It was stored in my space. Without a word, Ni Luo coolly and directly jumped on. Su Dongqin kept running stubbornly with her short legs. Shredded. The camouflage uniform on Lu Yunfei's body was ripped down the middle, top to bottom, exposing his perfect and fit chest and abs. Shining white. Below was flapping cloth in the wind. Su Dongqin. This clothing material is kind of poor quality. Don't hit my face. The man reached out, one hand controlling the bike, the other lifting Su Dongqin up and placing her directly onto the front crossbar. A mountain bike naturally outpaced a pair of legs. While the zombies slowly walked behind, they furiously pedaled, quickly leaving the zombies behind. Still, one mountain bike couldn't carry 3 people and 2 dogs. Once they reached a safe area, Lu Yunfei said, It seems there's another car inside my space. Ni Luo's eyes lit up, then looked down, his face twisted. So this is your car? Audi Quattro, ultra-streamlined body, showing off your beauty from every angle. It was a luxury electric 4-wheel scooter for 5-year-olds. Su Dongqin and Ni Luo. Su Dongqin reached out her hand. What does this button do? The little car started to swing wildly. Ni Luo. Su Dongqin quickly withdrew her meddlesome hand. Cute word cheer, finger-sucking JPG. Ni Luo glared at her fiercely, then smacked it randomly. I want to take you home, to that late-night bar. What the hell is this? Ni Luo jumped in surprise and punched it again. The little car fell silent. Su Dongqin mumbled softly. Educational music for toddlers? The car started singing again. Come on. Have fun, Ni Luo. This must be educational music for 18-year-olds. Of course, there was still no car. 3 people with 6 legs, 2 dogs with 8 paws. They stacked together on one mountain bike, wobbling as they caught up to the front's armored vehicle. The armored vehicle was taking a break. Although Wang Jin looked terrible, his esper ability actually hadn't Srishak. The 3 of them hid nearby. Ni Luo narrowed her eyes and made a bold decision. Steal the vehicle. Who's going to deal with Wang Jin? Ni Luo glanced at the 2 weaklings, then looked again at the zombie dog and puppy currently digging and eating shit. She gripped the gun in her hand tightly. I'll go. Then who deals with those armed soldiers? Ni Luo. I will. Then who grabs the car? Ni, expression gradually worsening, Yang, me. Then who drives? Ni, expressionless, Yang, I. Ni Luo felt extremely burdened. Why had she ever teamed up with these 2 weaklings? The 2 weaklings squatted side by side in the bushes, blinking their pretty big eyes watching her. Ni Luo felt like she was destined to be a mother hen. Sighing deeply, she said, You 2 just stay here quietly. Suddenly, Su Dongqin reached out and grabbed Ni Luo's coat hem. Evil people will be struck by lightning from the heavens. A disdainful smile appeared on Ni Luo's face. You think we're filming a TV drama? Mid-sentence, Ni Luo's expression suddenly turned very strange. She smiled. Right? Evil people will definitely be struck by lightning from the heavens, and gently patted Su Dongqin's head. Su Dongqin, you're smiling too sinisterly, it's kinda scary. Actually, what Su Dongqin wanted to say next was, you're the female lead, so you'll definitely be fine. But unexpectedly, Enai Luo didn't even listen to the rest. She whispered something indistinctly to Lu Yunfei, and then Su Dongqin saw Lu Yunfei pull out a bag from his space. Enai Luo tested its weight in her hand, stood up, and threw it fiercely toward the armored vehicle ahead. A pong sound rang out. Enai Luo shot the bag. Its contents scattered, bursting with flames, covering the entire car. Then Su Dongqin saw someone panic-stricken peering out from inside the armored vehicle. Before they could even get out, an elongated, dark blue electric current flew from Enai Luo's fingertips. With a zhi-la sound, the entire armored vehicle began emitting a dark blue glow. Those powders were iron filings. According to Enai Luo's current Esper power level, she could only produce the equivalent of a 100 yuan electric bat. Not enough to instantly incapacitate everyone in the vehicle. So she had to rely on clever tricks. The current wasn't strong. It just spread through the iron filings, covering the entire vehicle, temporarily paralyzing those inside. What was supposed to be a fierce battle had become a one-sided slaughter. Enai Luo held a wooden stick. First, she dragged Wang Jin out, then had Lu Yunfei release that fancy little Audi. What are you doing? Su Dongqin asked, puzzled. Heh. Enai Luo sneered slightly. If others show no mercy, we show no courtesy. Wang Jin was tied onto this luxurious little car. Enai Luo turned on the toddler educational music and, using a remote control, sent Wang Jin rolling away. The continuous "ee-ya-ya" attracted zombies all along the way. Su Dongqin. Indeed, the female lead's heart was the cruelest. Without Wang Jin, the armored vehicle still had a pile of unconscious soldiers lying around, plus the unconscious Duan Gua and idiot Haiji. What about these people? Enai Luo thought for a moment, then firmly closed the car door. Keep them for now. She paused, then looked at Su Dongqin and Lu Yunfei. Don't you two have anything you want to ask? Earlier, Enai Luo had just displayed her electric lightning ability in front of them. She nervously tightened her grip on the gun. Already prepared an excuse. She would just say it suddenly emerged just now, and she herself didn't understand it either. Su Dongqin asked, is there a toilet on this car? Oh no, she couldn't hold it anymore. Lu Yunfei said, I'll take you down to go. Enai Luo, can you two weaklings at least show a bit of respect for me? It took 2 days, but eventually Enai Luo led everyone to the survival zone. The survival zone wasn't big. It only upheld one rule. Might makes right. The upper echelon of espers controlled resources like water, electricity, crude oil, food, and initiated a new age of communal dining. No one was allowed to privately hide food, and rations were distributed daily based on labor contribution. But if you were an esper, it was different. You could freely enjoy all these resources, including people. Within the entire survival zone, along with Wang Jin, there were only 5 espers total. Now Wang Jin was gone, leaving only 4. They were extremely scarce. At the entrance of the survival zone stood a group of armed soldiers conducting inspections. Not everyone could enter, unless you were an esper, otherwise you needed to hand over all your food. No food, no pass. That armored vehicle belonged to Wang Jin. Naturally, Enai Luo and the others weren't foolish enough to drive that vehicle into the survival zone. They abandoned it not far from the entrance, then walked the rest of the way. Before leaving, Enai Luo opened the back compartment. Duangua and the soldiers were still unaware of what had happened, because he had been unconscious the entire time, until the commotion woke him up. At some point, they had already arrived at the gate of the survival zone. A group of people hurriedly drove the vehicle into the survival zone, chattering about the terrifying event from 3 days ago. Heaven had grown angry, dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, lightning from the sky struck Wang Jin until he was reduced to ashes. In an instant, the entire survival zone was thrown into chaos. Of course, Su Dongqin and the others didn't yet know about this event, since they were still waiting outside the queue. All without abilities must hand over supplies. Those with abilities come directly over. After handing over your supplies, men to the left, women to the right, for inspection. A tall, muscular man had no supplies and tried to directly rob food from the elderly, women, and children. Seeing this, others followed his example. Suddenly, chaos broke out among the crowd. Annoyed, the front line of armed soldiers fired one shot, killing the man and yelling, "Shut up, all of you." In the apocalypse, people weren't even people anymore, not even as valuable as livestock. The crowd fell silent, trembling as they reformed their lines. Su Dongqin squeezed into the crowd with a sigh. Originally, she should have been at the entrance of the survival zone, pushed by Lu Yunfei into the zombie horde, suffering the same torment the male lead had endured in his previous life, chewed into pieces by zombies. But now, after struggling for survival the entire way, she was inexplicably drawn into following the male and female leads into the main plot. Su Dongqin felt infinitely sad, and today she couldn't even eat 3 bowls of dinner. Suddenly, a thick, sturdy vine shot out from the inspection booth on the left, tossing out a completely naked man. The man's bowl-cut hairstyle slapped onto the ground. He was dead. Armed soldiers nearby quickly ordered someone to drag him out and discard the body. This was a man found with zombie-inflicted wounds, executed on the spot. The longest incubation period after being bitten by a zombie was 3 days. But the survival zone was too crowded. There was no way to wait 3 days. As soon as similar wounds were detected on someone's body, immediate execution followed. That massive vine attracted everyone's gaze. And the vine, as if deliberately showing off, did not retreat but waved randomly in midair. And Luo said, "That's a wood-type esper." Su Dongqin said, "It kind of looks like poop." And Luo, "It does kind of look like that." Because of Su Dongqin's words, the previously oppressive, terrifying atmosphere was instantly cleared away. Smiles appeared on faces that had been battered by the apocalypse. Then they turned around, saw Su Dongqin's face, and froze. Was she a person or a fairy? The surrounding air seemed to grow quiet. Unaware of anything, Su Dongqin looked down and saw the zombie dog rubbing against her feet. She remembered, it seemed like zombie dogs couldn't enter. What a pity. Suddenly, the zombie dog placed the dog Beikai into Su Dongqin's arms and nudged her gently. Su Dongqin reached out and hugged him, glancing into the zombie dog's eyes. She nodded and said, "Yes, I will take good care of him." The zombie dog left with lingering glances, turning back repeatedly. Su Dongqin pushed the little puppy into Luo's arms. "You have to take good care of it, okay? With the female lead's protection, it would definitely be better off than following her, a soon-to-be-dead extra." Su Dongqin looked up, gazing at that poop-like vine, wondering whether she should bite her own arm once, or twice, or maybe even 3 times. Chapter 8. Neither Lu Yunfei nor Luo chose to reveal their special abilities. They handed in their supplies and waited for the inspection. Lu Yunfei's clothes had been torn by Su Dongqin. He changed into a semi-old light gray and silver tracksuit. Tall and well-built, he stood there with a backpack, unknowingly drawing the eyes of many. Even the female soldiers who were busy inspecting other women couldn't help but peek. In contrast, Su Dongqin wore that now mud-colored tracksuit originally white from Duangua, pitifully standing beside Lu Yunfei like a muddy village kid next to someone else's well-kept child. Only her face remained relatively clean. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei reached out and pulled the hood over Su Dongqin's head. The oversized hood loosely covered most of her face, leaving only a pale, delicate jaw visible. With strands of hair clinging to it, the jaw looked as smooth and lustrous as jade. Lu Yunfei pulled out a bottle of water and poured some into Su Dongqin's mouth. He also wiped her face with it. Su Dongqin, who had previously felt dizzy and weak, suddenly felt much better. It felt like an oasis appearing in the desert to a lost traveler. Sure enough, water truly was the source of life. Smacking her lips, Su Dongqin clung to the bottle and drank several more mouthfuls. Luo licked her dry lips and said, "Give me a sip too." Lu Yunfei pulled another water bottle from his backpack. Luo said, "I can just have whatever's left by the silly sweet girl." Lu Yunfei replied, "That bottle belongs exclusively to Dongqin." Su Dongqin. When did I agree to that? Looking at Su Dongqin, Luo's eyes said it all. We're in the apocalypse. Why are you still being so picky? Su Dongqin. I feel like snow in June. Luo took another bottle. Over there, Lu Yunfei openly tilted his head back and drank up all the water left by Su Dongqin. Su Dongqin. Didn't you say it was mine exclusively? The man smiled, refined and handsome, the embodiment of grace and clarity. I'm not someone else to Dongqin. Right, you're not. You're the male lead. After drinking the water, it was just Su Dongqin's turn for the checkup. Su Dongqin followed the armed soldier toward the small black inspection room. She glanced around. Seeing nobody paying attention to her, she took a deep breath and suddenly bit down hard on her own arm. Ow. Too painful. Let me try a different spot. Ow. Still hurts too much. Try another. What are you doing? The soldier ahead, noticing Su Dongqin's strange movement, immediately grew alert, raising his gun at her. Was this woman just biting herself? Hearing the commotion, Luo behind Su Dongqin rushed in. Startled, the little girl's hood slipped halfway off, revealing her porcelain white face. Her hair was disheveled, gently clinging to her cheeks. Her large, watery eyes were wide with fear at the sight of the gun's dark muzzle, reddening at the edges like she was about to cry. Since it was routine checkup, her oversized tracksuit was already unzipped, revealing her long-sleeved top beneath. Fragile, slender, and delicate, with her black shoulder-length hair and red lips, she looked like a beautifully crafted porcelain doll, precious and radiant. The soldier swallowed hard, nearly losing his grip on the rifle. He had never seen anything like her before. In the apocalypse, beauty itself was a sin, and someone like Su Dongqin, a crime beyond forgiveness. Perhaps because they had been together the whole time, and Luo hadn't noticed. But now, looking at Su Dongqin's face, she felt an unease she couldn't explain. Since when had this silly sweet girl become this beautiful? And not just any kind of beauty, but one that mesmerized. Luo looked down at her own dry skin, then back at Su Dongqin's moist, supple skin. She looked at her own dry, lifeless hair, then at Su Dongqin's long, silky dark hair, wavy like sea algae, soft and radiant. Luo felt her heart sink. What's going on? A large, messy vine-like figure shoved its way through. Although men and women were checked in separate rooms, they were connected by a door. That door had been opened. Before Su Dongqin stood a man. Short, strange, withered, looking as dry as that messy vine. At the moment he saw Su Dongqin, his dull eyes lit up instantly. What a stunning beauty, delicately standing there, turning everything around her into a mere backdrop. Even the dimly lit small room seemed illuminated by her glowing skin. This man liked beautiful women. The beauty before him was breathtaking, even heart-stopping. Beautiful eyes and delicate lips, a born seductress. Yet she carried an innocence, a childlike purity. So delicate, so pure. That face, harmless yet stunning. So beautiful, in fact, that it sparked a violent urge to destroy. The unique environment of the apocalypse had brought this enormous, irrational destructive impulse to its peak. And Su Donqin was that woman, standing right at the epicenter of destruction. She looked so delicate, fragile like she might shatter with a single touch. This unique sense of vulnerability was mesmerizing, like poppies in full bloom, amplified infinitely in the apocalypse. Ni Luo stepped sideways, shielding Su Donqin. From behind came a woman in military uniform. She looked briefly at that messy vine-covered figure, then turned to Su Donqin. Come in for the checkup. Su Donqin and Ni Luo entered together. The vine-covered figure's eyes clung to her like they were trying to tear a piece off. This nauseating sense of clinging made Su Donqin shiver involuntarily. She regretted it. She'd rather have the male lead chop her into 18 pieces than endure this. Inside the small black room, the woman in uniform looked Su Donqin up and down, inspecting every inch of her skin. In the apocalypse, this woman's skin was unnaturally fair and smooth. That flawless complexion looked like the finest white jade. Snow white and perfect. The soldier woman was amazed, nearly tempted to ask for skincare secrets. But she held back. Looking at Su Donqin's face, she decided this had to be natural. She didn't want to embarrass herself. What is this? She pointed at the mark on Su Donqin's arm. That mark was very faint, just a light trace. But on this pale, delicate skin, it was strikingly visible. And the marks were clustered, crawling upward like an intricate tattoo that clung to her body. You couldn't miss it. Before Su Donqin could speak, Ni Luo quickly said, "She has a boyfriend." The soldier woman paused, recalling the handsome, gentle-looking man she had secretly noticed earlier. A trace of envy flickered across her face, replaced quickly with regret when her eyes returned to Su Donqin. With a face like this, having such a boyfriend was perfectly natural. But now it was the apocalypse. Even a handsome man like that would be useless if he had no physical strength. Still, the soldier woman looked again at the mark. Did this look like an octopus bite? How wild. The soldier woman couldn't even imagine how that seemingly elegant man could be so wild. She waved a hand. Su Donqin and Ni Luo were then let out. With a sigh, Su Donqin pulled her sleeve down, thinking how she hadn't been ruthless enough. She had sucked so hard on her arm, but hadn't even broken the skin. But what did that have to do with whether she had a boyfriend or not? After the checkup, everyone stood on the playground, waiting for instructions and assignments. The one who came to give the speech was that vine-covered figure. His speech was basically showing off himself and belittling others. After the meeting, the vine-covered man walked up to Su Donqin, the desire in his eyes obvious. He extended a thin vine, pushing away the hood from Su Donqin's face. Su Donqin instinctively recoiled in fear. She stumbled back into someone. Lu Yunfei raised his hand and pulled her into his embrace. He smelled crisp and cool, like lingering snow in winter. With wide, teary eyes, Su Donqin curled nervously against Lu Yunfei's chest. Only one eye visible, she glanced back at the vine-covered figure. It was then that she noticed the man had no hands. Where his arms should have been, two massive vines twisted in their place. He had transformed those vines into hands, even forming them into arms and palms. So this was a wood element mutant with a physical disability. I'm Zhengshu. The vine-covered man finally tore his gaze from Su Donqin. He fixed his eyes on Lu Yunfei, his face darkening when he saw the hand around Su Donqin's slim waist. Compared to the thin, dry Zhengshu, Lu Yunfei was tall and well-built, still a picture of perfect beauty even in rough homespun clothes. She's my girlfriend. Lu Yunfei's voice was steady, his composed and refined elegance flowing from every pore, woven into his very bones. He radiated a natural nobility. Zhengshu seemed deeply resentful toward someone like Lu Yunfei, a man from a completely different world. What's in your backpack? Zhengshu flicked his vine, and Lu Yunfei's backpack flew off his shoulder and was thrown onto the ground, exposing the axe inside. Heh, an axe? What for? Chopping zombies. Lu Yunfei's eyes were lowered, his expression unreadable. Su Donqin stood beside him, looking neither left nor right, focusing inward. She sensed that the male lead's mood didn't seem very good today. When the male lead was in a bad mood, someone always ended up suffering. As the nearest sacrificial pawn, Su Donqin chose to stay quiet. Zhengshu laughed, loud and startling. You? Killing zombies? Have you ever done it? Haha, that axe of yours, is it still new? Su Donqin could testify, the axe was definitely not new. It was just that the man maintained it very well. Su Donqin often saw the man sitting upright at night, slowly and carefully applying Kai baby cream on the axe. Then giving the axe a full-body massage. This axe had sweat and bled alongside the male lead, and Su Donqin honestly felt no jealousy at all. If, one day, the male lead ever gave her some Kai baby cream and gave her a full-body massage, she felt like she'd probably be close to heaven. Of course, she'd be very willing to go to heaven. She hoped the method of death wouldn't be too cruel. Zhengshu stepped on Lu Yunfei's backpack and axe. Su Donqin sharply noticed the man's eyes narrowing slightly. A surge of wild, violent energy flickered across his usually calm and cold expression, then vanished instantly. Su Donqin began mentally counting down the days left for Zhengshu. Excuse me, which method of death would you like to choose? Those without any special abilities could only sleep in large communal dormitories. Men and women were separated. Su Donqin walked alongside Ni Luo. Lu Yunfei carried his backpack alone and walked in the opposite direction. Every morning, they went to receive their daily supplies. Basic necessities were distributed once a week. Everyone also had to work every day. Su Donqin was assigned to dig coal. Yes, that's right, coal. In the apocalypse, coal could be used for many things. This safe zone survived off coal. It was not only self-sufficient, but could also exchange coal with other zones for valuable resources such as crude oil and water. It was precisely because of this coal mine that this safe zone existed. Its nickname, Coal District. In addition to human labor, the zone also had one excavator machine. Su Donqin looked enviously at the person operating the excavator, then suddenly felt something strangely familiar. However, since the distance was too far, she couldn't see clearly. And she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she always felt like the excavator was out to get her. No matter where she moved, the scattered coal dust always seemed to fly directly toward her face. Poo-poo-poo. Pooey-pooey-pooey. Midday break. The other women surrounded the excavator. Su Donqin stood on tiptoes, even though she didn't really need to, because the man stood out like a crane among chickens. When Su Donqin pushed through the crowd of women, disheveled and with a coal-blackened face, standing in front of Lu Yunfei, she clearly saw the corners of his lips curling up. That was mockery. Definitely mockery. He was actually laughing at her. Su Donqin was furious. She felt deeply insulted. Aren't you supposed to not know how to drive? She accused fiercely, nearly poking her finger into Lu Yunfei's face. The man gently pushed her hand aside, his smile growing wider. I may not know how to drive, but I can operate an excavator. Su Donqin. So you're secretly working part-time as an excavator operator from Lanxiang Vocational School. Lu Yunfei reached out and gently wiped the coal dust off Su Donqin's face. Though the more he wiped, the dirtier she got. Then Su Donqin saw the laughter in his eyes growing more intense. Clutching her fragile heart, Su Donqin decided to end her beautiful life immediately. Each week, the safe zone's gifted individuals would take turns to venture outside, collecting supplies and exchanging mine coal for crude oil at another nearby safe zone. The gifted individuals had the right to choose their companions. The regular humans chosen to go along were practically zombie bait. None of them had ever returned alive. Su Donqin eagerly signed up and became the most noticeable fool. Chapter 9. Zheng Shu was the one chosen this time to go out and exchange crude oil for supplies. He immediately selected Lu Yunfei. Then, when he saw the list handed to him, his expression changed slightly. Why is there Su Donqin on the list? She signed up herself. When mentioning this idiot, the person who brought the list wore an envious look. I heard she didn't want to part with her boyfriend and insisted on coming along. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. Though her boyfriend really is quite impressive. This ordinary-looking couple had long become famous for romance within the survival zone. Zheng Shu's face turned extremely grim and immediately used the vines growing from his 10 fingers to tear the paper into pieces. Seeing Zheng's fury, the man turned to flee in terror but failed. The vines strangled the life out of him ruthlessly. This one's a zombie. Throw it out. Zheng Shu, his face dark with rage, told the armed guards outside. The soldiers entered nervously and dragged the corpse away. Here, the mutants were gods. If you were called a zombie, you were one. Zheng Shu picked Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin signed up voluntarily. Upon seeing the list, Nai Luo silently turned around and volunteered to join as well. I'm not worried you'll die out there, she said. I just want to participate. Oh, Su Donqin tilted her head, her large, clear eyes staring into Nai Luo's, so pure and unblemished. Like two beautiful crystal glass marbles. Nai Luo saw her own reflection inside them. She slapped Su Donqin's head, then threw her a dagger. It's going to be chaotic out there, and I might not be able to protect you. You need to learn how to defend yourself. Su Donqin waved her hands frantically, trying to catch the dagger. The blade weaved through her clumsy movements and fell to the ground. You idiot. Can't even catch a simple dagger. What good are you? What can you even do? Nai Luo shouted angrily. I can eat, Su Donqin replied with a frown. Nai Luo. Finally, they set off. Also among them were dozens of elderly, weak, and sick people who served as bait. Everyone sat inside an armored vehicle. The inside of the cabin was quite comfortably decorated. However, only Zheng Shu enjoyed such comfort. Because he alone sat on the executive chair while everyone else sat on the floor, stretching their necks forward like at a pyramid scheme rally. Leaning on Lu Yunfei, Su Donqin sneaked a peek upward. Zheng Shu was staring at her. In the darkness, he looked like an old dried-up corpse. His vines were still waving wildly. After glaring at her, Zheng then turned to glower at Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin completely understood his mood. Zheng would love to skewer Lu Yunfei like a Peking duck and hang him on the vehicle roof for a flag. Too bad the bait people like them wouldn't be that lucky. In a dark corner of the cabin, a man appeared calm and emotionless. Donqin, I brought you some bread. Lu Yunfei pulled out a piece of bread and passed it to her. Nai Luo remarked, our food is strictly rationed. If you gave it to her, what will you eat? Although Lu Yunfei had storage space, he couldn't take food from it under everyone's watchful eyes. Shaking his head gently, Lu Yunfei gazed lovingly at Su Donqin. Donqin's health is weak. She can't afford to be hungry. The others were immediately moved to tears. In this post-apocalyptic world, a love so touching and unwavering still existed. Su Donqin, it's actually because you're too picky to eat the food. Donqin, hurry and eat it. I specially saved it for you. It's okay, I'm not hungry. Touched, Su Donqin nearly wept. The bread was hard, dry, and choked her. She would never play with this scheming male lead again. Inside the cabin, everything was silent except for the sound of Su Donqin chewing. Everyone else looked utterly dejected. because they were about to lose their lives to zombies. Even the 70-year-old old man beside Su Dongjin was already crying and calling out for his mama. "Grandpa, you're stepping on my foot." Su Dongjin tugged at her foot trapped under the old man. The old man with poor hearing replied, "Huh? You want to eat pig's feet? We don't have any anymore." Su Dongjin. After driving for about 2 hours, they arrived at the supply gathering point. It was a big shopping mall. Everyone got off the vehicle one by one. Ni Luo tightened her grip on the gun in her hand, glanced at Zheng Shu, and reminded Lu Yunfei, "Be careful." Lu Yunfei stood there calmly, head slightly raised, showing his handsome jawline and frail body, maintaining his fragile, delicate image to the end. He hummed softly, seemingly in a very good mood. He even bent down to pat Su Dongjin lightly on the head. Su Dongjin nearly choked to death on that bread, her eyes rolling up in frustration. The mall entrance was tightly shut, and inside were only a few zombie security guards wearing uniforms. After the armed soldiers easily eliminated those zombies, they allowed everyone to enter to gather supplies. But the soldiers only cleared the first floor. Zheng Shu pointed a finger toward Lu Yunfei. "You go upstairs and get some winter clothes. There would definitely be more zombies upstairs." Zheng's intention was very clear. Lu Yunfei, his backpack on his back, headed toward the second floor. Su Dongjin followed closely behind him like a little tail. Zheng Shu's eyes narrowed, gritting his teeth silently, his face wrinkling like a twisted squash. Zheng Shu used to be disabled. He had been born without hands. He was abandoned at an orphanage. Life in the orphanage was terrible. He had no hands, and everyone bullied him. Later, when he grew up, he barely survived on welfare. He had lived like a rat in the gutter, trampled by anyone who pleased. Yet he never expected one day he would actually grow hands again. He loved these hands so much. These hands gave him hope, power, and everything he ever wanted. Those who once looked down on him now knelt on the ground begging him. Even if he asked them to lick his feet, they would do so with grateful tears. Zheng Shu loved all of this too much. He knew Su Dongjin would be the same as other women. Once she saw his strength and understood the cruelty of the apocalypse, she would definitely switch to his side. He could promise, with her looks, he would favor her alone. Zheng looked down at his hands, a crazed expression spreading across his face. In the future, he would gain even more with these two hands. There was also one wandering zombie security guard on the second floor. Su Dongjin saw the shaky old man behind her and warned, "Grandpa, run fast. A zombie is coming. You have a cold? Then wear more clothes." "Oh, wait, where was I going just now?" The old man not only had bad hearing, but also intermittent senile dementia, and his eyesight didn't seem so good either. The zombie was already inches away, roaring, growling. The old man greeted him casually. "Huh? Are you here to play? Then go have fun." Zombie, growling. Old man, "Oh, I'm just going home to eat." Su Dongjin pulled the old man, who was preparing to go home for dinner, into a toy store on the second floor. This time there were many bait people. Some stayed close to Zheng Shu, trying to save themselves. Others struggled against fear, searching the mall for supplies in hopes of obtaining a slim chance of survival. For some strange reason, they followed the man who seemed the weakest and most likely to die, climbed up to the second floor, and entered the toy store together. A toy store? What use could that possibly be? Lu Yunfei handed Su Dongjin a beautiful Barbie doll. "Play with it first. Everyone." Ni Luo. Expression of accustomedness. "You guys are just lowly mortals who've never seen much." Faced with their doubts, Lu Yunfei suddenly glanced sideways, using one hand to pinch Su Dongjin's cheek flesh gently. A few months ago, Dongjin was so hungry she ate half a bottle of sleeping pills, but luckily they were fake. He paused, wearing an expression of worry. "Although I heard fake pills can also damage the brain." Instantly, the surrounding gazes turned strange. "Su Dongjin, do you guys consider me brainless? I'm warning you, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll bite you." Lu Yunfei held back Su Dongjin, who was about to fly into a rage. "Come, drink some water." "Okay, I'll drink water first and deal with you later." The toy store was large, with over a dozen people crowded together, hiding behind the closed glass door, facing off with the zombie guard outside. The old man was chatting happily with it, talking past each other, having a great time. Lu Yunfei selected a Scream Chicken toy, opened the glass door slightly, and threw it out. The Scream Chicken hit the first floor and shrieked horribly. The security zombie took rigid zombie steps, tumbling down the unmoving escalator. With the zombie dealt with, Lu Yunfei opened the toy store door and continued going upstairs. The third floor was the children's clothing area. Lu Yunfei picked up a few pretty little dresses. "Su Dongjin, didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby." Lu Yunfei replied, "We'll dress our future daughter in them." Su Dongjin opened the window beside her and poked half her head out emotionlessly. "Wow, it's really high," she thought, slightly afraid of heights. Jumping out the window was definitely too difficult. Su Dongjin silently pulled her head back in. She was ready to look for another way to die. The fourth floor was the women's clothing section. Lu Yunfei picked out a few down jackets for Su Dongjin. Su Dongjin firmly refused and set her eyes on another store. Ni Luo whispered angrily, "What are you doing? I want to wear a mink coat." "Are you crazy? It's the middle of summer." Since the apocalypse, the weather had become very strange. There were no longer 4 seasons. Only 2. Scorching heat and freezing cold. Right now was the scorching season. But to prevent infection and zombie attacks, everyone dressed in long sleeves and pants. Su Dongjin hugged the mink tightly. "I want to wear mink. I want to wear mink. It's fake fur. I want it. I want it. If you wear something so thick, how will you run if zombies attack?" "Exactly, so I can't run." Su Dongjin blinked her big eyes innocently, refusing to let go of the mink coat. "Zombies are coming. Suddenly, someone screamed. Everyone turned to see a cleaning ant zombie wandering out from the restroom. Ni Luo raised his gun, only to discover to his shock that his gun was broken. Broken? How could that happen? Ni Luo reached into the gun and pulled out several green vines. Vines from Zhengshu. Everyone scattered in panic. The old man took 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, barely moving on the spot. Su Dongqin ran over to pull him. The cleaning ant zombie targeted Su Dongqin's tender flesh and lunged for a bite. Feeling the pressure on her arm, Su Dongqin trembled with excitement. Finally, she was going to die. Su Dongqin. Ni Luo shouted, kicking the zombie away with full force. Su Dongqin looked down happily, only to discover that the young cleaning ant was already using fake teeth. And of poor quality too. They didn't even leave a hole in her beloved mink coat. Su Dongqin, extremely disappointed. For a moment, everyone stood silently, then suddenly rushed to grab the fur coats. Ni Luo stayed still for a moment, then quietly picked one as well. Su Dongqin, show some respect for me. Chapter 10. When the people on the first floor saw those coming down from the second floor were all wearing mink coats, the expressions on their faces were truly amazing. The crowd following behind Lu Yunfei gave looks of contempt. You fools wouldn't understand. Ni Luo suggested to Lu Yunfei. Why don't you wear one too? Lu Yunfei replied. It's fine. You guys go ahead. Su Dongqin understood the look in Lu Yunfei's eyes. There's absolutely no way I'm doing something this idiotic. Su Dongqin, fake smile without warmth. After heading downstairs, Su Dongqin was surprised to discover that everyone had naturally, almost secretly, divided themselves into 2 groups. One group followed Zhengshu, armed soldiers, and some Beitrenchin. The other group, led by Lu Yunfei, was a fake mink brigade. A circle of armed soldiers stood around Zhengshu. He waved his thick, sturdy vine-like arms, glaring viciously at Lu Yunfei. Su Dongqin didn't quite understand why Zhengshu had become enemies with Lu Yunfei. Could it be because of the male lead spotlight? Lu Yunfei stepped forward and picked up the supplies. Zhengshu said, put it on the vehicle. Lu Yunfei walked out first. The fake mink brigade behind him hesitated, hugging their supplies while trailing behind. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the shopping mall's glass entrance shattered before Lu Yunfei's eyes. Su Dongqin hugged her mink and used it to cover herself and Lu Yunfei. Everyone scrambled into their minks for shelter. Zhengshu's team, who didn't have minks, were hit by the flying shards of glass, bleeding heavily. What the hell happened? Zhengshu shouted angrily. Z-zombie. That zombie can smash doors. Nearby, a zombie stood atop a car roof, lifting a massive rock above its head before slamming it down again. That was how the entrance glass had shattered moments ago. So terrifying. Behind the zombie, countless more zombies rushed in with claws and gnashing teeth. Zhengshu wildly swung his vines while running toward the back exit of the mall. The armed soldiers beside him panicked and shot bullets randomly. For a moment, the scene turned into utter chaos. Intense sunlight poured in, and the zombies moved twice as slowly compared to the night. The mall doors were now broken. This was the city's most bustling district. Countless pedestrian zombies swarmed in. Ayah! Everyone screamed frantically. The fake mink brigade ran around in panic, weighed down by their thick coats, drenched in sweat, faces flushed and pale. I feel like I'm getting heat stroke. I feel kind of dizzy too. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, the fake mink brigade collapsed from heat exhaustion. The brainless zombies, unable to distinguish, simply ignored these still, soundless things. Zhengshu's fleeing team. They wanted to pretend to be dead too, but lacked the guts to do so. Get on. Lu Yunfei suddenly pulled out a small electric scooter from his space and grabbed Su Dongqin onto it. Su Dongqin nervously said, you need a helmet. Lu Yunfei. The scooter started up, with Ni Luo at the back, Su Dongqin sandwiched in the middle, and Lu Yunfei seated in front. The 3 of them crowded together like stacked cats. Lu Yunfei drove, and Ni Luo guarded the rear. Su Dongqin's job was to be cute. My head's falling off. My head's falling off. Su Dongqin screamed. That's your helmet, not your head. Ni Luo slapped the helmet onto her head. Oh, without the helmet, Su Dongqin's field of vision immediately widened. Hot summer wind, mixed with the stench of zombies, blew into her nose. She leaned forward slightly, catching the cold, snow-like scent from Lu Yunfei's body. She couldn't help but sniff, again and again. Beep, beep. What's wrong? Su Dongqin flinched, her face slightly red and flustered, pulling her face away from Lu Yunfei's back. Then she clearly saw the distinct face-shaped mark on his back, like a facial mask. Because it was so hot, she had sweat so much, it was definitely not her fault. Su Dongqin reached out and rubbed it, then rubbed again. It didn't come off. Instead, she ended up adding 2 small streaks to the mask-like mark, almost as if crying. It's out of power. Lu Yunfei used his long legs to stop the scooter. Ni Luo jumped off first. Lu Yunfei followed. Su Dongqin struggled with her short legs, huffing and puffing. Ah! The sleek electric scooter immediately fell over, landing on Su Dongqin's legs. Ni Luo quickly lifted it off. Are you okay? Just as Su Dongqin was about to hop back up, she suddenly got a clever idea. Such a great chance to play dead. How could she possibly miss it? My leg is broken. It's really broken. Leave me behind. Please, just leave me already. Lu Yunfei, who was about to walk past. No way. Dongqin, I will never leave you behind. No, just leave me already. Or I'll bite you for sure. Grrrrrr. The zombie behind them swung its arms excitedly and chased closer. Su Dongqin screamed, flailed her short legs, then fell flat on the ground with a loud plop. Wah. It seems like her leg might actually be broken. It's fine, it's just sprained. Lu Yunfei, barefoot doctor, performed a barefoot diagnosis, then calmly took out a piece of rope from his space, quickly tying Su Donqin onto his back. With her legs spread wide, Su Donqin hung from Lu Yunfei, looking utterly hopeless. Lu Yunfei said, "It's okay, Donqin. This is a method used to tie live pigs. It's very strong. No matter how much you move, you won't fall off." Su Donqin, forced to become a living pig, went, "I know you're doing this on purpose." Suddenly, a roar similar to a wild beast came from the entrance of the mall. Su Donqin looked up and saw that the zombie who had smashed the door earlier stood there, head tilted back in a howling position. The other zombies, who had been running wild, quickly retreated, looking rather dispirited. Those who returned late even got beaten up by the leader zombie. In an instant, all the zombies vanished from the street. That was truly miraculous. Ai Luo's face turned grim. The zombies are mutating. Su Donqin tilted her head. Mutating? Humans can have special abilities, so can zombies. Recalling things from her past life, Ai Luo sighed deeply. Human abilities will grow stronger over time, but the zombies' evolution is also unstoppable. One day, humans and zombies will become true enemies. Everyone returned to the area near the armored vehicle. Zheng Shu was sitting inside the armored vehicle, gasping for breath. After this zombie outbreak, he now resembled a mummy, completely dried out. Almost all the armed soldiers around him had been wiped out. Scattered vines lay on the ground, still slightly wriggling. Lu Yunfei, carrying Su Donqin on his back, squatted down. Su Donqin awkwardly stretched both legs wide in an uncomfortable split. "Bro, can't you give me a warning next time?" Trembling in her legs, Su Donqin struggled to pull herself tighter. Lu Yunfei picked up a green seed, thought for a moment, then closed his palm. When he opened it again, the seed had vanished. Su Donqin asked, "Why do you always like picking up weird stuff?" Afraid of another zombie attack, everyone quickly found a secure, easily defensible place to rest and regroup, then counted heads. Zheng Shu's team had suffered heavy losses. As for the fake mink brigade, no one was missing. The fake mink brigade burst into tears. What amazing luck. Everyone was exhausted. After eating some hard, dry buns, they all fell asleep. "I'll apply some medicinal wine and massage it a bit. You'll feel better." In a dark corner, the girl's baggy pant leg was pulled up, revealing a pale, slender calf. Under the faint moonlight, it glowed like jade, even her pink toes perfectly lovely. A man's hand, pale and elegant, gently cradled that delicate foot. He turned his body to block other people's view. Su Donqin looked down, noticing her own ankle. Upon closer inspection, there was a bit of swelling, but not severe. Lu Yunfei rubbed medicinal wine onto his hands, then gripped her slender ankle and pressed firmly. Shu. Lu Yunfei stuffed a towel into Su Donqin's mouth. "Be quiet, Donqin. Don't attract zombies." He paused, then added, "Everyone else is sleeping, don't wake them up." Su Donqin stared with wide, red, tear-filled eyes. This is revenge. Definitely revenge. After being treated by barefoot Dr. Lu Yunfei, Su Donqin was drenched in sweat and too weak to move. She leaned against Lu Yunfei, her shoulder pressed to his, and immediately fell asleep with her eyes half closed. Lu Yunfei reached out, removed the towel from her mouth. Then he gently closed her mouth. In the dark night, something seemed to stir. Su Donqin scratched her arm absent-mindedly. Her fingers touched something soft and squishy. Still half asleep, she opened her eyes and came face to face with a small green vine. This piece of vine was fresh and tender, completely different from Zheng Shu's nasty ones. It even had a small green leaf on top, slightly curled. Adorable. The young green vine tilted its head. Su Donqin tilted hers too. It shook the leaf on its head. Su Donqin. Su Donqin opened her mouth, about to scream, but Lu Yunfei quickly covered her lips. "Shu." Su Donqin trembled in Lu Yunfei's arms. "There's a monster here." Lu Yunfei pulled out his axe from the backpack behind him and chopped off the vine. The poor little vine shivered in pain, then quickly vanished without a trace. Su Donqin clung to Lu Yunfei and sobbed with soft whimpers. The man gently patted her head, while his other hand rested on her slim waist. A flash of light green passed across his fingertips. His eyes were very dark, nearly black, even more intense against the thick night. He tilted his head slightly, looking a bit puzzled. The tender green branch shot out again, winding swiftly along the man's slender, pale fingers like a little green snake, trying to sneak into Su Donqin's hair. Lu Yunfei frowned and pinched it off. The tender shoot disappeared once more. Lu Yunfei closed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. Earlier he had picked up Zheng Shu's seed. Seeds can grow inside his space, but they need spiritual spring water to water them. Not easy to control. They tend to crawl out on their own. Lu Yunfei's gaze shifted to Su Donqin. And it seems to like her? Always trying to climb onto her. Or maybe it actually likes living people. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes and gently patted Su Donqin, giving her a sip of water. "Go to sleep. It's okay." Su Donqin lowered her eyelids, instantly falling asleep without a care. Su Donqin thought she had slept for a long time, but it was really only a short while. Lying on her side, she slightly opened one eye. She saw moonlight pouring down from the huge window like frost. The man stood there, holding his axe high overhead. Su Donqin squeezed her eyes shut. "Whoa. Goodbye, Mama. Tonight she will depart forever." Bang! The axe came down, striking the ground right above Su Donqin's head. Su Donqin felt her scalp prickle, instinctively pulling her neck down. A soft, squishy vine fell down, sticking onto Su Donqin's face, until the man used the axe handle to brush it away. "Su Donqin, just how much do you dislike my face?" Lu Yunfei held the little piece of vine and tossed it out the window. Then he calmly sat down, carefully cleaned his beloved little axe, applied some Beikai baby cream on it, and put it back into his little backpack. Looking at the leftover cream on his fingertip, Lu Yunfei generously smeared it onto Su Dongqing's face. A dab on the forehead, the nose, each cheek, and the chin. Then, without hesitation, he rubbed it all over that fair, soft, baby-faced little face. Su Dongqing stiffened her neck and pretended to be asleep. QAQ. I'd rather be an axe than this. After a night's sleep, the next morning Su Dongqing slowly stood up, supporting her stiff, aching waist from holding still all night, letting out a soft, pitiful moan. My waist hurts. Everyone's not-so-innocent glances shot straight over. Don't think we don't know what you two did last night. Lu Yunfei said gently. Little kids don't even have a waist. Chapter 11. The sky brightened. N.I. Luo glanced at Su Dongqing, who was biting into a piece of bread, then hesitated before walking over to Lu Yunfei. Pretty in pink. Is she of age? Lu Yunfei gave N.I. Luo a look. N.I. Luo coughed lightly. If she isn't, you're breaking the law. Wait, no, this was the apocalypse era now. Whether laws were broken or not didn't really matter anymore. Still, N.I. Luo's phoenix eyes had widened into perfect circles. You wouldn't really. Su Dongqing looked far too fresh and tender. She appeared underage. She's of age, Lu Yunfei answered coldly. 19. N.I. Luo instinctively nodded, then asked, what about you? 20. So young. She herself was 25. N.I. Luo rubbed her face, then walked over to Su Dongqing, pulling a box of Beikai baby cream from her pocket. Su Dongqing, you're robbing me, N.I. Luo whispered. Don't think I don't know you stole that from Lu Yunfei too. Su Dongqing, sniffles. After properly applying the cream to maintain her 25-year-old skin, N.I. Luo walked off contentedly. Su Dongqing, so wronged. Because of the recent zombie swarm, the old armored vehicle had developed some issues. Everyone could only stay put for repairs, waiting until the vehicle was fixed before continuing the journey. During these waiting days, Su Dongqing noticed something odd. Broken vines kept showing up in her clothes. At first, she didn't think much of it, but when she saw Zheng Shu's vine-covered arm waving about, her mind snapped alert. Could these vines be Zheng Shu's? Su Dongqing lifted her gaze toward Zheng Shu's direction. Zheng Shu just happened to glance her way too. In these past few days, everyone had been acting in groups. Zheng Shu hadn't found an opportunity to approach Su Dongqing. His soul had been haunted. Once he met Su Dongqing's pair of dewy big eyes, unbearable yearnings surged within him. She looked just too beautiful, even increasingly beautiful, like she was being nourished daily by some heavenly dew, more and more delicate and enchanting. Just standing there, she naturally inspired affection and concern, and a strong desire to dominate her. Best if she started crying. Locking eyes with Zheng Shu, Su Dongqing instantly confirmed it. Zheng Shu definitely was that pervert. When she angrily told Lu Yunfei about it, her little face was puffed up like a round little bun. Of course, she was a pretty little bun. The vine man is too perverted. Lu Yunfei twitched his fingertips, snapping off a tiny green shoot hidden under his sleeve. The man stood there politely and handsome, smiling gently like a bright breeze. Yes, he really is quite perverted. Su Dongqing was still upset. She began trying hard to recall how Zheng Shu died. Can't remember. Because of the vine issue, Zheng Shu now ranked number 2 on Su Dongqing's pervert search list, page 1, and he would likely stay on top permanently. And who was number 1? None other than the head-chopping psychopath right beside her, Lu Yunfei. Nobody could ever dethrone Lu Yunfei in Su Dongqing's mind. So, for the sake of preserving her purity, Su Dongqing chose to stick to Lu Yunfei all day long. She firmly believed that among perverts, there's always a worse one. And Lu Yunfei was the worst pervert of them all. Only he could suppress the freaks of this apocalyptic world. Moreover, Su Dongqing firmly believed Lu Yunfei had no interest in her. Why was she so confident? Because Lu Yunfei had obsessive sexual cleanliness. This mental issue causing abnormal sexual behavior originated from his family. Both his parents were doctors. From childhood, the concept they had drilled into him was, everything is unclean, which caused Lu Yunfei to develop a psychological disorder. He couldn't even bear kissing. If accidentally kissed, he would experience nausea, dizziness, or even fainting. It's said this setting was specially made by the author to comply with the Xinjiang platform's censorship standards. Faced with such an immaculate male lead, Su Dongqing said she was very satisfied. The pitch-black night. Su Dongqing suddenly woke up. She looked down and came face to face with a little vine resembling Dongqing. The little vine had sneaked into her clothes, squirming around like an eel. When caught, it stared at Su Dongqing in a daze. Su Dongqing's face turned to terror as she immediately pinched Lu Yunfei awake to report. It wants to steal my clothes. The man slowly opened his eyes. Just a slight glance. The little vine disappeared without a trace. Su Dongqing, as expected, with the male lead stepping in, even a group of perverts stands no chance. Su Dongqing relaxed. Once relaxed, she suddenly felt the urge to pee. The group had temporarily taken shelter in a warehouse. There were no restrooms inside the warehouse. To use the toilet, one had to go outside, turn left, and head upstairs to the second floor. It had only one stall. Everyone had always preferred to go in groups, afraid of unexpected incidents. N.I. Luo, who had also been woken up by Su Dongqing, asked, "What's wrong?" "Need to pee." Su Dongqing firmly refused N.I. Luo's offer and marched upstairs all by herself with great confidence, only to immediately tuck in her little neck. It was so dark. Except for scheduled power supply and survival zones, the entire city was plunged in darkness. The hallway was both pitch black and long. Footsteps echoed. Su Dongqin's legs trembled like a sieve. The echo itself trembled like Parkinson's. She regretted it. She wanted to hold hands with Inai Luo to the restroom. Dragging her feet and glancing around, Su Dongqin finally entered the toilet and quickly pushed open the only door, locking it behind her. The toilet was old, clearly some ancient relic. When Su Dongqin shut the door, she even felt as if it were about to fall apart. The place smelled really bad, so Su Dongqin decided to be quick. Just as she stood still, something suddenly fell off. Su Dongqin looked down. Through the small window beside her, she saw a trembling vine slowly snaking in through a gap, trying to fiddle with the lock. With a startled scream, she lifted her foot and gave a hard kick. The old, worn toilet door was thus kicked completely off its hinges. The entire door panel crashed down. Right behind it, Zheng Shu, who had been waiting to ambush, was crushed beneath it. Zheng was short and thin, dry like an old man. Under the weight of the massive wooden panel, nothing could be seen. Su Dongqin didn't even get a glimpse. She kept her mouth open wide, too scared to make a sound, then ran out frantically, even stomping on the wooden panel a couple of times to express her horror. Zheng Shu was nearly trampled into unconsciousness. Su Dongqin ran out of the toilet and slammed straight into someone. The man leaned against the wall, his small ragged leather backpack on his back. His posture was upright, exuding a sense of laziness. Between his fingers was a cigarette, already lit. A tiny glowing ember flickering faintly, barely illuminating the gentle, refined good looks of his fair face. What happened? He turned around, his face half hidden in the shadows. Su Dongqin trembled in fear just looking at him. There's a pervert. Where? Su Dongqin turned even paler, shakingly pointing at the women's restroom. Then she tried to drag Lu Yunfei inside with her. Lu Yunfei stood at the doorway, his hand gently touching Su Dongqin's face. This is the women's restroom, Su Dongqin insisted. Then from now on, I'll use the men's with you. Lu Yunfei. Something rustled inside the restroom. Su Dongqin's face paled further. After hesitating briefly, Lu Yunfei took out a cloth, covered his nose and mouth, then walked in. Su Dongqin followed like a timid little quail, clinging to the hem of Lu Yunfei's clothes. She carefully peeked in with only half her little head showing. Inside the restroom, aside from the shattered door Su Dongqin had kicked open, there was absolutely nothing. Lu Yunfei signaled Su Dongqin with his eyes. Nothing's here. Su Dongqin Werchek Ly said. Maybe I saw it wrong. Lu Yunfei nodded, ready to leave, when that tiny hand tugged at him again. I haven't even gone to the toilet yet. Lu Yunfei still didn't speak, merely gestured with his eyes. In this pitch darkness, who the hell could see your bulbous eyes? I just can't hold it anymore. Then came a long series of soft, whining noises. The girl's voice was soft and delicate, slightly hoarse, her tone a little urgent, making her sound especially pitiful. Lu Yunfei's gaze darkened, becoming deep and mysterious. He swallowed hard. What invaded his nostrils now wasn't the weird smell from the toilet, but the faint, sweet fragrance from Su Dongqin. Indescribable like a flower, yet more intoxicating than anything else. Corrupting, sweet all the way to the bones. Slowly, the man loosened the cloth covering his mouth and nose. His voice was warm, like flowing water gently striking jade. Then I'll stay with you. Okay. Su Dongqin's eyes lit up instantly. With this mighty guardian around, who'd dare even approach? Her eyes sparkling with delight, she waited eagerly for Lu Yunfei to leave and wait for her. Lu Yunfei gazed at her, his own eyes filled with a tender smile. Su Dongqin's face dropped slightly. She cautiously asked, You aren't going out? Lu Yunfei tilted his head, actually looking somewhat innocent. Dongqin is scared, right? I'll just stay here and keep you company. After saying that, Lu Yunfei still wore his usual gentle and refined expression, but Su Dongqin saw it as the smile of a demon. No, not a demon, more like an evil spirit, a devil, a pervert. I'll turn around. Dongqin can go ahead. Su Dongqin was dumbfounded. The restroom had only one stall, and just moments ago she had broken the door. Su Dongqin looked up at the man's thin, tall back, then became aware again of her own bladder, which was about to burst. Although she was desperate to die and dreamed of ascending to paradise as soon as possible, she really didn't want to die from being unable to pee. Finally, Su Dongqin let out a determined humph. She was going all in. A living person wouldn't actually die from holding in pee, right? Su Dongqin quickly took off her coat, covered her head with it, and happily began using the toilet in the dark. Lu Yunfei, who saw everything in the mirror in front of him, covering one's ears while stealing a bell, like an ostrich burying its head in sand. After finally finishing her important business, Su Dongqin hurriedly pulled the coat off her head, only to discover that Lu Yunfei was already gone. Su Dongqin rushed out immediately. The man was standing by the doorway, staring at something. Su Dongqin grabbed onto him right away. Lu Yunfei shifted sideways, dodging her. Su Dongqin looked at him with deep which, don't you love Beikai anymore? I haven't washed my hands. There's no water. Lu Yunfei took out a bottle of water from his backpack, opened it, and she used Su Dongqin to hold out her hands. Su Dongqin stretched her hands out, and clear water poured down. Those two soft, tender little white hands were now clean. Su Dongqin shook off the water droplets from her small hands, while Lu Yunfei took out a piece of cloth and carefully wiped her hands dry, looking exactly like someone gently reassuring a subject before performing an autopsy. Su Dongqin was scared, and being scared made her want to pee again, but she could hold it. When Su Dongqin and Lu Yunfei came downstairs from the second floor, Zheng Shu was already seated in his boss chair, looking rather presentable. If you ignored the bruises on his face caused by the wooden panel, Su Dongqin immediately confirmed it. Zheng Shu was the pervert who had tried to open the toilet door earlier and do something vile. Su Donqin tightly pinched Lu Yunfei's arm, her face deathly pale. This pitiful little sight immediately made Zheng Shu's face flush red, his anger and something else barely contained. Just now, he almost succeeded. What's wrong? Ni Luo noticed Su Donqin's unease. Su Donqin was just about to pour out tearful accusations. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei covered her mouth with one hand, forcefully poured a mouthful of water into her, and softly comforted. It's okay, don't be afraid. How could there be ghosts in this world? Ni Luo immediately wore a scornful expression. Such a grown-up person, still scared of ghosts, HMPF. Su Donqin, where'cha? Lu Yunfei pulled Su Donqin to a corner, gently pinched her soft cheeks, and took out a piece of candy from his pocket. Donqin, do you remember what day it is today? Sniffling and crying, Su Donqin answered. My anniversary of dying next year. Lu Yunfei gently grabbed Su Donqin's sleeve, wiped her nose, and shook his head. No, it's my birthday. Su Donqin suddenly remembered. Indeed, today was the male lead's birthday. Lu Yunfei's smile was very gentle, too gentle, even, in a strange and eerie way. Su Donqin immediately felt her hair stand on end. Because he had mentioned his birthday, Su Donqin suddenly remembered something else. According to the original plot, the female antagonist had pushed Lu Yunfei into a horde of zombies twice on his birthday. Once, Lu Yunfei Chongsheng. The second time, Lu Yunfei had awakened a unique special ability in this apocalyptic world. Su Donqin knew that Lu Yunfei's special ability was incredibly devastating and unstoppable. She thought, if the male lead, who didn't even have his special powers, could dominate the crowd with just an axe, how unstoppable would he be once he gained his abilities? Unfortunately, the plot had deviated ever since she was transported into this novel. This meant that so far, Lu Yunfei hadn't awakened his special ability. Would this affect the male lead's path to ultimate dominance? Su Donqin glanced at Lu Yunfei's axe and silently mused. Well, the male lead was already the most domineering one. No one could surpass his overbearing might. Chapter 12. The original female lead pushed Lu Yunfei into the zombie horde because, just as they were about to enter the survival zone hand in hand and start a new life together, she suddenly noticed a bite wound on Lu Yunfei's body. At that time, they were both standing on top of a container. The weather was gloomy, the wind howled violently, and below them were piles upon piles of zombies. The entrance to the survival zone was within arm's reach. Armed soldiers had spotted them and were preparing to rescue the pair. The man, who had once been handsome and lean, had become pale and gaunt, saving all the food for the woman he loved. Despite his frail appearance, he radiated a brilliance like pearls and diamonds. Yet in the face of death, all of this seemed so insignificant. In front of others, the original female lead was a saintly white lotus flower. But when faced with Lu Yunfei, she pushed him down without hesitation. His fragile body plummeted into the mass of zombies and was swallowed in an instant. She knelt there, sobbing as if her heart would break. Su Donqin called those crocodile tears. In fact, after the male lead was reborn and returned, he had still given the original female lead a second chance. It was still on the same container, still surrounded by groaning zombies. When the original female lead saw the bite mark on Lu Yunfei's wrist, she didn't even ask why and made the exact same choice as in her previous life. But what was different this time was that Lu Yunfei pulled her down with him. Lu Yunfei had a spatial ability. The original female lead did not. When surrounded by zombies, Lu Yunfei retreated into his space and activated his powerful ability. The original female lead, on the other hand, became the zombies' buffet. In truth, Su Donqin should also have pushed Lu Yunfei into the zombie horde so that he could awaken his overlord-like power, and then she could pass away in peace. Unfortunately, there were no zombies or containers here. Su Donqin tilted her head upward at a melancholic 45-degree angle toward the sky, only to bump into Lu Yunfei's chin. The man covered his mouth with his hand, blood leaking between his fingers. Su Donqin. She hadn't done it on purpose. The smell of blood will attract zombies. Zheng Shu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pointed directly at Lu Yunfei. Go outside and clean yourself up. Outside was pitch black. Sending Lu Yunfei, who couldn't even lift a chicken, out there was essentially feeding him to the zombies. Su Donqin immediately stood up. I'll go with you. Okay. Lu Yunfei held on to Su Donqin's little hand, and the two of them walked out together. Zheng Shu glared at them for half a moment before suddenly moving as well. It was very dark outside. Lu Yunfei led Su Donqin onto the roof of the armored vehicle. Sit higher, see further, and die faster. Su Donqin nodded eagerly. You're the male lead, so of course everything you say goes. Lu Yunfei released her hand, revealing his blood-streaked lips. By the moonlight, Su Donqin carefully leaned in to take a closer look. He bit my tongue. Lu Yunfei spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. His thin lips were tightly pressed together, and his usual gentle curve remained, as cold and distant as ever. Even when spitting blood, this elegant man still managed to look disgustingly good-looking. And given that Lu Yunfei was naturally a pearl-like nobleman, the bloody spit added a bit of fierceness to his otherwise composed demeanor, like a single-layer red lotus blooming amidst a field of white ones, shocking and mesmerizing. Su Donqin inexplicably thought he looked edible. Then she immediately slapped herself. She was the one who was supposed to be edible, yet now she was even fantasizing about others? She cradled her own head, wondering if her brain had gone bad. Maybe she had drunk too much water? She shook her head gently. No water duck. Quang quang quang. Suddenly, a sound came from inside the armored truck. Su Dongjin looked down and saw a vine extend from under the truck and unlock the cargo door. Su Dongjin watched in confusion as the door swung open. A little head peeked out. Then another. And another. Su Dongjin was delighted to see her beloved little companions again. The little guys cried joyfully, "Ayo, ayo, ayo, ayo." Su Dongjin enthusiastically responded. But then she suddenly noticed that these little companions looked strangely familiar. Weren't these the bait squad that always followed Jingshu? Looking again, Su Dongjin finally noticed green vines clinging to the bait squad members' bodies. Some vines were broken, others not, binding those who had already turned into zombies. Su Dongjin felt a little strange. There were more and more zombies. Su Dongjin couldn't help but wonder if this carriage was actually a bottomless pit. Dongjin. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei's voice came from behind her. Su Dongjin turned her head and saw the man revealing his wrist with a pale face. Su Dongjin's sharp eyes caught sight of a bite mark. What the hell was going on? What was happening? I've been bitten by a zombie. The man's gaze remained calm, his expression serene, his dark eyes staring painfully at Su Dongjin, making Su Dongjin feel like today would be her doom day. Wait a second, didn't this scene look somewhat familiar? Before Su Dongjin could sort out her thoughts, the man suddenly swayed and fell backward, his face deathly pale. Behind him were zombies with sharp claws, ready to accept their buffet. No! Su Dongjin cried out in shock and immediately stretched out her own Kong hand. The man's hand slipped from her wrist, his slim body falling backward. Su Dongjin was scared. What a disaster. Don't crush her little cuties. Lu Yunfei squatted in his beautifully arranged, almost fairyland-like space, watching Su Dongjin lying motionless on the ground like a corpse. She had followed him and jumped down too. Did she actually want to save him? If Su Dongjin were conscious now, she would definitely cry and swear it wasn't true. She had simply tripped while running over and just ended up in his arms. Lu Yunfei lifted his sleeve and rinsed his arm in the spiritual spring water. The bite mark on his wrist immediately vanished. In fact, he had bitten himself. Lu Yunfei had already noticed Jingshu binding those baits who had been bitten by zombies and shoving them into the carriage. Earlier, when Jingshu told him to go out, he already guessed what Jingshu was planning. He just hadn't expected Su Dongjin to follow him out. The man's fingertips glided over Su Dongjin's cheek. His fingers were slightly long, pale with a hint of pinkness, gently sliding over Su Dongjin's soft white cheek, leaving a streak of blood. The blood slid along her temple, gathering at the curve of her ear. Delicate strands of red winding like blood threads spiraling on jade. Seemed like she had felt pain. Su Dongjin mumbled slightly, but didn't wake up. Lu Yunfei silently stared at Su Dongjin for a long time before picking her up, grabbing her collar, and plunging her into the spiritual spring water for a rinse, then another rinse, just like dunking vegetables in hot pot. From head to toe, Su Dongjin felt like she had a dream. In the dream, she had become a white radish, the kind with green leafy tops. Someone had grabbed her green top and dunked and scrubbed her in a clear broth hot pot. As a radish, she tried to catch her breath, but was forcefully pressed down and forced to swallow several mouthfuls of clear broth. Spit actually tasted quite good. Su Dongjin didn't know how much of the broth she had consumed. When she woke up, she saw the magnified face of Enai Luo. "Ah, you idiot." Enai Luo smacked her with a slap. Poor, simple Su Dongjin immediately felt her head buzzing. You could sleep so soundly, even with a fire breaking out. If it weren't for Lu Yunfei noticing something was wrong in time, today they all would have been roasted humans. Fire? When did it start? Su Dongjin looked up and saw that the warehouse in front of her had somehow been engulfed in raging flames. The old man was escaping in 2 or 3 hurried steps. Enai Luo dragged him over with one arm. "Thank you, young lady." The old man politely expressed his gratitude. Su Dongjin glanced at the old man, who was now talking to a zombie. The zombie hobbled one step at a time, groaning. Hee. The old man said, "Oh, why aren't you responding? Are all girls nowadays in menopause?" Su Dongjin asked, "Aren't they teenagers? Besides, he's clearly male." The old man said, Eat. Eat what?" Enai Luo expressionlessly eliminated the zombie, then tossed the old man onto the car. Suddenly, countless vines burst from the warehouse consumed by raging flames, as if trying to extinguish the fire. But vines themselves were flammable. Instead of putting out the fire, they intensified it. Rustle, rustle, pop, pop. The vines were gradually devoured. Suddenly, bang! The warehouse door collapsed with a loud crash. Crawling out from inside was a dark, blackened, vegetable person. It was Jingshu. Jingshu was entirely wrapped in vines, forcing his way out. Looking at the fire-escaping figure, Su Dongjin thought involuntarily of Wang Jin. Another eunuch's birth? The accompanying doctor hurriedly lifted the person up, peeled away the outer vines, and after a careful examination, discovered that Jingshu was already dead. His entire body had been burned into a black charcoal. Poor Jingshu hadn't even become a eunuch yet. No wonder his name was Jingshu. Turns out he was meant to be steamed. Su Dongjin had no time to care about Jingshu. She grabbed Enai Luo and asked, "Where's Lu Yunfei?" Enai Luo frowned. "Isn't he with you?" Su Dongjin suddenly remembered. Lu Yunfei seemed to have fallen into a pile of zombies. The girl's face immediately turned pale. "Don't worry." Enai Luo tried to comfort her. Lu Yunfei he. Su Dongjin never expected that today would be Lu Yunfei's doom day. Inside the dark warehouse, everyone scattered in panic. Jingshu had raging flames behind him. He swung his vines, feeling the intense heat pressing in from all sides. Thick black smoke filled the air, stinging Jingshu's eyes. He leaned forward on the ground, dragging himself with great difficulty. An axe was embedded in his leg. That leg was already soaked in blood, flesh torn and mangled. Slowly emerging from behind Zhang Shu was a figure, dressed in a form-fitting camouflage suit, with a backpack slung over his shoulders. Zhang Shu narrowed his eyes, expression filled with fear. Lu Yunfei. The man approached, stopping about a meter away from Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu looked down at the axe embedded in his own leg, and immediately understood. It was Lu Yunfei who had ambushed him. Otherwise, he would have already escaped from this burning warehouse. Zhang Shu sneered. You're asking for death. Vines shot toward Lu Yunfei from all directions. Lu Yunfei stood still, not even raising his eyelids. A vine also sprouted from behind him. Thin and small, it couldn't compare to Zhang Shu's thick vines at all. Faced with Zhang Shu's sturdy vines, this thin vine immediately shrank back in fear. Worthless. Lu Yunfei sneered coldly, pulling his axe from Zhang Shu's leg before skillfully cutting off all of Zhang Shu's vines. The smoke was too thick, Zhang Shu couldn't see anything. Stumbling to his feet, he looked at his now bare arms and raged. Then, countless vines burst from his body. His form rapidly swelled, like a tree soaked in water, grotesquely expanding. Lu Yunfei's fingers caressed the bloodstained axe. His calm, icy eyes grew deep and shadowy, like whirlpools from a dark abyss. In the next instant, that thin little vine shot out from his fingertips, weaving between the thick vines, and ultimately drilling straight into Zhang Shu's head. The little vine retrieved a green crystal and let out a gao wu before swallowing it whole. Zhang Shu screamed in excruciating pain. His body was pierced by vines, turning into a green cocoon-like mass that smashed through the warehouse door. I'm here. A weak voice came from a corner. Lu Yunfei slowly dragged himself out, his face pale. Lu Yunfei, what's wrong with you? N.I. Luo stepped forward in concern, though she didn't reach out to support him, just scanned him up and down. Just caught a little chill earlier. Seems like I have a fever. N.I. Luo had already gotten used to Lu Yunfei's constant weakness. She asked, you weren't bitten by a zombie, were you? Lu Yunfei opened his mouth slightly, instinctively looking towards Su Donqin. Su Donqin immediately said, no, he just went to pee. After saying that, Su Donqin quickly dragged Lu Yunfei toward the car. Although the male lead was practically invincible, N.I. Luo still had her female lead's aura. If N.I. Luo decided to shoot Lu Yunfei with one bullet, that death would end up being blamed on her. Panting heavily, Su Donqin heaved Lu Yunfei into the car, then anxiously began digging through her small bag. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Want any drinks? Paraquat? Glyphosate? Or arsenic? Lu Yunfei glanced at the beverages in her hand and stubbornly grabbed a bottle of mineral water, labeled spiritual spring water. A failed attempt to win his favor left Su Donqin feeling heartbroken. Chapter 13. Lu Yunfei had a fever. His pale cheeks were tinged with a delicate shade of red. He leaned against Su Donqin, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. The man was very handsome, with black hair half damp and a slender frame. Wrapped in a blanket, he looked so helpless that it made one's heart ache. This is the fever medicine. N.I. Luo came over with the medicine from the accompanying doctor. Su Donqin immediately tried to stuff it into Lu Yunfei's mouth. Unfortunately, the man refused to open his mouth at all. With no other choice, Su Donqin had to force his mouth open. The result of forcing him was that Su Donqin got bit hard by the man. Ow, ow, ow. Su Donqin gently blew on her sore little hand, suppressing the urge to shove pesticide into Lu Yunfei's throat, then began coaxing him to take the medicine. This is fever medicine. If you take it, you'll feel better. The man remained with his eyes closed, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as if caught in a nightmare. He felt a soft hand caressing his face with gentle warmth, like a marshmallow. The voice was also very pleasant, sweet, soft, almost childlike. Lu Yunfei was in no hurry to wake up, because it felt too good. It wasn't only the place where he lay but also the gentle, soothing voice right by his ear. Su Donqin gently pinched at his lips. The man clenched his jaw shut so tightly it was impressive, utterly unwilling to relax. What incredible vigilance. Su Donqin sighed and reached over, pinching Lu Yunfei's nose shut. Lu Yunfei reluctantly opened his mouth. Su Donqin happily shoved the fever medicine in forcefully, as if wishing she could shove it straight down his throat. After taking the medicine, the man's symptoms visibly eased a lot. In truth, Su Donqin wasn't worried at all, because Lu Yunfei had a spirit spring. As long as he soaked in it once, he'd be fine, so that Lu Yunfei could sneak into the space to soak in the spirit spring unnoticed. Su Donqin puffed and panted as she dragged out a sheet, carefully covering Lu Yunfei from head to toe. N.I. Luo, why did you choose a white sheet? Su Donqin, he likes white. N.I. Luo, then why cover his face too? Su Donqin looked down at Lu Yunfei, neatly lying under the white sheet, thought for a moment, and replied, I'm practicing ahead of time. Maybe one day she'd get to cover herself with one too. N.I. Luo. Although the armored vehicle had been fixed, Zhang Shu was dead, leaving the team leaderless. Those armed soldiers, relying on their guns, started acting however they pleased. When Zhang Shu was alive, we got 3 loaves of bread a day. Now it's only 1. Do they want us all to starve? Someone complained. Su Donqin tore off a piece of bread and tried to stuff it into Lu Yunfei's mouth. It's fine, you're not feeling well. Eat more. For Lu Yunfei, this low-quality bread was always meant to be left uneaten, meant to be saved for Su Donqin. Finally getting her chance, Su Donqin kept shoving it into his mouth. The man weakly leaned there, glancing up at Su Donqin. The girl blinked those clear, sparkling eyes, beautiful like midnight stars. Lu Yunfei raised a hand and gently pressed on Su Donqin's head before abruptly stuffing the half-eaten bread into her mouth. Ugh, you shouldn't be hungry either, Donqin. bread still moist from Lu Yunfei's saliva. Su Donqin didn't know whether to eat it or not. Looking at the lovey-dovey couple beside her, Ai Luo remarked, "Aren't they supposed to be one person per loaf? Why did they have to be so gross?" Swallowing the bread, Su Donqin looked tearfully touched. "I'm just too moved." Lu Yunfei rested the entire day and recovered significantly. He sat beside Su Donqin, exuding a crisp air of someone freshly refreshed. Su Donqin knew he must have secretly soaked in the spirit spring again. Zheng Shu's corpse had been discarded. Lu Yunfei asked Ai Luo, "How did the warehouse catch fire?" "There were always many flammable materials inside," Ai Luo replied. "Probably someone was careless. But no one could be that careless. In that entire fire, only Zheng Shu died. It was simply too strange. Clearly, someone had deliberately targeted Zheng Shu. However, Zheng had made far too many enemies in the survival zone. It was hard to say exactly who wanted him dead. So, will we still go to the oil field?" After getting through the zombie horde and the warehouse fire, the supplies they had brought were nearly depleted. What little remained could barely fetch a tiny amount of crude oil in exchange. Ai Luo said, "Now that we're here, we might as well give it a try." But it wasn't a decision solely up to Ai Luo. The armed soldiers had also split into two factions. One faction insisted on returning to the survival zone. The other wanted to go to the oil field. Facing these soldiers with weapons, Ai Luo performed a display of beheading a zombie from 100 paces away, and everyone quieted down. Then they all agreed to head toward the oil field. After half a day's drive in the armored vehicle, they arrived at the oil field. "We're here." Ai Luo's tone was heavy. Su Donqin followed Ai Luo's gaze. The oil field sign stood right ahead. The oil field wasn't large, consisting of just a small oil well. But even this small oil well was more than sufficient for its owner to live in luxury. The man who enjoyed this luxurious lifestyle was named Gu Deng. He was said to be a psychokinetic ability user. According to the character description, he was a cultured scoundrel. He enjoyed collecting beautiful women, keeping them like pets, making them bear his children. Then he gave them the name, breeding mothers. Ai Luo lowered his gaze and looked at Su Donqin's face. Suddenly, he reached out and smeared a layer of soot over her face. "We'll stay for 3 days. Endure like this, absolutely cannot reveal your face, understand?" Ai Luo, like a protective hen, was truly anxious. Su Donqin obediently nodded. The leader of the oil field was Gu Deng, a psychokinetic ability user. It was said that anyone who met his gaze would be instantly enthralled. Su Donqin remembered that this Gu Deng used to be a hypnotist for performances. Now he was practically developing in his professional field. Gu Deng himself didn't come out to greet them. Instead, they were received by the number 2 man from the oil field. And besides them, representatives from other survival zones had also come to exchange for crude oil. A large group of people crowded together, shouting and making a lot of noise. The number 2 man was named Shang Wei. He was said to be Gu Deng's brother-in-law. He didn't have any ability and had risen to power through favoritism. Following behind everyone, Su Donqin curiously peeked past others and saw a patch of farmland. You had to know, farmland was extremely rare these days. More importantly, it was a field of radishes. Plump, tender white radishes swayed in the wind. Su Donqin envied them so much that she drooled. She whispered, "I want to pull some radishes." Ai Luo, walking beside her, "Pull your mom. Why don't you go pull some zombies instead?" Shang Wei said, "I heard one of your plant element ability users died." "Yeah." Ai Luo nodded. Shang Wei seemed to have a slightly unpleasant expression. He asked, "So there are no ability users left in your team now?" "Correct." Ai Luo nodded again, not revealing his own abilities. Shang Wei's expression immediately darkened. Actually, Shang Wei didn't look very old, probably only in his early 20s. But in this post-apocalyptic era, where everyone struggled with food and drink, people inevitably appeared somewhat malnourished. His cheekbones protruded, his eyes were gloomy, black hair covered his forehead, his figure was thin, and his height was unimpressive. After speaking with Ai Luo, Shang Wei went to talk with the leaders of other groups. Besides Ai Luo's group, there were 2 other teams. Each was led by an ability user. Toward these 2 other leaders, Shang Wei was visibly much more polite. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of them, dressed beautifully in a cheongsam, wearing red high heels. She had long hair, heavy makeup, walked with a graceful sway, showing a glimpse of her thighs. Her slender and charming figure attracted everyone's attention. Murmurs arose. "So beautiful. Isn't that the big star Wang Shueisha? I heard she's now the favorite woman of Gu Deng, the leader of the oil field." Unlike the others who whispered, only the group brought by Ai Luo remained expressionless, as if they hadn't even seen her. No choice, their sense of aesthetics had been spoiled by Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei. As Wang Shueisha passed by Shang Wei, Su Donqin's sharp eyes caught the woman's hand brushing lightly against Shang Wei's fingertips. Whether it was intentional or accidental was unclear. Shang Wei continued forward expressionlessly. Then, after arranging accommodations for the other 2 groups, he finally led Ai Luo's team to their resting place. "This is where you'll stay." Here came the communal dormitory again. "The people before us didn't sleep in communal dormitories." Someone from the group protested. Shang Wei snorted coldly, "Like it or leave it." Faced with such preferential treatment, Ai Luo placed a hand on the excited man's shoulder. "We have both women and men." Ai Luo frowned. Shang Wei crossed his arms over his chest, clearly looking down on them. "So what? You brought such little supplies, and we're already doing you a favor by agreeing to trade." Well, in this post-apocalyptic world, power ruled everything. Those without strength had no choice but to swallow their pride. "What about food then? For these 3 days, we aren't responsible for providing meals." As Shang Wei spoke, His sharp gaze turned towards Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing looked back at him with her soot-covered face. Even though her face was smeared, her eyes still remained remarkably beautiful, sparkling, clear, and expressive. For a moment, Shang Wei seemed startled, but he quickly turned his head away. Don't even think about touching our farmland. If you get hurt, don't blame me. Su Dongqing nervously tucked her curiosity away. It was almost dark now. Everyone fell asleep without even washing up. The armed soldiers occupied the best spots in the dormitory, respectfully giving those to Nai Luo, and then inviting Su Dongqing to join them. Looking at those several muscular, rough-looking men, Su Dongqing politely declined, only to be dragged to the edge of the room by Lu Yunfei. I don't want to sleep with you. Before Su Dongqing could finish her sentence, her eyes were completely captured by something in Lu Yunfei's hand. Glug. Su Dongqing could even hear herself swallow hard. Sleep? Su Dongqing immediately nodded. Yes, yes, yes. There was no light in the room. In the corner where Lu Yunfei had chosen, there happened to be a small window. Everyone was exhausted from the day's travel, and loud snores filled the room. They huddled in the corner, whispering softly. The man's pale, slender, almost translucent fingers held up a bright red apple. Tempting. Want it? Swallowing again, Su Dongqing stared, unblinking. Yes. Ever since the apocalypse, trees bearing fruit were rarer than zombies. And much more brutal. They were practically impossible to find. Su Dongqing counted mentally how many days she had managed to survive in this apocalyptic world, and realized she hadn't tasted any fruit in a long, long time. She didn't even ask where Lu Yunfei got this apple, because she already knew. His space was filled with delicious things. He raised the apple slightly, clearly enjoying himself. Just like he was teasing a pet. Beg me. Be cute. Looking at the man's handsome, wicked expression, Su Dongqing decided she was willing to play cute for an apple. She cupped her face in her hands and blinked her big eyes playfully. Lu Yunfei was unimpressed. Cuter. Su Dongqing pouted. Lu Yunfei wore a fake smile. Tisk. Not cute at all, huh? Then I'll only give you a tiny bit. A little was still good. Su Dongqing stared intensely at Lu Yunfei's hand. The man held the apple with one hand, then used the other to slice into it. Su Dongqing, anticipation. With a plop sound, Lu Yunfei carved off a piece of apple as big as a fingernail and handed it to Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing. This was too cruel. Seeing the girl's almost tearful expression, Lu Yunfei finally couldn't hold back anymore. Curving his lips, he reached out and pinched Su Dongqing's soft little face skin, then handed her the entire apple. Have it. It's all yours. Su Dongqing didn't hesitate and bit into it hard. Because she knew, fruit trees were everywhere in Lu Yunfei's space. There was no shortage of apples. This apple was hers, and she wouldn't share even a bite with the man. After finishing the apple, Su Dongqing hadn't even wiped her mouth when Lu Yunfei pulled her toward him. What now? Let me wipe your face. Lu Yunfei took out a handkerchief, moistened it with water, and started to wipe Su Dongqing's face. Su Dongqing said, and I Luo said not to. Won't it itch? Su Dongqing puffed her cheeks, truthfully replying, yes. You can just smear it on again when you wake up tomorrow. Okay. Obediently sitting there, Su Dongqing allowed Lu Yunfei to clean her face. Done. Not yet. Not yet. Nope, not yet. The man held the cloth and wiped slowly. From Su Dongqing's pale forehead, down to her pretty brows and eyes, brushing past her small upturned nose, and finally onto her soft pink lips. The girl's skin was incredibly good, fair and tender, even more so than the white radishes she had seen during the day. As Lu Yunfei wiped, the strength in his hand unconsciously increased. Su Dongqing instinctively leaned back. It hurts. Her soft, delicate voice carried a subtle, cutesy tone. Lu Yunfei's eyes darkened slightly as he cupped her face and looked closely. Same face, same body, yet it felt like she had become a completely different person. Dongqing. Dongqing. Lu Yunfei finally removed the cloth, a gentle smile on his face, as if he were a noble gentleman. Don't rush to discard an unattractive wife. Take her home, wash her face, and she'll turn into a little celestial maiden. Then he reached out and gently tapped her tiny nose tip. Su Dongqing. She wore an expression of shock. Was the male lead actually flirting with her? Dear mother, when exactly would she finally disappear into oblivion? Chapter 14. The next day, someone brought over crude oil. Nai Luo frowned after taking a look. This is low-quality crude oil. It's completely unusable. What? They took our supplies and gave us unusable low-grade crude oil. Everyone was extremely angry, but they were on the other party's territory now, and not a single one among them had supernatural abilities. Zheng Shu was bad, but at least he had an ability. If he hadn't died, this oil field wouldn't dare look down on us like this. Someone from the armed soldiers complained. It was obviously directed at Nai Luo. After all, she was currently their temporary leader. Nai Luo wasn't someone who would tolerate insults quietly. She coldly snorted, then pressed the gun on her back against the speaker. Then why don't you follow Zheng Shu to die together? As soon as the sentence came out, those who had been dissatisfied immediately shut their mouths tight. This woman was truly someone not to be messed with. After teaching them a lesson, Nai Luo continued speaking. We indeed cannot leave like this in humiliation. Since they've been ruthless, don't blame us for being merciless. What did this mean? Nai Luo smiled. Well, steal crude oil. Steal crude oil? Everyone felt a bit hesitant. The people in the oil field area weren't easy to deal with. Nai Luo sneered. What's wrong? Scared? Then cowards can just stay in the room. Everyone looked at each other speechlessly, and someone hesitantly raised their hand. Of course, Su Jian was the first one to step up to this dangerous activity. Nai Luo looked at her, apparently already used to it. At first, she thought this one was just a timid, saintly, and seemingly pure burden, but now it turned out that she actually had some guts. The very brave Su Dongjin tried her best to control her trembling legs. She could do it. Everyone decided on the action plan and waited until nightfall before starting out. Not many people went together. Most were afraid of taking risks and stayed indoors growing moss. During the day, Ni Luo had already scouted the route. Now, she would lead everyone to steal crude oil. Not stealing much, just their fair share. After finishing trembling, Dongjin started rolling up her sleeves enthusiastically, looking left and right for her destined man. That big brother had large, bright eyes, probably could shoot her dead with one bullet. That little brother had a thick waist and strong legs, likely could kick her to death. What are you looking at, Dongjin? A hand suddenly stretched out from the side and tightly pinched Dongjin's little head, turning it hard. AI, it's going to break, it's going to snap. The armed guards at the oil field seemed extremely confident that no one would dare steal from them, so their patrols were very lax. Ni Luo easily led everyone to find a crude oil site. Without getting the chance to meet big brothers or little brothers, and almost having her little neck twisted by the psychopath male lead, Dongjin excitedly rushed out first. Lu Yunfei watched Sujuan chasing pigs around the pig pen, expressionlessly asked, "What are you doing?" Sujuan said excitedly with stars in her eyes, "I'm stealing pigs to raise you. Come out." Sujuan felt herself was being rejected. Why not like pigs? They were so cute. Ni Luo had already started loading oil with others. Dongjin sullenly continued searching. The oil field area seemed especially suitable for food to run around. All these animals had their vocal cords cut, probably to prevent attracting zombies. Dongjin hugged a big white goose and happily carried it over to Ni Luo, wanting to eat nice meat. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shined over. "What are you doing here?" Ni Luo's expression tightened instantly, quickly leading everyone to hide behind an armored vehicle. That bright-eyed guard, however, persisted, shining a flashlight as he came over, followed by several more guards. Ni Luo tightly held the oil drum in her arms, her face serious. Dongjin instinctively hugged the goose beside her, thinking about whether she should peek out to test the waters, when the goose, unable to bear the indignity, immediately started struggling fiercely, then flapped its big white wings and leaped away, right at the bright-eyed guard who had just exhaled in relief. "Oh, it's just a goose." Then he was immediately targeted by the big white goose. The big white goose, the fiercest kind of poultry, fully demonstrated its village bully status. Oh, the armed guards ran around screaming as they were pecked, yet they dared not hit the goose. After all, they were all precious food sources. Everyone, Ni Luo lightly coughed, continue stealing oil. Everyone silently resumed movement like little mice. Over there, Su Dongjin found another big white goose with huge pectoral muscles. The big white goose struggled fiercely and flew away. Su Dongjin immediately waddled after it with her short little legs. She didn't know how long she had been chasing, but when she finally caught up, she realized she had somehow gotten lost. It was a building, very dark, with only one room lit up. Su Dongjin thought, maybe she could ask for directions. She dragged the big white goose along while seeking directions. Big white goose. Life is meaningless JPG. Su Dongjin pushed open the big iron door, noticing that the lit room was at the very back. She hadn't taken a few steps when someone grabbed her arm. "Who are you?" Su Dongjin turned her head with a frightened expression and saw Shangwei. She nervously lowered her head. I got lost." Shangwei looked at the big white goose in Su Dongjin's hands. Su Dongjin quickly tightened her arms around her food source. "Big white goose. Moo moo moo. This isn't a place you should come to." As soon as Shangwei finished speaking, he suddenly paused. He looked at Su Dongjin's damp, glistening eyes. Without thinking, he pulled out a handkerchief and grabbed her face, vigorously rubbing it. Spit spit spit. So it got into her mouth. Her face was cleaned. Under the lamplight, the girl's eyes slightly lowered, delicate eyelashes trembled like butterflies. Her snowy white skin and floral beauty was spotless and flawless. Shangwei stared at Su Dongjin's face in shock, his eyes suddenly bursting into a nearly creepy mad look. Su Dongjin's heart tightened. She wanted to hug her beloved goose and leave, but Shangwei suddenly grabbed her, dragging her toward the lighted room. When the door opened, a woman stepped out. She wore a silk robe. Her beauty was stunning. Su Dongjin recognized her. It was the same woman she had seen during the day. Gun Deng's favorite breeder mother, Wang Shuishui. Wang Shuishui said, "Shangwei, what are you doing?" Shangwei excitedly said, "Look at this woman's face." The woman looked down and saw Su Dongjin's face, a surprised expression on hers. "Isn't she beautiful? He will like it. He will definitely like it." Shangwei whispered excitedly. Wang Shuishui pulled Shangwei's hand. "So what?" "What?" Shangwei was still in his excited state. Wang Shuishui repeated, "Even if he likes her, so what? It just means another person locked in here as his breeder mother." Shangwei, as if recalling something, suddenly turned his face into an ugly expression. "Look at her. She doesn't have any ability at all. I can knock her down with one finger. What use could she be to us?" Wang Shuishui continued speaking. Su Dongjin widened her eyes. "I warn you, don't underestimate me. Be careful, I'll go tell Lu Yunfei on you." "But what should we do? He's too powerful. Everyone listens to him. As long as you make eye contact with him, as long as you look into his eyes, no one can escape." Shangwei was very excited, his face flushed red, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly enduring something intensely. Su Dongjin now realized, they were talking about Gun Deng. In this place, it must be where Gun Deng kept his breeder mothers. But what exactly were they discussing? Su Dongjin felt like she had discovered something huge. Just send her over first. Without waiting for a response, Shang Wei dragged Su Dongqing away. Su Dongqing hugged her goose and struggled with all her might. The goose struggled hard, broke free, then immediately started biting Shang Wei. Shang Wei, did you bite the wrong person? Taking the chance, Su Dongqing immediately sprinted toward the exit. Unfortunately, at the door, she collided with someone. Lying on the floor, looking up, she saw a man. The night was too dark, Su Dongqing couldn't see anything. But she knew, this man must be here to steal her goose. Shang Wei and Wang Shui, seeing the man, paled. The man, on the other hand, stared at Su Dongqing lying on the ground, not blinking his eyes even once. Little beauty, who are you? The man tried lowering his voice, fearing he might scare off this little fairy. With a cry, Su Dongqing headbutted him, charging wildly away. Unprepared, the man stumbled backward, actually getting ran off by Su Dongqing. He didn't even realize he needed to catch her until much later. On her side, having lost her beloved goose and almost attacked by freaks, Su Dongqing ran around in panic, eventually returning to the group. Everyone had returned with a full load. Lu Yunfei lowered his eyes to Su Dongqing's face. Su Dongqing, who had run like a little maniac moments ago, immediately straightened her back, changing her posture to walk awkwardly with arms and legs moving in unison, stiff as a marionette. Where did Dongqing go just now? Lu Yunfei gently patted her little head and removed some rotten vegetable leaves from her hair. After pulling out a few leaves, he realized it was too dirty to clean up properly, so he gave up. He took out a cloth to wipe his hands and stopped what he was doing. I went to catch a goose for you to eat. The little girl was so dirty, she almost looked like a black charcoal. Did you catch it? Su Dongqing carefully shook her head. Lu Yunfei smiled with an unreadable expression. Su Dongqing. And Luo told everyone to hide the crude oil in the car, and then return to the communal dormitory to sleep. Dongqing, you're too dirty. Su Dongqing. Lu Yunfei held a cloth in hand and lifted Su Dongqing by the collar to the corner. Su Dongqing, still swinging her thin little legs without having stood steady yet. It seemed like she was being shen-chi-ed. Suddenly, the entire oil field was illuminated with bright lights. Everyone became restless. I heard they're looking for someone. Looking for who? The goose thief. Su Dongqing, who was still standing in punishment. I just wanted to steal a goose. Even more nervous than Su Dongqing was Luo. She wondered if maybe Gu Deng had discovered their theft of the crude oil and wanted to use the goose theft incident as an excuse to wipe them all out. In an instant, everyone became panicked. Luo said, Lu Yunfei, come out with me for a moment. Immediately, someone stepped forward to block Luo, speaking sharply. You want to run away by yourself? Luo's face turned cold. I'm going to relocate the crude oil. What? Do you want to come with me? The person was rebuffed with a stiff expression. If they went along to move the oil and got caught, they'd be found with the goods. But if they let Luo move the oil alone, even if she really got caught, they could claim they didn't know anything. In that case, they wondered whether the leader of the oil field would spare them, or perhaps they should report it themselves first. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Luo suddenly spoke fiercely. Keep your mouth shut. We're all on the same boat right now. If this boat capsizes, do you think you can escape unscathed? Everyone's expressions stiffened, glancing at each other, immediately understanding the stakes, and dared not speak further. After giving the warning, Luo turned to Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei, let's go. Su Dongqing immediately moved close to them. What are you doing? Luo frowned. Su Dongqing whispered, I'll go help too. Luo looked at Su Dongqing's large dewy eyes, paused for 2 seconds, and then said, fine, you can come along. Because of one of Gu Deng's geese, the oil field had become chaotic. The three of them headed toward the armed vehicle, and along the way, things went rather smoothly. Lu Yunfei had a space ability, and Luo planned to have him put the crude oil into his space. Why didn't you put it in your space from the start? Su Dongqing raised the question. Luo looked at the little airhead. Wouldn't that expose Lu Yunfei's special ability? Oh, Su Dongqing nodded with a sudden realization. The three continued forward, but unfortunately encountered a group of people. The man leading them wore a full suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on a summer day, looking rather foolish. His superficial appearance was quite good-looking, though he looked exactly like a gentleman in appearance, but corrupt at heart. Behind him followed Shang Wei, and that woman called Wang Shui. Luo's expression tightened. Instinctively, she gripped the gun in her hand tightly. That person is Gu Deng. Remember, don't make eye contact with him under any circumstances, Luo warned in a low voice. Su Dongqing immediately stretched out her little neck and opened her eyes wide trying to look for Gu Deng's eyes. Hey, look at me. Look at me. He's very powerful. Luo didn't know what she was thinking of, but her expression turned grim. Lu Yunfei had originally been expressionless, but upon hearing Luo's words, he raised his eyebrows in interest. How powerful? Extremely powerful, Luo said. A look of interest surfaced on Lu Yunfei's face, like a hunter seeing his ideal prey for the first time. Seeing Lu Yunfei's expression, Su Dongqing, who deeply understood the abnormal habits of the male lead, silently mourned Gu Deng's fate. No matter how powerful he was just a feeble player in Lu Yunfei's eyes. There weren't many people in the corridor. Gu Deng was looking for someone, so he naturally noticed them. Shang Wei immediately noticed Su Dongqing, his expression puzzled, seemingly trying to identify her. It wasn't surprising that Shang Wei didn't recognize her. Even Su Dongqing herself wouldn't recognize her own current appearance. She had just rolled around in the pig pen, then held onto a goose and ran all the way back, fell into a muddy pit on the way, and then stumbled again in the vegetable field. Now, she looked like a living clay sculpture, dirty and smelly. In contrast to the stinky Su Donqin, Gu Dang's gaze naturally fell on Ni Luo. Ni Luo, as the female lead, was heroic, tall, slim, and full of grace. There were many beauties around Gu Dang, but none quite like Ni Luo. Although he was still thinking about that little beauty from earlier, Gu Dang never minded having more beauties. And a healthy beauty like this could definitely bear him a healthy child. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, children were so fragile. Gu Dang had already lost 3 children. They were either deformed at birth or lifeless, all because of the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. After observing for a moment, Gu Dang shifted his gaze from Ni Luo to Su Donqin. The girl's clothes were completely unrecognizable, wearing a hood, and the half of her face visible was pitch black like a lump of coal. Gu Dang didn't think much of it. He knew that the people coming in these days to trade crude oil came from the coal regions, and it was normal for them to be dirty and dark-skinned. But still, this one was too filthy. His pigs were cleaner than her. Unlike his little beauty, who was pale, delicate, and smooth, Gu Dang didn't take interest in Su Donqin. Instead, he stepped sideways and blocked Ni Luo's path. As a womanizer, Gu Dang truly never missed any opportunity. Ni Luo raised her eyes alertly, but suddenly froze. Gu Dang elegantly removed his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing his small, beady eyes. Brother, you must have at least 1,000 degrees of myopia. As the king of this crude oil field, Gu Dang tried hard to widen his beady eyes and began his ba dang say style flirtation with the heroine. What's your name? Ni Luo replied. Ni Luo. Gu Dang was taken aback. Shanwei, standing behind Gu Dang, said, she's surnamed Ni, and the given name is Yang, like the word sunlight. She's from the coal region. Only then did Gu Dang realize that this woman wasn't just cursing him. He had thought his special ability had stopped working. You're very beautiful. Come with me. You'll definitely give me a healthy child. Gu Dang's hand moved to Ni Luo's face and gently touched it. Women like this were always exciting. He had never tried one like her before. Hearing she had no special ability, it was even better. He could control her more easily and wouldn't provoke conflict with the coal region. Even if the coal region wasn't willing, he could just give them more crude oil. Ni Luo didn't resist at all. Her eyes even lost focus. She allowed Gu Dang to lay his hands on her. Su Donqin was shocked. She immediately grabbed Ni Luo's arm, anxiously shouting, I want to go too. Take me with you. Gu Dang glanced at the shabby Su Donqin with disdain. Su Donqin quickly added, I can sing for you. I've had musical talent since childhood. My music teacher always said to pay me to leave. Gu Dang. He had never met such an eager breeding woman before, and yet he didn't even fancy her. Cold and heartless, Gu Dang rejected Su Donqin and had someone take Ni Luo away. Su Donqin wept bitterly. She could still be decent to look at if she just washed up a bit. Chapter 15. Lu Yunfei leaned against the wall, watching the group disappear into the distance. Su Donqin whispered tearfully, What should we do? Ni Luo has been taken away. Lu Yunfei slightly leaned down, his scent a cool, crushed green aroma. He whispered into Su Donqin's ear. She's an electricity manipulator, and she's already awakened. The warm breath brushing against her skin felt like fermented wine. Su Donqin instinctively raised her gaze, meeting the man's eyes. She thought those eyes were far more hypnotic than Guyu's ability. Those slitted, pea-sized hypnotic eyes. Absolutely a disaster in human form. Then let's go save her. Let's save people. Lu Yunfei smiled. Are you sure you're going to save her, not kill her? Su Donqin. You can look down on me, but you can't insult me. Let's go. Lu Yunfei straightened his posture and walked forward first. Su Donqin's eyes sparkled. Are we going to save her now? How should we do it? What do you want me to do? Lu Yunfei kept smiling. He stretched out one slender, pale finger, gently pressing it against her lips to silence her. Shoo, meaning she talked too much. Su Donqin. You no longer love Beikai, and you've already lost Beikai. Su Donqin followed closely behind Lu Yunfei for half a cloud, then stopped in front of their coal district's armored vehicle. Aren't we going to save Ni Luo? Shouldn't we go to the Seed Mother building? Who says I'm going to save her? Su Donqin blinked her big eyes, watching helplessly as Lu Yunfei stuffed the crude oil from the armored vehicle into his space. So you're just here to grab some crude oil? Su Donqin thought to herself. You're really an emotionless and indifferent male lead. As Lu Yunfei pulled Su Donqin by the back of her collar preparing to return, the two were suddenly stopped by armed soldiers from the oil field. You two, let's have an inspection. One soldier shone a flashlight at them. The bright light startled Su Donqin, who instinctively lifted a hand to shield her eyes. What's this stuff on your face? While speaking, the soldier reached for something to wipe off Su Donqin's face. Su Donqin immediately dodged behind Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei lifted his hand and placed it on the soldier's arm. He didn't seem to use any strength, yet the soldier couldn't move at all. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Other armed soldiers raised their guns. Su Donqin could already feel Lu Yunfei's axe quivering, hungry for action. Excitement surged within her. Should she rush forward first and take a bullet? What are you doing? Suddenly, a female voice called out. The soldiers turned their heads and saw it was Wang Shuishui. The men glanced at the bare skin exposed on her body as they hesitated. We are looking for someone who stole geese. Did you find them? Wang Shuishui interrupted impatiently. The soldier just stared blankly and shook his head. Then go look somewhere else. The soldiers quickly retreated. After driving the soldiers away, Wang Shuishui approached, staring intently at Lu Yunfei. TSK, a blue-skinned beauty causing disaster. Lu Yunfei didn't speak, merely lazily leaning there with his eyelids slightly lowered. Wang Shuishui said, Do you want more crude oil? I can help you. Su Donqin, hiding behind Lu Yunfei, peeked out half her little head. This wet little puddle. Is she setting her sights on Lu Yunfei, intending to stray from her path and try a little green pasture? Don't want crude oil? I can help you save your friend. That and I Luo girl. Or, Wang Shueishui drew out the words, shifting her gaze to Su Dongqing. I remember you, little beauty goose thief. Wang Shueishui gave a sly, alluring smile. Su Dongqing. I mean you no harm. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. I think we can team up against Guyu. Wang Shueishui smiled and revealed her purpose. Half a cloud later, Lu Yunfei and Su Dongqing followed Wang Shueishui to the Seed Mother building. Don't worry, Guyu is not here. Wang Shueishui opened the door. Lu Yunfei grabbed Su Dongqing's collar as she eagerly started to step in, pulling her behind him, leaning against the doorframe lazily. What's your real motive? I already said earlier. I just want to team up to take down Guyu. You know he's a pervert. No, the biggest pervert is right in front of you. Su Dongqing screamed in her heart. Wang Shueishui turned her head and looked at Su Dongqing. You can take a bath here first. The smelly Su Dongqing was pushed into the bathroom and came out again as a fragrant little cutie. Su Dongqing was wearing Wang Shueishui's clothes. Wang Shueishui had curves in all the right places, an incredibly sexy figure. Su Dongqing, on the other hand, was slim and delicate, with fair skin and pretty features. The long dress hung loosely on her frame, covering nothing, exposing her lotus-like arms and a pair of smooth, tender legs. Fresh from the bath, she carried a faint mist of steam around her, making her appear even more pink and irresistibly adorable. Lu Yunfei stood by the window, his tall silhouette stretched and divided by the moonlight filtering through the window shadows. His eyes were very dark, darker than the night itself. Su Dongqing nervously tugged at the dress she was wearing, feeling both chilly and flushed all over. So beautiful. Wang Shueishui couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. She stepped closer, her fingertip grazing Su Dongqing's cheek, gently sliding down along that soft, pale skin to her shoulder, then pinching her waist. What a slim waist. Su Dongqing instinctively shrank back. Wang Shueishui's expression carried a strange sort of excitement. She slightly bent down, leaning in closer. Her eyes seemed to glow in the dimly lit room. Slowly, she lit a cigarette, held between her fingers. In the swirling smoke, her face became vague and indistinct. She lifted Su Dongqing's chin, her voice sweet. Little Bei, how old are you? Su Dongqing trembled. 19. You look like you're still a minor. Wang Shueishui's fingers caressed her skin, gripping her wrist a little too tightly, leaving red marks. But it doesn't matter. He likes you the most. This kind of pretty and harmless little Bei. Little Bei Su Dongqing felt the situation was going downhill fast. Although she didn't quite understand what Wang Shueishui was saying, her gut told her this definitely wasn't anything good. Tigers have their drowsy moments too. Guyu never stays overnight in the Seed Mother building. He sleeps alone every night. There's a squad of armed soldiers guarding outside on rotation. But a beauty like you. Wang Shueishui smiled. I believe that just once, if he spends one single night with you, we can kill him. Spend the night? Kill him? Su Dongqing's eyes instantly went wide with horror. She was still a child, for heaven's sake. Overwhelmed, Su Dongqing immediately went to find Herbing and Anju dad, seeking the cruel comfort of the post-apocalyptic world. Lu Yunfei shielded the little girl behind him, his face still wearing that same gentle expression, but his eyes had already gone cold. She's my girlfriend. Humph. Wang Shueishui gave a mocking laugh, raising her hand to extinguish the cigarette. She doesn't have any powers, and neither do you. Your little Bei is so beautiful. In this apocalypse, unless she's got something else protecting her, how could she have survived? Su Dongqing was also puzzled. How had she actually survived? She had tried so hard to die. Don't tell me your group brought you out just for decoration? Su Dongqing felt even more confused. Wasn't that exactly the case? I've seen people like you all too often. Wang Shueishui's mockery deepened. Don't play innocent after you've already played the whore. Refuse the good wine, and you'll be forced to drink the punishment. If you're not willing, I can go tell Guyu right now. His little beauty is right here. Don't you think Guyu is really just looking for geese? Wang Shueishui pointed at Su Dongqing, her tone playful. He's looking for someone. Looking for you, little beauty. Targeted like that, Su Dongqing shrank even further behind Lu Yunfei. I didn't steal any geese, it ran away on its own. It really wasn't her fault, duck. Lu Yunfei's eyes grew colder. The room was lit only by a dim light. The man's face became shadowed and indistinct. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside. Wang Shueishui's expression changed drastically. How did he come already? Who? Su Dongqing curiously opened her eyes wider. Hurry, hide. Wang Shueishui pushed both Su Dongqing and Lu Yunfei into the thick, heavy curtains by the balcony. As they pressed close together, barely managing to steady themselves, the door to the room was pushed open. Boss, how come you're here already? In the oil fields, there was only one person who could be called boss, Guyu. Take your clothes off. The boss lost no time. He came straight to business. Su Dongqing swallowed hard, feeling this was really not a scene suitable for a kid like her. Russell, the sound came from over there. Wang Shueishui struggled. Boss, can you not use your abilities today? Shut up. As a successful man, Guyu would always use his abilities to protect himself from an untimely death, no matter where or when. Another strange sound came from the room. It seemed like someone was rummaging through things. Su Dongqing looked down and saw something sliding to her feet. A toy? Ugh. He's already grown up, yet he still plays with little toys in the room. Who knew how long it took on the other side? Su Dongqing felt her little feet go numb from standing. But now she had something more important to say. Separated by only a curtain, Things were getting intense and X-rated over there. While here, Su Donqin bravely voiced her thoughts. I want to fart. Lu Yunfei, shut your mouth. Su Donqin, QEQ. Why are you so damn domineering? On the other side, after his short-lived foreplay and 5-minute battle, Guyu looked at Wang Shuishui lying on the ground barely conscious. Thinking of that beautiful little cutie, he felt depressed and decided to go to the balcony for a smoke. His abilities could be lacking, but cigarettes were absolutely necessary. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, suddenly pulling out a small apple the size of a baby's fist from his pocket, shoved it into Su Donqin's mouth, then grabbed the back of her neck and leapt off the balcony. Su Donqin, her mouth stuffed full, she could only let out muffled sounds. Then the wind rushing past covered those noises, leaving only a kitten-like whimper. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. The girl had a small mouth, stretched wide by the apple. Tears welled up in Su Donqin's eyes from the pain. Her mouth hurt so bad. Pulling, couldn't get it out. Lu Yunfei raised his hand, pinching her jaw. Forcefully widening her mouth even further, he pulled the apple out. Wow, so painful. Her mouth felt like it was about to split open. This way, Lu Yunfei dragged Su Donqin toward deeper, darker shadows. Rubbing her reddened lips, Su Donqin blinked her teary red eyes. Where are we going? The man didn't respond, merely halting his steps suddenly. From the bushes, Enai Luo emerged carefully, gun in hand. In fact, Enai Luo had awakened 3 minutes after Guyu's hypnosis. It was on purpose. As an esper, it wasn't easy for Guyu to fool her. She just avoided confrontation, pretending to play along, going with the flow. Sniffling miserably, Su Donqin complained. It was too big. My mouth almost split open. Enai Luo. What the hell did I just hear? What have you two been up to behind my back? Enai Luo. Lu Yunfei covered Su Donqin's mouth and turned around, calling her name. Realizing there was someone standing behind him, Su Donqin nearly got shocked out of her skin. Guyu thinks I'm still hypnotized, Enai Luo said. Did you see the mark I left? Yeah, Lu Yunfei nodded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found them here. MMPP. Su Donqin mumbled, indicating how you both have your little secrets now. I'm so sad. Why didn't you include me? I can't leave just yet. Enai Luo tightened her grip on the gun. I promised to help Wang Shuishui. She said she'd tell me news about my little sister. That name again, Wang Shuishui. Do you believe her? Su Donqin broke free from Lu Yunfei's grip. Yes, Enai Luo nodded. She said she once saw a little girl who looked a lot like me, but Guyu gave her away to someone else. That person might be my younger sister. She won't say who the girl was given to unless I help her take down Guyu. After a moment of silence, Enai Luo continued, I don't want to drag you two into this. We're all good friends. Su Donqin immediately puffed out her little chest. Your problem is our problem. Then, she patted Lu Yunfei's shoulder. Right, big bro. The older bro cast a gloomy look at her. Su Donqin quickly withdrew her little paw. Thank you, Donqin. Enai Luo said sincerely. Even though you're a useless one, I didn't expect you to actually have some heart. Su Donqin, I'll take that as a compliment. I have to return first. If anything happens, I'll inform you. Don't worry about me. With that, Enai Luo disappeared, leaping swiftly over walls and rooftops. Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze towards Su Donqin. Meeting the man's dark, heavy stare, Su Donqin shivered slightly. Everyone's friends. We can work things out. It was just a pat on the shoulder. She was clean and fresh. Su Donqin carefully picked up a leaf and brushed Lu Yunfei's shoulders. Does Donqin want to be my brother? The man slowly leaned down until his lips nearly touched Su Donqin's nose, gently grazing as he spoke. Brothers need to take a knife for each other. And no. Su Donqin shook her little head violently. We're definitely not brothers. How dare she get familiar with the male lead? That kind of honor was only for those destined to be cannon fodder. She couldn't handle the pain of taking knives for others. After speaking, Su Donqin noticed the man still had that gloomy expression, so she immediately frowned her little face, whimpering like a little girl to indicate that gentlemen should use their mouths, not their hands. Lu Yunfei's lips curled slightly as he suddenly bit her nose with a low ow. Her nose was gone. Her nose was gone. She was going to become a monster without a nose. Her nose was still there? Lu Yunfei tapped Su Donqin lightly on the head, his eyes hiding amusement. Where was that creepy look from just now? Su Donqin. That's not how it goes in the book. Alright, good kid should go back to sleep now. Lu Yunfei habitually ruffled Su Donqin's hair, then gave her a push forward. Su Donqin walked forward a couple steps with awkward steps. Suddenly her face turned pale and her whole body stiffened. As something bit my foot. Lu Yunfei looked down. That's just a plastic bag. Oh well, turns out it's nothing. Su Donqin smiled with relief. But for some reason, she kept feeling a chill on the back of her neck. Maybe the weather was just getting cold, or maybe the male lead wanted to kill someone. As the man who monopolized the entire crude oil zone, the richest, strongest, and invincible man in the whole area, Gu Deng wasn't happy because he searched the entire night but still couldn't find his little beauty. Gu Deng was very unwilling. He ordered the crude oil zone locked down, only allowing people to enter, not leave. The other two special ability users from different survival zones were very dissatisfied. To appease their anger, Gu Deng specially hosted a banquet. He gathered all his breeding females and the prettier women in the crude oil zone, generously declaring that whoever the two psychics liked could be taken away on the spot. These two psychics had long known that Gu Deng had a habit of collecting beauties. His breeding females were even incredibly stunning. They immediately had no objections, focused on waiting for the banquet to start. As weaklings from the coal district, Lu Yunfei and Su Donqin weren't qualified to attend. However, Wang Shui had sent people to find them. Even to prevent their escape, specially assigned people were watching them, and when the banquet time arrived, they dragged them over. If you're unwilling to go, then I can only tell Gu Deng that the beauty he's looking for is you. Then, not only you alone, but your whole team probably won't be able to return to the cold district. All the members in the team were ordinary people, even if Gu Deng detained or killed them. The cold district wouldn't really do anything about it. Facing Wang Shui's threats, the expert showed great temperance and said he would definitely behave, begging them not to offer his Xiao Bei to Gu Deng. Little Bei, Su Donqin felt uneasy. She kept hugging Lu Yunfei, trembling nonstop. The man lowered his eyes, gently comforting her. Donqin, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Su Donqin trembled even more violently. She felt that something extremely bloody and terrible would happen soon. The banquet was grand. Not only dishes, but also meat. Su Donqin stared with sparkling eyes at a goose and held onto it without letting go. No matter what, she must show her enthusiasm and presence. Su Donqin was full and content with an oily face. Hey, that woman is really beautiful. Who is she? Su Donqin straightened her chest. Wang Shui, a big celebrity star. She's the favorite breeding female of Gu Deng. Su Donqin drooped. With such beauty, if our boss fancies her, would Gu Deng be willing to give her away? The speaker was someone from another survival zone. That's Gu Deng's favorite breeding female. How could he possibly hand her over? A man would even offer his wife to be shared to death. How could he be reluctant to give away a mere breeding female? Su Donqin caught the gossip. She covered her face with a basin, cautiously moving closer, inching forward again. Don't you know yet? Don't know. Tell me. Su Donqin perked up her ears. It's her fault for skimming through books too quickly and forgetting things due to early memory loss. That was just a few months ago. Gu Deng's wife was his legitimate one, married before the apocalypse even started. They say she looked a lot like Wang Shui. People who didn't know better might think Gu Deng was faithful, having found a replacement. But in reality, he just liked pretty women. And coincidentally, Wang Shui happened to be very beautiful. Back then, an esper took a liking to his wife. Without a word, Gu Deng lent her out. That esper had a wild streak and ended up killing her. Fearing Gu Deng's anger, he sent back a whole crate of guns. Guess what happened next? Su Donqin guessed that Gu Deng happily took the guns and completely forgot about his wife. Indeed, the speaker described almost exactly what Su Donqin had imagined. What an outrageously despicable man. Su Donqin was shocked. She licked the plate clean and continued listening. Suddenly the speaker paused, raised a hand, and pointed at a man. Look, that person is Shang Wei, Gu Deng's brother-in-law. His sister was Gu Deng's late wife. TS. A grown man had to live under the same roof as the murderer of his own sister, living like a dog. The speaker shook his head in sorrow. Su Donqin also shook her little head. Although Shang Wei had a bad temper and was as stubborn as a spinning top, that didn't stop Su Donqin from feeling sympathy for him. Shang Wei seemed to have had too much to drink. He was leaning over the table when Wang Shui helped him aside to vomit. Su Donqin thought for a moment, raised the basin, and walked over, quietly offering her basin. I have a basin. Wang Shui glanced at the shiny dish, then at Su Donqin's oily face, hesitated for a moment, then took the basin. That damn bastard. Using psychic ability to control my sister, letting her die from torture. Drunk, Shang Wei muttered nonsense under his breath. Immediately, Wang Shui anxiously covered Shang Wei's mouth, then dragged him outside. I'll kill him. As soon as Shang Wei stepped outside, he started shouting randomly. Wang Shui couldn't hold him back, so Su Donqin hurried over to help. She grabbed the basin from Wang Shui and slammed it hard onto Shang Wei's head. He fainted instantly. Wang Shui, well, I guess that works. Wang Shui took off her jacket, covered Shang Wei with it, crouched by his side, slightly turning her legs sideways, revealing her pretty red high heels. Her fingers gently brushed over Shang Wei's face, her expression softening into a tender smile. She was stunningly beautiful, looking like a sultry temptress. But right then, her entire demeanor softened. Wang Shui seemed to have had too much to drink as well. She suddenly started confiding in Su Donqin. When I first arrived, I was treated very cruelly by Gu Deng. It was Shang Wei who helped me apply ointment and spoke on my behalf, allowing me to survive in this crude oil zone. I know he was nice to me just because I resembled his sister. But that's okay. If he wants me to live, I'll live. If he wants me to die, I will die. As long as he's well, I'm well. If he wants Gu Deng dead, I will help him, even if it costs my life. Su Donqin finally understood. Wang Shui did everything for the sole purpose of helping Shang Wei kill Gu Deng. Perhaps Wang Shui didn't even hate Gu Deng, but she loved Shang Wei, and that was enough reason to kill Gu Deng. Hearing words that sounded like a final farewell, Su Donqin suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that her long-held wish was about to come true? She felt a little excited and thrilled. Looking around, she wondered whether she should go find Lu Yunfei and say a few last words, or just eat the remaining half of that goose first. Su Donqin, do you know? Suddenly, Wang Shui looked up at her. Su Donqin opened her eyes wide. She didn't know. Gu Deng has strong psychic abilities. Nothing escapes his eyes. So, I'm really sorry, but this has to be done. Su Donqin felt a bit dizzy. She dropped down with a loud poochie. With a bang, she slammed her head. So careless. Couldn't they even lay down a cushion? What if her little head got hurt? In the dimly lit room, a bedside lamp. The light shimmered like fog, cascading down. The beauty's skin was as smooth as jade. She wore a silk robe, her long hair like seaweed cascading down, lying softly on the mattress. Gu Deng hadn't believed Wang Shuishui at first, but when he saw Su Donqin lying there so quietly and peacefully, he believed it. It was indeed his beauty. Gu Deng couldn't wait to start removing his clothes and pants. Suddenly, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Gu Deng, irritated, said, "Go away." Knock, knock. The knocking continued. Each knock, precisely timed down to the second, as if calculated deliberately. It perfectly reflected the high culture and cultivation of the person outside. Angrily, Gu Deng turned around and went to open the door. Who dared to disturb him, the king of the crude oil zone? He would definitely teach him a lesson. Standing outside was a man. Indeed, quite handsome. He wore a ragged backpack, a clean white shirt, his black hair slightly hanging down, covering his eyebrows and eyes. His nose was tall and straight, his lips thin and delicate. His appearance and temperament were outstanding, like precious jade. His hand slowly withdrew, now resting by his side. Delicate fingers and bony hands, looking frail and weak, like someone who couldn't even lift a chicken. Although Gu Deng liked beautiful women, he didn't mind men either. Especially a handsome man like this. "Are you here to volunteer?" Gu Deng rubbed his chin. "Don't rush. Wait for me to finish with my little beauty, then I'll come find you." "Beauty?" The man raised his eyes, gently parting his thin lips. He was half a head taller than Gu Deng, making it easy for him to see Su Donqin lying on the bed. Viewed under the lamplight, the beauty lay with her eyes closed, sound asleep, flawless as white jade, beautiful like a little fairy. She lay sleeping peacefully amidst the blooming floral sheets, her face showing the purest innocence. And yet, her body, laid bare, exuded a seductive charm, enhancing her beauty. She was a bewitching little Yaojing demon. She certainly is a beauty. Lu Yunfei slowly and calmly reached out, pulling out his axe. Looking at the small axe in front of him, Gu Deng suddenly sneered. "You want to attack me with an axe?" As he spoke, he even reached out and tapped the axe. Lu Yunfei tilted his head, not speaking. Gu Deng released his psychic energy. Standing there, Lu Yunfei's gaze darkened instantly, as empty and cold as a deep winter lake. Gu Deng lifted his hand, pressing on the axe, and tempted. "Come on, slash it against your own neck." The man's hand slowly lifted, then suddenly swung forward and slashed down. A thin, frail man, wearing a neat white shirt, had clearly defined fingers, pale and delicate, beautiful like someone who played the piano. But with these very hands, he swung the axe mercilessly, rushing downward with sharp intensity, like splitting mountains and chopping seas, leaving a long bleeding cut across Gu Deng's chest. "You? How is that possible?" "You?" Gu Deng's legs weakened, his chest throbbing with pain as he collapsed onto the ground. He covered the wound, his face filled with disbelief. "Psychic ability, it's truly a wonderful thing. I wanted to try it too." Lu Yunfei wasn't upset about missing with his first strike. He just slowly stepped into the room, turned around, and closed the door behind him. Click, the door was locked. Lu Yunfei's fingertips gently brushed over the bloodstained axe. His fair fingers stained with red, shining with eerie glints under the moonlight. Gu Deng's face turned pale with terror. "Impossible. My psychic ability should never fail." In reality, apart from his psychic powers, Gu Deng himself was just weak. His psychic ability was indeed strong. Unfortunately, he met Lu Yunfei. This man was calm, self-controlled, and Bantai, abnormal. Gu Deng's psychic power controlled minds. But someone like Lu Yunfei, whose mind was so powerful that chopping at someone felt like cutting off a watermelon, would not be affected at all. "Ah." Lu Yunfei softly exhaled. He slightly lifted his chin, his pale fingers running through his hair, brushing aside the bangs from his forehead, fully revealing his fair forehead and beautiful face. The man's Adam's apple moved slightly. His tone was slightly cold. Looking down at Gu Deng from above. "Did you touch her?" What? Which hand did you use to touch her, huh?" Lu Yunfei spoke softly, voice gentle, yet rich and warm like a cello's tone. Gu Deng tried to use his psychic ability again, but the man before him remained utterly unmoved. At this moment, Gu Deng, the former king of the crude oil zone, before Lu Yunfei looked like a featherless chicken, only capable of trembling in fear. "You don't want to say anything? Well then, there's nothing I can do. I've always disliked others touching my things." The man's expression didn't change, but his tone grew colder. The axe in his hand fell again. Gu Deng, with eyes wide open, gritted his teeth and used all his psychic energy to resist. The man's eyes, however, lit up faintly, and his voice floated softly. "So it's over there." A thin vine shot out from the man's fingertip, striking straight and precisely into Gu Deng's skull. The once mighty overlord of the crude oil zone had no chance to even realize what happened. He simply died. What a nuisance. Lu Yunfei looked at Gu Deng's corpse, slightly frowning. That tiny vine instantly expanded its body and then gulped down Gu Deng. The body of a psychic user was excellent nourishment. Burp. The vine burped happily, then eagerly wriggled forward, wanting a reward. Lu Yunfei immediately chopped off a section of it with his axe. "Go away." The vine retracted sorrowfully. After dealing with Gu Deng and putting his axe away, Lu Yunfei had only taken 2 steps towards Su Donqin when suddenly his body staggered and he half kneeled down. When Su Donqin woke up, she found herself lying on a soft bed. This seemed like Wang Shuishui's room. How did she end up here? Oh right, she had been knocked unconscious by Wang Shuishui. Wait, Lu Yunfei? Su Donqin immediately got out of bed, walked over to him, and tried to lower her little head to look at him closely. Was Lu Yunfei drunk? Her eyes lit up, and she immediately stretched out her hand. "Tell me, how many fingers am I holding up?" The man's face was lightly flushed, his gaze unfocused. slowly lifting his eyelids. He looked at Su Donqin and murmured, 5. Ha 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 ha, he really is drunk. That's clearly just one hand. Su Donqin joyfully rubbed her tiny hands together. She shoved the man onto the ground with one push. Hee, little buddy. Lu Yunfei stumbled as he sat on the ground, slightly lifting his eyes and revealing those misty pupils. They shimmered with a hazy luster, so deep they looked like bottomless abysses when looked into closely. Su Donqin swallowed hard, feeling as if her soul had nearly been drawn into those beautiful eyes. As the saying goes, when you stare into the abyss meowed. Meow. The man tilted his head while sitting on the floor, his black hair in disarray, cheeks slightly pink. His thin lips curled upward, his eyes tinged with the warm hue of peach blossoms. So alluring, like a ripe peach begging to be plucked. An intoxicated Lu Yunfei thought he was a cat. Su Donqin was utterly stunned. Su Donqin, testing the waters. She stretched out a finger, lifting Lu Yunfei's chin, rocking her head back and forth, teasing. Lu Zhiji, you're such a soft pretty boy, right? You'll cry for a long time if someone touches you, huh? Lu Zhiji was a nickname readers had affectionately given Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin lacked the guts to call him this except when he was dazed. She was so excited that in the end, she even added a very dreamy trailing tone. The man narrowed his eyes, wearing a strange expression. Overcome with excitement, Su Donqin merrily reached out to pinch Lu Yunfei's face. Lu Zhiji, wag your tail for the big brother he. Because she feared Lu Zhiji wouldn't know how, she even shook her own little butt around happily. But she had forgotten, cats bite quite a bit. Suddenly, the man got up and shoved her onto the ground. Su Donqin immediately lifted her foot to resist desperately. You, what do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, I've learned martial arts. Look at her pouncing like a tiger, fierce attack with the black tiger claw, monkey steals the peach. Wow, my little paw hurts. Stop biting me already. Ugh. Lu Yunfei lay in bed, thinking about how unique psychic abilities really were, enough to briefly throw his mind into chaos. Just like being drunk, even leaving his memories somewhat blurred. He touched his face, still faintly flushed, then tilted his head, looking towards Su Donqin, who had curled up under the small blanket, refusing to show her face no matter how hard someone knocked. What are you doing? The man knocked gently on the small bump. From within came the little girl's tearful, sweet voice, filled with sorrow. I'm trying to strangle myself with my hair. Oh, then keep trying. I'll leave first. Lu Yunfei stood up, took 3 steps forward, when the edge of his robe was tugged. Su Donqin peeked out with 2 large tooth marks on her face, pouting. Where are you going? Somebody is coming. I'm going to answer the door. Lu Yunfei said casually, then pinched Su Donqin's little cheek. The little girl cried out in pain. Just as Lu Yunfei finished speaking, the door was opened from the other side. Wang Shueishui staggered in, saw the bloodstains on the floor, then looked at Lu Yunfei and Su Donqin, both unharmed, and gave a pale smile. It worked right. Lu Yunfei didn't respond. Wang Shueishui wouldn't give up. She unsteadily walked over, her legs smeared with blood. She collapsed to her knees and grabbed Lu Yunfei's leg, her voice choked yet insistent. It worked right. Lu Yunfei kept his head slightly lowered, his expression indifferent, remaining silent. Just then, someone else entered. It was Shang Wei. Wang Shueishui, Gu Deng is gone. Shang Wei saw Lu Yunfei and Su Donqin, and also noticed Wang Shueishui covered in blood. What happened to you? He immediately stepped forward, pulling Wang Shueishui into his arms. His gaze sharpened as he looked toward Lu Yunfei. Wang Shueishui held tightly onto Shang Wei, her eyes fixed on Lu Yunfei, then suddenly laughed. I know, you succeeded. I was right after all. Wang Shueishui also had psychic abilities. However, hers was quite useless. It was the ability to detect. She could sense others' psychic powers. The stronger the psychic ability, the more intense the sensation she got. Initially, she had her eyes set on Ni Luo. Later, she saw Lu Yunfei. She knew, this man was the one. Only he could completely destroy Gu Deng. But how could she get him to act? As Wang Shueishui hesitated, she saw Su Donqin. Such a beautiful girl. Was she his girlfriend? Wang Shueishui wasn't sure. In this post-apocalyptic world, the word girlfriend was too easily neglected. Just like Gu Deng, who had even sold his own wife. What was just a girlfriend then? But there was no choice. Shang Wei couldn't wait anymore, so she had to gamble everything. Fortunately, she won. Look, Shang Wei, she won. Aren't you happy? Wang Shueishui gently raised her hand and lovingly caressed Shang Wei's face. I really like the high heels you gave me. Too bad. She was too dirty now. Unworthy. Su Donqin's gaze landed on Wang Shueishui's red high heels. Wang Shueishui's face twisted into a forced smile. She turned her head and, pale-faced, looked at Su Donqin. Tell Ni Luo, that little girl was sent to the cold district. Wang Shueishui's breath grew weaker and her blood flowed more heavily, soaking almost half of Shang Wei's body. Shang Wei knelt on the ground, covering Wang Shueishui's mouth with his hand, his eyes bloodshot. Stop talking. I'll take you to see a doctor. Wang Shueishui smiled. Thank you, Shang Wei. Her hand dropped limply from Shang Wei's grasp, completely lifeless. Su Donqin saw Shang Wei crying. She wondered, if she died, would Lu Yunfei cry too? The man frowned slightly, expressionless, seemingly a little impatient. Su Donqin, QQ, I was thinking too much. I'm guilty. I should commit suicide. I should disembowel myself. How could I ever have such impure thoughts about the male lead? Shang Wei hugged Wang Shueishui, suddenly stood up. He staggered toward the balcony, step by step. Shang Wei looked at the gloomy sky, then suddenly laughed. Then he leaned his body forward. Then Su Donqin's eyes were blocked by a hand. A gentle voice came from beside her ear. Don't look. A dull thud echoed from outside. Pashi. Instinctively, Su Donqin buried herself into Lu Yunfei's arms. Gu Deng had disappeared, Shang Wei was dead, and Wang Shuishui was gone too. It was said that Wang Shuishui had entertained 2 psychics the previous night. She didn't even know she was pregnant. The psychic hit too hard, so she died. He said it was a double guarantee. If I couldn't take down Gu Deng, the other 2 psychics would team up to help her. That's what Enai Luo said. Su Donqin nodded, recalling what Wang Shuishui had said to Lu Yunfei before dying. She thought that Wang Shuishui's so-called double guarantee referred to Lu Yunfei and the other 2 psychics, not Enai Luo, because Enai Luo had spent the whole night at the supposed ambush spot, feeding mosquitoes, without even seeing a trace of Gu Deng. Su Donqin thought, maybe Wang Shuishui had just wanted to send Enai Luo away. Thinking this, Su Donqin recalled Wang Shuishui's final words. She said, that girl who might be your sister was sent to the coal district. Coal district? They had searched for so long, yet the person was actually there all along. Enai Luo immediately slammed his hand on the table, his eyes bloodshot. Back to the coal district. Su Donqin held onto Lu Yunfei beside her, trying hard to suppress the churning in her stomach. The massive armored vehicle, driven by Enai Luo like a rally race car, sped non-stop for a whole day and night, knocking away countless bay creatures that made Su Donqin's heart ache. Without even catching a breath, it flew across hundreds of kilometers until it finally ran out of fuel and was forced to stop. Ugh. After enduring a full day and night of extreme speeding, Su Donqin couldn't hold back anymore. She vomited. Before losing consciousness, she regretfully thought, if only she had been just a little closer to death just now. What a shame. At night, everyone found a place to rest. It was an abandoned building. To prevent zombie attacks, heavy furniture was used to block the stairway entrances. Shifts were arranged for people to keep watch through the night. Weak and delicate, Su Donqin alternated between vomiting and fainting, her vision darkening. The man, wearing that tattered backpack, stood in a dark corner, his face completely obscured by the shadows. He stretched out his pale, bony hand and motioned to Su Donqin. Su Donqin immediately trotted over happily. Was it time to get paid? Chapter 16. Su Donqin looked at the dry bread in front of her and angrily declared she would starve herself to death. Then she kept glancing sideways at Lu Yunfei with the corner of her eyes. Hurry up and take out the chips, cola, and cookies for Beikai. The man kept his brows lowered, his expression unreadable. Upon hearing Su Donqin's words, he didn't try to persuade her, only uttered a sentence with ambiguous meaning. Not eating is fine too, saves the waste later. Waste? Waste what? With a grumbling stomach, Su Donqin sadly crawled into her sleeping bag to sleep. In the middle of her sleep, she felt that she was simply too hungry, so she had no choice but to get up and dig through Lu Yunfei's pockets, hoping to grab that dry bread. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened her eyes, Su Donqin suddenly noticed something was off. She looked down and saw the blooming flower fields stretching beneath her feet, then glanced at the man standing in front of her, feeling slightly dazed and surreal. Wasn't she just about to steal Lu Yunfei's dry bread? Why had she started dreaming now? The man wore a clean white shirt, the top button meticulously fastened. Tall with long legs, he stood there, a beautiful cherry blossom tree behind him. It was the season when cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Petals rained down gently all around him, draping over his hair and shoulders. A gentle smile spread across the man's face. He slightly tilted his head, looking at the girl before him, his voice clear and soft. I promise to be your boyfriend. Su Donqin. What was going on here? Looking at Lu Yunfei, who clearly appeared like a wholesome good young man before her, Su Donqin was momentarily unable to react. Why was she dreaming about Lu Yunfei? Donqin, let's be together. The man reached out his hand toward her. Su Donqin looked down, gazing at that beautiful, slender hand, and instinctively reached her hand out too. Unexpectedly, before her hand could make contact, her body wavered and the scene beneath her feet changed again. This time, it was on top of a large railway carriage. Surrounded all around were densely packed zombies, excitedly growling hungrily at her. Donqin, I think I've been bitten by a zombie. The man in the white shirt had now changed into the same man in a slightly worn military uniform. He was very thin, to the point of being nearly skeletal. Yet even so, he was still breathtakingly attractive. Su Donqin thought to herself, could this be the original female antagonist's own memory? Indeed, one moment heaven, the next hell. This damned apocalypse was simply too cruel. Donqin, the man walked toward her, and suddenly began developing many bloody wounds, as if he had been torn and bitten. Donqin, it hurts so much, why did you push me down? Faced with this blob of pixels, Su Donqin felt her mind shattering. What terrifying nightmare was this? She needed to wake up, quickly. Tears streaming, Su Donqin slapped Lu Yunfei's face hard. The blob of pixels clearly paused for a moment. Su Donqin even saw the man's head had been knocked sideways by her slap. She struggled to open her eyes wider. The zombies around her were still excitedly growling. She didn't wake up yet? Su Donqin felt panicked. No problem. She turned her head and, looking at the excited zombies below, was just about to throw herself down when her foot suddenly slipped and she fell straight down. Su Donqin. Mama ya? The zombie growls were right beside her ears as Su Donqin closed her eyes tightly and tried to hold her breath. Chomp chomp. That was the sound of zombies dining buffet style. Carefully cracking one eye open, Su Donqin saw the scene directly in front of her. A woman who looked very much like her was being feasted upon by zombies. How peaceful and pleasant of an end she'd longed for so much. Su Donqin looked on, filled with envy and resentment. The man pressed up from behind her, his breath faintly brushing against her ear. How does it feel? Su Dongjin swallowed hard. Feels like I'm a bit hungry. Lu Yunfei. Why did you pinch me, Zero? Food is the most basic human need. Skip a meal, and you'll be starving. Ah, ow, ow, ow. Su Dongjin suddenly opened her eyes wide and saw Lu Yunfei sitting beside her. Her hand was still rummaging through his coat pocket. In the darkness, the man's gaze toward her was oddly probing, as if trying to peel open her skull and see exactly what was hiding inside her little brain. Lu Yunfei withdrew his psychic power, his expression extremely dark. Su Dongjin, still looking confused and unsure where she had upset someone, cautiously pulled back her tiny hand. Then, stroking her own palm gently, she whispered, "Little cutie hasn't eaten for 10 minutes already. How pitiful." After speaking, she secretly glanced at Lu Yunfei's reaction. The man reached out his hand, took out a dry bread from his backpack, and handed it to her. Su Dongjin accepted it with teary eyes. Again, dry bread, sniffle sniffle. Lu Yunfei held on to the other end of the dry bread without letting go, gently asking, "Had a nightmare?" It was too dark. Su Dongjin could only vaguely make out Lu Yunfei's facial outline. She nodded, tugging again, but still failed to pull it away. What nightmare was it? The man continued, his tone extremely calm. "Something that was eating me." Lu Yunfei. The man finally released his grip. Unprepared, Su Dongjin couldn't pull her strength back in time and tumbled backward, bumping her little head. Sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. After eating the dry bread, Su Dongjin crawled back into her sleeping bag to rest. The man leaned nearby, his eyes closed. No one could tell whether he had fallen asleep or was just deep in thought. By the time she woke up from her sleep, it was already morning. Enai Luo had already gotten up impatiently, preparing to embark on another high-speed car journey. "Why is there something wrong with your face?" Under the glaring sun, Su Dongjin pointed curiously at Lu Yunfei's face. There, clearly visible on the man's pale and handsome face, was a distinct palm print. Su Dongjin tilted her little head, cautiously stretching out her small hand to match it. Wow, exactly the same. The man suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Dongjin's wrist. His eyes were pitch black and heavy, terrifyingly dark. Su Dongjin immediately pulled her neck in tightly. Could it be that during last night's dream, she had actually slapped Lu Yunfei? Su Dongjin felt like her doomsday might actually be coming soon. That was truly exciting news. Driven by urgent determination to save his sister, Enai Luo sped ahead, leading their weakling team straight into the coal mining area. Armed soldiers rushed over with guns to stop them. Enai Luo raised her hand, and with a "walala," a few lightning bolts flew out, leaving them all with explosive afros. Su Dongjin thought, with such skills, you could really open a hair salon and make a fortune. A lightning element wielder. I want to meet your leader. The woman had phoenix eyes and fierce, blood-red pupils. Su Dongjin had assumed that after Enai Luo so powerfully demonstrated her unique ability, they would be treated like honored guests. But she never expected they'd actually be thrown into cages. Because Enai Luo had overexerted herself and zapped electricity everywhere, the leader of the mining area thought she had gone mad and locked them all inside a cage together. Su Dongjin. In that deep night, the cage swayed to a sexy beat. Achu. The weather in this apocalypse was always so unpredictable, just like Lu Yunfei's moods. One night into winter, Su Dongjin sat inside the cage, watching snowflakes drift down from above. Achu. Over there, the mining area leader, upon hearing the news, hurried over. His name was Huiya, a metal element user. Originally, there had been 5 ability users in the mining area. However, after Wang Jin disappeared and Zheng Shu died, without a whole body left, only 3 remained. I heard you've awakened lightning abilities? The mining area desperately needed capable individuals now. Enai Luo raised her hand, and a tiny current of electricity slid precisely from her fingertip onto the cigarette held between Huiya's fingers. That cigarette was lit instantly. Even though the mining area lacked strong users, initially upon hearing the news, he had felt somewhat wary of Enai Luo's lightning ability. Such powerful ability made Huiya fear she might outshine him, or worse, steal his position. But now, seeing how the woman's ability had only been slightly awakened, even failing to burn up a simple cigarette, Huiya quickly regained his confidence. How did Zheng Shu die? As the leader, of course Huiya wanted to know about the death of a powerful plant vine element user. After all, on the surface, Enai Luo was now the leader of this weakling team. A warehouse fire. He didn't escape, Enai Luo simply stated. That aligned with others' accounts. To this, Su Dongjin analyzed. If it was a suicide, his motivation would have to be because he didn't want to live anymore. Huiya lowered his gaze and looked towards Su Dongjin, who hid behind Lu Yunfei's figure. He had always known a beautiful little beauty had entered the mining area, but since Zheng Shu had liked her, he could only give up on pursuing her himself. Actually, Huiya thought to himself that no matter how beautiful she was, how beautiful could she really be? Women were all the same after all. But Huiya never expected that this person could actually be this breathtakingly beautiful. Huiya's pupils slightly constricted, the hand holding the cigarette trembling slightly, until the burning end scorched his skin and he finally tossed the cigarette away. God, she's just too damn beautiful. Huiya felt like he had fallen in love. He was going to take this woman by force. She's my girlfriend. Lu Yunfei slightly lifted his gaze, revealing his coldly handsome face. Huiya narrowed his eyes and smiled. You're quite good looking too. I thought you were after my beauty, but Mei Shangda, you're actually interested in my boyfriend. Well, although Lu Yunfei truly was charmingly attractive, graceful and intelligent, so breathtakingly gorgeous that one could imagine far more, and possessed a heart-stirring allure. But he was a pervert. Don't you fear getting bitten? Su Dongjin stared wide-eyed in shock. In this decadent post-apocalyptic world, even perverts weren't safe anymore. They're my friends. Ni Luo stepped forward like a mother hen, shielding Lu Yunfei and Su Dongjin behind her. Huoya still gave her some respect due to Ni Luo's status as a lightning element wielder. Of course, it was only because Ni Luo was present here and now. Huoya's gaze settled on Su Dongjin, filled with determination to claim her. Su Dongjin shivered in fear, shrinking into Lu Yunfei's arms, feeling like a cursed beauty destined to bring misfortune. Hee. Since Ni Luo, Lu Yunfei, and the others had successfully brought back crude oil, Huoya decided to reward them by specially arranging double rooms. Delighted, Su Dongjin hugged her quilt and headed toward Ni Luo's room wanting to sleep together, but was stopped by Lu Yunfei. Is Dongjin cheat me now? Su Dongjin. Then why wouldn't you sleep with me? The man lowered his eyes, looking at Su Dongjin with an abyss-dark gaze. Drama king boyfriend, actively perverting again. The man's long, pale fingers reached into his backpack, and Su Dongjin could already see the axe smeared with Beikai Bebe cream waving at her little neck. Shivering, Su Dongjin quickly expressed her loyalty. Oh no. Of course I want to sleep with you. I'm just afraid Ni Luo might get scared sleeping alone. I clearly remember today is our. The very day we became a couple. Wait, what day exactly? Su Dongjin blinked wide-eyed in terror. It's been 133 days. Oh right. Good girl. With her head gently patted by the man, Su Dongjin was led into the double room. The so-called double room was just a bunk bedroom. The room was messy, clearly untouched by cleaning for a long time. Swinging her little feet in a small space diligently cleared for her by Lu Yunfei, Su Dongjin then fell asleep carefree. Throwing away the scrap paper, Lu Yunfei stood up and slowly approached Su Dongjin. The girl was sleeping soundly, hugging her little quilt. One pair of slender, smooth legs peeked out. Lu Yunfei's fingertips touched her ankle, gently pulling the quilt higher and tucking her in. Bending over, the man leaned close to Su Dongjin's ear and whispered, Dongjin. The girl's body slightly trembled. Her little face wrinkled, looking like a maltreated little puppy. Lu Yunfei climbed onto the upper bunk, stretched out his hand, his fingertips slightly glowing, and let greenish sparks dive into Su Dongjin's forehead. Then, slowly closing his eyes, he followed her into sleep. Su Dongjin dreamed again, looking at the luxurious living room around her, and then glancing at the grand banquet laid out on the table. She swallowed hard with temptation. Even so, she couldn't ignore the man sitting right in front of her. Lu Yunfei was resting his chin, just watching her. Then his gaze moved down to the feast before them, his expression suddenly turning strange. You just want to eat it? Well then. Su Dongjin innocently opened her large eyes wide. The man suddenly sneered, his expression immediately darkening. The scene changed once again, returning to the train carriage ceiling. The man was covered in blood, staring at her lifelessly. Under his gaze, Su Dongjin shivered from head to toe, nearly dropping to her knees. Brother, it wasn't me who killed you. Dongjin. The man tilted his head, smiling sweetly. Su Dongjin instantly felt her skin crawling, almost dying from fright. QAQ. Slowly, the man walked over. Taking her soft, delicate little hand, he brought it to his blood-streaked lips and kissed it. Su Dongjin. I thought you were going to take my life, but I didn't expect you to be seduced by my beauty instead. Wah, I don't want this hand anymore. Su Dongjin struggled to pull back, her body tilting sideways, and fell into yet another dream. All four walls around her were barren and empty. She saw an iron box floating in midair. The box wasn't locked, and Su Dongjin easily opened it. What is this? Martial arts manuals. Su Dongjin's eyes sparkled. Could this be the legendary Kung Fu manual said to beat someone half to death in a one-on-one fight? Su Dongjin suddenly realized this was her dream. No wonder it felt so amazing. Found something good, huh? So happy about it. The man's slow voice came from behind her. Su Dongjin tightly hugged the martial arts manual and refused to let him see, giggling out loud. Haha, I'll make you scream with a busted butt. Ha! Su Dongjin. The man beside her, woken up by her noise, didn't seem to be in a great mood. Su Dongjin opened her eyes, saw the bright daylight, and joyfully sat up, a sharp contrast to Lu Yunfei's dark, sleepy face. Haha, she had trained in the martial arts manual in her dream. This must be her special advantage. Haha. After acquiring the manual, feeling invincible, Su Dongjin stood proudly on the ground, looking down, though only slightly, on Lu Yunfei standing before her. Oh yeah, bring it on. Let's settle this alone. Was she a cowardly type like before? Su Dongjin struck 2 poses. Golden rooster pecking rice, white crane spreading wings. The man tilted his head, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, speaking in a calm tone. Dongjin, what's wrong? His expression remained unchanged, his eyes warm, his tone soft. Su Dongjin, who had proudly raised her head, was slowly suppressed by the man's overwhelming aura until she had nothing left but a little timid head like a quail. This dream feels so different from reality. I'll dance for you. The man sat down leisurely, arms crossed over his chest. Oh, Su Dongjin awkwardly performed a bit of square dance. Finally, the man gave a vague comment. Not bad. Your waist is quite flexible. Su Dongjin. I feel like there's something off with that sentence, but I can't find any real problem with it for now. Because her waist was indeed quite flexible, huh? As an evolved human with special abilities, Ni Luo's status had soared dramatically. She no longer had to go to the coal mines. And naturally, Su Dongjin and Lu Yunfei benefited greatly from her new status too. Su Donqing chewed on the soft bread they had gotten because of Ni Luo and shed tears of happiness. Then, she stretched out her little finger to poke Ni Luo. Why didn't you tell Hoya you were looking for your younger sister? In the apocalypse, there are no friends, only eternal enemies. Would you hand your weaknesses to your enemies? Su Donqing nodded strongly. Ni Luo, if stupidity were a crime, you'd rot in jail for life. Ni Luo was so furious she almost poked a hole in Su Donqing's tiny head. Furious heroine, once again online and throwing tantrums. Love is like the heroine scolding you, the hero screwing you over. There's nowhere to hide, no reasoning involved, always catching you off guard. Su Donqing whined and hid into Lu Yunfei's arms, only to have the man instantly pinch her little waist. Su Donqing, I think your recent behavior of constantly touching me is inappropriate. Captain and I, the team, is ready. An armed soldier ran over panting, glancing involuntarily at Su Donqing. Ni Luo frowned slightly. Su Donqing, the apocalypse is dangerous. I think you really need to learn some survival skills. Huoyo assigned me to train the armed forces, so both of you will come with me. While Su Donqing was forcibly changed into suitable clothes and dragged along, she saw Lu Yunfei already there wearing camouflaged gear, waiting quietly in a corner. The man was still carrying his little backpack and standing at the corner, seemingly studying a gun in his hands. Groups of armed soldiers chatted together, and upon seeing Su Donqing, their eyes lit up. They noisily gathered around. The young girl wore oversized military clothes, revealing a white and slender neck, tied in a glossy black wavy ponytail like seaweed. She appeared delicate and soft. Her small face was pale and tender. Her big eyes shimmered like distant mountains veiled in mist. And that tiny waist, pinched with a belt strap, it stood so delicately that it seemed even more frail and breakable, like she might crumble with just one touch. That pair of hands likely couldn't even hold a gun. In the apocalypse, women are just meat. In a time when wolves are plenty and meat is scarce, men's gazes gradually turned wild and intense. Ni Luo immediately sensed something was off and fired a warning shot to shock the crowd into silence. The originally rowdy armed soldiers immediately quieted down, but the greedy hunger in their eyes had not completely vanished. Ni Luo looked at Su Donqing, unintentionally frowning. This woman was becoming more and more beautiful. Simply standing there, she could drive any man crazy. Thinking that, Ni Luo shifted her gaze to Lu Yunfei. The man was leisurely playing with the gun in his hands. His figure was slender and thin, clearly just another weakling. This couple managed to survive until now solely because of her. What would they do without her in the future? Ni Luo felt both worried and proud, as if her fattened pigs at home were finally ready. One of the armed soldiers, emboldened, tried to reach out and touch Su Donqing. Ni Luo suddenly shot out her leg in a powerful kick. Did they think her pigs were something anyone could touch freely? The soldier sent flying immediately broke 6 ribs. What a true she-devil she was. Everyone looked at each other, trembling. No one dared to covet Ni Luo's pigs anymore. 6 ribs were carried away. Determined, the she-devil Ni Luo swore to train Su Donqing and Lu Yunfei into end-of-the-world killing gods capable of fighting off 10 enemies alone. They stood at the shooting range, practicing with guns. A line of empty bottles was placed in front of them. Bang 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 bang. Ni Luo hit all 4 shots, finishing stylishly. Lu Yunfei slowly picked up the gun, took aim at an agonizingly slow pace, and hit 1 bottle. The soldiers were extremely annoyed by the fact that such a weakling managed to land the most beautiful woman in the coal district. But since Ni Luo was around, they could only shoot him down with their eyes. Seeing that he only hit 1 bottle, their expressions of disdain deepened. Meanwhile, Su Donqing seriously raised her gun, swaying her tiny waist as she took aim. Bang bang bang. 3 shots missed. Feeling the surrounding disdainful gazes, Su Donqing got angry, and the consequences were serious. Fiercely, she stormed forward until she was only half a meter away from the bottles and took aim again. Bang. The bottle remained intact. Su Donqing. Enraged, Su Donqing kicked all the bottles to the ground. Bang bang bang. All broken. Humph. After finishing training on inanimate targets, Ni Luo brought everyone to train on live targets. For example, flying discs. Ni Luo. Bang bang bang. All hits. Su Donqing held her breath and focused. Bang bang bang. Nothing. Su Donqing. I'm really angry now. After a full day of training, Su Donqing, hugging her little puppy, decided she'd rather just quietly remain a useless person. Suddenly, the puppy in Su Donqing's arms darted away. With weak hands and trembling legs, Su Donqing immediately chased after it, following it all the way to the edge of the survival zone near the wall. The wall towered high, standing dozens of meters tall. It was built to defend against zombies. From a corner near the wall came some rustling sounds. Su Donqing crouched low and peeked. She saw a head emerge from the dense grass. Her puppy barked and lunged forward. It was a zombie dog. She didn't know if it was the puppy's father, mother, relative, or sibling. Anyway, it was the one that had parted with Su Donqing at the entrance of the survival zone last time. So it had been hiding here all along. But how had it managed to get inside? Curious, Su Donqing moved closer for a better look. She discovered a dog-sized hole in the wall. From inside the hole, a small head poked out. It looked as if someone had forcefully shoved it through. Xiao Beikai. Su Donqing said, surprised. Xiao Beikai. He scratching with chicken-like claws. Then another person crawled through, right in front of the hole. Crouching there, Su Donqing and the person locked eyes. Su Donqing recognized him. Xiao Xiaozhu. Su Donqing exclaimed, even more surprised. Xiaozhi. Thank goodness, seems like it's just a fool. Donqing, why are you running around again? A cool male voice came from behind. Xiao Zhi's whole body stiffened. Lu Yunfei slowly walked over, reached out and gently patted Su Dongqin's head, then lowered his gaze to Xiao Zhi, uttering a single syllable. Oh. Chapter 17. The atmosphere became extremely awkward for a moment. Then Su Dongqin pulled out a bag of pickled pepper chicken feet, successfully capturing one Xiao Beikai. We need supplies to enter the survival zone, but we don't have any, so we can only crawl through a dog hole. Xiao Zhi stood up with an embarrassed expression, patting the grass off his body, and at the same time forcefully pushed down the hat on Xiao Beikai's head. Su Dongqin nodded to show her understanding. Xiao Zhi said, well, if there's nothing else, we'll go first. Su Dongqin. Lu Yunfei. You too. Don't make me drag you back to practice. Haha. Ni Luo immediately noticed Xiao Zhi, her eyes lighting up as if she had spotted prey. She walked over with a coy sway, gently gazing at Xiao Zhi, suddenly speaking in a very affected tone. Captain Xiao. Su Dongqin. I'll hit you. Why are you here? Oh my, Beikai is here too. Oh hee hee. Facing Ni Luo's usual dual personality, Su Dongqin felt that there's no excuse for such behavior without at least a peanut to justify it. Xiao Zhi was clearly somewhat embarrassed. Ni Luo asked, Captain Xiao, where are you staying? Let me send you back, it's getting late. It's not safe for you to wander around with children. Su Dongqin looked at Ni Luo's face, glowing with excitement, then glanced at Xiao Zhi, who clearly showed a look of resistance. She thought the most dangerous element here was this woman. Xiao Zhi couldn't withstand Ni Luo's enthusiasm. Carrying Xiao Beikai, he cautiously followed behind the three. There was a street in the coal district, specifically used for bartering. For example, a bag of instant noodles could be exchanged for a down jacket. Now the weather was getting cold. Ni Luo looked at Xiao Beikai wearing only a thin summer shirt and immediately took out a bag of flour, exchanging it for a down jacket for Xiao Beikai. There's no need, Captain Xiao, don't be polite. As the saying goes, no matter how hungry you are, you shouldn't starve the children. In such cold weather, what if the child catches a chill? While speaking, Ni Luo reached out and rubbed Xiao Beikai's stiff little chubby face. Look, he's already frozen stiff. Xiao Beikai. Xiao Zhi nervously took out his chicken feather duster. Fortunately, Xiao Beikai, who was focused on chewing the chicken feet, didn't act up. Ni Luo also got Xiao Zhi a down jacket. Xiao Zhi, this tough guy, felt awkward yet touched. Thank you, Captain Ni. Just call me Ni Luo. Ni Luo instinctively reached out to stroke her ponytail. Her ponytail had already grown quite long, reaching down to her waist when let down. However, due to the harsh post-apocalyptic environment, her hair quality wasn't great. If only she had black hair as soft, luxurious, and silky as Su Dongqin's. Ni Luo was lost in thought when a soft, whiny cooing voice suddenly came from that direction. I want this one. Wah. If you don't exchange it for me, I'll throw a tantrum. Ni Luo. What is that idiot up to now? Sweetie Dongqin, we don't need cosmetics. Lu Yunfei stood there with his small ragged backpack, watching Su Dongqin who was hugging his leg in a cutesy way. From Lu Yunfei's eyes, Su Dongqin saw the intention that this guy wanted her to throw a tantrum. Humph, throw a tantrum? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? I'll make the exchange. Xiao Zhi awkwardly pulled out a sausage from his pocket. Cosmetics weren't really valuable in the apocalypse. A single sausage could fetch many items. The stall owner even gave an extra hair tie. Xiao Zhi handed Su Dongqin what she wanted, then picked out a beautiful crystal hairpin and handed it to Ni Luo, saying, thank you for the down jacket. Ni Luo looked down at the crystal hairpin, her face lighting up with girlish excitement that she couldn't conceal. Su Dongqin got the cosmetics she wanted and finally let go of Lu Yunfei's leg with a whimper. Then she grabbed Xiao Beikai who was chewing chicken feet and smeared some blush on him. Xiao Beikai. He doesn't taste good. Don't touch him. When Xiao Zhi turned his head and saw Su Dongqin messing with Xiao Beikai, his expression instantly changed. He pushed Su Dongqin away with one hand and pulled Xiao Beikai behind him protectively. Su Dongqin, originally squatting, was shoved by Xiao Zhi and plopped her butt down onto Lu Yunfei's foot. Quite soft actually. Xiao Zhi glanced anxiously at Xiao Beikai, and upon seeing his red-lipped, rosy-skinned face, his eyes slightly changed. In this appearance, he looked more like a normal person. Su Dongqin, Xiao Beikai isn't your Barbie doll. Ni Luo glared at her fiercely. Su Dongqin hugged Lu Yunfei's leg and made a whiny sound. Over there. Ni Luo turned her head and changed her expression when she saw Xiao Zhi. She reached up and brushed aside a strand of hair by her temple, tilting her face to show off her delicate profile. Captain Xiao, where are you staying? Xiao Zhi had just crawled through a dog hole. He obviously had nowhere to stay. Faced with Ni Luo's question, the tough guy Xiao Zhi, who wasn't naturally good with words, now struggled even more with what to say. Fortunately, Ni Luo immediately noticed the difficulty on Xiao Zhi's face and immediately inferred his situation. Xiao Zhi didn't have any special abilities, and he had a child to look after. Ni Luo knew that even if they moved into the coal district, they wouldn't be staying in a good place. There's an empty room in my building. Although it's not very big, it's clean. I can ask the supervisor to prepare it for you first, since no one's living there anyway. As an evolved human, Ni Luo naturally lived in the best area of the coal district. It wasn't that the place had no one living there. It was that no one else had the qualifications to live there. After all, there were only so many evolved humans. Xiao Zhi was struggling with this exact issue. When he heard Ni Luo's offer, his eyes lit up briefly, but as he looked at Xiao Beikai, he still didn't respond immediately. Over there, Su Dongqin had wandered off to mess with another stall. When she returned, She was holding 3 dog collars and 2 dog muzzles. One collar was placed on the zombie dog, and then a muzzle was added to prevent biting. When Xiao Ji saw the collar in Su Dongqing's hand, his eyes lit up. Miss Su, can I borrow that collar? Beikai always runs off. I think this thing is great. Looking at the collar, Xiao Ji, with his normally stern face, turned red as if he had discovered a great treasure. Su Dongqing handed the collar to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji's eyes sparkling, he immediately put it on Xiao Beikai. From the look in Xiao Ji's eyes, Su Dongqing could tell he was also very interested in the muzzle, but couldn't use it because Xiao Beikai's face was too small. Xiao Ji expressed his disappointment. Su Dongqing then helped the little puppy put on the collar. A passerby noticed what Su Dongqing was doing and clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Nowadays, people are barely surviving from hunger, and she's keeping a dog. Su Dongqing replied. Do you know why my grandma lived so long? The passerby retorted. What does your grandma have to do with me? Then what does my dog have to do with you? Passerby, he muttered and grumbled before walking off. It had gotten very late. Ni Luo led Xiao Ji and Xiao Beikai to her residence. Su Dongqing was carried back by Lu Yunfei to play with her Barbie doll. They all stayed in the same building, though not on the same floor. Ni Luo's floor had complete facilities, beautiful scenery, and a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 bathroom setup. It was said that even the toilet could flush with running water 24 hours a day. It made Su Dongqing extremely envious. In their room, Lu Yunfei and Su Dongqing were still assigned bunk beds. Su Dongqing lay on the lower bed and glanced at the big guy above her. She couldn't see anything. She poked her little head out and sneaked up to rest her chin on the edge of the upper bunk. The man had his old backpack under his head and was sleeping soundly. Su Dongqing looked at that backpack containing an axe and wondered whether it was uncomfortable. The man kept his eyes closed, his expression peaceful. As Su Dongqing watched him, she couldn't resist reaching out to check Lu Yunfei's breath. Good, still alive. Su Dongqing pulled her head back. Then there was some rustling sound as she moved around, finally falling asleep. 3 minutes later, Lu Yunfei opened his eyes. A thin vine crawled along his fingertip, sliding quietly down to the lower bed. Slowly it crept in through Su Dongqing's fingertips, which were sticking out from under the blanket. Su Dongqing was dreaming. In her dream, she had turned into a dumpling, wrapped tightly with binding. The thing binding her asked what filling she was. Su Dongqing cried and said, I don't know, and then the thing replied, I'll bite you and find out. Then Su Dongqing was eaten. Red bean paste, red bean paste. Oh, it's red bean paste. Su Dongqing rolled around on the lower bed, then bang, fell to the floor with person and blanket together. Dongqing want red bean paste. Lu Yunfei, who had already gotten up, sat at the table, calmly breaking the bread in his hand in half as he said, Today's bread seems to be filled with red bean paste. As he spoke, Lu Yunfei handed half of the red bean paste bread to Su Dongqing. That slender, pale hand gave the bread a gentle squeeze, and all the red bean paste inside oozed out. Su Dongqing stared blankly at the soft, sticky red bean paste that had dripped all over Lu Yunfei's hand. She recalled how in her dream, she'd been eaten bite by bite, and red bean paste had spilled everywhere. Whimper, whimper, whimper. The dream had been so terrifying. Seeing the little girl's puzzled, innocent expression, Lu Yunfei reached out and placed the bread in her small hand. Slowly, he wiped all the red bean paste from his hand on his Su Dongqing's pale little face as he said, I heard the cafeteria in the coal district is finally opening today. Currently, the coal district had switched to a communal dining system. Besides the weekly allocation of basic necessities, fixed food rations had been cancelled, replaced instead by everyone scrambling for meals together in the cafeteria. Su Dongqing fixed her gaze intensely on the cafeteria worker's hands. Every time the worker's hand trembled, Su Dongqing trembled with it. The worker shook her hand again, and Su Dongqing shook right along with her. All right. The worker handed the basin back to Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing glanced down at the basin in her hands and felt deeply disappointed. The worker enthusiastically called to Lu Yunfei, who was behind Su Dongqing. Cute boy. The cute boy walked forward and handed over his tray. Scoop, another scoop, yet another scoop. Hey, lady, the meat is already overflowing. Su Dongqing watched Lu Yunfei's tray pile full of meat, envying him so much her mouth watered uncontrollably. Dongqing should eat more meat. Lu Yunfei scooped the meat from his tray and placed it all into Su Dongqing's basin. Su Dongqing was overwhelmed with gratitude, trembling with excitement. At the table across from them, Ni Luo muttered, What the hell are you feeding a pig? Thinking of pigs, Ni Luo thought again of Xiao Ji. Spotting Xiao Ji walking with Xiao Beikai in the distance, she quickly waved them over. Su Dongqing dug through her pockets and pulled out a bag of pickled chili chicken feet to hand to Xiao Beikai. Xiao Ji immediately expressed gratitude. Ni Luo wasn't about to fall behind, immediately showcasing her gentle kindness, approachability, and grandmother-like warmth. She spoke in a squeaky, exaggeratedly sweet voice. Oh my, Captain Xiao, your portion is so small. Eat some of mine. As an evolved human, Ni Luo received special food rations, which meant she could eat as much as she wanted. Captain Xiao is still growing. You must eat more. Su Dongqing took a moment to glance at Xiao Ji's tall and sturdy physique. They said this #1 villain in the making was already 27. Where exactly was he still growing? I also am still growing. Before Su Dongqing could finish speaking, Ni Luo had already transferred all the meat from Su Dongqing's tray into Xiao Ji's bowl. Su Dongqing, I think you no longer love me. Fuming, Su Dongqing shoved her tray toward Xiao pig. No wait, pork. Everyone was anxiously eating from the communal pot when suddenly a big commotion broke out on one side. many people grabbed their bowls and rushed out. Sticking to her spirit of, wherever there's trouble, there's me, Su Donqin tightly hugged her basin and quickly followed the crowd. Oh my goodness, so young, such a pity. They say his name is something like Hao Zhizhang. People kept chattering as they gathered around a body while eating their meals. Someone had died. This incident caught the attention of the Cold District administrators. A group of armed soldiers quickly ran over, cordoning off the area with white cloth from their hands, transforming it into a crime scene. The crowd of onlookers, still eager for more details, was driven away entirely. If it had been an ordinary person who died, of course, the upper echelons of evolved humans wouldn't have paid any attention. Because here, a human life was worth less than that of livestock. A single human life wasn't even worth as much as a pig. But the dead man was Zhang Zhihao, that idiot, who despite being mentally impaired, could still use his evolved ability. Normally looked after by a dedicated caretaker, every day he would be asked to use his powers to reinforce the tall walls surrounding the Cold District. Hao Zhizhang's body was buried beneath a collapsed wall. When they dug him out, his head had been smashed to pieces by bricks and rocks. It was the ordinary person who had taken care of him who identified the corpse from the clothes. The crowd murmured in speculation. They say it was the collapsing wall that killed him. How come I heard it was murder over food? No matter how many versions went around, the fact remained that at the time of Hao Zhizhang's death, not a single person had been by his side. Therefore, there were no eyewitnesses. Su Donqin instinctively turned her head to look at Lu Yunfei, standing beside her. The man glanced down, those cool, deep eyes, cold as a winter lake, exuding chill. Su Donqin, instantly intimidated, quickly buried her face into her basin. Over there, Su Donqin had just sat down with her basin in hand when a soldier in uniform came over and said that Hoya wanted to see An Luo. An Luo said impatiently, "Let him come here. Armed soldier. Can't beat him." The soldier turned around and left. A few minutes later, Hoya, who had just finished examining the body of Hao Zhizhang, actually came in person. Lunchtime had already passed. Except for An Luo's table, everyone else in the cafeteria had gone to work. Wearing a leather overcoat and accompanied by a group of armed soldiers, Hoya walked in, followed closely behind by a woman in a mink coat. Su Donqin recognized her immediately. That was Duanghua. As a mere pawn, Duanghua had fully maximized her usefulness. No matter where she was, she always managed to climb her way to the top of the hierarchy quickly. Su Donqin could only assume this was perhaps what people called Duanghua's cheat skill. Since their last meeting at the Iron Cage, this was the second time Su Donqin had seen Hoya. This Mr. Hoya's expression was clearly worse than the first time, as if he'd encountered some kind of century-level problem. Just now, everyone saw the corpse. His name was Zhang Zhihao. I heard that before he became mentally impaired, he was an earth element evolved human. Although he was now an idiot, Zhang Zhihao's abilities remained intact. No one had expected him to actually die. Su Donqin finished the food in her basin and sat properly, placing her small hands neatly on her knees. Behaving like an angel, Hoya couldn't help glancing at her more than once. His expression, filled with unrestrained greed, was impossible to hide. The little girl wore a slightly used tracksuit. Her face was fair and tender, and her expression was innocently naive. Her seaweed-like hair was neatly tied into an elegant princess ponytail. Her almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips exuded delicate charm. It was Lu Yunfei who had done her hair. Recently, the man seemed obsessed with dressing her up, almost like trying to recapture the childhood he missed with a Barbie doll. But every time, Su Donqin felt like the next moment he'd strangle her with her own hair. QEQ. On the other side, everyone formally began their discussion. An Luo frowned and said, "Who would want to kill Zhang Zhihao?" Su Donqin focused again, her large eyes filled with eager curiosity. Duanghua shrugged indifferently. Maybe when they were building the walls, the fool just didn't dodge in time and got crushed to death. At least Zhang Zhihao had once been involved with her. What happened to the old lover? Only tears remain, while the new love laughs on. Su Donqin nodded deeply, her gaze involuntarily drifting again toward Lu Yunfei. The man cast a cold, sharp glance her way. Su Donqin immediately straightened her back, once again the model of angelic behavior. A moment of silence fell over the room as everyone sank into thought. Another soldier rushed in just then, reporting that they'd found a forensic doctor in the Cold District who could perform the autopsy. Hoya immediately followed the soldier out, saying he would personally supervise the doctor's examination of the corpse. When Hoya left, Duanghua followed as well. Before leaving, she gave Su Donqin a fierce glare. Su Donqin complained, "Why does she keep giving me the evil eye?" An Luo. Expressionless, she left too. That night, back in their room, the man shoved Su Donqin down onto the lower bunk. "Donqin suspects me? No, no, how could she ever dare?" Her head shook like a drumstick in denial. Lu Yunfei chuckled softly. Leisurely, he tucked the blanket around her, his voice calm. "Why would I go out of my way to harm a fool?" That actually made sense. Lu Yunfei wasn't the kind of person to do such pointless things, or so one would think. Su Donqin stared at the hand Lu Yunfei had pinched her cheek with and puffed out her cheeks, showing her displeasure. Lu Yunfei looked at the little girl puffing up her face while he pinched it, all innocence and cuteness. His gloom completely lifted, and his mood improved without realizing it. He reluctantly let go, then bent down and kissed Su Donqin's forehead gently. "Good girl, sleep well." Su Donqin, her big eyes wide open in horror, looked as if she'd died with unfinished business. She was ruined. She'd never touch that forehead again. Donqin still isn't sleeping. "You want a bedtime story?" Recalling all those bedtime stories Lu Yunfei used to tell, Su Donqin was so frightened she shuddered. Immediately, she closed her eyes tight, pretending to be sound asleep, who uses ghost stories as bedtime tales. Looking at the little girl with tightly shut eyes, Lu Yunfei showed regret on his face. He remembered the vivid expressions on her face when he told her those bedtime stories, how clearly she had loved them. So much that she'd even cried and buried herself in his arms to fall asleep. The next day, the autopsy results came out. Zhang Zhihao had actually been murdered. Huoya gathered everyone again. When he saw Lu Yunfei this time, his expression was particularly meaningful. Su Donqin looked at the dissected corpse and couldn't help but dry heave once. He was killed by someone. Huoya calmly stated the forensic doctor's conclusion, his face expressionless. Who would kill him? He's just an idiot. Who could he have possibly offended? Ni Luo asked bluntly. Exactly. Who would want to kill Zhang Zhihao? A fool. Who could he possibly anger? Su Donqin also wore a serious expression. Huoya felt this was an open challenge to his authority as the cold district's leader. Immediately, he ordered the armed soldiers to comb through the area, screening anyone who'd had conflicts with Zhang Zhihao. Meanwhile, Duangua, clinging to Huoya's waist, suddenly changed her tone. She pointed a finger toward Lu Yunfei, seemingly reluctant, saying, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you, Lu Yunfei, have a conflict with Zhang Zhihao before? Huoya's gaze immediately turned like lightning toward Lu Yunfei, and the excitement on his face couldn't be hidden at all. That sly little expression. He finally got you with my brilliant scheming. Was crystal clear. Su Donqin suddenly understood completely. Huoya wanted to use this as an opportunity to eliminate Lu Yunfei, then take her for himself. She was just too smart. At this critical moment, the armed soldiers brought in 3 people, those supposedly having disputes with Zhang Zhihao. Number 1 said, he stole my food. Number 2 said, he stole my meat. Huoya turned to the last one. The person was small, thin, and pale, and under Huoya's gaze, his face turned deep red. He stole my toilet paper. Everyone. What kind of crap is this even brought up? Su Donqin, however, was very interested. So, how did you handle it? The person's face reddened even more, as if about to explode. Su Donqin immediately said, wow, you're so dirty. Number 3. Everyone else. Huoya had the 3 locked up first. Originally, he wanted to lock up Lu Yunfei as well, but Ni Luo stepped forward and vouched for him. He's not the murderer. Huoya immediately shot back. Murderers never admit it themselves. Ni Luo, then let me watch him. No need to lock him up. His health is bad, and that place is too chaotic. The so-called prison in the coal district was actually just a warehouse. Those who broke the rules were thrown in like animals, left to survive on their own. There were all kinds of people inside. Ni Luo feared Lu Yunfei might be beaten to death by the inmates. Facing Ni Luo's suggestion, Huoya snorted coldly. He originally wanted Lu Yunfei dead. Putting him in prison was even better. He wouldn't even have to get his hands dirty. After all, he was a compassionate leader. He didn't agree and gave Ni Luo a look that said, don't think I don't know you're working together. So in the end, Lu Yunfei was locked up after all. Half an hour later, Ni Luo brought Su Donqin along to visit him, and Su Donqin brought her basin. The warehouse served as a temporary prison, holding those who broke the rules. Those who stole bread, stole clothes, stole people. Those who killed chickens, killed ducks, killed humans. Lu Yunfei, wearing his half-worn tracksuit, sat in a corner, standing out like a spotless white lotus among a noisy crowd of men and women. All those men and women stared at him with bloodshot eyes, like predators sizing up an innocent little chicken. Su Donqin guessed they must be thinking whether this chicken should be braised, steamed, or eaten raw. Follow me. Ni Luo nudged Su Donqin with the barrel of her gun. Su Donqin immediately trotted behind obediently. Seeing Ni Luo with a gun, the inmates didn't dare to act up. Even under her threats, they made space, leaving a wide, open area, unbothered by the filth. Ni Luo crossed her legs and sat beside Lu Yunfei, scanning the warehouse once before turning back. I brought you food. The warehouse only gave 1 meal a day, and it was always spoiled. Ni Luo knew Lu Yunfei wouldn't eat it. Su Donqin quickly offered her basin to him. Lu Yunfei politely declined with a smile. Delighted, Su Donqin immediately started eating by herself. Ni Luo, let's discuss Zhang Zhihao's case. It seems Huoya won't let you go this time. At this, Ni Luo glanced at Su Donqin, who had food smeared all over her face, and couldn't help but wonder, just where exactly on this food bowl was even a trace of a temptress bringing ruin? Su Donqin perked up her ears, lifting her face from the basin, and tried to join the discussion. I suspect Zhang Zhihao was killed by number 3, because he looks most like the murderer. Su Donqin seriously announced her guess. Ni Luo, crossing her arms over her chest, discussed with Lu Yunfei. I checked the scene and think it was probably due to Zhang Zhihao's unstable powers. He was crushed to death by his own ability. Lu Yunfei nodded slightly. Indeed, there's no clear motive for murder. Su Donqin raised her hand energetically. Hey, no, I think. Zhang Zhihao might have had powers too, but he was an idiot. We can't judge him with normal logic. Ni Luo continued her discussion with Lu Yunfei. Hey, will you guys listen to me? I'm in the middle of analyzing. Su Donqin waved her short little arms desperately, and got completely ignored. Su Donqin dejectedly lowered her head. Lu Yunfei rubbed his chin, then suddenly turned his head towards Su Donqin, his expression extremely gentle. Donqin, what did you want to say? Su Donqin's eyes lit up. I think it was number 3. So number 3 did it. Ni Luo immediately faked a look of shock. You actually believe her? Lu Yunfei said. We can't judge Zhang Zhihao with normal logic. After saying that, he affectionately ruffled Su Donqin's hair. Ni Luo remained silent for half a moment before nodding in agreement. That's true. Su Donqin angrily slammed her basin down. She would definitely repay this humiliation tenfold. Chapter 18. You don't believe me. Su Donqin stomped her little foot angrily. I'll go ask number 3. Ning Luo glanced at her sideways. Do you really think he'll just tell you that easily? Are you stupid? Numbers 1, 2, and 3 were all locked together in the warehouse prison. As soon as Ning Luo and Su Donqin walked in, the 3 of them huddled into the corner, trying their best to become a united, pitiful trio. Su Donqin marched up to number 3 with confidence. Speak. Did you kill Zhang Jihao? I. Number 3 was about to shake his head and deny it. At that moment, Lu Yunfei slowly walked over. Standing behind Su Donqin, his pitch-black eyes gleamed with an unusual light in the darkness. A shadow fell over number 3's face, his eyes dimming. He opened his mouth dully, as if spellbound. Yes. I killed him. Ning Luo. This apocalypse is insane. Hoya never expected number 3 to admit to killing Zhang Jihao outright. Immediately, he ordered number 3 to be separated from the others in the warehouse prison. Click. Hoya stood in front of a table, twisting on the small flashlight in his hand, shining the beam directly onto number 3's face. The light was narrow, long, and bright. Number 3 instinctively raised a hand to block it, only to be sharply rebuked by Hoya. Put it down. Number 3 immediately sat up straight and composed himself. Hoya stared expressionlessly at number 3 before his expression suddenly softened, attempting to bend the law for personal favor. He dismissed everyone else, leaving only number 3 alone in the room. He turned off the flashlight, gently patting number 3's shoulder while softly coaxing him. Did you really kill him? Number 3 trembled as he nodded. Yes, I killed him. He didn't know why, but his mind went blank and the words just slipped out. But there was nothing he could do now. Once spoken, the words couldn't be taken back. Besides, he must protect that person. Summoning his courage, number 3 puffed out his thin chest, lifting his chin defiantly as he repeated, I did it. Hoya couldn't help himself. He smacked number 3 hard on the head, then coughed lightly and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Even if you didn't do it, it's okay. He'd already laid a perfect trap, waiting for Lu Yunfei to fall right in. How could something like this go wrong at this point? Number 3 was a loose link Hoya tightly held and shook up and down. He was practically trying to stuff the words, I didn't kill him, straight into number 3's mouth. But number 3 wept bitterly. It really was me. Every night in the prison warehouse, he had nightmares of Zhang Jihao coming for revenge. Looking up again, seeing Lu Yunfei sitting silently in the corner, his complexion pale and his expression calm, for some reason made number 3's heart sink further until he felt completely torn apart. While number 3 was so scared he burst into tears. He tightly embraced Hoya, repeating frantically, I did it. I did it. Hoya was still trying to salvage the situation. With a loud bang, Ning Luo kicked open the door and walked up to Hoya. Well, isn't the truth now clear? Number 3 confessed himself. I think this matter isn't so simple. Perhaps he was forced into it. Hoya argued on behalf of number 3. As he spoke, his eyes instinctively drifted to Lu Yunfei, standing behind Ning Luo, harboring hidden hostility. Ning Luo sneered. Who could possibly threaten him? For a fool? Don't you think we're all fools too? Hoya, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. If you want sweet and innocent, Su Donqin, you'll have to go through me first. Without hesitation, Ning Luo ruthlessly ripped the mask off Hoya's face. Hoya smiled, saying, Ning Luo, why push it like this? You want to oppose me, and by extension, the main mining group, just for the sake of 2 ordinary people. I'm not opposing the main mining group. Rather, it's you who is using them to oppose me. Facing Hoya head-on, Ning Luo was completely fearless, perfectly displaying the domineering aura of a female lead. Meanwhile, Su Donqin clung to the doorway, eavesdropping carefully. Finding the acoustics unclear, she crept closer a bit, then a bit more, until eventually slipping into the room, sticking close to Lu Yunfei's back to keep listening. Ning Luo and Hoya were locked in a tense confrontation. 2 people with supernatural abilities, each exuding barely contained power. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Nervous, Su Donqin started rummaging through Lu Yunfei's pockets, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Oppie. Hoya removed a seed shell that had landed on his face. The atmosphere became even more intense. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei spoke. I want to see the body again. You? Want to see the body? You're a suspect now. Of course, Hoya wasn't about to agree. Ning Luo sneered. We saw it last time, so why fear it now? Could it be Chief Hoya has a guilty conscience? After speaking, Ning Luo blew lightly on her fingertips. A thin bolt of lightning slowly descended, striking the ground with a ji-la sound. Hoya shuddered slightly, grinding his teeth in silence. Actually, he had no desire to oppose Ning Luo. The mutated survivors in the coal district were already dwindling, most either dead or injured. Without suppression from higher-level survivors, Hoya alone couldn't control the entire coal mining area. To Hoya, Ning Luo's arrival was truly a welcome relief. Moreover, this woman wielded the most powerful lightning mutation. Fine, Hoya agreed. He believed Lu Yunfei was just a useless piece of trash, unable to stir up any major trouble. Eliminating him was only a matter of time. Hoya led the group to view Zhang Jihao's corpse again. Lu Yunfei covered his mouth with a cloth, took out a pair of chopsticks, and began poking through the body. He slightly frowned, saying, his crystal core is missing. Crystal core. Ning Luo instinctively frowned. Inside a survivor's brain was a crystalline formation. This structure was known as the crystal core, and only mutants possessed it. The crystal core was discovered by a ruler of the northern region, which also happened to be the place where the first mutant emerged. After discovering his own mutation, that survivor willingly lay inside a machine for examination. A brain scan revealed a crystalline mass inside his skull. Initially, he didn't understand its significance. Later, he found another deceased mutant, extracted and researched that individual's brain contents. He discovered this crystalline structure was where the mutant's power was concentrated. It was similar to something like the golden core or nascent soul from cultivation novels. Such an object, named the crystal core, symbolized the mutant's possession of honor, power, wealth, and beauty in the apocalyptic world. With it, one could dominate everything and become a ruler among rulers. Did number 3 take Zhang Zihao's crystal core? Ning Luo speculated. Su Donqin exclaimed in shock. He wanted to steal the crystal core and frame the idiot. Ning Luo shot a sharp glare at the idiot and immediately turned around, walking toward the warehouse prison. However, when Ning Luo arrived, number 3 had already died. Various atrocities occurred inside the warehouse prison. A person like number 3, who lacked connections, had no mutation ability, and had no food, a triple no, complained after his food was stolen, and was immediately beaten to death. Ning Luo approached the prison's leader. This leader was a hulking brute, ruling supreme within the warehouse prison. Now, he was under Ning Luo's boot. Did you kill him? Yes. I didn't know he was your man. The leader rubbed his face against the shoe sole while filled with remorse. He also hadn't expected that the thin, timid number 3 would dare to resist him. In a moment of carelessness, he'd killed him. The clue had now vanished here. Ning Luo was extremely furious. However, their current priority was finding the crystal core to prove Lu Yunfei's innocence. Remember this. If you dare touch one hair on him, I'll kill you. Ning Luo stepped on the prison leader while pointing at Lu Yunfei, sitting in the corner. Su Donqin nodded eagerly, threateningly adding, I'll chop you into pieces. The leader immediately tearfully swore to treat Lu Yunfei as if he were his own beloved father. Only then did Ning Luo, accompanied by the innocent Su Donqin, leave satisfied. Ning Luo ordered number 3's corpse to be taken away and then searched his residence. They found absolutely nothing. Ning Luo, stop wearing yourself out pointlessly. Hoya looked intently at Su Donqin, his eyes lingering. During these days, Lu Yunfei was still confined in the warehouse prison. To protect Su Donqin, Ning Luo always kept her by her side like a small tail. The girl looked down pitifully, hiding behind Ning Luo. She wore a slightly old tracksuit, her long black hair tied messily, and although her skin remained fair and tender, it had somewhat lost its former luster. She resembled a small white flower deprived of fresh water. Ning Luo instinctively glanced at Su Donqin too. It seemed like the Su Donqin who followed her appeared slightly different from the Su Donqin who followed Lu Yunfei. Maybe it was the difference between a child raised by their grandmother versus one raised by their mother? It's okay, Ning Luo, there will always be a way, said Xiaoji, who had come to help upon hearing about the matter. He stepped in front of Ning Luo, facing off against Hoya. Xiaoji looked handsome and rugged, a true tough guy. If this happened before the apocalypse, it would indeed have terrified people. But now it's the apocalypse era. Facing this ordinary person who had no mutation ability at all, Hoya simply didn't take him seriously. Hoya snorted coldly and turned to leave. He felt certain of victory already. As soon as Hoya left, the previously tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Xiaoji held the hand of Xiao Beikai, who was busy chewing spicy chicken feet, and tried hard to comfort Ning Luo. Ning Luo, in a delicate voice, said softly that she was very scared. Xiaoji immediately continued his consoling. Su Donqin. Ugh. I'm going to look for the crystal core. Su Donqin stomped off, then quickly came back stomping, having retrieved her ultimate weapon. She brought out the little puppy and tried hard to place it beside number 3's corpse. If you don't respect me, it's time to show you my fierce dog. Sniff. Sniff it hard. Ning Luo glanced at the tiny puppy barely the size of a palm and gave a look of disgust, then leaned gently against Xiaoji's firm bicep before leading her group of armed soldiers onward to continue searching for the crystal core. Meanwhile, Hoya, who appeared to have left but was actually hiding around the corner, watched Ning Luo depart and felt his chance had finally arrived. He secretly peeked through the door crack, staring at Su Donqin. Delicate, soft-skinned, and still beautifully clean even in this filthy apocalyptic world, like a little fairy, and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. However, before Hoya could approach Su Donqin, suddenly a massive husky appeared behind the girl. The husky wore a muzzle, was chained, and bared its teeth in an aggressive stance, making a threatening sound like poo. Su Donqin immediately turned around and saw Hoya. She instantly put on a terrified expression. Oh my god, someone please save her. Hoya never expected that Su Donqin actually had such a fierce dog by her side. Originally, Hoya wasn't afraid of dogs. Besides, he had his mutation ability, so why would a dog scare him? But he clearly sensed this dog was different from others. He could actually feel mutant energy radiating from this dog. Hoya didn't dare act recklessly. He slowly and cautiously stepped back out. Su Donqin. With the little puppy in her left hand and the giant husky on the right, Su Donqin felt a bit regretful but continued on her crystal core hunt. Along the way, she passed by the cafeteria and couldn't resist taking out her food tray. Might as well eat first. After all, Lu Yunfei wouldn't die anytime soon. Inside the cafeteria, everyone was energetically discussing the top gossip in the coal district. The tragic death of the idiot. Is it the collapse of earth walls or the twisted mind of the killer? I heard he was crushed by an earthen wall. No, that's version 0.1. I've got 0.2. I heard he was deliberately murdered by that number 3 who got beaten to death. I heard this idiot used to be an Earth-type mutant, but later he went crazy. Extremely guilty, Su Donchin. The discussion continued. Seriously? Daring to murder a mutant? TSK, TSK, TSK. I have the absolute latest, version 0.3 here. Everyone quickly gathered around. Even Su Donchin, who originally just wanted to be a heartless eating machine, perked up her ears. They say the crystal core in his head was dug out, and they still haven't found it till today. Wow, the crowd gasped. Wow, she already knew that. Su Donchin looked slightly disappointed. After hearing the gossip and finishing the meal from her tray, Su Donchin patted her slightly rounded belly and was about to leave when a young boy suddenly approached her. The boy wore a very worn-out thick coat, a hat, and a scarf, wrapped up like a little zongzi, almost as heavily as Su Donchin herself. Hello, my name is Zhu Mian. The boy spoke in a hoarse voice. He stood extremely close to Su Donchin, nearly leaning on her as he said, I need to talk to you. Looking down at the boy's scarf-covered neck and the bony, sharp, protruding cheekbones, with his sallow complexion but bright, shiny eyes, Su Donchin noticed his gaze. Meeting Su Donchin's hazy eyes, which resembled distant emerald hills, Zhu Mian's face immediately flushed red. He had always known there was a pretty little fairy in the cold district, but he had never had the chance to approach her up close. Only once, he saw her from afar. Back then, the apocalyptic snow had fallen only a few days ago. Behind her stretched, boundless snowfields, with the howling north wind. Yet compared to the snow, she appeared even whiter and cleaner, standing there like a piece of crystal glass. Her black hair flowed like seaweed, and she held a little puppy in her arms. Her eyebrows and eyes were as soft and picturesque as a painting, each glance and smile a shade of pure innocence unseen in this apocalyptic world. Zhu Mian thought to himself, in that moment, he had seen the light of the apocalypse. She was like that warm beam of sunlight falling directly from thick, stormy clouds in the dark. Just a single glance from her could cleanse the sky and purify people's souls. Seeing her from afar had already been shocking enough. Now seeing her up close was even more breathtaking. Zhu Mian's eyes turned a little dazed. He recalled how he'd once heard someone from the cold district making indecent remarks about her. He had been so furious he had even gotten into a few fights over it, and now he felt even more flustered. With every breath, he could smell the sweet floral scent coming from this little fairy. He didn't know what kind of flower it was, but the scent was just so pleasant. It felt like crushed flower juice, decaying yet sweet. Is there something you need? The fairy tilted her head to look at him, her voice equally sweet and soft. Zhu Mian tugged at his worn-out cotton jacket, nervously replying, I want to find a quiet place to talk with you. Okay. Su Donchin, without any suspicion, picked up her basin, grabbed her little puppy and zombie dog, then stood up. Zhu Mian was startled, not expecting the fairy to be so trusting. I'm not a bad person. Zhu Mian grew even more awkward. Su Donchin smiled and said, neither am I. Zhu Mian stared at the fairy's bright smile for a full 3 minutes while standing there motionless and dazed, before finally Wanjiang Aichi left the cafeteria in a fluster. Zhu Mian seemed quite familiar with the coal district. He directly led Su Donchin to a secluded corner behind a coal hill. Work hadn't started yet, so nobody was around. Zhu Mian looked at Su Donchin standing in front of him, took a deep breath, and then from under his tattered cotton jacket revealed a thin, yellowish, wrinkled hand. This hand didn't look like a teenager's at all, more like that of a 70-year-old man. Peetsy. A tiny flame sparked from the boy's palm. Su Donchin's eyes widened. I'm actually a fire element mutant. Before Zhu Mian finished speaking, he watched as Su Donchin quickly pulled an egg from her pocket and slapped it onto his palm. Sislada. A fresh fried egg was made right there. Zhu Mian. Su Donchin handed the egg to the puppy, then turned back to Zhu Mian. What were you going to say? Zhu Mian looked down at the tiny leftover egg residue still on his palm. Unable to resist, he gave it a quick lick. Realizing his own actions, Zhu Mian's face turned deep red instantly, standing awkwardly before Su Donchin. Looking at her beautifully angelic face that put everything else to shame, he struggled hard to speak the words he had rehearsed for days. My older brother was an armed soldier in the coal district, but he died half a month ago while on a mission. Before he left, he told me something important. Wait a second. Su Donchin suddenly interrupted Zhu Mian. She stood up and pulled Zhu Mian's sleeve. I think you should tell this to Ning Luo. Zhu Mian blinked in confusion, his expression stiffening slightly. Su Donchin added, she's a good person. Zhu Mian hesitated. Su Donchin continued, and following her means you can eat eggs every day. Zhu Mian immediately asked, where is she? Su Donchin handed the leash of the zombie dog to Zhu Mian. Just follow it. Zhu Mian looked at the tall and intimidating zombie dog, and his face turned pale immediately. Can I take a different one? Zhu Mian spoke while looking at the sleek, well-fed puppy behind Su Donchin, his throat visibly gulping. The little puppy let out a nervous whine. The zombie dog growled threateningly. Zhu Mian immediately grabbed the zombie dog and clattered, ran off rapidly. Su Donchin watched Zhu Mian disappear into the distance, then slowly made her way forward, hugging the puppy while continuing her search for the crystal core. Outside, it had started snowing again. As Su Donchin passed by the dormitory building, she glanced at the time and then at the puppy shivering from the cold. Thinking for a moment, she decided it was about time for a nap. She led the puppy, tucked it under the small blanket, and contentedly enjoyed a perfect short nap. She slept soundly until 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Su Donchin sat up groggily, suddenly recalling she still had something important to do. She sat there with a blank expression, desperately trying to remember. After struggling for nearly half a minute, she finally remembered. Oh right, she still needed to find the crystal core. Lu Yunfei was still locked up. No wonder napping alone felt so great. Su Donqin lifted the small blanket and stood up, only to suddenly realize that the little puppy was gone. Su Donqin immediately grew anxious and went searching for the little puppy. She found the puppy in an open area. The puppy was struggling to carry something in its mouth while hopping toward her. Su Donqin rushed over to greet it and saw what the little puppy had been carrying. It was a small box with a 6-digit numeric lock on it. Su Donqin thought for a moment, then typed in 6 zeros, and the lock clicked open. She was indeed a smart and adorable girl. Wow, so many sparkly things. Su Donqin excitedly grabbed the little box and ran all the way to find Ning Luo. Ning Luo, look, I found so many sparkly things. Here, take one. Ning Luo was with Xiao Ji and Xiao Beikai, and was currently speaking seriously with Zhu Mian, who had just arrived, completely unable to pay attention to Su Donqin. My older brother left on a mission with Huoya 3 months ago. When he came back, something was off about him. He wouldn't tell me what happened. Half a month ago, my brother left again for another mission. Before he left, he gave me a letter, telling me to open it if he didn't return. Zhu Mian handed the letter in his hand to Ning Luo. Ning Luo opened it, read it, and her expression drastically changed. So that was how it was. Xiao Ji also wore a solemn look. Ning Luo shot Xiao Ji a sidelong glance, instantly reached out to hold her forehead, and weakly clung onto Xiao Ji's thick arm, saying, "That's so scary." Xiao Ji immediately comforted her, saying, "Anything can happen in this world." After saying that, Xiao Ji turned to Zhu Mian. "But with just this one letter," she looked troubled, "and this matter based solely on your word alone, the evidence is insufficient for me to fully believe you." Zhu Mian's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth but could not muster any argument. Ning Luo, look at my sparkly thing." Su Donqin desperately tried to assert her presence. Ning Luo disdainfully pushed Su Donqin away, and continued with Xiao Ji's line of questioning, addressing Zhu Mian. "Unless you can find evidence proving that Huoya really did KK kill." Ning Luo unintentionally glanced downward, spotting the item in Su Donqin's hands. Her eyes immediately widened. "An where did you find this?" Su Donqin. Her sparkle in hands suddenly seemed dull. Ning Luo was completely unaware of how her slip of the tongue had hurt Su Donqin's delicate heart. She was astonished. "This is a crystal core, an entire box of them. How many lives would that take? The little puppy brought it to me." Su Donqin raised her hand and pointed at the little puppy. Without delay, Ning Luo bent down and solemnly spoke to the little puppy. "Take me there. Woof woof woof." The little puppy wagged its tiny tail. Ning Luo. She couldn't believe it. She was actually talking to a dog. Suddenly the little puppy darted off. Ning Luo immediately led the others to follow. Moments later, the little puppy appeared in Huoya's room. Fortunately, Huoya was not there. Ning Luo immediately reached down and grabbed the little puppy, then abruptly turned around, forcefully pulling along the exhausted Su Donqin and Zhu Mian, both nearly out of breath from running. Xiao Ji, still chewing on chicken feet, tightly followed with Xiao Beikai. "We should go find Lu Yunfei first," Ning Luo declared. Su Donqin was so tired her eyes were nearly rolling back. I can't run anymore." "Ride your dog. Hurry up, ride. I'll ride a dog." Looking down, Su Donqin saw that tiny, hand-sized puppy and immediately became furious. How could she mistreat an animal? Ning Luo had already been running the entire way, and when she turned back, she saw Su Donqin trying to climb onto the little puppy. "Fool, I meant the one behind you." The zombie dog that had been following Su Donqin earlier had somehow grown in size, its body now muscular and robust like a tiger or leopard. Su Donqin stared in shock, then was shoved up onto the zombie dog by Ning Luo. The zombie dog had an ability. Its ability was speed. Mutants often responded to each other in some way. Just like how Huoya experienced intense intimidation upon seeing the zombie dog, Ning Luo had also sensed it. She wasn't wrong. As a dog, this zombie dog was indeed most eager for speed. "You guys go first." The zombie dog was big, but couldn't carry everyone. Xiao Ji decided to follow with Xiao Beikai. Ning Luo nodded, and together with Su Donqin and Zhu Mian, they rode on the zombie dog's back, crossing half the cold district to reach the warehouse prison. Inside, someone was playing cards. The Lao Da who had finished all his cigarettes lay beside Lu Yunfei, sobbing like a tough guy. Su Donqin glanced at his cards. TSK, how terrible. No wonder he lost. An air found this, and also the letter from Zhu Mian. Ning Luo explained Zhu Mian's identity to Lu Yunfei, then handed the box and letter in front of him, her expression heavy. Everything was done by Huoya. Lu Yunfei slowly reached out and accepted them, glancing at the Xiaonan named Zhu Mian. The boy looked visibly nervous. To escape Huoya's cruelty, he had kept his mutation hidden. After observing for a long time, he finally decided to reveal it to Su Donqin. Lu Yunfei slowly flipped through the items in his hand, then gracefully and unhurriedly stood up. He held a cigarette between his lips, unlit, merely pressed lightly there. His long black hair fell halfway down, his expression cool, lips slightly pursed and slightly upturned, half hidden in the shadows, giving off a slight air of wickedness. Zhu Mian knew. He was the little fairy's boyfriend. Heard he had no mutations, no skills at all. Except for being good-looking, he couldn't protect the little fairy at all. Zhu Mian's eyes suddenly became resolute. The man strode forward with his long legs and stood before Zhu Mian. His dark eyes fell heavily upon him, deep and cold. Really, his voice was beautiful, like flowing spring water and echoing stones, rippling into the ears. It seemed to come from a distant place, yet also exploded within the mind. Zhu Mian's firm gaze gradually wavered. He nodded dazedly. Yes. As soon as he said it, he realized what he had said, quickly refocused, and looked at Lu Yunfei with a barely noticeable tremor and fear in his eyes. He was shocked at his own reaction. This was clearly just an ordinary man, nothing special except for his good looks. Why did he feel fear, trembling, even the urge to kneel down? Lu Yunfei straightened his body and slightly nodded at Ning Luo, saying, "Looks like Huoya is just playing the thief who cries out for justice." As he spoke, Lu Yunfei raised his hand, picked up a crystal core, held it under the pale winter sun through the window, then smiled at Su Donqin. So frightening. Without Donqin, I wouldn't know what to do. Su Donqin slightly lifted her small nose. Proud JPG. Then she felt she should also say something meaningful during such a touching moment. She firmly held Lu Yunfei's hand and earnestly said, "Even though we haven't seen each other for many days, your face and voice have always remained in my heart." Such a deep confession. The male lead would definitely love her even more. Lu Yunfei gently withdrew his hand with a smile and replied gently, "I also hope Dongqin's voice and image will forever remain in my heart." Su Donqin immediately shrank back with embarrassment. "You're such a stick in the mud, can't even take a joke. So you're the ones who took my crystals?" Suddenly, Huoya, who had been happily hiding under the bed every day counting his little crystals, discovered they were missing. He immediately stormed out to find the culprit and appeared at the warehouse prison. The warehouse prison's gates were blasted open by Huoya. At first glance, he saw the familiar little box in Lu Yunfei's hand. His face twisted in fury. "You actually cracked my password." Su Donqin immediately raised her hand proudly. "It was me. The password was 6 zeros. Ning Luo. Such a stupid password." Huoya glared at the sparkling crystals, his fury rising, his mutation power surging. "Run!" Seeing the mutation energy gathering around Huoya, Ning Luo immediately shouted, but turned around and saw the two useless ones already hand in hand fleeing the warehouse, followed by 2 dogs running toward the beautiful sunset, leaving Ning Luo and Zhu Mian behind on the spot. Then they also hurriedly ran. It was winter now. Huoya, wearing a leather jacket, stood in the snow, coldly watching them. The sky, which had just shown some weak sunlight, began to snow again. The weather in the apocalypse was always so unpredictable. Suddenly, many armed soldiers encircled the area. Hundreds of guns aimed directly at them. The circle of encirclement was tightening. Su Donqin and the others were blocked by armed soldiers led by Huoya. Ning Luo stood in front of the group of useless people, unafraid as she stepped forward to confront Huoya walking through the soldiers. Her eyes sharp, tone icy, her expression mocking. Ning Luo openly held up the box in front of everyone and exposed Huoya's plot. "With so many crystal cores, you must have killed quite a few people, right?" The armed soldiers looked at each other in confusion, seemingly not understanding what Ning Luo was saying. At this moment, Zhu Mian removed the hat and scarf covering his face, revealing his withered features. Though his complexion was poor, his eyes were unusually determined. "I am Zhu Mian. My older brother used to be just like you, an armed soldier from the coal district. He joined the armed soldiers to protect me. But my brother died because of this man, just because my brother had seen him with his own eyes." Zhu Mian's eyes turned bloodshot red as he glared viciously at Huoya, his thin, bony finger pointing at him. His eyes seemed ready to spill tears of blood. He shoved the armed soldiers who went out together to collect supplies into a horde of zombies. Then he dug into their brains to search for crystal cores. The crowd of armed soldiers began to stir. Zhu Mian continued, "We all joined the armed forces for our parents, wives, children, brothers, and to protect the coal district. But this man, for his own selfish desires, Wu Qing de Dojola, woman so sun I de fu, Sheng Di, Erzig de Xingming." Zhu Mian roared in fury. Months of endurance, months of fear, and months of anger were finally exploding in this moment. Suddenly, flames burst from Zhu Mian's body. He stood there like a giant fireball, melting the snow around him rapidly. The armed soldiers around looked horrified. Ning Luo shot a surprised glance at Zhu Mian, but said nothing. Under extreme sorrow and rage, special abilities indeed could surge suddenly. Huoya's eyes turned red. He gasped heavily and roared, "Return them to me. These are evidence." Ning Luo pulled the box closer to her chest and declared, "Murderers must pay with their lives. It's not that the time has not come, it's just not yet time." Huoya's expression suddenly turned sinister. He no longer attempted to hide anything. "Since you've discovered this, don't blame me for being ruthless. The crystal cores must be retrieved." The energy surrounding Huoya grew stronger and stronger. Wind and snow howled violently, swirling around him, as if he had become a living snow king. The surrounding armed soldiers were so intimidated that they hurriedly fled, guns in hand. A few who couldn't escape in time instantly turned into moving snowmen. Even Ning Luo was somewhat overwhelmed by such immense power. In fact, Huoya's ability hadn't originally been strong. Once, he had gone on a mission with another evolved person from the coal district. That evolved person died. Huoya saw the beautiful crystal core inside the smashed skull by zombies, and almost instinctively, he reached in, pulled it out, and swallowed it. Then his power skyrocketed. Huoya tasted the rewards of this act. He began searching for evolved people, trying to seize their crystal cores. Nowadays, evolved people were extremely rare. Even if there were any, Huoya could not necessarily defeat them head-on. So he had been anxiously waiting in silence. Eventually, he discovered a method. People could only awaken abilities under extreme conditions. Hoya often led young and physically strong soldiers on missions, and then threw them into hordes of zombies. Among about 100 people, 1 or 2 would sometimes have their abilities awakened. The abilities of newly evolved individuals were generally low and easily controllable. Hoya simply dug out their crystal cores and consumed them to enhance his own power. Hoya's power indeed became extremely strong after eating those human blood crystal cores, and continuously stronger, until he defeated all other evolved people and seized the throne as the king of the Cold District. Hoya never thought that one day, this secret would be exposed. But it didn't matter. Just kill them all. Kill every single one of them. Chapter 19. Hoya may have had some apprehension toward Luo, but when it came to a real fight, he didn't believe himself to be the losing side. Besides, he'd never tasted the core of a lightning elemental crystal before. It must be an incredible delicacy. Hoya stared at Luo, greed flickering across his face. Facing Hoya's greedy gaze, Luo kept retreating. Her eyes were blinded by the swirling snow and blizzard before her. Luo thought grimly. No wonder he's the leader of the Cold District. His ability must be incredibly strong. She knew even if she used her full strength, it would only result in a life-and-death battle with Hoya. She grabbed Zhu Mian, whose eyes burned red and body radiated flames, forcefully pulling him back towards Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei. You can't defeat him. Luo tightly gripped Zhu Mian, unwilling to let him throw his life away, then shouted loudly, "Run!" With that, Luo was the first to start running, dragging Zhu Mian along. Su Donqin ran toward Hoya, Luo cursed. You idiot! Where the hell are you running to? Right after Luo finished cursing, she was covered by a metal cage. Hoya's ability was control over metal, originally only manipulating existing metal. Later, he could even conjure metal cages out of thin air. Clearly, his powers had reached terrifying levels. This was all thanks to those blood crystals from people. Luo, the dog, and Zhu Mian were trapped in the cage as they watched Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei being pushed closer by Hoya. Once again, they were inside a cage. In this freezing snowscape, Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei leaned closely together. She had repeatedly tried to hug Zhu Mian, who was ablaze, and seemed both warm and touchable, but each time the man gently stopped her. Where is Donqin going? I just wanted to touch. Su Donqin whispered timidly, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Yunfei. Her pale little hands kept rubbing together in excitement as she glanced in Zhu Mian's direction. The zombie dog and the puppy had nearly fused with Zhu Mian completely. After glancing at Lu Yunfei once more, Su Donqin bravely lifted her chest. When had the Su family ever produced cowards? I want to go to Zhu Mian. The man raised his tone playfully. Instantly, reality weighed down on Su Donqin like a burden. QQ can't breathe, I hate myself. Looking at the dog and human cuddled together nearby, tears of envy rolled down Su Donqin's cheeks. Luo also scooted over slowly, little by little. Su Donqin suddenly burst into tears. She wanted to warm herself by the fire too. The man chuckled softly and reached out to take Dongqin's little hand. Are you cold? Let me warm it for you. His hands were slender and white, his knuckles clearly defined, beautiful like they could strike a piano and play a Chopin concerto anytime. Lu Yunfei's hand gently wrapped around Su Donqin's soft and pale small one. The girl's hands were thin and fair, like tender bamboo shoots, her fingers still carrying a delicate pink hue. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, they were obviously well-kept and healthy. The man gently enclosed her entire hand with his, but his hand was as cold as the snow and ice outside. Inside his grasp, Donqin felt her fingers freeze first, then her body stiffened. She began to tremble violently, her teeth chattering. What's wrong with Donqin? The man asked deliberately. Am I not warm enough for you? Gigi gosh, why you're so warm? I'm overwhelmed with emotion, Gigosh. Ayachu. Su Donqin sneezed loudly from the cold. Fine snowflakes landed on her lashes and froze into frost. They looked beautiful against her eyes as she blinked, accentuating her gaze's crystal-like purity. You don't need to be overwhelmed. Just a little touch is fine. Lu Yunfei squinted at her, suddenly kneeling slightly and leaning in. His beautifully shaped jaw rested on her shoulder as he rubbed lightly, murmuring, Donqin feels so warm. Then, he closed his eyes, released her hand, opened his arms, and pulled her tightly into his embrace. His embrace felt different from his hands. It was warm, like a natural fireplace. Su Donqin looked shocked, then immediately clung onto him like an octopus, burrowing deep into him like an electric drill, secretly doubting whether Lu Yunfei might have secretly installed underfloor heating beneath his clothes. A southern girl who had never seen snow like Su Donqin declared inwardly that she loved this warm body of the male lead too much. She was willing to skip a bowl of rice for this. Outside the metal cage, Hoya held a small box filled with crystal cores in his hand, glancing once more at the miserable scene inside the cage before smirking proudly. The beauty and the crystal cores. He would take them both. Hoya tilted his head back and dumped all the crystal cores from the box straight into his mouth. He would become the strongest king of this apocalypse. Su Donqin, trembling excitedly while clinging tightly to Lu Yunfei, felt her heart pounding. After swallowing the crystal cores, Hoya felt a surge of power coursing through his body. He let out a long sigh, as if he had just been reborn. Slowly clenching his fists, he felt the immense energy rushing through his veins endlessly. After savoring the moment of exhilaration, Hoya lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips like a sinister predator. He stood 3 steps away from the metal cage and stared at Luo. Originally, I hadn't planned to kill you, but to play it safe, I'll have to rip out your core. Grinning viciously, Hoya strode forward, raising his hand and yanking the cage's iron door open with a forceful pull. Ni Luo's expression darkened as she positioned herself protectively in front of everyone. Hoya's power had skyrocketed. If they combined 10 Ni Luos, none could defeat him. Were they truly destined to die here? Hoya laughed loudly. Stop struggling pointlessly. Even if you screamed until your throat burst, no one would come to rescue you. He moved his arm slightly and suddenly noticed something strange. His hand seemed to be stuck to something. Carefully peeking out, Su Donqin whispered, "Your hand's stuck, huh? In such freezing weather, why touch metal? See, it got stuck." The cold was really biting. The metal cage clung tightly to Hoya's hand. If he yanked hard, he'd rip off a chunk of his own flesh. "Quick, save me," Hoya screamed, but no one stood beside him. Su Donqin shrugged. "There's no way around it. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one's coming to help you." Hoya, growling, Hoya pulled with all his strength, ripping apart the metal cage with brute force. But the two metal bars still stuck firmly to his hands, interfering with his movement, occasionally poking his nostrils. Su Donqin's face grew serious. "No choice then. Let's pour boiling water on it." Hoya, seizing the opportunity, Ni Luo flicked her finger, channeling a pulse of electricity through the metal cage, giving Hoya the newest style of explosive perm. In truth, this little attack shouldn't have hurt Hoya at all. Yet oddly, Hoya's eyes rolled back, his body convulsing violently. His arms, still stuck to the metal bars, shook uncontrollably like he had developed severe Parkinson's. Lu Yunfei's expression suddenly hardened. He grabbed the back of Su Donqin's collar and warned Ni Luo, "Leave first." Ni Luo didn't understand, but quickly grabbed Zhu Mian, held the dog, and followed Lu Yunfei out of the cage. Still shaking the metal bars clinging to his hands, Hoya felt an unbearable tearing pain, as if his body would explode. His strength gave out, and he fell to his knees, screaming towards Su Donqin and the others desperately. "Save me. I swear I didn't kill Zhang Jihao." "Humph," Su Donqin said coldly. "Killers always claim innocence." Hoya, I feel like I've heard this line before, but I can't remember whose stupid bastard said it. "Save me. Save me." Hoya's voice grew more desperate and heart-wrenching. Lu Yunfei carried everyone further away. Suddenly, boom, crash, bang. Lifted in Lu Yunfei's grasp, and already quite far away, Su Donqin tilted her head back. "Wow, fireworks." Ni Luo replied flatly. "That's Hoya exploding." Su Donqin, those fireworks in the sky just lost their charm. "Why did he explode?" Su Donqin asked curiously. Ni Luo thought for a moment. The snake's greed overreached. These crystals have elemental properties. While they can boost abilities, if the elemental energy doesn't match the person's, the result is self-destruction. Therefore, the so-called crystal cores Hoya just ate weren't cores at all, just bombs. His death was inevitable. They were just present at the right time. Still, Ni Luo said hesitantly. Before dying, Hoya said he didn't kill Zhang Jihao. When a man faces death, his words tend to be truthful. I don't think he was lying to us. Su Donqin pointed at the still crackling fireworks in the sky and suggested dryly. "Well then, maybe you can gather the pieces and ask him again." Ni Luo, standing beside Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei extended a tiny vine from his fingertip, burrowing it into the snow-covered ground. Like a spider weaving its web, the vine stretched out silently and quickly expanded into an invisible net, spreading beneath the entire snowy field. Like a vacuum cleaner, it sucked up all the scattered crystal core fragments, then burrowed out moments later, lazily shaking the little leaves on its head, gently tickling Su Donqin's neck before vanishing into thin air. Su Donqin scratched her neck. It felt like something had just licked her. Ni Luo, Xiaoji hurried over Jiajig Xiaobreikai. "How are things going? I heard you guys were setting off fireworks?" Xiaoji caught sight of the dazzling fireworks in the sky, froze for a second, then said, "So beautiful." It reminded him of his own youthful years. Su Donqin said, "That's Hoya blowing up." Xiaoji immediately retracted the hand he had subconsciously reached out to grab his youth, and covered Xiao Beikai's mouth shut at the same time. How could something so dirty be eaten? Hoya was dead. The coal district immediately erupted into unprecedented uproar. Some rejoiced while others mourned. Those who were happy finally escaped Hoya's ruthless rule. Those who were anxious mourned the loss of the district's strongest evolved being, who would protect them if zombies attacked. Therefore, Ni Luo, as the one responsible for Hoya's death, instantly became the coal district's top target. The district split into two factions. One supported Ni Luo and naturally aligned with her. The other followed Duangua, leading Hoya's former subordinates. Both sides wanted each other destroyed. Heard that Duangua has also developed an evolved ability, Earth-based. Ni Luo asked Zhu Mian, who stood beside her. Yes. Zhu Mian, now Ni Luo's right-hand man, had already thoroughly gathered intel on Duangua's side, and she has recruited evolved beings from the crude oil district too. Crude oil district? Ni Luo instinctively frowned. Back then when she led everyone out of the crude oil district, it was in complete chaos. Never expected that in such a short time, someone had already taken control there. Apparently, the crude oil district has already sent evolved beings to assist Duangua. I heard she promised them a coal mine in exchange. Of course, it takes incentive to act. Strengthen our defenses. We shouldn't confront Duangua head-on just yet. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy leads to victory. Ni Luo needed to first determine Duangua's current power level. Oh, by the way, where are Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei? Heard that Mr. Lu got sick and Miss Su is taking care of him. When Zhu Mian spoke of this, his face wore a clear expression of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Still quite young, whatever he felt showed plainly on his face. Ni Luo patted his shoulder, with a look that said, "Son, you must behave properly and not play the third wheel," saying, "Even if Lu Yunfei isn't good for much besides being handsome, Su Donqin just loves him. Love has no reason, just like how she loved Xiaoji. How shy?" Ni Luo coughed lightly, leading Zhu Mian toward where Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei were staying to visit the sick. "Su Donqin, how is it going?" Ni Luo pushed the door open brazenly. "Looks like he's caught a fever." Su Donqin squatted beside Lu Yunfei, poking at his cheek. Lu Yunfei lay on the lower bunk, covered with a thin blanket, face faintly flushed, black hair damp with sweat. His symptoms identical to when he had a fever last time. Ni Luo leaned in closer, examined him briefly, felt his steady breath, and decided it wasn't serious, commenting, "Probably just shocked from Hoya's death." Ni Luo had long understood the fragile nature of this couple. Honestly, without her, what would you two even do? Ni Luo straightened her chest, assuming the big sister role naturally. Su Donqin cried softly in agreement, lamenting dramatically how her helpless boyfriend would ever manage. Ni Luo asked, "Are you okay?" Su Donqin tilted her head. "Fine, duck." Ni Luo kept observing her. TSK. As expected, simple people get lucky. Lu Yunfei had already fallen ill from shock, yet she was still cheerful. She heard that even many others had thrown up that day. Even Xiaoji hadn't eaten meat for days. Yet this idiot still happily devoured 3 basins a day. "Here's some fever medicine. Give him water later. I'll try to find a doctor to check on him." "Okay." Su Donqin nodded, continuing to squat beside Lu Yunfei and stare at him. Ni Luo left. Zhu Mian looked at Su Donqin, hesitated briefly, suddenly walked over, and slipped something into her pocket before blushing furiously and dashing out like he caught fire. Su Donqin blinked, then reached into her pocket, pulling out a boiled egg. Warm to the touch, definitely cooked. Su Donqin had been squatting beside Lu Yunfei the entire morning, and except for finishing a basin of rice in the morning, she had been starving since. Holding the boiled egg, she glanced around, then raised it in front of Lu Yunfei, and Peng cracked it against his forehead. Wow, it was even a runny yolk. Excitedly, Su Donqin began to eat the egg. Before even taking a single bite, she locked eyes with the man's suddenly opened dark gaze. Long, delicate eyelashes framed cold, shadowed eyes, showing not the slightest hint of grogginess from sleep. Instead, they were exceptionally sharp. Swallowing nervously, Su Donqin looked at the reddened spot on the man's forehead where the egg had hit, stark against his pale, almost translucent skin. She stammered, There was a mosquito." Lu Yunfei stared at her expressionlessly. Su Donqin felt she absolutely had to do something at this moment to salvage the already shaky familial relationship between her and the male lead. She abruptly jumped up and pointed at the spot beside Lu Yunfei, yelling, "Hey, you stupid mosquito, daring to touch my man, you must die." After speaking, she guiltily looked toward Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, slowly sat upright with deliberate ease, then took the egg from Su Donqin's hand and stuffed it all into his mouth. He chewed slowly, swallowed with care. After finishing, he carefully wiped his hands, pushed aside his sweat-dampened black hair, and gently patted her cheek. "All right, don't come back unless you catch 100 mosquitoes." Su Donqin tilted her head upward at a mournful 45-degree angle. Where on earth would she find mosquitoes in the middle of winter? Kicked out, Su Donqin continued to squat sadly by the door, drawing circles on the ground. Ni Luo, who had just returned with a doctor, kicked her lightly. "What are you doing? Catching mosquitoes." Ni Luo, "Idiot. There's no way mosquitoes would exist in the middle of winter." After speaking, Ni Luo suddenly paused. She squatted beside Su Donqin, gently stroked her head, and softly asked, "Did you have a fight with Lu Yunfei?" "Woman, your name truly is fickle." Su Donqin peeked behind Ni Luo, and indeed saw Xiao Ji holding Xiao Beikai's hand. Su Donqin continued drawing circles gloomily, muttering, "How could we possibly fight? I kneel down the moment he frowns," she said proudly as she puffed out her little chest, then resumed drawing circles and silently cursed at the chicken resembling Lu. Ni Luo, "There's nothing to be proud of. Come inside with me, it's freezing outside. I don't want you catching idiocy from the cold." "Wait, she's already this dumb. How much dumber can she get?" Ni Luo dragged Su Donqin inside. As soon as entering the room, Su Donqin suddenly sensed a strange aura. Ni Luo immediately tensed, activating her evolved ability instinctively to defend. Yet the overwhelming surge of an external evolved power vanished in an instant, so fast that Ni Luo doubted if she had simply imagined it. Could it really have been just a hallucination? Frowning inwardly, Ni Luo swept the room instinctively. One Lu Yunfei, one doctor, and one dog. Nothing particularly suspicious at all. Besides, if such a strong evolved ability had really burst out, Su Donqin, being such a fool, would have long been crushed into mush. Thinking this, Ni Luo convinced herself she must have been overly sensitive. In the bed, Lu Yunfei quietly tightened his pale hand beneath the blankets. The evolved energy within his body had uncontrollably raged. Right after waking from his nap, his ability had violently surged. Though he struggled to suppress it, he could only contain the entire force inside this room. If Su Donqin had been inside earlier, she would have probably already turned into a pile of mush. Lu Yunfei slightly shut his eyes, feeling his now stabilized power settle. A metallic, blood-like taste lingered at the back of his throat. So overwhelming an evolved ability, even he found it somewhat difficult to fully digest. A barely visible smile surfaced on the man's face. Yet internally turbulent, he remained externally tranquil and serene. The doctor diligently took out a thermometer and handed it to Lu Yunfei. The man held the old-fashioned mercury thermometer in his mouth, his loose black hair tousled across his shoulders, wrapped in a quilt sitting upright on the bed. When he looked over, his eyes appeared red, seemingly brimming with tears. "Dongqin, where did you go?" The thermometer still in his mouth caused his speech to sound slightly muffled. His voice was soft, slightly hoarse, with the bob of his Adam's apple. His words floated faintly, weakly, almost sounding pitifully sweet and childish. Truly moving and pitiable. "Man, your name truly is changeable." Lu Yunfei reached out his hand towards Su Dongqin. Her small, slender wrist lightly met his. She looked as though she was about to collapse at any second. Su Dongqin scrunched up her face and walked forward, then suddenly felt warmth radiating from her palm. She looked down and saw an egg. "Ha ha ha, it's a boiled egg." The little fool immediately became delighted. With a wide grin, she immediately cracked the egg against her own forehead. Raw egg dripped all over her face. The small puppy that had originally been lying by the door immediately rushed over excitedly and licked it all clean. "Su Dongqin, this is so hard." And whether it was just her imagination or not, she felt as if the man's hand holding hers was actually sending electric pulses through it. QAQ. It felt cold, hot, numb, and spicy all at once. Su Dongqin felt suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to eat hot pot and have a bottle of soda. After finishing the checkup, the doctor said Lu Yunfei only had a slight fever with nothing serious and left shortly after. Ni Luo saw him out at the door, then walked back in and saw Su Dongqin sniffling, hugging Lu Yunfei tightly, saying, "I was so worried you might leave me early." Although the man looked ill, he gently comforted the little fool with a warm smile. "How could I bear to leave you behind alone in this world?" Su Dongqin cried even harder, moved beyond words. Ni Luo silently flipped off the light switch, then politely said, "Shall I help tuck you two in as well? Just close the door and take the dog with you. Thank you." Lu Yunfei politely responded. Ni Luo, I'm truly such a considerate third wheel." The room plunged into complete darkness. Su Dongqin tugged at Lu Yunfei's collar while her stomach made loud growling sounds. The man pulled out a dry bread from his space. Su Dongqin Wercheek Ly said she wanted hot pot. Lu Yunfei thought for a moment, then took out a small self-cooking hot pot set. Su Dongqin happily asked for an additional bottle of soda. Lu Yunfei smiled gently, agreeing to everything. Looking at the man's fake, spring-like, gentle smile, Su Dongqin ate while trembling slightly. Finished. Su Dongqin swallowed the last gulp of soda, feeling inexplicably queasy. In the darkness, the man smiled even more gently. Su Dongqin trembled as she climbed into bed, feeling that not even the male lead could warm her now. Only her beloved little bed could give her a bit of warmth. Lying on her bed, Su Dongqin could smell only Lu Yunfei's scent in every breath she took. Looking at Lu Yunfei sitting by her side, she asked cautiously, "Aren't you going to sleep?" The man slowly fiddled with Su Dongqin's Barbie doll, first removing its arms, then its legs. Su Dongqin gulped hard. She watched helplessly as Lu Yunfei finally removed the Barbie doll's head before speaking. "It's been a while since I told you a bedtime story, Dongqin." Su Dongqin weakly said she didn't want to listen, but the man had already started. Once upon a time, there was a person whose soul didn't die after death. He borrowed another's body and came back to life. Trembling, Su Dongqin curled up tightly, then suddenly looked confused. Is that it? The end? Yes. Then, I'm going to sleep." The man's previously amused expression slowly faded, his gaze towards Su Dongqin growing suddenly profound and unfathomable. "Sleeping? Yeah." Su Dongqin nodded blankly. "Good night." Lu Yunfei. It's like playing music to a cow. The next day, Lu Yunfei fully recovered. Everyone gathered together to discuss Duangua. Suddenly Zhu Mian ran over, drenched in sweat, her face pale. A tall wall has been built right in the middle of the coal district. Everyone followed Zhu Mian to see. Before them stood a wall over 10 meters high. Solid and indestructible, it had literally split the coal district into two halves. They say it's done by Duangua. After Zhu Mian spoke, everyone's faces darkened instantly. Duangua's evolved ability was this strong? And besides, the people from the crude oil district have given Duangua a lot of food supplies. Now, most of the people from our side have already moved there. Zhu Mian stole glances at Ni Luo's expression while speaking. Ni Luo didn't say anything, merely staring at the earthen wall with a solemn look. She felt like this earthen wall was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei said, "If the people weren't killed by Hoya, then who did kill them?" "Yes, if it wasn't Hoya who ordered number 3 to kill them, then who was it?" Ni Luo pondered deeply, then suddenly turned her head and saw Su Dongqin wrapped up like a pyramid. "Where are you going?" Su Dongqin rolled toward her, walking the dog. Ni Luo, "Go ahead." Su Dongqin walked the zombie dog and the little puppy along the earthen wall within half of the coal district. Right now, the coal district was extremely chaotic. A large group of uninformed bystanders had been misled by Duangua, believing that Ni Luo had killed Hoya to seize power. They gathered in front of the warehouse, demanding immediate access to food supplies. Xiaoji guarded the warehouse with armed soldiers. Initially, he was drowned in a storm of verbal abuse, then even hit by fists, but he didn't fight back. He only protected Xiao Beikai behind him and ordered the soldiers to remain calm, absolutely not to fire and hurt innocents. He coldly and firmly explained that the coal district's supplies were scarce, and most of them had already been taken by Duangua. In reality, Duangua had taken everything. The warehouse now contained only a small amount of supplies taken from Lu Yunfei's space. These supplies were barely enough to sustain half of the cold district's population. It was extremely difficult. If you don't have any, then go get some, someone shouted. Yeah, otherwise, what's the point of having you here? The crowd grew even angrier. Xiaoji kept his head down, his bruised face dark with emotion. He already looked tall and upright, but now, with a grim expression, his aura suddenly surged. The crowd was startled and took several steps back. What? Do you want to hit people? Let me tell you, if you don't give us supplies, we'll go next door. The man leading the protest yelled with his neck stretched out. Right? You even keep dogs, but you won't feed us. Our food isn't meant for feeding your dogs. Suddenly shot by the angry crowd, Su Donqin. Hey wait, the dogs eat what we raise ourselves. But no one heard her voice. Seeing the two well-fed dogs, the mob became even more furious and nearly rushed the soldiers to break through. In an instant, shouts, anger, and fighting sounds filled the air. The armed soldiers formed a human wall desperately trying to block them. One soldier, scratched and unable to hold back, raised his gun. Xiaoji saw this and immediately stopped the soldiers from firing. Then, in a heavy voice, he spoke. I will give you supplies. Wait for me 3 days. The crowd wanted to cause more trouble, but Xiaoji suddenly pulled out his own gun and roared. I said 3 days, 3 days. The crowd was shocked by Xiaoji's killer intent. After a brief pause, they looked at the gun and cowardly shouted. Fine, we'll give you 3 days. Then, without daring to cause further trouble, they scattered. Once the people were gone, Xiaoji finally relaxed. He held the gun tightly, his face heavy with concern. Su Donqin approached with the dogs. Where will you get the supplies from? I'll go out and find some, Xiaoji replied. But it's full of zombies outside, and you don't even have an ability. Su Donqin tilted her head. If they want to eat, let them go find their own food. They're ordinary people with no strength. Going out there would be suicide. Well, you going out would be suicide too. Su Donqin said solemnly. Don't you know how you're going to die? Xiaoji. How was he supposed to know how he'd die? Did she know? Xiaoji turned to look at Su Donqin, whose face looked utterly innocent. Su Donqin naturally knew exactly how Xiaoji would die. As a villain, Xiaoji was destined to be defeated by the female lead and male lead. In the original novel, Xiao Beikai was killed after his identity was exposed. No matter how much contribution Xiaoji had made, the group insisted on killing Xiao Beikai. In order to protect Xiao Beikai, a zombie who had never bitten even one person, Xiaoji had no choice but to leave the survival zone with him. Unexpectedly, on the night before their departure, the people in the survival zone secretly tried to kill Xiao Beikai behind Xiaoji's back. Xiao Beikai, enraged, injured several people. When Xiaoji tried to stop him, he was bitten by the frenzied Xiao Beikai. At this point, of course, the survivors wouldn't keep Xiaoji either. They even took the opportunity to try to kill him. In order to save Xiaoji, Xiao Beikai was beaten to death by the people in the survival zone. Xiaoji narrowly escaped death, turned completely dark, and step by step became the zombie king who eventually faced off against the male and female leads at the end of the world. The novel ended with the female lead shedding tears as she executed her ex-boyfriend. And the unfortunate Xiaoji, whose fate matched his name, became a zombie named Ji. Xiaoji gazed silently at Su Donqin, then suddenly stood up straight. I swear, I am a citizen of China. I will face all difficulties and hardships, protect the nation, protect the people. No matter what happens, I will always remember my oath. Su Donqin lowered her gaze, then suddenly smiled. Then I'll lend you the dogs. Chapter 20. It was said that Xiaoji was going alone to search for supplies. And Luo was the first to disagree. I'll go with you, she said, looking at Xiaoji, the worry on her face obvious and impossible to hide. You still have to manage the coal district, you can't leave here. I can go alone. Fewer people mean a smaller target. Xiaoji refused. And Luo wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by Xiaoji. As the saying goes, logistics must come first before the troops march. Without supplies, it'll be difficult for you here. Don't worry, leave the logistics to me. And Luo instantly interpreted those words as, I'm the man behind you. And Luo's face showed emotion, her hands covering her heart, appearing as if she wished to marry Xiaoji right then and there. A faint smile even appeared on Xiaoji's otherwise stern face. He said, I'm leaving now. And Luo stood in place, gazing sure at Xiaoji's figure until it disappeared at the end of the hallway. Su Donqin approached with a small puppy in her arms, whispering, have you already picked a name for the child? Yes, it'll be. And Luo began, her expression dreamy, but upon turning her head and seeing Su Donqin watching, she immediately glared at her and said, do you think I'm like you? So shamelessly straightforward, HMPF. With that, and Luo turned around and walked away with flushed cheeks. Su Donqin chased after her, insisting that she was indeed very demure. If Lu Yunfei told her to kneel, she would definitely go down. Can't you show a bit more dignity? Can good looks substitute for food? Can they? And Luo twisted Su Donqin's ear while blushing fiercely and continued. Of course you should look for someone like Xiaoji, who's strong, capable, and can handle logistics. Su Donqin immediately nodded enthusiastically. The next one will be better. The next will be cuter. The next more obedient. And just after saying that, she saw a man a short distance ahead giving them a half smile. Su Donqin immediately got down on the floor. Play all you want, but don't threaten me with that little axe of yours. Over there, Xiaoji walked out of the building. Several armed soldiers approached from behind him. Brother Xiao, we want to go with you. Yeah, we all want to go together. That day, these soldiers had been moved to tears by Xiaoji's vow, which reminded them of the words they themselves had once said when they first enlisted. They were not hastily assembled soldiers from the coal district. Before the apocalypse, they were soldiers. As soldiers, they had been battered by the apocalypse and trampled upon by civilians. At one time, they had even forgotten their oaths. But from Xiaoji, they recalled those passionate speeches they once gave standing under the national flag. They vowed never to retreat. No, Xiaoji declined. You're needed here at the coal district. I'll be back soon, don't worry about me. But, this is an order. Xiaoji's face turned stern. The soldiers exchanged glances helplessly and could only watch as Xiaoji departed. Xiaoji got into the car, lifted the clothing on the passenger seat, and underneath lay Xiao Beikai. He couldn't leave Xiao Beikai behind at the coal district. It was too dangerous. So he had to bring him along to find supplies. You can't bite people when we're outside, he added, then continued. And no biting zombies either. They're unclean. Crunch, crunch. Xiao Beikai kept chewing his pickled chicken feet, swallowing even the bones after chewing them to bits. Xiaoji reached out helplessly to pat the child's head, pulling off a large handful of hair. Although Xiao Beikai was still young, his hair was thick. Since kindergarten, he'd been a little prince doted on by all the little girls. Xiao Beikai finally looked up at him. Immediately, Xiaoji awkwardly said, it's okay, I'll glue them back on for you. The zombie dog in the back seat howled, ow oh oh, and shook its half-bald tail, expressing its desire for a glue job too, to flirt with the little bitches. Even though it was already neutered. This was one downside of being a zombie, prone to hair loss. On the bright side, their teeth were excellent. Eat anything, and eat it well. Xiaoji had been gone for 3 days, and still hadn't returned. Su Donqin had spent the last 3 days sneaking off with the small puppy. And Luo had spent 3 days with everyone else discussing strategies against Duangua, almost wearing herself bald thinking about it. People at the coal district waited for 3 days, but didn't see Xiaoji return, and many began suggesting they should ally with Duangua. At some point, the phrase, follow Duangua and you will gain superpowers, had spread across half the coal district. Because in just 3 days, Duangua's side saw a rapid growth in their numbers of superpowered individuals, growing as fast as the number of rice bowls Su Donqin could finish in a day. Terrifying beyond words. Even the cafeteria aunties would shudder thrice upon hearing about it. Su Donqin was extremely curious and turned to ask the cafeteria lady beside her who was preparing to defect to Duangua. Aren't you afraid of dying? Although Duangua's side had many awakened individuals, they also had even more unexplained deaths among them. It was said that Duangua tacitly approved of awakened individuals killing each other to extract the crystals from their brains. The cafeteria lady didn't have time to respond to Su Donqin. With a swing of her ladle, she eliminated the people ahead of her and smoothly squeezed through with her hefty body. A nearby armed soldier caught sight of Su Donqin's pretty little face and got the idea of making a move on her. Anyway, it's just awakened people dying. We don't have crystals in our heads, the soldier said. He paused and licked his lips, adding, and if you do well, you can earn a crystal. I've heard that eating one grants you powers. As he said this, his eyes fell on Su Donqin's soft, fair face. Imagining how smooth it would feel, he coaxed. You're heading to the next block too, right? Follow me, and I guarantee you'll always have enough to eat. Her eyes lit up. After the soldier repeatedly assured her of full meals, she decided to abandon Lu Yunfei for someone better, cuter, and more obedient. She hurriedly returned to pack a small bundle, grabbed her wash basin, and rushed into the sea of people following the soldier. Wah! Who's stepping on my foot? Wah! Who's pulling my hair? Only a narrow gate was opened in the high wall, and everyone was rushing to get through. Helpless and tiny, Su Donqin was crushed so badly that her head disappeared from view. Suddenly, someone grabbed the back of her collar. She twisted her head and saw Lu Yunfei standing behind her like a crane among chickens. The man stood out among the crowd because of his towering height. Though slender in build, his aura was exceptional. In the face of surging masses, Lu Yunfei strode elegantly, as if strolling through a garden. Hey, she's mine. The soldier, suddenly realizing his beauty had vanished while fantasizing about obtaining crystals, jumped in frustration. Unfortunately, the crowd was too dense, and he couldn't break free. Standing on tiptoe, he furiously shouted, "Don't you have any manners? Don't you know the rules about lining up?" Ignoring him, Lu Yunfei grabbed Su Donqin and strode with long steps through the crowd against the flow. Su Donqin dangled midair, whimpering as she hugged her basin. "Where are you going?" Su Donqin replied pitifully, "Just sightseeing." She looked down and saw the small puppy wagging its tail beside Lu Yunfei's feet. "Umph, traitor." The puppy looked utterly wronged. "What about this?" Lu Yunfei shook her little bundle gently, and a bunch of snacks spilled out. Su Donqin sobbed that these were for snacking while watching the spectacle. Lu Yunfei flexed his fingers slightly and tapped her basin. Timidly, Su Donqin said that she wanted to wash her face with it after finishing the snacks. She tightly hugged the basin she used to eat from and guiltily kicked her short legs, pretending she wanted to go to the restroom. She'd wet herself if he kept her hanging. Lu Yunfei released Su Donqin, lifted a hand to tidy his messed up tracksuit, then took Su Donqin's little bundle and basin, telling her, "Don't run off. Go by yourself." Wah! Still sobbing, Su Donqin reluctantly took one last glance at the sea of people behind her before sauntering off to the restroom. The restroom was quiet, so Su Donqin could clearly hear the whispered conversation from the next stall. One voice asked, "Are we really okay staying here?" Another replied, "Of course. She's a woman. She definitely needs to use the women's restroom. So how do we catch her later?" Thinking for a moment, Su Donqin softly joined the conversation. "What does she look like?" The next stall answered, "They said she has a long ponytail and is quite pretty." The speaker paused, then Su Donqin heard the sound of bullets being loaded. Looking up, she saw two heads pop up from above the partition, one blue and one green, like punk noble family members from some rock band. And both held guns. The men's restroom is next door, Su Donchin said. First, the two colorful heads saw a round person, then the long ponytail, and finally Su Donchin's pretty face. The two heads exchanged glances, sucking in a breath sharply. Su Donchin thought, mesmerized, these damn charms of mine, so endlessly alluring, are causing trouble again. Su Donchin had barely fallen into a trance when a cloth soaked in something was thrown over her head, knocking her unconscious. Before passing out, Su Donchin made a determined effort to avoid the squat toilet. Lu Yunfei, who had leisurely gone back to change clothes, walked around the coal area but couldn't find Su Donchin. He suddenly frowned, turned around, and stared toward the direction of the women's restroom. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yunfei took out a cloth from his pocket, stepped forward, and slowly walked into the restroom building. The women's restroom was completely empty. All the toilet doors were open, and none of the three stalls contained anyone. The man's expression instantly turned icy. He stood there emotionlessly while the little puppy trotted in behind him, barking furiously at one of the toilet stalls. Then, whining pitifully in circles on the floor, it stretched out its two short paws and ran under the window, frantically scratching at the wall beneath it. Lu Yunfei walked over and stood by the window. He noticed rope marks on the windowsill. His eyes narrowed slightly. With one hand gripping the windowsill, he jumped down from the 5th floor. The wind howled past him as he landed smoothly, not making even the slightest sound. Lu Yunfei took a few steps forward, but suddenly paused. He forgot the dog. He extended a vine from between his fingers, quickly sliding it through the window to wrap around the little puppy. Still carrying the puppy dangling like a tiny meatball with its short legs sprawled and belly dragging, Lu Yunfei strolled slowly for half a cloud's distance before arriving at the towering wall built by Duangua. Woof woof woof. The puppy barked wildly. Lu Yunfei lightly pushed off with one foot and soared over the meter-high wall into Duangua's territory, as graceful and effortless as can be. The vine in his hand flung the meatball-like puppy bouncing onto the ground behind him, landing neatly on all 4 paws with a plop. Su Donchin had been kidnapped. She woke up, lured by the aroma of the red-cooked pork. The moment her eyes opened, she saw the big character for food, except the dot in she was missing. She was placed inside a shopping cart by 2 punk nobles. Annoyed, Su Donchin loudly protested. How could such a low-end transportation method be worthy of her noble status? She wanted a soft baby stroller. The 2 punks hadn't noticed Su Donchin was awake. They were whispering to each other. It seems like they're distributing meat inside. Let's go eat first. After a brief discussion, they abandoned Su Donchin and entered the cafeteria. Su Donchin fumed. Could they at least show a little professionalism? And wasn't there a final meal they could spare some red-cooked pork for her? 3 minutes later, the 2 punks stormed out, clearly more furious than Su Donchin. They actually wouldn't let us eat the meat. They actually said we weren't worthy of eating it. Su Donchin opened her mouth. Although her entire body felt weak and limp, she struggled to mutter, meat. The 2 punks grew even angrier at once. We quit. We're taking her back. Su Donchin. The 2 punks pushed the shopping cart, returning Su Donchin to the high wall. Since the wall was too tall, they couldn't throw Su Donchin over it, so they just left her there. Su Donchin. Lying on her back and staring at the sky, Su Donchin thought she saw something fly past overhead. It looked like a legless meatball, frantically waving its 4 hooves before disappearing from sight behind the tall, elegant figure of a man. Su Donchin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. She thought to herself, a man with such a beautiful back must be just as handsome from the front. The perfect candidate for her next boyfriend. Better, cuter, and more obedient. Meanwhile, Lu Yunfei, dragging the little puppy behind him, arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. The puppy charged inside, grabbed a piece of red-cooked pork, and ran out. Countless armed soldiers chased him out. Fool, Lu Yunfei muttered under his breath, while dodging with the puppy swinging behind him. Back at the wall, Su Donchin twitched her fingers and realized her full body paralysis had finally eased to only half her body. She pushed the shopping cart forward with the tip of her foot and started wheeling herself around. When she reached a building, she caught the familiar smell of red-cooked pork. Su Donchin immediately jumped up, drove her shopping cart straight inside. The building wasn't very crowded. Su Donchin followed the scent of red-cooked pork to a large open room. From inside came a woman's furious scream. Fools. All of you fools. I told you to capture an Iluo. Not some nonsense. I sent out hundreds of people, and not a single one managed to bring her back. Peeking her little head around the corner, Su Donchin glanced inside. Inside the room, it was packed with people tightly bound with ropes. They were of all ages, from 90-year-old elders down to 3-year-old toddlers. And what the hell is this? You couldn't even get their genders right. Are you kidding me with this age group? The old man who was dragged up innocently spat out, showing his set of false teeth. Laugh? Let me show you a smile. These are my brand new dentures. A punch from Duangua sent the old man's dentures flying. The old man sadly burst into tears. Su Donchin immediately clicked her tongue repeatedly, muttering how cruel that was. Duangua suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Su Donchin at the doorway. Su Donchin blinked her big eyes. Her entire body looked like a ball stuffed inside the shopping cart, barely able to move, and could only slowly shuffle her legs. But because of poor control over the strength, she could only spin in circles on the spot. Spinning, hopping, she closed her eyes. This annoying spinning. Duangua's eyes lit up. She gave Su Donchin a charming smile. Come here. Su Donchin sniffled and insisted. You have to call me your little cutie before I come. Duanghua forced out a bit of patience. Little cutie, come here. Su Dongqing sniffled again, saying, you have to call me Bei before I come. Duanghua tried hard to suppress the urge to grit her teeth. Bei, come here. Su Dongqing snivelled once more, adding, you must call me fairy girl before I come. You damn piece of trash, get over here now. A wall of earth suddenly rose from under the shopping cart. Caught off guard, Su Dongqing was thrown off. Because she was dressed thickly, she wasn't hurt at all. But due to the inertia, she rolled straight forward, galoo, rolling directly to Duanghua's feet. Looking up, Su Dongqing smiled at Duanghua with a hee-hee. I rolled over. But you haven't called me fairy girl yet. Just as she said that, Su Dongqing turned her head and saw the old man. She greeted him excitedly. Long time no see, sir. Can your ears still hear? Are your eyes still blind? Duanghua reached out to grab her. She couldn't move her? Because Su Dongqing wore too many clothes. Even though Duanghua had supernatural abilities, essentially, she was still a weak woman. Thus, Duanghua half squatted down, bending over with the same posture as avoiding a squat toilet, glaring furiously at Su Dongqing while sweetly saying, Su Dongqing, we meet again. Su Dongqing nodded and asked if she'd eaten yet. She herself hadn't. Behind Duanghua, the red-cooked pork smelled fragrant and hot. Saliva dripped from Su Dongqing's mouth. Duanghua sneered. Her sharp fingers gently scraped across Su Dongqing's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Pain caused Su Dongqing's little face to scrunch. Her skin was very pale, allowing the blood to snake down her cheek, gradually soaking into her neck, finally disappearing into the tangle of black hair beside it. Tragic yet beautiful. Su Dongqing struggled to move back, hitting a table behind her. Don't worry, I'll make your death very painful. What a pleasure. Su Dongqing's eyes lit up with interest. Generously, Duanghua asked, do you have any last words? Su Dongqing raised her hand. How did you get your powers? This was the same question Ni Luo had been murmuring for 3 days. Since you're going to die, I'll tell you everything clearly. She ordered the armed soldiers to drag everyone in the room outside to feed the zombies. In a flash, the entire room held only Su Dongqing and Duanghua. Duanghua had been suppressing too long. She needed to show off desperately. Boasting with pride, Duanghua started recounting how she tricked number 3 into killing Zhang Zhihao, then revealed a shocking secret. Duanghua had always been cunning. Otherwise, how could she successfully seduce any man she wanted? And they were all the strongest ones, which wasn't really true. Duanghua had discovered the secret of Hua Ya's crystal core. She thought, if the core could enhance abilities, maybe it could also awaken them. She'd had enough of being abused by men again and again. Even if it meant death, she would give it a try. Thus, she seduced number 3, persuading him to kill Zhang Zhihao and bring her the core. On the day Duanghua obtained the core, she didn't eat it immediately. She hesitated, until Hua Ya died. Her hesitations vanished entirely. Knowing Hua Ya's death meant the loss of her support. Ni Luo certainly wouldn't tolerate her. Rather than returning to being a piece of meat, she preferred to fight for one last chance. Duanghua swallowed the crystal core. She writhed in pain the entire day and night in the room. By the next morning, she realized she had gained supernatural abilities. She now had powers. Duanghua's first reaction was to take people and empty the warehouse of supplies, then form an armed squad to confront Ni Luo. Duanghua was pretty to look at and good with words. In the past, when Hua Ya abused these armed soldiers, she had even consoled them with care. The soldiers, unaware of the truth, expressed how much they loved listening to her talk, how much they loved following her. You know why my abilities are so strong? Duanghua lifted her hand. From her palm arose a piece of hard earth, completely different from Zhang Zhihao's kind that crumbled easily upon touch. Su Dongqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, asking if Duanghua could make her an ice queen. Duanghua refused angrily. Duanghua tossed her flowing long hair, causing a layer of dust to fall, then continued narrating her glorious deeds. The crude oil district sent me 2 earth elemental users. That's something I traded all my supplies for. Su Dongqing said. So you dug out the cores of those 2 users? Of course. Duanghua didn't hide it at all, even taking pride in it. The fools at the crude oil district actually thought those 2 earth users could control me. How naive. To obtain her abilities, Duanghua would go to any lengths, treating human lives as grass. You know there's only so many users out there. When they die, do you know how I replenish new users? Duanghua was extremely excited, spittle flying. Su Dongqing dumbly shook her head, saying she didn't know, and reminded her that the neck being pinched felt a bit suffocating. Hey, if you don't mind, press harder for a quicker death. Su Dongqing tried hard to shove her own neck into Duanghua's hand, reminding her, villains die from talking too much. But villain Duanghua paid not the slightest heed to her well-intentioned advice. Su Dongqing suggested again, asking if she could just kill her first. But Duanghua suddenly let go, covered her mouth and laughed loudly, continuing with her sinister plans. The method Duanghua thought of was the same as Hua Ya's, but she was even crueler than Hua Ya. She captured zombies and locked them in the warehouse prison. Duanghua specially selected soldiers whose relatives were in the coal district, then threw both the soldier and their family members into the prison. This way, the probability of awakening abilities was countless times higher than Hua Ya simply pushing people into zombie hordes, regardless of life or death. Because even if they died, as long as they awakened an ability, a core would crystallize in their brain. So whether they were alive or dead made no difference. If it was an earth ability, Duanghua would keep it for herself. If it was another type of ability, she'd give it to the armed soldiers as a reward. Being able to obtain abilities made those ignorant soldiers even more willing to follow her. You're so shameless. Duangwa responded that she had even more shameful things yet to do. I'll hang your corpse on the tall wall next door, letting Ni Luo see clearly the consequences of opposing me. Su Donqin said she wanted to be hung there wearing a pink little skirt, and also find a perfect angle that showed her 45-degree perfect side profile, preferably being moved 3 times a day to follow the light, shining on her like a baby's smooth skin. Fool, Duangwa shouted furiously, tightening her grip around Su Donqin's throat. Su Donqin, in great difficulty, rolled her eyes, groping behind her for that dish of red-cooked pork, then peacefully closed her eyes. Ah, life. It just goes like that. You open your eyes, then close them, and it's over. Come on, enjoy it. With a bang, the door to the room suddenly flew open. Before Duangwa could react, she suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind. Slightly tilting her head, she saw her own back reflected in the window glass, where an axe was deeply embedded. The axe was extremely well maintained, as good as new, yet it was also incredibly sharp, deeply lodged in Duangwa's spine. Duangwa opened her mouth, her hand gripping Su Donqin suddenly released. She turned her head, seeing Lu Yunfei standing at the doorway. The man wore a half-old backpack, his black hair disheveled, with a plump chubby little puppy by his feet. With a pained cry, Duangwa shoved a core into her mouth. Her supernatural ability surged instantly, sending the small axe flying. The wound on her back healed visibly at a rapid rate. This was the excellent benefit of consuming a core of the same element. Not only enhancing abilities, but also healing wounds when the moment demanded. Lu Yunfei? Humph. Duangwa shot a disdainful glance at this weakling, seductively licking her fingers. Do you really think you can kill me? Oh. The man wore a thin camouflage jacket, behind him the shattered window glass. Shattered glass flew in all directions, covering the floor. The man stepped right onto the broken glass, bent down, and picked up the small axe that had been knocked near his feet by Duangwa. Then he gently rubbed the axe handle with his fingertip. Duangwa laughed loudly, her supernatural ability surging. She was completely confident dealing with such a weakling. A hollow mound of earth immediately rose up from where Lu Yunfei stood. This grave-shaped earthen hill was freshly crafted by Duangwa for Lu Yunfei. The massive earth grave completely swallowed the man's tall, slender figure. Humph, pathetically easy. Duangwa turned her head and extended her hand towards Su Donqin. Perfect. I'll let you two lovebirds reunite. Su Donqin frantically shook her head, shouting no, she was still so scared. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the grave mound. Then with a plop, the entire thing shattered into pieces. Duangwa's eyes widened in shock, spinning around quickly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could her earth wall be broken open by an ordinary axe? Even bullets couldn't penetrate it. Unwilling to accept defeat, Duangwa furiously launched repeated attacks at Lu Yunfei. The man casually swung his small axe while walking toward her with calm confidence. Duangwa, in a desperate frenzy, swallowed the last 2 cores of the same element she had left. Her supernatural ability boiled like scalding hot water, reaching its peak. I'll kill all of you. Her body rapidly expanded, chaotic energy flying everywhere, transforming the entire room into a pile of ruins. Lu Yunfei curled his lips into a smile. He easily tore through the endless layers of earthen walls bursting through floors, navigating the collapsing structure with ease. Duangwa, having overused her ability, was like a deflated balloon slowly leaking air. She gasped heavily, halting her actions, staring at the yellow earth and dust filling the space. This time, he must have died, right? An axe blade suddenly burst from the air thick with dust and sand. Crack, landing right on Duangwa's watermelon-shaped head, directly striking the core rapidly vibrating and expanding inside her head. Shock filled Duangwa's face. She whispered, No, my core. My core. Duangwa wasn't dead yet, glaring with wide, furious eyes. Lu Yunfei gave her a disgusted look, yanked the axe out, and skillfully disassembled her body into pixelated chunks. The vines excitedly swallowed Duangwa's core, then happily rubbed themselves against Lu Yunfei's feet. Holding the axe, Lu Yunfei walked over to Su Donqin. The little girl's face was covered in soot and ash, her eyes nearly swollen shut. Lu Yunfei reached out and roughly pinched her chubby cheek. Su Donqin struggled to open her eyes and saw Lu Yunfei, covered in blood from head to toe. The man exuded a deadly aura, the stench of blood surrounding him. Those eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness, nothing like his usual self. He leaned closer, strands of damp black hair clinging to his forehead, whispering in a low, tender tone, like a demon's seduction. Do you like it, Donqin? Overcome with sadness, Su Donqin didn't want to speak, but the fingers pinching her cheek only pressed harder, demanding her reaction. Sniffling, Su Donqin whimpered, You're so show-offy. Something that could have been solved with a single axe strike turned into a dramatic, flashy performance. And still, he somehow managed to look incredibly cool, with his slim waist twisting so beautifully when he moved. Lu Yunfei paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. He slammed the small axe deeply into the table behind Su Donqin, and his expression turned cold. Instantly, Su Donqin changed her tone, bursting into tearful apologies. I'm so show-offy too, wah? Chapter 21. At the moment Duangwa died, the earthen wall running across the middle of the coal area immediately collapsed. What's going on? Someone noticed something was wrong and shouted loudly. The wall over there suddenly collapsed. Someone's trapped underneath. Everyone started discussing frantically while rushing forward to help. In an instant, chaos erupted around the tall wall. Ni Luo arrived with her people, first sending the armed soldiers behind her to rescue the trapped before searching for Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei, woof woof woof. The little puppy wagged its small tail, grabbing Nai Luo's pant leg and tugging her forward. Do you want to take me to find Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei? Woof woof woof. Nai Luo followed the puppy into a building with a serious expression. This building had suffered some kind of destruction. Everything inside was in total disarray. Every step she took produced the crunching sensation of broken glass underfoot. Nai Luo picked up the puppy, carefully proceeding deeper inside. After walking a distance, she finally spotted a large open room. Out of the 4 walls, 3 had already collapsed. The remaining one was an exterior load-bearing wall of the building. If it collapsed, this entire building would likely collapse too. Are you two alright? Nai Luo rushed into the ruins with the dog. Su Donqin lay weakly in Lu Yunfei's arms, sobbing softly. It's okay, just some scrapes. Lu Yunfei comforted, holding her tightly. Su Donqin cried bitterly, deeply distressed, saying, donate whatever organs can be donated. Nai Luo. Lu Yunfei picked Su Donqin up in his arms. She stubbornly struggled, claiming she could walk on her own feet. But Lu Yunfei insisted she must now be paralyzed from the waist down. The two began arguing over this point. To prove her strength, Su Donqin forcefully slapped the nearby table. With his squelching noise piercing their eardrums, the entire coal area began echoing Duanguo's earlier self-revelation and criminal monologue. Su Donqin covered her aching hand, teary-eyed, making little, ha-ha sounds. Nai Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Excited, she rushed over and turned the volume higher. It turned out this was originally a broadcasting room. At some point, everything Duanguo had said had been recorded here. Su Donqin's slap had accidentally triggered the playback of that recording. When people in the coal area heard Duanguo's arrogant boasts and record of crimes, they turned pale and hastily retreated onto Nai Luo's territory. Although, in reality, it was only crossing a small earthen hill. This incident indeed proved the universal truth. Villains die from talking too much. With Duanguo's conspiracy exposed, the coal area settled down. Everyone obeyed Nai Luo's commands without the slightest resistance. In an instant, the entire coal area unexpectedly became peaceful. When Xiaoji returned driving a vehicle fully loaded with supplies, he was immediately shocked by this harmonious, amicable atmosphere in the coal area. He even noticed a banner hanging at the entrance of the coal area. It was said that the banner was made by the residents of the coal area themselves for Nai Luo. Upper couplet. You are light. You are electricity. You are the only myth. Lower couplet. You are April in human world. When you're fine, it's sunny. Horizontal inscription. Anyway, you're just really warm-hearted. Regarding this, Su Donqin especially affirmed the literary quality of the coal area residents. Such a comprehensive banner, blending pop culture, art, praise, and flattery together, was truly rare in the world. Although everyone superficially and internally recognized and flattered Nai Luo, the gossiping bystanders still felt extremely interested in how Duanguo died. Reaped what he sowed. I heard he was crushed to death by the earth wall he released. How come I heard he was struck by lightning? Wasn't he killed by Big Sister and I? The only one who knew the truth was that seemingly innocent girl beauty whose intelligence surpassed ordinary people. Su Donqin sadly thought, was this really what they call the drunk masses, and only she was sober? Idiot, hurry up. Time to eat. Oh right, mealtime. Su Donqin happily grabbed her wash basin and followed Nai Luo's steps. The incident of Duanguo was finally settled. While managing the coal area, Nai Luo continued searching for the whereabouts of her younger sister. Having nothing to do, Su Donqin walked around the coal area with the zombie dog and the little puppy, accompanying Lu Yunfei. Xiaoji was distributing supplies to everyone. He had brought back many good things from outside. Miss Su, please help take care of Bei Kai for me. The scene was chaotic with many people around, so Xiaoji entrusted Xiao Bei Kai, who was busy nibbling spicy chicken feet, to Su Donqin. Xiaoji noticed that whenever Xiao Bei Kai was beside Su Donqin, he would become unusually quiet, and even when hungry, wouldn't show any aggressive behavior. Sure thing. Su Donqin tied up Xiao Bei Kai and then left with the 2 dogs. The coal area returned to peace. The bartering zone also began to flourish once again. Looking at the zombie dog's collar, worn down to nearly just a thread of leather, Su Donqin considered whether she should find a replacement. However, dog collars were difficult to find nowadays. When humans themselves couldn't even eat their fill, who would bother keeping pets? Walking the dogs for quite a while, Su Donqin still couldn't find a new collar. Suddenly, the zombie dog beside her started barking furiously. People around them jumped in fright, quickly moving away. Nowadays, if someone was bitten by a mad dog like this, there was no telling where one could find a rabies vaccine, let alone handle compensation. Being pulled forward by the zombie dog, Su Donqin saw a plump, muscular man bullying a young boy. Well, calling him a young boy wasn't quite accurate either. He looked about 15 or 16 years old. Actually, considering the malnourishment most people suffered in the post-apocalyptic world, one could even believe he was 17 or 18. The little teenager, so hungry his steps were unsteady, was dragged by the man into a corner and slammed to the ground. His ragged clothes tore open, revealing a thin and frail body. Although the boy's face had some dirt on it, he could be seen as a beautiful child. In this apocalypse, women had an extremely low survival rate, so a pretty boy like him was especially favored. The fat man greedily tried to yank off the boy's pants. The boy fiercely resisted. The zombie dog beside Su Donqin barked wildly, clearly eager to charge out. But someone was faster than the dog. Su Donqin saw Lu Yunfei expressionlessly step forward and clamp his hand around the fat man's throat. They were in a remote, isolated corner. No one was around. Lu Yunfei strode toward the man, his movement creating a small gust of wind. His eyes were deep and black, like falling endlessly into a nightmarish dream. Around the black pupils faint bloodshot redness appeared, making him look sinister and terrifying. The man's long, slender fingers wrapped around the other man's throat, pinning him against the wall behind. A layer of dust fell from the wall with a rustling sound, and the plump man was almost embedded into it. This showed how much force Lu Yunfei used. The fat man rolled his eyes and wildly kicked his legs, clearly nearing his last breath. Immediately, Su Donqin stepped forward and hugged Lu Yunfei's thin waist. Calm down, Beikai good boy. Xiao Beikai munching chicken feet. A sweet, soothing fragrance emanated from the young girl from all directions. It was gently calming. The violent fury in the man's eyes began to fade as he narrowed his eyes at the fat man before him, revealing a disgusted expression on his face. Lu Yunfei released his hand and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers. The plump man fell heavily to the ground, eyes rolling, barely able to stand, let alone speak or curse. He gasped heavily, his face turning deep purple, filled with fear. Who would have imagined that a man who looked so frail could possess such immense strength? The little boy who had been bullied dropped to his knees on the ground, dazed and confused. Glancing at him, Lu Yunfei suddenly stepped on his face, speaking in an icy tone, "Die or live." Unmasked before Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei exuded an imposing presence, like a ferocious beast released from an iron cage. Such ruthless cruelty, not only humans, but even dogs would tremble in fear and bow in submission. The boy was crushed in the mud, apparently terrified into stunned silence. Lu Yunfei kept pressing down, his hard leather boots seemingly determined to flatten the young boy into a pancake. "I want to live. I want to survive," the boy cried bitterly. Lu Yunfei slightly lifted the corner of his thin lips, squatted down, picked up a stone, and handed it to him. "Since you want to live, then kill him." His slender, long fingers pointed toward the fat man. A strange smile appeared on Lu Yunfei's face. "The boy dai de jiego na kai shritop, sheng shu bei sha sha li yang. Ta angjang shou ruo de soujang tojig shritop, zhe sheng zheng pengjeg senmo jiqi chen zhong de dongxi. Naga bao fei ti zhang de nanren ho di guo sunlai, meng de chao xiao nan hai pu shangqir. Xiao nan hai jili zhengjia, hai shi bei cha zhou le bozik. Lu Yunfei zhan zai yipong, long lung de kanja zhi yichit. Su Donqin yo pan ke de zhengzhou. Chong gangcai Lu Yunfei chong chucher, zhu zhi xiao nan hai kai shi. Ta zhi cha zhui zhi nanren singu yo dian bu yang. Zhiga nanren. Sang shi hui zuo zhi zhong hao ren hao shi de muk. Wusu. Su Donqin shook her head hard. Then why would he do this? Su Donqin didn't know. The Lu Yunfei described in the original book was a pervert, mentally unstable, sinister, and cruel. He was the king of the apocalypse. He looked down on everything, like a tyrant. How could he possibly save a little boy like that? Su Donqin turned her gaze to the small teenager again. The teenager was being choked until his face turned purple, desperately struggling, when somehow his hand found the stone lying beside his head. With all his strength, he smashed it straight onto the thick-set man's head. A flicker of light flashed in Lu Yunfei's pitch-black eyes. The plump man clutched his bleeding head while Donqin fell to the ground. Su Donqin suddenly understood. Oh my goodness. Could this be a heroic rescue of a beautiful boy? Could it be that Lu Yunfei actually liked men? Su Donqin felt like she had uncovered an earth-shattering secret. But then Lu Yunfei grabbed the back of her collar and dragged her away. What are you staring at? The man sat on the edge of the bed, slowly and carefully cleaning his small axe. Su Donqin glanced at the sharp little axe, shrank her neck a bit, and continued to stare at Lu Yunfei with a he expression on her face. Like she was saying, I know your little secret. No wonder in the original book, Lu Yunfei always maintained firm platonic friendship with the female lead, in I Luo. He turned out to be into men. Are you a man? Because she was too excited, Su Donqin blurted out the wrong words, missing two characters. She originally meant to ask if he liked men, but now it became asking if he was a man himself. Though missing just two characters, the meanings between the two sentences were worlds apart. The first was a friendly question, while the second was a shameless provocation. Su Donqin immediately turned pale, wanting to rephrase her question. But Lu Yunfei, without any hurry, lazily lifted his eyelids in her direction, then suddenly smiled in a seductive way. His slippery fingertips poked Su Donqin's chubby cheek as he slowly spoke. Donqin can try for yourself. Is he a man? That night, the round moon shone like a silver plate while cold winds howled. Su Donqin trembled beneath the bed, declaring she didn't want to try. She was still a pure young lady, her hands completely untouched. Fortunately, the man didn't seem particularly interested in teasing her further, placed his small axe neatly, and climbed directly onto the top bunk. After a long silence, Su Donqin cautiously moved her feet and peeked out from under the bed just enough to show half her face before quietly slipping into her own blanket. The room fell silent. Lu Yunfei lay on the upper bunk, eyes tightly shut, lips slightly pressed together. Moments later, his previously calm face suddenly twisted, as if plunging into a bottomless abyss. All around was pitch black. Only a faint white light emitted from behind a certain door. Yet this white light was cold and pale, even more chilling than the surrounding darkness. Lu Yunfei breathed rapidly, his pale, delicate hands tightly gripping the blanket covering him, but still unable to escape from this nightmare. He saw himself approaching, his youthful hand reaching for the doorknob. That hand was pale and slender, innocent and naive. Lu Yunfei's head roared as if it was about to explode. No, Don't open the door, don't open it. With a soft click, the door opened. White light poured in as the young Lu Yunfei looked up and saw the man standing there. The man was thin, wearing a suit, carrying a briefcase, like a white-collar professional returning home from work. As the man looked down at him, his eyes glimmered with greed. Lu Yunfei heard himself calling him, "Uncle." The man suddenly opened his eyes, and the frosty moonlight was what he first saw. Half kneeling, wrapped in a damp blanket, drenched in sweat. In the darkness, the man's eyes turned blood red, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Thick vines wrapped tightly around his body, obviously grown wildly due to his unstable emotions. Tiny vine tips, their little leaves trembling, quivered in fear. Lu Yunfei raised his hand, trembling, and pulled the vines off his body. The broken vines disappeared into nothingness. Lu Yunfei's fingertips slightly trembled. He clenched his fist. He sat there for a long time, but still couldn't calm down. Instead, his emotions grew more unstable. Suddenly, a sweet, soft scent drifted from the lower bunk. It was like soft clouds wrapping around Lu Yunfei's restless mind, soothing his raging, about to explode power. The man narrowed his eyes. He stretched out a hand, pushing aside the sweat-dampened black hair from his face, then pushed himself up and jumped down from the top bunk. The movement, which should have been effortless, stumbled slightly upon landing. Under the moonlight, the man's face carried an eerie paleness. And yet, those eyes remained deeply crimson. That sweet, soft fragrance trembled seductively, tempting him, seeping into his limbs and bones. Like rotten flowers blooming in a cold, damp, and gloomy place. Lu Yunfei twitched his fingertips. Surprisingly, the chilling malevolence inside him was actually calmed. A thin vine sprouted from his pale fingertips, rushing urgently towards Su Donqin. But Lu Yunfei pinched it shut and stuffed it back. The room was silent. Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze, looking at Su Donqin curled up in her blanket. The little girl was sleeping very happily. Her little face was rosy and round, her black hair gathered like a cloud, and she was even smacking her lips cutely. The man curled his lips into a smile, slowly and unhurriedly unbuttoning his clothes, then walked over and slipped his cold body into Su Donqin's blanket, pressing close to her, gently embracing her. So warm. The man closed his eyes and buried his face into her neck. Su Donqin shivered from the cold, but didn't wake up, only instinctively trying to push the chilly object beside her away. But she failed. Miserably, she could only think, well, maybe if I just warm it up a bit, it'll become warm after all. The man's long, fair fingers landed on Su Donqin's little face. There were still scratches on the girl's cheek, left by Duan Guo's fingernails. Lu Yunfei's fingertips were icy cold like frost, slowly trailing over the wound. Sticky and slimy, like a cold snake. A drop of moist liquid formed at his fingertip, which he gently rubbed over Su Donqin's wound. And just like that, the wound disappeared. The girl's face once again became smooth and tender. Having a sweet dream, huh? The man's voice was low and hoarse, still carrying a slight tremble. Of course, Su Donqin, sleeping soundly and contentedly, didn't respond to Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei looked down, calmly staring at her. The girl's cheeks were rosy and flushed, emitting a delicate, sweet scent. He leaned closer, suddenly lunging forward and biting her plump little cheek. Ow! Su Donqin woke up in pain, jumping straight up, only for their two closely packed heads to collide violently. Ugh! Dazed and stunned, Su Donqin felt as if this collision might actually drop her IQ permanently. No amount of rice bowls could ever compensate for it. Lu Yunfei, covering his reddened forehead, also saw stars dancing before his eyes. He steadied himself slightly, lifting his gaze towards Su Donqin. The little girl sat there sleepily, swaying, almost falling asleep again. She hadn't even realized there was another person beside her. Like a tired bird, Su Donqin lay back down, curling herself up, trying to warm her blanket again. Lu Yunfei looked down at her, twirling her hair with his fingertip, then slowly buried himself in it. That rotting floral fragrance spread outward, soothing the chill inside him. Like spring blossoms, summer breezes, winter sunlight. Lu Yunfei closed his eyes, immersed. The endless nightmare vanished completely in this moment, as if it had never existed. After waking up from sleep, Su Donqin felt dazedly, as if something had been entangled around her. She turned her head, seeing Lu Yunfei sleeping beside her. Oh, that explained why she had dreamed of being tightly wrapped by a giant weird snake last night. Pulling her blanket closer, Su Donqin suddenly realized, Lu Yunfei. He wasn't wearing any clothes. Not even a single pair of underwear. Su Donqin, QEQ, she's ruined. Awake. The man's voice was hoarse, uniquely charming. Swallowing hard, Su Donqin buried herself deeper into the blanket and whispered, not awake yet. The man pulled her in again, blanket and all. Stiffly, Su Donqin recalled everything she could about last night. First, she herself was unlikely to have assaulted Lu Yunfei in such a way, but it was highly possible that Lu Yunfei had molested her. Heavens. Finally, was he planning to make a move on her, this delicate beauty? Wasn't he into men? Was he both ways? Su Donqin revised her view of Lu Yunfei's perversion to a new level. She stared with wide, fearful eyes, frightened yet sleepy. Well, whatever. Too tired. Let's have another nap first. After another nap, Su Donqin headed toward the cafeteria with sleep lines still on her face and a look of gloom, carrying her basin. N.I. Luo was feeding Xiao Ji with dishes when she caught sight of Su Donqin. What happened to your face? She asked immediately. Su Donqin gave a pitiful glance at Lu Yunfei, who was following behind her, and pouted slightly. I was too hungry, so I bit myself. You've got to be kidding. Can you even bite your own face? Inai Luo was too speechless to comment. After Duanguo's death, Inai Luo became the leader of the cold district. Her special food ration had also improved drastically. Su Donqin stared enviously at the mountain of meat in Xiao Zhi's bowl. Lu Yunfei calmly divided the meat in his own bowl and gave it to Su Donqin. Donqin, eat more. Su Donqin immediately covered her face with her hands. She knew it. You must want to fatten me up before eating me. You actually plan to eat human flesh. Boss, the people from the crude district are here. Zhu Mian rushed over urgently to report. Where are they? Inai Luo's expression tightened. I blocked them at the entrance of the coal district. They said that if we don't give them a proper explanation, they'll blow our entire district to the ground. The crude district people had heard about Duanguo's incident. They came today seeking justice for the 2 dead Earth Elemental users. Even if they couldn't get justice, they definitely wanted to retrieve the 2 crystal cores. Inai Luo stood up, and Xiaozhi stood with her. I'll go with you. No need. I can handle such a small matter myself. Inai Luo shyly covered her face, and as her eyes shifted toward Zhu Mian again, her gaze turned sharp and fierce. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Inai Luo returned. Su Donqin hadn't even finished her bowl of food yet. Zhu Mian followed Inai Luo with a pale face, appearing extremely frightened, trembling, and about to collapse. Su Donqin explained this as just another ordinary person who had never seen true power. Zhu Mian knew Inai Luo had lightning abilities, but he never expected her lightning powers to be this overwhelming. She actually could summon electric currents. As Zhu Mian reverently described Inai Luo's heroic deeds, Su Donqin silently added lightning rods to her shopping list. Would 1 rod be enough? Maybe get a few extra? Would getting herself pierced like a porcupine work? After getting rid of the crude district people, the coal district finally found some peace. I found out. A few months ago, my sister was taken by 2 other mutants to the northern survival zone to exchange for supplies. Inai Luo's expression turned serious. It seemed her sister's life wasn't going very well there. But as long as she was alive, it was still good news. Su Donqin nodded. Then let's go. With that, she began packing her small bag. First putting her basin inside, then the little puppy, leaving the huge zombie dog behind. And Lu Yunfei definitely couldn't fit inside either. Su Donqin, you want to come with me? The northern survival zone isn't as safe as the south. It's full of dangers. Inai Luo hesitated slightly, her voice cracking. After all, they were strangers who had met by chance, and she never expected Su Donqin to be so loyal and kind-hearted. Inai Luo began feeling regretful for her previous coldness towards Su Donqin. Wiping away her tears, she said, I'm sorry, Su Donqin. From now on, I won't call you a fool anymore. Su Donqin was still struggling to stuff her Barbie doll into the bag. Fool. There's no need to bring this kind of stuff. Inai Luo smacked Su Donqin lightly on the head. Su Donqin looked extremely wronged. You broke your promise. Boss, what about the coal district if you leave? Zhu Mian clung to her with reluctance. Inai Luo said, I think you're great. I'm leaving the coal district under your care. Zhu Mian's eyes reddened. Despite everything he had gone through, he was still just a boy after all. Boss, I don't want you to leave. No banquet lasts forever. I believe the coal district will do better under your leadership than under mine. Before Inai Luo finished speaking and turned to leave, Zhu Mian grabbed the edge of her clothes. Boss, will you come back? Inai Luo smiled, without answering. Come on already, stop being so dramatic. Why is it so difficult? She forcefully patted Zhu Mian's shoulder. Just wish me a safe journey. Zhu Mian's half shoulder nearly collapsed from the patting. He bit his lips and wiped away tears, finally saying firmly, Boss, you'll definitely be safe. After saying that, Zhu Mian turned towards Su Donqin. His gaze suddenly became soft and loving. That youthful look held a kind of burning intensity and clarity that belonged only to the young. Miss Su Ai. Lu Yunfei slowly turned his gaze towards Zhu Mian. Zhu Mian gathered his courage and shoved the egg in his hand toward her, then shot a defiant glance at Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin immediately understood Zhu Mian's intention. Why didn't you say earlier? Su Donqin stuffed the egg into Lu Yunfei's hands. She had actually witnessed such a great love. Zhu Mian, Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei casually tossed the egg into the air, feeding it to the dog. Zhu Mian sniffled and ran off crying. Seemingly, her heart was utterly broken by this cold-hearted man. Everyone prepared to head together to the northern survival zone to help Inai Luo find her sister, Inai Lan. In the car, Xiaozhi asked, what does your sister look like? Inai Luo carefully took out a cherished photo. Xiaozhi fell silent for a minute, then asked, is she 3 years old? She's 23 already. As it turned out, this was indeed an extremely old-fashioned photograph. What's her name? Xiaozhi asked again. Inai Lan. Xiaozhi, your family sure picks artistically meaningful names. Inai Luo shyly said that your family name isn't bad either. The car fell into a quiet silence. Su Donqin shared her opinion that she thought her own name was very beautiful too. Dongqin's name sounds the nicest. Lu Yunfei pinched Su Dongqin's cheek with one hand, clearly fascinated by the soft and squishy sensation. Su Donqin nervously hugged her basin tight. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt that this perverted male lead had been sticking to her lately, and even liked sniffing around her body. Are you a dog? Are you a dog? Are you a dog? The words slipped out of Su Dongqin's mouth before she could stop herself, and she immediately clamped her lips shut. But it was already too late. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, suddenly smiling warmly, then used one hand to pinch Su Dongqin's cheek, squeezing those soft squishy bits and grinding his teeth. Wah, I smell really bad, I'm not delicious. Su Donqin, desperately trying to survive, burst into tears. Wah, I'm a dog, I'm a dog. Then what am I? Lu Yunfei continued pinching her cheeks. Su Donqin hesitated, then said, Daddy? The man's expression darkened. Su Donqin quickly added nervously, Mommy. Lu Yunfei suddenly broke into a beautiful smile, bright and blooming like spring flowers. He kindly used his fingertip to wipe away Su Donqin's tears, then leisurely pulled out a box of milk from his backpack. Su Donqin opened her mouth in eager anticipation. The man pulled out the straw, inserted it, and put it in his own mouth. Su Donqin's hopeful little eyes immediately faded. She closed her expectant little mouth and smacked her lips. Drinking made her a little thirsty. She cautiously leaned closer, hesitantly suggesting, Parents never expect great contributions from their children. Slurp. The man took a big sip. Su Donqin swallowed hard and bluntly said, I want a sip. Lu Yunfei raised a finger, pointing at the box. Su Donqin obediently recited, Wang Zai milk. Slurp. After finishing, the man raised his hand to pet the little puppy sitting on his lap. Drink this, and you'll forget your family. Suzy Donqin. QQ. She couldn't even argue back. Finally, after Su Donqin shamefully admitted that Lu Yunfei was neither her father nor mother, but her beloved boyfriend, she finally got a small box of Wang Zai milk. The car roared down the road. Nai Luo was chatting sweetly with Xiao Ji while driving. In her excitement, she even performed an international-level drift maneuver, followed by her exaggerated, affected goose-like laughter filling the car. In the back seat, the man gently watched Su Donqin drinking her milk, petting her head as he leaned closer. His hand rested on her waist, fingers wiping the corner of her lips. His gaze was affectionate, yet mischievous. Shocked, Su Donqin trembled and began to spill milk. I've never been anyone's girlfriend before. I don't have any experience. Lu Yunfei smiled. It's okay. I've never been someone's boyfriend either. Su Donqin cried out, saying she didn't want him settling for less. Lu Yunfei compromised, saying he'd go learn some experience first. Chapter 22. Because Nai Luo had left most of the supplies in Lu Yunfei's space at the coal district before she left. So on their way to the northern survival zone, they still needed to continue collecting supplies. There are many zombies on the city highways. To ensure safety, we should take quiet country roads. I remember there's a large rural supermarket nearby. After making the decision, Nai Luo took turns driving with Xiao Ji, heading toward the quiet countryside while searching for that large rural supermarket. They drove nonstop for a whole day and night, only encountering a few scattered zombies on the way, all of whom were dealt with by Nai Luo, using her lightning ability. Nai Luo's supernatural ability was growing stronger and stronger. Indeed, she truly deserved to be the female lead. After dealing with the zombies, Nai Luo shyly turned her head to glance at Xiao Ji sitting beside her, and then saw a strange object from the rearview mirror inside the car. Su Donqin, what are you doing? Su Donqin whispered softly, it's a lightning rod. Do you want one too? Su Donqin pulled one out from her own head and handed it to Nai Luo. Nai Luo gritted her teeth and thanked her. No thanks, I'm fine. You're welcome. Su Donqin politely replied. Sitting beside her, Lu Yunfei gently removed the lightning rods, one by one from Su Donqin's head, kindly reminding her, don't stick embroidery needles into your hair. Be careful not to hurt your brain. After speaking, the man used his fingers to gently comb through Su Donqin's long and beautiful hair, then skillfully used his hand like a comb, removing a small white flower hair tie from his wrist and tying her hair into a ponytail. Su Donqin offered her opinion. It feels kind of tight. She felt her face was stretched. Her eyes seemed distorted too, as if fate had tightly gripped her scalp. A tighter ponytail won't fall off easily. Oh, so that's why? They chose a large shopping mall. Nai Luo, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Beikai formed one team, while Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei, and the two dogs formed another team, splitting up to act separately. There shouldn't be much danger here. The supernatural ability dog can protect you. Nai Luo still thought that the zombie dog was actually a supernatural dog with powers. After saying that, she looked at Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei. One looked sweet and innocent, and the other useless as a chicken. Except for their good looks, they were absolutely ordinary and useless. The two of them together were incredibly useless, not even worth a dog's value. TSK, TSK, TSK. Call me if anything happens. Despite this, Nai Luo still showed great tolerance and care, worrying endlessly like an anxious mother, who made her bring along these two ballast stones voluntarily anyway. Thinking about this, Nai Luo exuded a magnificent maternal glow. Okay. The two ballast stones obediently walked away hand in hand. Nai Luo blushed and indicated to Xiao Ji that they should leave too. Finally got rid of those two annoying light bulbs. Holding Su Donqin's small hand, Lu Yunfei led her to a place full of decorative flowers. Looking up with a dazed expression, she said, do you think we might have come to the wrong place? No. This place, isn't it a bit inappropriate for younger people? Su Donqin pointed to the sign above that read, Love Never Ends, under the banner of intimate and unique items, indicating that she was still a pure girl. You're already 19. It's time you understood these things. The man stroked her head, then suddenly grabbed her collar from behind, dragging her inside. Su Donqin struggled, saying she needed more time. Lu Yunfei replied that tomorrow and tomorrow again. How many tomorrows can there be? They should start striving right now. Su Donqin suddenly burst into tears. The store was well preserved. After all, these items weren't edible or warm, so no one wanted them. Wandering through this paradise of knowledge, Su Donqin stared wide-eyed, face flushed, trembling all over, greatly broadening her horizons. She was still a child. Su Donqin wept and squatted on the ground, tugging hard at Lu Yunfei, who was cramming small gadgets into his space. Don't you have OCD? The legendary type who would even vomit, feel dizzy, or faint after accidentally kissing someone. Flipping through an ancient and elegant magazine-style textbook, Lu Yunfei's expression remained normal as he said, "Donqin, it's okay." Woo woo woo, she wasn't okay. She had OCD too, very, extremely, obsessively clean. Seeing that Lu Yunfei was almost emptying the store, Su Donqin felt she should do something too. Let's take some of these. These? Lu Yunfei, dragged over by Su Donqin, looked at the items hanging on the shelves with an odd expression. Su Donqin nodded vigorously. Look, this hair tie is delicate and pretty. And although it was only a thin string, it was highly elastic and wouldn't break no matter how hard you pulled. Compared to those strange and weird items, hair ties were obviously a better choice. Tomorrow, she could let Lu Yunfei tie them onto her little buns. Oh, Lu Yunfei suddenly smiled eerily and meaningfully tossed a handful of them into his space. Su Donqin lowered her head, thinking she should also grab a few for Nai Luo. She'll take a green one. It looked nice. Meanwhile, after Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei finished looting Love Never Ends, Nai Luo and Xiao Ji had also collected quite a bit of supplies. Clearly, this supermarket had already been looted by someone before. Not much remained, but it was barely enough for the group to have a few meals. Everyone found a secluded place to prepare for dinner. Su Donqin secretly pulled out a hair tie from her pocket and handed it to Nai Luo, whispering, "Here, a hair tie for you." Nai Luo lifted her hand to accept it, and upon seeing what it was, her previously indifferent face instantly turned bright red. Her complexion turned both flushed and pale, beautiful yet startling. In a fluster, she quickly glanced in Xiao Ji's direction, then frantically shoved it into her own pocket, glaring fiercely at Su Donqin while hissing through clenched teeth, "You idiot! Don't you like green? I also have yellow ones. What about red? The quality of these hair ties is really good. They won't break no matter how hard you pull." MMPH. Nai Luo grabbed her mouth shut. The woman leaned close and hissed angrily, "This is FUC Kanji lingerie, are you blind?" Spelling out those 4 characters, one at a time, Nai Luo, a pure and innocent maiden, still blushed fiercely. What business do a little girl have playing with such things? I'm throwing them away for you. With that, Nai Luo emptied Su Donqin's pockets and transferred everything into her own. Su Donqin, QEQ, I saw everything. Just hide them well yourself. Suddenly remembering the colorful pile in Lu Yunfei's space and that eerie smile of his, Su Donqin's face paled. That wasn't what she meant. She absolutely didn't mean that. She really thought those were hair ties. Who makes underwear out of only a single string anyway? Hoo. Su Donqin sat in a corner sadly, drawing circles on the ground. On the other side, Xiao Ji pulled out a box of instant noodles they had gathered earlier. Is instant noodles okay? After hiding the hair ties, Nai Luo immediately turned around, covering her mouth and giggling. Oh hee sure. Then she shyly walked over, first feeding a pickled pepper chicken claw to Xiao Beikai, next pouring dog food for the little puppy, and then pulling out a sausage to feed the zombie dog. Finally, she pulled out a pot and 10 packs of instant noodles. Too much to cook. Xiao Ji helped Nai Luo prepare bowls and chopsticks. Nai Luo blushed as she said, "You two guys should eat more." Su Donqin chimed in. Nai Luo alone eats 5 packs of instant noodles. Nai Luo, shut the fuck up. Xiao Ji smiled. It's a time when we need strength. Let's cook more packs. Facing such a considerate man behind her back, Nai Luo was deeply moved, and even forgot to discipline that little brat Su Donqin. Garuru. The water boiled, and Nai Luo lifted the lid of the big pot, putting the noodles inside. 2 long seconds passed, and Su Donqin tentatively stretched out her little hand. They must be done already. Time to dig in. Don't rush. A hand gently covered her little hand and moved it away. The aroma of instant noodles filled the air. Another long second passed before Su Donqin stretched her little hand out once again, eager. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiao Bei. Not ready yet. Lu Yunfei casually handed Su Donqin a pear. Eat a pear to tide you over. Looking at the tiny, juicy, tender pear, Su Donqin couldn't wait to bite into it, but was stopped by Lu Yunfei. Let me peel it for you first. The man held the pear in one hand, and in the other, an axe? No, wait. That's not. You actually peeled it pretty well? No way, isn't that dirty? Just thinking about all the weird things that axe had sliced before, even the fresh, juicy pear suddenly lost its appeal to Su Donqin. After peeling the pear, Lu Yunfei suddenly seemed to remember something, and tossed it to the zombie dog beside him. Then he put the axe away and replaced it with a fruit knife. Finally, Su Donqin relaxed a little. The man's fair hand held the small pear, calmly and neatly slicing it round and round. The fruit knife in his hand was sharp and precise, peeling the pear in one continuous strip without any waste. Every bit went into the puppy's mouth. Su Donqin patted the puppy's head. Don't worry, as long as she gets to eat pears, you'll always have peels to chew on. Lu Yunfei handed the peeled pear to Su Donqin. Eagerly, Su Donqin stuffed the whole thing into her mouth in one bite. Wah, fragrant and sweet, so delicious. Garuru. The aroma of the noodles filled the air, and everything around seemed strangely quiet. Everyone felt like something was off, but at the same time, nothing seemed wrong either. Maybe it was just missing that overly eager paw and that sticky, annoying voice. Finally, the noodles were ready. Nai Luo called everyone over to eat. But surprisingly, number 1 foodie Su Donqin was hiding in a corner, hunched over and mumbling something nobody could hear. Su Donqin, time for noodles. MMPFF, what are you doing? Hurry up and come over. Lu Yunfei slightly turned his head, and sensed something was off. He stood up, walked over, and gently lifted Su Dongqing's chin with his hand. The little girl was in tears, red-eyed, whimpering softly as she pointed at the pear in her mouth. Though small, the pear barely fit in Su Dongqing's tiny mouth. Its light bulb shape, so cute and delicate, had instantly vanished between her lips like a greedy little glutton who couldn't wait to bite into it. And now it was stuck. She tugged desperately at Lu Yunfei's sleeve. The little pear wouldn't come out no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't chew it, couldn't swallow it. It choked her badly. Her cheeks puffed up like a little frog. Wordlessly, Lu Yunfei tied a bib around Su Dongqing's neck. Su Dongqing, wronged beyond words. Puhaha, and Luo was the first to burst out laughing, rocking forward uncontrollably like she wanted to attract zombies. Xiaoji turned away too, trying hard to suppress his laughter. The zombie dog and the little puppy circled around Su Dongqing, barking excitedly. Xiao Beikai looked from Su Dongqing to his pickled pepper chicken claw and slurp, stuffed the entire thing into his mouth, and chewed it up. Deeply offended, Su Dongqing curled into Lu Yunfei's chest. The man held her chin up with a smile, examining carefully. Then, he reached out and yanked the pear out by its stem. Then he pulled out a spoon and gently poked at her mouth. Stay still, I'll dig it out. Grateful tears flowed from Su Dongqing's eyes. There is true affection in this world. There is true love. There is pure positivity. Tired. Do it yourself. He placed the spoon in her hand and stepped back. Su Dongqing. If heaven had feelings, even it would grow old. The right path in life is a bitter one indeed. Dressed in a bib, Su Dongqing solemnly took the spoon and shoved it into her own mouth. Once done digging, she sniffled and hurried back to eat the noodles. Garuru. Suddenly, a loud sound burst out. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Dongqing. I didn't. No, it wasn't me. It's me. I'm sorry. Can I have some noodles? A disheveled woman emerged from the shadows. Appearing about 30 years old, she wore a brand new winter jacket still with the price tag on, clearly taken from a nearby store. Xiaoji glanced at Luo. Luo raised a brow. Eat, go ahead. Thank you so much. Crawling forward, the woman reached the pot, grabbed a handful of noodles, and shoved them straight into her mouth with her filthy hands. Slightly embarrassed, Xiaoji quietly retrieved the bowl and chopsticks he had prepared for her. Thankfully, they were already done eating. The whole pot could go to this woman. After finishing the noodles, the woman licked her fingers and explained a bit about herself. My name is Fan Chan, the Chan in Chanzi's wheat. Fan Chan was a rural woman in her 30s. She had come to the city looking for work while leaving her 10-year-old son behind in the countryside. She'd bought a ticket to return home and visit her child for the new year, but Mei Shangdao, Jiran Pengdao Musher. After all this time surviving and hiding, she had somehow managed to stay alive inside this remote mall. You're heading the same way. Could you please take me along? Hearing that Luo and her group were passing near her village, Fan Chan immediately begged. I just want to see my son. Wow, my poor child, he's still so little. Fan Chan cried so violently it seemed like she might faint. Luo frowned. Lower your voice. It'll attract zombies. After all this time in the apocalypse, didn't she even know this basic rule by now? Fan Chan fell silent, slightly embarrassed, then first glanced at Luo, then at Xiaoji, and finally looked towards Su Dongqing and Lu Yunfei sitting together. The little girl was fair-skinned and plump, startlingly beautiful. Even before the apocalypse, such beauty was rarely seen. The man beside her was also extremely handsome. Even in a simple down jacket, he appeared as noble and elegant as if dressed in imperial robes. Fan Chan stared, eyes wide with admiration, and first complimented Su Dongqing. What a beautiful girl. Finally, someone is admiring my beauty. Su Dongqing shyly covered her face with both hands. Fan Chan then shifted her gaze toward Lu Yunfei, suddenly blushing. Her desire for the pretty boy was very obvious. However, as she continued staring, Fan Chan's face abruptly turned pale. She staggered backward and fell to the ground. Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Lu Yunfei calmly wiped the grease from Su Dongqing's mouth using a baby wet wipe, lifting his eyelids slightly in Fan Chan's direction. Fan Chan's eyes went blank. As if bewitched, she opened her mouth. I see a place of darkness, a city of abyss. No, there's light, a beam of light. Before Fan Chan had even finished speaking the word light, Su Dongqing poked out her little head and asked, is it green? Fan Chan suddenly snapped back to reality. Kneeling on the ground, she made the sign of the cross and began crying uncontrollably. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. How could such a terrifying place exist in this world? Fine, you can come with us. Luo gave Lu Yunfei a strange look, then glanced at Fan Chan. She seemed to think Fan Chan, being a woman, posed no threat. Fan Chan, however, turned her face pale. I think I should probably not. You're messing with me? Luo shook the gun in her hand, and immediately Fan Chan shut her mouth, secretly scooting closer to hide behind Xiaoji. Though Fan Chan said she already had a child, and looked her age, she still carried traces of past charm. Seeing Fan Chan nearly throw her entire body into Xiaoji's embrace, Luo instantly grew furious. She forcefully pushed over and used a clever maneuver to shove Fan Chan back towards Su Dongqing and Lu Yunfei. As Fan Chan barely touched the edge of Lu Yunfei's sleeve, her whole body stiffened, almost collapsing to her knees. Su Dongqing secretly whispered to Lu Yunfei, do you think she's mentally ill? Lu Yunfei glanced coldly at Fan Chan, replying, it's already the apocalypse. Who still cares about crazy people? Su Dongqing nodded in full agreement, thinking Lu Yunfei was extremely smart, only slightly less intelligent than herself. Do you know the way? N.I. Luo asked Fan Shan, who sat in the front passenger seat while driving. Fan Shan nervously nodded. Yes. Turn left at the next intersection, then drive straight ahead along that road. After speaking, she took a glance at the back seat. Su Donqin had tilted her little head, leaning against Lu Yunfei's shoulder and fallen asleep. One hand of the man rested on her head, while the other held a half-worn backpack in his arms. His expression was indifferent, his gaze profound. The winter sunlight filtered in, soft and scattered, falling onto the man's face, which was pale to the point of transparency, like a statue without breath or vitality. Fan Shan grew even more fearful, trembling nonstop. What's the name of the village? Suddenly, Lu Yunfei spoke. His fingers twirled around Su Dongqin's delicate and soft hair. His voice was calm as he spoke, eyes lowered beneath a curtain of dark bangs, expression unreadable. It's called Fanmu Village. Fan Shan trembled so hard she nearly bit her own tongue. Fanmu Village? N.I. Luo turned a corner. The name of your village is quite unusual. Fan Shan turned pale again, saying nothing. The car sped swiftly and soon arrived at Fan Shan's mentioned Fanmu Village. Several men stood at the village entrance holding hammers and shovels. At once spotting a car pulling to a stop, they turned their gazes toward them suspiciously. Fan Shan hesitated, fumbling with the car door handle. Xiao Ji, who sat in the back hugging Xiao Beikai, suddenly said, "It's getting this late. Could we possibly stay overnight? I've been away for so long. I'm afraid they won't recognize me." Fan Shan seemed to want to refuse. N.I. Luo raised an eyebrow, pulled out her gun, and casually tossed 3 instant noodle packets out the window, shouting, "We want to stay overnight." Upon receiving the instant noodles, the men's eyes lit up. They exchanged glances, then immediately removed the huge log blocking the village entrance. The car drove into the village. Fan Shan grew even more restless and uneasy. Well, this is my home. Fan Shan pointed toward a small building. This small building looked somewhat aged. Even so, in such an ancient village, this small building looked extremely luxurious. It had beautiful pale white tiled walls outside and a courtyard enclosed by iron railings, where several men sat playing cards. A little boy wearing a ragged summer shirt and a pair of flip-flops was squatting in front of the chicken coop feeding chickens, his feet frostbitten and purple. Upon seeing Fan Shan, he immediately ran over. "Mom." Fan Shan hugged him tightly, her eyes instantly welling up. She rubbed the child's face hard, then hesitated, glancing toward N.I. Luo and the others. Lu Yunfei leaned against the car window, his long, pale fingers tapping lightly as he frowned slightly, seemingly a bit restless. He slightly tilted his head to look at Su Donqin, who was still sleeping with an adorable, silly expression. The little girl was wrapped up like a ball, curled cozily beside him, her tied-up ponytail brushed against his neck, rustling softly, tickling a little. Outside the car window, the wind howled wildly. Lu Yunfei buried his head into Su Dongqin's neck and suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. Su Donqin drowsily opened her eyes, seeing the black head nestled in her neck, instinctively reaching out to pat. "Good doggy." Only after patting did she realize this was that Bental male lead. Su Donqin. Su Donqin immediately tumbled out of the car in panic. Then as soon as she turned around, she saw the man standing right behind her. Lu Yunfei silently stared at the house, something seemingly stirring deep in his eyes. Several men in the courtyard had already stood up. Fan Shan nervously introduced, "This is my brother-in-law, and this is my second brother-in-law, and this is your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th brothers-in-law." Su Donqin picked up where Fan Shan faltered. Fan Shan awkwardly nodded. The 10 brothers-in-law varied in height, weight, and build, like jagged peaks rising in every direction. Su Donqin thought this must be a high-tech genetic mutation. Each of the 10 brothers-in-law also had trendy gangster-style tattoos on their bodies, but since they were dressed too heavily, only faint glimpses were visible. Su Donqin thought this was truly a stylish village. They each had a cigarette hanging from their mouths, their eyes landing cautiously on the guns carried by N.I. Luo and Xiao Ji. But they didn't say anything. I'll arrange rooms for you." Fan Shan led everyone inside. The 10 brothers-in-law, eyes followed Su Donqin as if trying to pierce through her. Su Donqin felt these people were just Tuerchinghalkura. Indeed, kind and innocent rural folk. She happily waved at everyone. "Hello, comrade. Comrade, you've all worked hard." The greedy expressions on their faces grew heavier. Fan Shan led N.I. Luo and the others to a room door. "You can stay in." As she pushed open the door, it revealed a toilet. "Fan Shan, you seem not too familiar with this house." N.I. Luo folded her arms. Fan Shan stiffened. I haven't come back for a long time." N.I. Luo scoffed. "Oh, how long has it been since you were last here?" 2 or 3 years. Yet your son had good eyesight. He recognized you from so far away." Fan Shan was drenched in sweat. He's always been smart since childhood." Su Donqin looked over to where Fan Shan's son was quarreling with Xiao Beikai over spicy chicken feet, and getting beat up by Xiao Ji until he wailed. Suddenly, a creaking noise came from somewhere. Su Donqin looked up and saw Lu Yunfei slowly climbing the side staircase, calm and composed. The wooden staircase looked quite old. Beside it was a small window. Tiny beams of sunlight poured through, the man's figure half obscured inside. Although illuminated by light, his figure lacked any warmth, as if merged into the darkness itself. Su Donqin sensed that ever since entering this house, Lu Yunfei had grown unusually silent. A silence like death itself. Silent and unsettling. Lu Yunfei's eyes were pitch black and very deep. Without hesitation, he naturally found his way to a room on the second floor. Su Donqin peeked half her head behind Lu Yunfei. The room was narrow and small, containing only a single bed about 1 meter wide and a huge old-fashioned wardrobe. The furniture was covered in dust. Clearly, no one had lived there for a long time. We'll stay here. Lu Yunfei suddenly spoke, turning to look at Su Donqin, his eyes deep, as if concealing layers of emotions. Su Donqin blinked her large eyes. Suddenly Lu Yunfei smiled, but his eyes remained slightly cold. His hand reached towards Su Donqin's fair little neck, gently pinching and caressing. Cold. The sudden concern left Su Donqin flustered. Why are you kidding me? Unexpectedly, she had somehow started rapping. Donqin, sleep with me tonight. The man leaned in close, his thin lips gently parting, warm breath brushing against Su Donqin's little ear. It felt like a warm current seeping into her tiny ear. Can you promise not to pull out some little toy and play with her under the covers? Terrified, Su Donqin instinctively pulled her neck in, so frightened that her double chin popped out. Lu Yunfei switched to pinching that double chin, lightly rubbing his fingertips, as if inspecting pork quality. He tilted his head slightly and stood upright, much taller than Su Donqin. Standing like that, Su Donqin had to tilt her head all the way back just to see his nostrils. What kind of person are you? Always looking down on people with your nostrils. Donqin not speaking means she agrees. Under Su Donqin's horrified gaze, the man seemed to be in a good mood as he began tidying the room. He even placed the Barbie doll Su Donqin liked best by the bedside. Looking at the Barbie missing its head, arms, and legs, Su Donqin couldn't help but shiver slightly. And just like that, everyone settled in. The weather grew colder and colder. Su Donqin curled up under the covers, instinctively reaching out to the human furnace beside her, Lu Yunfei, only to feel nothing but empty sheets. Su Donqin rolled around in her blanket, ending up on the floor with a loud thud that woke her up. Dazedly sitting up, she looked out the window at the cold moon. She blinked at the stars for a moment, then looked down at the bed. Where's Lu Yunfei? Su Donqin dragged her blanket up, walking around the room before finally stopping by the half-open wardrobe. The wardrobe emitted a strong moldy smell. Carefully inching closer, she reached out one tiny finger and gently poked. Squeak. The wardrobe door swung open, revealing the man curled inside. He wore only a thin layer of clothing, messy black hair falling across his face, sitting barefoot with his knees hugged tightly to his chest, a sleep posture as defensive as a baby's. Sensing someone approach, Lu Yunfei suddenly opened his eyes. The little girl was tilting her head, watching him. Bathed in moonlight, her face looked miraculously pure and beautiful. For a moment, Lu Yunfei's eyes darkened with a flash of confusion before clearing again. He extended a hand to Su Donqin. Come. Su Donqin hesitated as she crawled in, whispering, You won't do anything strange, right? What do you mean by strange? The man asked back. Su Donqin thought for a second. Like this. There was a small round hole on the wardrobe door. She pushed her tiny finger into it. Don't poke. Lu Yunfei hadn't finished speaking when that soft, fair little finger had already gone inside. Su Donqin wiggled her finger and suddenly cried out in terror. I can't pull it out. Lu Yunfei remained extremely calm, as if he'd expected exactly this. Apply some oil. The man pulled out some oil and carefully applied it for Su Donqin. It won't come out. What kind of oil is this? It's not even working. Wah. Su Donqin briefly looked down. Special lube for affairs. Su Donqin, could you at least be more professional? Firefighters like you wouldn't still be employed if they were this unprofessional. Slowly and deliberately, Lu Yunfei twisted her wrist. My hand is broken. My hand is broken. Su Donqin started wailing loudly. Ni Luo in the next room heard the commotion and immediately rushed in. What happened? Wah. Tears and snot poured out from Su Donqin, her tender little finger already swelling up. Why would you poke the hole for no reason? Ni Luo yelled. I just see a hole and want to poke it. Su Donqin sobbed pitifully. Don't you also feel like poking it? Ni Luo. I do. Like hell I do. Lu Yunfei stood up, stepping out of the wardrobe, pulling out his axe. No choice, let's chop it off. Su Donqin turned pale, crying even harder. No chopping, no chopping. Wah. Ni Luo also changed expressions. This, isn't great, right? Though Su Donqin thought she could still be rescued somehow, Lu Yunfei firmly insisted that chopping it off was better to prevent future trouble. Su Donqin, you're still my problem. The man raised the axe in his hand, its blade gleaming under the moonlight, before swinging it directly towards Su Donqin's little finger. Clang. The wardrobe door split into two. Right through that small hole. Su Donqin was saved. She rushed into Lu Yunfei's arms, saying, So you really do still love me. Lu Yunfei rubbed his little axe and sighed. I missed. Su Donqin. QAQ. Then what exactly were you aiming at? Was she still destined to meet her doom in 18 pieces? She'd rather die? Furious, Su Donqin declared she would jump out the window. But a gust of cold wind from outside immediately changed her mind. It's too cold. I'll jump when it gets warmer. What is this? Suddenly, Ni Luo stood in front of the wardrobe, pointing at the damaged baseplate that Lu Yunfei had slashed along with the door. She reached out and tapped it, saying, Underneath this, it sounds hollow. Chapter 23. Ni Luo squatted down and pried open the bottom of the cabinet with her bare hands, revealing a pit beneath. She let out a confused hum. It was clearly visible. This was a small hole dug out by hand after someone had manually pried up the wooden floorboards. Moonlight shone softly into the pit, where a flower lay hidden inside. It was a dried little white flower. Ni Luo picked it up and held it before her eyes, her expression puzzled. A shriveled little white flower. It looked quite old, apparently preserved as a dried flower and buried beneath the cabinet. Could it have been the childish prank of a child from the previous household? Just as Ni Luo pondered this, Lu Yunfei suddenly stepped over, reached out, and took the little white flower from her hand. He turned it slightly between his fingers with an impassive expression, then turned his head towards Su Donqing. The little girl stood in the moonlight, and the white flower was now directly in front of Lu Yunfei's eyes. Its overlapping petals faintly obscured half of Su Donqing's face. Her eyes were as pure as water, clear and bright, perhaps even purer than the white flower itself. Lu Yunfei gently pressed his lips together, slightly lowering the hand holding the flower. The withered white blossom had long lost its softness and delicacy, yet it still bore traces of the pristine beauty it had once possessed in bloom. Lu Yunfei seemed to still smell its fragrance, sweet and faintly decaying, filling the room with its lingering scent that refused to dissipate. Donqing. Suddenly, the man called her name. Su Donqing tilted her small head slightly, her expression dazed. The man's eyes darkened sharply as his fingers twitched slightly, and the white flower was reduced to fine dust between his fingers. For some unknown reason, watching the white petals drift away with the wind, Su Donqing felt as though she were seeing her own ashes scattering in the wind. And she clearly sensed that the man was angry. Sleep. Lu Yunfei pulled out a piece of cloth to wipe his hands, then climbed directly onto the bed. Seeing this, Ni Luo didn't feel appropriate to linger any longer. She only reminded Su Donqing not to be mischievous before leaving. Standing barefoot on the wooden floor alone, Su Donqing looked down at the pitiful white flower. After a moment of thought, she carefully placed its remains back into the wardrobe, neatly arranging them, before scampering back toward Lu Yunfei, her tiny voice whispering, "Why are you sleeping in the wardrobe?" The man had his eyes closed, seemingly already fast asleep, giving no response to Su Donqing's question. Su Donqing pouted, tugged her little blanket up, and just as she was about to climb into Lu Yunfei's bed, who had become a mighty furnace of warmth, she suddenly noticed. Her mighty furnace had turned icy cold. "Bro, what's going on with you?" Holding the edge of her blanket between her teeth, Su Donqing could only shake herself to sleep all by herself. Outside the window, large snowflakes had begun to flutter down unnoticed. The whole world sank into silence. The man who had been lying there suddenly opened his eyes. He turned his gaze sideways and looked at Su Donqing, who was sleeping beside him. Lu Yunfei extended his hand. His pale, jade-like fingers, slightly tinged with white, gently touched Su Donqing's forehead. The little girl, curled up in a deep sleep, suddenly furrowed her brows. In her dream, she nervously gripped her blanket tightly. It was a dream. Su Donqing seemed to hear someone crying. Groggily, she opened her eyes and sat up on the bed. There was no one on the empty little bed. Su Donqing anxiously glanced around, even checking beneath the bed. Nothing there. Then she pressed herself close to the window and gave it a thorough look. Outside, cicadas were chirping, frogs were croaking merrily, and a cool breeze blew. A beautiful full moon hung on the tree branch, half hidden in the swaying shadows. Su Donqing puzzled. Wasn't it winter now? Why were there cicadas and frogs? She took a careful sniff. There seemed to be the faint scent of flowers too. Still no sign of Lu Yunfei. Since this little room didn't have a bathroom, Su Donqing decided not to look inside the toilet. The crying sound, faint and intermittent, grew louder and clearer. It rang clearly through the quiet room. Instinctively, Su Donqing turned her head toward the direction of the sound. It came from a wardrobe, ancient and massive. She threw off her blanket, stepped off the bed, and walked barefoot across the floor. The old wooden floorboards creaked underfoot. Creak, creak, like an old sewing machine. Clack, clack. The weeping sound coming from the wardrobe was soft and frail, like the mewing of a pitiful little kitten. Trembling, Su Donqing approached, and, upon seeing the hole on the wardrobe, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Wasn't this wardrobe damaged by Lu Yunfei? Su Donqing tilted her head, thinking for a long time, then reached out and pushed open the wardrobe door. Inside the wardrobe crouched a little boy, wearing a thin summer shirt. His body was bruised with purple and blue. Suddenly, loud cursing from a man and the violent shattering of a wine bottle rang from outside the door. Su Donqing clearly saw the little boy shiver all over, crying even more fearfully. Instinctively, she stepped forward, stretched out her thin arm, and gently wrapped her arms around him. But she discovered she couldn't actually touch him at all. Her hand passed right through the boy's body, unable to feel anything. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding on the door nearby, combined with the man's angry shouting, was like thunder cracking in a rainy sky. It's so scary. The little boy curled tightly inside the wardrobe, the huge wardrobe appearing even emptier, making him seem even more helpless. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Su Donqing gently rubbed the fuzzy little head in her arms, muttering softly, when suddenly she felt something off about the texture. This head feels kind of big. Su Donqing opened her eyes, momentarily dazed by the bright winter sun. She turned her head and saw that the head she had been hugging was actually Lu Yunfei's. Su Donqing stared at the man's face for a while, then leaned in closely, whispering softly, "Did you secretly hide under the blanket and cry? Otherwise, how could she have dreamed of someone crying? There were only two people in this room. If it wasn't her crying, it had to be him." Su Donqing felt her reasoning was flawless. The man, whose delicate eyelashes had just slightly fluttered like butterfly wings spreading, slowly opened his eyes, those legendary beautiful peach blossom eyes that could stir even the cold-hearted. Instantly, Su Donqing shut her little mouth, looking innocent and clueless. The man leisurely extended his hand and pinched Su Dongqin's little face. Wah, I cried, I really cried. Su Dongqin quickly and nervously confessed. Is he psychic? Wah, stop pinching, my cheeks are getting all sore. Why are you crying? The man's voice was hoarse from just waking up, but it didn't diminish his good looks in the slightest. His black hair hung loosely over Dongqin's shoulder, covering his brows and eyes, making him look unexpectedly soft. Yet the gaze he directed at Su Dongqin carried an indescribable flicker of emotion. I was scared you were not only planning to drool over my neck, but also eyeing me for other intentions. For the sake of protecting her beautiful little face, Su Dongqin cupped her red cheeks and sniffled while spinning circles in Lu Yunfei's arms. The man's body stiffened slightly, then pushed both her and the blanket aside. Su Dongqin whined again and rolled back, trying to sneak her way into his mercy. Just then, Ai Luo opened the door and saw the two tangled lumps clinging to each other. She nearly tore out her own cornea with her bare hands. With a bang, the door shut again. It wasn't that Ai Luo didn't want to knock, but the lock was broken to begin with. She gave it a gentle push and it opened. Time to get up and eat breakfast. After shouting through the door, Ai Luo stomped downstairs, her morning ruined by being force-fed a face full of dog food. Inside the room, upon hearing the announcement about breakfast, Su Dongqin instantly rolled her beautiful body out of bed. Time to eat. Su Dongqin obediently brushed her teeth, washed her face, and finished tidying up, sitting all white and tender at the table. Secretly, she even used Lu Yunfei's Beikai baby cream. Then she said she wanted her hair in flower bud buns today. The kind where two little flowers bloom on either side of the head. Lu Yunfei paused thoughtfully, then lazily stuck two cheap plastic flowers onto Su Dongqin's head. They were bright red and green, one of each, and outrageously gaudy, not at all matching her refined style. She wanted flower bud buns, not flowers sprouting from her head. This man really is becoming less and less professional. Su Dongqin had no choice but to professionally do her own hair, tying it into uneven buds, one big, one small, that were nearly falling apart. She glanced covertly at the gloomy sky outside, then slyly tucked a few lightning rods into the buns. Meanwhile, downstairs, Ai Luo met Xiao Ji on the staircase. Xiao Ji wasn't afraid of the cold. He was wearing the least clothing. His physique was muscular and strong, completely different from Lu Yunfei's pale, chicken-like frame. Yet the way he gently held Xiao Beikai's hand and took care of him was warm and attentive. A tough guy's soft side. It couldn't have been more touching. Ai Luo blushed and covered her face with both hands. She truly believed her taste in men was excellent. But then she saw the pickled chicken claws in Xiao Beikai's mouth, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of Su Dongqin. Wait a second, do men really prefer the innocent and silly sweet girls? Ai Luo suddenly felt a sense of danger. She rested her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Should she disfigure the innocent little sweetheart? That's a tough question. Or should she just kill her outright? Meanwhile, Su Dongqin happily bounced downstairs for breakfast. Ai Luo emotionlessly watched Su Dongqin cheerfully appear behind her. Why are you holding a bucket? To eat. Ai Luo. Could men really be into this type? Isn't losing one Lu Yunfei enough? Finally, it was time for the meal. Fanshan personally made breakfast, hot steamed buns and stuffed buns that were hard to find these days. Ai Luo said, that's okay, we brought our own food. After speaking, she dragged Su Dongqin, who had a bun in her left hand and a bun in her right, over, took the buns and stuffed buns from her hands, and forcefully shoved a dry slice of bread into her mouth instead. Su Dongqin pitifully stared at the steaming buns and stuffed buns with drooling eyes. You're going to eat until your face becomes a bun, and still want to eat more. Ai Luo lamented, shaking her head in exasperation. Su Dongqin whimpered, showing that her little bun face was only this tiny bit big. Then Su Dongqin gazed expectantly at Lu Yunfei. At times like this, men usually showed their gentlemanly manners by complimenting the girl, such as saying, our Dongqin is the most beautiful, or our Dongqin has the smallest face, or no matter how much Dongqin eats, she never gains weight. Su Dongqin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. But unexpectedly, Lu Yunfei merely gave her a half glance with his charming peach blossom eyes, then continued to Ganman Ball. Su Dongqin, you don't love Beikai anymore. I'm warning you, you're about to lose Beikai. Su Dongqin sadly slammed the table. Zhua Qinglong, the eldest brother-in-law, started talking. Miss Su, what do you usually like to do in your daily life? Su Dongqin answered, eat then sleep, sleep then eat. She was truly disciplined and strict. Eldest brother-in-law, Dongqin, drink water. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei stretched his hand to turn Su Dongqin's small face toward him, handing her a bottle of water. The Su Dongqin, who still held dry bread in both hands, said she was too busy. Lu Yunfei pinched her small mouth and forcefully fed her a bite. Ai Luo immediately remarked that women should drink more water. Then her gaze swept across the table, landing only on a jar of Laogan dye. Ai Luo picked up the jar of Laogan dye with a sweet smile, looking back and forth between Su Dongqin and Lu Yunfei. Then at Xiao Ji, she exaggeratedly flipped her hair. Oh, I need help to open this jar of Laogan dye. Click, the jar opened immediately. Ai Luo. But her strength wasn't really that strong. Quality of products has really declined after the apocalypse. Everyone finished breakfast happily, when suddenly the eldest brother-in-law spoke. We have a shower room here. It has its own small generator and water tank, so you can take a bath. Su Dongqin said she already smelled fragrant every day and didn't need to bathe. However, Lu Yunfei, who had severe diabetes, said she couldn't get into his bed tonight unless she took a bath. Su Dongqin could only reluctantly agree. Nearby, 10 uncles-in-law immediately looked excited. Xiaoji looked as if he wanted to say something. Ai Luo kept her eyes to herself, aggressively scooping out spoonfuls of laobanma. After finishing breakfast, everyone queued up to take showers. Su Donqin dragged her feet, dawdling in front of Lu Yunfei, and eventually wandered all the way to the wall near the bathroom. What are you guys doing? Su Donqin lifted her head with a soft, melting voice like a tiny snowflake slowly melting in winter. The eldest brother-in-law stared at the window, whispering nervously, "Show." The second brother-in-law also stared at the window, nervously whispering, "Turning on hot water." Third brother-in-law continued nervously, "Taking off clothes." Su Donqin tried her best to push her small head into the crowd, but being short and small, no matter how hard she tried, she saw absolutely nothing. Still, she tensed up her face following the nervous atmosphere. Suddenly, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th brothers-in-law turned their heads to look at Su Donqin, who was standing at the outermost edge. "Why are you here, Su Donqin?" The second brother-in-law asked. "Who is in there?" Su Donqin. Plap. The small bathroom window was opened from inside. Out popped Xiaoji's large head. Something going on? Xiaoji was a real iron-hard man. His days of hardship left him with a beard growing all over his face. Amid the steam and hot air, the man's face turned slightly pink, like a pink kiwi fruit. All 10 brothers-in-law, moved by emotion, shed tears, then turned to flee in chaos. Su Donqin. Suddenly Ai Luo appeared from the corner, reminding Su Donqin, "Stay away from these people." Why? Everyone seemed so kind and approachable. With such thick arms, he could snap her little neck in an instant. "Can't you see this is an obvious trap?" Ai Luo asked, then suddenly lowered her head to meet Su Donqin's large, misty eyes. She had overestimated this silly girl again. How could she possibly understand such complex interpersonal relationships? Have you ever heard of a woman having a big brother-in-law, let alone 10 of them? No. After a moment of confusion, Su Donqin whispered excitedly, "Could it be that Fan Shan is actually a she-male?" Ai Luo. Hualala. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Su Donqin clearly saw Ai Luo's throat move. Sweet and clueless, look at the ground. Su Donqin looked down at her feet. Hey, there was a standing lollipop right at the base of the wall. Delighted, Su Donqin crouched down to pick it up, then suddenly felt a pain on her shoulder and was instantly shoved into the snow in a faceplant position by Ai Luo stepping on her. After struggling to get up from the snow, Su Donqin lifted her head and saw Ai Luo hanging by the bathroom window. Su Donqin picked up the lollipop from the snow, peeled off the colorful wrapper, popped it in her mouth, then raised her head despite the large footprint on her shoulder. Ai Luo, what are you doing? Shut up, idiot. Plap. The bathroom window opened again. Ai Luo dodged too late and hit her face, letting out a scream as she fell down. Su Donqin quickly stepped aside, then anxiously whispered to Xiaoji, "There's an inside traitor. Abort the mission." Xiaoji. Ai Luo crawled up from the snow with 2 streaks of blood from her nose, glaring viciously at Su Donqin, her raised finger faintly emitting a bit of purplish light. Su Donqin immediately turned and ran. Wow, someone's hitting kids. Someone's hitting kids. In the kitchen, the 10 brothers-in-law and Fan Shan were crouched together discussing. Fan Shan cried, "They haven't even tasted a bite of our food. Not even a sip of water. I'm really at a loss here. If it were people from the old days seeing so much delicious food, they would have been stuffed like overfed ducks. Whereas these people are so suspicious. If you ask me, we should just tie them up already." Impatient third brother-in-law shouted. "I think we should wait for the eldest brother to come back first," cautious second brother-in-law suggested. "When is the eldest brother coming back? He's already been gone half a month. Usually he returns within 2 weeks. Fan Shan, these 2 weeks and half a month are basically the same." The 10 brothers-in-law discussed for a long time without a resolution. Finally, the eldest brother-in-law slapped the table and decided, "We must accomplish something big before the eldest brother returns to prove ourselves. Show that we aren't just here to eat for free." Exactly. Everyone cheered in agreement and excitedly bit into their buns. Fan Shan, those buns are drugged. Half the buns and steamed buns from breakfast had a little drug added. She had even marked them. The 10 excited brothers-in-law all fell to the ground one after another. Fan Shan. Meanwhile, Su Donqin, lollipop in mouth, ran around trying to escape from Ai Luo. By coincidence, she saw Lu Yunfei walking alone into the courtyard. This countryside villa had a front yard and a backyard. Both were enclosed by iron railings and surrounded with thick, sturdy wire mesh. Unless zombies could climb, fly, jump, and hop, they couldn't get in. The man carried his small bag, entered the backyard, and stopped in front of a semi-old house. The house was unlocked. It was a single-story building. It looked quite aged. Lu Yunfei stretched out his hand and pushed open the door. With a creak, half the dust in the room fell. Su Donqin saw Lu Yunfei walk straight in without even blinking. She quickly followed. It was a storage room. Su Donqin lifted her head, scanning the surroundings. The room was dim. Su Donqin strained her eyes to make out a few broken tables and some children's toys. Lu Yunfei squatted down and started rummaging through a wooden chest. The man's hair had grown quite long enough to completely cover his eyebrows and eyes with just a slight bow of his head. In the darkness, the man looked even gloomier. Su Donqin tiptoed closer, unaware of something beneath her foot causing her to trip forward. Lu Yunfei, who had his back to her, seemed to have eyes on his back, easily sidestepping to the side. Su Donqin. Su Donqin sprawled on the floor. The ground was covered in a layer of dusty straw, carelessly thrown here, likely for kindling when cooking. Su Donqin didn't feel hurt from the fall, but it still tugged at her heart. She stood up holding her shattered heart, tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitiful. Her heart was falling apart in front of her piece by piece. The man glanced at her, then reached out and gently touched her little face, leaving 2 dark streaks behind like whiskers on a cat's face. You nearly got hurt. Exactly. Wah wah wah, you really do still love me. Su Donqin nodded hard, trying to display her fragile heart. But unexpectedly, Lu Yunfei suddenly pointed that slender, fair finger at himself. Su Donqin. I nearly got hurt too, the man said, bending down close to her. Then he smiled and added, how terrifying. Su Donqin, I think you don't love me anymore. Su Donqin puffed out her cheeks, meeting the man's half-smiling face with defiance. Humph, just wait. I'll hit you with a combination of punches. I'll eliminate you on behalf of the moon. Suddenly, the lollipop in her mouth was snatched away by Lu Yunfei and went straight into his own mouth. As the man exhaled, winter mist blew gently towards Su Donqin's face. Fine and pale white, carrying a hint of fresh green fragrance. Like the juice from crushed young leaves. Su Donqin blinked her hazy big eyes. Children shouldn't eat such dangerous things, Lu Yunfei mumbled around the lollipop in his mouth. It's not dangerous at all. You're the dangerous one who steals candy from children. Su Donqin stood on tiptoe, trying to grab the lollipop back, but the man slightly tilted his head back. She couldn't even reach the stick anymore. Good girl, I'll give you something delicious later tonight. The man reached out and ruffled Su Donqin's hair. With that, he turned around. The calm smile on his face immediately vanished as his eyes landed on an old hat inside the wooden chest. A sudden darkness clouded his expression. He reached in and took the hat out. Held between his fingers, it looked like something he loathed and despised. Yet, there was a strange, indescribable emotion beneath that. It was an old man's hat. Thick layers of dust covered its surface, with clumps of little hairballs tangled on it. My grandfather was a good man. The man's voice was clear and cold as a mountain spring, and his eyes darkened as though lost in memories. But on his otherwise expressionless face was an unmistakable trace of sarcasm. The thin lips curled slightly, making those words, good man, sound less like a compliment, and more like mockery. Su Donqin racked her brain, trying to recall. The book had never mentioned Lu Yunfei's grandfather at all. No, rather, about Lu Yunfei's family. There was only a handful of sentences in the entire book. Nothing more was written, except that both his parents were doctors. The man's expression turned eerily calm when suddenly, they heard the happy voice of the 10th brother-in-law from outside. The eldest brother is back. The eldest brother is back. The 10th brother-in-law jumped outside cheerfully to greet him. The eldest brother? Su Donqin tilted her little head. At the same time, Lu Yunfei's face darkened, and the lollipop in his mouth was instantly crushed into bits. A chill ran through Su Donqin's scalp. She turned her head to look. The man stood half-hidden in darkness, slender yet upright. He stood completely straight, almost as if his height might punch right through the low ceiling. That breathtakingly handsome face remained in shadow, showing only one eye, deep like an entire ocean, bottomless and vast. But as he lowered his gaze to look at her, the calm surface swelled with violent waves, hiding an immeasurable danger beneath, bloody and strange. Su Donqin stood frozen in place. The man suddenly took a step forward. Su Donqin thought he would look threatening, but surprisingly, his expression had turned unusually soft. His long, delicate fingertips touched Su Donqin's face, bringing a lingering chill. Unconsciously, she shrank her neck slightly. Her little face still carried the marks from being pinched. The girl's glistening eyes stared timidly, diving straight into the man's black pupils, like falling into an endless abyss. The man's skin was extremely pale, his lips unusually red. That vivid red mouth slightly curved, carrying an ambiguous smile. Because of that smile, the otherwise gentle and handsome face gained an edge of evil. Those charming, soft features seemed to break free of their restraints, leaning toward her now with dangerous allure. It's time for dinner. Gurgle, facing the man's unpredictable, ever-shifting expressions, now feral, now witchy, Su Donqin nervously swallowed. She stepped forward with her hands swinging stiffly in sync. Then, plop, she tripped and fell flat on her face. Whimper, this is so scary. Su Donqin felt like not even a bucket of rice could warm her heart now. She needed to eat 2 buckets of rice to feel safe again. Didn't you say your leader was back? Ni Luo sat with one leg crossed over the other, 2 cotton balls stuffed in his nostrils, exhaling through his mouth as he spoke. Su Donqin cowered behind the sofa, only half of her small head peeking out, watchful like a timid little hamster. Shirguzi wore a blissfully grinning face. Yeah. Ni Luo raised his brow. Where is he? They had waited so long. Finally, it was time to catch them all at once. All 10 brothers-in-law replied in unison, don't know. Ni Luo. Could they have discovered us? The 10 brothers-in-law laughed stupidly. Ni Luo. Probably just paranoia on her part. Su Donqin mumbled softly that she wanted to go to the bathroom. Lu Yunfei twitched his fingertips, glancing vacantly sideways, as though looking at something, yet seeming also aimless and distracted. He stood in place, gesturing towards Su Donqin with a beckoning motion. Su Donqin glanced at Ni Luo, then at Lu Yunfei, before finally toddling over. And then she bowed her head obediently. Tiny, silent, I won't speak, I'm closing my mouth. The man took Su Donqin's small hand, leading her toward the bathroom. Shirguzi's eyes sparkled. Su Donqin suddenly felt a chill run down her neck. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei halted mid-step ahead. Su Donqin looked up at him, and the man lowered his head, smiling a strange, eerie smile. In that instant, Su Donqin suddenly felt something pressed down on her head, followed by a piercing scream. Ah! Su Donqin joined in nervously, shrieking, ah! And jumped impulsively toward Lu Yunfei. She was bundled up in a thick down jacket, round like a ball, hanging onto Lu Yunfei, motionless like a statue, yet wobbling like a rolling tumbleweed. What's going on? Ni Luo came rushing over, still blocking his nostrils. Xiaoji followed close behind. Something is pulling my hair. Su Donqin howled like a banshee, convinced she would be bald in an instant. If she's not beautiful anymore, what was the point of living? Just let me die, oh? Su Donqin desperately tried to kill herself by ramming into Lu Yunfei. The man grabbed her hair. Su Donqin, QEQ. The commotion was enormous. Within a heartbeat, the hallway swelled with a crowd. Suddenly, sounds of loud crashing came from outside. Everyone surged out in a flurry. There, in the living room, stood a man wrapped in a bedsheet, trembling. Bright blossoms of blood bloomed across the fabric. Leader, all 10 brothers-in-law rushed forward. Ni Luo, does your leader enjoy self-harm? Standing beside Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei's body visibly trembled. It seemed excited. Yet upon seeing the face of this so-called leader, Lu Yunfei's expression clearly darkened with disappointment. Like a fully primed firecracker that had suddenly lost its fuse, saddened and frustrated. Confused, Su Donqin touched her little pompadour bun, and suddenly noticed that her lightning rod was gone. Where did it go? She bent her head searching, idly wandering over to the leader. She saw her lightning rod pierced in his palm, and carefully counted. 10 in total, not a single one missing. It really was hers. You, how could you hide these in your head? The leader barely got the words out before shutting his mouth tight. Ni Luo narrowed his eyes, examining the so-called leader anew. He exuded a clear aura of psychic energy. An esper, but Ni Luo couldn't discern exactly what power he held. The leader pulled out the pins, blood spraying out. Su Donqin kindly offered a sanitary pad to stop the bleeding. Overcome with gratitude, the leader's eyes teared up. Su Donqin assured him not to be formal. In such a harsh post-apocalyptic world, people must help each other and show care and love. The leader was immediately swarmed by the 10 brothers-in-law. The 11 of them whispered quietly about something Su Donqin couldn't quite catch, occasionally casting glances her way. Faintly, Su Donqin caught something about instant noodles. She guessed they might be discussing how many packets to eat for lunch today. Thinking about it, she felt hungry. Su Donqin looked toward her personal pantry. Lu Yunfei. The man sat beside her, appearing lethargic and seemingly suddenly devoid of hope in life, leaning against her bonelessly. Su Donqin's frail, tiny body was practically flattened under his weight into the sofa. The room was quiet, each person nursing their own hidden agenda. Only Su Donqin harbored a hunger-filled heart. It had been so long. Why wasn't dinner served yet? Bah. Su Donqin sneaked a glance at the male lead, her spine bent beneath his weight. Lu Yunfei sat with one hand hugging his small, battered bag, his fingertip absently tracing the outline of an axe, his expression indifferent, his eyes deep in thought. He must have been spacing out. Su Donqin carefully stretched out her little hand, sneaking into Lu Yunfei's pocket. Hey, such a big lollipop. Chapter 24. Su Donqin had a lollipop stuck in each cheek, making her look like a little hamster returning home with a full load, watching everyone happily greet the new leader. However, the leader's expression seemed somewhat gloomy, his eyes sharp and dark. He gave a brief introduction of himself. My name is Insheng. Judging by his appearance, Insheng seemed only in his early 20s. After changing into a thick down jacket and sitting down, he appeared even more sinister. When he looked at people, his gaze was extremely sinister, like a worm burrowing into bones, like the air around you, crawling through your pores, like a sticky shadow that always follows behind you. The room was very quiet, and everyone was affected by the oppressive atmosphere radiating from Insheng. Everyone seemed somewhat wary and silent. Even the dogs stopped barking. And those 10 brothers-in-law seemed to have found their backbone the moment Insheng arrived. Towering and muscular, they surrounded Insheng protectively, their eyes full of both admiration and reverence. I am actually a very hospitable person. Everyone can stay here as long as they like. After saying that, Insheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. It really did look extremely hospitable. Are you the owner of this house? Suddenly, Lu Yunfei, who had been wearing a bored expression, spoke up. He was playing with Su Donqin's Barbie doll in his hand, twisting its head off, then back on, then off again, then on again. Those beautiful hands were dexterous and slender, as if handling a delicate craft. Insheng glanced at Lu Yunfei and paused slightly on his face before nodding. Yes. Lu Yunfei responded with an ambiguous sound, then lowered his head again in apparent disinterest to continue playing with the Barbie doll. He even snatched one of the lollipops from Su Donqin's mouth. It's because you want my lollipop. You heartless guy. After some small talk, everyone went back to their rooms. Only Ni Luo went to the kitchen alone. In the kitchen, Fan Chan was busily preparing food. Her son followed her closely, constantly whining about being hungry. Concerned, Fan Chan handed him a cold steamed bun. Ni Luo leaned against the doorway, took out a box of chocolates from her pocket, and handed it to the child. The child's eyes lit up immediately. He grabbed it and ran off directly. Chocolates were a rare treasure in the post-apocalyptic world. They helped maintain energy better than ordinary food. Ni Luo gave away a whole big box so generously. Of course, all these things had been extorted from Su Donqin. She didn't feel any pity at all. I'm really sorry. The child doesn't know any better. Fan Chan looked slightly nervous. It's just a small thing. Consider it as payment for food and lodging. N.I. Luo scanned the kitchen. Only Fan Chan was inside. Nonchalantly, N.I. Luo said, "The ring on your finger looks really old." Fan Chan's expression froze. Then she reached out to touch the ring around her finger, one that was so tight it nearly swollen her finger. "Yes, after all, I've been married for many years." After speaking, Fan Chan turned away, covering up as she continued her busy work, apparently unwilling to talk more. N.I. Luo's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, showing some sharpness in her demeanor. She turned around and climbed up the stairs. When she reached the second floor, she saw 3 people waiting for her in the hallway. N.I. Luo was momentarily startled, then suddenly seemed to remember something, whispering, "In Sheng has supernatural abilities. I couldn't detect them. Everyone should be careful." This villa was truly filled with hidden masters. It seemed that this trip wouldn't be simple. Xiao Ji, standing at the front, nodded silently. Then after a pause, finally asked, "N.I. Luo, may I ask why you insisted on coming to Fanmu village?" Su Donqin also poked half of her head out, clearly curious. N.I. Luo lowered her eyes, her rough fingertips rubbing the gun in her hand. After a long time, she finally spoke. "The ring on Fan Chan's hand belongs to my younger sister." Everyone had overlooked the tiny piece of jewelry, but N.I. Luo had been observant and noticed immediately that the ring did not match Fan Chan's finger at all. No wonder N.I. Luo's reaction seemed slightly off back then. From her earlier testing and insistence on following Fan Chan to this village, everything now made sense. Su Donqin nodded understandingly. She tugged at Lu Yunfei's sleeve, slightly lifting her head to look at him. She could understand N.I. Luo, but not Lu Yunfei. Ever since they arrived at this village and entered this countryside mansion, Lu Yunfei's mood was like a roller coaster ride, soaring and plunging, sometimes twisted, sometimes even more twisted. "Sorry for dragging everyone down." N.I. Luo seemed slightly annoyed. "I didn't expect things to become this complicated." Now they weren't just facing Fan Chan, but an entire group. Even more, far beyond what they had seen so far. N.I. Luo had a premonition there would be even more people behind this. The entire village resembled a nest of hidden spies. The moment they acted recklessly, the things lurking in the shadows would leap out and tear them to pieces. N.I. Luo knew deeply that her supernatural abilities weren't enough to protect everyone. It was her who had dragged them down. Xiao Ji immediately comforted her. "We originally came to find your younger sister. There's no dragging anyone down." Lu Yunfei also said, "Revisiting an old place, it's great." Xiao Ji looked puzzled. "Have you been here before?" Lu Yunfei nodded slightly, his thin lips curling slightly with a touch of mockery. "You could say it's my birthplace." Su Donqin suddenly understood. That's why he was so familiar with this place. "You must have left many beautiful memories here." Xiao Ji turned his head toward the nearby windows. "It's a pity everything has changed now." Outside, endless fields of green were now abandoned, covered with thick layers of snow. The village was nearly deserted. From afar, the whole village looked blanketed in white, everyone's faces bearing indescribable sadness. Just like a world of walking corpses. This is the true end of the world. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Xiao Ji turned his head and saw Su Donqin with rosy cheeks and fair, tender skin, plump like a little pet pig, and swallowed the last part of his sentence. Lu Yunfei glanced at Su Donqin the same way Xiao Ji had, then lowered his eyes, his fingers twitching lightly. He spoke softly, almost inaudibly. "Indeed, there are many memories." After saying that, Lu Yunfei cast a cold glance at Su Donqin again. Feeling the coldness beside her, Su Donqin tried to curl herself into a ball. Then she shed remorseful tears for not being more proactive. She'd start looking for death tomorrow. Tomorrow would be a new day of business again. She was the fattest one. The villa was quiet at night. Su Donqin had snatched Lu Yunfei's quilt, wrapping it around herself like a round ball rolling out from the door. She sneaked out to use the restroom and saw N.I. Luo by a window in the hallway. The woman wore a thin camouflage uniform, leaning against the wall, holding a cigarette between her fingers. Su Donqin had never known before that N.I. Luo actually smoked. She slowly walked over. Through the bluish smoke, N.I. Luo's face was half lit, hiding many emotions. "N.I. Luo, it's cold outside." Su Donqin spread the little quilt she had wrapped around herself over N.I. Luo's shoulders. Soft and warm, carrying the unique warmth and fragrance of a young girl. N.I. Luo's expression paused. "Why are you out here?" "To go to the bathroom," Su Donqin answered obediently. Then she leaned in slightly, staring into N.I. Luo's eyes. "Your eyes probably got sand in them from the wind. Let me blow on them for you." N.I. Luo suddenly pulled Su Donqin close, tucking her into the quilt. After a moment of silence, she said, "I miss her." N.I. Luo's voice was distant, echoing with an uncontrollable sadness. Outside the wind was strong, and snow was falling heavily. N.I. Luo clenched the edge of the quilt tightly. "I wonder if she's cold out there? If she's hungry." Su Donqin moved closer, pressing against N.I. Luo. Her voice was gentle and soft, yet filled with warmth. "She'll be fine." Suddenly, N.I. Luo's eyes reddened, and she squatted down. The cigarette in her hand dropped to the ground, its scattered ashes floating like stray sparks. The snow reflected bright light from outside the window, making the night seem as clear as day. N.I. Luo took off a necklace from her neck. A ring hung from the necklace. "This morning, I specially went to confirm it. The ring on Fan Chan's hand really belonged to my sister. They are a pair. It was left behind when my parents got married, with their initials and special symbols engraved on it." N.I. Luo had always been a strong woman. Her younger sister was her only soft spot. Before arriving at Fanmu village, Su Donqin often saw her crying silently with her head resting on the steering wheel. tearless, yet choked. I always dream about her. Every time she awoke in the middle of the night, and Luo always dreamed about her sister. Although Lan seemed fearless, she was actually very timid. With her personality, I don't know how much hardship she must endure out there alone. I kept thinking that I would find her, let her know her older sister is here, that her sister is waiting for her. And Luo couldn't hold back her sobs. In the darkness, a warm and gentle embrace wrapped around her. Su Dongqin's long, soft hair spread out like seaweed, entwining them together, her sweet floral scent drifting into Luo's nose. Luo felt the soft hand on top of her head, soft as dough. Just in an instant, her restless heart found peace. I'm right here. Lu Yunfei opened the door and saw the two women curled up beneath the window. Luo was tall and slender. Su Dongqin was delicate and tender. Yet now, it was this fragile, tender woman, soft as a dodder vine, who had pulled Luo, a desert flower, into her arms. Under the tiny blanket, the two curled together. Luo's red-rimmed eyes reached out and tightly hugged Su Dongqin, as if holding the last hope and warmth in this apocalypse. The man walked over, silently. Then he spoke. Aren't your legs numb? Shoo. She's asleep. Su Dongqin raised her head and looked up at Lu Yunfei standing before her, her small face frozen pale by the cold wind, even a thin layer of frost forming on her curled lashes. Her little mouth still exhaled puffs of white mist as she spoke. The window wasn't sealed properly. Su Dongqin slightly straightened her back, blocking the draft. Like a small white flower standing in the cold wind. Fragile, yet resilient. Lu Yunfei crouched down, stretching out his hand to tuck Su Dongqin's little head into his chest. His body was as warm as a stove. Su Dongqin's frozen frame trembled slightly, then slowly warmed. Lu Yunfei, is this your old house? Su Dongqin whispered softly, her lips nearly brushing Lu Yunfei's ear. Her soft, warm breath grazed his ear. The man's eyes shifted slightly, and he placed one hand firmly over Su Dongqin's head. Figure it out yourself. Figure out what? He was wearing a down jacket, and half of Su Dongqin's body was wrapped inside. Her breaths filled with the fresh scent of mountain mist. If you can't figure it out, I'll kill you. Su Dongqin, QEQ. What had she just heard? She must be dreaming. Any hints? Su Dongqin shivered and assured him she would listen with her ears perked up, not missing even a single punctuation mark. The man's gaze dropped coldly, and even the warmth around him seemed to drop slightly. Su Dongqin declared that with such cold weather, speaking was too dangerous. It might freeze his esteemed tongue. She would just think on her own, sniff sniff. The morning sun was slightly warm. Luo woke from a deep sleep, only to find an empty hallway. Her expression blurred for a moment before recalling the previous night's events. A rare trace of embarrassment crept in. She had actually cried in front of that airhead. Luo rubbed her face, her eyes still slightly swollen. Not very attractive. She sat motionless for half a moment before finally removing her hands from her face. She had been lying stiffly the whole night, and now felt sore all over. Yet strangely, this was the best sleep she'd had since the apocalypse began. She stood up, the blanket slipping off her. Looking at that pink cartoon blanket with lace, Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. As she bent down to pick it up, a sudden feeling of unease struck her. She shook it. A bunch of candy fell out. She shook it again. A pile of chocolates scattered out. Luo. Does that idiot who claims to be a princess on a pea really not feel uncomfortable sleeping on all these? In the kitchen downstairs, Yin Sheng had gathered everyone. He left two of his brothers-in-law guarding the door. Chief, I think these people are no ordinary folks. Maybe we shouldn't do this. Fan Chan shivered, thinking of that abyss she had glimpsed upon first seeing Lu Yunfei. That terrifying place. She had never seen anything like it in any other person. Not even in the evilest of criminals. What's there to fear? They just have a few guns. We've even fought against ability users in the coal region. Why fear someone with a gun? Her impulsive third brother-in-law snapped. Fan Chan opened her mouth, finally speaking up. That one called Luo has abilities. Yin Sheng's gloomy eyes flashed brightly. What kind of ability? Lightning, Fan Chan said. Yin Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. A lightning-based ability. If they could extract her crystal core, they would strike gold. Ever since people discovered that crystal cores could awaken normal humans' abilities, their value had skyrocketed. Now, apart from having to guard against zombies, those with special abilities must be even more cautious of human hearts. Because more mutants don't die at the hands of zombies, but rather at the hands of their own kind. Following the original plan, I'll observe for a few days first. Yin Sheng couldn't help but swallow hard, revealing a greedy expression on his gloomy face. That one called Su Dongqin and Lu Yunfei should fetch a good price. Professionals in one-stop sales services, they knew the trade well. Luo and Xiao Ji were both soldiers, possessing strong anti-surveillance abilities. From the moment that so-called leader arrived, they instinctively sensed something was wrong. But each time they turned around, there was nothing, just empty space behind them. My bullets are gone. Luo realized the seriousness of the situation. Beikai's spicy pickled chicken feet are missing too. Xiao Ji had no choice but to temporarily substitute pickled dragon claws. Su Dongqin was terribly frightened. My bucket is gone. I think this matter isn't simple, Luo said solemnly. We've lost so many things, yet we can't find any clues at all. Moreover, the thief was incredibly brazen, not even bothering to cover his tracks, as if intentionally showing off. Luo and Xiao Ji once tried to catch him, but after 2 nights of stakeouts, they found nothing. There was still nothing but air in front of them. Yet despite this, things kept disappearing. One could say those items vanished right under their very noses. Do we really have to discuss this inside a wardrobe? Su Dongqin felt a bit cramped, especially with Xiaoji being so big. Lu Yunfei placed Su Donqin on his lap. Eventually, everyone relaxed a bit. I suspect we're being watched, Enai Luo continued. Because this event was just too strange, Enai Luo thought it over carefully and chose Lu Yunfei's wardrobe to discuss the important matter. And there's Fan Chan. I think her ability is unusual, Enai Luo added, turning to ask, Lu Yunfei, can you guess what kind of ability she has? In the darkness, Lu Yunfei's voice came from the other side of Enai Luo. No. Enai Luo reached out and touched the dark mass in front of her, only realizing she had been speaking to the wardrobe wall the whole time. Dongqin's already asleep. Let's talk tomorrow. Lu Yunfei pushed open the wardrobe door, carried Su Donqin out, gently placed her on the bed, slightly turned his head to glance toward the direction of the room door. It seemed deliberate, yet unintentional. With a click, the door made a soft noise before Enai Luo approached. Enai Luo frowned. I closed the door when I came in, right? Suddenly, her expression stiffened, her voice slightly trembling. Do you think maybe this world has Marxism? Su Donqin immediately raised her little hand high after a short nap. Enai Luo. Right, Su Donqin. Didn't you say last time that you felt something pulling your hair? Enai Luo suddenly remembered. Su Donqin thought about it blankly, then cautiously pointed at Lu Yunfei. It was him. He was jealous of her naturally beautiful looks. I wasn't talking about Lu Yunfei. It should have been something catching your hair, Lu Yunfei replied. Enai Luo nodded thoughtfully, then walked away with a pensive look. Due to her sixth sense, Enai Luo didn't sleep well at all that night. The gun without bullets was kept tightly beneath her pillow, and she'd wake instantly at the slightest movement. Still, she felt she might be overthinking. After all, how could ghosts possibly exist in this world? Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The windows in the room vibrated violently. Enai Luo snapped alert, sitting upright immediately. With a crash, the old window was blown open, slamming against the wall with a deafening sound. A few snowflakes drifted in from the windowsill. Then immediately, the bedroom door also swung open. Enai Luo tightly gripped the gun in her hand, sitting upright on the bed without blinking an eye, like that, all the way until 7 in the morning when daylight slowly arrived. She saw a few blurry footprints on the floor. But last night, no one had come inside at all. She had been watching the whole time. Enai Luo appeared in the corridor with a dark circle around one eye. She gazed solemnly into the sky, thinking about yesterday's strange events, and suddenly spotted something. A ball, running wildly around the chicken coop. That little ball had a plastic raincoat on and wore tiny rain boots, splashing noisily through a mess of chicken feathers. Su Donqin, what are you doing? Enai Luo rushed downstairs in a rage. How could anyone recklessly run around in such a dangerous place? Su Donqin, holding a struggling hen tightly in her arms, looked shocked. How can you see me? How can I see you? What are you planning to do wearing this thing? It's not even raining outside. Enai Luo tugged at Su Donqin's raincoat-like garment, which wrapped around her like a tiny plastic tent. Su Donqin whispered mysteriously, stealing chickens. Enai Luo looked down. The chicken in Su Donqin's arms was plump, tender, and cheeping noisily. Goo 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 goo. Enai Luo couldn't help drooling slightly from envy, then forced herself to swallow it back. That belongs to someone else. We can't steal. Let go of the chicken. Okay. Su Donqin lowered her head dejectedly, silently mourning for her wild hen soup for 3 seconds, then slowly peeled off her little raincoat. She wore the disappointed look of a little girl who had just realized, fairy tales are all lies. The ads were lying. This is clearly just an ordinary raincoat. Besides, made in China, the raincoat's label also had 3 bold characters reading invisible coat. Wasn't this clearly targeting children? You idiot. Unable to help herself, Enai Luo reached out and twisted Su Donqin's little ear. 90-degree educational lesson activated. Fool, how could there even be such a thing as invisibility in this world? Before Enai Luo could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly froze. Wait a second, invisibility? Just because invisibility didn't exist before the apocalypse doesn't mean it can't exist now. Amidst all sorts of bizarre mutations, shouldn't invisibility be a reasonable mutation ability? Putting it all together like this, everything suddenly made sense. Enai Luo felt like a light bulb suddenly lit atop her head. Su Donqin, you're really getting smarter and smarter. Unable to help herself, Enai Luo vigorously patted Su Donqin's little head. Su Donqin insisted that she had always been smart. Enai Luo, dragging Su Donqin behind her, eagerly gathered Xiao Ji and Lu Yunfei again. The 4 of them were once again inside the wardrobe. Su Donqin was again perched on Lu Yunfei's lap. However, due to her overwhelming stench of chicken droppings, Lu Yunfei forced her to change into new clothes and even sprayed her with a flowery perfume before allowing her back inside. Invisibility mutation? When Xiao Ji heard Enai Luo's guess, he expressed slight shock, then asked, there's actually such a mutation ability? I hadn't thought about it either. Enai Luo said excitedly. If not for just now, when Su Donqin. How come this idiot is asleep again? After cursing, and frustrated by her inability to make Su Donqin any better, Enai Luo randomly grabbed a piece of clothing and covered Su Donqin with it, then continued. Now we need to think about how to make that person reveal his true face. After all, one must catch a thief red-handed. Suspicion alone cannot solve anything. Unfortunately, despite their long discussion, they didn't reach a solution. Suddenly, Su Donqin, who had been snuggling in Lu Yunfei's arms, stirred slightly. In the darkness, everyone's eyes unconsciously turned toward her. Su Donqin mysteriously reached into her sleeve with her tiny claw and pulled something out. Look, my watch is luminous. Everyone, wait a minute. Xiaoji suddenly spoke. Is there something like fluorescent powder? As soon as Xiaoji said this, the group's eyes lit up. Su Donqing quickly put away her luminous watch. Then Enai Luo forcefully snatched it from her, tore it apart in one move, and scraped out the luminescent powder inside. Su Donqing held onto the broken pieces of her luminous watch, sobbing pitifully. You're just all envious of my watch. This is fluorescent powder. The plan is pretty clear now. Does anyone have any questions? If that truly was a person with invisibility mutation, this method would work perfectly. After finishing, Xiaoji pointed his flashlight one by one at the three people in front of him. Enai Luo narrowed her eyes and said, no problem. Lu Yunfei said, Su Donqing nodded solemnly. Great. Every step fits perfectly into my plan. Then she clenched her little fist. Enai Luo handed a Barbie doll to Su Donqing's hand and said, but how do we bait that person? Xiaoji answered, we'd better choose someone trustworthy to lure him out. But now where could we find a girl who is naive and gullible enough to become the bait? Enai Luo asked again. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone naturally turned their eyes towards Su Donqing. Su Donqing, who had been playing with her Barbie doll. I don't need dignity. The so-called plan was simple. First, let someone spread the news that they had a crystal core. Then lure that hidden person out into the open. The fake crystal core was placed on Su Donqing and Lu Yunfei. Fluorescent powder was smeared on the door, while Enai Luo and Xiaoji hid inside the wardrobe in the room, waiting for that person to show up so they could throw a sack over him. Su Donqing, hugging a box of gemstones, crouched in the backyard, her mouth stretched into a delighted grin. Yinsheng appeared behind her. What's this? Su Donqing shot Yinsheng a suspicious look, then, hugging the box tightly, ran clomp 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 30 meters before splat, falling flat on her face. Immediately, she picked herself up, nervously stuffed the fallen items back into the box, and then clomp clomp clomp, ran off again. Ah, what perfect acting skills. When Yinsheng saw the fallen object, his eyes lit up. Shiny crystal core? From a short distance away, Enai Luo was first delighted, her expression softening into a proud mother-like smile. But 3 minutes later, it turned into a grotesque, pig mother-like grimace. Only an idiot would believe such clumsy acting, right? A dark night. Enai Luo and Xiaoji hiding in the wardrobe. Su Donqing and Lu Yunfei lying on the bed. Outside, heavy snowflakes were falling. Inside, silence reigned. With a creak, the bedroom door was pushed open. Yet behind the door, there was nobody. Only faintly visible floating fluorescent powder in the air. That trail of powder drifted toward the bed, clearly the shape of a hand. And even fingers without a palm. Looks like whoever it was simply stuck their hand straight through to push the door. After all, this door was already broken. Enai Luo, who had barely dared to hope. Since meeting this innocent little fool, I feel like the whole world has turned sweet and stupid. Hearing the quiet door open, Su Donqing nervously tightened her hold around Lu Yunfei beside her. The box was placed between their pillows. The glowing powder silently floated in and grabbed the box. The box suddenly halted midair. Su Donqing felt a faint breeze whisper past her ear. She opened her eyes just the slightest crack. She saw Lu Yunfei's loose strands of hair being brushed aside, the blanket over him gently lifted slightly, revealing his slender, pale neck. Su Donqing immediately opened her eyes wide and kicked off the little blanket on her body. Burn your dog eyes out. I'm so pretty, yet you like him. Su Donqing was devastated, feeling utterly humiliated beyond reason. She was going to die. Chapter 25. Yinsheng was a transparent person, the kind who could be thrown into a crowd of passers-by and never be noticed. His parents divorced. He grew up without proper upbringing. His family background shaped his gloomy and cynical personality. When the apocalypse came, he was alone in his room. That was also why he survived the initial outbreak. But due to the lack of food, he had no choice but to go outside. Actually, Yinsheng wasn't particularly afraid of zombies. It was humans that terrified him. Those people had gone completely insane. They would kill anyone, zombies or humans, on sight. That day, Yinsheng went out alone to gather supplies. After tremendous effort, he found 2 loaves of bread, but someone spotted him. Those people surged toward him trying to snatch his belongings. Even those children, no bigger than a radish, would viciously bite his arm over food, forcing him to loosen his grip on the bread. At that moment, Yinsheng thought, wouldn't it be great if those people couldn't see him anymore? Yinsheng didn't know how strongly he had wished that in his heart. He only knew that he had vanished. Those people couldn't see him anymore, running around like headless flies. Yinsheng took all their supplies and opened the gate, letting the zombies in. Those people screamed hysterically, like wretched stray dogs, running around in circles among the zombies. Yet, they still couldn't escape the jaws of the undead. Watching that scene unfold, Yinsheng couldn't stop laughing. How fun. Killing people was much more interesting than killing zombies. From that moment onward, his personality became completely twisted. He felt as though he had become the master of this apocalyptic world. He could control everything. Although he was now covered with a sack and beaten badly, Yinsheng knew those people were never going to escape his grasp. It's really you. Enai Luo frowned and ripped the sack off in one swift motion. Inside the sack sat Yinsheng, battered and bloody, grinning maliciously. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. A few of his teeth had been knocked out. Since the mask was already off, Enai Luo no longer pretended. Time was short. She grabbed him tightly and asked urgently, "Did you guys hijack a vehicle from Mequan? Are there 2 Esper in it?" Yinsheng showed no fear whatsoever. Instead of answering, he said, "So you're from Mequan? I heard Mequan has a lightning element Esper, a woman. So it's really you." He gave a strange smile. "Even if you've caught me, you still won't get out of here alive. The entire village is filled with our people. You're just turtles in a pot." Bang! The door suddenly flew open. Fan Shan appeared at the doorway. Behind her stood 10 of her henchmen. The 5 people inside the room turned to look at the same time. Insheng laughed. See? They're here. The 10 henchmen charged forward. As the captain of the suicide squad, Su Dongqing volunteered immediately. I'll go first. You cover me. But was dragged back by her thin arms and legs. She failed. They were cornered inside the room. Indeed, just as Insheng said, they had become turtles in a pot. It wasn't supposed to escalate this far. Fan Shan wasn't particularly attractive. She usually looked like a timid nobody, showing no sign of strength or talent. Just like an average rural woman. But now, in the darkness, her voice carried a strange tone. It seemed to contain a kind of hypnotic magic, as if a mermaid siren standing on the rocks, luring ships toward the jagged reefs with her enchanting song, dragging people into the abyss. Ni Luo had always avoided direct conflict with these people, hoping she could locate and rescue her younger sister while keeping everyone safe. But now, the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Ni Luo could feel it keenly. Compared to Insheng, Fan Shan was clearly more dangerous. Kill them all. Kill everyone. Insheng shouted excitedly, his words slightly slurred because of the missing teeth. Ni Luo tried to raise her gun, but found she couldn't even lift it in Fan Shan's voice. You're an upright soldier, bound by your oath. But in this apocalyptic world, eventually, you will betray it. Fan Shan fixed her calm gaze upon Xiaoji. In the darkness, her voice sounded like it came from hell itself, sweet as syrup yet poisonous, like a venomous blade. Xiaoji flinched, feeling his head grow heavy, his hands trembling until he could barely grip his gun. Clang, his gun fell to the floor. Xiaoji knelt down, seemingly exhausted, closing his eyes. His tall, muscular body arched slightly like a small hill, falling into a silence like a stone statue. This sudden change caused everyone in the room to lose color from their faces. Ni Luo opened her mouth, but found herself unable to make a sound. Only the 10 henchmen and Insheng looked as if they were used to this, revealing terrifying smiles on their faces. Fan Shan slowly turned toward Ni Luo, speaking in a tone as gentle as spring breeze, yet each word was actually a sharp blade piercing straight into her heart. You're a strong woman. You can dominate this apocalyptic world, but you have a weak spot, your younger sister. Ni Luo's eyes instantly widened. Her tall body lunged forward, but the normally nimble action turned into a feeble struggle on the ground. Her eyes turned blood red, gradually closing under the eerie voice of Fan Shan, like the chant of a demon. You guys. Fan Shan turned her head and looked at Su Dongqing and Lu Yunfei. An endless nightmare, a cruel abyss was calling, fall into it. She raised her hand and slowly brought it down, like the whisper of a devil, sleep. In the corner, Lu Yunfei reached out, shielding Su Dongqing's collapsing body in his arms. He gave a deep glance toward Fan Shan before finally wrapping himself in the blanket and lying down on the bed. Xiaoji wandered through a haze. He saw a light ahead. A familiar, cheerful male voice came over. Captain Xiao, come quickly. Xiaoji paused for a moment, then saw the face of a good brother. Weren't they all already dead? Xiaoji slowly walked over. He saw a group of blurred, yet familiar faces. His consciousness started to blur. He thought, perhaps they were never dead. What apocalypse? Maybe it was all fake. A smile appeared on Xiaoji's firm face. He strode toward his men. Everyone rushed over, arms slung around each other's shoulders, chattering with familiar complaints and jokes. Xiaoji felt increasingly relaxed. What apocalypse? Indeed, it must be all fake. Captain Xiao, I heard a minivan ahead had an accident. We're temporarily reassigned to handle it. Someone came to relay the message. Xiaoji nodded and immediately fell into roll. The van had collided with a guardrail while driving. It nearly fell off the cliff. It was said to be caused by the vehicle's sudden overloading. As the captain, Xiaoji led the way regardless of his teammates' pleas. Alone and tied with a safety rope, he slowly approached the van, half of its front already leaning over the cliff's edge. Click, click. Sounds of impact came from inside the van. Xiaoji warned, don't move. Don't move. You're in extreme danger. Don't move at all. But the impact sounds grew louder. The van teetered on the edge. Xiaoji had no choice but to speed up. He approached the van, forcefully opening the deformed rear compartment with his tools. A hand stretched out. Xiaoji grabbed it and pulled the person out. Killer. That person violently pushed Xiaoji aside and ran forward. The people inside the van poured out, causing Xiaoji to stagger from the collision. He slipped, many stones tumbling downward. He was only half a meter from the cliff when his teammates luckily pulled him back. Captain, it's fine. Don't come over. Xiaoji stopped his teammates from risking their lives and peered into the compartment. Inside sat someone covered in blood, still holding and chewing on another person. Xiaoji's expression darkened. Everyone, don't panic. He raised his gun, aiming at that person. Dozens of people were crammed inside the van. After escaping, they all hid behind the soldiers. The blood-covered man threw away the corpse in his hands and crawled out. However, since the van had tilted to an extremely dangerous angle, as soon as the man barely extended an arm out, he was dragged down the cliff together with the van. Frowning slightly, Xiaoji took a step forward and was horrified to see, not far away on the cliffside, that man hanging from a rock. His limbs twisted into strange curves, like a spider with 4 legs climbing upward. How was it possible that he survived such a fall? Captain, a few people are acting strange. Send them to the hospital first. Xiaoji temporarily set aside his confusion and immediately began handling the aftermath. On the way to the hospital, chaos erupted outside. Traffic jammed. Everywhere, crowds swarmed in a frenzy of noise and madness. Captain, what's going on? A soldier sitting beside Xiao Ji looked around nervously. Suddenly his expression froze, and he pointed at the chaos outside the car window. Those people, they looked just like zombies from the movies. Zombies? Xiao Ji's nerves tightened as he recalled the figure on the cliffside. Instantly, his face turned extremely grim. They arrived at the hospital. The hospital was even more chaotic. Xiao Ji struggled with his brothers to maintain order. The injured civilians, clutching their bloodied arms from bites, screamed wildly. The entire world had become like hell. Additional armed soldiers quickly arrived, desperately trying to control the chaos. Captain Xiao, it seems your younger brother was also injured. Some acquaintances who went to help rescue spotted Xiao Bei and conveniently brought him along, not expecting that Xiao Ji would also be at the hospital. Captain, there's an empty bed here. Give it to others first. Xiao Ji didn't want to abuse any privileges. Xiao Bei's wound wasn't deep. He could handle it himself. The situation finally stabilized. Xiao Ji held Xiao Bei in his arms as the boy cried until his face turned red while he treated the wound. He didn't know who had bitten him. A small child, yet a chunk of flesh had been torn off his body. Big brother, thank you for saving us. Drink some water. Someone came over offering water. It was one of the survivors from the earlier minivan. Xiao Ji declined. You all drink it. A few more people gathered around. Surprisingly, even several grown men tugged at Xiao Ji's clothes, sobbing and kneeling to kowtow in gratitude. They handed him their food supplies. Thank you, thank you. These people, having just escaped death, finally understood how precious life was. Xiao Ji immediately helped them up. Though his sharp, stern face looked expressionless and aloof at first glance, he was actually a man with a very tender heart. Suddenly, a large group of armed soldiers stormed in, guns raised. They're zombies. A zombie outbreak is happening. Lock down the hospital. Those bitten by zombies have already been infected. Everyone injured must be executed on the spot. Xiao Ji's hand froze, half the bottle of disinfectant spilling. Xiao Bei cried out in pain. Xiao Ji instinctively reached out to cover his mouth. The crowd around him glanced down at Xiao Bei's wound, then stepped back one by one. Captain, was Bei bitten by a zombie? One of his teammates spoke beside him. Anyone bitten by a zombie must be executed on the spot. The surrounding soldiers kept shouting. Xiao Ji's company gradually dispersed, leaving only Xiao Bei's pained whimpers. He lifted his head, gazing at blurred faces. He couldn't see their expressions clearly, but their voices rang through Xiao Ji's ears with perfect clarity. That's a zombie. No, this was his own brother, his flesh and blood. People around them were being executed on the spot, and those who resisted were killed as well. In an instant, the entire hospital became a pool of bloodshed. Xiao Ji felt as though his body was being torn in two. He watched helplessly as another version of himself broke away, wearing the same uniform, holding the same gun. But on his face was coldness and determination. That man raised his gun and aimed it at Xiao Bei. Voices around him called out one urgent demand after another. Hurry, shoot. Kill that zombie. It's a zombie. We can't leave it. Captain, we're soldiers. We can't leave that zombie alive. A soldier. He was a soldier. He must shoot. He must fire. But no. Don't shoot. Don't fire. Xiao Ji screamed inside, but couldn't utter a word. It was because he was overwhelmed with fear to the extreme. His loyalty to the country was unwavering. But this was his own little brother. Xiao Ji's body was stretched to its limits. The man who split away gave him a cold glance, then pulled the trigger. Xiao Ji saw Xiao Bei's pitch-black, tear-filled eyes gaze back at him, dazedly. His small red lips parted slightly, as if calling him go. Then a bullet pierced through his head. With a loud crack, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed. In that instant, time froze. A ringing echoed in Xiao Ji's ears. His vision darkened, blurring everything, deaf to all, blind to all. No. Xiao Ji's eyes nearly popped from fury as he lunged forward. Stretching out both arms, he caught Xiao Bei's limp little body in a tight embrace and fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Finally, Xiao Ji let out a guttural roar. That roar seemed to tear through his lungs with blood, almost shattering his internal organs. Enai Luo opened his heavy eyelids, his mind slightly dazed. The mottled white walls, the old sofa, the scattered clothes, and various instant noodle and snack wrappers. This entire room looked like a garbage heap. It was a familiar home. The bedroom door made a soft sound. A girl walked out. She looked about 20, barely clothed, with a man following behind her. Enai Luo frowned, his expression extremely stern. The man glanced at Enai Luo, bare-chested, raising his eyebrows in interest. Enai Luo narrowed his phoenix eyes and coldly said, "Get out." The man was startled, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Enai snorted coldly, but ignored Enai Luo. Instead, she turned and took the man's wallet, pulled out some money, then smiled and sent him out the door. Enai Luo stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Enai, if you need money, just tell me. Yeah, right, you've got plenty of money. But that's your money. What's it got to do with me? I'd rather starve to death than take your money. Enai Lan's voice rose louder and louder, violently shaking Enai Luo's hand off. Enai Luo looked at the bruises on Enai Lan's body, his eyes bloodshot. Why don't you cherish yourself? Cherish? I cherish myself plenty. Or have I not cherished myself? And who gave you the right to lecture me? If it weren't for you, our parents wouldn't have died. It's all because of you. You are such a curse. Why don't you die? Enai Lan screamed furiously. After screaming, Enai Lan turned and rushed outside. Enai Luo stood still for a moment, then wiped his face with his hand and hurriedly chased after her. The world outside was dark, the sky gloomy, as if preparing for an impending catastrophe. Enai Luo stood at the doorstep and saw Enai Lan swallowed by zombies. The beautiful face was filled with terror. Her dyed deep blue hair was now stained red with blood. An lawn. A noisy summer night. A young boy sat under the eaves. Cool breeze lightly brushed by, carrying the unique fragrance of rural earth. A sudden click sound. The iron gate was pushed open as a man in a suit walked in. The boy smelled the familiar scent of alcohol and immediately tensed up, rushing to the upstairs room. The man shouted curses downstairs when an old man in a hat stepped out, softly muttering some Chin words. The man shoved the old man aside, yelling, "Lu Yunfei, brat, come out for your father." The boy locked the door, pushed a table and chairs against it, then hid inside the wardrobe. Stars shone like lamps, pouring through the window, lighting only one corner. Looking through the small round hole in the wardrobe, the boy saw a thin beam of light. He stretched out his hand and covered the hole. Inside the wardrobe, no light seeped in, like a sealed space, giving a feeling of comfort. The angry yelling from outside faded away after half an hour. Half an hour later, someone knocked on the door. "He's asleep. Come out for dinner." Lu Yunfei crawled out of the wardrobe and with great effort moved the furniture aside. Outside stood the old man's face under his hat brim. The old man trembled as he led him to the kitchen. "Your uncle's business isn't doing well, and he drinks every day. He can't help it. Back then, if your mother hadn't chosen your father, your uncle wouldn't have turned out this way." Lu Yunfei ate silently. The old man always liked to prattle on like this. Day by day passed like this until that fateful day. "Grandpa, go get Grandpa an axe. It's inside that house." The old man pointed toward a single-story house in the backyard. Young Lu Yunfei nodded and walked toward the small house. The house wasn't locked. The boy pushed it open easily. The place hadn't been cleaned in a long time, covered in dust, with a faint smell of alcohol still lingering. As Lu Yunfei turned around, suddenly he heard the door lock behind him. He froze, then helplessly shouted outside, "Grandpa?" "Yunfei." A male voice came from behind. Lu Yunfei's body stiffened completely. He didn't even dare to turn around. He just stood there, as if glued to the spot. "Yunfei, come here." The man's voice grew closer from behind. The summer sun was scorching. Young Lu Yunfei could see the man's shadow falling on the ground, like a beast devouring him. "You uncle." "That's right. It's uncle." The drunken man approached, still holding a bottle. Lu Yunfei stared with wide, bloodshot, fearful eyes, and his thin body finally slowly turned around. Under the dappled sunlight, the man's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body reeking of alcohol. He wore only a white tank top, now yellowed and stained with disgusting alcohol marks. The air smelled of dust and the scorching summer sun. Lu Yunfei suddenly turned around and desperately pounded on the door. "Grandpa, let me out, please, Grandpa. Uncle's right here, so what are you afraid of?" The man rushed over and tightly gripped the young Lu Yunfei's neck, his face suddenly turning hideous. "Damn it, ungrateful bastard. Just like your mother, that cheap whore. You dare look down on me. Look down on me." The slender teenager was pressed against the door, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for air. "That stinking whore. Stinking whore." The man suddenly attacked violently, hitting and kicking the boy, then abruptly stopped. The boy's clothes were torn off, exposing his thin, frail body. His disheveled black hair revealed swollen, red-rimmed eyes, bearing an androgynous beauty. "You really look like your mother," the man suddenly said in a calmer tone. But the boy only felt coldness surging through his body. "Uncle, I'm not mother, I'm not." The man suddenly smashed the wine bottle in his hand against Lu Yunfei. With a crash, blood splattered. The boy's mind went blank, everything in front of him turning into a thick, red mist. He forced his eyes wide open, trying to focus on the man before him. His face was grotesque and repulsive, like a rabid dog gone out of control. Suddenly, bang! The door flew open, and an overwhelming wave of white petals poured in. The man's terrifying face was submerged in the flood. A slender, gentle figure stood there, extending her hand toward him. Behind her was the pouring sunlight. The girl looked so beautiful she seemed almost unreal. The boy gazed up in a daze, blood flowing down his face. But the scent filling his nose was not the stench of blood, but the fragrance of flowers. Lu Yunfei woke up abruptly, his breath still carrying a faint trace of that overly sweet scent. It seeped into his limbs and bones, tugging at his decaying soul, pulling him out from the violent abyss. The room was very quiet. Others were still asleep. Lu Yunfei wiped the sweat-drenched black hair from his forehead, a strange smile creeping onto his face. He muttered softly, "This kind of ability is really quite interesting." Lowering his eyes, Lu Yunfei saw Su Donqing curled tightly in his arms. The little girl was wrapped in a thick down jacket. Her hat adorned with a soft white fur trim encircled her small face, like a baby sleeping peacefully in his arms. Her cheeks were flushed, and her small mouth smacked unconsciously, as if chewing something in her dream. The man slowly reached out and pulled her closer. He gently lowered his gaze and inhaled her fragrance. Familiar like a memory, just like his very life source. It seeped into the stream of flowing blood, and all that suppressed grief, pain, and unavoidable rage slowly melted away, as the snow did on a sunny day after snowfall. Su Donqing dreamt of a Lu Yunfei the size of a palm wielding an axe and coming after her. He swung it repeatedly while shouting, "If you're my brother, come strike me." Su Donqing said that they weren't even siblings, they were nothing at all, so he shouldn't hit her. But after shouting, she suddenly realized how tiny Lu Yunfei was. Why was she even scared? Su Donqing stopped, lifted her foot, and stomped down. Lu Yunfei was crushed beneath her. She pressed hard, then broke into giggles and woke up happily. What an amazing dream. So much so that when Su Donqing saw Lu Yunfei's face, she was momentarily dazed. Wasn't he crushed under her foot? So it was just a dream? What a pity. face to face with Lu Yunfei's extremely handsome face. Then glancing at their intertwined positions, Su Dongqing immediately looked frightened and began to struggle. If it weren't for your looks, I would have died already. Large, beautiful eyes welled with tears. Gazing at him pitifully, her soft, faintly pink lips were slightly pressed together, as if holding an endless witchake. The man let out a few mocking chuckles, tightening his arms even more. Dongqing, if you won't wake up soon, I might have to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Why do you sound so excited saying something like that? Before Su Dongqing could open her lips again, she immediately closed them. Then she took deep, forceful breaths to show she was fine. Her breathing was perfect, no assistance needed. Lu Yunfei's slender arm wrapped tightly around Su Dongqing's delicate body. His thin lips hovered just beside her small ear, barely touching her, his warm breath tickling gently. Su Dongqing didn't know why, but her whole body suddenly went limp, as if all her bones had vanished. The man pinched Su Dongqing's small face, gently tugging at it, his tone as mild as a spring day in April. Dongqing almost scared me to death. Su Dongqing's face, now distorted from his tugging, protested silently. Don't think just because I'm cute you can bully me. Lu Yunfei let out a sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank goodness Dongqing is awake. Su Dongqing also exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei's smile vanished. He gazed deeply at her, eyes piercing as if peeling away flesh to see her very soul. His gaze was like the vast ocean, mysterious and dangerous, cruel yet beautiful. That fierce aura hidden beneath his calm exterior could break through any barrier. Dominating and merciless, Su Dongqing immediately tensed and rolled off him, only to notice Ai Luo and Xiao Ji still lying on the ground, unmoving. Why haven't they woken up yet? She rushed over and first reached out to touch Xiao Ji's head, then Ai Luo's. Are you guys okay? Pooh. Xiao Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, groaning as he slowly regained consciousness. Ai Luo also struggled to sit up. Leaning against the wall, Lu Yunfei gestured towards Su Dongqing. I'm injured too. He extended one finger, showing a tiny wound barely noticeable, which would have healed on its own in a minute. Su Dongqing instantly felt Qinkeng and gently blew on the wound, fussing over him anxiously. It must hurt a lot, right? The girl blinked those big eyes, filled with dewy concern. The man smiled with satisfaction. It's fine. Stupid girl, I'm only sweet-talking you. I don't truly feel the same. Live performance from Su Dongqing, the heartless seductress. Dark nightmares, half real and half false, stirred the deepest sense of helplessness from the soul. Everyone had soft spots, the deepest fears no one could touch. Fan Chan's ability was weaving those vulnerabilities into nightmares. This kind of mental torment was far more terrifying than any physical pain. One by one, they woke up, their expressions blank, as if haunted by something unspeakably dreadful. Suddenly, the door swung open. Fan Chan appeared at the doorway, hair disheveled. Yet Ai Luo and Xiao Ji looked dazed, as if their minds had gone numb. Fan Chan's eyes gleamed with desperation as she stared at everyone. Please help me save my son. Everything happened too quickly. Fan Chan suddenly knelt down before them, bowing her head repeatedly while sobbing uncontrollably. Su Dongqing, to avoid shortening her lifespan, immediately jumped onto Lu Yunfei. It wasn't out of fear, definitely not. It was at this moment that Ai Luo seemed to finally snap out of it. She quickly raised her gun, pointing straight at Fan Chan. What happened to your son? My son was taken away by the people the boss sent earlier. He's only 12. They promised that as long as I did as they said, they'd let my son go. But now not only do they want my crystal core, they've also taken my child. Fan Chan's ability was too powerful. There were too many who coveted it. Even the boss himself had given direct orders, demanding Fan Chan's crystal core. Fan Chan's eyes were blank, her face numb, as though trapped inside a nightmare. At this moment, where had that earlier ferocity gone? She now seemed like a weak, helpless woman. Ai Luo's face tightened, clearly distrusting her. You have abilities too, right? Fan Chan shook her head, tears and snot streaking her face. It's useless. My power has no effect on them. Those people are no better than soulless zombies. I will atone. My child is innocent. Suddenly, Fan Chan lifted her head. I'll dig out my crystal core and give it to you. Just help my son, please. I'll give you anything. Somehow, she pulled out a kitchen knife and pressed it to her own neck. No one managed to stop her in time. Blood began to drip, steadily staining her clothes red within moments. Evidently, she had not held back one bit. This woman, cruel toward other people's children, remained utterly devoted to her own. Oh, and this ring. She remembered suddenly. I know it belongs to you. Take it back. Just help my son, and I'll give you anything. The ring. Ai Luo immediately snatched the ring from her. Where's the owner of this ring? Fan Chan's body was still bleeding, her voice weak. Taken to the boss. Who is your boss? Ai Luo pressed. Northern Survival Zone. Fan Chan's eyes suddenly rolled back, and she began convulsing uncontrollably. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, stepped forward. What's your boss's name? He's called Lu Zhiji. Su Dongqing saw Lu Yunfei's eyes light up instantly, like a bloodthirsty wolf pup fixing its gaze on prey. His expression was relaxed and at ease, not even his tone changed. Yet those eyes churned like stormy seas. Delicate fingers supporting his chin, his entire demeanor remained refined yet wicked. Meanwhile, Fan Chan, after speaking, suddenly sprang to her feet and lunged at Ai Luo. Ai Luo fired quickly. Bang! Fan Chan collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, zombie growls echoed from outside the window. Xiaoji walked to the window and looked out. The courtyard gate had somehow been left open. A military vehicle sped away in the distance. Ai Luo turned, looking at Fan Chan's corpse. Besides the knife wound on her neck, there were also bite marks. She's been bitten by a zombie. Lu Yunfei strolled over leisurely, crouched down, and poked Fan Chan's head lightly. Crystal core. Dig it out. Chapter 26. Ni Luo stepped forward and efficiently removed Fan Chan's crystal core. She crouched on the ground, her palms smeared with blood. In her bloodstained hand, clutched tightly, was the crystal core that had nearly cost them their lives. Ni Luo suddenly tightened her grip, her palms stinging in pain. But this minor pain couldn't compare to what she had experienced in that nightmare just moments ago. Do you want to help her? She meant Fan Chan. Xiaoji replied. No matter how heinous the adult's crimes, the child is innocent. Ni Luo nodded. No one else spoke, and the room fell into an intense silence. Suddenly, Ni Luo spoke up. Did you all have a dream? No one answered. Everyone seemed still immersed in that unspeakable nightmare. Su Donqin nodded deeply, feeling extremely heavy-hearted and gloomy, bitter and vengeful. Such a wonderful dream, and it was just a dream? Ni Luo continued. I thought I would be trapped in that nightmare forever. She lowered her gaze, concealing the expression on her face. That nightmare had been too terrifying. It also indirectly revealed Fan Chan's remarkably powerful, unimaginable ability. But just as she thought her heart would shatter into pieces, she caught a whiff of floral fragrance. She didn't recognize the flower. It was unfamiliar to Ni Luo, someone who had never received flowers and didn't care about them. Yet it was sweet and intoxicating, instantly pulling a person from hell straight to heaven with just a single breath. That delicate, gentle floral scent slipped into her heart. The vile, miserable sorrow that had stirred within her, the self-destructive despair, slowly dissipated like threads being pulled from her nose. Her body and soul were purified, her spirit elevated. She felt as blank and clean as a newborn baby, yearning to remain forever in this blissful, pure world. Ni Luo looked slightly dazed. At that moment, I seemed to catch a whiff of a very sweet floral scent. She didn't know whether that scent had been a hallucination or real, but the sensation felt so comfortable, like being in heaven. Did you smell it? Ni Luo lifted her eyes, slightly excited, looking at the three standing beside her. Xiaoji's expression paused slightly, as if trying hard to recall. He said, I don't really remember. A slight disappointment showed on Ni Luo's face. She turned her head to look at Lu Yunfei and Su Donqin. Lu Yunfei said, no floral scent. You might have imagined it. Su Donqin sniffed carefully, also appearing confused. She suddenly felt a bit hungry, wondering when they would have lunch. Ni Luo looked past the three of them, staring at the white snow outside the window. Certainly, in such an apocalypse, in such weather, how could there even be flowers, let alone a scent carried that far? Ni Luo stood up and said, let's deal with the zombies first. They seem to be climbing up. Outside were ordinary zombies, too clumsy to even walk upstairs. They had to crawl up slowly for over 10 minutes. Perhaps one might even be dragged down by another zombie from below if it wasn't careful. Of course, that wouldn't matter if it had no legs left. Right now, those zombies were making their arduous way toward their next meal. Such devotion, perseverance, and inspiration. Su Donqin felt this year's top 10 outstanding young zombies would surely include all of them. Ho ho ho. The zombies struggled to lift their heads toward the hope of their light. Su Donqin excitedly waved at them. They responded with equal enthusiasm. Ho. Watching these hardworking zombies, Su Donqin started to think. Should she eat first, or feed the zombies first? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Donqin saw the eager faces of the zombies and felt a surge of sympathy. Poor little cuties, they were even getting thinner. Silently, she crouched down and stretched out her little foot. Suddenly, Ni Luo shoved Lu Yunfei and Su Donqin into the room and gave Su Donqin's zombie, little cutie, a powerful kick downward. That zombie tumbled down as the leader, dragging the others behind him down the slope together. They crashed apart into pieces. In that instant, it was impossible to tell which arm belonged to which leg, whose head and whose ass were whose. Lu Yunfei, you and Su Donqin stay inside and wait for us. After saying this, Ni Luo picked up her gun and was about to walk out with Xiaoji. Suddenly, Su Donqin, who was beside Lu Yunfei, shook her head slightly, then fell backward, flat on her back. Ni Luo's expression changed instantly as she sprinted over urgently. Su Donqin. The man reached out, pulling the slim waist of the young girl into his arms. Ni Luo lunged forward, but missed entirely. She didn't know why, but somehow, she felt a bit buganshin. Su Donqin curled up tightly in Lu Yunfei's embrace, her eyes tightly shut. Her long, curled eyelashes cast downward like pretty little fans. What's wrong with her? Ni Luo asked. Lu Yunfei rolled up his sleeve, revealing his $3 million watch, glanced at the time and said, it's Dongqin's nap time. Ni Luo reached out, placing a hand over Su Donqin's heart. Her face turned instantly pale. She doesn't have a heartbeat. Lu Yunfei looked down at her hand, then leisurely pried her sleeve away using 2 fingers. Of course you can't feel it through 3 layers of down and 4 wool sweaters. Ni Luo felt slightly embarrassed. She leaned forward, checking Su Donqin's breath, then lifted her eyelid open to inspect. It did seem like she was asleep. Ni Luo's face darkened immediately. How dare you fall asleep in this kind of situation? Are you a pig? Ni Luo gritted her teeth in frustration. What an utterly useless good-for-nothing. The girl slept peacefully, her cheeks flushed red, like an oblivious and naive child who knew nothing of the post-apocalyptic world's hardships. Did she used to be like this? Ni Luo asked. Lu Yunfei's eyes darkened briefly. As if recalling something, he sighed softly. His icy fingertips slid from Su Dongqing's cheek down to her neck, causing the sleeping girl to shiver violently in her sleep, as if a piece of ice had been shoved straight into her collar. She used to, he said gently, not be remotely cute. He lightly pinched her little neck, only pulling his hand away slowly after his skin had warmed slightly from her body heat. His voice was calm and gentle, almost sounding satisfied and content. Nai Luo remained deep in thought. If that were true, could it really be that the counterfeit medicine damaged her brain? Feeling the condition seemed untreatable, Nai Luo gave Su Dongqing a particularly sympathetic look, and even more sympathy for Lu Yunfei. TSK. Nai Luo and Xiaoji dealt with all the zombies downstairs. They then closed the iron door tightly, preventing any more zombies from entering. Fortunately, this village was far from the city and only had a few scattered zombies. Otherwise, with the smell of blood alone, who knows how many more would have been attracted. Lu Yunfei, come out for a second. Suddenly, Nai Luo shouted from below. The man tied the sleeping Su Dongqing to his back using the technique of binding pigs for the new year, then slowly descended the old staircase. Another beautiful day. Soft sunlight streamed in from the window behind Lu Yunfei, wrapping his whole figure in a glowing halo. Too bad for the lump bulging behind him. The scene itself could easily pass for a top-tier poster with perfect lighting. He strode toward them on his long legs, unhurried and relaxed. Yinsheng is dead. Nai Luo pointed toward Yinsheng's body lying on the ground, analyzing. The fatal wound was a gunshot. His crystal core was taken. Yinsheng's corpse lay on the floor, wide-eyed, his face twisted in obvious disbelief at the moment of his death. It seemed he hadn't expected the person sent by the boss would actually kill him. Maybe he was still dreaming about returning, receiving a raise, getting promoted, becoming general manager, serving as CEO, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and reaching the peak of life, with just a small flutter of excitement, before being suddenly shot and dropped with apogee. Beside Yinsheng's corpse were messy blood footprints. Nai Luo speculated that these probably belonged to the men sent by the boss. Lu Yunfei gazed at it for a while, then suddenly pulled out a pair of white gloves from his backpack. He squatted down, dipped a finger into the blood on the floor, then raised it to his nose and sniffed lightly. Lu, the only thing missing is a pair of glasses to be a famous detective. Yunfei, this blood isn't human blood. Not human blood? Then whose is it? Xiaoji asked curiously. Lu Yunfei stood up, smiling. If I'm not mistaken, this should be chicken blood. Chicken. Su Dongqing suddenly stirred, struggling to lift her drooping eyelids, muttering persistently through her sleep. Chicken. I want chicken. You can't eat without me behind my back. Nai Luo looked at Su Dongqing, barely able to keep her eyelids open but still babbling about chicken, and irritably shoved a vacuum-packed duck neck into her mouth. Su Dongqing continued to sleep drowsily, all the while chewing on the duck neck. Following the blood trail, Lu Yunfei walked into the kitchen. He raised his hand, discarding the bloodstained glove. Inside the kitchen lay a chicken with its throat slit. Outside the kitchen was the chicken coop. The chickens huddled together, trembling violently, and when they saw Lu Yunfei appear, they trembled even more violently. Inside the chicken pen lay an old hen with its neck slit, its head twisted at an odd angle. Somebody killed a chicken, took its blood, and poured it over those people who suddenly showed up? Xiaoji speculated. Lu Yunfei nodded, then turned around and walked back upstairs. The room was where Fan Chan's body lay. Nai Luo rushed inside and found some bloody chicken feathers on her. Fan Chan's hands also bore knife marks. The wounds were deep and savage, revealing just how chaotic the situation must have been. Several cuts went so deep that bone was visible. Oh, and when I was closing the iron door earlier, I also saw a bloody palm print on it. Nai Luo ran outside and moments later returned, comparing the print with Fan Chan's hand, then confirmed, it's definitely hers. The truth was now clear. After those people broke in, they were extremely arrogant, immediately attacking Yin Dong directly. Even in front of Fan Chan's eyes, they went for her son. Fan Chan instantly snapped. She failed to protect her son and in desperation, slit a chicken's throat, collected its blood, opened the iron door, and splattered it everywhere, hoping to attract zombies to help her. The zombies came, and the gang hurriedly retreated. Fan Chan's ability had no effect on those mindless undead. She had been bitten, but she had such a powerful ability. Why would she need to use chicken blood against them? Xiaoji was confused. When Nai Luo thought of Fan Chan's ability, her face turned pale. Lu Yunfei said. She said before she died that her power was useless against them. They were just living dead bodies. Living dead bodies? What kind of walking corpse could be immune to someone like Fan Chan? They vaguely sensed they were facing an enemy far more terrifying than they imagined. The room fell silent. Only the sound of Su Dongqing chewing duck necks. Lu Yunfei moved the duck neck from jabbing into his neck and stuffed Su Dongqing's small head, which kept bumping against his back, into a wool hat. Then he tied it tightly. Su Dongqing, I suddenly feel a little suffocated. But worse, I realized my duck neck is gone. Xiaoji pondered. Now we can deduce that Lu Zhizhi is aggressively collecting crystal cores and also taking children. Nai Luo said, I can understand why he wants crystal cores. But what does he need children for? Lu Yunfei replied. The ones raised from a young age are the most obedient living corpses. Nai Luo's eyes lit up. Right. If these were zombies trained from childhood, naturally Fan Chan's abilities would be useless against them. Those zombies were like absolute blades. Without emotions, without hearts, without anything. You can't expect thoughts from a mere blade. That boss had thought everything through, even sending such zombies to deal with Fan Chan. It was like everything had been planned long in advance. Everyone's expressions darkened. Xiaoji said, "I'm going to check on Bei Kai." Then he immediately rushed out. Ni Luo followed close behind. Only Lu Yunfei and the tightly bundled Su Donqin in a floral hat remained in the room. Silence filled the air, with the lingering scent of blood yet to dissipate. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei's expression stiffened. His eyes turned toward the wardrobe in the corner. The large wardrobe stood partly open in the dark, like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. Inside was pitch-black darkness, like an endless abyss. Lu Yunfei stepped forward slowly. A slender white hand reached for the wardrobe door, slowly pulling it open. A creaking sound echoed. The wardrobe released a broken, mournful wail. A sliver of pale sunlight pierced a corner. On the inner wall of the wardrobe was a pink note with some writing. "Dear, do you like my gift? See you. Love, Gigi." Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, disgusted, and pulled on gloves. He ripped down the notes, clenched them tightly in his fist. The pink note crumpled into dust in his grip, rustling like falling snow. He stepped on it, grinding it beneath his foot. Gloves torn off. Lu Yunfei's gaze darkened. His body temperature dropped like an ice cellar. Their survival had nothing to do with Fan Shan, nor the chicken blood or zombies. It was a present from him. A warning. Su Donqin shivered from the cold and woke up instantly. She struggled to untie the chrysanthemum-shaped hat and shed her layers of down jackets like a snake shedding its skin, slipping out like an eel and carefully standing on her toes to land on the floor. But just as she was sneaking away, someone suddenly grabbed her by the back collar and dragged her back. The plump little girl was pressed against the wardrobe, flailing her feet in the air while still holding half a duck neck in her mouth. Lu Yunfei lowered his eyes to look at her, then reached out and took the duck neck from her hand. He used his fingertip to wipe the greasy residue from her lips. The duck neck was spicy. Her mouth looked like it had been painted with a layer of rouge, reddened and slightly pouted, carrying a natural innocence and allure. Lu Yunfei leaned down, slowly let go of her, then stood still, lowering his eyebrows. His black hair hung over his eyes, hiding his expression. He only said, "Give me your hand." Su Donqin tremblingly held up her paw, stuttering. "Look, I have 10 half moons. Very healthy, no need for a massage. Please put your little axe away. I've already seen one tiny foot, can't wait to pop out." Lu Yunfei tightly grabbed the soft little hands with 10 half moons. The little girl was clearly well fed. Her palms were soft and tender, like dough, easy to knead however he wanted. Holding this soft, squishy little paw in his hand, Lu Yunfei's originally gloomy mood slightly lightened. Then he bent down and kissed the back of her hand. His lips were very cold, like touching ice, yet soft, gently pressing, just like jello. Su Donqin immediately widened her eyes. "I thought you were with my stomach, but now you're actually eyeing my body." The man lifted his gaze, raising the delicate corners of his eyes slightly, clearly displeased by Su Donqin's resistance. Su Donqin immediately teared up and whimpered, "Don't QAQ." Unfortunately, little firecracker didn't let Su Donqin off and even pressed even closer. Then he placed his chin into her shoulder hollow and rubbed gently, like a large dog. Su Donqin immediately hugged her beautiful body tightly and earnestly advised him, "Unsafe driving brings tears to your family." Lu Yunfei calmly replied that he was about to get his senior driver's license, not just theoretically, but practically as well, and gently told Su Donqin not to worry. Su Donqin wept bitterly, saying she wasn't worried at all. She was only concerned about whether his weak and helpless body could withstand it. Lu Yunfei said her concern was unnecessary. Still sobbing uncontrollably, Su Donqin added, "Even if you have my body, you'll never have my heart. Do you think I'm not good enough, Donqin?" The man pinched Su Donqin's chin, slightly tilted his head, his expression extremely creepy. "Maybe, because you don't have 10 half moons." Lu Yunfei. Trembling, Su Donqin carefully explained the meaning of the moon-shaped markings on nails. The general idea was that the more moons you had, the healthier you were. She grabbed the man's hand and counted one by one. Then she exclaimed in surprise, "How come you don't have any at all? Look at me, I have 10, very healthy. You have none, which means you may die young." The man raised his eyebrow dangerously. Su Donqin swallowed hard, summoning her courage to deliver the final verdict. "You have too few half moons on your fingers. I'm afraid you'll leave me as a widow." Lu Yunfei gently patted Su Donqin's little head. "It doesn't matter. I won't let Donqin live alone anyway." Su Donqin, QEQ. Saying that, the man slowly leaned down. "Bei Kai is missing. Can you two behave yourselves during broad daylight?" Ni Luo burst in, almost rupturing her newly healed cornea. "During broad daylight, couldn't you knock first?" Su Donqin stared blankly, her eyes devoid of life and hope. Caught off guard by Su Donqin's sudden smart comeback, Ni Luo hesitated for a moment before slamming the door hard. The small door, already in bad shape, immediately met its end. Before dying, it released a mournful groan. Creak, creak. Ouch. Ni Luo. Her strength really was very small. Everyone headed out together to look for Xiao Bei Kai. Su Donqin crouched inside the chicken coop, staring intently at the chicken with the crooked neck. "So fat, so fragrant. Wanna eat?" "Su Donqin, where's your dog?" Ni Luo shouted again, darting about like a busybody. Su Donqin didn't even blink. Maybe he went to eat chicken. "The crooked neck chicken, even in death, you still won't let me rest?" "Su Donqin, I didn't spare you while you were alive, so why would I spare you after you're dead?" Meanwhile, upon hearing the call, the zombie dog somehow popped out from nowhere, its muzzled mouth swinging toward Xiaoji. "Follow." Xiaoji, inexplicably understanding the dog's language, followed. The zombie dog led Xiaoji to the front yard and began digging a hole. Xiaoji said. I'm not looking for the crap you buried. The zombie dog kept digging. Xiaoji was already turning to leave. Suddenly, his eyes stilled, and in the shallow hole the dog had just dug, he saw a child's hand. Xiaoji's face changed drastically, and he immediately ran over and started digging with the zombie dog. Su Donqing passed by, hugging her crooked-necked chicken, looking terrified. Then she ran over and shoved the crooked-necked chicken into Xiaoji's arms, yelling forcefully, "Eat chicken! Eat chicken! We have plenty, don't eat crap!" Xiaoji. Luckily, Xiaoji had already dug Xiao Beikai out of the ground. Planted one Xiao Beikai in the morning, harvested another Xiao Beikai by night. Even buried in the soil, Xiao Beikai was still chewing spicy pickled chicken feet. Su Donqing was very curious how Xiao Beikai managed such a high-level maneuver. But Xiaoji had already rushed off with Xiao Beikai tightly in his arms. And Luo, seeing Xiao Beikai covered in dirt, happily said, "Great. Found him. Is he okay?" Xiaoji shook his head, holding Xiao Beikai even tighter. Yet his gaze was filled with deep concern towards Su Donqing. Su Donqing was scolding her dog for eating crap. "Do you call that junk food suitable for dogs to eat? Little puppy, woof woof woof. Go give Beikai a bath," and Luo said without a doubt, a slight softness in her sharp phoenix eyes. She twisted her body shyly, signaling that she was merely a fragile, delicate flower. She flipped her hair. "Good thing Beikai is safe. Shall we all give Beikai a nice bath? Xiaoji was already running off with Beikai in his arms. And Luo, was she really that terrifying? "Eat chicken." Su Donqing handed her crooked-neck chicken to Luo. Luo frowned fiercely, and with one yank, the chicken's already crooked neck snapped off. "Su Donqing, QEQ, you terrifying woman. Our car is totaled. We need to find a new one." Luo approached with blood dripping from both hands after killing the chicken, announcing the grim news. Lu Yunfei pulled out his shared bicycles and electric scooter. Since the scooter was out of battery, everyone could only choose the shared bicycles. Then they could enjoy a chase me. If you catch me, you can do whatever you want, life or death interaction with the zombies on the romantic countryside. But Luo firmly refused. Her suggestion was that although no vehicle was available right now, riding bicycles was definitely not suitable. So they could ride the shared bikes around to look for a usable car. They could search for a few days first, and if they still couldn't find anything, they'd just have to go with the bicycles. Fortunately, the power generator and huge water tank inside the villa were still functional. Staying a few days wouldn't be a problem at all. Everyone could even comfortably take a nice bath. Everyone agreed with Luo's opinion. Suddenly, Xiaoji, standing on the second floor observing the zombies with a telescope, said, "Someone's coming." In fact, without Xiaoji pointing it out, everyone had already seen it. On the nearby concrete path, a small car was slowly making its way toward them. The car was a bit dirty and damaged. It seemed like it had barely survived through who knows where to reach here. The car wobbled and stopped in front of the villa's iron gate, remaining still for a long time before someone cautiously opened the door and stepped out. It was a young man, looking around 20-something. Wearing a thick down jacket, he looked generally messy. Then the other side of the car door opened. It was an elderly old woman. Her hair was white, her face wrinkled, and she wore a knitted cap for the elderly. Even in this apocalyptic world, her expression remained peaceful. The young man was about to approach and knock, when the old woman suddenly stopped him. "You're a grown man. If there are women inside, it's unsafe." No one could tell whether she meant it was unsafe for the man or for the women. The young man nodded obediently and stepped back. Leaning on her thick stick, the elderly woman slowly stepped forward and gently knocked on the iron gate. Inside the villa, the bloodstains had already been cleaned by Luo and Xiaoji. The bodies had also been buried. The entire villa, although somewhat run down in appearance, clearly showed signs of being inhabited. The most obvious clue was the rich chicken soup aroma, so strong it seemed to drift for miles. Xiaoji, holding a gun, walked forward. When the elderly woman saw the tall, muscular Xiaoji, her expression faltered slightly. The man behind her immediately stepped up, instinctively shielding the elderly woman behind him. But she pushed him aside and said in a very humble tone, "I'm terribly sorry. We really couldn't find any other houses. May we ask if you have any food?" They had followed the scent of the chicken soup to get here. Xiaoji glanced at their car, then looked at the two of them again. Luo stood behind Xiaoji, her gaze barely pausing on the young man. But when her eyes turned toward the elderly woman, she slightly furrowed her brows. Still, she couldn't pinpoint anything. She felt a bit puzzled. "Come in." Luo agreed. A hint of joy appeared on the faces of the elderly woman and the young man. It had been many days, and this was the first time they had been treated so kindly. Even though the man and woman before them appeared cold-faced and not easy to provoke, the elderly woman and the man each received a bowl of chicken soup. They sat in the living room, eating their soup with obvious appreciation. Luo said, "Have some dry food too." Then she gave each of them a piece of hard bread. Both of them thanked her happily. As the young man ate the soup, his eyes suddenly turned red, as if he were on the verge of breaking down. How did the world turn out like this? The elderly woman paused briefly, her eyes also revealing some sadness, though she quickly composed herself. She comforted him. "The apocalypse isn't so bad. Look, you don't even have to pay off your Huabei debts anymore." This was clearly a very optimistic and fashionable elderly lady. The young man was coaxed into laughter and continued eating his soup while chewing on the bread. Luo couldn't help but smile slightly as well, but her investigative gaze never stopped. Her eyes kept drifting toward the elderly woman. Seeming to notice Luo's stare, the elderly woman gracefully paused and said, "I met him on the road. He's a really kind young fellow." She added self-deprecatingly, "In times like this, Who cares about an old woman like me anyway? The man quickly shook his head in protest. No, it was you who saved me. As he spoke, the man's eyes revealed a hint of sorrow toward the elderly woman. Sensing this, the elderly woman lowered her head, eyes slightly red, and continued eating her soup. On the sofa, the zombie dog and a small puppy sat there wagging their tails. Su Donqin held her bucket tightly, alertly declaring that as long as she was alive, the bucket remained hers, and if the bucket died, she would perish with it. No one could take her chicken away. Even if you two are my dogs. All right, you can have some sausage slices. Forget it, just some chicken bones. Fine, you can each have a bit of meat. Chapter 27. The young man's surname was Gao, and his name was Gao Junsheng. After removing the hat from his head, he revealed a rather delicate-looking face, polite yet shy. As for the old woman's name, no one naturally bothered to ask. It was enough to simply address her as Madam. We don't have any special abilities. We're just ordinary people. Gao Junsheng sat on the chair, facing the dominant Inai Luo, visibly unsettled. In the apocalypse, those who had survived without abilities were either extremely fit individuals, had banded together as subordinates begging for survival, or were simply lucky. Clearly, Gao Junsheng belonged to the lucky category. We plan to head to the northern survival zone. Gao Junsheng, obviously fearful of Inai Luo who was holding a gun, spoke haltingly. However, the sentence that followed came out surprisingly smoothly, and even showed slight urgency. I got separated from my girlfriend, and I want to find her. His anxiousness was unmistakable. Lu Yunfei sat beside Inai Luo, one hand resting on the table, slender and pale fingers tapping rhythmically, making crisp didu sounds. Yet under such sounds, Gao Junsheng grew even more nervous. Your girlfriend is in the northern survival zone? Lu Yunfei suddenly asked. His voice was pleasant, but when combined with the drum-like tapping on the table, Gao Junsheng didn't feel at ease. Instead, he felt a pressure steadily rising upon him. Gao Junsheng tried to calm himself, shaking his head as he replied, I don't know where my girlfriend is, but I've heard there is a person with special abilities in the northern survival zone, who knows everything you want to ask. At this point, Gao Junsheng's eyes obviously lit up. Inai Luo, however, frowned slightly and exchanged glances with Lu Yunfei. Have you heard of this person? No. After their silent communication, Inai Luo asked, How did you find this out? A few days ago, I met many people heading from the southern survival zone to the northern one, and they told me. Therefore, it seemed that whether people were from the north or south, many were already aware of this, except for them. Inai Luo contemplated for a moment, glancing at the car parked in the courtyard belonging to Gao Junsheng. Then she smiled, saying, Coincidentally, we're also heading to the northern survival zone. Gao Junsheng immediately stood up, delighted. Great, let's travel together. Gao Junsheng knew he had survived only because of luck, but these people in front of him were different. Their survival must be due to strength. If he could journey with them, he would definitely have a better chance of surviving. His eyes swept over the tall and sharp figure of Inai Luo, and the strong and muscular Xiao Ji, concluding they were the leaders of this group. As for the other two, the delicate, petite girl sat on the sofa, her fine eyebrows and gentle eyes half lowered. Her eyes, veiled by thick lashes, seemed eternally misty. Slightly lowering her head, she exuded a sense of fragility. A tiny puppy nestled in her arms, plump like a winter melon. It was obvious how tender cough. The man who had spoken with him earlier walked over in a composed manner, picked up the small puppy, then pulled the girl into his arms, carefully removing dog hair from her clothes. The man looked gentle and scholarly, giving a warm, noble aura upon first sight. However, since Gao Junsheng was more perceptive than most, he could see that deep down, the man was quite indifferent. Only when he looked at that girl did a rare hint of fondness emerge. Still, there was no denying the girl's remarkable beauty. Although Inai Luo was also attractive, this girl gave off a more pleasant, gentle, and warmer vibe. She evoked a natural desire to get close to her. It made one wish to hold her constantly, keeping her close in one's arms. As Gao Junsheng thought this, the man did exactly the same. He easily picked up the girl, who was dressed like a little ball, and placed her on his lap. Though his figure was rather thin, it seemed effortless. Gao Junsheng thought perhaps the girl just appeared chubby. Su Donqin, you're the chubby one, you and your whole family. Under the cold sun, the girl tilted her head slightly, meekly seeming to speak to the man. Sunlight filtered through the trees and patches. Her displayed tenderness, purity, and innocence all seemed out of place in this apocalyptic world. Clearly, she was well taken care of, unspoiled by the world's filth. Yet this purity came even more from deep within her. It seemed to radiate from her very bones. If the post-apocalyptic world was pure darkness, then she was pure light. Just a single glance into those dewy, misty eyes would send you spiraling into a void. A realm of lush green mountains and overly fragrant blossoms, where all sorrow vanished, and you could momentarily catch your breath. Gao Junsheng gazed at Su Donqin, nearly entranced. It was like a man hanging over a cliff seeing the only available lifeline. Like a soul trapped in pitch black, hell chasing the sole beam of light. Lu Yunfei sat beside Su Donqin, delicately lifting a few strands of dog fur from her. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. The puppy whimpered and darted under the sofa, its round bottom poking out. If you shed any more, I'll shave you bald, he murmured softly, his tone so gentle that an unknowing listener might mistake it for a love confession. Even his remarkably handsome face bore a gentle expression. Subconsciously, Su Donqin reached to protect her own fur-like soft curls. Lu Yunfei reached over and gently patted her head. After cruelly threatening a still suckling puppy and gently comforting his trembling little girlfriend, he turned to face Gao Junsheng, who stood nearby. Gao Juanqing's lingering gaze towards Su Donqin was blocked by Lu Yunfei. The moment he met Lu Yunfei's eyes, his entire body chilled, as if falling straight from paradise into the depths of hell. Those were clearly human eyes. But why did one pair appear so innocent while the other brimmed with menace? The violent aura in that man's gaze seemed tangible, spilling from his handsome, almond-shaped eyes like blades, slicing his skin and threatening to tear his throat open. Sitting together on the sofa, this couple seemed separated by the distance between heaven and hell. Yet their opposite qualities strangely merged into something harmonious. Like day and night. Inseparable. All right. Meanwhile, and Luo smiled and agreed. Su Donqin whispered covertly to Lu Yunfei. She just wants his car. And Luo. I fucking heard that. Gao Juanqing quickly snapped out of his daze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He gathered his composure with difficulty and turned to the old woman. Madam, can we travel with them? Please. The elderly woman sat quietly, smiling peacefully as she nodded. An old soul goes anywhere the same. Just don't think I'm a burden, child. We won't. Gao Juanqing shook his head anxiously, then turned to Luo for support, as if afraid Luo might refuse. He had already made his decision. If Luo wouldn't let the old woman come, he wouldn't go either. Luo hadn't expected Gao Juanqing to be this loyal and grateful, so she nodded toward the old woman. I remember seeing a cane in the room. It should suit you. The journey's rough, lean on it. Gao Juanqing immediately smiled with gratitude. These people were all kind-hearted. Excited by that thought, he glanced at Lu Yunfei and immediately lowered his head in nervousness. The very man who resembled an elegant nobleman. He seemed the least dangerous of all, yet strangely, gave off a constant sense of danger, even though he looked so frail, like someone not even capable of beating him in a fight. Before leaving, they scoured the entire villa for anything useful. Su Donqin walked the little puppy around. Suddenly, the puppy bolted, dragging Su Donqin with it. It ran straight to the second-floor room, where she and Lu Yunfei had been staying, and started scratching wildly at the wardrobe. Su Donqin curiously peeked inside. Could there be hidden treasure inside? She knocked on the walls of the wardrobe like Luo had done. Couldn't tell if hollow or solid. Finally, the plump puppy, with its melon-like body supported by four stick-thin legs, squeezed beneath the wardrobe and pulled out an object. It was a notebook, fitted with a password lock. Su Donqin gave it a try. Wrong. Tried again. Also wrong. Gave up. No more. She tucked the notebook into her little bag and left with the dog. Gao Juanqing's small car was a 5-seater, but they now had 6 people, a child and 2 dogs. The zombie dog was placed in the trunk. Luo held the puppy. Xiaoji carried Xiao Beikai. Lu Yunfei carried Su Donqin. The elderly woman sat in the front passenger seat, while Gao Juanqing took the wheel. Although Gao Juanqing's driving skills weren't as impressive as Luo's, they were decent enough. Most importantly, there were now 3 people who could drive, allowing Luo and Xiaoji to relax a bit. Ugh, I don't know why, but I feel a bit carsick, Luo murmured, rubbing her forehead with a delicate, helpless gesture, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Xiaoji's thick, muscular arm. Look at those strong arms. The puppy barked, Ao Wu, proudly showing off his own stick-like legs before getting swatted down by Luo. Sitting atop Xiaoji, Xiao Beikai continued chewing his spicy chicken feet with an expression of blank indifference. Xiaoji, one arm protectively around Xiao Beikai, dug into his pocket with the other. I have motion sickness pills. Luo, however, pouted slightly. Pills. What did she want pills for? It was you she wanted. But as a woman, she thought she should maintain a bit of dignity. It's okay, I can handle it. Luo's body is really strong, Su Donqin remarked. Lu Yunfei lazily added, leaning against the window. I heard she used to race cars. Luo shot the weak little couple a venomous glare, opening her mouth without making a sound. This silent gesture served as a warning. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for being mute. Su Donqin nervously asked, do you want to eat chicken? Luo shifted her gaze to Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei, you should really learn how to drive too. With one arm wrapped casually around Su Donqin, he leaned against the car window, his face looking like a finely painted, icy snow poster. Mysterious, noble, pure, and untouched in the pale winter glow. Hearing Luo's words, the man suddenly lowered his gaze and replied coolly, I can't. A man must never say he can't. Su Donqin quickly raised her hand to emphasize her presence. I'll learn. Given that Luo had no desire to die prematurely, she politely declined Su Donqin's offer. I'd rather not die yet. That blunt, huh? Though honestly, she sort of wanted to die. Su Donqin sighed deeply, thinking that you were simply jealous of her talents. What a lonely life it was, being a genius. With one hand propped under her chin, Su Donqin tilted her head, looking out the window. Feathers of snowflakes danced endlessly. The roads weren't just piled high with snow, but were also covered in thick layers of ice. Gao Juanqing's small car twisted and turned through the road for a bit, before someone had to get out and clear away the snow, carving a path forward. Eventually, everyone got out of the car except Gao Juanqing alone inside. As snow was shoveled away bit by bit in front of him, Gao Juanqing cautiously advanced. The little car let out an indignant poo-poo. You're insulting my car. This is too slow. Luo stood up straight, staring at the endless white expanse, grumbling slightly. It would be great if something could just clear all this snow at once. Unfortunately, her special ability was useless against snow. With snow still piled up and fresh snowflakes drifting from the sky again, even the zombies had vanished. Su Donqin and the elderly woman crouched by a snow pile, first attaching a head, then placing 2 eyes onto it. Wow, just look at these skilled hands. Donqin, stop playing, you'll freeze your hands, Lu Yunfei warned, pulling her back. Realizing the car might not move forward anymore, Gao Junxing joined them in the snow clearing. Seeing this, Gao Junxing couldn't help but comment enviously. You two have such a great relationship. He paused slightly before adding, my girlfriend was very sweet too. The moment Lu Yunfei looked at Gao Junxing, his gaze darkened. Gao Junxing instantly felt his scalp prickle, shivers running down his spine. Did he say something wrong? Had complimenting someone become a life-threatening act these days? Suddenly, the large, bizarre-looking snowman twitched slightly, then again. Su Donqin hurried over, trying to press down the snowman's head. The snowman struggled violently while Su Donqin fought to keep it down, shouting for help. It's trying to run. The elderly woman lifted her cane and slammed it down hard. The snowman stilled momentarily, then resumed its wild struggle. Seeing Su Donqin and the elderly woman still squatting and playing with the snowman, Ai Luo swiftly stomped over. Stop playing, help shovel snow. She handed her bucket to Su Donqin. Oh, looking pitiful, Su Donqin grabbed the bucket and slipped it over the snowman's head. Certainly it had become restless because it was too cold. But before anyone could react, the moment the bucket settled, the snowman suddenly burst from the pile. Snow scattered from its body, revealing half-worn clothes. Its head was stuck in the metal bucket. Swinging its arms wildly, it started crashing into everything. Oops, it's a zombie. Su Donqin immediately declared, I'll block it. You guys run first. Then plop. She face-planted straight into the snow. Upside down with her 2 feet sticking up, she needed someone to pull her out. It's a zombie. Everyone get in the car. Ai Luo's expression turned serious as she grabbed one person in each hand, tossing Su Donqin and the elderly woman into the car. Everyone quickly followed inside. On the vast stretch of thick snow, countless zombie heads had somehow emerged out of nowhere. Struggling through the snow more than a meter deep, they moved slowly toward their food. Their clothes were ragged, their eyes lifeless. Yet in such freezing winter, they still persisted with unwavering determination. This kind of hardworking and persevering spirit could rival how the gray wolf never manages to eat a single sheep after hundreds of episodes. Truly worthy of admiration. My dog. Su Donqin excitedly opened the car door to look for her pet. Fool. Come back. Ai Luo shouted. Meanwhile, the zombie dog that had been frolicking in the snow heard Su Donqin's voice and immediately returned joyfully, carrying her son in its mouth. Su Donqin reached out and gently stroked the zombie dog's giant head, only to be suddenly thrown onto its back. Su Donqin. Zombies were right in front of them, and Ai Luo had already shot several. But the snow was too deep. They were stuck in the car, completely unable to move. Strangely enough, Su Donqin outside, bouncing along on the zombie dog, was suddenly the most promising one. Bounced around violently on the zombie dog's back, Su Donqin screamed loudly, her head spinning. The zombie dog increased its size, carrying Su Donqin through the snowy wonderland like a joyride. It jumped very high, stomping on zombie heads, just like whack-a-mole. Su Donqin spread her arms wide in excitement. Wow, Su Donqin. I bet my entire IQ. This time I'm definitely going to die. By the time she came back to her senses, Su Donqin suddenly realized a huge dark mass of zombies was right behind her. Oh, her dear little Bayer boys. Her beloved Xiao Beikai zombies were tightly packed together like sardines in a tin can, clearing snow like a bulldozer wherever they went. The zombie dog suddenly accelerated. The zombies behind, seeing their food about to escape, sped up too. This was a battle of endurance against endurance. The athletes on the field poured their youth sweat. Those were soaring dreams. The zombie dog ran further and further away. The zombie horde chased further and further back. Everyone inside the car sat dumbfounded, staring blankly at the snow-cleared path the zombie horde had created with their bodies. She used herself to lure the zombies away? Gao Junxing tearfully admired. What a selfless and devoted spirit. Ai Luo expressionlessly replied, don't overthink. She's just stupid. Gao Junxing. Let's drive. The man by the window played casually with an old backpack, slowly running his fingertip along his small axe. Gao Junxing silently started the small car. The road ahead had already been mostly cleared by the zombie horde. Not wanting to tolerate Gao Junxing's slow pace anymore, Ai Luo immediately climbed over, grabbed the steering wheel, and began her incredible drifting performance. Nobody knew how long she had drifted when they suddenly came across a 10-way intersection. At some point, Su Donqin had shaken off the zombies. Looking at her healthy arms and legs, she felt her IQ had been insulted. She would never swear on her intelligence again. What if she accidentally ended up really dumb? The zombie dog finally exhausted its energy, returning to its normal size. Ai Luo picked up Su Donqin, who wore a pitiful little expression of such a fairy girl as me can't bear this kind of shock, and handed her back to Lu Yunfei. Curling up in Lu Yunfei's arms, Su Donqin whined for 3 minutes about how scary it was. Then at the start of the 4th minute, she immediately fell asleep. Lu Yunfei covered Su Donqin's head with her hat. His fingertip lightly passed over her rosy cheeks from the cold wind, gently pinching one. The girl made a soft whiny sound, instinctively snuggling closer into him. Besides the icy chill of the snow, there was only the familiar scent of the man. Seeing the little thing squirming further into his arms, the man couldn't help but slightly lift the corner of his lips. It looks like something is up ahead. Xiaoji stuck his head out of the window holding a telescope. There's a roadblock. There's a sign on it. Seems like a survival zone. There's actually a survival zone here. Ai Luo mumbled, but still drove toward it. In this freezing icy world, they indeed needed a survival zone. although this survival zone was somewhat different from what they had imagined. It was not a large place, about the size of a small residential community. The management was somewhat loose, probably because everyone inside were ordinary people. We're good people. Xiaoji's large, rough face suddenly appeared by the car window. The guards at the entrance of the survival zone immediately raised their guns with a quick, sharp motion. Ni Luo grabbed Su Donqin, who had just woken up and looked rather dazed, and shoved her face against the window. Smile for mama. The young girl leaned against the window, her thin, slender, delicate fingers covering her mouth as she let out a tiny yawn. A thin layer of mist immediately fogged her eyes. Her long black hair, like seaweed, draped over her rosy cheeks, enhancing her fragile beauty. Looking at Su Donqin's face, Ni Luo couldn't help but swallow quietly. How come this woman seemed to be getting more and more beautiful? She used to be someone whose beauty startled you at first glance, but now even looking at her for a long time could make you fall into a trance. Completely unaware that in Ni Luo's eyes, she had transformed from a fairy girl into a little seductress, the kind that could bring a country to ruin. Su Donqin finished her yawn and waved slightly at the people outside the car window. Hello. Those people stood stunned, mouths open, the drool that had just flowed down instantly freezing into ice. Then, after a successful use of feminine charm, facial recognition, the little car smoothly entered the survival zone. The survival zone's manager personally came out to greet them. He was a man in his early 30s. As soon as he saw Su Donqin, his eyes lit up. But his gaze wasn't the typical look of admiration. It felt more like how one would appraise a piece of meat. We value women and children most. In times like this apocalyptic winter, no matter what, women and children should always come first. Just like that ship that sank after hitting an iceberg. You know, the women and children first policy. The manager loudly announced the zone's slogan. Sounded a bit wordy. You don't require people to hand over food? Ni Luo asked, somewhat surprised. The manager quickly shook his head. No. Then his eyes shifted to the youngest among them, Xiao Beikai. He took a candy out of his pocket and offered it to the boy with a smile. Uncle loves little kids the most. Let Uncle have a bite, and you have a bite, okay? Xiao Beikai opened his little mouth. Xiaoji immediately took out his feather duster. Xiao Beikai shut his mouth. The manager laughed loudly. Haha, just kidding. Here, have this candy. He stuffed the candy into Xiao Beikai's mouth. Xiao Beikai, achoo, then continued chewing on his spicy chicken feet. The manager. Everyone temporarily settled down in the survival zone. The locals were warm and hospitable, even showing Ni Luo and the others their greenhouse vegetables. Being able to grow vegetables in greenhouses in such an apocalyptic winter was truly impressive. Su Donqin squatted next to the baby bok choy, reaching out her hand to touch it, again and again. Su Donqin, don't touch. Ni Luo warned. Okay. Su Donqin quickly put the little bok choy she had just pinched back. The survival zone wasn't large, so only a few rooms were available. Everyone went to the cafeteria to get food. Xiaoji entrusted Xiao Beikai entirely to Su Donqin. Seeing Ni Luo walk away with her bowl, Su Donqin stared longingly. She pulled out a storybook and started telling Xiao Beikai a story. Look, this is Xionghu, Xiongsu, 11G, Fanu, Fuanai, Haiteng, Jingnu, Mengxia, Qiongmao, Dinghuo. Ni Luo returned with food and handed Su Donqin her bowl. What are you muttering? Don't teach Beikai weird stuff. Su Donqin sniffled. Ingredients. Ni Luo, you know these are all world-class endangered animals, right? Su Donqin swallowed hard. They must be delicious, otherwise how could they be endangered? Then she immediately began eating. And very pickily, she threw the meat on top straight into the trash can. Seeing her do this, Ni Luo looked surprised. You don't eat meat? Su Donqin scrunched up her little face, looking pitiful. Not sure why, but whenever I see meat, I feel sick and want to throw up. It must be spoiled. Ni Luo sat beside Su Donqin, looking at her with a suddenly deep expression. Have you been sleeping a lot lately? Eating more? And feeling like you've gained weight? Su Donqin thought carefully. No, I haven't. Right after she said that, she felt sleepy again. No choice but to nap while eating. Ni Luo looked at Su Donqin with a complex expression, then glanced at Xiao Beikai, who had inexplicably become increasingly attached to Su Donqin lately, and a bold idea suddenly occurred in her mind. Then she lowered her gaze to the meat in her bowl. For some unknown reason, she inexplicably thought this meat was spoiled too. Over there, the men came over with their food trays. They didn't take any meat. The meat should be left for women and children, Xiaoji explained. Gao Junxing nodded in agreement, clearly thinking the same thing. The old lady said she couldn't chew it anymore. Lu Yunfei kept it simple. I just don't like eating meat. Ni Luo fixed her gaze on Lu Yunfei, looking him up and down, her expression alternating between shock, suspicion, and wonder. Meanwhile, Su Donqin, dozing off occasionally and eating in between, watching Ni Luo's intense staring, began to suspect if Ni Luo had a crush on her boyfriend. Everyone stayed in the survival zone for 3 days. They planned to leave once the snow lessened. Su Donqin nervously shared a little secret with Lu Yunfei. I think Ni Luo might be in love with me. The man raised one eyebrow. Oh. Su Donqin wore a look that said, I know you don't believe me. Let me prove it to you. She dashed in circles on the floor with her little feet. Immediately, Ni Luo, who was talking with Xiaoji, rushed over and yanked her ear. Be careful. What if you fall? Su Donqin tearfully declared there was no hope for them. Ni Luo, what the hell are you thinking? Trying hard to suppress her rising temper, Ni Luo softened her tone and comforted. Did you eat enough today? Faced with this sudden tenderness from Ni Luo, Su Donqin rubbed her little belly. Yeah, I'm full. Anything uncomfortable? No. Su Donqin felt even more unnerved. Ni Luo nodded and finally let Su Donqin go, then walked toward Lu Yunfei. I need to talk to you. Calmly, Lu Yunfei walked out with Ni Luo. Standing with Xiao Ji, Su Donqin watched the two figures fade away. For some unknown reason, she inexplicably felt a pang of sadness. Must be hungry again. She should eat a bit more. In the hallway, only Ni Luo and Lu Yunfei remained. Ni Luo crossed her arms, slightly annoyed, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took half a puff, then finally began. How come you didn't take any precautions? Lu Yunfei leaned against the wall, his longer black hair now reaching his shoulders, tied into a ponytail by Su Donqin using a hair tie, even fashioning a little twist at the end. Slightly tilting his head, strands of his long black hair near his temples softly brushed his lips, revealing a stretch of graceful, elegant neck, making his demeanor even more noble and gentle. Precautions? Lu Yunfei gently opened the window. Ni Luo shivered from the cold gust, the cigarette in her hand instantly extinguished. Annoyed, she threw the cigarette away. Su Donqin is pregnant. Lu Yunfei's eyes darkened instantly. The sudden surge of cold rage around him overshadowed even the endless white snow outside. It was the first time Ni Luo had seen such an intense emotional shift in a man. Because in Ni Luo's eyes, this weakling barely had the strength to survive in this apocalyptic world, let alone be capable of rage. But even the weakest man had his male pride. Like when suspecting a possibility of being cuckolded, Ni Luo felt like she'd just uncovered a massive secret. So that is, could it be that the child isn't yours? Humph. Lu Yunfei gave a cold laugh, the small axe behind his back twitching slightly. Ni Luo swallowed hard, feeling a sudden surge of fear without knowing why. Well, that is, Xiao Cheng was always with you. It's impossible for her to be with another man, right? Humph. Another cold snort from Lu Yunfei. Ni Luo's sweat poured even faster. She had thought the cold wind blowing in through the window was too chilly before. Now she wished it was even stronger. If only it could just blow her away. Meanwhile, Su Donqin quietly sneaked out. She met the eyes of Lu Yunfei, filled with a stormy fury. She got caught eavesdropping. Su Donqin coughed slightly, whispering with an injured tone. I just wanted to step out for some fresh air. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation. After saying that, she walked toward the window, pushed and pushed and pushed again, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, Su Donqin felt very angry. She pounded the window fiercely with her little fists. See, sleepy all the time, eating non-stop, moody, suspicious, irritable, declining intelligence. Ni Luo pointed out. Oh wait, her IQ hadn't been high to begin with. It couldn't get any lower. These are all signs of pregnancy. The man narrowed his eyes and walked over. With a paw, the window, frozen solid, flew open immediately. Su Donqin's face nearly twisted from the icy blast. She opened her mouth to speak, but it quickly filled with wind and snowflakes. Shivering violently, Su Donqin said, I think you must have something against me. Was it because she ate pickled mustard tuber under the blanket last night and made him angry? She could share a bag with him if needed. The man reached out and pinched Su Donqin's cheeks. Su Donqin, dizzy from the cold, glared furiously. Man, don't push me to take action. Let go. Let go. The man pinched harder. With tear-filled eyes, Su Donqin tried to communicate that if he let go, she'd just play by herself. His expression grew even darker. Snowflakes swirled in the icy wind around him, yet dared not land on him. What overwhelming anger. Fine, she'd share 2 bags then. Well, fine, she'd even steal pickled mustard tuber to feed him if she had to. Chapter 28. Don't. Let's talk about this calmly. Ni Luo hurriedly stepped forward, swallowing hard, and assured. I'm very tight-lipped, you can rest assured. After saying that, Ni Luo kept giving Lu Yunfei meaningful glances. The man's face darkened, and he turned around and walked away. As for this, Su Donqin was very angry. Ni Luo had developed a little secret with Lu Yunfei, and didn't even tell her. Whether Ni Luo's mouth was actually tight, Lu Yunfei didn't know, but half a day later, Lu Yunfei felt like half the survivors in the area were looking at him with expressions of pity. That particular look people gave when they whispered, if the husband isn't man enough, watch out for the neighbor stealing your wife. Lu Yunfei. Regarding this unexpected turn of events, Ni Luo felt partially responsible. She approached Su Donqin. Donqin. At Ni Luo's unusually affectionate way of calling her name, Su Donqin's ears perked up with suspicion. You and Lu Yunfei seem pretty intimate lately? Ni Luo fiddled with her gun and accidentally released the safety. Su Donqin. Quietly, Su Donqin scooted sideways and blinked her big eyes, her voice soft as silk. We've always been very intimate. It had been this way for so long. The man had never once changed his mind about chopping her into 18 pieces. Such a steadfast and enduring relationship was simply moving enough to bring tears to Su Donqin's eyes, and she wept dramatically. Ni Luo was about to speak again when Lu Yunfei, who had been expressionless all morning, suddenly strode over on his long legs and sat down beside Su Donqin. He seemed to have already accepted the proverbial green hat. His expression was now very calm. Even more surprisingly, he pulled a bright red apple from his pocket. Su Donqin stared at it longingly. Lu Yunfei smirked slightly. Let me peel you an apple to eat. Okay. The man pulled a pocket knife from his coat. Su Donqin continued watching, her expression slowly twisting into one of unease. This wasn't like his usual elegant, gentle peeling at all. He held the small apple in one hand and the knife in the other. A chop on the left, a chop on the right, a chop on top, and a chop on the bottom. In only 4 chops, the apple had been hacked into apple sticks. It looked as though he had a grudge against it. Su Dongjin, QQ, please stop with this execution-style Dubai peeling. In the end, the man handed Su Dongjin the apple, now just a round core. Su Dongjin. Seeing the apple's pitiful condition, Inai Luo instinctively reached up to touch her own neck, deciding she would come to make amends next time. First attempt, Inai Luo suffered initial defeat. Thinking things over, Inai Luo decided that perhaps she should start from Lu Yunfei. After all, judging by appearances, he truly loved Su Dongjin. Hopefully, at least, it was genuine, right? Inai Luo stood in the empty hallway, practicing in front of a wall. Well, being pregnant is so difficult, so maybe it doesn't matter whose child it is anymore. Coincidentally, Su Dongjin passed by. What kind of heartless woman's dialogue is this? Leaning on her cheek in deep thought, Su Dongjin suddenly had a shocking realization. Could it be that Inai Luo is pregnant? No wonder she'd recently thought Inai Luo exuded a maternal glow. She wouldn't let her jump, wouldn't let her run around, and always watched her with some strange expression. Whose child could it be? Could it be Xiaoji's? No, probably not. Otherwise, how could this heartless woman speak like that? After Inai Luo finished speaking, she turned her head and found herself staring directly into Su Dongjin's pair of suspicious, wide eyes. The two stared at each other for a moment before Inai Luo immediately spun on her heel and left. Seeing Inai Luo's guilty little expression, Su Dongjin suddenly felt a flash of revelation. So that's what her little secret with Lu Yunfei was. Su Dongjin was extremely angry. She felt like she'd been betrayed. But looking at Inai Luo's athletic figure and then glancing down at her own doubled chin, Su Dongjin realized she'd never win a fight. So she could only stomp her foot in frustration and clench her little fists tightly, silently declaring she'd get her revenge in the next life. Crying tears as she hugged her chubby self, JPG. How sad. Because of this emotional blow, Su Dongjin's appetite decreased drastically. She could now only manage to eat 3 bowls of rice per day. Recently, Xiao Beikai had become increasingly attached to Su Dongjin. When Xiao Ji came to take him away, he happened to see Lu Yunfei leaning casually against the wall. The man was playing with a small axe in his hand, an ancient-looking, heavy piece of weaponry. But in Lu Yunfei's hands, it spun through the air with graceful, deadly ease. Looking at that sharp little axe, for some reason, Xiao Ji felt a chill run down his neck. Holding Xiao Beikai's hand, he walked past Lu Yunfei. He had only taken 3 steps when, as expected, he felt a sudden chill on the back of his neck. He quickly turned his head. The small axe had embedded itself in the wall beside his neck. With a crisp ka-cha sound, Xiao Ji could almost hear the wall crack. A hand reached past him and grabbed the axe. A voice, icy cold, whispered by his ear. Sorry, my hand slipped. Xiao Ji turned with cold sweat already forming. I didn't. He had barely uttered the first word when his gaze met Lu Yunfei's eyes brewing a hurricane. His expression instantly turned blank. The man leaned forward, supporting himself on the wall behind Xiao Ji, and asked darkly, was it you? Xiao Ji blankly shook his head. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, fury clearly showing on his face. It was said that night, every man in the survivor zone had an extremely terrifying nightmare. They all dreamt of being chased and hacked by a massive axe. While chopping at them, the axe kept asking, was it you, was it you? That night, it was even said that male infants nearly cried themselves unconscious. When Xiao Ji heard about this, he instinctively touched his neck. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt as though he had barely escaped a catastrophe. Could it be because he was the only one who hadn't had that dream? By the way, why had he been lying alone in the hallway yesterday? How come he couldn't remember anything? Xiao Ji scratched his head, thinking for a moment, yet could recall nothing except that yesterday, he had taken Xiao Beikai from Su Dongjin and walked with him down the corridor. Then, that was it. Thinking about Xiao Beikai, Xiao Ji was surprised to discover that he could actually speak now, and show facial expressions too. In a corner, Xiao Beikai was biting into spicy pickled chicken feet with a pale face while struggling to say, no. Xiao Ji's face broke into a fatherly smile, as if hearing his child's first daddy. Xiao Ji quickly noted down this touching moment. Su Dongjin sat at the dining table, eating while glaring furiously at Lu Yunfei, wanting to capture him, yet still feeling intimidated. Humph, you despicable man. What do other girls have that I don't? Would I ever make you angry? You'll never get my body or beautiful soul again. The man sat opposite Su Dongjin, a small shabby backpack on his back. His pale, slender hand held an iron spoon, stirring the coffee cup in front of him. So elegant, as if he were in an upscale afternoon cafe, instead of a survival area cafeteria, where de Maong Sanhua. Is it tasty? Humph, that's my little secret. Su Dongjin twisted left and ignored him. Not tasty. Humph, my little secret. Su Dongjin twisted right, still ignoring him. Do you love me, Dongjin? The man suddenly asked. Though there was a table between them, his voice came close, almost whispering enticingly in her ear. Caught off guard, Su Dongjin, her mouth still holding rice, replied. I do love you. Barely spitting it out. You hesitated, Dongjin. The man supported his chin with one hand. His long black hair, reaching his shoulders, fell forward. Tilting his head slightly, he revealed a beautiful and pale profile. The short-haired Lu Yunfei had been noble and elegant, like a beautiful red-crowned crane. With long hair, he had gained an extra layer of seductiveness on top of that nobility, like a red dot upon the crane, his every move exuding a charming menace. When those eyes slowly turned toward her, they carried the depth of an abyss, as though the entire world was under his control. Su Dongjin controlled her rice bowl, feeling extremely nervous. For no clear reason, melancholy always followed her. She only wanted to die a complete death. Why was it so difficult? Suddenly, the man raised his hand, gently bending his wrist. From across the table, his fingertips lightly touched Su Dongqin's forehead. Su Dongqin's eyes immediately glazed over. The man's voice seemed to come from far away, cold and sharp, filled with clear, evident killing intent. Who was that man? Who? What man? Su Dongqin looked even more bewildered. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes. He stood up and leaned close beside Su Dongqin, slightly bending forward as he lifted his hand to grab her chin and tilted her face upward. Su Dongqin found the posture slightly awkward. He asked again, who is that man? The atmosphere seemed quite tense. The man's expression was dark beyond belief. Gorilu. Su Dongqin's stomach emitted a mournful growl. Although I'm not scared at all, I still hope you act more normally. I'm afraid you'll hit me. Lu Yunfei suddenly reached out and pinched Su Dongqin's flat stomach. Su Dongqin immediately panicked, promising she'd never eat that much again. Please spare my stomach. My stomach is innocent. Feeling the smooth, flat skin, Lu Yunfei's expression abruptly changed, as if performing a magic trick. The hand that had been pinching Su Dongqin's stomach slid upward along her jawline and gently squeezed her face, an expression somewhere between exasperation and affection. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji and Gao Junsheng were just about to come over for a meal when they caught a strong, sour, rotten smell. Call it romance. They were about to switch tables when Su Dongqin enthusiastically waved them over. Come quickly. She couldn't bear this bintai alone. Facing Su Dongqin's sudden enthusiasm, Lu Yunfei instantly straightened his posture. Though slender in build, his aura was extremely imposing. As soon as their eyes met his, I'm watching you gaze, Xiao Ji immediately stepped 3 meters away from Su Dongqin. Then, ignoring her sparkling puppy eyes, grabbed Gao Junsheng and chose the farthest table possible. Oh, you damn kids. Su Dongqin felt deeply hurt by the cold indifference of people in this post-apocalyptic world. Therefore, she could only rely on food to soothe her lonely, empty little heart. Then accidentally ate too much. She pinched the small layer of softness on her stomach, dressed in 4 thick sweaters and 3 down jackets, and began struggling to lie down on the sofa. Pant, pant, pant. Could half a sit-up really be this exhausting? The little puppy came trotting over, holding its food bowl in its mouth. Su Dongqin struggled to roll over, fixed her gaze on the puppy, and suddenly started mumbling to herself. Humph, secret, HMPF. Thinking about Lu Yunfei's usual corpse-like expression lately, and seeing Su Dongqin's clueless, cute girl next door, look, and Luo pondered hard. How exactly could she hint at this tactfully? I recently met someone in the survivor zone. He's a traditional Chinese doctor, passed down through generations. Let me check your pulse real quick. Su Dongqin looked Luo up and down suspiciously. Luo grabbed her small hands and firmly pressed onto the back of her wrist. Very tactfully. Luo, this is a pregnancy pulse. Su Dongqin. How exactly did you diagnose a pregnancy pulse from the back of the hand? Luo leaned in closer and lowered her voice. You idiot. Don't you even know that you're pregnant? Su Dongqin shook her head, her large eyes glistening with tears, radiating childlike innocence. If I didn't know, how would you know? Luo wore an expression of bitter disappointment. She stared at Su Dongqin's face, still looked like an underage girl. With a deep sigh, Luo exhaled. Seeing Su Dongqin still looked completely blank, Luo seemed slightly uneasy. Lu Yunfei. How could he not have held himself back at all? Su Dongqin defended, saying he actually had great self-control. He hadn't chopped her into 18 pieces yet, though maybe it was because she was too cute, so he couldn't bear to. He has a lot of self-restraint. Upon hearing that sentence, Luo finally confirmed. It definitely wasn't Lu Yunfei's child. Luo coughed lightly, doing her best to suppress her gossiping expression. Then whose child is it exactly? Su Dongqin lowered her head and patted her small belly. She speculated that the baby could belong to candy, chocolate, mung bean cake, osmanthus cake, braised pork, instant noodles, or chicken drumsticks. Luo thought, don't be fooled by this little fool's usual dumb expression. She's actually been secretly cheating on Lu Yunfei. Cough? Wait a second. Suddenly, Luo's expression turned serious. She firmly cupped Su Dongqin's face. Su Dongqin, did someone hurt you? And you're afraid to tell Lu Yunfei? The more she thought about it, the more this explanation made sense. There are too many people who bullied me. Luo turned pale. Her pig had been taken advantage of, and she didn't even know. Tears welled in Luo's eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot. Of course, her pig was just too pretty. How could there not be cabbages wanting to run her? Su Dongqin slowly continued with what she was saying. You're always the one bullying me. Luo, you idiot. I didn't mean that kind of bullying. I mean, the kind that could get you pregnant. Instantly, Su Dongqin displayed a look of, I'm still such a child. You're such a disgraceful woman. Also, wasn't you the one who got pregnant? The two were locked in this stalemate. Meanwhile, the manager of the survivor zone, having heard the news, arrived immediately. The manager explained that they had specifically designated an entire building as the maternity care center. We not only have professional nutritionists preparing balanced meals, but also plenty of delicious food to enjoy. Su Dongqin was about to say she wasn't pregnant, but immediately after hearing lots and lots of delicious food, she declared her stomach was already too full to fit anything else and insisted she needed to move and right away. Although we don't have the best medical equipment, we'll do our best to take care of you. The manager's eyes sparkled with excitement. Luo quickly grabbed Su Dongqin, who was already bubbling with excitement and nearly about to follow the manager away, and said they needed to think it over. While Su Dongqin took her afternoon nap, Luo went to find Lu Yunfei. I think this place is pretty good. Since Su Donqin is pregnant, why don't you two just stay here? The road ahead was dangerous, and Ni Luo didn't want Su Donqin dragging a baby bump through all the risks. Lu Yunfei stood by the window, his gaze deeply fixed on the glass in front of him. Nearby, in a quiet corner, a small head peeked out from behind the wall. That little head wore a green hat, and its suspicious, sneaky behavior clearly reflected in the window pane in front of Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei extended his hand, lightly tapping his fingertip on the little head reflected in the glass, then gave it a gentle pat, before saying, "Okay." Ni Luo exhaled in relief, saying, "Then I'll make the arrangements for you." The next day, Ni Luo escorted Su Donqin along with the manager to the maternity care center. Standing in front of the building, Su Donqin saw the sign by the entrance. Outside food is strictly prohibited. She patted her soft, rounded belly thoughtfully. Determined, she firmly declared she would reform herself, live earnestly, and strive to graduate from this place as soon as possible. Only pregnant women are allowed inside. The manager blocked Ni Luo at the entrance. Su Donqin gave her a strange look. "Aren't you coming?" Ni Luo was taken aback. Was she reluctant to part? Ni Luo felt a motherly surge of emotion, blinking away tears as she shook her head and reminded Su Donqin firmly to eat well and behave well inside, not to miss her, and that she would come back to visit. With a creak, the massive iron gate shut. Waving enthusiastically at Ni Luo, Su Donqin was then led inside by the manager. After seeing Su Donqin off, Ni Luo's eyes were still red as she turned and glanced behind her. Lu Yunfei hadn't come. Sigh. Men and their damn pride. Su Donqin followed the manager inside. She proudly patted her bulging little belly. The manager's eyes instantly widened like giant light bulbs. The little girl in her down jacket looked small and thin, making it hard to tell her belly was so big. That stomach clearly held more than just one baby. The manager gave her a gaze mixing longing and envy. Indeed, the facilities inside the maternity building were much better than outside. No longer would the cafeteria aunties give shaky, meager portions. With her belly held high, Su Donqin walked up energetically and greeted everyone, eager to leave a perfect first impression. "Hey, having lunch?" "Yeah, want to join us?" the pregnant women politely offered. Su Donqin immediately pulled out her own bowl. Pregnant women. After everyone had finished eating, Su Donqin began on her third serving. Pregnant women. This woman's probably carrying an entire soccer team in there. After finishing her meal, Su Donqin went to check out the adorable babies in their strollers. "Wow, hello there. The baby. Why aren't you answering me?" Su Donqin tilted her head. Could this baby be mentally slow? Pregnant woman. "I'm the one thinking you're the slow one. He's barely 5 months old. How could he possibly reply to you? I'm here to eat you." Su Donqin growled with an "awoo," scaring all the babies in the building into tears. After paying her respects to the infants and feeling satisfied with how smoothly she'd handled social interactions, Su Donqin happily entered the private room the manager had specially prepared for her. Though small, the room was fully equipped. It had a small flower vase, a tiny desk lamp, even a small makeup table. Wow, it even had a little bathtub. Staring at the tiny bathtub with stars in her eyes, Su Donqin immediately stripped off her clothes. Then, from her belly fell a pile of snacks and a round, chubby little winter melon-shaped puppy. Surprised, Su Donqin picked up the tiny pup. When had she even stuffed a dog in there? Well, not important. After a nice, fragrant bath and a pleasant nap, Su Donqin opened her eyes to find the manager standing in front of her. Su Donqin lowered her gaze to the rope around her neck and immediately displayed a terrified expression. "What are you planning to do?" Then, wearing a look of fear, she frantically tightened the loose knot around her neck, stretching out her neck as much as possible to showcase her most graceful curve. Seeing the situation had been exposed, the manager's expression twisted into one of menace as she tightened her grip, pulling harder with her hands. The little girl's pretty face was filled with helpless, pitiful expressions, her soft and delicate voice whimpering. "I'm afraid it'll hurt." Without hesitation, the manager assured her she would surely feel no pain at all as she died. A vase smashed straight into the manager's forehead. The manager collapsed onto the ground. Su Donqin sniffled. "I didn't do it on purpose," then said tearfully, "Please continue." The bleeding manager staggered back up and had just raised the rope to loop it over her head again when Su Donqin flung the nearby table lamp at her. "Wah, she really didn't do it on purpose." JPG. Helplessly, Su Donqin suggested, "Maybe you should tie my hands first." Her strong will to survive made it impossible for her to control her own delicate little hands. The manager agreed. He tied Su Donqin's hands, then continued choking her. Su Donqin kicked him with all her strength. "You might want to tie my feet too," Su Donqin weakly suggested, explaining it was just a knee-jerk reaction. "Manager, I didn't study much, don't try to trick me." The manager bound Su Donqin's feet as well. Su Donqin calmly closed her eyes and waited 10 minutes. She opened her eyes and saw a huge, fat, fluffy winter melon in front of her. The sleepy little puppy suddenly burst forth from somewhere, baring its little puppy teeth and snapping at the manager. Of course, the manager paid no attention to such a tiny pup whose teeth weren't even fully grown. But when he saw the puppy's gaping mouth, his face instantly changed. The dog's mouth kept expanding endlessly. Like a special effects filter, it opened up to the size of half the manager's body. But oddly, the small round puppy body remained exactly the same, like it had turned on the big head and giant mouth filters. The manager began trembling violently, nearly fainting from fear. The puppy "awoo" ed loudly, swallowing the manager whole, including his clothes and shoes, then happily started chewing at the ropes binding Su Donqin. Su Donqin immediately grabbed the puppy's head and shook it vigorously. Spit him out. Spit him out now. The little puppy shook dizzily and let out a burp, spitting out a key. When it seemed like it was about to spit something else, Su Donqin quickly covered its mouth. Never mind, maybe it's better if you don't. Dinner would be served soon anyway. Su Donqin had never expected even a tiny puppy could possess special powers while she remained utterly powerless. She felt terribly sad, heartbroken even. She decided to atone for the manager's fate. She forced her own head toward the puppy's mouth. Come on, eat her. Don't hold back. She was freshly washed and all clean. Puppy, QEQ. Meanwhile, after delivering Su Donqin to the maternity care center, Inai Luo took the opportunity to stroll around the survival zone. Suddenly overcome with unease, she went to look for Lu Yunfei again. At that moment, the man was calmly wiping his little axe. Inai Luo said, something feels off. I didn't see any fresh meat in the entire survival area. What do you think is their meat source? Lu Yunfei merely curled his lips into a faint smile without answering. Frowning, Inai Luo continued, I'm worried about Su Donqin. I'll go check on her at the maternity care center. When Inai Luo sneaked into the maternity care center through a window and opened the door, what she saw was Su Donqin pushing her head hard into the puppy's mouth, desperately trying to stuff herself inside. The poor puppy's mouth was nearly stretched to 180 degrees as it cried out pitifully. The sound made Inai Luo's heart tremble. Inai Luo strode in and rescued the poor puppy. The puppy ran behind Inai Luo, shivering with hurt and helplessness, its winter melon-shaped body trembling like it was about to cry. Strange. Somehow, in only half a day apart, Inai Luo could swear the winter melon-shaped dog had gotten even fatter. Su Donqin sniffled again and pulled out a handful of little leafy greens from her pocket, chewing on them. She explained solemnly, only food can stop my sadness. Inai Luo, and where exactly did you get that damn leafy vegetable from? Su Donqin chewed and chewed without managing a single bite. Why couldn't she bite through it? How could something so soft possibly be beyond her bite strength? Lu Yunfei, who had somehow entered without anyone noticing, suddenly stepped forward and pried Su Donqin's little mouth open. Good girl, open up. This one is plastic. Su Donqin was overcome with grief. The tiny cabbage she had nurtured for 3 days was fake. Inai Luo frowned. Where did you steal this vegetable from? Su Donqin sobbed. The tiny cabbages in the greenhouse. Turns out she had stolen the cabbages on the very first day. Inai Luo's expression darkened. This survival zone is too strange. Let's leave quickly. Su Donqin cried bitterly, insisting she didn't want to leave her little tank. In just 3 seconds, she had already begun missing its slippery texture and exquisite sensation. Oh, her little tank had driven her to crime. Inai Luo threw one punch, shattering Su Donqin's tank into pieces. Su Donqin, QEQ. Then she was gently dragged away. After exiting the maternity care center, Su Donqin returned to her small room with Lu Yunfei. Oh, her little tank. Su Donqin crouched gloomily on the floor, drawing circles. The little puppy was stuck inside the circle, unable to escape. Su Donqin decided to drown her sorrows in alcohol. She stole a bottle of cooking wine from the small kitchen in the survival zone and gulped it all down with a loud gurgle, gurgle, then snatched up Xiao Beikai's spicy pickled chicken feet. Xiao Beikai. No. Look how anxious it made the kid. He even started speaking properly. Su Donqin wobbled away, chewing on spicy chicken feet and burping drunkenly. In the empty hallway, Su Donqin staggered around with flushed cheeks. Suddenly, she tripped on something, the little puppy, coming with its bowl to beg for food. Su Donqin tilted her head, big eyes misty, like blooming peach blossoms. She grabbed the puppy by the ears. Effective immediately, I officially name you Glutton God Beast. The puppy? Then Su Donqin grabbed the zombie dog as well. Effective immediately, I officially name you God Beast of Swift Legs. That felt a bit too long. From now on, just call it Fluffy Legs. The now completely bald zombie dog, not even a single hair left, began shedding sorrowful tears. Su Donqin comforted it. Life is full of small ailments, isn't it? Hair loss this year is meat gain next year. The alcohol rushed too fast to her head. Su Donqin dragged the little puppy in one hand and the zombie dog in the other, stumbling down the hallway with giddy excitement. And then she suddenly stumbled into some unknown place, struck immediately by a wave of nauseating stench. She blinked once, then blinked again. The little puppy held a key in its mouth and unlocked the door. Then it pushed Su Donqin inside. She stood motionless at the entrance. The snow outside always looked so beautiful at night. Though it was ruthless and cruel, it couldn't be denied. It was beautiful. Standing in the snow, Su Donqin saw the scene inside the building. These children, completely naked, hung like little piglets on huge iron hooks, hanging there just like pork. Su Donqin even felt like she could hear their faint voices, a weak wailing sound dragged from their throats, like crying kittens. But they were already all dead. Standing at the door, Su Donqin felt her stomach churning violently, nearly making her vomit. She stared with her wide, misty eyes, frozen in horror. A tall, slender figure appeared before her, raising a hand to block her vision. Su Donqin blinked once, her lashes brushing against the man's palm. Don't be afraid, I'm here. An overwhelming wave of familiar, cool snow-scented fragrance mixed with crushed green juice filled the air. Su Donqin peacefully closed her eyes and softly collapsed into Lu Yunfei's arms. The man carried the heavily drunk girl in his arms, then reached up and took down a note stuck on the iron door. Dear, second gift, do you like it? Forever with love, Gigi. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes slightly, then flicked his hand. An avalanche of snow erupted from the ground with a deafening boom, burying the entire warehouse beneath it. What's wrong with her? Ni Luo anxiously watched Lu Yunfei as he carried Su Donqin back in. Su Donqin sniffled and wrinkled her little face. Lu Yunfei gently touched her forehead with his fingertip, slightly curling it, as though pulling something invisible out. Su Donqin's previously twisted expression immediately smoothed into calm, and she burrowed deeper into Lu Yunfei's embrace like a little chick. Ni Luo brought over a thermometer. Looks like a fever? What should we do? Pregnant women can't take. She's not pregnant. Lu Yunfei took out a fever-reducing pill and a bottle of water. First, he shoved the fever-reducing pill into Su Donqin's little mouth, then poured some water down her throat. 3 minutes later, Su Donqin slowly opened her eyes. Ni Luo comforted. It's okay. You just caught a little cold. Burning with fever, her face flushed bright red. Su Donqin tightly gripped Lu Yunfei's hand and sobbed. Bury me already. Wah. No need to treat major illnesses. Minor ones just drag on. Paradise is just ahead. Yay. Yay your mom. Ni Luo gave her a sharp rap on the head, then tied the drunk and wild Su Donqin tightly inside the quilt like a dumpling. Chapter 29. His tipsy little girlfriend had finally fallen asleep. Lu Yunfei sat by the bed, gazing down at her. The girl's cheeks were rosy, her breathing steady, curled up small and tight, like a well-behaved yet pitiful little cat. Though she ate so much every day, she still looked remarkably slender and petite. Her fingers, like jade, slightly pink at the tips, clutched the small quilt, delicate and beautiful, just like the dodder plant clinging onto a tall tree. Ni Luo stood beside, lowering her voice to ask, how could you be sure she isn't pregnant? The man's fingertips gently brushed over her soft cheeks, checking her temperature, then softly parted his thin lips to utter 2 deep words. Trust. Ni Luo. Yeah right. Trust you, you weak chicken. Yesterday his face had still been dragging longer than a smelly shoe sole, as if someone owed him several million lives. Facing Ni Luo's doubtful gaze, Lu Yunfei added, since the apocalypse started, she has been with me all the time. If she were pregnant, it would have been before the end of the world. Ni Luo pondered, and then nodded. Indeed, this pair of weak chicken lovers had always stuck together. They were even the type who had to hold hands to the restroom. Upon this realization, Ni Luo suddenly felt like she might have made a huge blunder. When one has made a mistake, one must admit it immediately without dragging things out. So Ni Luo said, my bad. I didn't get the facts straight before. It's okay. Lu Yunfei lowered his eyelashes. His black hair half fell across his face, hiding half his face, but his expression held a gentle, meaningful smile. In fact, I should thank you. Thank her for what? Ni Luo looked bewildered. This wasn't sarcastic, was it? Ni Luo thought that she was straightforward and couldn't understand those twisted expressions. Yet Lu Yunfei truly was thanking Ni Luo. He reached out and flicked a finger against Su Donqin's forehead. Irrational. Then another flick. Unrestrained. A third flick. Low IQ. On that last point, Ni Luo deeply agreed. The man's expression was mild, but his eyes were profound. She was his irrationality, lack of restraint, and low IQ. She had shown him his own deepest, most terrifying nightmare. His dreams, his nightmares, both tethered to her. She made him unlike himself. The room had no lights on, only a few streaks of winter morning sun slipping in through the narrow window. The fragmented light fell upon the man's tall, lean figure, climbing along his black hair, making him look as if bathed in holy rays, impossibly elegant and noble. A touch of light reflected in his eyes. Yet strangely, his eyes remained very dark. Later, Ni Luo learned that the light had never been morning sun at all. It was Su Donqin reflected in the man's eyes. His gaze fell onto Su Donqin's face, fingertips hovering over her warm, soft cheeks, almost touching, as if he had discovered his most cherished treasure. Too precious to touch, too sacred to hold. Ni Luo thought, this must be what love truly looked like. She quietly slipped out, coincidentally bumping into Xiao Ji rushing along the corridor. Ni Luo, have you seen Bei Kai? The worry in Xiao Ji's voice was palpable as he grabbed her arm. Ni Luo glimpsed their arms in contact, her mind drifting into love songs. Ah, come on love ah, the excitement of love ah, drama of love. Blushing slightly, she shook her head, suppressing her excitement. Bei Kai? He's missing. Hearing the unusually cheerful tone from Ni Luo, Xiao Ji paused. Somehow, why did it sound excited? Xiao Ji collected himself, then nodded grimly. I just lost sight of him for a second. Ni Luo immediately replied, no worries. I'll help you find him. Bei Kai will definitely be fine. Ni Luo knew that Xiao Ji valued Bei Kai greatly, just as she herself treasured her younger sister. Lu Yunfei had his treasure. Who didn't have their own, after all? Xiao Ji opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. It wasn't Bei Kai he was afraid of getting hurt. It was others getting hurt because of Bei Kai. Like if someone had come to invite him to play a take a bite game, it was surely those adults who would end up the worse. Bei Kai isn't with Su Donqin. Last night she got drunk and caught a chill, and now she has a slight fever. I just came back from checking on her. Lu Yunfei is taking care of her. Let's not disturb them now. We should look for Bei Kai first. Ni Luo stopped Xiao Ji just as he was about to open the door. Xiao Ji nodded and went with Ni Luo to look for Bei Kai. Over there, Su Donqin had just woken up from a hangover, already feeling as if a big stone was pressing down on her, like pickled vegetables under a weight. Su, pickled. Donqin was completely pinned from head to toe. Only her little head could barely move. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Lu Yunfei lying on top of her. The man's eyes were closed, lashes fluttering slightly, appearing to be in deep sleep. There was a slight dark tint under his eyes, probably hadn't slept well last night. But even so, his face remained a breathtaking masterpiece. Even though they'd shared a pillow and bed for quite some time, this was the first time Su Dongqing realized how handsome the man really was. Each of his features, eyes, nose, lips, was perfectly defined. His breath was steady, expression peaceful. His soft, silky black hair seemed much more obedient than its owner, and felt too pleasant to touch. Dazed and confused, Su Dongqing stared at Lu Yunfei for a moment, then tilted her head and unconsciously reached out to stroke his hair. His hair was incredibly soft, sliding through her fingers with smooth, delicate texture. Her fingertips seemed to carry the fresh fragrance of green grass and trees, as if the scent of misty mountains and crystal springs lingered in the air. Su Dongqing knew it must be from the spatial ability he possessed. Not only were there little apples, but also peaches, small ducks, chicks, and fish. Just as Su Dongqing was enjoying her exploration, the man suddenly opened his eyes. His beautiful peach blossom eyes shimmered like they held wine and spring water. A single glance was enough to intoxicate anyone, especially when the man was deliberately teasing, his gaze hazy with a sleepy, dazed allure. He lifted his eyelids slightly, looking at her with a mix of childish innocence and devilish mischief. Su Dongqing froze, instinctively feeling like she might lose her hand, and quickly tried to withdraw it. But the man suddenly caught her wrist. With one hand beside her ear, he slowly pushed himself up, then leaned back down slowly. As he moved, the hair tie atop his head fell off, strands of black hair cascading over his shoulder, partially obscuring her view. Swallowing hard, Su Dongqing thought this scene felt strangely inappropriate for young eyes. Could it be the male lead was finally about to move from theory to practice and start experimenting on her? Su Dongqing tried to decide whether she should pretend to refuse, struggle hard, or simply lie still and enjoy. Then his cool forehead pressed gently against hers. They were so close. Her breath mingled with his. This half-teasing, half-restraining manner was even more overwhelming for Su Dongqing. Her face flushed instantly, like a blooming peach blossom in April, trembling in full bloom. Then she heard her own heart pounding so loudly it felt like it would leap from her chest. Reflexively, she covered her chest with her hands, tightly sealing her lips, afraid her racing heart might literally leap out of her throat. Still running a fever. Whether he noticed Su Dongqing's embarrassment or not, his cool fingers brushed her hair gently, as if adjusting it. Such an action, once so welcomed, now startled her like a sudden sting. As the man leaned closer, she abruptly turned her head away, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her mouth. Tita, last night, I think I had a dream. But she couldn't remember what the dream was. Did she dream about a lot of meat? Or maybe meat hanging somewhere? Did you dream of me last night, Dongqing? His cool voice reached her ears, but there was a sticky, lingering tone within. Like the honey cake Su Dongqing loved. Thinking of that, she swallowed again, her stomach protesting with a loud gurgle. Lu Yunfei gently rubbed her head, reminding her, I'll go get you some food. It's dangerous outside, don't wander around, be good. He smiled, meaningful and slow, sitting up. His black hair slid away from her skin, and with every movement, her heart raced again. Su Dongqing obediently nodded, watching him finally stand up and leave, taking along the heavy, suffocating atmosphere in the room. The door was gently closed behind him. Su Dongqing panicked, clutched her heart in fear, and dove under the covers. She was doomed. Lu Yunfei had frightened her into having a heart condition. This male lead was simply too terrifying. Su Dongqing crouched alone under the covers, trembling as she pressed her hands over her rapidly pounding heart, desperately trying to calm herself. On one hand, she wondered if dying from heart disease would be painful or quick. Maybe she should go bungee jumping or something to trigger it early. On the other hand, she thought the male lead was basically a walking weapon. He'd actually scared her into having a heart condition. Su Dongqing trembled, feared, and felt hungry, all at the same time. In the end, hunger overcame everything. Forget it. She'd think about it after eating. So tired. The moment she stopped thinking, Su Dongqing blankly stared off for nearly half a cloud. Lu Yunfei hadn't returned yet, but Gao Junsheng and the old lady had heard the news and came to see her first. Although before the apocalypse, catching a fever or a cold was common. But in the post-apocalyptic world, where viruses and bacteria ran rampant, even a minor fever or cold could be deadly. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the old lady gently held Su Dongqing's hand, smiling kindly. Are you okay? Su Dongqing shook her head, her gaze dazed. She felt the hand holding hers was warm, soft, and dry, as if streams of warmth flowed from it into her body, spreading through every limb until Su Dongqing couldn't help but close her eyes in comfort. That's good. Standing beside the bed, Gao Junsheng nodded slightly, then took out the last chocolate bar he had and handed it to Su Dongqing. Seeing the chocolate, the old lady smiled gently. Isn't this the same one I gave you before? Gao Junsheng laughed. Yeah, back then I thought I wouldn't survive. But I got really lucky, Grandma saved me. He looked at the old lady again and said, It's really fortunate that I met you. Gao Junsheng stared blankly at the old lady with tears welling up in his eyes, looking on the verge of bursting into tears. Then he seemed to remember something, and quickly wiped his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Dongqing, still dazed, chewed silently, munch. With a creaking sound, the bedroom door opened. Lu Yunfei had returned. Su Dongqing's previously blank expression paused briefly, as she cautiously peeked out from under the covers with half her little head. The man wore nothing more than a plain black down jacket and a pair of long boots. Standing there, tall and long-legged, he nearly filled the doorframe. Sunlight poured in behind him. As he entered, It felt as if he had also brought in a breath of fresh forest air. Most terrifying of all, Su Dongjin thought she saw colorful blossoms blooming wildly behind him, bursting into a glittering riot of colors, as if straight out of a sparkly shoujo manga. What the heck was this? Su Dongjin forced her eyes shut, then opened them again. The man stood cleanly before her, not a single flower around him. So, was that all an illusion? Wait a second. Why was her eyesight suddenly growing legs and flying straight toward Lu Yunfei's face? This was seriously too weird. Su Dongjin pressed her hands firmly over her eyes. Yes, good. Stay like this. Straining to roll her eyes upward, Su Dongjin refused to make eye contact with Lu Yunfei. Although her eyes occasionally spasmed, she could endure it. Gao Junxing glanced at Lu Yunfei, who was peeling an apple for Su Dongjin, then sighed again. Your boyfriend really treats you well. Dating someone. They'd kill each other over a disagreement. The old lady said. Still thinking about your girlfriend? She's very lucky to have you thinking of her all the time. No matter where she is, she must be very happy. Is she really happy? Gao Junxing murmured, as if uncertain. The old lady nodded. Of course. However, haven't you ever thought that maybe she left you on her own? No, Gao Junxing lifted his head, eyes resolute. She wouldn't. The old lady's expression remained unchanged. You'll definitely find her. She's truly lucky to have a boyfriend like you. Meanwhile, Su Dongjin, who had been handed a small apple, also felt lucky. She had been Lu Yunfei's girlfriend for so long and was still alive. But could he slice this apple into pieces? This whole one seemed a bit too big for her tiny little mouth. Look, even eating an apple can make you choke. The man gently reached over and wiped the corner of Su Dongjin's mouth. Su Dongjin, whose eyes had been spasming constantly, finally couldn't hold them rolled up anymore and let them fall back into place. She saw the man sitting beside her, loose black hair cascading down, elegantly and sensuously licking the apple juice from his fingertips, then raising an eyebrow, composedly looking over. Wait, elegantly and sensuously Su Dongjin suspected she'd chosen the wrong adjective. She was doomed. Her brain had flooded, not just slightly, but completely drowned. After an entire day of searching, Xiao Ji and Ni Luo still couldn't find Xiao Beikai. Ni Luo passed by Su Dongjin's room and finally tore herself away from staring at male beauty, suddenly remembering there was still a sick person inside. When Ni Luo entered, she saw Su Dongjin sitting on the bed with a dazed expression, looking like an idiot child. A tiny head full of big confusion. As soon as she saw Ni Luo, Su Dongjin nervously grabbed her hand, her expression turning serious. I think I might have gotten heart disease. Ni Luo paused, then reached out to feel Su Dongjin's forehead. Still has a fever. Come on, lie down properly. Ni Luo pushed Su Dongjin back and proceeded to wrap her like a spring roll. Su Dongjin wriggled like a caterpillar for a moment, but couldn't break free. She could only strain her neck and continue. Every time I see Lu Yunfei now, it just races. It must be broken. Su Dongjin believed this was fear from being dominated by the male lead. Ni Luo. Looks like the fever isn't light. Ni Luo reached out and patted Su Dongjin's little head, her expression as soft and nurturing as someone caring for a mentally handicapped child. Su Dongjin even saw holy light radiating behind her. Just sleep it off. Su Dongjin insisted she'd already slept plenty. Her body must truly be broken. Besides heart disease, she definitely also had glaucoma, cataracts, mental illness, hallucinations, and athlete's foot. Okay. Ni Luo suddenly grabbed Su Dongjin and shook her hard, pulling this idiot out from the starting gates of cancerous imagination. Struggling to play the role of a caring big sister, she said, Spill it. What other illnesses do you have? Su Dongjin looked extremely frightened. I recently noticed, how come his eyes are eyes, his nose is nose, his mouth is mouth? Was there ever someone whose eyes weren't eyes, nose wasn't nose, mouth wasn't mouth? And who exactly was he? Could this idiot possibly be talking about Xiaoji? Ni Luo tensed, staring fiercely at Su Dongjin. The girl sat there, expression melancholy, long lashes lowered, pretty big eyes dull and helpless, looking fragile and pitiful. She tightly twisted her pale, delicate hands together, as if trapped in immense panic. Such a pitiful appearance made one want to pull her tightly into their arms and shower her with affection. Ni Luo felt a jolt in her heart and looked again. This brat's skin was fairer than hers. Hair longer. Appearance prettier. Even her whimpering sounded better. Most importantly, she was less intelligent. Ni Luo, defeated. From that last point, she was utterly defeated. However, Ni Luo still believed a woman's happiness must be fought for. Meanwhile, Su Dongjin continued arguing. Although everyone has eyes, nose, and mouth, Lu Yunfei's eyes, nose, and mouth are simply different. Hearing the name, Lu Yunfei, Ni Luo relaxed, no longer having the urge to give Su Dongjin's pretty little face a punch in the mouth. However, Ni Luo's expression turned serious as she argued back. Brother Zhao's eyes are the real eyes. Nose is the real nose. Mouth is the real mouth. Ah, those full lips. Ni Luo clutched her chest and daydreamed. Su Dongjin immediately countered with logical arguments, explaining from multiple angles how much more easy Lu Yunfei's eyes were, how much more nosy his nose was, how much more mouthy his mouth was. Ni Luo didn't back down either. The two debated over eyes, nose, and mouth for the entire morning. Finally, Ni Luo noticed Su Dongjin's little face growing increasingly red, stopping this war of no bullets, but plenty of spit. How come your fever still hasn't broken? It had already been over a day. Had the fever turned her brain to mush? Actually, Su Dongjin didn't think she had a fever. She just felt slightly dizzy, head cloudy, heart racing, and body shivering. Wasn't this clearly heart disease? Meanwhile, the little puppy dog, which hadn't been fed for 3 minutes already, made a dazzling appearance holding its bowl in its mouth. Luo pulled out the dog food from under the bed, about to pour some for the little puppy. Unexpectedly, the puppy suddenly opened its mouth wide. Then, using its giant dog mouth, it devoured an entire sack of dog food in one go, not even leaving the sack. Luo, what in the world is this thing? Su Donqin explained, this is my beast of gluttony. Luo. The little puppy showed off its gluttonous big mouth again. Luo was stunned. In this world, even little puppies now had abilities? Wait a second, gluttony? Shouldn't this ability be more suited for someone needing to eat 3 buckets of rice a day? Why force it on a dog? Luo mused deeply. Then suddenly her gaze landed heavily on Su Donqin. If it's a fever. Luo suddenly became extremely excited, grabbing Su Donqin and shaking her vigorously, exclaiming, Su Donqin, could you possibly be developing special abilities? You're finally not a total nobody anymore. You can disrespect me in your mind, but please don't say it out loud. But if even the dog already had special powers, how could she possibly have none? Su Donqin's face revealed a cruel smile. She suddenly understood. This was a test from heaven. Though she had unexpectedly gotten heart disease, God had opened another gate for her. Her talents and powers would surge forward like floodwaters bursting through a dam. Su Donqin felt like she'd be laughing herself awake in her sleep. Hugging the quilt tightly, she laughed from morning to noon, then from noon to night. Laughing until Luo left her side. Laughing until the little puppy bolted out the door. Laughing just as Lu Yunfei casually entered the room. Su Donqin patted her little chin. No dislocation. Great, keep going. What are you laughing at? The man stood by the bed, looking down at her condescendingly. He'd spent the whole day playing the role of the ideal at-home boyfriend, spending hours radiating masculine charm. Yet this idiot still wore that idiotic expression. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes on, thinking that beautiful appearances simply didn't work on someone this stupid. It'd be more effective to just beat her up instead. Slightly annoyed, the man reached out and tied his falling black hair into a ponytail, revealing his exceptionally handsome face. But at this moment, his expression was somewhat dark. Staring at Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei almost considered binding her up right here. The vines coiling around his fingers twitched restlessly, glowing a faint green light. Faced with Lu Yunfei's question, sitting on the small bed, Su Donqin rolled her eyes upward. Not out of fear, but excitement, exhilaration, arrogance. You piece of crap, what do you know? Daring to speak to your dad like that. Su Donqin stretched out her little neck as hard as she could, trying to boost her boss-like aura. She couldn't be cowardly anymore. Come on, you nobody. Come at me, you freak. Lu Yunfei raised his hand, pushed Su Donqin's defiant little neck back down, and helped her reset her rolled eyes. It's time to eat. Humph, I'll let you act arrogant for a few more days. Delivery guy. Maintaining this enthusiasm, Su Donqin even dared to ask Lu Yunfei to carve apple bunnies for her. And not just one or two, many little apple bunnies. Propped on her small bed, looking at a row of bunny-shaped apples lined along the bed's edge, Su Donqin felt this was the noble beginning of a peasant's liberation. Her time for the underdog to finally rise. Puffing out her little chest proudly, Su Donqin pushed the apple bunnies down one by one, her face bursting with arrogant confidence. Then Lu Yunfei gently pried open her little mouth and stuffed all those apple bunnies inside. While being nearly choked to rolling her eyes skyward, Su Donqin secretly vowed in her heart. The moment her special powers erupted, she would immediately stomp Lu Yunfei beneath her feet and mercilessly trample him, making him eat 1,000 apple bunnies until he cried bitterly, begging forgiveness for all those unforgivable, soft and hard-to-swallow injustices he'd forced upon her. Tastes good. Delicious. Choking back her near eye roll, Su Donqin struggled to answer. Humph, this was just pretending to be polite. You stupid man. Running around on my orders now, aren't you? If it's delicious, eat more. The man tirelessly continued stuffing apple bunnies into Su Donqin's little mouth. Though still feverish, Su Donqin knew this was just a test sent by heaven. She would definitely let everyone witness the moment when she shines brightly, sweeping everything aside like an avalanche. While Lu Yunfei was out fetching her food, Su Donqin pushed her door open boldly, striding proudly across the corridor like a king among roosters. She knew she was about to step atop the apocalypse, stomp over the male lead, and climb straight toward the peak of life. She walked a little too arrogantly and started feeling dizzy. Better find a wall to lean on for support. Su Donqin found a wall, leaning on it for 3 minutes. Then she gently touched its smooth, fair surface and nodded appreciatively, praising it. You've saved me, so from now on you can follow me and live in luxury. After another 3 minutes, Su Donqin started feeling even more lightheaded. Dazed and groggy, she spotted Lu Yunfei approaching from a distance, reaching toward him weakly, limbs woolly, saying faintly, "Can you help me find a place to eat?" The man shoved a piece of chocolate into her mouth, then scooped her up in his arms. You're still running around randomly while running a fever? Su Donqin thought. Since you've saved me this time, I'll let you wash my feet from now on. No. Her heart disease seemed to act up again. Smelling the familiar, domineering scent from the man, Su Donqin covered her wildly pounding heart. She decided she definitely shouldn't let Lu Yunfei wash her feet anymore. Then she'd make him wash something else instead. Maybe the foot basin. The weather in the apocalypse changed rapidly. There wasn't much difference between day and night. Sometimes the day might pass with just 3 or 4 clouds floating by, while nights could last long enough for 20 clouds to drift through. These were the times when zombies roamed freely. Lu Yunfei was walking down the silent hallway with Su Donqin in his arms when suddenly they heard a terrified scream from outside. A zombie broke in. The first to rush out was Xiaoji. His eyes swept over the dozen or so common zombies before him. Only after realizing they weren't Xiao Beikai did he raise his gun. Su Dongqin's expression sharpened. Her spirit suddenly awakened like a dying patient startled upright. She immediately jumped off Lu Yunfei's back. Come on, you trash. Let me show you what I, the great Su Dongqin, am made of. Su Dongqin charged forward first, dashing out. The snow hadn't melted outside, and she face-planted straight into it. No problem. Brilliant acts like hers always involve clever actions that confused others. Su Dongqin stood up, only to fall again. Getting up, falling again. Finally, after crawling all the way with snow all over her face, she arrived just as Xiaoji had already wiped out all the zombies. Su Dongqin nodded deeply toward Xiaoji. Good, from now on you're my little brother. Standing in the cold wind, holding her exceptionally beautiful face, Su Dongqin turned to her newly acquired subordinate for help. Help me get out. She was stuck deep in the heavy snow. The snow had almost reached her waist. Xiaoji had barely taken 2 steps toward her when Lu Yunfei, striding with his long legs, moved through the snow effortlessly as if there were none at all, pulling Su Dongqin out like yanking up a white radish. Su Dongqin glared enviously and hatefully at Lu Yunfei's long legs. Once she obtained her powers, she'd steal his little axe and chop off those legs, making him a short little dwarf. Humph. Chapter 30. Su Dongqin was carried by Lu Yunfei from the snow back to the corridor. Then he shook her slightly in the air, removing all the snow from her clothes before finally allowing her to step down. Su Dongqin touched her smooth little chin, enjoying the service while intensely deep in thought. As someone who had crossed over into this world, she had read countless novels. Although at first, she thought she was merely a minor, expendable character. Now, however, she was convinced she must be the genuine female protagonist, the kind of favored heavenly maiden whose arrival would literally lift the roof off. She had endured countless hardships and finally, the clouds had parted for her to see the moonlight. Though the male lead might be powerful now, Su Dongqin knew she would soon be even more powerful. Come on then, face the storm. You pervert. Su Dongqin first walked to Lu Yunfei's left, thinking the man was too tall. Then she moved to his right, but still felt the man was too tall. No problem. Soon he will have to walk hunched over. Determined to display her authority early, Su Dongqin extended a tiny finger and gently poked Lu Yunfei's arm, meaningfully saying, Go, build me a little snowman. I know, I'm a little devil, and I will get even worse in the future. Hee hee. Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze and looked at her. The little girl's eyes were misty and dewy, her curled lashes drooping, and a rosy flush spread across her pale cheeks like a thin layer of rouge. Because of her fever, tears naturally filled those beautiful eyes. Her pitifully adorable appearance at this moment was truly hard to resist. Lu Yunfei turned around and walked away. Su Dongqin smugly thought he must have been overwhelmed by her aura. Knowing she was about to obtain an extremely powerful supernatural ability, he must be obedient just to save his own life. Su Dongqin proudly lifted her chin even higher, even more convinced that she was a woman blessed by God so greatly the roof itself was lifted. Meanwhile, the man swiftly and skillfully built a tiny snowman about the size of a palm. The snowman was Jingzhu and adorable, with small carrots used for both its nose and eyes. Su Dongqin's eyes lit up with excitement, and she ate the carrots. The snowman instantly became one without eyes or a nose. A dark look crossed the man's face. Su Dongqin shoved the snowman back into Lu Yunfei's hands. Okay, throw it, Awo. Su Dongqin was caught by the cheeks and let out a soft whimper. The man placed the snowman back in her hands again and said, You hold it yourself. Su Dongqin felt her authority as the mighty protagonist had been challenged. She glared with wide eyes at Lu Yunfei, desperately trying to convey her anger through her gaze. The man reached out to pat her head. Although he wore a smile, it lacked warmth, even colder than the snowman she held. You wanted the snowman yourself, so you carry it. Su Dongqin indignantly announced she was going to unleash her wrath. Man, you can't handle my anger. His expression remained smiling, the corners of his lips merely lowering slightly, his tone still gentle. I told you to hold it carefully. Su Dongqin shivered, realizing the truth of the proverb. The real hero knows when to give in to the immediate situation. She could wait until she obtained her supernatural ability to teach this man who didn't know heaven from earth a lesson. It's really cold. The girl waved, puffed on her red hands. The man calmly pulled a pair of gloves from his pocket and forcibly put them onto Su Dongqin's hands. Su Dongqin. QEQ. It'll melt. Then carry it until it does. Carrying the snowman that would freeze her hands, Su Dongqin. Man, you will regret this. I will definitely make you pay. Uft. It's so cold. Su Dongqin sniffled as she held the little snowman, led the small puppy on a leash, and followed Lu Yunfei looking for Xiao Beikai. The survival area wasn't particularly big or small, and the little puppy sniffed around everywhere. However, perhaps the snow had covered up Xiao Beikai's scent. The puppy sniffed for a long time, but found nothing. Combined with the sudden appearance of zombies in the survival zone, the whole area had become chaotic. After searching all day, Gao Junxing had fallen asleep on the sofa out of exhaustion. The place was eerily silent and deserted. The elderly woman sat beside Gao Junxing, pulling the blanket she had wrapped around herself over him. She then leaned forward slightly, placing her rough, thin hand on his forehead, gently rubbing for a moment before struggling to bend lower. She placed a gentle kiss on Gao Junxing's forehead. It was a soft kiss, brief and fleeting. Though old, her eyes sparkled with an intense brightness as she looked at Gao Junxing, like the brightest star shining in the night sky. The elderly woman slightly turned her head and noticed Su Donqin, who stood not far away holding the dog's leash. She paused for a moment, then lifted her hand to her lips, gesturing with a soft "sich." Su Donqin turned around and walked away, still holding the dog's leash. What truly was great maternal love? After appreciating this display of motherly affection, Su Donqin continued forward, dog in tow, searching for people. Over there, a man leaned against the wall, eating dry bread. Su Donqin rarely saw the man eating plain bread, because he was usually quite picky. She moved closer curiously. Sure enough, this was no ordinary dry bread. It was clearly a very, very, very fresh sandwich. Wow, there were even cherry tomatoes. Both the girl and the puppy wore expressions of envy. Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze and held out the sandwich he'd already taken a bite of to Su Donqin's mouth. Su Donqin looked at the bite mark left on it, feeling very conflicted. She lightly coughed. I want another. Before she could finish, the sandwich was forcefully shoved into her mouth. The little puppy who had been cutely making puppy eyes looked deeply disappointed. So in the cuteness competition, it had indeed lost? Stuffed full of sandwich without warning, Su Donqin sadly and diligently chewed. The man held her small chin and even poured some water into her mouth. Nongfu spring water, it had a hint of sweetness. Not bad. Su Donqin felt quite satisfied with the man's service. He could wash her basin for her in the future. Full yet? Eat. I'm full. Blushing slightly, Su Donqin nervously took one step backward. Even though she was the real main character, right now she was still in her infancy. In front of such a supreme, evolved pervert, she needed to play along for just a tiny bit longer. But I'm hungry now. The man tilted his head to look at her, with the rising sun behind him. The intense sunlight dazzled Su Donqin's eyes. She shivered in fear, while also feeling that her heart couldn't take this much excitement. She slowly reached into her pocket and pulled out a candy. The man's eyes darkened. Su Donqin immediately whimpered and pulled out all her candy stash. Yet the man remained unsatisfied, his face turning gloomier than a smelly shoe sole. Then, maybe you could eat it. Bravely, Su Donqin pushed the puppy toward Lu Yunfei. The puppy, I'm not human, but you really are a dog. The man's expression turned even darker. He muttered a curse, stupid girl, and turned to leave. Su Donqin. Facing the incredibly cool back view of the man, Su Donqin rolled up her 7-layer sleeves furiously. Swinging the sleeves rolled up to her wrist, she glared fiercely. Man, you're finished. The man walking ahead suddenly paused and turned back. Su Donqin instantly became well-behaved, leaning against the wall in a self-punishing stance. Come over here. Oh, man, you will regret this. The long night passed. The zombie's movements slowed down. Su Donqin pressed herself against the window, visibly excited. Come on, you bunch of weaklings. Let me show you what the great Donqin Su can do. But the window was too high for her to climb, so she eventually failed. I'll spare you this time. Angry and grumbling, Su Donqin declared that you weaklings better wait, only to be suddenly pulled back by Lu Yunfei. Zombie, you called me honey last night. How could you forget me so easily, woman? Xiao Beikai still hadn't been found. With Lu Yunfei holding the dog's leash, Su Donqin continued wandering aimlessly through the survival zone. When they passed a small alleyway, several tall, muscular men blocked their path. Hey there, pretty girl. Your dog eyes must be blind. Where do you see anything small about her? Su Donqin proudly stuck out her chest. Her round little body looked like a bowling ball. Even her head was mostly buried in the thick hood of her triple-layered down coat, showing only a small, oval face. As she moved, the hood spread outward like flower petals, completely revealing her pretty little face. The men were mesmerized. They originally only wanted to tease her a little. They hadn't expected that they'd run into such a gorgeous beauty. Now, they changed their minds. They were going to kidnap her for her looks. The little girl, holding the puppy on a leash, stood timidly in front of them, seemingly slightly chilled by the cold. In the snowy background, her lips were naturally red, her eyes large and pretty, her skin white and translucent like a Barbie doll. Delicate frost clung to her eyebrows and lashes, making her appear like a snow fairy who had just emerged from winter itself. The men gulped hard. They were a temporary patrol team formed within the survival zone. Since the administrators had gone missing and zombies suddenly broke in, the few remaining men in the area had been gathered to help repair the zone's walls and kill zombies. These men weren't brave enough to take risks, so they had been hiding here, waiting for others to finish their tasks before going out. They never expected to run into such a stunning beauty. A man carrying a small shabby backpack impatiently walked over from behind. Those eyes calmly swept across the men in front, clearly unable to hide the murderous intent on his face. Get lost. Su Donqin looked down, keeping her eyes low. Even though she was actually the main character, she still couldn't reveal her power yet in this infant stage. The few men looked at Lu Yunfei, who was thin and wore long hair, and burst into laughter. Oh, what's this? Some shemale. The man narrowed his eyes. Shemale? Su Donqin gulped nervously. It was like saying, even if I were the main character, I might not be able to save you before my powers awaken. The man slowly pulled his beloved little axe from the small shabby backpack. The axe had been sharpened to a gleam. It even carried a sweet scent of Beikai baby cream. Seeing the small axe, the men laughed out loud again. Ha 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 ha. Should we give you a Barbie doll too? Ha ha. They laughed so hard they nearly bent over backward. They didn't know that very soon, they wouldn't even have kidneys left. Su Donqin felt she must do something to stop this tragedy, so she immediately ran away, puppy leash in hand. As the main character, she would never get involved in battles between weaklings. Su Donqin didn't know how far she had run. She just thought the blood probably couldn't reach her anymore. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the little puppy barked violently at a thick patch of snow. But because it was too small, it couldn't reach that deep snowy patch that could easily bury Su Donqin, so it anxiously circled in the hallway. Su Donqin immediately tried to pick it up, but failed to lift it. Look at you. You eat all day long, what's the use? After scolding, she firmly hoisted the little puppy onto her shoulder and stepped into the snow. With a plop, both of them tumbled into the snow together. Su Donqin, just look at me. What's the point of eating so much? Struggling through the snow, Su Donqin slowly dug forward. Her flailing body pressed holes into the soft snow. Suddenly, the puppy started barking like crazy again. Su Donqin excitedly guessed, is it here? Is it here? She dug furiously, and after a while pulled out a pickled chicken claw. The puppy happily grabbed it in its mouth and barked again. Su Donqin continued to dig, despite her gloved hands already numb from the cold, frozen stiff, and unable to bend. With no choice, she removed her gloves and continued digging with bare hands, sinking into the snowy ground. Hearing the noise, Xiao Ji and Ni Luo hurried over. The snow was deep. It had been snowing continuously for days and nights. With 3 people digging together, the work progressed much faster. But before they had even uncovered anything, an annoying clamor came from the other side. The zombies have broken in. The wall's down. Everyone, quickly hide in the women's building of compassion. As the shouting echoed, a large wave of zombies poured in from a distance, breaking through the snow-covered ground with one step after another, groaning loudly as they tried to bite. You guys keep digging. I'll handle this. Su Donqin's voice came from inside the snow pit. Then she bounced around but failed to come out. Ni Luo stood up and pulled out her gun. Bang, bang. Every shot hit. All right then, give him a chance to show off in front of her. But there were simply too many zombies. Ni Luo ran out of bullets. She had no choice but to use her special ability. As soon as lightning erupted, it swept across many zombies. However, Ni Luo's ability was still too weak, and the recovery time was too long. Luckily, just as she was nearly drained of strength, Xiao Ji suddenly shouted joyfully from the other side. Found it. In the big snow hole, a child's foot appeared. Xiao Ji recognized it was Xiao Beikai's shoe. The man continued digging deeper. Then they found Xiao Beikai stuck upside down in the snow. Su Donqin couldn't help but sigh. It truly was a bizarre pose. Hurry, the zombies are coming. Ni Luo was pale, barely holding on. Su Donqin immediately announced that at times like this, it was the main character's moment to step in. She climbed out of the snow hole and tried to stand up with all her strength, but failed. She tried again, even harder, but still couldn't get up. Good grief. Her heart condition wasn't even fully recovered. So how come her legs were already broken now? The zombies surged forward, surrounding them all. The little puppy was already poised for action, hiding behind Su Donqin while letting out terrifying growls. Woof woof woof. Pathetic. Xiao Ji was still digging. Ni Luo glanced at Xiao Ji, gritted her teeth, and suddenly let out a loud roar. Cover your heads. Su Donqin quickly wrapped her arms around the little puppy, ducked down low, and threw herself onto the snowy ground. Boom, boom. After a thunderous explosion, everything around became silent and still. Carefully, Su Donqin raised half of her head and peeked around, seeing nothing but crispy, charred little cuties all around them. Oh, her poor Xiao Beikai. Ni Luo staggered forward a couple steps, swayed, and started to fall. Xiao Ji caught her just in time with one hand holding Xiao Beikai. This was clearly a result of Ni Luo overusing her special abilities. Xiao Ji carried both Ni Luo and Xiao Beikai with one on each side, heading toward the hallway. Su Donqin. Huh, wait, brother, your senior leader is still kneeling here. Huh. Su Donqin felt truly hurt. Suddenly, a pair of long legs appeared right before her eyes. The man bent over, looking down at her, his body still carrying the fresh scent of blood. Wah, my legs are broken. The girl whimpered bitterly on the ground, wearing that pitiful expression that seemed to say, why did you come so late? Her eyes had turned bright red with tears pooling inside, as if one word from Lu Yunfei could instantly make her cry. As a main character, it was only proper to show weakness in order to confuse others. The man reached out and gently brushed his fingers across her face. A smudge of blood from his fingertips stained her fair and pretty face, like a tiny red plum blossom blooming upon pure, snowy land. He scooped her up from the ground and pulled her halfway into his arms, then gently squeezed her calf, while soothing. It's okay. Nothing's wrong, just numb legs. Who wouldn't adore such a soft and cuddly little thing? Especially in such a cold, apocalyptic world. So warm, so passionate, and so fuzzy. Buried in Lu Yunfei's chest, Su Donqin revealed a sly smile. See, this pervert had been tricked again by her. She truly was a woman cursed by the heavens for having her roof torn off. So clever. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies, everyone gathered inside the women's building of compassion. Only here were there metal doors that could temporarily hold the zombies back. Once inside the building, the little puppy continued running wildly around. Ni Luo tugged the dog leash, trying to pull it back to Su Donqin, but unexpectedly, the dog seemed to possess limitless strength. She was actually yanked forward with a stumble. After running for about 5 minutes, Ni Luo finally subdued the dog and discovered a door before her. It looked like the basement entrance to the building. Frowning, Ni Luo leaned closer. There seemed to be quite a bit of noise coming from inside. She pulled out a small knife and picked the lock on the iron door. Creak. The iron door swung open. Inside came a foul, nauseating stench mixed with a strange milky fragrance. Ni Luo instinctively covered her mouth and nose. Inside was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Ni Luo took out a flashlight, shined it inward, and was immediately shocked. Inside, rows of women were locked up in cages, being milked like cows. Among them were also many women who were clearly pregnant. Ni Luo wore a shocked expression, clearly not expecting this inside the basement at all. Trembling, she took one step forward, then suddenly froze. Someone was approaching from behind. It was a group of pregnant women. They were searching for possible medical supplies for the injured in the basement. But they hadn't expected to see this horrifying sight behind Ni Luo. The pregnant women shrieked in horror, some nearly falling flat onto the floor in shock. Women were locked in the basement. Pregnant women used as fresh milk suppliers. This horrifying discovery quickly spread throughout the entire building. Someone mentioned this basement could only be accessed by the administrator. No one else had entered it before. Therefore, clearly, this heinous act must have been committed by the administrator. But where exactly was this administrator man now? He was indulging in the back rub and foot massage provided by Su Donqin, feasting upon her hospitality. Burp. The little puppy let out a cute burp. Meanwhile, Ni Luo quickly organized people to rescue all the women who had been trapped in the basement. As soon as these women came out, they began shouting desperately for their children. They cried, screamed, and lost their minds. The entire scene became extremely chaotic. Ni Luo and Xiao Ji tried their best to maintain order. Suddenly, Ni Luo's eyes darkened. She glanced past the crowd and gazed deeply toward the woman curled up in the corner with blue hair. Well, calling it blue wasn't exactly accurate, because the hair had long faded, turning into a pale shade of blue. In the darkness, that blue emitted a faint glow, and the dry, matted strands clumped together like a giant blue fuzzy ball. Ni Luo stepped closer, one foot after another. The woman suddenly stood up, attempting to run, but Ni Luo grabbed her arm and yanked her outward. Earth! The woman let out a painful growl, as if she hadn't had a sip of water in days. With trembling hands, Ni Luo brushed away the messy strands covering the woman's face, revealing what lay beneath. Her skin was rough, her lips cracked, and her eyes lifeless. Yet the moment she saw Ni Luo, her expression couldn't help but change. She struggled to escape, but Ni Luo pinned her down firmly onto the ground. Ni Luo took out the handcuffs and cuffed the woman. Let me go. Finally, the woman spoke. Ni Luo pressed down on her, burying her face tightly against the woman's neck. Her voice choked, barely able to speak. Her whole body trembled. Ni Luo. The woman twisted her head abruptly and slammed it hard into Ni Luo's face. Don't call me by my full name. Su Donqin didn't know about the chaos in the basement. Because she was currently being confined. No, being served. Inside the same room she had stayed in previously by Lu Yunfei. The room where Ni Luo had smashed a little pot with her strength. Su Donqin was trying to practice her special ability. Zitzi, not spiderwebs. Balala energy, magic attack. Not the little fairy either. Spicy enough. Nor a snowflake. So exactly what incredible, world-shocking, spirit-summoning special ability did she possess? Su Donqin was getting impatient. She thought, maybe she needed some stimulation to activate her power? How did others activate theirs? Oh right, seek out zombies. Realizing this, Su Donqin immediately pushed open the window. Wait a second, this is the second floor. I should look for the stairs. What are you going to do? Lu Yunfei, sitting on the sofa sharpening his little axe, frowned. Su Donqin dashed forward without even glancing back. How could such a little pest understand the mindset of a senior? Su Donqin ran all the way out of the compassionate pregnant women's building. She saw her little zombies stuck outside the iron door. Oh, her little cuties were as adorable as ever. Su Donqin rushed outside, ready to give her little cuties a big hug. But unexpectedly, someone grabbed her from behind, then carried her back like a pig. Once again served back inside, Su Donqin sat in the small room, sullenly rubbing her feet. After rubbing for a while, she thought, besides zombies, what else was there? Her gaze landed on Lu Yunfei. Maybe she could provoke a psychopath to attack? Su Donqin's eyes lit up. She puffed out her tiny chest and walked forward. Then she extended her arms toward the sofa behind the man. But since her arms were too short, she ended up throwing herself straight into his chest. No worries, failure is the mother of success. Now wrapped in the man's arms, Su Donqin spoke with a serious expression. Come on, be cute for me. Lu Yunfei. The man paused mid-polish on his little axe, instinctively raising one eyebrow. Then he leaned in slightly and sniffed. She hadn't been drinking. Then he looked again at Su Donqin's rosy little face. So she's delusional from a fever. Lu Yunfei smiled slightly, leaning down with a glance from above. I don't know how to be cute. How about I go wild for you instead? The axe coated in Beikai baby cream pressed gently against Su Donqin's face. Instantly, Su Donqin snapped fully awake, every hair standing straight up. You, why are you always angry? I was just kidding with you. No, she couldn't give in. Wasn't she a senior? Could she not even withstand this tiny bit of hardship? Oh, really? The man curved his lips in a seductive smile. Yes. My little baby sweetheart cutie. Su Donqin subconsciously tried to act extra adorable. Only after she pouted her little lips did she realize she had already surrendered once more beneath this wild man's little axe. The man continued smiling. Su Donqin kindly advised, let's stop playing with the axe, okay? It can hurt people. Carefully, Su Donqin moved the axe away from her face, then rubbed her cheek, smearing the Beikai baby cream that had stuck to her skin. The little girl's face was fair and tender, like the finest water egg. Suddenly, the man's eyes darkened. He reached out, pinched Su Donqin's delicate chin, then gently pushed her down onto the sofa. Su Donqin stared at the man with her wide eyes. Open your mouth. A plump, crimson strawberry had somehow appeared between his fingers. Oh my goodness, what an adorable creature. Su Dongqin's eyes widened, her intelligence plummeting rapidly. Instinctively, she opened her mouth. The large strawberry slipped inside, exquisitely sweet and delicious beyond belief. Tastes good. Su Dongqin nodded vigorously. The man smirked, wiping away the strawberry juice at the corner of her lips. The deep red juice carried a sweet, luscious aroma, vivid like blood. So beautiful. Su Dongqin silently declared that she had always been a woman of both talent and beauty. Open your mouth. Su Dongqin immediately opened hers. This wasn't her little strawberry. Chapter 31. Woo, I don't want to eat strawberries anymore. My mouth is going to split open. Su Dongqin squatted on the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. Although she had just desperately tried to suck away Lu Yunfei's air and make him suffocate to death, obviously, she had failed. Because the other person was still lively and energetic, even doing way better than she had imagined. The man leaned back on the sofa, pinching Su Dongqin's delicate chin, his thumb brushing over the corner of her lips, picking up a smudge of vivid red strawberry juice. Let's try again, okay? The books said so. The scent of his familiar masculine smell filled her nostrils. The sweet fruity fragrance mixed with strawberries traveled downward along her throat, becoming overly sweet and nauseating. Su Dongqin whimpered softly, lowered her head, and caught sight of the book in Lu Yunfei's hand. 10,000 kisses from the tyrannical CEO, the supreme beauty wife of the evil king. Why would you believe such nonsense written by an author who's been single their whole life? Male lead, what happened to your IQ? Did she eat all your brains? Su Dongqin continued crying and sniveling, asking if he could possibly find some professional books. Lu Yunfei pondered for half a moment before bringing out the color book. Su Dongqin felt great despair. Legends always said that male leads learned naturally, were technically excellent, surpassed all others, and were naturally talented good men. So why was this male lead here so clumsy, terrible, and especially awful? Su Dongqin cried. Is it because the strawberries don't look good, or they don't taste good? Why do you insist on eating me? Let me introduce everyone. This is my sister. Ni Luo excitedly brought the person from behind forward for everyone to recognize. The woman wore a somewhat old puffer jacket. Her hair was dyed partly blue, and her expression was quite sour. She looked about 70% like Ni Luo. However, compared to Ni Luo's capable and heroic aura, Ni Lan leaned more toward delicate and charming femininity. Ni Luo, take these handcuffs off me. Ni Lan hit the handcuffs in her hands hard. Ni Luo said, no way, you'll run off. Ni Lan said, I won't run. Ni Luo said, I don't believe you. Su Dongqin thought to herself, can't you two give each other a little trust? Just like how she and Lu Yunfei were. The man gently stroked Su Dongqin's little head. I found a very professional book. Su Dongqin immediately bent over, covered her stomach, and started howling. Oh, my stomach hurts so bad. I'm gonna die, ow. Lu Yunfei immediately grabbed Su Dongqin, who was about to pull a big escape move, saying, only when people trust each other will the world become a better place. Ni Lan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, glancing at the entangled Su Dongqin and Lu Yunfei. These days, people like them can still survive? Hey, Ni Luo, is that your man? Ni Lan gestured with her chin toward Lu Yunfei. Lend him to me for a taste? After saying that, without waiting for Ni Luo to speak, Ni Lan suddenly stood up, approached Lu Yunfei, her fingertips sliding across his chest with a teasing flick. Handsome, my skills are way better than my sister's. What do you say? Come with me once. I especially want to have a long night chat with you. Those last 4 words, Ni Lan almost whispered directly into Lu Yunfei's ear. Indeed, Ni Lan looked very attractive, exuding that unique womanly charm that Su Dongqin didn't have. Su Dongqin popped her small head up. He's not good at conversations. I'll keep you company instead. Ni Lan. Ni Luo came over awkwardly. Stop messing around. They're a couple. Ni Lan was immediately shocked. You guys are actually a couple? Su Dongqin solemnly looked at Lu Yunfei. Our secret affair has been discovered by her. Lu Yunfei slowly said. Then kill her. Ni Lan. Heh. Ni Lan sneered coldly. So what if you're a couple? These days, who doesn't have 3 or 5 partners? Oh. Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze towards Su Dongqin. Su Dongqin immediately raised her small hand to swear that in her heart and eyes, there was only him. Lu Yunfei spoke softly too. In my heart, in my eyes, and in my kidneys, there's only Dongqin. Wait a minute. What did you just say about your kidneys? Outside the Love Pregnancy building, the zombies still surrounded it. Everyone's food supply was becoming increasingly scarce. Ni Luo grabbed Ni Lan, who was lying amidst a bunch of men, and pulled her out. If you want to eat, I'll give you food. Just stop doing things like this. Like what? Ni Lan half undressed without a hint of shame. All the men nearby were staring, transfixed. Ni Luo took out her gun, and the men immediately scattered. Ni Luo locked Ni Lan in the room. I'm going to get you something to eat. As soon as Ni Luo left, Ni Lan immediately pushed the window open, just about to jump down, when the door suddenly opened. Ni Luo, I came to hide. One at the door, one by the window. Su Dongqin and Ni Lan stared at each other in shock. Then Ni Lan, taking advantage of Su Dongqin's lack of reaction, quickly knocked her down and ran out. Su Dongqin fell to the ground, whimpering and tugging at Ni Lan's pants, indicating she wouldn't get up without 3 buckets of rice. Let go of me. You damn well let go. Ni Lan furiously lifted her foot, about to kick, but hesitated when she looked at Su Dongqin's pretty little face, and her old cotton pants were already pulled down. And Eilon. Beautiful, what a coincidence. The same men that Eilon had flirted with earlier approached again. They first gave Eilon a once-over, then noticed Su Donqin lying on the ground, their eyes lighting up. What do you think you're doing? Eilon crossed her arms over her chest, exuding confidence. If you ignored the annoying tag-along at her feet in her current outfit, that is. One of the men said, wasn't it you who just told that pregnant woman to leave and said you wanted to hang out with us? And Eilon said, I changed my mind. I think you're all disgusting. The men's expressions immediately darkened. Now, outside was full of zombies, and except for them, everyone else in the Love Pregnancy building were just helpless women and children. In short, they were the unchallenged kings of the pregnancy building. The men grabbed both Eilon and Su Donqin, dragging them into a corner. Su Donqin shouted, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Then her foot tripped, and she fell flat on her face with a podgy sound. The men winced in sympathy and immediately helped her up. Su Donqin whined that she was really, really hurt. And Eilon cursed. How could someone this stupid even exist in this world? And to have such an attractive face, too. Was Heaven's eyesight broken? You run first, I'll catch up with you. Su Donqin patted off her clothes and stood up, whispering softly to Eilon. Men, we heard that. None of you are leaving here today. Don't worry, we're very skilled. Su Donqin asked curiously, better than Lu Yunfei? Why don't you compete first? Lu Yunfei is your boyfriend? And Eilon flipped her long hair. Su Donqin nodded. Yes, his skills are really bad. And Eilon said, obviously a virgin. Such a waste of that face. But for someone so inexperienced, it's women who suffer. Su Donqin nodded earnestly and agreed wholeheartedly. The ignored man beside them suddenly exploded in anger. Su Donqin showed a look of horror. What are you going to do? I won't give in. Su Donqin. Suddenly, a voice from the side sounded impatient. Instantly, Su Donqin surrendered by diving into the crowd of men. Lu Yunfei's face darkened. I'll count to 3. Su Donqin trembled all over, pulling Eilon down with her. Eilon, why the hell did I squat too? And why was that man, who looked like nothing more than his face and no meat on his bones, acting so cool? 3. Where were your 1 and 2? Su Donqin looked terrified as Lu Yunfei grabbed the men in front of her and hurled them one by one out the window to the zombies below. So brutal. I was just coming to look at the scenery. And Eilon can vouch for me. Held in Lu Yunfei's grip, Su Donqin kept desperately defending herself. Still dazed, Eilon crouched on the floor, looking up at Lu Yunfei's gaze. It's not my fault. She's the one who said your skills were bad. Su Donqin. Oh. Lu Yunfei raised an eyebrow. Wailing and sobbing, Su Donqin was dragged back. And Eilon brushed off her sleeve, and just as she turned around, she heard a clack, noise. Again, the cuffs were back on. And Luo coldly said, come back with me. It was late at night when Lu Yunfei went to the toilet. Su Donqin seized the opportunity to quickly and deftly slip out. There weren't many people in the hallway. Everyone was downstairs discussing how to deal with the zombies outside. From a distance ahead, Su Donqin immediately noticed an old woman slowly approaching with a cane. Whether it was her imagination or not, Su Donqin felt like this old woman had aged even more since she'd first seen her. Her back was more hunched, her movements more sluggish. Su Donqin took 10 steps, while the old woman took only 1. Just as Su Donqin was passing by her, someone suddenly darted out from the side, directly cutting between the 2 women and knocking both of them over. The old woman landed on top of Su Donqin without getting hurt. Su Donqin struggled on the ground, trying to flip over like a turtle on its back, finally getting herself and the old woman back on their feet. But before she could even steady herself, another person rushed out, creating a gust of wind. The man even shouted loudly, "In Eilon!" Su Donqin was furious. You hit someone, then dare to curse them? She tried to go after him for justice, but when she saw the large gun on Ni Luo's back, she quickly retracted her steps. Forget it. She was above such small minds and would let him go this time. The old woman looked up, seeing Su Donqin's rosy lips, and suddenly smiled. What a loving couple. Su Donqin turned bright red, insisting that it was all because the strawberries were too big and had nothing to do with Lu Yunfei. The old woman only smiled more knowingly, wearing a "I understand completely" expression. Su Donqin angrily accused her of disrespecting her age. The old woman said she was just keeping up with the times. She even wanted to show off a jazz dance, but unfortunately had to give up due to a sudden slipped disc in her waist. Don't argue. The way he looks at you is different. Su Donqin panically replied that it was just a temporary act. A strong person like her always needed to disguise herself. Just like the disguiser. See, I even got heart disease from being scared by him. Su Donqin solemnly covered her heart. Every time I see him, it feels like my heart will jump out. Even my dreams at night are about him. Swinging a little axe at her repeatedly. Chopping, chopping, chopping. Like chopping radishes, cabbages, or cute little bunnies. The old woman laughed even louder, striking the ground hard with her cane rhythmically, producing a fashionable clacking sound. Silly girl, that's love. Su Donqin stood frozen on the spot. So it wasn't water that had entered her brain. It was Lu Yunfei? No, you're lying. I don't believe it. It never happened. About the idea of having Lu Yunfei inside her head, Su Donqin felt like it was even more horrifying than having her mind devoured by floods or ferocious beasts. Miss Su, could you help me to sit by the riverside? The old woman suddenly asked. To protect the mental health of the pregnant women, the Love Pregnancy building had specially enclosed a small river within its courtyard. Still immersed in sadness, Su Donqin dazedly nodded and supported the old woman to the riverside. When had the snow in the sky stopped falling? The old woman sat alone by the river, facing the thickly iced-over surface, with an expression of quiet calmness. It's so cold. Why are you running around again? Gao Junxing caught up panting for breath. At first, his eyes spotted the old woman by the riverside and scolded her. Then he teared up and took off his down jacket to put it around her shoulders. Beside the quiet river, the old woman leaned on the young man's shoulder. Su Donqin heard her hoarse voice ask, "Sing me a lullaby." Okay. A soft, slow male voice slowly rose beside the river. It was a very simple lullaby. There weren't even lyrics, just a random hum, yet it was beautiful. Su Donqin remembered, the old woman had once bragged to her. Gao Junxing was a singer. Su Donqin had looked confused and said she knew Gao Xiaosong and Su Song, but not Gao Junxing. The old woman had indignantly replied, "Can't someone be unknown?" At some point, Lu Yunfei appeared behind Su Donqin, his pitch-dark eyes staring at the two people huddled together on the bench, uttering an oddly strange sentence. No matter what form Donqin becomes, I can always recognize her. Hearing the man's voice, Su Donqin instinctively covered her head. Lu Yunfei, stand up. Okay. The girl stood up reluctantly, stealing a timid glance at the man, then another. I can recognize you too. Even if this creep turned to ashes, she would still know him. Suddenly narrowing his eyes dangerously, the man leaned down towards Su Donqin. His tall, straight shadow loomed over her small, delicate frame like a fierce beast. Little liar. Lu Yunfei wore a smile, though not a deep one. His loose black hair fell down, covering half his face. The visible eye was darker than the night, deeper than the sky itself. Staring fixedly at Su Donqin, Su Donqin instinctively trembled in her legs. Su Donqin, her throat bitten by a demon. Trying to ease the tension, she cautiously suggested, "Well then, should I also sing you a lullaby?" The man's expression seemed somewhat distorted. Su Donqin wondered, was he interested in hearing her sing, or not? These perverts nowadays were just so hard to please. Suddenly, the man walked past Su Donqin. Wanting to follow, Su Donqin tried to step forward, but the man raised his hand, pressing his palm against her forehead, pinning her in place. Then, alone, he walked over to the bench. The old woman had already peacefully closed her eyes. For someone to survive this long after depleting all her supernatural energy was truly remarkable. Gao Junxing stared at the river. He continued humming the lullaby, tears streaming down his handsome face. She's gone. Lu Yunfei spoke. Gao Junxing's lullaby abruptly ended. His mouth opened wide, yet no sound came out. Though he had known this ending all along, when it finally arrived, he still could not accept it. I knew it was her all along, but she didn't want me to reveal it. She always loved her looks. If I had said something, she would definitely leave. I also knew she was the one who saved me. Why was she so foolish? Why did she save me at all? Gao Junxing's voice choked as he hugged the person beside him tightly. She has always been such a kind person. Why do kind people never get good fortune? What? Gao Junxing shouted in a hoarse roar, his eyes wide with fury. Lu Yunfei raised his hand and pressed lightly onto the frenzied Gao Junxing. Merely with such a light pressure, the man on the verge of collapse could no longer struggle. Lu Yunfei's voice was soft, as if drifting from afar, saying, "Because the world does not allow it. If it doesn't allow, then why should we follow its rules?" Gao Junxing mumbled. A faint smile curved Lu Yunfei's lips, instinctively turning his gaze towards Su Donqin. Amidst the pure white snowfall, the girl stood there, slender and delicate, even whiter than the snow. Meeting his eyes, she gently smiled, like a little white flower blooming in the harshest environment. Too far away, Su Donqin could not hear their conversation at all. Lu Yunfei suddenly gave her a strange smile. Yes, if the world refuses, then tear it apart. He would protect her goodness and innocence with his own flesh and blood. Suddenly, a scream rang out from not too far away. Gao Junxing sat unmoving, still hugging the old woman's corpse. But Su Donqin had already dashed away. Wherever there was commotion, there she would be. Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze, looking at Gao Junxing. In his hand, unknowingly, appeared a fruit knife, deeply embedded in his own heart. Blood flowed, spreading into the river. Quietly and soundlessly, it was gradually absorbed. If you cannot overcome the world, then this was your fate. Something seemed to stir beneath the river's surface. Heavy snow began to fall from the sky once more. Holding the old woman's body, the two of them leaning against each other were gradually covered by the white snow. Nearby at the riverside. "Arg! Don't touch me! Get away!" Gurgling. An Eilon stood on the icy surface, his sentence incomplete when the ice beneath him unexpectedly cracked, even expanding wider by the second, revealing a large part of the river water. Unprepared, an Eilon plunged directly into the water. An Eilon, an Luo, standing by the riverbank, rushed to rescue him, but barely stepping into the water himself disappeared beneath its surface. An Luo couldn't swim at all. Arriving just in time, Su Donqin rolled toward the water, trying to save an Luo. Yet as soon as she rolled into the river, she suddenly remembered. She herself was also completely helpless in water. 3 helpless non-swimmers struggled in the water. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoji hurried over and jumped in to save them. First, he lifted up an Luo. But when Xiaoji turned to rescue Su Donqin, he discovered her clothes were too many, completely soaked with water. He couldn't budge her. After swallowing 3 gulps of river water, Su Donqin was finally hauled up by her collar. Dizzy, she looked up and saw Lu Yunfei standing behind her. The man carried her toward the riverbank. Once ashore, he placed her down, then suddenly cupped her face in his hands. Her slippery cheeks squeezed outward, and Su Donqin, widening her eyes like a little frog, stared at him in shock, asking what he was about to do. Lu Yunfei calmly replied, CPR. Su Donqin immediately jumped up declaring she was in perfect health and absolutely didn't need it. Meanwhile, Xiaoji had already placed an Luo aside and was going back in to save an Lan. By all logic, with Xiaoji's physical strength, saving one more person, an Lan, should be absolutely no problem. But as soon as his body touched an Lan, he quickly began to sink. Within moments, only half of their heads remained above water. An Lan, Xiaoge, an Luo screamed frantically, rushing forward again, but was thrown back onto the shore by Lu Yunfei, who was already in a foul mood due to not having performed CPR. Rolling up his sleeves, the man entered the water once more. His movements were agile, even in the icy river water so bitterly cold that its chill seeped into the very marrow upon touching the skin, moving with the grace of a swimming fish. 3 minutes later, Lu Yunfei emerged from the river, carrying Xiaoji in his left hand and an Lan in his right. Both were still conscious. As soon as an Lan hit the ground, she struggled forward and threw her arms around an Luo, kneeling and crying uncontrollably. In the end, she was only a young girl. In her sister's familiar embrace, all of Lan's fear of the apocalypse poured out. Why did you come so late? Do you know that I've been waiting for you all this time? I was really scared. So scared that I might never see you again. An Luo held an Lan tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But an Lan shook her head hard. No, I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's all my fault. I was just so afraid that you'd leave me. That's why I was so stubborn, so willful in my living, trying to get your attention through such extreme means. Inside a room warmed by a brazier, everyone had changed out of their wet clothes and now sat around the fire together. Lu Yunfei held Su Donqin, who still had a fever but remained stubbornly determined to eat sunflower seeds. The little girl's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, until finally, she couldn't hold out anymore and fell asleep. Lu Yunfei lay beside her, burying his head in her neck, finding a familiar and comfortable sleeping position, like two intertwined mandarin ducks, peacefully asleep together. An Luo sat on the floor, gazing at the exhausted-looking An Lan, who was fast asleep on the sofa, and slowly began to speak. My parents died saving me. At the time, An Lan was still very young. We lived off a small amount of savings our parents left behind. I was too busy, especially after entering police academy, to properly take care of her. It was my fault she turned out like this. I failed her. That was why An Luo tolerated An Lan's rebellious behavior. But it wasn't just guilt. It was also love. After speaking, An Luo wiped tears from her face with her hand. She was usually such a strong, capable woman, so seeing her vulnerable like this felt somehow unnatural. Xiaoji took a blanket and quietly draped it over her shoulders. You've done your best. An Luo tilted her head, looking up at Xiaoji, who stood beside her. The man's face was firm and handsome, his rough fingers gently resting on her shoulder, warm and strong. Looking at Xiaoji's hand, An Luo couldn't help but think of Lu Yunfei. Oh, by the way, I remember you and An Lan were both lifted out by Lu Yunfei, one in each arm. Well, An Lan was understandable. Being a girl, she was naturally light. But Xiaoji, he was at least twice as tall and heavy as Lu Yunfei. How on earth did that seemingly delicate and gentle-looking man manage to lift him out of the water? What kind of monster is he? At that thought, An Luo suddenly felt a chill creep through her body. She laughed bitterly. I should have realized it sooner. He must not be an ordinary man. We were all deceived by him. Xiaoji looked like he wanted to say something, but held back. An Luo naturally understood his thoughts. I know. To us, he's a good person. That's more than enough. In this apocalyptic world, that's more than enough. Finishing her words, An Luo turned and looked at An Lan. Her face was a bit flushed, likely a fever. Indeed, An Lan wasn't as physically strong as An Luo or Xiaoji. Soaking for so long in such freezing water, naturally she'd fall ill. An Luo gently gave her the fever medicine. Her fingers lightly brushed through An Lan's hair, her gaze filled with tenderness and affection. You know, today is the first time in 10 years that she's called me sister. A sweet smile spread across An Luo's face. She looked at An Lan and couldn't help crying again. Leaning down, she softly embraced her sleeping sister. As if speaking to herself, or perhaps to An Lan, she whispered, we'll definitely live well in this apocalypse. Xiaoji looked at An Luo's face, illuminated by the firelight, so stunning that it was impossible to look away, instinctively startled, and then blushed, turning his face aside. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Xiaoji squatted down, reaching out to cover An Lan's exposed ankle, and looked at An Luo with a strange expression, hesitating before speaking. Have you ever considered that maybe there are zombies who don't bite people? An Luo didn't know why Xiaoji suddenly brought up this topic, but she still answered directly, impossible. Zombies liking biting humans is their nature. Just like tigers like eating meat, dogs like eating poop, it's something that cannot be changed. Outside the window, the little puppy, who was burying its own feces by digging a hole, felt as if it had been insulted, but also felt like what was said wasn't wrong after all. Su Donqin was awakened by a sharp scream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was faced with a gun. An Luo was standing there in tears, holding the gun pointed at An Lan. An Lan was standing still, seemingly still unable to process what was happening. Then she looked down, at her own ankle. Earlier in the morning, when An Luo changed the dressing on An Lan's wound, she saw the injury. Although it was infected and rotting, the bite mark was clear. It was unmistakably a zombie bite. Moreover, An Lan's body was rapidly changing. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes rolled upward, almost exposing her zombie nature. Enai Luo stood opposite Enai Lan, raising the gun. Once an ace shooter, never missing a shot. But now her hands were trembling. Enai Lan lifted her head, blood tears flowing, yet she smiled. Come on, I know, my sister has always been strict and incorruptible. Enai Luo released the safety catch. A crisp click sounded. Tears streamed down Enai Luo's face. Don't worry, I will follow you down. The dark muzzle of the gun was the coldest thing in this apocalyptic world. Xiao Ji, who had long anticipated this day, quickly stepped forward, leading Xiao Beikai by the hand. He stood there, expression extremely serious. There's something I need to tell all of you. Xiao Ji took a deep breath, as if preparing himself mentally, then lifted his hand and removed the hat from Xiao Beikai's head. Then he took off his clothes. Zombies don't feel hot or cold. Even standing in icy weather completely naked, Xiao Beikai wouldn't feel cold. However, he still felt insulted. Even though he was just a tiny little guy, with a grave expression, Xiao Ji took the feather duster from his waist and threw it toward Xiao Beikai. Immediately, Xiao Beikai assumed a well-behaved posture. Xiao Ji took off Xiao Beikai's upper clothes, exposing his body. There on his arm was a wound that had been bitten. It had not healed, but was covered in bandages. Now the bandage was removed, revealing the wound. Clearly visible, it was the wound from a zombie bite. Enai Luo was the first to be shocked. She nearly dropped the gun in her hand. Xiao Ji said, Beikai, he is actually a zombie. Xiao Beikai, kacha kacha kacha. Bang. Su Donqin suddenly put the bucket in her hand over Enai Lan's head. Fully transformed Enai Lan, your sister. Chapter 32. Wow. Su Donqin let out a gasp of astonishment. Wow. Lu Yunfei echoed with the same exclamation. Xiao Ji stood rooted to the spot, his face pale as he looked at everyone. It seemed like he had summoned a great deal of courage to finally reveal Xiao Beikai's true identity. Enai Luo took a shocked step backward. Behind her, Enai Lan, still wearing the bucket over his head, began crashing around blindly until Enai Luo kicked him aside into another corner. The room remained silent for 3 minutes before Enai Luo stepped forward and carefully examined Xiao Beikai from head to toe. May I touch him? Enai Luo asked. It's fine. He doesn't bite. Xiao Ji immediately replied, stepping aside to reveal his very own pet zombie. Enai Luo squatted in front of Xiao Beikai, half a meter away, clearly still somewhat apprehensive. She inhaled deeply, slowly extended her hand, and finally touched Xiao Beikai's frail chest. No heartbeat, no body warmth, only coarse skin and dull, lifeless eyes. It felt like a zombie, but not quite. Does he still have consciousness? Xiao Ji nodded, then shook his head. Based on my observations, they seem able to understand part of what we say. However, they're clearly much more attuned to the survival of the fittest law. What do you mean? Enai Luo looked confused. Xiao Ji thought for a moment and decided to demonstrate in practice. He bent down and picked up his feather duster. Beikai's most afraid of this feather duster. Usually I just use this to keep him in line. When he held up the duster, Xiao Beikai visibly shuddered. Xiao Ji handed the feather duster to Enai Luo. As she took it, Xiao Beikai immediately scurried behind him. That's why I think they do have consciousness. As soon as Xiao Ji finished speaking, Xiao Beikai hiding behind his back suddenly opened his mouth, trying to bite him. Without hesitation, Xiao Ji struck him in the face with a backhand punch. Xiao Beikai collapsed to the ground. Xiao Ji scratched his head, embarrassed. Just a habit. Raising zombies, we've always believed in discipline through fists and beatings. Anyway, as long as their heads aren't severed, zombies can still live. Enai Luo held the feather duster and instinctively glanced toward Enai Lan. Enai Lan was still thrashing wildly, the bucket still stuck on his head. Enai Luo inhaled deeply, then rose to her feet, feather duster in hand. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Ready? Enai Luo raised the feather duster and asked. Xiao Ji held Enai Lan down tightly and nodded. Su Donqin stood on the sofa, holding onto the bucket that was still stuck on Enai Lan's head. Her expression was serious as she nodded as well. Enai Luo held the feathered duster tightly, her expression heavy. Pull off the bucket. With all her might, Su Donqin yanked upward. Ga. Enai Lan's head popped out, and she immediately began twisting violently, biting at anything within reach. Enai Luo whipped the feather duster across her. Enai Lan growled even more violently. Xiao Ji struggled to keep control of her. Su Donqin hurriedly put the bucket back on. She looked so fierce, wah wah wah. I think the feather duster might not be effective on Enai Lan. Xiao Ji observed the paleness of Enai Luo's face and tried to comfort her. No worries. Let's try something else. Does your sister have any specific fears? Enai Luo stared intently at Enai Lan, who was still thrashing blindly with the bucket covering her head, for a full minute. Then, she suddenly shifted her gaze towards Su Donqin. Su Donqin. Give it to me. Enai Luo said authoritatively as she stepped forward. Su Donqin protectively wrapped her arms around herself. It's the middle of the day though. Is that really appropriate? Then she blushed and said softly. Plus, there might be some ethical issues. Chanel lipstick. Oh. Enai Luo took the lipstick she had practically snatched from Su Donqin and held it in front of Enai Lan. Enai Lan, restrained with ropes by Xiao Ji, was rolling her eyes wildly, when suddenly, she caught sight of the lipstick, and immediately grew calm. Su Donqin curiously leaned her little head closer. How could someone rolling their eyes still see clearly? Ah, those two beautiful little white orbs really resembled dead fish eyes. Enai Luo calmly twisted the cap on the lipstick. Sit. Ga. How dare you, bitch. Enai Lan thrashed violently again. Enai Luo sneered, then with one swift motion, firmly pressed her thumb downward. There was a sharp plop, and the lipstick snapped in half. Enilon suddenly stopped resisting and thud, dropped to her knees. Su Dongjin exclaimed in surprise. Wow, she's crying. Enilon looked otherwise normal, aside from her stiff facial expression and pale eyes. Right now, tears of regret were streaming from her fish-like eyes. Luo looked at Enilon, who knelt on the ground sobbing, and finally a hint of relief appeared on her face. She walked over and gently patted Enilon's head with a tender expression. I forgot to give you the ring. After saying that, Luo also knelt on the ground and placed the ring onto Enilon's finger. Then she tightly embraced her, saying, I said we'll be together forever. Enilon opened her mouth to bite, but without even looking up, Luo punched her straight in the face. And also, absolutely no biting. Got it. After patting Enilon's head once more, Luo stood up and confiscated 18 lipsticks from Su Dongjin. Su Dongjin ran over to Lu Yunfei, whimpering like a child. Standing by the window, the man extended one finger and pressed it gently against Su Dongjin's little mouth, his tone soft. Shoo. Xiao Ji and Luo approached, looking outside through the window at a world blanketed in white snow. It was undeniably a stunning, sacred view. Unfortunately, this was the post-apocalyptic era. Even with such beauty, the gloom and horror of this tragic backdrop added countless layers of desolation. The zombies are increasing. Xiao Ji stared at the growing crowd of zombies below, his expression growing graver. Inside the maternity building, there were many injured people. They didn't have sufficient medication for treating wounds, and the stench of blood was everywhere. The barbed wire fence surrounding the survivor zone had been breached again. Drawn by the scent of blood, more and more zombies were gathering. This was inevitable. Now, they were like turtles trapped inside a jar. Trapped here, completely unable to move. Moreover, the iron door of the maternity building wouldn't last much longer. Despite the pregnant women and men inside moving furniture out to barricade the doors and walls in attempts to repair sections broken through by zombies, this could never be a long-term solution. So many zombies. Where exactly are they all coming from? Luo asked worriedly. Lu Yunfei raised his hand and placed it on the window. Moisture had gathered on the pane, clearly revealing the outline of his 5 fingers. His voice was quiet, clear like a mountain spring. From there, Su Dongjin stretched on tiptoes to look closer. Unfortunately, even when squishing her face into a piglet-like expression, she still couldn't see exactly where Lu Yunfei was pointing. You mean, the zombies are coming from the water? Xiao Ji was the first to understand. His face showed astonishment, clearly not expecting such a conclusion. How could that be? Are you saying zombies can swim? Luo also wore a stunned expression. They obviously can't swim, but they can walk. Lu Yunfei retrieved his hand, casually pushing Su Dongjin's flattened little face back into shape. Luo's expression turned blank as realization slowly dawned. She murmured softly, of course, zombies that don't need to breathe or see can walk along the riverbed. So, Luo suddenly stiffened, her gaze sharpening. There's a river inside the maternity building. The zombies would come through there? Luo immediately flung open the door and ran outside, shouting loudly at everyone. Grab anything that can stop water and move it to the river. Hurry up and block the river. People inside the building exchanged confused glances, unsure what Luo was trying to do. Hurry up, Luo shouted, her psychic abilities flaring around her. As soon as a few people started moving, everyone else quickly followed. Because of Luo's psychic powers, everyone in the building both feared and respected her. Though they didn't understand her intention, people quickly carried outside everything movable in the building to block the river. Seeing how slowly everyone worked, Luo frowned and explained, there are zombies coming through the river. If you don't want to die, hurry up. Upon hearing this, expressions turned fearful, and the pace quickened. But there were also some who doubted. Most of them were men. After all, Luo was a woman. It was normal for the men to resist taking orders from her. How could zombies possibly swim? You must be crazy. Yeah, you really must be. Throwing stuff into the river? That's like throwing away money. You crazy B***TCH. I think you're deliberately trying to kill us. Before the last speaker could finish, a zombie dog rammed into him and tossed him into the river with one bite. Yeah. The man screamed. Su Dongjin, who was using a bucket to scoop mud into the river, immediately protested. How can you litter carelessly? The zombie dog threw the soaked man back onto the bank after a quick dunk. The man trembled on the riverside, his face ashen as he pointed at the water. There's something. Something's down there. He seemed completely broken now. Crawling on the grass, he tried to stand up, only to discover his legs had gone weak, completely unable to support him. He crawled forward on all fours. Save me. There's something down there. The man grabbed Luo's leg, only to be kicked away by her with one swift kick. Luo raised the gun in her hand, narrowed her eyes. She was a sharpshooter, dead accurate, never missing a single shot. Even against the distorted reflection on the water, she could still shoot a zombie's head clean through. Gurgle. One by one, zombie heads slowly emerged from the river surface. They're coming. The zombies are here. People who were moving things in panic began to flee. Crowding, pushing, chaos. Cries, curses, and wails echoed all around. Luo suddenly shot a warning shot into the air. Everyone, throw whatever you have into both sides of the river. Women and children go first, men stay behind. Slowly retreat back into the building together. Xiao Ji also helped maintain order. There are still very few zombies now. Everyone, stay calm. Apparently intimidated by Luo's gun, everyone gradually calmed down. Under Xiao Ji's coordination, the terrified people slowly backed into the building. Su Dongqing, with her 2 dogs, was still diligently scooping mud with her bucket and throwing it into the river. Like a fool attempting to fill the sea with pebbles. And I Luo. You damn fool. You could keep doing this for 100 years and still never fill it up. Su Dongqing, get back inside now. Su Dongqing continued digging excitedly. The 2 dogs were conscientiously scraping with their back paws. Unfortunately, most of the mud ended up landing on Su Dongqing's head. Oh, damn it. Su Dongqing angrily slammed the mud in her bucket onto a zombie dog's head. The zombie dog swept its tail, sending Donghua, the little puppy, rolling into the river. Su Dongqing gasped and quickly scooped the puppy out with her bucket, just about to lift it up. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the river and grabbed her bucket. It was a zombie. The zombie slowly surfaced from the water. Su Dongqing furiously shouted, "Why did you steal my bucket?" The zombie struggled to tilt its head sideways, its throat producing incomprehensible sounds. Then suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and bit down on the little puppy. The little puppy let out a piercing scream and swallowed the zombie in one bite. Burp. Su Dongqing. She pulled the puppy up from the river, then resumed tossing mud into it. This is so tiring. Why doesn't an excavator show up now? Just thinking about it, Su Dongqing suddenly brightened. She pulled out a fully automatic battery-powered excavator from her small bag. She arranged them in a circle around her and turned them all on. The tiny excavators started working hard. And I Luo, are you playing house? More and more zombies kept appearing. And I Luo couldn't hold them off alone with just bullets. While covering for Ni Luo, Xiaoji used a feather duster and lipstick to direct Xiao Beikai and Ni Lan to move things, blocking both sides of the river. When the people inside saw even Xiao Beikai, who was so small, and Ni Lan, a woman, working hard to help, while they themselves were just hiding inside waiting to be saved. The first to step forward was a middle-aged man. He was alone, with nothing to lose and no fear. He rushed out and helped Xiao Beikai carry things. You're a good kid. Xiao Beikai. No. Don't be modest. The man gave Xiao Beikai a slap on the shoulder, making Xiao Beikai's head wobble. Seeing that, Xiaoji immediately stepped over to help adjust Xiao Beikai's head position, muttering nervously. Almost got killed. Xiao Beikai. With the first person stepping forward, the others also began to come out one after another to help. The river wasn't wide to begin with, but with too much melting snow, it had already flooded large areas of the riverbank. What was originally only 3 meters wide had now nearly doubled. Just when they had stacked up things, it hadn't stabilized before being washed away by the swarm of zombies rushing in. Everyone, get inside quickly. Ni Luo had run out of bullets and began to use her psychic abilities. Everyone saw the zombies climbing ashore and began running back. But this time, they had order. First came the women and children, followed by the men holding weapons behind. Although they had failed, everyone in their hearts now felt a sense of pride that broke through their terror. To protect themselves and defend their loved ones. Every person can be a hero. They retreated back into the building, leaving only Ni Luo and a few others fighting outside. You guys go inside too. Ni Luo was preparing to face the threat alone. Don't force yourself, Ni Luo. Xiaoji stood beside her, pressing against her back, covering her. Don't do anything reckless. You might burst from overexertion. Although Xiaoji didn't have any supernatural abilities, he knew that overusing them could lead to disaster. Ni Luo gritted her teeth. No choice anymore. There were just too many zombies. If she didn't do something, they would all die. Suddenly, there was a thunderous boom. The decorative stone bridge above the river collapsed, killing countless zombies in the explosion. Su Dongqing, who had been close to the blast, sat motionless by the riverside, touching her own afro cautiously. Someone emerged from the echo of the explosion. It was a man. He carried a small tattered backpack on his back, white smoke rising like mushroom clouds behind him. Tall and well-built, with fair skin and slightly wind-blown black hair. His beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, his eyelashes fluttering gently as snowflakes landed on them, soft and obedient. This was an elegant and stunning man. It's Lu Yunfei. Ni Luo gasped. Outstanding men never look back at explosions. The man approached, smiling gently. I blew up the bridge. How did we suddenly get explosives? Su Dongqing asked blankly. I made them myself. Su Dongqing. Good thing it's the apocalypse. Otherwise, you alone could have destroyed the world. The bridge was now destroyed, successfully blocking off one end of the river. The other side had been blocked by large furniture, temporarily safe. The remaining zombies were all killed by Ni Luo's electricity-based ability. Su Dongqing squatted in the building, her afro drooping sadly. She suspected the man had done this on purpose. Lu Yunfei reached out and patted her afro. The soft texture felt amazing beneath his fingers, just like a little puppy. Su Dongqing was very hurt. Even her favorite Xiao Pinghua couldn't warm her heart anymore. And she felt deeply distressed, convinced she wouldn't live much longer. Have something to eat, Ni Luo said, handing over a pack of instant noodles. Su Dongqing sobbed. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. Lu Yunfei pried open her chattering mouth and shoved a bite of noodles in. Su Dongqing. Oh, this actually tastes really good. Although they had temporarily passed the crisis, the things blocking the zombies were only temporary. Right now, they were like a fully loaded camel. Just one more straw, and they'd collapse. They had to find a way to evacuate from here. In the hallway, Ni Luo was inspecting the injured when she saw a strangely behaving Su Dongqing. What are you doing? Su Dongqing first drew a big watermelon, then sliced it in half, handing one side to her and the other to the imaginary opponent. Testing my noble supernatural ability. Ni Luo. Looking at Su Dongqing's colorful, afro-like braid, she hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, you might just have a common cold or fever. Su Donqin paused momentarily before immediately bursting into tears. I don't believe you. You evil-hearted woman. Ni Luo quickly comforted her. It's okay. Anyway, you've been crap for so long. It won't matter for one more life. Su Donqin. Oh right, where's Gao Junsheng? Ni Luo asked, looking around. Su Donqin pouted. Lu Yunfei said Gao Junsheng found his girlfriend. Ni Luo looked surprised. Well then, congratulations to him. What about the old lady? She found her boyfriend too. Ni Luo. Then I wish them happiness. All right this. Su Donqin pulled out 2 objects from her pocket. What is this? Ni Luo asked, taking them. Teeth retainers. Made by Lu Yunfei. For Ni Lan and Xiao Beikai. Ni Luo's eyes turned slightly red. She suddenly stepped forward and tightly hugged Su Donqin. Thank you all. Su Donqin struggled to loosen Ni Luo's tight hold around her neck. Payment is 2 sausages. Did Lu Yunfei say that? Ni Luo asked. Nope, I did. That's the delivery fee. Run that. You haven't even moved from this spot the entire time. But in the end, Ni Luo still gave Su Donqin the delivery fee. I have something to do now. Please give this to Brother Xiao. It was Su Donqin's original delivery, Xiao Beikai's retainer. Chewing her sausage with her mouth full, Su Donqin grumbled and sulked all the way while running the errand. Ni Luo said Xiao Ji was in the basement. In the dim basement, Xiao Ji crouched on the ground, reaching out and pulling Xiao Beikai into his arms. In the darkness, the man's voice seemed slightly choked. I'm sorry. I was just too impatient. A man as huge as a small mountain buried his face in the child Xiao Beikai's chest, as if enduring immense pain. This pain almost crushed the strong and resolute man completely. Xiao Beikai looked at the big head in his arms, opened his mouth, and bit down. Xiao Ji pushed forward with his hand. Xiao Beikai only managed to bite Xiao Ji's hair, then yanked hard. A patch of Xiao Ji's head became bald. Xiao Ji immediately slapped him. Didn't I tell you not to bite hair? Xiao Beikai. No. You're still arguing. Xiao Beikai. No. After helping Xiao Beikai remove the hair from his mouth, Xiao Ji instinctively reached out and grabbed his head. He pulled off a big handful. The sight was truly shocking. Xiao Ji stared at the hair in his hand. A wig or a hat? That was the question. Suddenly footsteps were heard from outside, and Xiao Ji immediately stood up, eyes alert. Upon seeing it was Su Donqin, the tension on his face instantly eased. Su Donqin handed the dental retainer to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji immediately thanked her and gave 2 sausages as delivery fee, just as Su Donqin requested. Su Donqin raised her head and saw Xiao Ji's scalp when he bent down to look for sausages. Oh buddy, are you still losing hair? In a low voice, Su Donqin whispered. Soak goji berries in a thermos. It cures premature baldness. Xiao Ji froze for a moment, then snatched Xiao Beikai's hat and put it on his head. Xiao Beikai. No. The temporary peace didn't last long. Su Donqin heard noises in the middle of the night. Something was knocking on her window. The man beside her had already woken up. He sat up leisurely, pulling the blanket down slightly, revealing a slender and thin body. In the darkness, Su Donqin swallowed hard, then swallowed again. Unfortunately, since Lu Yunfei entered her mind, she felt her eyes had developed their own thoughts, always wandering toward Lu Yunfei's long legs. The man seemed completely unaware of Su Donqin's gaze. He just calmly buttoned his shirt, covering those 8-pack abs and gorgeous hip lines. Thud, thud, thud. The tapping on the window grew louder. It even reminded Su Donqin of her glorious days in high school when someone confessed to her by breaking in at night out of admiration for her beauty. TSK. No matter who was outside, that was definitely a zombie with taste. Standing by the opened window, Su Donqin was blown into a mess by the wind. Downstairs, a zombie was throwing stones at the window. For some reason, Su Donqin somehow felt that this zombie looked familiar. What's going on? Lu Yunfei raised his hand and caught the stone. Su Donqin snatched it and threw it down immediately. The zombie dodged it skillfully. Wow. Instantly, Su Donqin began to roll up her sleeves and throw things out the window. No matter what Su Donqin threw, the zombie dodged all, even making mocking ho-ho-ho sounds. Enraged, Su Donqin shouted, "You dare provoke your dad? Oh woo. Oops. Dogs shouldn't be thrown." Because of the noise, Ni Luo and Xiao Ji from next door showed up, dragging along Xiao Beikai and Ni Lan. The room was suddenly packed. The zombie continued taunting outside. Angry as hell, Su Donqin felt a surge of scorching energy rising from within. Panicked, Su Donqin said, "I think I'm having a heart attack from anger." Where was her bucket? Could she at least have a full meal before dying? Holding her chest, Su Donqin wondered if she could eat 3 buckets before dying. You idiot, you're awakening an ability. Ni Luo shouted furiously. An ability? She was developing a supernatural ability? She had a special power? Her supernatural ability had finally arrived? Suddenly, Su Donqin felt her waist no longer ached, her legs no longer sore. Even her mind was unusually sharp. She made a decision. From now on, she'd change her name. She wasn't Su Donqin anymore. From this day forward, she would be known as Su Yingying. You all are trash. Staring at the zombie still dancing and taunting her below, Su Donqin roared, "Leave this to me." Hey, huh. As Su Donqin prepared to leap out the window, a hand suddenly gripped her neck. She looked up and saw Lu Yunfei standing behind her. Trash. Let go of Dad. The man narrowed his eyes. Su Donqin quickly changed her tone. Dad, please let me go. Lu Yunfei pulled Su Donqin down and released her. Pooh. A petal drifted down slowly, landing in the palm of the man behind Su Donqin. Lu Yunfei raised an eyebrow. Su Donqin looked up, puzzled. Could it be that her special ability was turning flower petals into hidden weapons? Su Donqin began imagining scenes from TV dramas. Martial arts masters sending leaves flying to kill silently. She couldn't handle it anymore. She was just too excited. Step back. I don't want you getting hurt. Su Donqin took a deep breath, then another. She felt a surge of energy bursting from her body, from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. Hey-ha! Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a beautiful shower of petals rained down from nowhere, floating gently with a mesmerizing sweet scent. Like the purest snow, they landed on everyone's shoulders, forming a stunning scenic painting. Even the zombie outside froze. Su Donqin. Wait, no, wasn't she supposed to kill zombies silently? Hold on, maybe her stance was wrong. Su Donqin assumed a chicken laying an egg stance and gave it one last push. Hey, more petals floated down, soft and gentle, filled with a warm, sweet fragrance. The entire room became covered in petals, and the scent of spring filled the air. Su Donqin. Very pretty. And Luo hesitated for a moment, staring at the small white flower in his palm, before saying truthfully, well, maybe they're edible too. Xiaoji raised his hand and shoved one into his mouth. Su Donqin. She might as well die. Don't stop her, don't stop her. Chapter 33. Su Donqin felt deeply hurt. She could never be Su Yingying again. When little fairies feel sad, it starts to snow little white flowers from the sky. Ning Luo held the small white flower in his hand. This flower looked oddly familiar, didn't it? He just couldn't remember. Ning Luo stuffed the flower into his mouth, closed the window again, then lowered his gaze to the zombie picking flowers on the ground and asked, what is that thing? A zombie. Su Donqin stared blankly at that zombie, who was hugging flowers and grinning like a fool. Ning Luo rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Why does that zombie look familiar too? Especially that motion of throwing stones earlier. Su Donqin said it had been ages since that happened. How could he still remember? Well, zombies all look alike anyway. After speaking to himself, Ning Luo turned to look at Su Donqin, who wore a look of quiet resentment on her face. He reached out and patted her head gently. It's okay, baby. It's not your fault that your special ability is weak. So whose fault is it then? Su Donqin. She, Su Donqin, had never felt such humiliation before. When a little fairy gets angry, it starts to snow white flowers again. Ning Luo waved away the fluttering white blossoms before him, then reached out to stroke her head once more. It doesn't matter, at least you're still quite pretty. Then he turned and walked out to deal with the zombie, who kept picking flowers and throwing stones again. Xiaoji also comforted Su Donqin briefly before going out with Lu Yunfei to treat the injured. Standing alone by the glass window, feeling both angry and sad, Su Donqin looked at her reflection, even more gloomy and melancholic. She blinked her eyes, and the girl in the mirror blinked too. Her curly afro had turned into pretty little ringlets after a night's she, now cascading like seaweed over her shoulders, like a doll. Su Donqin cupped her face in her hands. Luckily, she still had her beauty. How come I grew up to be like this? So distressing. When I grow up, how many men will I charm to death? Smiling more and more shamelessly JPEG. No. Right now, charming just Lu Yunfei would be enough. Su Donqin shook her little head. Indeed, what had entered wasn't water, but Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin thought she must have gone crazy. Otherwise, how could she fall for a madman, a psychopath, and an executioner? Ever since realizing her feelings for Lu Yunfei, Su Donqin started reflecting on her life. Although the current situation seemed extremely severe, was she the kind of woman to be intimidated by circumstances? Of course not. Su Donqin decided to enjoy the moment while it lasted. Die young, get reborn sooner. So she made a new plan. For instance, sleep with Lu Yunfei first, and then, go die. Wow, what a brilliant little head she had. So perfect. According to the original records, Lu Yunfei, being a pervert, naturally had extremely refined tastes. But Su Donqin believed that with her extraordinary emotional intelligence, she could definitely capture this man in her rice bowl. After that zombie battle, most people in the building were injured. Lu Yunfei, as a barefoot doctor, was busily treating everyone. Su Donqin followed closely behind him, claiming it was for assistance. Doctor, please check me. I feel something stuck in my chest. Middle-aged lady, you're already 50. Can you please just settle down? The man lowered his cool, refined gaze and spoke indifferently. Let me check. Su Donqin pushed Lu Yunfei aside. Let me do it. Then she gave the lady a sudden slap, and her chest immediately felt relieved. From sheer anger, the man cast a composed sideways glance at Su Donqin before moving to the next patient. Dr. Lu, I think I sprained my thigh. How the hell did your thigh sprain? I think your brain's the one that twisted. I'll handle it. Su Donqin pushed Lu Yunfei aside again and went over to twist her thigh. Unfortunately, her arm couldn't match a leg in strength. Holding her hand up, Su Donqin tugged at Lu Yunfei and cried, my hand. It feels broken. Barefoot Dr. Lu Yunfei gave Su Donqin a squeeze. Not broken, just sprained. Then he tied a cloth around her neck. Su Donqin bravely kept following behind Lu Yunfei with her arm slung like that, trying to shoo off women, aunties, and children with just her gaze. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Su Donqin returned home angrily, and the white flowers started falling again. Finally, after a busy day, Su Donqin looked at the crowd still surrounding Lu Yunfei and felt like bursting into blossoms of rage again. But she held herself back. How could her flowers be shown to just anyone? Su Donqin bravely rescued Lu Yunfei from the hands of these women, then hinted painfully, "You're the leader fish in my fish pond." Lu Yunfei slowly took off his medical gloves, threw them into the trash bin, and softly said with his thin lips, "Oh? How many more fish do you have?" "Oops, messed up." Su Donqin shrank her neck and started singing in a whiny tune. "My dear daddy, coming home from work, after a hard day's labor, how tiring it must be." "Shut up." Oh. Although the first attempt failed, Su Donqin still believed, failure is the father of success. As the saying goes, if your IQ isn't high enough, compensate with EQ. Su Donqin decided to strive to become an emotional woman. Just like opening and closing doors, there's a particular art to it. When entering a room, you must stun others with your face, never turn around. When leaving, continue to amaze people with your looks. Oh no, her hand got caught in the door. Su Donqin hung by the door as Lu Yunfei picked her up and brought her inside. "My arm must have broken again," Su Donqin said sadly. Lu Yunfei raised his hand, pinched her slender arm, and said, "Not broken, just sprained." "Oh." Su Donqin sniffled her small nose. Seeing the man's perfect side profile, she had another bout of heart palpitations. "Can't you act more decent?" Su Donqin gently tapped her own heart, and just before her heart exploded, she quickly rolled out of the room. Mommy, her heart had gone bad. The sudden disaster came when everyone hadn't yet recovered from yesterday's intense battle. The bridge that Lu Yunfei had blown up yesterday was somehow washed open, and zombies crawled over the rubble, swarming toward them. Ni Luo locked Su Donqin inside with a group of weak and helpless pregnant women and children. Then he took his gun and left. Men armed with weapons went out with him. Ni Luo was using his special ability while reloading his gun, but there were just too many zombies. And as the zombies surged, the barricaded river blocked by furniture on the other side also looked like it was about to break through. "There are too many. Let's retreat back into the building." Xiaoji guarded Ni Luo as they backed away. Lu Yunfei stood by the window, suddenly gazing into the distance, deep in thought. Suddenly, the river began to stir. Ripples spread in circles across the surface. Then those ripples grew larger, forming whirlpools. Zombies still in the river were sucked in like down the drain. Gurgling, the zombies in the river gradually disappeared. Then the river water surged upward, pulling the zombies on shore into it as well. Like a gigantic beast from the depths, it seemed capable of devouring all things. Ni Luo's expression stiffened. He stared at the river, murmuring, "Water element special ability." Car engines roared from outside. It sounded like a convoy was coming. A convoy is coming. People have come to rescue us. People nearby suddenly shouted in surprise, rushing toward the iron gate. At some point, all the zombies surrounding the building had been swallowed by that stream of water. Everything around was eerily clean. From a large truck jumped countless men holding shovels. First, they shoveled all the snow away. Then they spread a red carpet, stretching from the entrance of a black stretch Lincoln to the entrance of the building. Su Donqin looked down and stepped on it, then stepped again. 6 little footprints appeared immediately. Click. The car door opened, and a young man in black stepped out. The young man bent over, speaking to the inside of the car respectfully and reverently. A moment later, from the car door, rolled out a wheel, then another wheel. Finally, a wheelchair. The empty wheelchair touched the ground. The man in black knelt down, carefully picking someone up from the back seat and placing them in his arms. Because of the distance, no one could see clearly. Moreover, as soon as the person came out, the man in black shielded them with a black umbrella. The man in black pushed the wheelchair, walking on the red carpet. As if in slow motion, wind and snow accompanied him while ethereal church music played. Everyone watched in a trance, as if standing in a peaceful cathedral. Whoosh! The iron gate of the building opened. First rushing in with the wind and snow was a piece of elegant, sacred music. The black umbrella moved aside. An uncle wearing black robes similar to a priest sat in the wheelchair, slowly pushed forward respectfully by the man behind him. The middle-aged man looked about 40, thin and wiry. Since he was sitting, his height couldn't be seen, but from his figure alone, he probably wasn't very tall. A blanket was draped over his knees, covering his legs. A book lay on his lap. It looked like a Bible. This uncle appeared calm and kind, especially with the deliberately created sacred music. His voice was hoarse like sand, carrying a strange intonation. "Dear one, I've come to pick you up." The uncle's gaze burned like fire, fixed directly on Su Donqin. Su Donqin immediately swore to Lu Yunfei that she didn't know this disabled uncle at all. The man stood beside Su Donqin, eyes deep, expression calm. But Su Donqin clearly noticed his body trembling slightly. Not from fear, but excitement. A bloodthirsty, world-destroying excitement swelled inside this thin man's body. His long hair, draped over his shoulders, slightly trembled, strangely giving off a vibe of moving without wind. Underneath the black strands, Lu Yunfei's eyes faintly turned crimson. Instinctively, Su Donqin reached out and grabbed his hand. The man looked down. When his eyes met Su Donqin's pure, innocent gaze, he seemed to snap out of that bloodthirsty frenzy. Click-clack, click-clack. The wheelchair turned around. Su Donqin finally saw clearly. The sacred music was coming from a small speaker attached to the wheelchair. The disabled uncle faced Lu Yunfei, his wrinkled face forming a smile, greedy and obsessed. "Yunfei, after so many years, have you really missed me? Not at all." Su Donqin's eyes immediately widened. She had a pretty face, and beautiful little flowers too. She was so great. How could Lu Yunfei possibly like this old man in a wheelchair? The uncle glanced at her. His expression was gentle, as if embracing everything. And for some unknown reason, ever since this uncle entered, even the air seemed different. Everyone stared at him, gazing with a desperate longing and love, as if beholding a miracle. God is a god. Suddenly, a man rushed out. He dragged his injured legs, crawling on his knees all the way to the disabled uncle's side, his expression devout. God has come to save us. God has come to save us. As cheers erupted, the uncle's expression didn't change. He simply ordered his people to enter, arranging for the injured to be treated in the vehicles. Ni Luo stood beside Xiaoji, her face grave, watching people around her act as if enchanted, happily and gratefully following these strangers from unknown origins. She couldn't even convince them to stop. Not even a word of persuasion worked. Yet what confused her the most was even she, upon seeing this uncle, instinctively felt a sense of miracle. Her body and mind felt like puppets controlled by invisible strings. The longer she stared, the more her brain filled only with devout prayers and echoing sacred music. Finally, only Lu Yunfei, Su Donqin, and their group remained. You look more and more like your mother. The uncle's gaze settled on Lu Yunfei as he caressed the Bible in his hands. The small speaker on his wheelchair continued playing sacred music. The uncle closed his eyes slightly, seeming to be deeply immersed, enjoying the atmosphere. Lu Yunfei lifted his eyelids slightly and gave a light, scornful laugh. You don't deserve to mention her. The uncle's face stiffened momentarily, distorting for a brief second before quickly regaining composure. He faced everyone with a kind and amiable smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yunfei's uncle. His voice wasn't loud, yet everyone in the area clearly heard. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, the corner of his thin lips curling up slightly. He looked at the uncle as if looking at something utterly detestable. Su Donqin suddenly realized, you're that Gigi. The young man pushing the wheelchair for the uncle instantly showed displeasure. He stepped forward, immediately aiming a jet of water at her. Unwilling to show weakness, Su Donqin pulled out her dual water guns, spraying small streams of water in fierce resistance. The black-clad young man was stopped by the uncle just then. Children speak without thinking. Just give them a little lesson. Immediately, the young man unleashed a stronger stream of water. Lu Yunfei sidestepped in front of Su Donqin. As the water jet sprayed toward them, it split apart on both sides of his body, voila, disappearing into nothingness. Not a drop of water touched the man. Standing there, he sneered coldly. After so many years apart, you've changed quite a bit. I thought you died. I actually felt a pang of grief for a while. This was the first time Su Donqin saw Lu Yunfei displaying such an openly hostile attitude. She understood immediately. You two had a thing going on. Lu Gigi had brought many people with him. As many as 3 truckloads. There were men, women, cooks, chefs, laundry workers, fire performers, water performers, fire hoop jumpers, masseurs. In an instant, the entire building transformed from a horror movie scene into a wedding venue straight out of Cinderella. Seeing such a grand spectacle, Su Donqin felt her status was in serious jeopardy. This worry made Su Donqin bloom again. She cradled her little white flower and looked quite melancholy. That uncle, although disabled, lacked for nothing except money. How could she possibly compete with him? You must be Su Donqin. A hoarse voice suddenly spoke from behind her. Su Donqin spun around and saw the uncle in the wheelchair, standing behind her, and the man in black. In the face of a romantic rival, she needed to display a powerful aura and overwhelm him with sheer presence. Su Donqin strained to lift her head and looked down at him condescendingly. I don't pick on disabled people. You should leave quickly. Gigi's face twitched slightly, then he smiled. Do you like to play games? Before Su Donqin could speak, someone suddenly covered her mouth. Lu Yunfei had somehow appeared beside her. The man stood by her side, glaring coldly at Lu Gigi, then wordlessly pulled Su Donqin away. Su Donqin followed closely behind Lu Yunfei, whispering softly over her shoulder. I don't like playing games. I like watching horror movies, like the Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf series. The man walked faster and faster, then suddenly yanked Su Donqin into a room. The room had good soundproofing. All the noise outside was muffled. The man pushed Su Donqin against the wall, his voice icy cold. He's a madman. Stay away from him. Su Donqin. Aren't you one too? Ever since that Gigi had arrived, Su Donqin clearly noticed something was off with Lu Yunfei. He had started repeatedly polishing his little axe with Beikai baby cream, especially in the dead of night. Su Donqin clutched her chest, looking pitiful as she tried to indicate she had heart problems, but that still couldn't stop the man's madness. Su Donqin felt her status as the primary wife was seriously threatened. Lu Yunfei had stopped thinking about chopping her up and had actually started wanting to go after someone else. A sorrowful thought crossed Su Donqin's mind. I can have children with you. Can that uncle do that? Sad little flowers bloomed as Su Donqin sighed. She climbed up, opened the door, and walked outside. The previously rundown building had suddenly become luxurious because of Lu Gigi's arrival. Down the hallway, several women were walking toward her, laughing and chatting. Heavily made up, dressed in skimpy clothes. Su Donqin immediately recognized them as some of the women Lu Gigi had brought. She had heard that many of the men in the building had already fallen victim to them. Hey, are we really going to do this? One of the women hesitated. Of course. The miss told us to. Another woman grinned. Men are all the same. After drinking, they shed their skin. As soon as she said this, they all gathered together giggling lewdly. I wonder what Lu Yunfei looks like after shedding his monk-like demeanor. Su Donqin thought. You girls won't be able to handle what he's like. That Lu Yunfei may be a bit thin, but he's really handsome. It would totally be worth it, even for just one night. Plus, he's family of the Baron. I wonder what he did to offend the miss. They referred to Lu Gigi as the Darun. Every time they mentioned him, their faces flushed as if they were about to climax. But who was this miss? Su Donqin declared, he's my man. You have no right to touch him. But doesn't Lu Yunfei already have a girlfriend? That's Su Donqin girl. She's so pretty. Yes, 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 that's exactly her. Su Donqin proudly puffed up her small chest. So what if she's pretty? No curves, flat chest, and no butt. A woman's most important quality is her charm. And men, no one compares to the excitement of a forbidden affair. Exactly. That's why they say, wife isn't as good as a concubine. Concubine isn't as good as a forbidden lover. You bunch of concubines. Humph. Forbidden lovers. Humph. You're nothing at all. Burn in hell, you dogs. Su Donqin continued puffing her chest proudly. She just hasn't grown up yet. When she does, you'll all kneel down and call her mama. Don't worry, I already checked. Lu Yunfei can't hold his liquor. We'll each take a glass and surely get him drunk. Then we can do whatever we want. After the women finished speaking, they erupted into more laughter. Su Donqin immediately rushed out. You are all so filthy. Seeing Su Donqin suddenly appear before them, the group of women hesitated for a moment, then quickly put on smiles. What a coincidence, running into Miss Su here. Humph. Su Donqin let out a cold snort and released the dog behind her. Woof. Wrong one. Not you, shorty. Su Donqin dragged out the zombie dog. At the sight of the undead hound, the women's faces turned pale. They turned to leave, but Su Donqin blocked their path. Wine. Hand it over. The women. Su Donqin had a bottle of wine tucked into her left pocket, another in her right. She knocked on Lu Yunfei's door. The man had already spread out the bedding and turned to look at Su Donqin standing at the doorway, his voice calm. Where did you go? Taking a walk. Su Donqin left the dog outside and entered the room. Sleep. Lu Yunfei lay down sideways on the bed. Quietly, Su Donqin crawled over and pulled out a bottle of wine from her pocket. Want some juice? Lu Yunfei glanced sideways at the juice. There was a large character for wine printed clearly on the bottle. I can't drink. Oh, I know you've been troubled lately. It's okay, just a little bit. You really want me to drink? The man narrowed his eyes. In the darkness, his expression was hard to read. Su Donqin sparkled her eyes and nodded. The man seemed to curl his lips slightly. He lifted his hand, fingertips gliding lightly across Su Donqin's cheek before giving it a soft pinch. Don't regret it. Regret? How could she possibly regret? Su Donqin felt regret. Why hadn't she brought more wine? Right. Just a little. It's bad for your health. Su Donqin supported Lu Yunfei's head with one hand and poured wine from the bottle into his mouth with the other. Hee. The man frowned slightly, looking fragile. I can't drink anymore. Oh well, if you can't, then don't. Su Donqin grabbed another bottle and continued pouring. Hee. So yellow, so happy. Caught up in the joy, Su Donqin once again felt her heart blooming with flowery emotions. The thin man lay amidst a pile of white blossoms, black hair sprawled, eyes glazed, body reeking of alcohol. Only 2 bottles, and he was down. Was he truly drunk or just pretending? Slightly tilting his head, the man buried himself into the sea of flowers. Pure petals entangled with his jet black hair. Touching those crimson lips created an intense contrast, an astonishingly beautiful scene. Su Donqin squatted down and stretched out her guilty little hand. She would just touch him, lightly, ever so lightly. Soft fingers brushed the man's smooth, pale cheek. The upward slant of his eyes carried a tipsy allure, misty and hazy, eyes glistening like shimmering waves. Admittedly, the man was extraordinarily handsome, not in a delicate, ambiguous way, but exuding a cold, noble grace. Like an untouchable moon in the sky, like snow on the mountain, too sacred to profane. Serene and elegant, ethereal as mist. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and turned to look at Su Donqin standing beside him. Fine beads of sweat clung to his face, slightly damp strands mingled with the little white flowers. As he leaned forward, the scent of wine filled the air, leaving one intoxicated. The man raised his hand and cupped Su Donqin's face. Then he pressed down hard. A squeezed Su Donqin, resembling a little steamed bun, desperately tried to pry his hand off. But a drunken man's strength was immense. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape his grip. The man leaned forward. Though slender, his frame was surprisingly heavy. His weight pressed down, sending a flurry of flower petals scattering. They were pressed very close together. His black hair fell all around, cutting off the surrounding light. Su Donqin could feel Lu Yunfei's breath, close, intimate, yet could not see his face. From his eyes alone, she faintly caught a flicker of light. Heart pounding, Su Donqin puckered her lips tightly. Why don't you remember me? The man pressed his forehead against hers, releasing her face. Then he bit down, gently but firmly, on her cheek. Ow. Even drunk, he held restraint. It hurt a little, but didn't draw blood. Su Donqin covered her face. You heartless man. You don't deserve my little white flowers. Suddenly, the man swept Su Donqin into his arms, kicked open the window, and jumped down with her in tow. Ah! Su Donqin screamed loudly. She came here to flirt with you, not to die together with you. It was so cold outside, yet the man was only wearing a thin shirt. The wind made the shirt puff out, like a little steamed bun. Su Donqin was still trembling with fear, shaking off the little white flowers on her. Suddenly, the man let go. Su Donqin Pafu fell straight down. She looked up and saw the man pulling out a small axe from somewhere, and swung it down hard. Su Donqin immediately jumped aside, only to be grabbed by the back of her neck. Don't run, flower. Flower? Where was the flower? Su Donqin looked left, looked right, looked down, looked up, and found herself staring straight into the man's wine-dazed eyes. Hey, wait, you're referring to a flower? You don't mean me, right? In the cold wind, inside the snowstorm. Lu Yunfei pulled Su Donqin with one hand. and used the other to chop a hole open in the ground with the little axe, then tossed Su Dongqing inside. Su Dongqing. The man squatted down and patted Su Dongqing's head. Burying a flower. Burying a flower? Are you trying to be Lindayu? Wait a minute. Bury a flower? Su Dongqing lowered her head and saw the man scoop up a handful of dirt and pour it on her. Lu. Shoo. The man reached out and covered Su Dongqing's mouth. I'll grow her back. Grow many of her. MNN. This guy not only already had someone in his heart, but now he was trying to bury her alive. She really must have gone blind with her Ka's island big eyes. Su Dongqing struggled desperately while the man stuffed a little apple into her mouth. After finishing burying the flower, the man staggered to his feet. He also pulled the little axe from the ground. Then Su Dongqing, half buried in the hole, watched the man wobble away, the axe slung over his shoulder. Hey, wait, can't you dig me out first? Are you seriously not right in the head? Su Dongqing, you idiot. Where the hell are you? A heart-wrenching scream echoed over. Su Dongqing perked up her head from the hole. Two dogs ran over happily. They started digging the hole excitedly. Ai Luo, panting heavily, glanced sideways at Su Dongqing curled in the hole. Without waiting for the dogs to finish digging, he simply pulled her out and stared at her with panic. Is this what Lu Yunfei does when he gets drunk? Su Dongqing nodded immediately. Men. Ai Luo took the little apple out of Su Dongqing's mouth. Su Dongqing moved her frozen lips slightly. He's a crazy man. He's currently cutting people with an axe and looking for you. Su Dongqing quietly curled back into the hole. She suddenly remembered. The male lead was a madman, and a madman who couldn't hold his liquor. His favorite thing when drunk was chopping people, and the person he loved the most was the one he loved chopping the most. Su Dongqing, QEQ. I think I'm in danger. Ai Luo yanked her out of the hole and dragged her towards the building. I'm gonna die, Wa. Su Dongqing thrashed around with both hands and feet, desperately clinging to the door frame, unwilling to go inside. Ai Luo tugged while saying, do you want to die now, or right now? What's the difference? When Su Dongqing hesitated, Ai Luo threw her in. Everyone inside the building had already fled. They gathered together like refugees. Even Lu Zhizhi had been carried out in a wheelchair. In the empty building, the sound of the axe sliding along the floor echoed through the halls. Screech, as if someone was filming a horror movie. As the lead in this horror movie, Su Dongqing declared she wasn't Su Yingying. Why were you all doing this to a weak little loser like her? Screech. The axe dragged closer. Su Dongqing hugged the doorframe and cried hysterically. Then she turned and saw the open window beside her, immediately rushing to reach for it. But Ai Luo was quick and locked the window shut. Su Dongqing, you don't love me anymore. Ai Luo, I never loved you in the first place. Su Dongqing, you're a heartless woman. She was wrong. Wrong from the very beginning, wanting to get intimate with Lu Yunfei after drinking, trying to let the rice cook once it's raw. Chapter 34. When Lu Yunfei woke up, he was lying in the room. A coarse rope was tightly tied around his body. The man slowly lifted his eyelids, his voice slightly hoarse. Anything wrong? Ai Luo held up the gun in her hand, hastily pulling Su Dongqing in front of her as a shield. Lu Yunfei, are you sober now? Ai Luo exhaled in relief, let go of Su Dongqing, and poked her slim waist with the gun barrel. Go untie the rope. Su Dongqing, covering her face with her hands and trembling, said, I won't go. Ai Luo lifted her foot and kicked her straight forward. Su Dongqing made a loud thud as she fell onto the man. Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze. His eyes still carried a tint of redness, his black hair messy, his aura domineering and wild. Su Dongqing whimpered, I am your real girlfriend. Oh, the man responded coldly. Suddenly, the ropes around him loosened. Su Dongqing. She hadn't untied them yet. Lu Yunfei moved his arm slightly. A sharp blade faintly peeked from between his fingers. In just a second, he had already hidden it back into his spatial pocket. Su Dongqing didn't see it, but Ai Luo did. She put down the gun, looking at Lu Yunfei with even more strange and wary eyes. She should have known long ago, this man wasn't as harmless as he seemed. What happened yesterday? Lu Yunfei stood up and grabbed Su Dongqing's face, inspecting it carefully. His fingers brushed past her cheek, still bearing faint tooth marks. A barely noticeable smile flickered through his eyes. You got drunk, then went off to slash people. When Su Dongqing said that, she instinctively gulped. Ai Luo also wore a horrified expression on her face. Even now, it still felt to her like a dream. This very refined-looking man actually did take an axe and scare everyone out of the entire building. Until now, rumors of Lu Yunfei still spread wildly outside. Sorry. The man spread his hands, expression indifferent. I don't handle alcohol well. With just 4 simple words, he completely washed his hands of any responsibility. If the outside weren't still slashed up like a ruin, Ai Luo might almost believe in this man's innocent and fragile demeanor. I guess you shouldn't drink anymore. Ai Luo said. Lu Yunfei smiled slightly, not answering. Facing the man's ambiguous expression, Ai Luo quickly changed the topic. Alright, I asked around. Lu Zhizhi is the leader of the Northern Survivor Zone. Saying leader is technically correct, but his status is more like a god. Ai Luo paused, her expression somewhat odd. In a place as desperate as the post-apocalyptic world, there would actually exist someone with such divine-like influence. They say Lu Zhizhi is that Esper Hai Junsheng always muttered about. He can answer any question you want to know. If it was true, then such an ability really belonged only to a god. Su Dongqing said she knew this occupation. In Chinese, it's called Xingu. In English, it's called Xinguer. Ai Luo. Lu Lu Yunfei, he's your uncle, right? Everyone was there last time when Lu Zhizhi introduced himself. Lu Yunfei slightly paused, his fierce gaze dimming, speaking indifferently, sort of. And Luo's expression didn't ease. I just feel like there's something off about that person. Lu Yunfei picked up the small axe nearby, his fingertip brushing the chipped part, expression slightly shifting. Then he took several steps forward. Luo immediately tensed, staring at him warily. Lu Yunfei smiled faintly. I'm going to apologize to everyone. After saying that, Lu Yunfei lowered his eyes towards Su Donqin, who was still curled into a ball. You must be really scared, Donqin? Su Donqin opened her mouth nervously, but seeing the small axe in the man's hand, she quickly swallowed her words. Why you are my real boyfriend? How could I be scared of you? She was absolutely terrified. Lu Yunfei kept smiling. Good. My drunken behavior is pretty bad. I was afraid Donqin might hold it against me. It wasn't just pretty bad. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this behavior would definitely earn him getting shot full of holes by the police. Why don't you come with me, Donqin? Lu Yunfei grabbed the curled-up Su Donqin and literally carried her out of the room. Su Donqin desperately clung to the door frame, letting out a desperate scream. I don't want to go. Lu Yunfei turned sideways, Sun Chu one hand to pry Su Donqin's fingers off the door frame one by one. Donqin has gained some weight recently. She needs more exercise. Su Donqin sobbed uncontrollably, claiming she had already been chased by him all night long yesterday. Wasn't that enough exercise? Wah. As soon as Su Donqin recalled last night's events, her legs trembled and her whole body shivered. As if she was thrown right into a horror movie set. Her ears were filled with the swooshing sound of the axe scraping the ground, like an evil melody haunting her endlessly. Yet strangely enough, no matter how close that axe sound had been to her last night, she hadn't even once caught a glimpse of Lu Yunfei himself. Su Donqin attributed this to her own clever little head. Since childhood, she'd always been number one in hide-and-seek. Others went home to eat 3 meals while no one could find her. The man walked down the hallway. Wherever he passed, people quickly stepped aside, staring fearfully at the small axe in his hand, as if staring at an axe-wielding psychopath. Lu Yunfei calmly pushed away the messy strands from his forehead, revealing his bright and calm face. People around momentarily forgot to breathe, captivated by his beauty. Everything returned to a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. After exchanging greetings, Lu Yunfei, dressed sharply, slowly walked leaning against the wall. He placed the small axe into the worn backpack behind him, then suddenly pulled Su Donqin over from behind, where she had been secretly following him with her face covered. The man's slender, pale fingers glided along the wall, where were all the axe marks he had left last night. Lu Yunfei paused momentarily, following the axe marks around a bend, then tilted his head slightly with a puzzled expression. He circled around the wall into a 90-degree corner. Then he reached out to touch it again. The man's fingertips gently brushed across, long eyebrows lightly furrowing. Su Donqin immediately held her breath nervously. What is wrong? Could it be that someone was finally here for revenge over yesterday? Nervousness bloomed on Su Donqin's face like a flower, her eyes wide open. Last night, I made a total of 108 strikes. There are only 99 here. The other 9 are missing. Su Donqin was stunned. You actually remembered how many strikes you made? While in Su Donqin's little head there was only the sound of club music. Cha-cha-bang, cha-cha-bang. I don't. My axe told me. Lu Yunfei lowered his eyes, giving Su Donqin a brilliant smile. Su Donqin, captivated by his beauty, dazedly joined in laughing foolishly. Your axe can talk? It's from observing the wear level. This level of wear corresponds to exactly 108 strikes. Somehow, the man had pulled the small axe out again without notice. His fingertip passed gently along the axe's edge. The axe was extremely sharp. It cut through the man's skin. Blood seeped out. Lu Yunfei calmly pulled out a cloth to wipe clean the blood on his fingertip. Those dark eyes, because of the sight of blood, made him appear even more sinister and bloodthirsty. Luo, who had come out to check along with others, upon hearing Lu Yunfei's words, instinctively turned her gaze toward the small axe. Shock flashed across her face. Exactly what kind of person was this? The night has come. The man lifted his head to gaze at the window. Apocalyptic winter. Days shorten, and nights grow longer. Lu Yunfei gently patted Su Donqin's little head. Good children should go to bed. Night, silent. The entire building seemed to sink into a soundless, sealed void. The daytime's lively atmosphere vanished like a mirage in an instant. Lu Yunfei lay in bed and suddenly opened his eyes. He turned to look at his side. Su Donqin, who had originally been sleeping beside him, was gone. The man's expression instantly darkened. He reached out to touch the bed, heated spot under the covers. Lu Yunfei grabbed the axe, stood up, and kicked the sleeping puppy curled up by the door. The little pup dazedly got up, staggering along with 4 match-like legs beside Lu Yunfei, sniffing all around. Luo, who heard the commotion from the adjacent room, also opened the door to come out. What's wrong? Donqin is gone. Luo's expression turned serious. We'll search separately. Luo, gun in hand, turned right. Lu Yunfei turned, facing the dark corridor stretching to his left. He stepped across the polished floor, walking step by step towards the darkness. The night deepened, as if something was trying to break free. Gazagatsi. In the darkness, the sound of a wheelchair scraping against the ground grew nearer, like chains from hell closing in. Lu Yunfei stopped in his tracks. Lu Zhizhi sat in a wheelchair, slowly emerging from the darkness. The man narrowed his eyes. His white shirt fluttered on its own, and a faint green glow appeared at his fingertips. The little puppy beside him let out soft, whimpering howls. Dear. Lu Zhizhi looked at Lu Yunfei, standing before him, a trance-like expression on his face. The man had messy black hair, wearing only a thin white shirt that revealed his pale neck. He was slim and tall, especially those cold, sharp eyes that looked exactly like his mother's. It's really you who looks the most like her. There seemed to be a glow in Lu Zhizhi's eyes. Where is she? Lu Yunfei's expression darkened. A thin, long vine suddenly sprouted behind him. Lu Zhizhi didn't appear the least bit surprised by the man's powers. He just kept laughing. That laughter echoed in the vast emptiness of the corridor, extremely eerie. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei raised his hand and threw the small axe forward. Lu Zhizhi was half shrouded in darkness. The axe disappeared into the shadows. A second later, it flew straight back toward Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes and dodged, catching the handle of the axe in reverse. Lu Zhizhi let out a gaga laughter. His voice was already hoarse by nature, and now with the laughter, he sounded just like a wild duck with its neck squeezed tight. After his laughter subsided, Lu Zhizhi pushed his wheelchair forward, slowly approaching Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei stood there with a dark expression, his whole body brimming with malice. Lu Zhizhi reached a step away from Lu Yunfei. He stretched out his hand, attempting to touch him, but he hadn't expected Lu Yunfei to suddenly kick him. Lu Zhizhi was sent tumbling straight off the wheelchair. The wheelchair flipped over, and the blanket on him fell onto the ground. Lu Yunfei glanced down slightly, and saw the two empty pant legs. Lu Zhizhi's legs were gone. No one knew what he had gone through in this post-apocalyptic world. Dear. Lu Zhizhi struggled forward on the floor like a person in a desert desperately craving water, his face showing an eager and distorted expression. Lu Yunfei curled his lips slightly, and stood there watching Lu Zhizhi crawl on the floor, greedily clinging onto his foot like a greedy insect, desperately pressing close. Dear, I'll give you anything you want. Don't leave, don't go. What's so good about that man? What does he have that's so good? Lu Yunfei knew Lu Zhizhi was having another episode. Lu Zhizhi had a mental illness. It often flared up. When it did, he would mistake Lu Yunfei for his mother. Lu Yunfei lifted his foot and stepped on Lu Zhizhi's face. Lu Zhizhi smiled and held tightly onto his foot. Where is she? The man slightly leaned forward, half his long black hair covering his eyes. His thin body was tense and excited to the extreme, and the veins on his hand holding the axe bulged, as if desperately trying to restrain something. People. Lu Zhizhi murmured once, then suddenly laughed. Gagaga. Dear, I'm right here. Why are you looking for others? What's so good about that man anyway? Suddenly, Lu Yunfei felt a sudden emptiness beneath his foot. The Lu Zhizhi who had been clinging to his foot was already nowhere to be found. Even his wheelchair and blanket had vanished. The empty corridor seemed as if such a madman had never existed. Lu Yunfei stood there with a darkened face, clenching his teeth in anger. What kind of supernatural ability was that? Suddenly, footsteps of dodder came from the side. Along with a delicate sweet fragrance, it seemed to cut through the darkness of Lu Yunfei's world like a ray of light. I heard a duck quacking. Su Donqin sucked in her breath. Lu Yunfei. Woo woo. The little puppy obediently rubbed against Su Donqin. As Su Donqin bent down to pick up the little puppy, she suddenly felt her body become light and was lifted up together with the puppy by Lu Yunfei. The man pushed open the window behind him and leapt high into the night, carrying the person and the dog with him. With a walla sound, it seemed like splashing water echoed from the air. Lu Yunfei crouched his body, shielding Su Donqin in his arms. Landing on the ground, Pa. Ni Luo hurriedly rushed over, panting. Su Donqin, still hugging the whimpering little puppy, was set down by Lu Yunfei. The moment Su Donqin's feet touched the ground, she immediately showed a sad expression. What a problem. I've already told you not to run around recklessly. I'm really worried about your safety. Ah, my ear is coming off, yowling. Su Donqin, if you dare to run off again, I'll twist off your ears and eat them raw. Ni Luo shouted furiously. Su Donqin whimpered pitifully and hid into Lu Yunfei's embrace. The man wrapped his arms around her, brushing away the strands of hair stuck to her face, then lifted her chin. Running around recklessly? Su Donqin immediately shook her head. She had clearly been sleeping obediently the entire time. But somehow, she had disappeared anyway. Disappeared? Lu Yunfei held Su Donqin in his arms, his gaze piercing through the darkness, as if staring at something far away. Ni Luo said, I just passed by here earlier. How come I didn't see you too? Lu Yunfei and Su Donqin were both standing beside the riverbank. Su Donqin frowned slightly, confused. She looked down and saw a beautiful little white flower on the icy surface. Half frozen, fresh, as if it had just fallen off her. But she had just jumped down from the corridor with Lu Yunfei moments ago. Su Donqin reached out to pry the flower off. Lu Yunfei glanced down, first looking at his own shoes, then raising his eyes to look at the river before him. The river was covered in snow, its surface frozen into a thick layer of ice. Inside, trapped, were many corpses of zombies. Su Donqin was picking at the half-frozen flower. Lu Yunfei raised his hand and flicked his small axe forward. The flower shattered and fell. The zombies inside seemed to be stirred. They rolled slightly with difficulty, but could not break through the icy surface. Were there always so many zombies at the bottom of this river? Ni Luo squatted down, cautiously raising her gun. Lu Yunfei said, where did these zombies come from? Didn't they just walk here from the river? Ni Luo asked, puzzled. Lu Yunfei shook his head. I mean, where were they before they came into the river? Ni Luo's expression froze. That's right. How had she never thought of that question before? Where exactly had all these zombies come from? It was as if the riverbed was a production line, the zombies like goods, continuously transported in like a never-ending supply. Suddenly, bang bang bang. The window behind them shattered. It was that zombie again, the 3-year-old mentally challenged mutant who loved throwing stones at people, looking like it actually had some intelligence. I remember now. And Luo smacked her palm. Isn't this the same zombie we encountered when we went on that mission to the oil fields? How did it get here? Zombies couldn't drive. How had it made it this far? Well, we should ask him. Ask a zombie. How? Lu Yunfei squatted down, casually picked up a stone, and hurled it straight ahead. The zombie was hit in the head and staggered slightly. Lu Yunfei walked over and bound the zombie. Ho ho. And Luo frowned. Zombies can't speak. You won't get anything out of it. Their bodies can talk. Lu Yunfei raised his hand and tore off the shreds of cloth remaining on the zombie's body. The zombie began howling wildly. Lu Yunfei pulled out his axe and smashed it down. The zombie shut up immediately. At that moment, Luo finally understood what Xiaoji had meant when he mentioned the overpowering dominance rule. Though brainless, these zombies still retained a submissive instinct like animals. They instinctively obeyed whoever or whatever was stronger than themselves. It didn't walk here. The shoes on this zombie's feet weren't worn out at all. Su Donqin looked at the zombie with sympathy. With an expression like a helpless maiden who had lost her innocence, she tried to defend it. Maybe even it doesn't know how it got here. Luo rolled her eyes at the sky. Do you think it's like you? Running around on your own while you're asleep? Lu Yunfei looked at Su Donqin, then suddenly stood up and said, time to go back. What about this zombie? Luo pointed at the bound zombie. Lu Yunfei raised his hand and chopped the ropes binding the zombie, then walked forward without even looking back. Luo stood frozen for a minute before hurrying to catch up. The corridor at night was very quiet. Lu Yunfei walked up to the second floor and looked toward the window. The zombie stood there, dazed, spinning around on the spot before stooping to start throwing stones at the window again. Pop-a-pap. The sounds of smashing came from afar, sometimes distant, sometimes close. Lu Yunfei slightly furrowed his brows, pulled out his small axe, and along the wall, with a chi-la sound, shallowly embedded it in, dragging out a long scratch. Su Donqin tugged at Lu Yunfei's shirt hem, looking left and right. Did that duck disappear just now? It ran away. Su Donqin was clearly disappointed. She had been hoping to eat Peking duck. Luo is gone too. Su Donqin turned around, her face filled with terror, staring at the empty space behind her. Hadn't they just been following along a moment ago? But Lu Yunfei's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected it all along. Looking at the man's emotionless face, then glancing at his little axe and the dark, looming building, Su Donqin began to suspect she hadn't entered a post-apocalyptic story at all. She was in a horror movie. Lu Yunfei reached out and placed his hand on Su Donqin's head. Don't be afraid. Su Donqin looked down, watching the little puppy curled by her feet, close enough to touch, yet somehow out of reach. Lu Yunfei turned around, and suddenly, the space beside him felt empty. The small figure that had stood at his side was gone. Su Donqin felt confused. Just moments ago, she had been standing beside Lu Yunfei discussing Beijing duck. How come in the blink of an eye, she was now standing in a strange, peculiar room? You're welcome. A raspy voice came over. Su Donqin turned, and saw Lu Zhizhi standing behind her, his face marked with visible footprints. Where is Lu Yunfei? The young girl looked up at him timidly, twisting her delicate white hands together, her watery eyes brimming with pitiful fear. Lu Zhizhi's face broke into a smile. What a fragile little thing. No wonder he liked her so much. Even he had grown quite fond of her. It was such a pity she was about to die. Gagaga. Lu Zhizhi laughed. Su Donqin suddenly realized. It was this one who was the Beijing duck. Let's play a game. The Beijing duck spoke again. Su Donqin shook her head. I don't want to play. Uncle, I decline. Lu Zhizhi. Su Donqin looked left, and right before her eyes fell on a thick, luxurious carpet. After a long day of exhaustion, she plopped her little butt down and sank deeply into the soft surface. So comfortable that she instinctively stretched her legs out, resting her hands across her chest, her face breaking into a happy smile. Rather than struggle, she'd choose to enjoy. You like hide and seek, don't you? Just hide until dawn without getting found, and I'll let you go. Lu Zhizhi continued, determined to finish his lines. Su Donqin turned her head and locked eyes with the dog. Not her tout-eyed beast. Not her zombie dog either. But a strange, peculiar dog. Su Donqin had no idea what breed it was. It looked imposing and majestic. She was even tempted to sing it a tune of majestic glory. This is a hound dog. If it catches you, it will tear you apart. Lu Zhizhi's voice was brimming with excitement. I've been feeding it only the tenderest meat. Before meeting you, it hadn't eaten any meat in 3 days. Oh, poor little thing. Su Donqin reached out and pet the dog, saying with admiration, those little shiny black pearls in your eyes are so adorable. Could she borrow it for a while? Lu Zhizhi watched Su Donqin's innocent, naive expression, her face unaware of the cruelty of the apocalypse. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and released the hound. The hound let out a loud, ow-woo, and lunged forward. Ay. Startled, Su Donqin screamed and ran off in panic. In the darkness, the young girl's slender, fragile body ran forward with all its might. Her glossy black hair fell down, rippling in beautiful curves like flowing water, following the line of her slim waist, rising and falling gracefully, vanishing into the darkness. Her shallow breathing, the sweet scent of flowers, and that gradually disappearing, frail back figure swallowed by shadows. Look, a little lamb is running toward hell. With a podgy sound, the little lamb fell. The hound rushed over anxiously and nuzzled her. Lu Zhizhi. A black-clothed man stepped out from behind Lu Zhizhi. Lu Zhizhi, his face twisted in rage, ordered, "Kill her." Chapter 35. Su Donqin felt very strange. No matter how she walked, she always ended up back in front of that man in black. The man in black stood there, watching Su Donqin as if he were looking at a helpless little lamb, and eerily said, "You can't escape from my palms." Su Donqin immediately expressed that she had absolutely no desire to be held in his palm. Man in black. "Still waiting for your man to rescue you? Don't worry, I'll return your body to him." Su Donqin responded that he might be the one becoming a corpse soon. "You behind you. Do you think I'd fall for such a cheap trick? Alright then, since you're not falling for it then. Chase him, he has dog treats." The hound, which had previously been crouching at Su Donqin's feet, sprang into the air with a swift and fierce movement, biting directly into the man's arm. Letting out a painful scream, the man in black was startled by the savage hound and hadn't even reacted before a chunk of flesh was brutally torn from him. After all, this was a ferocious dog that hadn't eaten in 3 days. The man in black immediately shook his hand and activated his special ability. In an instant, both the hound and the man in black vanished before Su Donqin's eyes, just like a magic trick. Su Donqin blinked, then blinked again, suspecting that she might have developed early-onset dementia or glaucoma, maybe even cataracts. Everything around was quiet. She moved her little feet slightly and leaned forward to look out the window. Cold wind swept across the snow and stung her eyes. Her cheeks were blown askew by the icy gust, and only after tilting her head slightly could she barely open one eye. Suddenly, the scenery expanded. Beneath the endless expanse of snow lay a castle with the aura of a long-lost ancient era. Looking down from above, the sheer solemnity and magnificence were beyond words. This was a massive and deep castle, far different from the rundown building Su Donqin had been in before. As if in a single night, with just a blink of the eye, she had crossed worlds again. The castle was enormous. From the window, 3 sides faced steep cliffs, and the 4th led to a winding mountain path. All around were antique floral bricks and gorgeous golden walls, majestic and brilliant under the sunlight. The buildings inside the castle complex rose and fell in varying heights. Yet the most eye-catching sight was the dignified church right next door. Its giant cross and steeple, defined by simple black and white lines, fluently embodied a sense of holiness. White doves perched on the tower tips, softly flapping their white wings, creating a peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. In this apocalyptic era, this castle seemed to exist like a paradise untouched by the rest of the world. For a moment, Su Donqin thought she even heard the summoning of hymns. Actually, there really was a radio playing church music somewhere. She tilted her head slightly and started walking toward the sound of the hymn. However, she walked for a long time without ever locating the source. The castle was vast and empty. It seemed a bit worn down from years of neglect. The wind whistled loudly through the corridors, and Su Donqin felt cold. She decided to make a fire to warm herself. Pulling a lighter from her small pocket, she tore off some of the curtains, placed them into a vase, and began lighting a fire to keep warm. Unexpectedly, the wind was too strong and blew sparks onto the curtains. That antique and thick fabric burst into flames like a fish leaping into water, igniting quickly. "Wow, it's on fire." Su Donqin just stood there in stunned silence for a moment. Thick smoke rolled out, forming dense clouds that resembled tangled black wool. Not far away, a servant noticed the fire and immediately started shouting for help. "It's on fire. Hurry over. The Lord is still inside." A maid dressed in a maid uniform lifted her short skirt and violently pushed open the golden glittering door next to the room. Su Donqin leaned her head in to take a look. The large, empty room inside was filled entirely with photographs and paintings. Photos were pasted or hung on the walls and suspended in midair. Paintings were also hung on the walls, dangling from the ceiling. Without exception, all of them depicted the same woman. Su Donqin felt like the woman's face looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen her before. "My lord, the fire." More maids rushed over. Su Donqin was pushed aside. The maids wore elegant uniforms. All kinds were present. Some had blonde hair and blue eyes, some black hair and black eyes, and others with curly hair and darker complexions. They held all sorts of random items, rags, brooms, little pastries, clearly hurriedly grabbed in their rush to get here. Inside the room, Lu Zhizhi, sitting in his wheelchair, violently pushed away the maid who tried to come over and push his wheelchair, screaming like a madman. "The painting, my photo. Darling, my darling, it mustn't burn." "Ah!" Lu Zhizhi struggled and fell off the wheelchair, and when he tried to rescue the painting, the fire caught the hem of his clothes. Su Donqin immediately rushed forward to help put out the fire selflessly. "Oh!" A maid screamed shrilly, having her bucket snatched away without reason. "That's boiling water." Su Donqin looked down at the empty little bucket, then looked at Lu Zhizhi, who was lying on the ground, hugging the painting, red all over, screaming like a big pig about to be plucked. Immediately, she dropped the bucket and ran. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. She had always been an upright, kind-hearted and amiable girl. "Get her! Kill her!" Lu Zhizhi's furious voice roared from behind. Innumerable maids chased after Su Donqin. Su Donqin ran on her short little legs for a short distance. Suddenly her body slipped, and her slender arm was grabbed forcefully by someone. A click sound followed. The narrow little door behind was closed shut. The maids continued to chase forward, completely unaware their target had already vanished. In the darkness, the person holding her hand spoke in a hoarse voice, like an elderly woman. "Don't make a sound, don't be afraid, come with me." Still dazed, Su Donqin was pulled forward by her. It was pitch dark here, like a secret tunnel. The elderly woman led her walking for nearly 2 hours before they finally exited the hidden passage. Pure white light shone in from ahead. Su Dongjin narrowed her eyes slightly, finally seeing the elderly woman clearly in front of her. She wore a wide black and white nun's habit, was slightly plump, her face was peaceful and kind, but her eyes carried deep sorrow. Flapping, white doves flew through the half-opened window, circling above Su Dongjin's head, then landing on her shoulder. The little girl gently extended her palm. The beautiful little white dove landed on her hand, gently pecking. Under the cold sun, she had jet black hair, red lips, snow-white skin, with the giant image of Jesus behind her. The old nun burst into tears, knelt down, and folded her hands in prayer. May the Lord protect us. Su Dongjin turned around and saw Jesus behind her, as well as that giant cross. She guessed, this must be the castle's chapel. The commotion in the neighboring castle was in chaos. Due to the strong wind, the fire began to spread uncontrollably. And then came the news that the master had gone mad again. Upon hearing this, the mistress rushed over hastily to soothe him. While all the castle's maids were putting out the fire, they were also trying to capture Su Dongjin under Lu Jiji's hysterical roars. But all attempts were in vain. Su Dongjin and the elderly nun were hiding together in the chapel. Snow drifted down heavily, and the cold wind blew sharply. Standing inside this castle chapel, in that instant, Su Dongjin felt as if she'd turned into a beautiful princess trapped inside a castle. And Lu Yunfei would be the prince riding on a dog, swinging an axe, coming to rescue her? Wait a second, what even is that thing? Su Dongjin stretched her little head forward, trying to see. Then she felt her heart shattered. Sometimes, the one coming to rescue you might not be a prince, but a pervert riding a dog and swinging an axe. Down the mountain beneath the castle lay a winding, rugged path. The zombie hound's special ability had been pushed to the limit. Carrying 3 people on its back, it dashed rapidly like lightning, darting through the snowy mountain paths, appearing and disappearing alternately, leaving one hole after another, with 4 heads sticking out, 3 human, 1 dog. Su Dongjin waved her hand desperately. The zombie hound ran toward her direction. That's my friend. Su Dongjin pointed toward the zombie hound, and Lu Yunfei nearby. The elderly nun nodded, took out a mirror, and gently waved it around. A glint of light passed, but the message had already been delivered. When the zombie hound brought Lu Yunfei and others rushing through the chapel's small door, even the zombie hound was so exhausted it vomited, looking like a dead dog. Or wait, no, it was already dead. Sad, Su Dongjin hugged the zombie hound tightly. Since I was little, my mother told me, poor people's dogs grow up fast and become responsible early. Determined, Su Dongjin declared that she absolutely wouldn't give up on the zombie hound. Zombie hound, he, and I Luo grabbed Su Dongjin up at once, saying angrily, idiot, you're suffocating it. Then, he bent down and tightly hugged Su Dongjin. You scared us to death. Su Dongjin reached out, returning the embrace, then gently patted Ai Luo's chest. Well, she wasn't scared to death, and she was doing just fine. Lu Yunfei stood at the back, still wearing that same white shirt. It was filthy, stained with who knows what. This was the first time Su Dongjin had ever seen Lu Yunfei looking so disheveled. The little girl blinked, lowered her eyelashes, twisted her pale little hands together, and mumbled something softly. The man walked toward her direction. His footsteps were extremely steady, and not even a flicker of emotion crossed his face. For some reason, Su Dongjin suddenly felt her little heart grow heavy, as if weighed down with chunks of fatty pork. Both greasy and heartbreaking. Of course, how could a pervert like him ever really worry about her? Thinking about it, Su Dongjin added another pound of piggy weight to her poor little heart. Lu Yunfei stopped right in front of Su Dongjin and extended his hand toward her, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. Come here. Su Dongjin immediately puffed up indignantly, declaring that the food was great, the accommodations were great, sleep was great, the fun was great, and Uncle even helped her realize her lifelong dream of dying young. There was absolutely no way she'd leave with a pig's hoof like him who had someone else on his mind. The man's expression darkened. He suddenly shot out a hand, grabbed the back of Su Dongjin's head, and leaned down to kiss her. The little girl's chattering mouth was sealed shut. Su Dongjin widened her eyes, trembling from head to toe, unable to suppress it. His breath overwhelmed her entirely, as though it wanted to swallow her up. Forceful and fierce, filled with cruel savagery. She couldn't even catch her breath anymore. Cough. The elderly nun who just happened to walk out gave a light cough. Everyone, come inside first. Finally, Lu Yunfei released her, but he still clutched her hand tightly, his blazing red eyes clearly showing a vicious, cruel light. Su Dongjin shrank her little head and blushed. So embarrassing. A light flush like the finest rouge slowly spread from her neck upward. Her eyes grew moist and hazy, laced with a distant, gentle allure like ink-washed mountains. The old nun led everyone inside. Blushing, Su Dongjin bent over awkwardly and tried to drag the dog along. Lu Yunfei stared at her for half a minute without expression, then effortlessly flung the zombie hound over his shoulder with one arm. Su Dongjin was shocked, exclaiming this was her first time seeing a dog riding a human. Together, everyone sat inside the chapel. Ai Luo spoke first. We figured it out. The man in black's ability wasn't water elemental at all, it was spatial manipulation. He twisted the space, which is why so many zombies crawled out from the river, and why we saw octopuses found only in the sea. And that zombie that smashed stones. So that was all just a self-staged heroic act. It was Lu Jiji who warped space to let the zombies in. And it was also Lu Jiji who came in to rescue everyone like a savior. The moment we discovered this, we immediately searched for Lu Jiji's residence. Luckily, he enjoyed doing good deeds, and many people knew where he lived, so we quickly located this nearby castle. Thankfully, this place wasn't far from the survivor zone. They arrived just in time, and Su Dongqing didn't look like she had suffered much. Yet the neighboring castle seemed completely chaotic and corrupt. Ni Luo exhaled and turned her head, only to freeze upon seeing Lu Yunfei, who wouldn't stop hugging Su Dongqing. Just thinking about how, back then, Lu Yunfei had split an entire building apart, with only a tiny axe still made her tremble all over. Before the collapsed ruins of the fallen building stood a man, hands covered in blood, gripping that bent and dented little axe. That aura, those eyes, exactly like a demon crawling up from hell. Chen Xiang split a mountain to save his mother. This pervert split a building to find his wife. But now, the man gently held a soft little girl in his arms. His expression calm and tender, like a small boat that had finally reached a peaceful harbor. Cute like a crazy dog who, after running wild, had finally found its master. His face had returned to that of refined, elegant composure. Trying to hide her shock and unease, Ni Luo continued explaining. We think Lu Jiji is too powerful to take head-on, so we can only try a sneak attack. Su Dongqing frowned. Sneaky, underhanded moves weren't usually something only the villains did? Fine. Su Dongqing stealthily pushed aside Lu Yunfei's head buried in her little neck and asked, how do we sneak attack? We now know that the man in black next to him has a space-based ability. As for Lu Jiji's power, we don't know yet. I know. The silent nun suddenly spoke up. All eyes instantly focused on her. The elderly nun began recounting the past events. He was a tyrant, a man whom God could not forgive, damned to hell. It turned out that the original owner of this ancient castle, the priest of this church, had awakened a powerful, yet inconvenient supernatural ability after the apocalypse. This ability was called Shenji. Shenji meant an omniscient god. No matter where you were, he could find you as long as he wished. He could even see what you were doing. Like an all-angle, no blind spot surveillance camera, continuously following your daily life, 24 hours a day. There were literally no blind spots at all. You didn't even need electricity, just his brain. At first, the priest used this ability to help the people. He used it to detect zombies, locate food and medicine, and aid those suffering in the apocalypse. The priest is the incarnation of God. When the old nun said this, she burst into tears. She knelt deeply before Jesus, sobbing uncontrollably. But that villain killed the priest. He stole the priest's crystal core. The priest rescued him from the snow, and this is how he repaid that kindness, with betrayal. The nun's eyes were red from crying, her voice hoarse. Everyone already knew that villain was Lu Jiji. It turned out his supernatural ability was divine knowledge. And this so-called divine knowledge was obtained only after he killed the priest. Wait a second, doesn't that mean he already knows where we are? As Ni Luo's words faded, a voice suddenly rang out from the other side. I found you. Then die. At the entrance of the church, the man in black suddenly appeared. The old nun's hateful gaze shot toward him like an arrow. Before anyone could react, the nun lunged at the man in black. God will never forgive you. Her body was torn apart by spatial distortion. Crackling, slashing, smashing. The church's stained glass shattered under the force of spatial compression, scattering in bloody chaos. Everyone felt a sudden lightness in their bodies. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves suspended in midair. Cold wind whistled past their ears. Su Dongqing turned her head a half-second late. Birds were flying in the sky. Lu Yunfei carrying the dog was flying in the sky, and so was I. Ayowa, we're gonna die? We're gonna die? We're gonna die? Suddenly, a long, slender vine lashed out. It wrapped tightly around Su Dongqing's slim waist, then bound the dog, then tied up Xiao Ji and Ni Luo, finally hooking onto Lu Yunfei. A string of human dumplings, plus a zombie dog, dangled from the fragile, pitiful branch at the edge of the cliff. Su Dongqing swallowed hard. I think. Ni Luo snapped angrily. Shut up. Crack crack. The weak branch finally snapped under pressure, plunging them downward until caught by a big tree. Everyone exhaled in relief, saved from certain death. Could someone save me down first? Su Dongqing wiggled her little feet. Lu Yunfei took out his axe, tossed it upward, and the branch along with Su Dongqing fell right into his arms. She tumbled into the familiar warmth of the man's embrace. Inhaling the crisp, icy scent from his body, Su Dongqing's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Sniffling, she began her delayed act of seeking comfort. You. Why did you come so late? Her thin arms clung tightly around his waist, her warm tears soaking the thin shirt over his chest. His skin was cold, icy. Her tears nearly scalded his heart. The girl nuzzled there like a fluffy little creature, hurt and wronged. Lu Yunfei sighed softly. Next time, I won't be late again. They were in a forest below the cliff. Buried under snow, the man in black stared at the hilltop, twisting the space around them. There was absolutely no way to escape. The man in black wanted to trap them in this forest. The cruel joy in prolonging suffering was far greater than simply killing them outright. Perhaps this was how villains imagined the game of strong men, but in reality, it was just offering them up for slaughter. Right now, aren't we like standing right under the surveillance camera? Ni Luo tilted her head and looked at the sky. Xiao Ji replied, finding us is only a matter of time. Whoa, there's a little piggy. Ni Luo turned her head, her expression suddenly changing. Fool, for crying out loud, this isn't a little piggy. It's a wild boar with tusks. A fierce wild boar charged roaring forward, huff huff, showing its massive tusks. Ni Luo instinctively went to raise her gun, then realized she didn't have it. A flying axe slashed through the air. Paji, and buried itself into the wild boar's big head. The wild boar kicked with its big hooves and crashed to the ground, eyes wide open in death, as if protesting that these creatures clearly looked so weak. Perfect, I was just getting hungry. Lu Yunfei strolled forward slowly and pulled out his small axe. The boar's head was a bloody mess, flesh and bone torn apart. Now Ai Luo finally understood. The seemingly weak guy beside her was actually as terrifying as a horror movie come to life. She must have been blind. Lu Yunfei reached out and grabbed the boar's tusk. His slender arm seemed barely thicker than the tusk itself. Especially now, wearing only a thin shirt, he looked like a frail scholar lost in the wilderness. If some gorgeous female monster had taken a fancy to him, she'd probably only end up dead. The beautiful Su Dongqing drooled as she approached. Effortlessly, Lu Yunfei dragged the entire boar. Ai Luo. Crackling, sizzling. Delicious roasted boar meat was finally ready. Everyone sat together in a cave, silently eating the meat. Xiaoji's tall frame blocked most of the cold wind at the cave's entrance. Ai Luo glanced with concern at the man's flushed face. As he ate, Xiaoji instinctively tugged at his hat, then remembered with a jolt that it had been lost during their jump off the cliff. So he yanked out a clump of his own hair instead. Xiaoji. Regarding hair loss. At first, Xiaoji didn't think much of it. But when he was bathing Xiao Beikai and saw Xiao Beikai's hair, he suddenly recalled something. He took off all his clothes, and on his thigh found a very shallow wound. A bite wound. A zombie bite. Xiaoji shuddered, his face paled, and he collapsed onto the ground helplessly. Xiao Beikai tilted his head, looking confusedly at Xiao, she's sitting on the ground. Xiaoji stared back at Xiao Beikai, his expression gradually calming. He was going to become a zombie soon. Before that happened, he wanted to make sure Xiao Beikai was properly taken care of. It wasn't easy for others to accept a zombie, but luckily, he had met many kind people. Xiaoji felt at peace, and now he knew his time was almost up. Everyone finished eating and began resting. The evening wind howled past the cave entrance. Xiaoji's gun slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. He let out a suppressed, low growl. Ai Luo immediately woke up and saw Su Dongqing squatting beside Xiaoji, frowning. Su Dongqing, what are you doing? Su Dongqing pouted, claiming she had just wanted a late-night snack, and maybe sprinkle a little salt on the grilled meat. But she accidentally missed. Ai Luo looked down and, by the snow's reflected light, saw Xiaoji's blood-stained pants. There was a thick layer of salt on them. This wasn't sprinkling, it was dumping. Even a tough guy like Xiaoji couldn't take it. Suddenly, Ai Luo's expression changed drastically. Brother Xiao, you're injured? Xiaoji looked troubled. By the moonlight outside, even his dark face showed an unusual flush of redness, like he had a fever. Lowering his eyes, Xiaoji didn't seem to want to speak. Ai Luo quickly crawled over on her knees and tore open Xiaoji's pant leg. Under it was a bandage. She yanked it off without hesitation. It was a bite wound. A zombie bite. And judging by its appearance, it was already several days old. When did this happen? Ai Luo asked, her tongue almost tying up in fear. Xiaoji turned his head, silent. His usually strong face was tightly clenched. Ai Luo suddenly changed expressions dramatically. That day, is it from that day? From when you rescued Ai Lan? Back then, there had already been zombies in the river. No wonder Xiaoji had gotten stuck in the river trying to save Ai Lan. So that's why he couldn't swim back up. Xiaoji's physical strength was far superior to Ai Lan's. His willpower was unmatched. He had barely held on this long. It was already his limit. Please, help me take care of Beikai. Xiaoji rasped out those words with great difficulty. If he hadn't met Ai Luo and the others, Xiaoji would have taken Xiao Beikai and died together. But he saw how they had treated Ai Lan. Xiaoji knew he could truly entrust Xiao Beikai to them. Ai Luo's eyes filled with tears as she knelt on the ground, sobbing silently. She stared at the wound for a while, then suddenly looked down, noticing the gun lying beside Xiaoji. Brother Xiao, what are you doing with the gun? What are you planning to do? Ai Luo grabbed Xiaoji's collar, her already red eyes reddening further. Xiaoji turned his head sideways, still silent. Su Dongqing, keep sprinkling salt. I was bitten by a zombie. Xiaoji's voice was low, as if holding something back with great effort. I don't want to become a burden to you all. You're not a burden. Ai Luo choked, barely able to speak. You once said, even if you turned into a zombie, you might still retain some human consciousness. Look at Ai Lan, look at Beikai. Could you really just abandon Beikai like this? I know you'll take good care of Beikai. Xiaoji forced a weak smile. Beikai has no attacking ability, and Ai Lan's a girl. Even if he suddenly went berserk, you'd still be able to handle him. But me, I will go berserk, I will bite people. You won't be able to restrain me. How do you know we can't? You haven't even tried. How can you say we can't do it? Ai Luo couldn't help but cry loudly. Xiaoji shook his head, struggling to reach for the gun. Ai Luo grabbed the gun and threw it away. Suddenly, she forcefully turned Xiaoji's face toward her and screamed, I like you. Xiaoji froze, then bitterly smiled. I'm glad I got to know all of you. I like all of you too. That's not what I mean. Ai Luo shook her head fiercely. She bit her lip, slightly embarrassed. Not this kind of liking. From the first moment I learned about you in the military, I've already admired you. I want to marry you. Ai Luo leaned forward, cupped Xiaoji's face, and kissed him deeply. A kiss mixed with tears, sweat, and blood. Because she kissed too hard, too desperately, they even bit their lips open and drew blood. This is what I mean. This kind of feeling. Ai Luo released Xiaoji, her cheeks flushed red. Xiaoji was stunned. He had never imagined that Ai Luo felt this way about him. Xiaoji opened his mouth slightly. Under Ai Luo's hopeful gaze, he finally said only 3 words. I'm sorry. Ai Luo cried and laughed at the same time. It was an ugly smile, yet it also looked relieved. I know. I just wanted to let you know how I felt. You don't have to feel pressured. Xiaoji looked at the tears falling on his face from Ni Luo, and his heart tightened. Ni Luo stood up. Xiaoji lifted his hand, as if trying to grab her, but seeing his own wounds, he dropped his eyes in gloominess. He didn't deserve such a good girl. Lu Yunfei, standing nearby, took out a bottle of water from his small bag and handed it to Ni Luo. Drink some water. Thank you. Ni Luo reached for the bottle from Lu Yunfei's hand, wiped her face, and smiled at Xiaoji. Brother Xiao, drink some water. Don't waste the water. Xiaoji turned his head away, his face pale. Ni Luo said nothing, forcibly pried open Xiaoji's mouth, and poured the water down his throat. After drinking, Xiaoji's eyes suddenly started rolling, making sounds from his throat that were hard to interpret. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. Chapter 36. It's definitely useless, the man said indifferently, putting the bottle away. Ni Luo tightly hugged Xiaoji, her face turning pale with panic. Brother Xiao, please hold on. Think about Bei Kai, he's still so young. Although in the future, he might never grow up either. Xiaoji began convulsing all over. With the last bit of clarity left in his mind, he pushed Ni Luo away and slammed his head hard against the rocky wall. A loud thud echoed through the cave as blood gushed from Xiaoji's face. Tiny bits of dust and pebbles fell, and the entire cave seemed to tremble from the impact. What should we do now? Ni Luo cried in desperation. Lu Yunfei paused for a moment before lifting his hand. A crystalline core appeared on his long, pale palm. What is this? Ni Luo asked tearfully, her beautiful phoenix eyes swollen like walnuts. It's Fan Chan's crystal core. Let's try feeding it to him. Will it work? Ni Luo numbly took the crystal core and glanced at Xiaoji, who was barely keeping himself under control. He was already crawling on the ground, face covered in blood, desperately inching toward a gun nearby. Kill me. Seeing Ni Luo beside him, Xiaoji curled up miserably. Looking at Xiaoji like this, Ni Luo gritted her teeth and forced open his jaw, quickly shoving the crystal core inside. Brother Xiao, swallow it, swallow it. Kneeling on the ground, Ni Luo held tightly to Xiaoji's throat. Xiaoji swallowed unconsciously, his atoms apple bobbing as he gulped down the core. Inside the cave, Xiaoji's breathing was ragged, as though enduring immense pain. His eyes rolled back, and his fingers dug deeply into the sandy earth. Lu Yunfei, will it really work? Seeing that Xiaoji was still transforming into a zombie, Ni Luo whispered helplessly, her arms dropping weakly as if all her energy had been drained. Let's treat it like a last resort remedy. After saying that, Lu Yunfei slowly stood up with his small axe in hand. Someone is coming. I'll take care of it. The burdened Su Donqin volunteered enthusiastically. I'll go too. But Lu Yunfei pressed her back into the pit. The man was gone for a long time. Xiaoji had been tied up by Ni Luo, restrained in a corner of the cave. Xiaoji's expression was painful. He wavered between sanity and madness. His bulky body was curled up tightly, like a rock on the verge of collapse. Ni Luo couldn't get close. She just sat silently not far away, clutching her gun and weeping quietly. Su Donqin walked over and gently wrapped her arms around her. Sweet, cloying fragrance filled the cave, like a decaying flower blooming in winter. The cold wind rushed in, sweeping the girl's long black hair as pretty white flowers and snowflakes slowly fell from the sky, rustling to the ground. Xiaoji was buried underneath it all, his previously struggling body gradually calming down. Ni Luo's sobs also quieted. The world returned to a single shade, snow covering the mountains in silence. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside. Su Donqin quickly turned her head, but before she could react, the mountain wind mixed with silver snow blinded her. The noises outside grew louder, as if something uncontrollable was happening. When a heavy clump of snow crashed onto her, Su Donqin seemed to hear Lu Yunfei's voice, yet she could see nothing at all. Her body felt like it was sinking into a void. The whole world began to twist. The mountains collapsed, the trees tilted, burying her within. PFT cough, cough, cough. Su Donqin abruptly exhaled, pushing herself out from the pile of white flowers. There was a soft breeze in her ears. Before her lay a peaceful little courtyard. The moon shone high in the sky. Wait a second, wasn't she just in the mountains? And wasn't it supposed to be winter now? What was going on with that floating pair of big underwear pants in this peaceful rural atmosphere? Had she entered another strange farming novel again? Like, something about an idiot boy and his charming wife? Wah! Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. It was a young boy's pitiful cry. Instinctively startled, Su Donqin quickly trotted over on her short legs. It was a small flat house. The door was locked. The sound came from inside. Su Donqin tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. She noticed a small axe hanging on the wall, grunted as she took it down, and swung it hard. Clack! The lock fell off. The door opened. A thick, nauseating mix of blood and alcohol rushed at her. The room was in chaos. Su Donqin's gaze first landed on the half-bloodied, grotesque face of a man reeking of alcohol. She began to hallucinate. Cold wind swept in, bringing with it a flurry of white flowers, which danced like little whirlwinds, blurring the man's vision inside the small house. When Su Donqin looked again, aside from the widespread bloodstains, there was only a little boy crouched on the floor, clinging to his torn, dirty clothes, trembling in terror. Su Donqin hesitated, instinctively reaching out her hand. The boy shoved her away and ran off. Instantly dropping the axe, Su Donqin chased after him. The boy dove headfirst into a haystack at the corner of the yard. Su Donqin also awkwardly squirmed in behind him. Coarse straw scratched against her delicate skin, leaving red marks. Ah, it's so prickly. We're playing hide and seek. Aha. It hurts. It hurts. She got bitten. Trying to build a friendly rapport with the boy in the haystack, Su Dongjin was startled by his sharp little teeth. Curled up in the corner of the haystack, the boy watched warily, his whole body bristling like a frightened puppy. Su Dongjin pouted in Wojcik, cradling her aching hand, and turned her back around angrily. Behind her, the boy remained completely still, hugging his knees tightly. Suddenly, cursing and grumbling came from the front. Through the soft moonlight, Su Dongjin saw a man clutching his head, staggering out of the house. Blood covered his face, as if he'd been hit hard by something. At the sight of the man, the boy behind her immediately stiffened. He bit his lower lip hard, body tense beyond description. Su Dongjin glanced at the boy, then at the man. The distance was too far, the night too dark, and blood almost fully obscured his face, making it hard for her to recognize him. Yet, she always felt a strange sense of familiarity, probably because she'd done so many good deeds. Sigh, she was just too kind, always doing good without leaving her name. Grandmas she helped cross the street would tearfully thank her, only to curse under their breath as they walked away. The man appeared to have sensed something, his terrifying face heading straight for the tall haystack. The boy's entire body started trembling. Hidden inside the haystack, his face was unnaturally pale, smeared with blood on his cheek, making him look powerless and cornered. Su Dongjin thought for a moment, then stayed put. The man cursed as he rummaged through the haystack a few times, not finding anyone, and kicked at it with force. Unfortunately, his foot landed right on the boy. The boy stifled a groan, swallowing it back quickly. The sound was too soft. The man didn't notice, continuing to kick and strike the haystack in fury. The boy forced his eyes wide open. In the darkness, the man's huge, glaring eyes consumed his vision, growing larger in his mind, like a ferocious beast staring at him, pulling him into the abyss. Suddenly, a soft hand reached out from the side, gently covering his eyes. The skin was as delicate and smooth as flower petals, carrying a sweet floral scent. The boy's held breath gradually steadied. Everything around seemed to fall silent. That soft, gentle touch surrounded him, like returning to a warm harbor. At some point, the man in front had already left. The hand over his eyes slowly withdrew, the palm lightly brushing past his eyelashes. Instinctively, the boy quickly reached out, gripping that hand tightly. His grip was forceful, like a final desperate clinging. Under the faint moonlight, he saw a deep tooth mark on the hand. Fresh blood oozed from the wound, trickling down the skin and dripping onto his chest. Penetrating the faded fabric of his shirt, the blood felt hot, burning into him, like piercing the very tip of his heart. Su Dongjin tugged her hand slightly, but couldn't pull it free. She used her other hand to gently wipe the sweat from the boy's face. The boy remained rigid, soaked in cold sweat like someone just pulled from water. The courtyard was very quiet. Even the chickens had gone to sleep. Only the cicadas from a tree outside the yard occasionally chirped. Many fireflies gathered in the corner, floating around as though they discovered something sweet, drifting towards Su Dongjin. Swarm after swarm flew in with a rustling sound. In the dark night, fireflies flickered, illuminating that pretty little face. The young boy was momentarily stunned, somewhat dazed. Su Dongjin finally pulled her hand free. She crawled out of the haystack, then patted off the bits of straw clinging to her. She was wearing thick clothes, making her look like a giant ball. The weather was really too hot. Su Dongjin began peeling off layers of clothing. Behind her was a huge, round moon, hazy and luminous, casting a soft glow upon her back. The girl's slender, graceful silhouette gradually emerged, as if undergoing a transformation into a fairy. Come out. Su Dongjin, now only in a thin long-sleeved shirt and pants, extended her hand toward him. The young boy cast his eyes downward. He didn't reach for her hand, but instead slowly climbed out of the haystack by himself. The boy was indeed very thin. His clothes hung loosely on him, and his red-rimmed eyes remained lowered. Bruises of purplish blue marred his exposed skin. Su Dongjin carefully stepped closer, then suddenly produced a flower in her palm. This magical gesture successfully drew the boy's gaze. Su Dongjin noticed a faint sparkle light up the otherwise lifeless eyes. Here, the young boy raised his head, gazing at the girl before him. He thought, she must be a fairy from heaven, a fairy who came to save him. The young boy hesitantly stretched out his hand. Seeing the dirt on his palm, he instinctively shrank back. Then he rubbed it hard against his clothes before carefully accepting the white flower. It smelled sweet, just like the scent around the girl. Bang! A sudden loud noise erupted from the distance, followed by the man's furious curses. It was like the starting gunshot of a sprint. The boy shuddered all over. He instantly grabbed Su Dongjin and ran toward the house. They dashed all the way to the second floor. The boy pushed open the door, shoved Su Dongjin into the large wardrobe, then quickly dragged out chairs and tables to barricade the door. Finally, he himself slipped into the wardrobe beside her. Footsteps pounded outside, accompanied by forceful kicks against the door, bang bang bang. The scraping of furniture across the floor sounded like the whisper of a demon. Each squelch, squeal cut into their hearts, tearing at their nerves stretched to the limit. Damn it! Gradually, the noise outside quieted. The man seemed to have exhausted himself. Finally, half an hour later, everything fell silent. Inside the wardrobe, the young boy's breathing slowly steadied. He clutched the white flower in his hand tightly. In the darkness, he tried to locate where the girl was. Is he a bad person? The voice of the girl, Dongjin, flowed into his ears like the sweetest wine, trickling down his throat and into his lungs and soul, overwhelming his body with sweetness. He's my uncle. The boy spoke hoarsely, as if he'd screamed too long. Still, One could sense the freshness and tenderness of youth in his tone. Oh, Su Donqin fidgeted slightly with her fingers. Who are you? The boy could hear his own heartbeat, loud and forceful, as if it would burst from his chest. He felt scared, yet shy. He feared she could hear the thunderous pounding of his heart. I'm Su Donqin. The girl's sweet voice pierced through the darkness and captured his heart. Su Donqin, Su Donqin, Su Donqin. I'll thank why dash. The boy stammered, trying hard to control himself. Su Donqin suddenly patted her own clever little head. I get it now. The poor little frightened thing just needed a hug. The young girl stretched out her thin arm, leaned forward slightly, and pulled the boy, who was pressed tightly against the wardrobe wall, into her arms. A sweet floral fragrance spread out, replacing the suffocating, rotten stench of summer. This scent was even stronger. The young boy had never smelled anything so sweet. It smelled like flowers, but not quite like flowers. It was a scent unlike any other in the world. The boy thought to himself, how wonderful it would be if this scent could belong only to him. Summer days stretched long, cicadas hummed softly in the shade. The boy lay with his eyes closed in Su Donqin's arms, slender, fragile, pitiful. This was the deepest sleep he had had in years. However, when the first ray of morning light poured in through the big hole in the ceiling, the boy woke with a start. He opened his beautiful, almond-shaped eyes, clear and bright, as if misted with moisture. His hand tightly gripped the collar of Su Donqin's shirt. When he lifted his head and saw the person lying beside him, his breath caught for 3 whole seconds before he slowly, gently exhaled, a long and soft breath. As if fearing that a single louder breath might scare the fairy-like girl away, the young boy stretched out his hand, carefully and gently pushing open a corner of the wardrobe. Light instantly flooded in, and he saw the girl's face clearly. She was pale and delicate, exquisitely beautiful beyond belief. He had never seen anyone this stunning. Su Donqin opened her drowsy eyes, only to find herself staring directly at the boy's porcelain-white little face. Her head had been resting on the boy's thin arm, and he had been kneeling there motionless. Who knew how long he had been frozen in that position? Still half asleep, Su Donqin sat up, her long black hair falling down and softly sliding over the boy's sleeve, carrying with it a hint of sweet fragrance. The young boy tensed and instinctively shrank back. Su Donqin, still groggy, tilted her head, glancing at the half-open wardrobe, then peeked halfway out to look outside. Finally, she stretched out her hand and gave the boy's cheek a hard pinch. Oh, the boy winced in pain. Does it hurt? She asked, her heart aching for him. The boy gently shook his head. Su Donqin tilted her head again and pinched him once more. The boy endured the pain and stayed still, shivering slightly. Does it hurt? She asked again. The boy shook his head again. Just as Su Donqin was about to pinch him again, her wrist was suddenly caught by the boy's small hand. I'll put some medicine on for you. Su Donqin looked down at her own hand, which bore tooth marks, then suddenly let out a loud wail. Why, it hurts so bad, so bad, so bad. So she wasn't dreaming, right? The boy skillfully took out a box containing cotton swabs and disinfectant. He carefully cleaned and applied the medicine to Su Donqin's hand, then wrapped it with a bandage. Shoo! Su Donqin watched the boy treat her hand while puffing out her cheeks and blowing hard on it. So painful, so painful, so painful. Then she noticed the boy's bruised arms and legs, far worse than her own. After finishing treating Su Donqin, the boy efficiently applied medicine to himself as well. His frail, thin body was bony, each rib clearly visible, as if he hadn't eaten a proper meal for a long time. Su Donqin sat cross-legged on the boy's small bed, spotting his backpack. She tilted her head closer to examine it. 3 years of college entrance exams, 5 years of simulation exercises. Wow, math papers with full marks? Had that ever happened? Stunned by the endless red markings usually found on her own papers, Su Donqin stared at the name written on the exam and suddenly paused. What's your name? The boy shyly replied, Lu Yunfei. With a soft thud, the full mark paper dropped from Su Donqin's hands to the floor. She must still be dreaming. Su Donqin tried to hit herself with the blanket, hoping to wake up, but it didn't work. Wrapped in the blanket, hair in disarray, she sat up, raising her head to look around the small room. No wonder this room felt so familiar. The wardrobe behind her, especially this small hole, it all seemed familiar. So this was Lu Yunfei's home, and the boy in front of her. Could this be the childhood version of Lu Yunfei? Su Donqin widened her eyes, filled with shock, trembling slightly as she turned to look at the small boy beside her. Dressed in worn-out clothes, he stood nervously. Meeting her gaze, he fidgeted his hands in confusion, his slender body giving off a fragile, wobbly vibe even under the scorching sun. Are you a fairy? The boy gathered his courage, lifting his head to look at the Su Donqin before him. He looked about 13 or 14 years old, though maybe that was just due to chronic malnutrition, making him look younger than he actually was. His figure was unusually delicate. His childish face only faintly hinted at the features of the adult Lu Yunfei. But what was most confusing was the expression on his face. Who could imagine that Lu Yunfei would wear a look like a lost little kitten, Colin Baba, as if constantly bullied? That panic-stricken, wide-eyed gaze, especially when he looked at her with those big, glistening eyes, was simply heart-meltingly adorable. Su Donqin swallowed hard. This little cub was just too adorable. She moved her hand, wanting to hug him, yet afraid to. She was a bit nervous that this kid might suddenly pull out his little axe and chop her hand off to feed the chickens below. Gulululut. A clear sound of a growling stomach echoed through the room. Su Donqin instinctively covered her stomach with her hand. Then she noticed the young boy across from her blushing furiously, looking as if he wished for a hole to open up so he could hide inside it. So it wasn't her stomach that had growled after all. I'll take you to dig up some lotus roots, the little boy offered, inhaling deeply and nervously extending the invitation. He didn't know why, but the moment he saw her, he just really liked her. He wanted to give her everything, absolutely everything he had. Outside, the sound of cars faded away. The boy gently nudged the sleepy girl leaning against him. Uncle has gone to work. We can come out now. Still groggy, Su Dongjin slowly opened her eyes and stared at the small round hole on the wardrobe. Unable to resist, she mischievously extended one finger toward it. There was a little hole. Stuck, it's stuck, it's stuck. What should I do? Ugh. For some reason, this scene felt so familiar. Familiar enough that Su Dongjin was tempted to smash her own smart little head. The young boy, her beloved little cub, sneaked into the kitchen and stole a bottle of oil. After smearing it on her finger, it took nearly half a small cloud's worth of effort to finally free her stuck finger. I'll never poke holes again, Su Dongjin vowed while munching on her big pancake. The young boy carefully wiped the oil off her hands with a towel and then applied a swelling soothing ointment. Outside the window, sunlight burned bright. The girl leaned lazily by the window, the half-eaten pancake beside her. She tilted her head slightly, and without realizing it, dozed off again. Summer always made people sleepy, after all. Her long, silky black hair spilled like fine silk down her back. She wore one of his old shirts. Her skin was fair and delicate, her breathing soft. Her beautiful eyes were gently closed, her lashes fluttering faintly like butterfly wings in the breeze. Truly graceful and charming like a beautiful butterfly. The boy nearly lost himself in the sight. He stood there. The blazing sunlight fell straight down, enveloping his head and body. Thin beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead and neck, half of his shirt soaked through. Suddenly, the boy pulled a notebook from his backpack. Sitting cross-legged, his nose slightly tilted upward, he started sketching. The soft rustling sound clearly echoed in the cramped room, where only cicada songs and croaking frogs filled the silence. The boy carefully outlined the soft and charming curves of the girl's eyes and eyebrows. Suddenly, a shadow fell over his work, followed by the drowsy voice of the girl. What are you doing? And nothing in particular. He quickly closed the notebook. Su Dongjin didn't think much of it, continuing to chew on her half-eaten pancake. But then she started circling him, like she was examining a rare animal, making soft sking sounds. The young boy sat there, face burning red, letting her circle, his head lowered to expose his delicate, slender neck, incredibly soft and fragile-looking. Unable to help herself, Su Dongjin reached out and patted the boy's head. Oh wow, such a good boy. Hee. After rubbing his head, Su Dongjin cleared her throat lightly. Ahem, I'm 19. You should call me sister. Leaning down, she fixed him with her lovely almond-shaped eyes, the anticipation in her expression overflowing. The boy moved his lips, but the words still didn't manage to escape his throat. Impatient, Su Dongjin continued to circle him. Call me sister, call me sister, call me sister. Dongjin. Huh, Immediately, Su Dongjin raised her swollen, carrot-like finger and poked it at the boy's head. How impolite. How could he directly call his elder by name? Dongjin. The boy tilted his head back, looking up at Su Dongjin standing in front of him, a faint smile forming as he tilted his head slightly. He was already very good-looking to begin with, but when he smiled, it was even more charming. His beautiful almond eyes slightly narrowed, brimming with a youthful, shy charm. Su Dongjin couldn't help but superimpose this image over the perverted face of the adult Lu Yunfei. Dear God, her heart couldn't take it anymore. No, stop. Dongjin, you're breaking the law. Don't smile. Su Dongjin suddenly clamped her hand over the boy's face. She pressed so hard that the young Lu Yunfei's cheeks bulged out between her fingers. Just don't smile. He looked way too good like that. Ooh. She couldn't handle the punishment of breaking the law for her heart's sake. At night, the boy slept in the wardrobe while Su Dongjin lay in his small bed. The bed was spotlessly clean, carrying a faint smell of soap from the boy's body. Su Dongjin had slept too much during the day. Wrapped in the quilt, she tossed and turned restlessly. Outside, the heat was unexpectedly suffocating, and the room itself was even hotter. No air conditioner, no electric fan, nothing at all. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed past her. Su Dongjin barely opened one eye. The young boy sat beside her, using a fan made from a notebook to gently fan her. Don't need to fan me. The boy stubbornly continued fanning. He sat there, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. You sleep. Although only 3 days had passed, Su Dongjin already understood his little temper. As stubborn as a stinky little stone. Once he made up his mind, nothing could change it. Su Dongjin obediently closed her eyes. After a long while, just as she was drifting off, a soft voice suddenly whispered in her ear, asking, will you leave? Like his parents, abandoning him and leaving. Leaving him alone in hell. Su Dongjin opened her eyes and met the boy's startled gaze. His face turned bright red, clearly not expecting that Su Dongjin hadn't been asleep. I won't leave you. Su Dongjin gently patted the little boy Lu Yunfei's head. The boy buried his face in her neck, his voice muffled and indistinct. Don't lie to me. Her heart softened instantly. If I ever leave, I'll definitely come back for you. And if I don't return, then you can chop me into 18 pieces. Wait a minute, why did she say that? Had someone added some strange setting for her? But words once spoken could never be taken back. The little boy had already tightly hugged her. Su Dongjin thought, well, surely it's fine to trick a child, right QAQ? Teenage Lu Yunfei didn't ask Su Dongjin where she came from, nor did he ask who she was. He kept her hidden inside his wardrobe, raising her like his most precious treasure. Su Donqin chewed on her pancake, feeling that the little cub Lu Yunfei she was raising was just too well behaved, always obeying her requests, always sweetly shy. The boy showed a smile towards Su Donqin. Immediately, Su Donqin held her chest protectively. Don't smile, don't smile. She feared she might suffer a heart attack and rot in prison. It was summertime now. Every day, the boy went with his grandfather to water the fields outside. Day by day, Su Donqin grew bored inside the house. When the boy went out, memories of the fresh, plump lotus roots she had eaten on her first day came back, and she rushed outside in excitement. In the evening, the young boy returned to the room holding a fresh, steamed bun. He opened the wardrobe. She wasn't there. He flipped the blanket open, still not there. Then he looked under the bed. Not there, nowhere at all. Where had she gone? Where was she? The boy breathed quickly, the steamed bun in his hand dropping to the floor. He held his chest, where an empty feeling stretched out like a hand ripping through his flesh, biting at his heart. It had pulled away the most precious thing he had. Chapter 37. The young boy slumped onto the bed. The familiar sweet fragrance filled his nostrils. He closed his eyes, buried his face into it, inhaled deeply, and curled his thin body up into a tight knot, like a pitiful little newborn kitten on the brink of death. Minutes later, the boy suddenly sat up, rushed outside barefoot. He must find her. He had to find her. On this summer night, the wind was still, and the birds were hidden. Everything was so serene. The boy ran barefoot through the mountainous fields. His black hair flew, revealing his painfully pale face. He ran to every place he could reach. Without pause, he dashed forward. He darted through the woods, stumbled rolling down a small slope, and then climbed back up. Soft wet mud, sharp stones, leaves sharp enough to cut the skin. None of these could stop him from moving forward. He stood atop the mountain, found the tallest tree, and laboriously climbed it. This was his first time climbing a tree. He didn't know how to do it properly, but he climbed fast, because of urgency. Finally, he reached the highest point, saw the village, the lights, and the small lotus pond. Inside the pond was a slim figure so pale, it almost glowed. A large lotus flower was stuck atop her head. Her pants were rolled up, exposing her thin legs. The water reached her calves, and she struggled to move through the muddy water, suddenly bending down as if she had found something great, thrusting her arms into the mud. The boy immediately slid down from the tree. Because he was too anxious, he fell halfway. It hurt terribly. He shifted slightly on the ground, then stood up, limping as he ran forward. Soon, he arrived at the small pond. The girl had just stepped out, eyes widened as she saw the panting boy in front of her, then she smiled. Your stomach was growling from hunger at night. I went to dig up some lotus roots for you. To take care of Su Donqin, the boy always ended up hungry. After all, this was a fairy girl with a huge appetite. Every night, listening to the gurgling sounds from the boy's belly, Su Donqin always felt guilty while feeling hungry herself. For the boy's physical and mental health, and also for her own stomach, Su Donqin decided to go dig for lotus roots. Drenched and covered in mud, the girl stood there, holding white, tender lotus roots. Her eyes and eyebrows were as though painted, her smile blooming like flowers. The boy's eyes turned red, and he suddenly charged forward. His light body jumped up and tightly wrapped his arms around her. Behind Su Donqin was the pond full of lotus flowers, leaves, and roots, green and flourishing. With too much force, the boy sent Su Donqin falling backward, splashing into the pond. Water splashed all around. The lotus flowers and leaves in the pond were crushed beneath them. Inside the entire green pond, the girl was completely surrounded by lush growth. Beside her were giant pink twin lotus flowers and round disc-like leaves, including the one lotus flower she had stuck on her forehead. When Su Donqin finally managed to crawl out of the pond, both she and the young boy had become little mud creatures. The boy tightly clutched at the hem of Su Donqin's clothes, dripping muddy water all over. I thought you had left. This was the first time he had ever exposed his emotions so openly. The boy seemed somewhat shy. After saying that, he immediately tried to change the topic. Why did you stick a lotus flower on your head? Su Donqin gave him a look saying, are you stupid? This is a disguise. She had come to steal lotus roots, after all. Young boy. The moon shone brightly. The summer breeze gently blew. The boy took Su Donqin back home. Su Donqin took a bath, put on the boy's clothes, wrapped herself in a small blanket, and curled up on the bed gnawing on the lotus root, her voice soft and gentle. Earlier, that wealthy village chief tried to follow me into the hay pile. How could she be so smart and still fall for that? The boy's eyes darkened. He dragged out a small axe from the wardrobe. Su Donqin was immediately shocked. What are you planning to do with the axe? Chop him up. Oh no, did something go wrong? Where was her sweet, adorable little baby? The next day, the wealthy village chief came to the door. He said that someone had dug up all his young lotus roots, and not even dug them properly. They were all broken. Even the lotus flowers and leaves were crushed flat. The boy's grandfather quickly apologized and offered money to the village chief, but he firmly refused, saying he had something he wanted to discuss with Lu Zhizhi. The grandfather said Lu Zhizhi had gone to work and wasn't at home. The village chief asked again whether Lu Yunfei was around. The old man feared the village chief would cause trouble for Lu Yunfei over the lotus roots, so he pushed the issue aside, claiming he wasn't home either. The village chief left, clearly disappointed. After the village chief was gone, the grandfather didn't say a word, only preparing a bowl of noodles with a fried egg on top for the young boy that night. Oh, it's your birthday today, Su Donqin suddenly realized, staring at the large bowl of handmade longevity noodles before her. Your grandpa really cares about you. The young boy paused midway through lifting his chopsticks, not knowing what he was thinking. His face suddenly turned pale with a greenish tinge. It looked as if he were desperately trying to control something. His grip was so tight, he nearly snapped the chopsticks in two. Su Dongjin didn't notice the boy's expression, fixated only on the golden fried egg floating in the broth. It seemed like a soft-boiled one. Slurp. Let's eat it together. With a clack, the young boy finally snapped the chopsticks in two. He handed one piece to Su Dongjin, then split the fried egg into two halves. Thick, runny yolk oozed out, like the sunlight spreading across the horizon, gradually diffusing into the milky broth. They shared the noodles and ate the egg together. Su Dongjin leaned against the young boy, sitting on the bed, gazing through the narrow, small window at the moon outside. What gift do you want? She asked him. The boy's eyelashes fluttered. Tilting his head slightly, he could see the girl's smooth skin. Because they were so close, he could even see the moonlight reflected in her dark pupils, giving off a calm, innocent glow. The young boy swallowed hard and whispered, I want to see snow. The winters had been warm in the south these past few years. Rarely did snow fall. For a southerner, this truly was a grand wish. But now was summer. Where could snow be found? Su Dongjin pondered, thinking this wish was indeed a bit too difficult. Meanwhile, the young boy watched her slightly furrowed little face, a shy infatuation seeping into his eyes. He stared at her, voice even softer now. Snow must be beautiful. And clean. It must be just like her. His voice was too quiet, and Su Dongjin didn't hear clearly. After her moment of frustration, Su Dongjin suddenly lit up with inspiration. She raised her hand, and a beautiful little white flower bloomed from her fingertip. Then with a whoosh, snow began to fall from the sky, an amazing, breathtaking rain of flower petals cascading down. The blossoms were so white, so pure, not a speck of color marring them, drifting down gently, covering the entire small room. The wind blew in through the window, whooshing the white flowers higher. The white flowers twirled in the air around the two of them, rustling softly as they landed on their shoulders, filling the air with a sweet fragrance, dancing whiteness swirling all around. Su Dongjin turned her head, looking at the young boy sitting beside her, her smile bright. Look, it's snowing. The boy stared upward, dazed, seeing the white flowers fall endlessly from the sky. They brushed his face, his hands, his feet, sliding into his clothes, just like her gentle touch. This sight was beautiful beyond words. Without thinking, the young boy reached out, quickly gathering many of the white flowers in his hands. Sweet, warm, this feeling was like her soft embrace. The girl beside him leaned closer, carrying an even sweeter scent than the white flowers, drifting like a whisper, close yet distant, captivating his heart, stirring his emotions. At this tender age, meeting someone like her, the young boy thought, for the rest of his life, he would never forget her. The girl's hand stroked his head, dropping a pile of snow down, almost burying him beneath it. The boy stared in a trance, his eyes slowly glistening, tears clinging to his pitch-black lashes. Half buried in the sea of flowers, his delicate frame carried a fragile, almost androgynous beauty unique to boys his age. Seemingly enchanted, Su Dongjin gently pressed closer, hand resting on the young boy's head, murmuring with tenderness, This is special snow, just for my little baby. Baby. The young boy's face turned bright red, embarrassed yet touched. Like a gentle little pup, Su Dongjin happily felt the swell of maternal love within her. Ah, so this was the greatness of maternal love? In a sudden burst of joy, Su Dongjin lunged toward the boy, and the two tumbled into the flower pile. A deluge of petals, saturated with an intoxicating floral fragrance, fell like a glorious dream of snowy whiteness on this summer night. The broken-down little room, in that moment, transformed into a perfect fairy-tale world. Lying amidst the sea of petals, the young boy turned his head to look at Su Dongjin beside him. Where are you from? After saying that, he turned his head and stared at the moon above, wondering whether she might have come from it. I'm from the heavens. Then, won't you die? Su Dongjin wanted to say that everyone dies eventually, but when she met the boy's sorrowful and hopeful gaze, she instinctively replied, Probably not. The boy's lips curled into a smile. Then, can you stay by my side forever? Sure. Skill acquired. Master of Hongpan Xiaohaizik. Not a blush or a tremor in sight. The young boy's eyes gleamed with joy, his beautiful almond eyes shimmering with affection, reflecting Su Dongjin's overly enchanting face. Su Dongjin was instantly overwhelmed with a surge of maternal love. She immediately reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. I'll give you a nickname. It was because calling his formal name always gave Su Dongjin a creepy chill creeping down her neck. That creepy chill had a surname Liu, and a name, Fu Tu. Too tragic. She'd developed psychological trauma. Not even such a well-behaved kid could heal her. After deep thought, Su Dongjin finally gave her little boy a good nickname. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Baihua. The young boy. Are you sure this is for me? Su Dongjin ended up staying here for over half a month. Summer was almost over. The boy would be starting school soon. After half a summer's rest, the young boy seemed to have grown taller. But he still looked thin and fragile. Only, his face had become increasingly refined and indifferent. The first day of school, the young boy left food for Su Dongjin, saying he would definitely return early today. Su Dongjin obediently nodded, curling up on the boy's bed, drifting into a sleepy haze again. The young boy looked at the girl's flushed, sleeping face and opened the window wider. A light breeze slipped through the window, gently lifting strands of hair near her temple. The boy looked satisfied for a while, then finally left, slinging his school bag over his shoulder. Class ended early today. As the boy was leaving, a female teacher called him. The teacher looked like she wanted to say something, hesitating as if weighing her words carefully. but the boy was eager to go home. Without waiting, he simply left. Looking at the slender silhouette of the retreating figure, the teacher's eyes revealed obvious pity and sorrow. When the boy arrived home, he saw a car parked in the courtyard. Since the last time he had smashed Lu Gigi's head, Lu Gigi had gone to the hospital. This was the first time he had returned in a long while. The young boy sprinted upstairs and flung the door open violently. Instead of the familiar floral scent, an overwhelming stench of alcohol hit his nose, just like back in the past. The man stood in the room, rummaging through things without care. Everything was a mess. Even the boy's quilt was crushed beneath the man's feet. Darling, you're back? You're really back. Lu Gigi ecstatically rushed forward with a wine bottle clutched in his arms. The boy stood there, his face deathly pale. He gripped the straps of his backpack tightly, for the first time not fleeing or dodging, staring blankly at the pile of blood-stained white flowers behind the man. Darling. The man was mentally ill. He went crazy every time he drank. He rushed forward and dragged the boy further into the room. The boy kept his eyes lowered, like a lifeless doll being dragged along. He opened his mouth and whispered, "Where is he?" "Who?" The man's steps halted briefly, suddenly excited. Dead. They're all dead." The boy's previously dim expression quivered violently. He lifted his head to look at the man before him. The man waved his arms wildly, his face twisted with glee. "Dead. They're all dead, my darling. They're all gone. Now we can be together. They're gone, so we can finally be together." The man eagerly tried to hug the boy. The boy struggled fiercely, his frail body flung backwards against the wardrobe with a forceful shove. The solid wardrobe made a dull, heavy thud. The boy collapsed like his body had shattered. He opened his eyes, slightly turning his head. Without a trace of emotion, he reached behind his back into the wardrobe and pulled out an axe, swinging it viciously at the man before him. Although drunk, the man instinctively dodged when danger approached. The wine bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Stepping on the broken glass, the boy roared and swung the axe wildly, like an enraged little beast. The man was stunned, as if the drunken haze had been frightened out of him. He first tried to wrest the axe away, but after being slashed several times, he finally abandoned the idea. The room was small, narrow, with an even tinier window. When the man was cornered near the window, the young boy's eyes suddenly darkened. He raised the axe and swung it down. Startled, the man turned, his body leaning sideways, tumbling out the window. However, since the window was too small, he got stuck. His foot in a leather shoe hung outside, half his body hanging out. The boy stood there motionless, expressionless, then slashed downward at those legs. Blood splattered everywhere. Bones cracked with a brutal sound. The man's piercing shrieks echoed in the ears. From the pain, he struggled fiercely, and then fell out of the window. With a loud bang, it felt like the end of something, or perhaps the beginning of something else. The boy's thin arm dropped down, blood dripping steadily from the small axe. After a long time, he dropped the axe onto the floor. The boy blinked, everything before him blurred in red. He lifted his hand, wiping blood from his face, standing there, watching as the countless small white flowers scattered like snow in the pale sunset, vanishing into the air. He opened his mouth in panic, rushing forward to grab them, but his hands closed around nothing. The mountain of small white flowers had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The boy crumpled to his knees, helpless, as shrieks of horror from the elders echoed from downstairs. But the boy could not even cry out. He opened his mouth wide, a strong metallic scent filling his throat. He covered his mouth with his hand, crawling on the ground, curling himself inward, inching slowly into the wardrobe. With a clack, the wardrobe shut closed. Thick darkness swept over him, like the blackest night, tightly wrapping around his small body. Yet without that soft voice, that gentle embrace, that delicate floral scent, the wardrobe was now so cold, so empty, like hell. No longer his refuge. The boy pressed his back against the wardrobe's inner wall, hugging himself tightly. His fingertips dug violently into the coarse wood of the wardrobe, emitting sharp, grating sounds as flesh tore and blood spilled. SCRRSH, again and again. Who knows how long passed? Only when his strength was nearly drained did the boy finally stop. Outside, the sky had turned light. Thin sunlight filtered in through the tiny opening. The boy opened his swollen, red-rimmed eyes and saw the single small white flower lying in the corner of the wardrobe. So white, so clean, quietly resting there, just like her. The boy's breath caught. He reached out, wanting to touch it, but his hands were stained with blood. It would be ruined. It would be ruined. He rubbed his hands furiously against his clothes, but the blood wouldn't come off. What to do? What to do? The boy lowered his gaze, staring at his hands, covered with splinters and wounds. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into the bottom of the wardrobe. Then another. Bang, bang, bang. Who knows how long he kept at it, pounding until the thin wooden panel gave way. Then he began digging. Fresh mud covered his bloodied fingers. Even in a rural earthen house, the second floor still had dirt packed between layers, interspersed with hardened concrete. Outside, the wailing of an ambulance grew louder. The boy dug without tiring. Finally, it was done. Carefully, he lined the hole with clean clothes and placed the white flower inside. Then he replaced the panel on top. Patta patta patta. Heavy footsteps approached outside. The boy tensed, his eyes snapping toward the door. It was the village headman, Fugaway, along with the female teacher and a few unfamiliar people in red uniforms. What they were saying, the boy could no longer understand. He only knew that the look in their eyes was complicated and sorrowful. The female teacher knelt down, hugging him and sobbing, saying that everything would be different now. Someone like Lu Gigi would go to jail. The boy turned, glancing toward the half-open wardrobe. Empty, just like his heart. Lu Yunfei had been careless. Too arrogant, too confident. It had to do with his inherent indifference and pride. He hadn't taken the black-clothed man seriously. But he never expected that, before dying, the man would actually self-detonate his core, attempting to take him along into oblivion. In truth, even a self-detonated core wouldn't have been so terrible. But the most critical issue was that the black-clothed man carried other cores on him as well. So many crystal cores, consciously activated and driven to explode. This was no longer on the scale of Hoya's fireworks display. It was a colossal disaster like a volcanic eruption. Originally, the vines in Lu Yunfei's space had already, while the black-clothed man was off guard, swallowed him inside. Lu Yunfei was also preparing to head back. But the catastrophe struck in an instant. His space began trembling. The livestock inside panicked. The vines struggled out from his body, rapidly swelling like indigestion, bulging like a gourd. Lu Yunfei swiftly raised his hand, chopping off the vines. The vines spat out a mouthful of greenish gas, like bloated stomach gas suddenly forcefully released. But soon enough, they rapidly regrew again, bloating once more. Lu Yunfei's expression turned sharp. He wanted to cut them again, but it was already too late. Before dying, the black-clothed man had used his last ounce of strength to self-detonate his core, activating the other cores. The explosion's power was so immense that the vines hadn't managed to digest it, and after shaking the entire space violently, they desperately shot out from Lu Yunfei's spatial rift, where Lu Yunfei swung his axe, cutting them halfway. At this moment, the true power of that spatial crystal core was finally unleashed. A vast spatial distortion almost flattened the entire mountain. Lu Yunfei timely wove a covering net from vines to block the incoming rocks and debris, yet he was still buried beneath the rubble. His space shattered, and the surrounding world collapsed into an abyss of distortion. Everything seemed to freeze still, yet at the same time, rushing by swiftly. Lu Yunfei opened his eyes, watching the cave before him rapidly buried under flying snow and shattered stones. Su Donqin. He struggled to call her name, reaching out to grab her arm, but it was just that one instant. He had clearly already grasped her, yet his hand grasped nothing. As if a soft puff of air had vanished from his palm. The girl's final bewildered gaze became the ultimate despair reflected in Lu Yunfei's pupils. Su Donqin felt it was strange. She had clearly been sleeping on the little kid's bed, but unexpectedly rolled straight into a snowy field after turning over. That snow was icy cold and vast, like a large bowl full of snow. Dressed in only short sleeves and shorts, Su Donqin shivered from the cold. She immediately tried to jump up, but the snow was too deep. She couldn't even move. So cold. Su Donqin felt like she was going to freeze to death. Could this really be where her lifelong aspirations ended? Honestly speaking, Su Donqin felt a bit regretful. She hadn't even slept with Lu Yunfei yet. But then, thinking about how that adorable little child might have become the current Lu Yunfei probably because of her sudden disappearance, Su Donqin felt that perhaps dying wasn't so bad. After all, when someone was dead, could they still not be left in peace? Su Donqin thought. Maybe Lu Yunfei would find her corpse again and chop it into 18 pieces. She was in despair. Once in despair, Su Donqin began to sprout small white flowers. Those fine, dense blossoms pushed aside the snow pile, just like wild grass struggling desperately to survive in a rock crevice. Plala! The snow cracked open a seam. Su Donqin stretched out one leg, then suddenly felt her ankle grabbed tightly, as someone yanked her up by the foot. Su Donqin hung upside down in the air, frantically rolling her eyes downward to see Lu Yunfei's pale face staring right back. Pashi! Su Donqin was thrown back down. Then the man lunged toward her, firmly pinning her into the snow pile. The man's soft black hair carried a faint fragrance, fresh and clean like wild mountain flowers. It made Su Donqin unconsciously recall that adorable little child. She reached out, gently stroking his little head, calling him Xiaobaiwa. The freakishly big narcissus flowers stiffened all over, then abruptly lifted his head, gripping Su Donqin's face tightly. Su Donqin, QEQ. Humph. The man suddenly laughed. His scarlet eyes revealed a strange glow. Su Donqin involuntarily began to tremble. Then the man suddenly buried his face into Su Donqin's neck, almost whispering, almost accusing. Even when you died, you never came to find me. The heartless Su Donqin truly regretted. I probably got lost. That, wasn't it just the kind of lie adults tell kids, Yuwa, who would know it wasn't a matter of no retribution, just that the time hadn't come yet. Su Donqin was held tightly in the man's arms, squeezed so hard, she could barely breathe. I was so stupid. I shouldn't have lied to that child in the first place. If I hadn't lied, I wouldn't have been targeted by this psychopath. If not targeted by this psychopath, I wouldn't end up being chopped into 18 pieces. Time is a circle. No matter how it turns, in the end, everything returns to its starting point. You see, now someone has come to collect her debts. Su Donqin. Ni Luo's voice carried from a distance. Su Donqin struggled to pop her little head out and take a look. Then she saw Xiao Ji, who was currently being carried on Ni Luo's back. Wow, this beautiful hair must have used head and shoulders, right? Su Donqin looked astonished at Xiao Ji's long hair reaching her waist. If Xiao Ji resembled Lu Yunfei, then this long hair was simply breathtaking. But unfortunately, Xiao Ji had a firm, square-jawed face. Therefore, this long hair now looked as unsettling as corn silk stuck on a square watermelon. This thing could easily star in a horror movie without spending a penny on makeup. Ni Luo set Xiao Ji down from his back and excitedly hugged Su Donqin. I thought, you'd better let go or she'll really die. Fortunately, Lu Yunfei kicked Ni Luo away. Everyone found a dilapidated small car in the vast snowfield and struggled to squeeze inside. Lu Yunfei tightly held onto Su Donqin, clinging to her like a highly insecure Borhavia plant. That black-clothed man's crystal core ability was much more powerful than we imagined. So, after the black-clothed man self-detonated, it caused spatial distortion, which allowed her to time-slip back to young Lu Yunfei's era. Good heavens. So she wasn't dreaming after all. That child was really Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin suddenly began rummaging through her little bag. She pulled out a notebook. This was something she'd casually picked up when they left that rural mansion. Su Donqin thought that if she wasn't mistaken, this little notebook had always been carried by young Yunyun, never leaving his side, even while sleeping, his most precious secret. Sure enough, as soon as Su Donqin pulled out the notebook, Lu Yunfei's expression drastically changed. Su Donqin immediately unlocked the notebook with Lu Yunfei's birthday. Inside were a series of drawings. Very simple pencil sketches. Every single one was of her. Her sleeping, her eating, her sleeping again, her eating again. Was there no depiction of her doing anything else? Was she really a woman who only knew how to sleep and eat? Su Donqin was furious. But since Bai Hua had drawn her so beautifully, she'd forgive him. Meanwhile, Enai Luo was pulling a helmet over Xiao Zhi's head. It was said that Xiao Zhi had already been unconscious for a long time. Although his body's zombification hadn't stopped, he hadn't attacked anyone either. That was a good sign. Su Donqin heard Enai Luo muttering while putting the helmet on. Rarely someone treats me as a woman. Su Donqin was shocked. So that was really your reason for insisting on marrying him? At night, everyone curled up and slept in the cramped, Bao small car. Suddenly, Su Donqin felt a suffocating sense of drowning. At first, she thought she was dreaming, but then realized she was truly drowning. Up! Su Donqin barely surfaced halfway when a hand pressed down hard on her head, pushing her under again. In the struggle, Su Donqin suddenly grabbed a fistful of hair and yanked with all her strength. The man grunted in pain and finally released her. Then Su Donqin stood up. Was the water really this shallow? I'm so scared. The man suddenly tightened his embrace around her, fingers digging in, trembling, all over. Looking down blankly, Su Donqin suddenly felt her heart race. They were all soaked together in a pool, completely naked. Su Donqin lifted her head high, determined to prove her purity. Around them, besides the water, there were various fruits and animals, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, all sorts of delights, with birds singing and flowers blooming like paradise. Without a doubt, this was Lu Yunfei's space. Chapter 38. Where is this? Su Donqin asked, already knowing the answer. Lu Yunfei smiled slightly. Guess. Su Donqin hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized, I know now. I must be dreaming. With that, she shut her eyes tightly. The man lowered his gaze and looked at the small figure curled in his arms, a noticeable smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He raised his hand, and the water beneath them seemed to come alive, slowly flowing and washing over their bodies. The spiritual spring water was extremely soothing. It could relieve fatigue, heal wounds, and most importantly, it enhanced beauty and improved body shape. Su Donqin tried to bury herself deeper into it, contemplating whether she should drink a few sips, when she noticed her small feet and Lu Yunfei's large feet submerged in the water. Forget it. Whoever wants to drink this foot-washing water can do so. There was no way she would. After soaking for who knows how long, Su Donqin felt like her skin was getting wrinkled, and the man still refused to let her go. She whimpered, the water is too cold. I'll go wrap myself in a blanket and come back. Just as she was about to stick her little butt out and leave, the man suddenly grabbed her fiercely and kissed her. This was Lu Yunfei's space, where heaven and earth were within his grasp. If he wanted pigs to fly, they couldn't run. If he wanted the sky to darken, it couldn't stay bright. If he wanted to kiss someone, not even a sow could escape, let alone Su Donqin, who couldn't even outrun a sow. After their kisses, they lay on the soft grass, gazing upward. Nightfall approached, hanging like a black curtain, and a long, narrow Milky Way adorned the sky with many pretty little stars. They twinkled at Su Donqin like her own blinking eyes. After soaking so long, Su Donqin's face was rosy as she snuggled into Lu Yunfei's embrace. Inhaling the familiar scent from the man, she snuggled even closer, like a little nursing kitten. The man's body stiffened slightly, and he gently patted her head. Go to sleep. Su Donqin playfully replied, can't sleep. I want you to sing for me. Lu Yunfei, sing what? Vast grassland. The young girl exclaimed excitedly. Come on, let me start. Before Su Donqin had the chance to actually make a sound, Lu Yunfei quickly covered her mouth with his hand. The man looked down at Su Donqin. Her cheeks puffed out like a little frog, and slowly began to sing. Shi yan yang, mei yan yang, lan yan yang. Yes, his singing wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, he leaned down. His jet black eyes seemed to emit a wolfish glow in the darkness. Do I look like a wolf to you? Su Donqin cried out in fright and burst into tears. Then, as the man roared with laughter, she immediately closed her large eyes in peace. She never wanted to listen to Lu Yunfei singing ever again. In the small broken car, Enai Luo leaned on Xiao Zhi and suddenly woke up. As soon as her eyes opened, she saw two people in front of her, faces flushed and frowned. Where did you two go so early in the morning? Su Donqin gently touched her slightly chapped lips, mumbling. Maybe. Honey, I'm living the dream. Enai Luo, forget it. Asking this silly girl would yield no results. Let's first return to the survival zone to pick up Beikai and Enai Lan. Enai Luo stood up, lifting Xiao Zhi effortlessly onto her shoulder. Although Enai Luo was a woman, she was slim, tall, and incredibly strong, carrying Xiaoji, who was as heavy as a small hill, as if it were nothing. Having made their decision, everyone climbed onto the zombie hound and rushed toward the survival zone. On the way, they met many people bowing on the ground, kneeling every 3 steps, devout as if worshipping their ancestors. During a break taken by the zombie hound, Luo couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "What exactly are you all doing?" A trembling old woman, kneeling on the frozen ground, shivered all over from the cold, but had a nearly frenzied expression on her face. The god has already descended. Only by heading to the temple can one attain immortality. Hearing such cult-like rhetoric, Su Donqin felt as if she had accidentally stumbled into a legal affairs program. She gravely put her chin in her hand and mused. "Perhaps your god's name is Gigi?" The old woman shuddered, angrily scolding. "How dare you speak the god's name directly? God, please don't be angry, please don't be angry." The old woman kept bowing her head repeatedly. The people around her also began bowing continuously. They were so devout that they knocked small pits into the snow mounds. Luo never expected that in just a few days, Lu Gigi's influence had already extended this far. He had become even more cult-like than a cult. Looking at these brainwashed people, Luo felt both pity and relief. Thankfully, they had uncovered Lu Gigi's true nature early on and definitely wouldn't fall for his petty tricks. "Su Donqin, what are you doing?" Luo shifted her gaze and saw Su Donqin lying face down on the ground, with 3 lollipops stuck in the snow pile in front of her. Su Donqin dug her little snow-covered face out of the snow, her voice soft and sweet. "I'll give it a try too, just in case it actually works." After saying that, Su Donqin started praying sincerely, "Please die quickly, please die quickly." Luo hopped off the zombie hound with Xiao Ji on her shoulder and placed 3 sausages next to the 3 lollipops. She didn't believe it at all. HMPF. "Still, you better die quickly." Luo locked Xiao Beikai and Lan inside a room in the survival zone and left the little puppy to guard them. After struggling for 3 days, everyone finally returned to the survival zone, only to pick up the little puppy. "Where are Beikai and Lan?" Luo grabbed the puppy's neck furiously and shouted. The puppy was shaking so hard it looked about to lose consciousness, making pitiful woof-woof sounds as if it were about to speak urgently. Su Donqin immediately stepped forward to rescue her gluttonous divine beast. Lu Yunfei walked into the room, reached from behind the door, and took down a piece of paper. Written on the pink slip were only 4 words. "Darling, I'll be waiting." Who did this was already obvious without saying. Luo clenched her teeth, gritted, and smashed her fist against the wall. "That lowly bitch." Silence filled the room. "Guru." Su Donqin lowered her eyes to look at her little belly. With a casual flick of his fingers, Lu Yunfei crushed the slip in his hand into tiny pieces. He said, "Let's eat first." Luo set Xiaoji down and skillfully put a bib around him, then started feeding him. Open wide." Xiaoji obediently opened his mouth. Looking at the bib tied around Xiaoji's thick neck, Su Donqin looked down at the puppy's own bib, then turned her gaze to Luo, who was feeding him with a warm, nurturing expression, like a wife remaining faithful forever to her husband who had become a zombie for no reason, and said cautiously, "Maybe he doesn't need to eat." Luo shot her a sharp glance, and Su Donqin shut up immediately. There is a kind of hunger that exists only because your future girlfriend says you're hungry. Xiaoji was force-fed until his belly bulged, then was hoisted back onto Luo's shoulder to continue walking. To search for Xiao Beikai and Lan, they all returned to the castle. The grand and previously magnificent castle had become half-ruined because of the previous fire. Buried in snow, it somehow radiated a certain kind of ruined beauty. There was a long line in front of the castle gate, young and old alike, all hoping to enter the temple to pay respects to Lu Gigi. According to the rumors, if you received Lu Gigi's approval, you would gain immortality. Therefore, these people had gone almost crazy. Of course, you couldn't just enter the temple whenever you wanted. To enter the temple required you to bring offerings. The offerings could be a young virgin boy, or a virgin girl, or a pair of both. Whether you obtained them through cheating, lying, or even if they were your own children, that was the entrance fee. The more offerings you presented, the higher your chances of entering the temple became. So wasn't this, essentially, a method of increasing population and selling people? The gatekeeper guarding the castle was a bulky man filled with knots of muscle. In the cold winter, he wore only a vest, bulging over his torso, revealing thick muscular arms like a tiny fortress, standing still. He only allowed 3 people in each time. It was said that he only allowed 99 people inside per day, yet the line waiting there had at least 9,900 people. Since Lu Yunfei refused to use the back door, Luo decided to have Su Donqin use her beauty trick. Luo pushed Su Donqin forward. "Go out there and earn some points for Mama." Su Donqin was wrapped in a thick down jacket, leaving only her pale, pretty little face exposed. She stood there, wringing her small hands together, looking timidly toward the super muscular man. The super muscular Esper stood there, looking down at the group, then slowly lifted one foot. Luo's expression darkened. She quickly pulled Su Donqin back, then turned to Lu Yunfei beside her. "What is he doing?" Su Donqin quickly raised her hand. "I know. He needs to pee." The puppy, the gluttonous divine beast, who had been resting at Su Donqin's feet, suddenly raised one of his hind paws. "Piss." The muscular man, legs still raised, felt an unprecedented humiliation and immediately switched legs. At that moment, Lu Yunfei took out his little axe and gave it a bam, chopping the leg off. "Little puppy, piss." Ay. Amid the heart-wrenching screams of the Esper in pain, Lu Yunfei casually led Su Donqin inside. Ni Luo immediately hoisted Xiao Ji onto her shoulder and followed closely behind, kicking the puppy along. The castle was huge. Although it was Su Dongqin's second time entering, she still couldn't recognize the way. Nobody had come to guide them. Instead, because Lu Yunfei had chopped off 1 foot of the Esper guard, the castle guards had taken notice of them. They had barely taken a few steps before being surrounded. Because of Lu Jiji's divine perception ability, he had gathered the largest number of Espers. Apart from those who had come to seek refuge, there were also Espers he had created himself, only loyal to him alone. They were called the Walking Dead. This made Su Dongqin think of ancient times, of loyal assassins and secret guards. They were raised and trained from childhood, their entire life devoted to one mission, to protect their master with their lives. The guards surrounded them, various Esper powers flickering, chaotic and colorful. The leader of the guards glanced briefly at Su Dongqin, then finally fixed his gaze on Lu Yunfei's face. He seemed to be confirming something, his expression heavy. The head guard finally spoke, the tension thick in the air. "What are you here for?" Su Dongqin murmured softly, "Visiting family?" Ni Luo was just about to deliver a slap to the idiot's head when unexpectedly, the head guard actually stepped aside. But his eyes still stayed on Lu Yunfei's face, filled with both confusion and doubt. "I will have you escorted to the guest room first." The head guard walked ahead. Su Dongqin tiptoed, reaching up deliberately to block Lu Yunfei's face, reminding him angrily, "I suspect he's eyeing your body." Lu Yunfei. The man reached out, grabbed Su Dongqin in one motion, and tucked her into his arms. Su Dongqin continued covering Lu Yunfei's face with her hands. The head guard ahead turned his head, looking even deeper into Lu Yunfei. Su Dongqin immediately went on full alert. She suspected that not only did this head guard want her boyfriend's body, but he also lusted after his good looks. Of course, no one in this castle was a good person. True to his reputation as the extravagant and wealthy Lu Jiji, the room arranged for Su Dongqin and the others was one of the best suites in the castle. Su Dongqin cautiously reached out and pressed the button on the deluxe television. A vast green grassland appeared on the screen. Xiangyang, Meiyang, Lanyang. Wow. Su Dongqin looked genuinely shocked. Suddenly, a group of maids entered from the door. Dressed in beautiful maid outfits, they stood respectfully with their heads bowed, presenting themselves as though ready for any command. The head maid stepped forward. "Master Lu," the darren said, "anything you want will be given to you." Su Dongqin immediately responded that Lu Yunfei wanted nothing, except her. But the head maid didn't let Lu Yunfei off the hook. She continued, "These are Darren's gifts from Master Lu." It was a box of crystal cores. Compared to the pre-apocalypse world, it was just like a Ba Dao Jingsat saying, "Here's my card, spend freely." Su Dongqin was shocked again. This was practically a crippled version of Ba Dao Jiji. Tightly grabbing Lu Yunfei's arm, Su Dongqin warned him that Jiji is lusting after your body. Although she also wanted it, her lust was different from Jiji's. For instance, hers was impure, whereas Jiji's was relatively pure. She didn't spend money, Jiji spent a lot. She was a forced victim, Jiji was the coercive controller. Of course, they did have something in common. Neither had obtained Lu Yunfei's body yet. Sigh, such a craving. Lu Yunfei coldly rejected the box of crystal cores and requested to see Xiao Beikai and Ni Lan. The head maid immediately said, "Darren said, whatever Master Lu wants, he shall receive." Thus, with a single sentence from Lu Yunfei, Xiao Beikai and Ni Lan were immediately brought in front of everyone. There was none of the expected epic battle, none of the spitting out 18 mouthfuls of blood. When Xiao Beikai saw Xiao Ji, who was partially turned into a zombie, Xiao Ji seemed to stir slightly. With tears in her eyes, Ni Luo rushed straight at Ni Lan and hugged her. Ni Lan lowered her head, attempting to bite, only to be slapped aside by Ni Luo. A truly touching sisterly reunion. After slapping Ni Lan aside, Ni Luo brought Xiao Ji in front of Xiao Beikai. "Big brother Xiao, this is Beikai, your own little brother. Do you remember him?" Xiao Beikai shook his head. No. Xiao Ji seemed unresponsive. Ni Luo lovingly pushed back Xiao Ji's long hair, revealing his rugged face. Xiao Ji's rolling eyes sank heavily the moment they landed on Xiao Beikai. He opened his mouth and made an incomprehensible gurgling sound. Ni Lan crawled back, imitating the same sound. Xiao Beikai. No. Ni Luo, wedged between the three zombies, glanced back and forth between Xiao Beikai and Xiao Ji, her expression suddenly shifting. Since Xiao Beikai could talk, perhaps Xiao Ji could too? "Big brother Xiao, I'm Ni Luo." Ni Luo grabbed Xiao Ji's shoulders. "Xiao Ji." Ni Luo refused to give up. Maybe her name was too complicated. He might understand simpler words. "I'm your girlfriend." "Xiao Ji." Su Dongqin silently accused her of being a woman who took advantage of a zombie state, harboring impure intentions. Ni Luo insisted she was simply seizing every opportunity for romance, and insisted someone like Su Dongqin, already in a relationship, couldn't possibly understand a single girl's heart. With that, Ni Luo continued coaching Xiao Ji. "Girlfriend, I'm your girlfriend," she repeated, until suddenly, she burst into giggles herself. Su Dongqin thought she looked like an old witch when she laughed. All she needed was a poisoned apple and a broomstick. After finding Xiao Beikai and Ni Lan, Ni Luo wanted to leave the castle as soon as possible, with her future idiot husband, his idiot brother, and her own idiot sister. Ni Luo suddenly felt like life was too hard. But Lu Yunfei said simply, "We can't leave." Indeed, with Lu Jiji's abilities, they'd be found wherever they went. Why is he targeting us like this? Enai Luo stared at Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei twirled the little axe in his hand. It's not us. It's me. He then stood up, glancing at Su Dongqing sleeping soundly beside him, and said, tomorrow, you all will leave. And what about you? Lu Yunfei remained silent. We can't go, Enai Luo argued. Back when I was searching for Enai Lan, you two were with me. If I left now, I'd be abandoning you. Lu Yunfei retorted bluntly, you're a burden. Enai Luo hesitated, then nodded. You're right. We are a burden. Fine, I'll take Su Dongqing and leave tomorrow. At that, Lu Yunfei's grim expression eased slightly. He leaned down, his fingertips gently grazing Su Dongqing's sleep-flushed face, then kissed her forehead. In her sleep, Su Dongqing hummed and clung tightly to Lu Yunfei's arm, nuzzling it. So damn adorable. The next day, Su Dongqing woke up to find Enai Luo already packing. She had nearly stripped the luxury castle suite bare. After a long search, Su Dongqing finally found a 5-star plastic highball glass. She poured herself some milk and sipped it elegantly. Pooh cough cough. She choked. Still coughing milk, Su Dongqing finally asked, so, what are we doing? Enai Luo hoisted the 3 zombies onto her back and said, escaping. I need to find Lu Yunfei first. Su Dongqing declared, rushing toward the door. Enai Luo, weighed down by 3 zombies, tried to chase after but could only drop the zombies first. I already discussed it with Lu Yunfei last night. We go first, he follows, Enai Luo said, grabbing Su Dongqing's arm. Su Dongqing replied, I'm just afraid he might get scared. Enai Luo looked down and saw Su Dongqing's legs shaking like a sieve. Who exactly was afraid? Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them. Enai Luo blinked, calling out, Lu Yunfei, why are you here already? She was about to walk forward when Su Dongqing suddenly held her back. That's not Lu Yunfei. How do you know? Enai Luo asked, puzzled. Look, he walks with the same side, both feet together. The man, still smiling, stiffened instantly. And he doesn't have that little bag on his back. The man reflexively patted his empty back. Or the little axe. The man clutched his empty hands. And he didn't call me little Beikai either. The man. Shut up, you bastard. Enai Luo frowned. Then who is he? He looked exactly the same, like a copy carved from the same mold. Exposed. The man abruptly turned around and pushed open the door beside him. Following her instinct for danger, Enai Luo rushed in pursuit without hesitation. Su Dongqing hopped forward on her short legs, failing to catch up, and almost got her perky little nose squashed by the rebounding door. Dazed, she stood in the hallway, blinked blankly, then picked a direction and walked forward slowly. There were many maids in the castle. They ignored Su Dongqing completely, not even sparing her a glance as they passed by. Su Dongqing wasn't sure how long she had walked when she finally snapped out of it and noticed a man standing by a window. He had a small backpack on his back and held a little axe, quietly watching a woman standing 3 meters away from him. The woman wore a beautiful blue dress. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her slender and pale neck. Her face bore about 70% resemblance to Lu Yunfei, but she gave off a completely gentle and intellectual vibe. Absolutely nothing like a man, so unlike his harsh and intense energy. Yunfei, the woman smiled sweetly while flipping her hair. Good son, come over here. So this was his mother-in-law. Su Dongqing crept up curiously. If she remembered correctly, wasn't Lu Yunfei's mother already dead? They probably couldn't even dig up her ashes by now. So how could she be standing here? The woman kept talking. I was resurrected, you know. There's a god in this world. Did the no in you know refer to anything? The graceful woman approached Lu Yunfei with a warm, motherly smile, like the kindest mother in the world. Yunfei, come to mama. Su Dongqing said, don't believe her. Look, she walks with the same side. Woman, why are you everywhere? Lu Yunfei flicked his wrist, revealing his sharp little axe. Instinctively, the woman stepped back 2 steps, pushed open the small door behind her, and fled through it, turning the corner. Su Dongqing didn't know what relationship the woman had with the previous man, but both walked with the same side. This was definitely a bad habit. Clutching his small axe, Lu Yunfei moved forward with a gloomy expression. Su Dongqing immediately followed and suddenly said, I feel like something is wrong with me somehow. Lu Yunfei glanced down. You walk with the same side. Su Dongqing. Oh, her IQ was truly too high. She had mastered such a difficult skill without even realizing it. Wait, Su Dongqing suddenly jumped up twice on the spot, panicking. I can't walk normally anymore. Oh no, how was she supposed to walk again? Lu Yunfei reached out and picked her up, bringing her back to the luxury suite in the castle before asking, where's Enai Luo? Nearby, 3 zombies and 2 dogs were tearing the place apart. Luckily, it wasn't their house. Let them destroy it. Probably chasing after some guy. As Su Dongqing spoke, Xiao Ji's zombie suddenly froze, then exploded in rage and beat up Xiao Beikai. Xiao Beikai. No. After beating Xiao Beikai, Xiao Ji slowly approached Su Dongqing, opening his mouth. Girlfriend. Su Dongqing looked up in shock and saw that Lu Yunfei had already pulled out his little axe and placed it against Xiao Ji's neck. Su Dongqing immediately vowed she would never betray Lu Yunfei. I'm your girlfriend only. She lifted her head, trying to show her loyalty. Xiao Ji continued, girlfriend. Lu Yunfei withdrew the axe, saying, he's looking for Enai Luo. Just as the words left the man's mouth, Enai Luo rushed back in, glancing at Lu Yunfei with complicated eyes and said, come, I'll take you somewhere. Girlfriend. Xiao Ji immediately noticed Enai Luo, pressed up against her, then lifted her into his arms, just like how Enai Luo often carried him. Enai Luo's face first turned fearful, then dazed, and finally shyly giggled like a witch. Oh. Su Dongqing. After Inai Luo finished giggling dreamily, she finally remembered she had something important to do. Reluctantly leaving Xiaoji's arms, she said, I found a place. Mysteriously, Inai Luo brought Lu Yunfei and Su Donqin to the castle's backyard. Wasn't this somewhere anyone could access? There were many women in the garden. They all wore pretty long dresses, hair tied up, either sitting or standing around, laughing and chatting. Do you see their faces? Don't they look a lot like one person? Although each woman looked different, parts of their nose, mouth, or eyes resembled Lu Yunfei slightly. Inai Luo's gaze landed on Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei curled his lips into a smile, his expression turning chillingly cold. They don't look like me, he said. They look like my mother. Su Donqin recalled the woman she had seen earlier. It really did resemble her. I heard they're all Lu Ziji's women. Does that Lu Ziji have a collecting fetish? Did he think he was acting out Lu Jinhua? What does he really want to do? Inai Luo stared at the faces of these women, her heart pounding and her spine prickling. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Could it be? He wants to piece together a single person using these faces? Like Lu Yunfei's mother? So this was the rumored affection from a brother-in-law? Inai Luo's mind had already self-directed and starred in a horror movie. Su Donqin said, why not just get plastic surgery? Why go through so much trouble? Inai Luo, that's actually a point. The horror movie industry would go bankrupt. Miss has arrived. Hurry and go. Suddenly, one of these women shouted from somewhere. The women all lost control of their facial expressions and fled in panic. In the distance, a woman approached with graceful steps. Behind her followed more than a dozen maids wearing maid uniforms. Some holding umbrellas, some carrying coffee trays. Snow swirled, clouding the view. Su Donqin stood on tiptoe and squinted hard, finally managing to see the woman's face clearly. Wasn't this the woman who walked with the same side? Inai Luo stared at the woman's face for a while, then at Lu Yunfei, finally saying, plastic surgery collage. A motherly version of Lu Yunfei? Su Donqin thought, if it really was plastic surgery, then it must be seamless, painless, and completely natural. On that side, the woman whispered something to the maid beside her. The maid slightly nodded, then walked towards Su Donqin and the others. Miss invites you all to come over and sit. Lu Yunfei moved first and walked over. Su Donqin and Inai Luo followed. Everyone sat down together, and the maids poured coffee for them. Su Donqin stretched out her paw, picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and had a ring of cream around her little mouth. Suddenly, Inai Luo wore a terrified expression and said, Su Donqin, what's wrong with your hands? Huh? Su Donqin looked down and saw her two dark little paws. She lifted them up, wiggled them, then wiggled them again. The coffee is poisoned. Inai Luo immediately stood up and smashed her coffee cup on the ground. Su Donqin died to Ju Chi Jarth. Look at me, paws gone black. Must be a terminal illness. Su Donqin said she still had one last wish. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yunfei. Could she just take a taste of your body? Lu Yunfei frowned, took out a bottle of water, and gave her a sip. Su Donqin smacked her lips. It was sweet. Wait a second. Could this be the legendary spiritual spring water? Su Donqin felt spoiled. Wait again, hadn't she tasted this flavor back in the first chapter? After feeding her water, the man calmly picked up Su Donqin's little paw. The girl's hand was soft, like dough. Though now, it looked like dough soaked in squid ink. You idiot. You can't just eat anything from strangers. Inai Luo frowned and scolded angrily. Lu Yunfei remained silent for a moment, then pulled out a pack of wet wipes from his backpack and slowly wiped Su Donqin's little hands. After 5 wipes, Su Donqin's hands were once again white and tender. Letting go of Su Donqin's hand, Lu Yunfei took out another clean wet wipe, dabbed it on Su Donqin's clothes, then held it out in front of Inai Luo, and said, the clothes are fading. Inai Luo. Su Donqin felt disappointed and said, so it's not a terminal illness. Guess I can't be greedy anymore. Terminal illness, my foot. Chapter 39. After the incident with the poisoned coffee, the woman's face was clearly much stiffer. Inai Luo felt somewhat awkward and tried to lighten the atmosphere. Su Donqin, the quality of your clothes is terrible. Su Donqin whined insistently that hers were all designer brands. Inai Luo cursed loudly. Would she actually poison us? Is she that stupid? Would she poison us right in front of us? As she ranted, Inai Luo pointed her finger straight at the woman sitting across the table. The woman's face stiffened further. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Inai Luo quietly poured out the coffee in front of her. Woman. Everyone was silent for a long time before the woman finally forced a stiff laugh and said, my surname is Bai. My name is Huan. Su Donqin. I thought your name was Shigua. Ms. Bai raised her hand, brushing her wind-tousled hair behind her ears, revealing a face that looked about 70% like Lu Yunfei. However, she clearly lacked that pure and lofty icy aura that Lu Yunfei possessed. Instead, she gave off an impression of an ugly imitation. Even though her face was genuinely very attractive, lacking that certain aura made it seem as if it wasn't truly similar at all. It instead exuded a shoddy counterfeit vibe. Lu Yunfei stared at Bai Huan's face with slightly furrowed brows, as if feeling disgusted. Suddenly, the little axe in the man's hand flew forward and was thrown. Bai Huan let out a startled cry, and the maid behind her immediately stepped forward to block it. With a clang, the little axe fell to the ground, as if it had hit a metal plate. The maid's abdomen dented inward, then quickly returned to normal. The strong muscles bulging beneath her maid outfit made her look like a metal Barbie, maybe even a specially made one. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes slightly. With a flick of his fingers, the little axe returned. Obediently, it settled back into his ragged little bag. Bai Huan picked up the coffee cup in front of her, took a small sip, and smiled. Weapons as dangerous as axes are better left alone. Su Donqin stared at the robotic maid and quietly asked, "Are you made of metal?" The maid lifted her chin proudly, looking extremely down on lowly trash like Su Donqin. Su Donqin said, "Once, there was an esper with metal abilities. In the middle of winter he was fooling around with a railing and got stuck, then exploded like fireworks. Bang bang bang." Before Su Donqin could finish, the metal maid immediately backed away 3 meters with an extremely ugly expression, eyeing the iron chairs and tables where Bai Huan and others were sitting warily. "Bai Huan, I think we'd better continue this discussion inside. Miss, something's happened to the master." Before Bai Huan had even finished speaking, a maid came running over, covered in blood and with a terrified expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Huan put down her coffee cup and shot up from her chair, rushing into the castle with awkwardly hurried steps, not even giving a brief nod of acknowledgement. Ai Luo leaned on her hand thoughtfully and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this woman's ability is probably shape-shifting. An innate, organic, and harmless ability that allows the user to alter their appearance, body shape, and even gender entirely based on will. This kind of ability might seem pretty useless in the apocalypse, but for someone like Lu Zhizhi, a complete psychopath, it's incredibly useful." "Master." In her haste, Bai Huan shoved open the door and saw Lu Zhizhi, half his body soaked in blood, sitting in a wheelchair. All around Lu Zhizhi were corpses, and these weren't ordinary corpses, they were corpses of espers. A thick aura of abilities drifted through the air. These espers had died from core explosion, so the energy from their cores scattered throughout the room, lingering for a long time. Their expressions were one of sheer terror, as if whatever they saw before death had been unfathomably horrifying. But Bai Huan looked completely unfazed, not even sparing them a glance. "Darling, come here quickly." When Lu Zhizhi saw Bai Huan, it was as if someone dying of thirst in the desert had just seen a spring of clear water. His expression twisted with crazed intensity as he stared fixatedly at her, urgently reaching his hands out, his body leaning forward as if he would tumble off the wheelchair. Bai Huan stepped straight into the room, moving smoothly with Lu Zhizhi's motion to obediently crouch beside his knees, gently wrapping her arms around his empty legs and murmuring gently, "Master, you're here, you're finally here." Lu Zhizhi stared at Bai Huan, his eyes burning with mania. Bai Huan raised a smile, just like always, saying soothing words. "I'm here, Zhizhi." She gently rubbed her cheek against his knee, voice soft. "I love you, Zhizhi." Lu Zhizhi stared at the woman's face, entranced. He reached out, cupped her face, and softly stroked her cheek. "I love you too. I love you too." Warm blood stained the woman's face. Slightly panicking, Lu Zhizhi wiped it away for her, then continued staring at her face, his expression softening as he murmured, "Darling, I love you." Even though she had heard these words countless times before, Bai Huan still couldn't hide her excitement. She lifted her head, her face rapidly shifting, from a long-haired oval face to a short-haired round face, suddenly appearing to be a mere girl of around 18 or 19. Facing Lu Zhizhi, her eyes sparkled with fervent delight. Suddenly, Lu Zhizhi grabbed her neck, his infatuated expression twisting into one of violent rage. Change back, he screamed wildly, his eyes bloodshot, tightening his grip like he intended to strangle her to death. Bai Huan's face turned pale and then purplish as she struggled to transform back. Seeing the familiar face again, Lu Zhizhi finally calmed down. He caressed Bai Huan's face, letting his fingers glide through her long hair, gently lifting a strand. His tone is soft, as if he feared scaring her. "Darling, let me tie up your hair for you." Lu Zhizhi took out a comb from his pocket, tenderly brushing Bai Huan's long hair. Then, skillfully, he gathered up the long strands, revealing her beautiful neck, where faint bruises from his grip still lingered. Lu Zhizhi embraced her, sighed softly, and his fingers trailed across her shoulders as he slowly leaned closer, like a finally contented child. Bai Huan knelt half on the ground, leaning against Lu Zhizhi's shoulder, breathing heavily with flushed cheeks, as tears silently streamed from her closed eyes. Her ability was extremely underwhelming. It was illusionary shapeshifting. She could mimic the appearance of anyone, as long as she had a photograph. But in the apocalypse, this ability offered almost no protection. And even if she could perfectly mimic the form of a tall man, she remained only a hollow imitation. Often, it made her an even easier target for male predators. If it hadn't been for Lu Zhizhi finding her, pulling her from filth and delicately cleaning the grime from her fingertips, Bai Huan would have believed she was seeing a god. This was her god, untouchable, unstealable. She had chosen him. He pulled her out of the muck, gave her the tastiest food, the cleanest clothes, the most splendid palace, and the most servants. Whatever she wanted, he gave her. Complete spoiling. Even if this life was built entirely on the fact that she constantly had to maintain this appearance, she had no regrets. She was willing to be his substitute, as long as she could stay by his side. However, slowly, she began to feel dissatisfied. Why? Why wasn't she the one who received his love? Who was this woman she had been impersonating? Bai Huan grew jealous. Then she went out of her way to discover the identity of this woman. Reportedly, she had been his lover, but in the end, she married someone else. So jealous, Bai Huan knew the woman didn't even love him. She, Bai Huan, was the one who truly loved him most. No one in this world loved him more than her. Fortunately, that woman was already dead. But when she saw the woman's son and witnessed the look Lu Zhizhi gave Lu Yunfei, she realized his son resembled her even more than she did. It wasn't just in looks, but in the demeanor, that deep-rooted secret hidden in blood and heritage that she could never imitate. Lu Yunfei gave Bai Huan an immense sense of threat. And after seeing all the Fenglong things Lu Zhizhi had done for Lu Yunfei, Bai Huan felt even more alarmed. She knew that if she wanted to protect her position, she had to eliminate that man. She loved Lu Zhizhi, loved everything here. She wanted to be a princess forever. She absolutely couldn't lose to that man. She would kill him. Make him become nothing more than a corpse, like his mother. So that Lu Zhizhi would have only her. Since seeing Bai Huan's face, Lu Yunfei's mood clearly turned gloomy. Su Donqin leaned beside Lu Yunfei, watching his expression. Suddenly she stood, stretched her hands forward to cup his face, then softly kissed him. Warm, fragrant, filled with sweet candy-like flavor. The man's eyes darkened immediately. He raised his hand, pulling Su Donqin tightly into his embrace. And in the next moment, they were in his spatial ability, rolling on a patch of grass, so violently, even the pigs got frightened up into the trees. Su Donqin blinked her large eyes. Am I dreaming again? Yes, only my dream. Lu Yunfei reached out, twirling a lock of her hair around his finger, then buried his face deeply into her neck. That sweet floral fragrance continuously filled his nostrils, and the man's breath gradually quickened. Su Donqin extended her arms, hugging Lu Yunfei's head, searching for the most comfortable position, then closed her eyes. Lu Yunfei kissed her neck, slightly tilted his head, and the little girl's head drooped down. He pushed it back. The little head drooped again. Then he pushed it back again. The little head kept drooping. Finally, the man took one last inhale, then reluctantly lifted his face. He saw Su Donqin's cute, peacefully sleeping face. Lu Yunfei quietly zipped himself back up. By the time Su Donqin woke up, she found herself lying on the sofa in the room, while Lu Yunfei was already nowhere to be found. No idea where he went to kill someone. Su Donqin sat blankly, waiting the whole day, but the person never returned. Taking advantage of Nia Luo distracting Xiao Ji, Su Donqin muttered under her breath, grabbed the dog, and quietly sneaked out to find Lu Yunfei. Even dogs know how to come back, but people don't. Humph. She was mad. The castle was huge, with many psychics. Everyone had heard about Lu Yunfei. He was Lu Zhizhi's esteemed guest, free to go anywhere without restrictions. And as a result, even Su Donqin, Nia Luo, and even the little puppy could go anywhere they pleased, looking down on everyone with their dog noses. Su Donqin wandered around with her little head held high, then suddenly felt like this corridor looked familiar. Not far away, Lu Zhizhi, sitting in his wheelchair, glared over darkly, his expression like a desperate housewife seeing a mistress the moment he laid eyes on Su Donqin. A sudden encounter. Su Donqin trembled slightly and said, "Don't think I'm afraid of you. Guess I have to show you my evil dog. Little puppy, woof, woof, woof." A gray-clad man appeared behind Lu Zhizhi. Judging from his appearance, he should also be a psychic. Nowadays, there were many psychics, and most of them gathered in Lu Zhizhi's castle. In the apocalypse, having the most psychics meant possessing the most crystal cores. It could be said that Lu Zhizhi already controlled the economic lifeline of the apocalypse. He was undeniably the powerful CEO of the post-apocalyptic world. The gray-clad man revealed a fierce expression. Immediately, Su Donqin tried to reason with Lu Zhizhi. "I was just bluffing with you. Don't take it seriously." Unfortunately, Lu Zhizhi had already taken it seriously. Kill her. Lu Zhizhi's expression darkened further, clearly still upset about failing to kill her last time. The gray-clad man walked towards Su Donqin. Instantly, Su Donqin summoned her Daijisen Soak. The little puppy ran off immediately. Su Donqin. The gray-clad man approached steadily. Su Donqin knew that she finally had to reveal her true strength. Ah! Like a little cannonball, Su Donqin charged forward, tightly wrapping her arms around the gray-clad man's legs. This grappling technique, she had seen it many times in dramas. The gray-clad man looked down. The girl squatted there like a tiny chick, attempting to perform a drama-style bear hug. Unfortunately, she was a useless one. Su Donqin cried so hard she fainted. Su Donqin hugged for a while but couldn't move him. Then, embarrassed, she chose to use her wisdom instead. She stood up straight and ran off. While running, she kept glancing behind. The gray man stood there like a pillar, didn't bother chasing, and just stared at her menacingly, then suddenly swung his arm. His hand stretched out like rubber, becoming extremely long. Su Donqin looked in horror at that rubber hand and abruptly turned a corner. That hand followed her around the corner too. She turned again, and that hand followed again. Su Donqin, why are you running around again? Nia Luo opened the door and saw Su Donqin charging straight at her like a cannonball. Ah! Su Donqin screamed and turned another corner. Nia Luo, seeing that strange hand, immediately pulled out her gun. Bang! The rubber hand remained unharmed, even absorbing the bullet. Nia Luo revealed a shocked expression. She gritted her teeth, released her lightning ability. Then they saw that rubber hand shake slightly, absorbing Nia Luo's lightning ability as well. Even absorbing lightning? Nia Luo was genuinely shocked. This thing was like a sponge, immune to anything. Su Donqin, what the hell is this thing? Nia Luo immediately shut the door. Su Donqin joined her, both leaning heavily against it, panic-stricken, and replied, "Maybe it's bubble gum." Nia Luo, damn it, you think about food all day long. Why don't you just chew it for a test? At the mention of bubble gum, the trembling puppy, which had been cowering in the corner, suddenly burst forward, knocking a hole right through the door. Slap, slap. Chewing sounds came from outside. Su Donqin carefully crawled on the floor, sticking half her head through the little hole. She saw the puppy wagging its little tail, happily chewing on bubble gum. Then it seemed to realize the taste was wrong, and wiggling its big dog butt, it came back through the hole. Ah! Outside, the gray-clothed man let out a piercing scream. Su Dongjin reached out and pried the puppy's teeth open. Then she grabbed a handful of bullets from Nieluo's pocket and shoved them in. Panda. Candy. The puppy wagged its tail and bit down, going, crunch, crunch. Puppy, this candy doesn't taste great, and it even hurts my teeth. Nieluo immediately picked up the puppy and placed it on the sofa. Su Dongjin, even a dog is more useful than you. Su Dongjin, I feel like you insulted me, but since I can't beat you, I forgive you. Outside, the rubber man missed with one strike, then attacked again, only to be suddenly chopped into 18 pieces by a small axe, not even getting to say his final words. Su Dongjin shivered in fear at the sight of the 18 pieces, hugging the little puppy tightly. Lu Yunfei's face darkened as he kicked aside the 18 pieces of bloody mess, then walked out again. Su Dongjin clasped her hands in a Gikong pose. Falling in love with a man who never comes home. But wait, what did you come back for just now? To use the bathroom? Su Dongjin was furious. She leaned out the window, watching the sexy maids downstairs with big chests, tiny waists, and long legs, when suddenly she sensed an intimidating, powerful threat. Wait a minute. Su Dongjin looked down and measured her own chest. It was a bit small. Then she turned around, gave her little but a wiggle. Kind of flat. Then she looked down again, lifting her foot. A bit short. She finally found the reason men don't come home. Su Dongjin felt hopeless. She suspected Lu Yunfei wasn't after her body, only her face. In such a desperate situation, Su Dongjin came up with a brilliant idea, the temptation of going home. She decided to go and seduce Lu Yunfei. Su Dongjin got out her beautiful white little lace dress and stood in front of the mirror, twisting left and right. Nieluo, passing by, caught sight of Su Dongjin in her white dress and showed a look of astonishment. The girl's long wavy hair cascaded down, her thin and delicate little lace dress revealing slim arms and legs. Her skin was fair and glowing like jade. Her waist was so slender it seemed one could wrap their arms around it. Her bare back and slim body added to the effect. Combined with that face, it was almost impossibly pure and stunning. Nieluo had always known Su Dongjin was beautiful, but she hadn't realized just how gorgeous she could become when dressed up. Do I look good? Su Dongjin turned around in a little circle on the spot, imagining herself doing the same in front of Lu Yunfei. Nieluo walked over, raised her hand, and gave her a smack on the head. Su Dongjin, I think you're jealous of my beauty, envious of my intelligence. Fool, it's freezing outside. Do you want to freeze to death? Saying that, Nieluo immediately wrapped her in a round puffy coat. Su Dongjin stared at her reflection in the mirror, grinning foolishly. She really was so beautiful. Su Dongjin opened her mouth wide. Oh woo, she would definitely eat Lu Yunfei up, gobble him down. Smack, something suddenly fell out of Su Dongjin's pocket. Nieluo looked down and picked it up. What is this? An electric toy Lu Yunfei gave me. Nieluo didn't think much of it, and pressed the switch. The toy began to buzz around energetically without tiring. Nieluo, can you at least keep this sort of private toy hidden? That being said, looking from the little toy to Su Dongjin's little lace dress, Nieluo showed a pitying expression. Indeed, beautiful men are often inadequate. Su Dongjin, I don't really get your expression. Lu Yunfei went straight ahead and found Lu Zhizhi. On the table in front of Lu Zhizhi was a bottle of medicine. When he saw Lu Yunfei, his eyes lit up, and he immediately threw the bottle into the trash. I won't take it. If I do, I won't get to see my beloved anymore. The mentally ill Lu Zhizhi firmly rejected treatment. Lu Yunfei didn't even greet as he stepped forward, simply taking out his small axe and making a walla slicing motion through the air. In an instant, the entire room turned into a pile of rubble. Lu Zhizhi's face remained expressionless, staring Gertrude at Lu Yunfei the entire time. Suddenly, he rolled his wheelchair forward, saying while moving, Do you remember that spatial ability user? He was too stupid. How could I possibly allow him to harm you? So I blew up his ability. Lu Yunfei's eyes darkened. So the black-clad man hadn't self-destructed. Rather, he had been forced to explode remotely. Lu Zhizhi said gently with a tender expression, You know, no matter where you are, I can always find you. Then, he suddenly opened his arms wide, making a sound effect. Pong. Just like that. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. She would immediately explode into pieces. As if eager to show off to Lu Yunfei, Lu Zhizhi raised his hand and pointed at an ability user who was patrolling below. Watch. With a grab of his hand, the ability user immediately exploded into a burst of crystal core, turning into a blood flower. See? That's exactly how it works. She will be the same. As Lu Zhizhi smiled, Lu Yunfei's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei curled his lips, his eyes cold and indifferent. Isn't it just a matter of killing you? As the man spoke, his clothes fluttered as if caught in a wind, and countless vigorous vines erupted from behind him, spreading their claws, opening their mouths like abyssal chasms. Lu Zhizhi remained calm, saying, Darling, even though I hate to hurt you, tell me, do you think you can kill me faster, or can I kill her faster? Hearing Lu Zhizhi's words, Lu Yunfei's expression instantly darkened until it seemed to drip with ink. He clearly felt that familiar, surging desire for destruction struggling to erupt from the depths of his heart. This sense of devastation was even enough to cloud his mind. The vines behind him trembled as they slowly crawled forward. Under the dark sky, the vines carefully moved aside a small leaf petal, revealing a tiny white flower hidden inside. Delicate and fragile, the little white flower swayed gently in the wind, emitting a soft, sweet fragrance. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei calmed down. He raised his hand and put the little white flower into his mouth. The vines trembled with Shintung. Lu Yunfei exhaled deeply. His long black hair was in disarray, covering his face, except for one eye that peered out like a blood-stained eternity. What do you want? Lu Yunfei retracted the vines, lifted his foot, lowered his eyelashes, and slowly walked toward Lu Zhizhi with a pair of crimson eyes. A crazed happiness appeared on Lu Zhizhi's face, as if he'd been waiting exactly for these words. Darling, I want to have a wedding with you. Let's get married, okay? What else? Lu Yunfei didn't stop walking. Lu Zhizhi's smile grew wilder. I want to hug you. Let me hug you. Lu Zhizhi rolled out of his wheelchair. He stretched his hands out and crawled forward, trying to grab Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei stood 3 steps away from him. Lu Zhizhi struggled forward, his fingertips brushing against Lu Yunfei's feet before suddenly wrapping his arms tightly around his leg. A look of disgust appeared on Lu Yunfei's face. He squatted down and looked at Lu Zhizhi in front of him. Lu Zhizhi opened his eyes wide, staring at Lu Yunfei's face. He spread his arms wide, wanting to hug him, but his body suddenly jerked. He looked down and saw a vine piercing straight through his chest. It had penetrated through his torso directly, but avoided any vital spots. Lu Zhizhi opened his mouth slightly, spitting out blood that stained the vine red. He said, Darling, I'll give you everything you want. But then, what I want, you must give me too. Lu Zhizhi grabbed the vine tightly, grinning. You will give it to me, you will. Then suddenly, Lu Zhizhi yanked the vine out with force and laughed loudly. Let's die together. Let's go to hell together. Make the entire world accompany us to our grave. Darling, I can give you everything. In that instant, Lu Yunfei suddenly understood. Perhaps Lu Zhizhi wasn't truly mad, or perhaps he had lost his mind completely. He never intended to live in the first place. He had always wanted death, but he didn't want to die alone. He wanted the entire world to perish with him. Darling, I'll lay the whole world at your feet. Staring at Lu Yunfei, Lu Zhiji's smile twisted into something extremely eerie. His enormous spiritual knowledge ability was activated. It affected the ability users more than ordinary people. Inside their heads, the crystal cores were like being tightened and bound by a thread, ready to shatter into pieces with the slightest tug. Su Donqin was sleeping when suddenly, she heard the pain scream of Enai Luo beside her. She woke up with a jolt, her face stepped on by the puppy. The little puppy rolled onto the floor, twisting around as if it had an upset stomach. Enai Luo. Su Donqin reached out to help her, but was startled by the lightning ability unconsciously emanating from Enai Luo's body. This castle gathered an immense number of ability users. With so many crystal cores, the power was enormous. Lu Zhizhi used this as a foundation, expanding his ability to every corner. Enai Luo's ability was too strong. Lying on the ground, she trembled violently like someone with Parkinson's disease, emitting electricity continuously. Su Donqin was so scared she emitted a cluster of small white flowers. The delicate white flowers fell down, sticking to Enai Luo's skin. Zizzing. The white flowers were first scorched by the lightning, then slowly enveloped Enai Luo. Enai Luo, who had been convulsing, instantly calmed down, her expression gradually turning serene. The puppy dove headfirst into the flowers, blissfully rolling around like a child. "Eh!" A scream echoed from outside. Su Donqin opened the window and looked out. Amidst the snowy whiteness, human blood blossomed into one crimson flower after another. Su Donqin's expression shifted, and she immediately ran out of the room. Lu Yunfei, where was Lu Yunfei? Lu Yunfei. Inside the castle, ability users were running rampant. When they saw Su Donqin, their eyes turned blood red, unconsciously surging toward her, wanting to get closer, even nearer. Chapter 40. Su Donqin immediately turned around and started running back. As she ran, clusters of small white flowers fell from her body. She noticed that the noisy crowd only quieted slightly when they came into contact with the small white flowers. Su Donqin tried her best to scatter the white flowers even more widely, but everywhere were rampant abilities and frenzied people. And they kept gathering, more and more. Su Donqin kept running desperately. Behind her, a floral path opened through the castle. The ability users followed behind Su Donqin like infatuated madmen. Su Donqin kept running, endlessly running. But the pressing abilities from all directions were like a net, tightly ensnaring her. It felt as if invisible ropes were binding her limbs, and her movements were becoming slower and slower. Even worse, her overuse of abilities caused her arms and legs to begin weakening. Gasping for breath, Su Donqin's face turned pale. Inside the castle, chaos reigned. The uncontrolled abilities had started to hurt people. Even the window glasses and the main doors were shattered. Su Donqin raised her hand to block flying glass fragments. The small white flowers swirled around her, intercepting the tiny shards. Behind her, the ability users unable to control their powers had crimson eyes and instinctively tried to approach Su Donqin. Because only near her could they ease, if only slightly, the maddening, brain-piercing sensation that threatened to shatter their cores. Su Donqin turned around, and the ability users behind her stared at her, looking nearly out of their minds, a terrifying sight. Instinctively, she stepped backward. Behind her was a big window now without any glass. As the ability users surged forward, Su Donqin's slender body, buried in white flowers, tilted slightly backward. A retro breeze swept like fog, and white flowers scattered into the air. Su Donqin's body plunged rapidly downward. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, like a broken white flower. Her body was wrapped in countless white flowers, half-hidden, occasionally appearing and disappearing as the flowers danced outward with intent. The dancing white flowers flitted in the icy cold wind, torn apart or burned. Su Donqin's body developed tiny wounds. some torn, some burned. The ability users knelt on the ground, curled up, as a shower of white blossoms gently descended upon them, like a grand purification ritual. Inside the castle, Lu Yunfei suddenly looked up at the sky. A small white flower drifted down onto his fingertip. Behind him was the manic laughter of Lu Zhizhi. Lu Zhiji's core exploded, and the reach of his abilities was so vast that even Lu Yunfei felt his vision blur red, his insides feel broken, and he almost collapsed. More white flowers fell. Under Lu Zhiji's cruel and violent ability, that soft force felt like a gentle hand, slowly enveloping everything with an exquisite sweetness, engulfing his ability, gradually consuming it. The flowers danced and whirled in the air, incredibly gentle. A flock of white doves flew from a nearby church spire, holy and beautiful. It seemed as if sacred hymns were echoing from afar. Flap flap. The white doves fluttered around, circling as if descending, as though in mourning. At the shattered window, something plunged rapidly downward. Lu Yunfei's pupils contracted, and with a stumble, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and slammed the window open. His slender frame wrapped in a chilling wind dove downward as he stretched his arm desperately, trying to grasp that snowy whiteness. But his vision was filled with red, nothing else. He could only smell the fragrance saturating the heavens and the earth, and those small white flowers that surrounded him, like gentle summer rain, like winter sunshine. It soothed his frantic, near-exploding mind. Endless white flowers fell from the sky, mingled with the retro snow, releasing a sweet fragrance that drove people mad. The curled, shrieking ability users, eyes glowing red, saw the white flowers gently landing in front of their eyes, soothingly touching their skin, as if kissed by a divine presence. At last, the woman's soft body was gathered into the blood-soaked man's arms. She had her eyes closed, her black hair spread around, barely breathing, like a beautiful jade figurine. The surrounding snow began to melt. Spring returned to everything. Pretty white flowers emerged from deep soil, in clusters, fields, blossoms blooming everywhere. From the sky, from the ground, covering the entire world. The ability users' emotions gradually calmed. All things fell into profound silence. In that extreme stillness came a man's shriek of agony, the sound of a soul being torn apart. Su Donqin, hurry over. It's about to start. Li Donqin, Su Donqin's dear friend, called to her. This was a small survivor town in the south. Though not rich, everyone lived a harmonious and full life here. The street was bustling with traffic and lively crowds. Su Donqin carried her little flower basket, squeezing through the masses, stretching her neck to look around. Today was the annual goddess festival. The square was packed with people bringing offerings and worshipping the goddess. This goddess was incredibly popular, all thanks to the great catastrophe 5 years ago that nearly destroyed humanity. Back then, the sky and earth darkened, all life faded, and the awakened were in dire straits, on the verge of madness and death, when the goddess descended from the heavens wearing a divine dress, now widely known as the popular white lace dress, defeated the fraud who nearly destroyed the world, a self-proclaimed god. Then, with her divine flower-scattering ability, she restored spring to the earth and saved the awakened from near death. It was said this goddess's name was Su Donqin. Funny enough, it was exactly the same name as hers. But many people were also named Donqin these days. In this town alone, there were already many Donqins, like Zhu Donqin, Zhang Donqin, Li Donqin, Bao Donqin. Among 10 daughters, 9 were named Donqin. Because they so deeply admired this goddess, many people even renamed their daughters Donqin. Some even changed their family names for it, like her mother, and for example, the mayor's daughter. From what Su Donqin knew, the mayor's daughter was a great admirer of the goddess. Not only had she changed her surname to Su Donqin, she also tried imitating the daughters of awakened families, making a special effort to scatter flower petals when stepping out, especially those pretty little white blossoms. The exact kind now seen everywhere on the ground, officially crowned as the national flower of the apocalypse, the little white flower. And also wear the goddess's signature perfume. That sweet, cloying white flower fragrance. Great goddess, I hope I find a boyfriend soon. Li Donqin whispered her wish with reverence. Su Donqin stared at the statue of the goddess in the center of the square and murmured, "She handles that too?" Li Donqin immediately glared. No disrespecting the goddess. Fine. Su Donqin knelt down reluctantly along with her. The goddess statue wore a beautiful white lace gown, long hair like seaweed cascading over half her face, with countless white blossoms dancing around her. Those lucky enough to have seen the goddess claimed her looks were beyond even the mythical goddess Luo Shen. She was the most uniquely beautiful woman in the world. Wherever she walked, flowers bloomed underfoot, petals rained from the sky, and a fragrance spread from her presence, detectable from 10 miles away. It was said to be the sweetest scent in the world. Such a cliché-like legend successfully triggered intense resistance in Su Donqin, a deep sense of unease toward this so-called goddess she had never met. What kind of ridiculous Mary Sue could she be? Beside her, Li Donqin finished praying, stood up, and yanked the still-dazed Su Donqin up with her. Su Donqin, I think you look just like the goddess. How could you even tell? The statue's face was completely covered in hair. Su Donqin looked puzzled, then said, "Not sure why, but I think I look better than her." Li Donqin instantly covered Su Donqin's mouth. "Su Hannah, are you asking for death?" Hannah was a pet name Li Donqin had given Su Donqin. From what Su Donqin's mother said, she had hit her head a year ago and couldn't remember anything. But according to Li Donqin, Su Donqin wasn't actually her mother's biological child, but rather someone her mother had picked up from outside. Although the post-apocalyptic order was somewhat stable, it was still very common to find people on the roadside. So, it was normal to see people shouting around the town. Need a wife? Need a husband? Want a kid? Su Dongjin thought she was probably one of those kids being offered. Though now she was definitely not a kid anymore, not sure how old she even was. Sigh, that senselessly lost childhood. Su Dongjin had no memory of her past, she didn't know where she came from. Su Dongjin, if you keep talking like that, you'll really get killed. Li Dongjin warned seriously. Li Dongjin wasn't joking. There was a real case. It was said that in a minor settlement under the rule of a southern survival zone, some low-level local leader lusted after the goddess's beauty. So, one dark, stormy night he climbed up onto the statue and stole a kiss from the goddess's statue, only to be hacked into 18 pieces. His body parts were hung at the city gate, and every morning, people would wake up to the bloody mosaic, so horrifying that no one could eat for a week straight. Since then, the saying that the goddess must not be defiled spread everywhere. People were even afraid to look directly at the goddess's face, fearing divine wrath. Su Dongjin nodded, promising she understood. Li Dongjin was finally satisfied and said, "You must listen to me." Although Su Dongjin was very pretty, and all the young men in the town liked her, because she seemed to have some kind of mental problem, everyone thought it was such a pity. Only Li Dongjin genuinely treated her as a friend. "Su Hannah, where's your pocket money from today?" Su Dongjin took out her small stack of cash. "It's only 100 yuan. Li Dongjin muttered while grabbing it instantly. "Remember, don't tell your mom." "Okay." Su Dongjin nodded, watching Li Dongjin happily take her little money and leave with other kids. Then Su Dongjin pulled out a bundle of small bills from another pocket and looked at the goddess's face printed on it, lightly tapping it with her finger. She still thought she was prettier than this goddess. Look at this goddess. No chest, no hips. But she had both, and she was super pretty. When Su Dongjin returned home, it was already evening. Her mother was lighting incense for her father inside the house. They said her father's name was Ji. Su Dongjin was very confused. How could someone be named Despicable Person? Well, that was her father. Back already? After finishing the incense offering, her mother came limping out. Seeing the little white flowers in Su Dongjin's basket, she immediately rushed over, poured them onto the ground, and stepped on them hard. Su Dongjin's Jingangbabi older sister quickly came to stop her. "Miss, don't be angry. Be careful not to ruin your health. It's not worth it." Persuaded by Steel Barbie, Bai Huan struggled to suppress her fury, turned around to glare at Su Dongjin. Though she knew this wasn't the real her, every time she saw this face that so closely resembled Su Dongjin, she couldn't help but tremble all over. She wanted revenge, and she must have revenge. This Su Dongjin was the opportunity heaven had given her. Under Bai Huan's fierce stare, Su Dongjin clutched her little stomach and begged for food, calling the woman in front of her mom, without the slightest psychological burden. Even though at a glance, she didn't look much older than herself. "Food, food, food. All you ever think about is eating." Bai Huan scolded immediately. Steel Barbie was much gentler. She simply said, "Go to your room first. Dinner's almost ready." Su Dongjin picked a string of dried sausages hanging from the eaves, and went back to her room chewing them. As soon as Su Dongjin left, Steel Barbie immediately cried out to Bai Huan, "Miss, the rice at home will be eaten up by her. Why did you pick up such a glutton?" Bai Huan also looked somewhat displeased. Back then, she chose Su Dongjin because she looked almost exactly like the real Su Dongjin, 90% alike, so she brought her home. The first time she saw that face, Bai Huan had thought she was seeing the real Su Dongjin. But the true Su Dongjin was now in a southern survival zone, living a life of luxury and being worshipped like a goddess. How could she appear here? Besides, if you looked carefully, this Su Dongjin was different from the real one, physically. Still, Bai Huan knew this one would definitely be useful to her. Now was the time for Su Dongjin to prove her value. During dinner, Bai Huan spoke to Su Dongjin. "It's time I told you the truth." Su Dongjin, halfway through shoveling food, stared blankly. "Actually, your father was murdered by someone. Wait until I finish speaking before you eat again." Bai Huan shouted furiously. Hugging her rice bowl, Su Dongjin said, "But I'm hungry." Bai Huan, "Damn it, forget it. After all, this would be her last dinner." Bai Huan began her 108th retelling of her tragic love story with Su Dongjin's father Ji. As Su Dongjin listened drowsily, Bai Huan suddenly snapped, slammed the table furiously, making Su Dongjin drop her chopsticks from shock. "Your enemy is Lu Yunfei. Kill him. You must kill him." The woman's face appeared abnormally twisted in the dim lamplight, looking like a terrifying evil ghost. Nodding while continuing to eat, Su Dongjin heard one name clearly within Bai Huan's furious voice. Lu Yunfei. For some reason, the moment she heard this name, her heart quivered slightly, as though something deep inside her was about to break through the ground. Su Dongjin called this feeling hatred for her father's killer. She must hate him so much. Even just hearing his name made her heart flutter. Imagine how she'd feel when she finally saw him face to face. She would probably leap at him in hatred without hesitation. After the earth-shaking cultist versus goddess incident 5 years ago, the people in the apocalypse were gravely weakened. After a long period of silence, they gradually reclaimed several survival zones that had been captured by zombies. To this day, the psychics have mostly regained their strength, and the zombies have been driven out, separated by a newly built massive wall, forming a division of territory on both sides. Of course, as zombies gradually gained intelligence, and even began to look more and more like ordinary humans, some occasional stowaways did slip through. But none caused serious trouble. As the apocalypse gradually stabilized its pattern, the survival zones, organized as East, South, West, and North regions, slowly merged, forming from major plateaus. Apart from the 4 survival zones, there was also a central area known as the No Man's Land, the most chaotic and complicated region of all. That man is in No Man's Land. When you see him, press the gun to his head and kill him. Bai Huan handed the gun to Su Dongqing, her expression extremely hideous. Understood? You must shoot him dead, right in the head. Su Dongqing nodded hard. Deadshot, headshot. Mom, I'm off. Bai Huan. Get lost already. Get lost already. Get lost already. This is the fruit I picked for you. Bai Huan glanced down at the small fruits Su Dongqing had placed in her basket. Jinggang Bobby took them. Finally, something had actually survived the mouth of Su Dongqing. Were these fruits simply too disgusting, or just extra disgusting? Carrying her little bundle, Su Dongqing left reluctantly. She guessed it was probably because she ate too much that her mother sent her away. This Lu Yunfei nonsense was all just an excuse. HMPF. Watching Su Dongqing's reluctant back figure, Bai Huan angrily grabbed one of the fruits and bit a large chunk. Finding the taste actually good, she bit another large chunk. Jinggang Bobby suddenly gasped while watching Bai Huan. Miss, what is this? Bai Huan spit out foam. Her eyes rolled up. Jinggang Bobby exclaimed, this is ginkgo fruit. It's poisonous. Bai Huan, damn it. Walking on the road away from home, Su Dongqing strangely felt a little sad. She wondered if her mother liked those fruits. She had picked them all morning and didn't even taste one herself. They were all for her mom. She really was a good daughter. Thinking this, Su Dongqing became happy again. Because oil prices were so high, now everyone used tricycles to get around. Bicycles with 2 wheels were also common. If your family owned a small electric moped, then you were considered upper middle class. There was a melancholy feeling of time slipping backward all over the place. Su Dongqing was about to find a tricycle driver to transport her to No Man's Land. At first, the drivers all rushed toward pretty Su Dongqing, eagerly offering free rides to wherever she wanted to go. But as soon as they heard the term No Man's Land, their heads shook violently like rattles, refusing even if Su Dongqing kept raising her offer. That place you absolutely cannot go. That place not only housed vicious criminal psychics, but also countless high-level zombies. Even worse, there was a terrifying head-chopping psychopath who terrified even the fiercest criminals and zombies. It was said his weapon was merely a small axe. With just a small axe, he could lop off a person's head like a watermelon. Cruel and merciless, he ruled the most brutal No Man's Land like a devil from hell. Even dogs weren't spared. There were even rumors that the leaders of the 4 survival zones were afraid to provoke him, deliberately avoiding No Man's Land. Su Dongqing felt a bit sad. Did she have to walk to No Man's Land all by herself? Beep. Among the noisy crowd, a small car drove up. In the entire town, only the mayor's family owned a car. And usually, the mayor's daughter enjoyed being driven the most. The car pulled up beside Su Dongqing. The window rolled down, revealing the round face of the mayor's daughter. Su Dongqing. The mayor's daughter disliked Su Dongqing because Su Dongqing was just too pretty. If it weren't for her mental problems, she would have killed her already. Yes, the current mayor held life and death authority. Actually, at first, the higher-ups had created such rules simply to prevent sentient zombies from mixing into the human population and randomly biting people. But unavoidably, with distance shielding them, some authorities were misused. The mayor was one of those. It was said anyone who disobeyed orders would simply be labeled a zombie and executed. The reason why Su Dongqing had survived until now wasn't just because the mayor's daughter considered her a fool, but also because the mayor's son had deep feelings for her and was greatly attracted to her beauty. Sure enough, the mayor's son sitting beside his sister immediately noticed Su Dongqing and his eyes lit up. Dongqing, where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Su Dongqing said, I'm going to No Man's Land. No Man's Land? The mayor's daughter shrieked. But the mayor's son enthusiastically invited Su Dongqing into the car. I'm not going. There are devils there. The mayor's daughter screamed frantically. The mayor's son kicked his sister out of the car and continued urging Su Dongqing to get in. Su Dongqing said, I can just walk there. That won't do it all. No Man's Land is very dangerous. The mayor's son firmly disagreed. Although he knew of No Man's Land, he had never actually been there. Yet in front of such beauty, he didn't think No Man's Land could be that terrifying. Before Su Dongqing could refuse again, the mayor's son grabbed her and pulled her into the car. The little car honked its way forward. The mayor's son proudly took out a small comb and neatly combed his hair. His greasy gaze fell onto Su Dongqing. To hell with No Man's Land. Just drive her straight home. This road seems a bit off. Peering out the car window, Su Dongqing spoke softly. The side profile of her face was delicate and smooth, glowing as if illuminated by sunlight. The mayor's son was entranced. Which part is off? He reached out his hand intending to touch Su Dongqing's little hand, but accidentally touched something unexpected. Looking down, he saw Su Dongqing's hand resting in her pocket, holding a gun. Su Dongqing looked down and followed the mayor's son's gaze, realizing it was her own gun. She pulled it out and pressed it against his head. My mom said 1 shot to the head. The mayor's son, with the gun to his head, began trembling all over. Please, Dongqing. I'm sorry. Su Dongqing tilted her head, puzzled. The mayor's son immediately turned to the driver. Go to No Man's Land. No Man's Land was very close to the town, just a day's journey away. Because of this proximity, the surrounding areas of the town often suffered harassment from the hooligans coming out of No Man's Land. The car was blocked on the road. The hooligans held guns and demanded money from the mayor's son. Facing the gun, the mayor's son trembled and desperately said, Do you know who my dad is? The hooligans responded that they didn't. The mayor's son declared, My dad is the mayor. The hooligans hesitated for a moment, then waved them away. The mayor's son broke out in a sweat and confidently said to Su Donqin, "Donqin, don't worry. I will definitely protect you." Then, he abandoned Su Donqin and the car and limped away. The driver, who had been pretending to be unconscious, ran off immediately after. Su Donqin, "You'd rather take the driver and leave me behind?" "Little beauty," your man ran off. The hooligans surrounded her. Su Donqin shivered and said, "He's not my man." One hooligan sneered, "So much of a coward, obviously can't be called a man. Let me be your man instead." Su Donqin quickly said, "Do you know who my dad is?" The hooligan was about to respond when suddenly, barking was heard. Looking from a distance, a huge winter melon dog was sprinting toward them. Woof woof woof. While running, the winter melon dog kept eating, instantly stripping the grass wherever it passed. Its mouth was like a vacuum cleaner. "It's Tao Tai. It's Tao Tai." The hooligans panicked and fled in chaos. So it seemed this seemingly dim-witted winter melon dog actually had quite a notorious reputation. Su Donqin watched in shock as the winter melon dog ran straight to her. Because of its enormous size, she could even feel the ground trembling beneath its feet. Woof woof woof. As the winter melon dog barked loudly, Su Donqin trembled in her legs and desperately tried to sound threatening. "My dad is Gigi." Woof woof woof. The winter melon dog wagged its tail and pounced. Su Donqin immediately panicked and started to run. While running, she shouted, "My dad is Gigi. My dad is Gigi." Why isn't it working? Didn't her mom say her dad's reputation extended far and wide? Even dogs would kneel upon hearing his name? The hygiene situation in no man's land was quite terrible. Su Donqin ran too fast and suddenly tripped and fell with a patta. Looking up, she found a pair of feet had mysteriously appeared in front of her out of nowhere. These feet were clad in military boots, the legs straight and slender, splattered with fresh blood. Looking upward, Su Donqin discovered that the person standing before her was a man, wearing a thin camouflage uniform. His face was covered with a mask, and on his back hung a small, worn-out bag, seemingly filled with something inside. The fat dog, upon seeing the man, suddenly lunged at Su Donqin's sleeve as if showing off a treasure, trying to drag her forward. Su Donqin immediately recalled the legend of the cannibals. Besides the infamous head-chopping serial killer, no man's land was also home to many cannibals. They especially loved eating tender, delicate young girls. "I'm not tasty." Su Donqin began crying immediately. "You can eat the dog, Wah." She pushed the fat dog toward the man. Surprisingly, the dog also seemed to fear the man greatly, hiding itself in Su Donqin's arms and trembling together with her. "Su Donqin, aren't you guys supposed to be on the same side?" The man stood silently, his face completely hidden behind the mask, revealing only a pair of eyes, scarlet like burning fire, glowing with a gloomy, ruthless fierceness, like a demonic ghost that had killed countless souls. "Who are you?" The man's hoarse voice broke the silence, staring at Su Donqin as if he wanted to devour her entirely, from head to toe. Su Donqin bravely replied, "My name is Su Donqin." Her soft, delicate voice traveled through the cold wind and reached the man's ears. The man's breath caught. He slowly stepped forward, approaching Su Donqin, then squatted down and suddenly reached out, grabbing her face tightly. The girl's face was pale and smooth, slightly smeared with mud. The man gently wiped away the dirt with his icy fingertips, moving slow as if savoring the moment. His gaze locked onto her, never blinking, as if trying to confirm something. "Say it again." Su Donqin could only force herself to repeat it once more. Then she heard the man's heavy breathing, as if he were using all his strength just to inhale. That deep, heart-wrenching sorrow was so intense even she could feel it. The cold wind held around them. Su Donqin watched as tears flowed from the man's blood-red eyes, spilling from his eye sockets, sliding down the mask, falling like drops of bloody tears, heart-stopping. Yet those eyes remained terrifyingly dark and sinister. Su Donqin's heart trembled. Instinctively, she reached out and wiped away the tears on the mask, suddenly feeling deeply sorrowful. Her name sounded so terrible that it actually made a man cry. Chapter 41. Why are you still following me? Su Donqin, carrying her small bundle, turned around to look at the man who had been following her. And the Donghua dog. The man didn't say anything. He just looked at her, right into her eyes. For some reason, Su Donqin suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. She took out a large pancake from her bundle. The Donghua dog immediately darted forward and snatched it away in one bite. Su Donqin. She had actually intended to give it to the man. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a very arrogant, little electric scooter sound came from ahead. A bulky, muscular man, huge in build, rode toward them on his electric scooter. In one hand, he held a large axe, and under his arm was a fancy teddy dog. Behind him was a group of younger gang members, all riding electric scooters. However, since there were fewer scooters and more people, everyone was crammed together, like some sort of Indian circus performance. "Leave your food and money." The underlings shouted and shoved each other on the swaying scooters. The gang leader played with his axe while petting his dog, showing a cruel smile. The teddy dog barked fiercely, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Donghua's eyes lit up as he rushed forward immediately. The teddy dog continued barking from the warmth of its owner's armpit, maintaining its bat cheek. Unexpectedly, the gang leader suddenly released his hold. The teddy dog landed confusedly on the ground, then was instantly overwhelmed by Donghua in a situation too awkward to describe. In an instant, the robbery scene became a bit awkward. However, the leader claimed he could handle it. He suddenly flung his axe toward them, kept his eyes fixed on Su Donqin while shouting at the man behind her, "Leave both the man and your food, and your money too, or I'll take your life." The underlings echoed loudly, "Right, Right. Haven't you heard our leader's name? He's the crazy decapitator who answers to no one. Shock widened Su Dongshin's eyes. Immediately scared, she threw her small bundle straight at the gang leader. Don't chop me. Don't chop me. It's all yours. It's all yours. The impact knocked the gang leader off his scooter. Due to an awkward posture, he hit the ground headfirst and passed out. The underlings froze for a moment, then moved forward with distorted expressions. Su Dongshin, feeling nervous, was ready to show them a few moves when she realized they simply didn't respect her. Hey, Mantis Kung Fu. She attempted a forward roll, but didn't complete it. The underlings gradually closed in, but their originally confident looks suddenly shifted to alarm, then terror, and finally to expressions of sheer horror. The man behind the beautiful woman narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his body, revealing a corner of his tattered little bag. A flash of silver appeared. That was part of the axe blade. The Donghua dog, who had just rolled back to the man's feet, also opened its mouth, displaying an unexpectedly monstrous set of teeth. Suddenly pale-faced, the once arrogant underlings fled in panic, leaving their leader and the scooter behind. Su Dongshin rolled to her feet and saw the retreating, panic-stricken figures. Shocked at first, she then quickly realized she was just too powerful. Then, she looted the gang leader who had just regained consciousness, only to find his subordinates gone. After obtaining a stack of cash, she handed a share to the man. Are you a wanderer? Wanderers were no different from wanderers before the apocalypse. Su Dongshin looked pained for him and generously handed him half of her small stash. She said, Here, take it. Buy some food. The man reached out, accepted the money, and continued to follow Su Dongshin. Su Dongshin stared at him curiously. Why are you still following me? Could it be that he was impressed by her heroic and cool actions and wanted to become her subordinate? Su Dongshin immediately lifted her chest proudly, patted the man's shoulder, and declared, Fine then, you can follow me. Delighted at recruiting a younger follower, Su Dongshin chewed on her pancake, even sharing a piece with her follower. As night fell and she began looking for a place to sleep, her thoughtful follower found a cave and even laid down a blanket for her. Faced with such a considerate follower, Su Dongshin gave him an instant thumbs up, then tilted her head and fell asleep. Beside the campfire, the young girl curled up next to him in thick clothing. Amid the firelight, her face still looked youthful and pure. Just like before, those eyes remained clear and clean without a trace of impurity. The man reached out gently, brushed away the strand of hair song, then lifted his mask slightly, revealing a corner of his slender jaw. He leaned in slightly, his thin lips lightly brushing against her soft cheek. Just a light touch, as if hesitant yet reluctant. Suddenly, several vines shot out from beneath the mask, clawing and twisting rapidly toward the young girl. Lu Yunfei lifted his hand, forcefully tore them off, then flung them backward. The vines recoiled in pain, retreating inward-cheek. The surroundings returned to silence. The man raised his hand slowly, calmly pulling the mask back into place, hiding the slight curve of his lips. The writhing vines on the ground gradually vanished, as if burned into ashes. His face hidden beneath the mask, long black hair partially hanging down, revealing only one eye. Bright red, like fresh blood. He once said he would recognize her instantly, no matter what form she took. For half a month, Su Dongshin wandered freely in Subuguan, gradually realizing that its security situation was indeed poor. People kept approaching to rob or assault her. Although none succeeded, it left her constantly drained. She felt like an overworked office drone who never clocked out, striving to survive. After the 108th attempt by yet another group, Su Dongshin, with a tired heart, declared she never wanted to perform the mantis kung fu or forward rolls ever again. She felt like she had flattened her head with all the rolling. Right after she said that, Su Dongshin suddenly noticed a surprising piece around her. Not even a giant ant could be seen. At first, Su Dongshin thought they had been scared off by her heroic posture, but later she realized. It seems like they ran away because they saw you? Chin resting on her hand, Su Dongshin stared at the man roasting rabbit beside the fire. His mask covered his entire face, leaving only one eye visible. She leaned closer to take a look. Perhaps due to the firelight, she could actually see intense flames burning within his eyes. That scorching heat seemed ready to consume everything, so hot it startled her. Quickly retracting her head from almost falling into the flames, Su Dongshin resumed staring. The cave was silent. As Su Dongshin gazed, her chest tightened suddenly. Instinctively, she reached out, blocking his eye from view. The man blinked, long lashes briefly brushing her palm. She immediately withdrew her hand, cheeks tinged with slight embarrassment. I'm usually quite reserved. She didn't understand why recently, she couldn't help herself around men. Maybe puberty had started. While thinking that, she stole another glance at the man. He was staring at her, his eyes displaying a beautiful deep red. Su Dongshin tried to change the topic. Why do you wear a mask? His voice came from behind the mask, cool and pleasant. Ugly. I'd scare you. Su Dongshin immediately assured him she had seen all kinds of things and wouldn't be frightened. And with a voice like his, he must be handsome. Perhaps his looks were too striking that he needed to wear a mask. Faced with Su Dongshin's sparkly eyes, the man said nothing, simply handing her the roasted rabbit in his hands. That meant he wouldn't remove the mask. Su Dongshin wore a disappointed expression as she bit into the rabbit. After finishing, Su Dongshin started sharing her tragic past. My father was a Jiji. No, his name is Jiji. Mom said he was killed by a man named Lu Yunfei. I came out specifically to avenge my father. The man paused mid-bite. He slightly turned his head, gazing at the sleepy young girl now satisfied and drowsy from the meal. She tilted her head slightly, mumbling sleepily while repeatedly nodding off. The man reached out, supporting her head gently onto his shoulder, his rough fingertips grazing her skin. Crackling flames roared, their glow reflected in the man's eyes. The sensation of the man's fingers rubbed Su Dongjin slightly raw. Drowsily opening her eyes, she inhaled the cold, fire-scorched scent from his body. She thought to herself how warm the fire had burned. After spending half a month wandering in Sabugwan and finishing all her pancakes, Su Dongjin decided to return home. Nothing compared to home-cooked meals. She turned around, looked at the man still following her closely, twisted her hands together, and murmured, I'm going home now. The man remained silent, merely standing there watching her. Su Dongjin took a few steps forward, the man trailing behind. She quickened her pace, but as soon as she turned around, the man remained directly behind her. The wind was noisy, yet the man stood silent. After a long pause, Su Dongjin said, I guess I'll take you home. The man stood there, holding the dog's leash, carrying a small worn bag on his back. He nodded lightly. For some unknown reason, Su Dongjin felt a sudden sense of relief. She showed a smile. Her smile bloomed like a flower, dazzling and beautiful. Su Dongjin brought the man back to the small town. As soon as she stepped in, she sensed the town's unusual atmosphere. Su Handan. Li Dongjin rode by on her bicycle and immediately waved at Su Dongjin as soon as she spotted her, completely unaware of the man behind Su Dongjin. Did you hear? The highest leader from the Southern Zone is coming here. This town was governed by the Southern Survival Zone. The Southern Survival Zone was named after its leader and had an impressive name, called Nananai. When she heard the name, Su Dongjin showed great confusion. Nanny, Nananai, not Nanny. Li Dongjin continued. Lord Nai Luo, the top leader of Nananai, is visiting in disguise. Haven't you noticed the town mayor's family has been scrambling to hide money, stockpiles, and even people lately? Su Dongjin had been busy seeking revenge in the lawless southern quarters and hadn't noticed. So she honestly shook her head. Faced with Su Dongjin's innocent cluelessness, Li Dongjin rolled her eyes dramatically and stretched out her hand. I've been looking for you for half a month. Where's your allowance for these past 15 days? Su Dongjin pulled out a crumpled 100 yuan note from her pocket. Grumbling, Li Dongjin criticized the amount as too small and snatched it before leaving. Su Dongjin turned and looked at the man behind her. Masked, with messy hair, dirty clothes, and a muddy dog beside him. Truly a drifter. I'll take you to clean up. Su Dongjin took out her small emergency stash and first took the man to get a haircut, bought him new clothes, then found him a public bathhouse. She swung her long legs outside, waiting for the man. He came out quickly. His hair had been trimmed into neat, short layers, lying flat against his ears, and his fine strands danced slightly in the wind. He wore the latest spring collection, his tall frame, long legs, broad shoulders, and slim waist making him striking. Even with that dirty mask on, many people still turned to look. Su Dongjin felt proud of walking beside him, puffing out her chest. She stood up and reached for his hand, but suddenly withdrew it as if shocked. She suspected they'd just had a spark, like static. So Su Dongjin switched to simply holding his sleeve. The town was too big. She feared the man might get lost. Also, she discovered he spoke little, giving off the impression of low intelligence. The streets remained bustling and crowded. Bright banners stretched across the sky. Even public restrooms weren't spared. Everywhere read, "Welcome the visit of Nananai. Uphold the leadership policies of Nananai. Nananai is our guiding light," and so on. Just as Su Dongjin was about to take the man to dinner, they reached the entrance of a restaurant. There, the mayor's son sat on a tricycle and instantly noticed Su Dongjin, immediately reaching, inviting her to ride with him. Su Dongjin declined, claiming she was on her way home for dinner, but the mayor's son wouldn't let her go. "Winterchin, last time was my mistake. I just wanted to go back quickly and bring help to save you. So you took this long to save me? Do you think I'm dumb?" Su Dongjin gave him a look full of mockery. The mayor's son was instantly enchanted, and under everyone's watchful eyes, reached forward to hold Su Dongjin's delicate hand. But before he could touch it, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain piercing through his palm. A piercing scream echoed loudly. His hand had been pierced by a vine and nailed to the pillar beside the restaurant. The vine seemed to have grown from inside the pillar itself. No matter how much the mayor's son struggled, the vine clung tightly to his hand. The restaurant owner, hearing the commotion, rushed out and instantly recognized the mayor's son, immediately panicking and calling the rescue squad. Once they learned it was the mayor's son, the town's Esper defense squad was quickly dispatched. The Esper defense squad had been formed to protect the town from zombie disturbances. Yet due to the recent peace, these newly recruited Espers hadn't faced zombies in actual combat yet. The Esper defense squad marched in full force. As they passed, everyone held their breath, making way in silence. Because of their powers, the members of the squad acted arrogantly. They had long been bullying the townspeople with impunity, in cahoots with the mayor's family. Is this vine an Esper ability? The doijong of the Esper defense squad carefully examined the vine that had pierced through the mayor's son, gently tapping it. The vine quickly grew longer, stretching the wound along with it. The mayor's son shuddered in pain and screamed again. Daddy. Su Dongjin couldn't help but think the mayor's happiness was beyond imagination. Heartbroken, the mayor immediately ordered the Esper defense squad to resolve the situation. The doijong declared, "We can't handle this. The ability is too strong." The mayor had no choice. The vine couldn't be cut or burned, so he could only cut the pillar and take both his son and the pillar home together, planning to resolve it slowly. Before leaving, he lavishly instructed the Esper defense squad to make sure whoever harmed his son would pay with their life. Su Dongjin gasped for breath as she dragged the man into a nearby alley. watching the mayor carry his son home horizontally with the pillar dominating the entire street. This might be the legendary case of entering vertically and exiting horizontally. Only after the people were far away did Su Dongqing grab the man's collar, forcefully pulling his face toward hers and whispering urgently, "You aren't an esper, are you?" Her soft breath brushed past his ear, stirring a few strands of black hair. Lu Yunfei could smell the faint, sweet fragrance coming from her, a scent no fake products could replicate. Unique to her, one of a kind. The man stiffened all over, then slowly straightened up, raised his hand, and a small vine sprouted from his fingertip. Thin and frail, it bore a dry, grayish leaf that looked almost scorched, helpless and pitiful. As soon as the tiny vine saw Su Dongqing, it rushed over, rubbing against her happily, like a dog. Even though there were many espers nowadays, as a powerless nobody, Su Dongqing had never been this close to an actual one before. She reached out and touched it gently. The vine trembled with joy, nearly ready to break into an enthusiastic line dance, only stopped by Su Dongqing's finger. Don't go around using your ability randomly. You saw it yourself, right? The mayor just ordered the esper defense squad to hunt you down. Su Dongqing reluctantly handed the vine back to the man and informed him of the esper defense squad's numerous crimes. Only after seeing the man nod did she feel slightly relieved and said, "Let's go home." Inside the esper defense squad station, the members stared at the large box of money the mayor had sent, their eyes glimmering with greed. "Captain, are we really going after that vine-type esper?" The doijang tapped the box and snorted. "An ability that strong? We can't handle that. Who knows where the mayor's idiot son offended someone? He deserves to die. Right now, let's focus on dealing with that in Luo. I heard she's no easy opponent. Last month, she wiped out another town's esper defense squad completely. All because that defense squad had accepted protection money. We espers risk our lives protecting these weaklings. What's wrong with taking a bit of money? That woman's just making a big fuss. No other survival zones act like this. Women are such a hassle." As the doijang spoke, his squad immediately agreed. "Yeah, women are such a hassle." Remembering the doijang's longtime crush, one member added, "Captain, I heard Su Dongqing is back." The doijang immediately brightened, stood up, and said, "Let's go." He was going to see his beauty. He never expected such good luck, to find his beauty hesitating in front of her doorstep, too afraid to go in. Meanwhile, Su Dongqing was struggling, because she hadn't yet taken revenge, but had brought back a boyfriend. No, a man, so she feared her mother would scold her. Not that she was really afraid, just scared she'd be denied dinner. As Su Dongqing was thinking of how to fool her mother, the doijang had already hurried over with his squad. The doijang immediately noticed Lu Yunfei, who was taller with longer legs than himself, and his face darkened. "You're not from our town, are you? Where's your residence permit? Show it to me." After the apocalypse, each survival zone had reorganized and redistributed homes. Each person was issued a residence permit. It was like an ID card, needed everywhere you went. Of course, as a drifter, the man had no permit. Su Dongqing said, "He's my friend." But the doijang wouldn't let it go. "No residence permit? Then come with me to the esper defense squad." A man and a woman, alone together, in one room. Naturally, certain indescribable things could happen. Lu Yunfei stood there silently, not even lifting his eyelids. Although the captain couldn't see it, he still felt it. The captain felt his authority was being challenged. Throughout the entire town, no one dared to defy him. This man had successfully angered him. He would pay for his foolishness. The captain suddenly exploded in rage. "What kind of freak are you? Pretending to be mysterious." The captain shot out an ice spike, slightly off angle. The man stepped sideways, blocking Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing was pulled into the man's embrace. Her eyes were covered by his hand, so she couldn't see anything. She could only hear the shrieks of the men across from them rising and falling. Under the moonlight, the vines behind the man expanded endlessly. Like a candied haw on a stick, they skewered the captain and his squad in one go. "Take your heart, my heart, string them together, then swallow everything all at once." The bitter melon dog, having gotten none of the remains, protested loudly by lifting its leg and spraying where it stood. Su Dongqing was held tightly against the man's chest. She heard the steady beat of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. It gradually merged with her rapid heartbeat. Then, within the man's calm heartbeat, Su Dongqing's own heartbeat also gradually calmed. Everything was silent. After waiting a while, Su Dongqing carefully lifted her hand and moved aside the man's fingers covering her eyes. The first thing in front of her was a puddle of blood. Thick, bloody stench filled the air. The captain and his squad had vanished without a trace. Su Dongqing looked upward and saw the man's black hair fluttering in the wind. He slightly lowered his head, revealing that red eye. Inside it, she saw raging flames, and also her own reflection. Under the moonlight, this eye looked as beautiful as glowing lily. Su Dongqing covered her rapidly beating heart and swallowed the dryness in her throat. I can take a look at your face, right?" The man stared at her, remaining silent for a long time without speaking. Cautiously, Su Dongqing reached out her hand, fingertips touching the mask. The mask was heavy. With just a light tug from Su Dongqing, it fell to the ground. The man's black hair hung halfway, the moonlight bright. Instinctively, he reached up to cover his face. But Su Dongqing had already seen. Under the moonlight, half of the man's face was undamaged. But the other half, when looking solely at the undamaged half, no one could fail to marvel at the man's sculpted, almost divine beauty, as if he were God's beloved creation. But if looking at the other side, dark and blackened, like something had burned it, he looked like a demon crawling out from hell. Though she'd only glimpsed once, the hollowness was truly Junrenrin. The man pressed his lips together, bent down, picked up the mask, and put it back on. Su Donqin opened her mouth, but finally said only, although you're not that handsome, your heart is kind. Bitter melon dog, what did you say? My ears are broken. Half the Esper defense squad had disappeared. This major event attracted widespread attention. Everyone was overjoyed. Finally, no one would trample on their money, food, and dignity anymore. These things even more disgusting than zombies. When the deputy squad leader came to find the mayor was still deeply anxious about his son. That vine still hadn't come out. The wound kept expanding, clearly nearing the point of amputation. Dad. Mayor, my men just told me. Dad. Just told me. Dad. The deputy leader asked if they could turn off the background music first. The mayor, helplessly experienced, immediately stuffed a towel into his son's mouth. Background music was finally silenced. The deputy finally could speak. Before he disappeared, the captain was last seen near Su Donqin's home. Immediately, the mayor tensely declared he hadn't seen the captain at his house. The deputy leader. He'd forgotten the mayor's daughter was also named Su Donqin. I meant the most beautiful woman in the town. The mayor nodded immediately. The deputy continued. I suspect an Esper zombie has sneaked into our town. The captain must have been killed by it. Upon saying this, the deputy leader's expression suddenly darkened. The mayor shivered involuntarily. Esper zombie. Compared to Espers, Esper zombies were even harder to deal with. Because they were not easy to kill. An Esper is still a human body. They can die from excessive blood loss, inflammation, amputation, emotional trauma, and similar causes. But zombies are different. They have already abandoned all emotions and desires. Except for losing their heads, they are much harder to kill than Espers. Especially those zombies who possess abilities and have completely discarded their emotions, the Esper zombies, are even more difficult to eliminate. This was the first time in 3 years of governing the town that the mayor had heard of an Esper zombie. His face turned deathly pale from fear. The deputy squad leader continued. We must capture this Esper zombie before Nin and I arrives. Only then can we make up for our mistakes. Make up for your mistakes. The mayor, feeling uneasy, instinctively took a step back. The deputy leader smiled coldly. Do you think Nin and I came here for no reason? She's already thoroughly investigated this town. She's here to deal with you. The mayor turned pale with shock and immediately promised full cooperation with the deputy. As for the Esper who injured my son, the one who hurt your son was likely that vine-type Esper zombie. A sinister smile appeared on the deputy's face. If we can capture him and extract his crystal core, he murmured, maybe I can become a dual-element Esper. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. Since the survival zones gradually stabilized, more and more Espers began pursuing higher levels of power. They discovered that the crystal cores of Esper zombies were different from those of human Espers. Even if they were of different attributes, they could still be fused. Not only could they enhance one's abilities, but they could even unlock dual-element powers. While there were many Espers nowadays, dual-element Espers remained rare. And those few dual-element Espers had all become high-ranking leaders in the survival zones. Living in luxury day after day, enjoying endless comforts. Those who possessed this power truly reached the skies in status. Such stories caused a flood of Espers to chase after this opportunity. With personal interests outweighing hatred, the battles between humans and zombies became even more brutal. Su Donqin brought the man back to her home. No one was home. Su Donqin guessed her mother and older sister might have gone out to collect bricks again. After all, their family always lacked enough food. The next day, her mother and sister returned. Su Donqin introduced, this is my mom. Bai Huan, trembled. And this is my older sister. Jin Gang Bobby, trembled. They could recognize this man, even if he turned to ashes. Chapter 42. Su Donqin felt that her mother and her elder sister were extremely interested in the man she had brought back. The intensity of their gaze was simply too overwhelming, to the point that Su Donqin felt her mother might be trying to find her a stepfather, and her sister, a brother-in-law. Have some soup. Perhaps because there was a guest, her sister had cooked many delicious dishes, especially a stewed hen. Su Donqin picked up the chicken's tail for the man, and then helped herself to a big chicken leg. Just as she was about to lift her chopsticks to eat, her wrist was caught by the man. Su Donqin blinked guiltily. The man slightly raised his eyes, glancing toward Bai Huan and Jin Gang Barbie. We're not hungry. Hey, but she really was hungry. Before Su Donqin could speak, a dry, hard French baguette was shoved into her mouth. Where did you get that from? One hand holding on to Su Donqin, he fixed his gaze on Bai Huan and Jin Gang Barbie, his voice cool and seemingly laced with coercion. You eat first. Under the man's gaze, Bai Huan stared oddly at the soup bowl, but didn't move. Eat. The man spoke that single word slowly again. Bai Huan's eyes suddenly darkened. Then she dazedly picked up the soup bowl in front of her and took a large gulp noisily. Jin Gang Barbie immediately snatched the soup bowl over, eyes panicked, instinctively glancing at the man. Her movement paused momentarily, before she robotically tilted her head back and finished off the remaining soup. That night, after finishing a single French baguette, Su Donqin heard the sound of doors slamming back and forth from the yard, along with repeated vomiting. Concerned, Su Donqin went to check and saw her mother and her sister hugging buckets of soapy water, foaming at the mouth. Su Donqin thought, they really are acting quite childishly. As she turned around, she saw the man standing right behind her. He was wearing a mask, his face invisible. The winter melon dog behind him curled up, sleeping soundly like a pig. Why are you standing at my doorstep? Su Donqin remembered clearly that her mother had given him a room already. The man stood still, his voice coming coldly from behind the mask. To protect you. Su Dongqin immediately insisted her home was perfectly safe and needed no protection, only to then see her mother foaming at the mouth, brandishing a kitchen knife as if to come after them, barely restrained by her elder sister, who dragged her back. Although Su Dongqin had always known her mother had mental issues and had never stuck to her medications, she never realized her mother's condition had deteriorated so badly. It's too dangerous outside. You must come inside with me. Su Dongqin hurriedly pulled the man into her room. Her room wasn't large and was sparsely furnished. Just wait here until my mother falls asleep. Su Dongqin feared her mother might accidentally get herself into a murder charge, and then she'd starve. The man stayed the entire night in Su Dongqin's small room. The next day, when Su Dongqin awoke from a deep sleep, she found that the man, who had originally been sleeping on the floor, had somehow made his way onto her bed sometime during the night. No wonder she had slept so warm, as if wrapped in front of a stove the entire time. Su Dongqin stared at the man's face, his mask still worn even in sleep. She thought for a while, then decided not to remove it. She must respect others' privacy. Alright, just a quick peek. Carefully, Su Dongqin reached out a hand, touching the mask, gently lifting one corner with her fingertip, revealing just a bit of the man's jawline. Then, even more cautiously, she pushed it higher, revealing his slender lips. The injury didn't seem to have reached the lips, only spreading to the corner of his mouth. Pitch black, as if severely burnt by fire. But hadn't the wound looked a bit less dark the last time she saw it? How come it seems worse now? Su Dongqin tilted her head in confusion. She decided it must have been too dark that night for her to have gotten a clear look. Su Dongqin. Su Dongqin. A crisp voice shouted from outside. Early in the morning, Li Dongqin came looking for Su Dongqin. She walked straight into the room without any hesitation. Su Dongqin quickly scrambled out of bed. The man lay on her bed watching the little girl hurrying to dress, slowly raising a hand to push the mask slightly lower. She had heard Nan and I would be visiting the town today, so Li Dongqin specially came to find Su Dongqin to go see the spectacle together. She's my goddess. Li Dongqin was ecstatic. Su Dongqin replied, isn't your goddess that Mary Sue Miss Pure and Innocent? Li Dongqin immediately shouted, don't you dare insult my goddess. Fine, fine. The street was noisy and bustling, packed with people so tightly that all you could see was a sea of heads. Su Dongqin stretched her slender neck to look around and saw the man, towering above everyone else, right by her side. She wondered if the air up there was any good. Hey, who is he? Li Dongqin was extremely curious about the man besides Su Dongqin. Su Dongqin replied, I picked him up. Seems like he's got a few screws loose. Li Dongqin nodded. I can tell. Only someone not right in the head would hang out with you. After thinking for a moment, Li Dongqin grabbed Su Dongqin's hand. Come on, let's go play over there. Okay. Worried the man might get lost, Su Dongqin told him to stay put before squeezing into the crowd with Li Dongqin. A small car approached from ahead. Not the kind of cheap model the town mayor owned, but a high-end military vehicle. It was said that the windows of such vehicles were bulletproof. Welcome. Welcome wholeheartedly. Welcome, Senior Nan and I, for your inspection. The crowd, organized by the town mayor, had already started waving banners and chanting slogans. Straining her neck, Su Dongqin could only vaguely make out the silhouette of a woman through the glass. As the only female leader among the 4 survival zones, Nan and I enjoyed even greater trust from the public than male leaders. However, it was also said that Nan and I was even more ruthless than men. She would shoot before speaking. Due to the massive crowd, the military vehicle temporarily stopped at the nearest parking lot. The town mayor hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. The car door opened, revealing a pair of long legs first. Then came the tall, slender figure of a woman. She carried a gun on her back, wore form-fitting camouflage clothes, had a long ponytail, and sharp, deep-set eyes that looked as sharp as a blade. She appeared even more capable, determined, and unyielding. Senior, I've prepared a room at my home. If you don't mind, please stay there for now. The town mayor respectfully bowed slightly. The woman gave a slight nod, her expression reserved yet cold. The crowd erupted in wave after wave of cheers. As Su Dongqin stood on her tiptoes, trying to get a good look at Nan and I, Li Dongqin suddenly pulled her back, so she only caught a glimpse of half the woman's head. Hey, look, isn't that the vice commander of the Esper Patrol squad up front? Li Dongqin pointed ahead. They seem to be looking for someone. Su Dongqin immediately spotted the vice commander, and instantly remembered the former commander who had been killed by the man. She quickly let go of Li Dongqin's hand and rushed off to find the man. She was so worried about the vice commander's safety. The man had obeyed her instructions and stood obediently in place, towering over the crowd like a crane among chickens. Su Dongqin spotted him immediately, but with the crowd so dense, only after taking 3 steps, the vice commander surrounded the man. He was holding a sketch drawing in his hand. Su Dongqin thought angrily that it must have been the restaurant owner who betrayed her. She had only skipped paying a few meals. What a total lack of gentlemanly conduct. As Su Dongqin was preparing to rush forward, a sudden pain hit her head. Before she could even turn around to see what was happening, she was dragged into an alley by someone and shoved onto an electric scooter. In broad daylight, in full view of everyone, someone dared to target her beauty and attempt to attack her. Stop struggling. The mayor's son wants you dead today. You won't live to see tomorrow. Su Dongqin. Beep, beep, beep. The electric scooter gave out a few miserable cries before speeding off. Pressed against the electric scooter, Su Dongqin was swept straight to the mayor's residence. When her feet finally touched the ground, she found herself inside a room. Someone was howling inside. Dad. Dad. Art. Su Dongqin resisted the urge to respond and peeked her head out. Lying on the bed was a man. Who else could it be but the mayor's son? Beside his bed stood a pole, and on it was a thick green vine. Attached to the vine was a human hand. This vine had grown much thicker and longer than the first time Su Donqin saw it. Inserted into the mayor's son's bloodied palm, it kept growing continuously every day and was now as thick as a small bowl. Su Donqin. Su Donqin. The mayor's son spotted Su Donqin hiding behind the curtain and screamed hoarsely, "It's your fault. Your fault. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The more the mayor's son struggled, the thicker the vine in his palm became. Moreover, as if in response to hearing the name Su Donqin, the vine began doing what could only be described as a belly-dancing performance on his palm. The moves were quite sensual and alluring. Su Donqin thought to herself, this really is a lively vine, nothing like its owner at all. This is the place. The mayor's voice came from outside. Without thinking, Su Donqin instinctively hid behind the curtain. The town mayor led a woman inside. Normally always looking down on people, he now bowed his head almost 90 degrees. The mayor spoke hesitantly, like a newlywed bride. Actually, today inviting you here isn't just for a visit. I also have a request to make. The woman responded coldly. It's about my son. A few days ago, an Esper zombie appeared in town. My son, for the safety of everyone, risked his life alone trying to capture that Esper zombie, and unfortunately, he's dead. N.I. Luo cut in. The mayor hesitated, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Still barely breathing. Yeah, Dad. The nearly dead mayor's son screamed with what little strength he had left. Dad. Immediately feeling heartache, the mayor hurriedly led N.I. Luo over. As soon as N.I. Luo stepped into the room, her previously indifferent expression suddenly changed. Have you all smelled anything unusual? The mayor looked puzzled and sniffed around confusedly. N.I. Luo tilted sideways slightly, her eyes deepening. A floral scent. Suddenly, someone ran past the room door. N.I. Luo's expression sharpened instantly. She rushed out immediately. In the hallway, she saw a woman in a white dress, long hair trailing behind her, emitting a strong floral aroma. N.I. Luo cried out hoarsely, Su Donqin. She stumbled forward, gripping the woman's arm tightly. The woman ahead turned around, revealing her round face. You called me? The mayor's daughter, seeing the fierce expression on N.I. Luo's face, felt extremely nervous. N.I. Luo opened her mouth, then closed it again, slightly disappointed. The mayor quickly stepped forward. This is my daughter, named Su Donqin. To answer the call of the great goddess, I especially changed her name. The mayor proudly stuck out his chest. He had even changed their surname too. N.I. Luo loosened her grip and asked, what scent are you wearing? The mayor's daughter replied, white flower perfume. N.I. Luo nodded and returned into the room. Well, she'd been disappointed plenty of times anyway. The mayor nervously said, Madam, regarding my son here. N.I. Luo glanced at the vine, suddenly asking, is this place near the no man's land? Although confused, the mayor still nodded. Yes. N.I. Luo's face darkened slightly. I'm tired today. We'll discuss tomorrow. The mayor dared not pressure Madame Nan further. He respectfully sent her off immediately. Su Donqin crawled out from a dog hole in the mayor's house. Then she patted the head of Donghua Dog firmly. Thanks so much for coming to save me. Donghua Dog wagged its big head happily, then followed Su Donqin into the dog hole, trying to squeeze out, but couldn't get through. Su Donqin pulled at Donghua Dog's tail with all her strength. With a PAF, Donghua Dog came out, leaving its tail behind. Su Donqin. Donghua Dog barked loudly and started crying. Su Donqin quickly said, it's okay. I'll fix it back on. Su Donqin casually picked a blade of grass and tied the tail back onto Donghua Dog. Donghua Dog finally became content again, teary-eyed, and followed Su Donqin home. When she arrived home, her mother and sister had finished vomiting. They were now in the kitchen preparing something delicious for her. Pour it all in. Add more arsenic. Bai Huan's face twisted with hatred. Jingang Barbie said, Miss, I think Lu Yunfei has already noticed us. So what? He must die? Mom. Startled, Jingang Barbie dropped the arsenic violently from her hand, most of it flying into Bai Huan's mouth. Pooh, cough. Mom, are you eating something delicious? Su Donqin's mother didn't have time to respond. Grabbing soap, she shoved it into her mouth and started foaming. Looking at her mother who still kept her youthful innocence, Su Donqin thought to herself, well, I'll just go find my man then. Cheerfully, Su Donqin went to find her man. The man was already sitting in her room waiting for her. I saw the vice commander earlier. Before Su Donqin could finish, the man suddenly pulled her into his arms. Though his body was slim, his tall, erect frame exuded authority. He spread his arms wide and held her tightly against his chest. His cold mask pressed against her neck. Su Donqin could feel his fast, uneven breathing. I really missed you. A pink blush rapidly spread across Su Donqin's face. Don't run off again. When I couldn't find you, I was terrified. Okay. Su Donqin wanted to say she hadn't run off on her own, that she'd been forcefully taken, but looking at the man before her, for some unknown reason, she didn't speak. Instead, she said, I won't run off again. They held each other for a while. Then Su Donqin gently pushed against him. I just saw the vice commander. Oh, dead. The man released her, straightening up. His red eye gazed down at her, shadowed with something deep and unfathomable. Su Donqin thought to herself, what exactly terrifying thing did I bring home? It was said that a town had been hit by an Esper zombie that wiped out the entire Esper patrol team, leaving not even a single shoe behind. Faced with such a severe threat, people fell into great panic. Recently, Su Donqin noticed that Donghua Dog's appetite wasn't quite right. It kept appearing like it was about to throw up. She suspected it was pregnant. Then she was told that Donghua dog was actually a male dog and couldn't get pregnant. The man said quietly, maybe it's because of athlete's foot. Donghua dog, barf. Su Donchin. She didn't have athlete's foot, but now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. I heard that Nan and I is planning to take action, Su Donchin said anxiously, staring at the man. Can you beat her? I'm not saying she's a bad person necessarily, but we're the good ones, so we just have to. You know what I mean. The man lifted one brow. What did that mean? Did that mean he could win, or that he couldn't? Then, what if we run away? Su Donchin sprang into action, immediately standing up, gathering the sausages hanging beneath the eaves, and stuffing them into a small bundle, ready to flee with the man. Mom, I'm leaving now. Probably won't come back for another 10 years or so. Bai Huan spat out soap bubbles, struggling. Cheerfully, Su Donchin stepped out with the man. The streets were bustling, apparently hosting some kind of speech event. A stage had been set up in the middle of the square, where a woman was speaking. Too far away for Su Donchin to make out clearly, but she could hear the woman's voice. Our abilities will never harm ordinary people. The woman stood on the stage, voice clear and powerful. Su Donchin thought it was probably some kind of inspiring speech. She didn't think much of it, turning to take the man away. On the stage, Inai Luo, wearing camouflage, tied her long hair back in a neat ponytail, holding the microphone. She turned her head slightly and noticed a masked man standing within the crowd. Because of his great height, distinctive aura, and unusual face mask, Inai Luo instinctively gave him a few extra glances. This might have been harmless, but upon noticing the man, Inai Luo immediately recalled divine dancing to square dance music found in the town mayor's son's palm. Inai Luo's expression sharpened. She looked down, seeing the little girl beside the man. It was early spring, and the girl seemed particularly cold-sensitive. She wore plenty of layers, though her slender frame was still clearly visible. She had beautiful long black hair draping over her shoulders and down her back, shimmering with a smooth, seaweed-like glow. As she walked, it swayed lightly, catching light like rippling water. Suddenly, Inai Luo felt her heart pounding rapidly in her chest. She almost lost her grip on the microphone. Watching that familiar figure about to vanish from sight, Inai Luo abruptly tossed the microphone aside and leapt down from the stage. No one had expected the leader Nan and I to be so approachable, actually jumping down to shake their hands. In an instant, huge crowds surged forward, desperately trying to shake Inai Luo's hand. Inai Luo saw the figure about to disappear. She raised her hand sharply, her esper ability flashing. The ordinary people around her collapsed to the ground. Crackling with electric energy, people scattered away in haste. Those who couldn't move fast enough simply fell. The old speaker still echoed her last sentence. Our abilities will never harm ordinary people. Will never harm ordinary people. Never harm ordinary people. The ordinary people? What? The tall woman in camouflage sprinted forward intensely, chasing after that familiar figure. The path she carved through the crowd with her power cracked and buzzed through the air, like a trail flattened down through fresh green spring grass. At the end of that trail stood Su Donchin. As if sensing something, Su Donchin stopped walking. Behind her came the sound of a woman's heavy, rapid breathing. Inai Luo suddenly seized Su Donchin's wrist and yanked her back forcefully. Su Donchin turned around, looking at the woman standing before her. Tall figure, sharp phoenix eyes, tears misting her gaze. Su Donchin. Inai Luo's throat tightened, gripping Su Donchin's wrist tightly, staring unblinkingly at her. Su Donchin opened her mouth, but before she could speak much, she was suddenly pulled into a fierce hug. You idiot. Where have you been all these years? Inai Luo held her tightly, her tall frame hunching over, burying her face in Su Donchin's neck. Su Donchin could feel her warm tears sliding down her skin. Instinctively, Su Donchin raised her hands and hugged her back. I don't know you. The woman holding her stiffened all over. Inai Luo lifted her red-rimmed eyes, scrutinizing Su Donchin's face closely. It really looked very similar, but there were differences. For example, maybe the figure? Damn, how could it be this good? Even under so many layers? You're not Su Donchin? Yeah. Then why don't you know me? Su Donchin looked at the suddenly furious woman, whimpering softly that she really didn't know her. This is Nan and I. Someone besides Su Donchin reminded her. Su Donchin suddenly understood. I know you. I know you. Don't zap her. Don't zap her. Inai Luo stared at Su Donchin strangely, then glanced back at Lu Yunfei. That's right. It had to be her. Otherwise, why would this man be here? Come. Inai Luo grabbed Su Donchin's hand and pulled her forward. Where are we going? Su Donchin was shocked and puzzled. Inai Luo said, somewhere with fewer people. Su Donchin took Inai Luo back to her home. Mom, I brought a guest home. Bai Huan spat out bubbles, and upon spotting Inai Luo beside Su Donchin, nearly fainted from breathlessness. Faced with so many enemies, Bai Huan rolled her eyes, trembling all over. Kill, kill, kill. Su Donchin said, what? Oh, she's Nan and I. Then turning to Inai Luo, she said, she's my mom. Inai Luo looked at the pale-faced Bai Huan and the muscle-bound Jinggang Babi, trying hard to hide, her expression slightly darkening. Come in, my mom is very hospitable. Don't be shy. The small courtyard welcomed yet another guest. Early spring nights fell early into darkness. Inai Luo stood on the second-floor balcony, pinching a cigarette between her fingers, her gaze drifting downward, puzzled as she asked, she really is. Su Donchin. In the courtyard below, Su Donchin was training the dog. Sit. Woof 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 woof. Roll forward. Roll backward. Do the splits. Donghua dog proudly performed the splits, Then its tail fell off. It let out a woof and cried again. Immediately, Su Donqing scrambled to tie up its tail. Enai Luo took a puff of her cigarette. Her appearance seems changed. And why doesn't she remember anything at all? Standing beside her, Lu Yunfei, his slender white fingers resting on the railing, his one eye glowing like a magnificent ruby in the night. The person beside her didn't reply, and Enai Luo wasn't surprised. Since she disappeared, the man had barely spoken a word. Enai Luo lowered her gaze, rubbing her face, her voice soft and full of barely suppressed emotion. Luckily, she's back. However, how come she's living with Bai Huan, and even calls her mom? At this, Enai Luo's eyes sharpened fiercely. Maybe I should just go kill them both. Behind the two of them, Bai Huan was just approaching with a cleaver raised, but was dragged back by Jingdugbabi. Enai Luo remained silent for a moment before flicking away her cigarette. I heard about what happened with the mayor and came to handle it. That, about the mayor's son. The man suddenly spoke, humming a single syllable from his throat. Enai Luo raised her eyebrows slightly, surprised, and continued. What about the Esper patrol team? Fine then. You didn't even clean up yourself properly. I still have to clean up your mess. Enai Luo podled pie her hands and turned back inside. Under the moonlight, Su Donqing was crouched on the ground attaching Donghua Dog's tail. The man pushed off the railing and jumped down from the second floor. Startled, Su Donqing whirled around and stumbled into the man's arms. He carried a familiar scent of comfort. But for some unknown reason, Su Donqing felt that it smelled slightly burnt, though this did not detract from how much she appreciated his presence. Perhaps it was the beauty of the moonlight stirring something in her heart. Looking up at the man before her, Su Donqing's heart fluttered like crazy. Hey, you just jumped down from the second floor, right? Su Donqing immediately declared she wanted to jump too. Then she led the man to a haystack. For safety, she still preferred this place. When my mom loses her mind, I hide here. Su Donqing pointed to a gap in the haystack. The man raised his hand and suddenly yanked her inside. The haystack caved in, the two of them pressing down on top. Su Donqing fell on top of the man, facing the large mask on his face. The surrounding hay pressed inward, and the two seemed to have fallen into that hidden space, leaving only a faint shadow outside. The space was so small, their bodies pressed so close. Su Donqing could feel the man's breathing. She placed her hands together in front of her mouth, forming a small megaphone, and whispered softly, I want to see your face. The man didn't speak. Su Donqing reached up and carefully removed the mask from his face. The haystack sat hidden in a corner, half in light, half in shadow. The man's face also lay in shadow, half in light, half in darkness. The man raised his hand to cover that half of his face. But Su Donqing reached out first, gently cupping his face, then carefully leaning closer, touching his lips. Under the moonlight, the girl's trembling eyelashes were curled like a fan, like a delicate butterfly resting on a flower, fragile enough to shatter with the lightest touch. I don't care about your face. What's your name? All this time, she had even kissed his lips, yet she still didn't know his name. Sigh, she really was a wild and carefree woman. The man's throat moved slightly. Lu Yunfei. Su Donqing said your name sounds really nice, just like hers. Wait a second. Say it again. The man said, Lu Yunfei. Su Donqing suddenly jumped up, straw sticking out of her hair, a look of terror on her face. We can't be together. You're my father's killer. The man calmly stood up, lifting a hand to remove the straw from Su Donqing's hair. Then he said in a cold tone, and soon I'll be your mother's killer too. Su Donqing turned around and saw her mother charging at her with a cleaver raised, her face twisted with rage. Su Donqing immediately hid behind the man. With a sudden flick of his hand, the man threw a small axe and her mother collapsed. Su Donqing. Wait a second. The man, an axe the dog. Was this man the legendary head chopper? Meanwhile, Enai Luo walked out after dealing with Jinggang Babi, a cigarette hanging from her lips. Su Donqing looked at the bodies of her mother and older sister and felt a bit sad. It seems like my mom really wanted to kill me. Though, honestly, it wasn't the first time. But this time she was especially violent. Enai Luo said, because you killed your father. Su Donqing expressed that the relationship was getting complicated and she needed to sort it out. Your mom lied to you. Enai Luo stamped out the cigarette underfoot. Lu Zhizhi was a villain, and you did a public service by killing him. Don't worry, you'll remember it one day. It seemed even more confusing now, but for some reason, she just believed it. Su Donqing sighed deeply, sinking into the sorrow of suddenly becoming an orphan. I want to smoke a cigarette. Trying to be a bad girl. Enai Luo stuck a chocolate lollipop in Su Donqing's mouth. Su Donqing, now sucking on the chocolate stick, felt even more mournful. Alright, honestly, she wasn't actually sad. Just a bit regretful. Her meal tickets were gone. Su Donqing never thought she could be such a ruthless, death-defying heroine. Seeing Su Donqing's calm reaction, Enai Luo frowned. You believed it? Su Donqing tilted her head. Well, what else? I'm not stupid. I don't believe everything someone says, she muttered. Her mother's terrible acting skills couldn't fool her. Enai Luo. Come back to Nanka with me, Enai Luo said. It's not safe here. Su Donqing firmly replied. No, she wasn't stupid. Enai Luo blew out a puff of smoke. I'll cover your meals. Su little Sajic, Donqing asked. When? Now, let me grab a sausage. Before leaving, Enai Luo held a meeting once again. I'm sorry that such things have happened within my jurisdiction. Enai Luo stood on the stage and deeply bowed before the crowd. Since the survival zones were ruled by powerful ESP users, which of these leaders hadn't acted like emperors from ancient times, with their noses in the air? This was the first time someone, especially the leader of the largest survival zone in Nankou, stood in public and bowed to apologize to the people. The crowd wept in emotion. However, Su Donqin thought they were probably afraid of being shocked again. After dealing with the town mayor's family, Enai Luo finally drove toward the castle where the highest leadership of the southern survival zone resided, accompanied by Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin had heard that the goddess of the entire apocalypse lived there, but she was more concerned about whether she could eat 3 buckets of rice a day. She didn't know why, but lately she had constantly felt extremely hungry. Regarding this, Su Donqin believed it was because she was still growing and in urgent need of nutrition, so eating more was completely normal. Plus, it was also for the man's future benefits. Hee. Chapter 43. The military vehicle jolted and swayed all the way. Su Donqin dozed in and out of sleep until finally arriving at the residence of the top leadership of the legendary Southern Survival Zone. It was an old castle, half of which was in ruins. No one knew what devastation it had suffered before. Even less known was the brave soul who had accomplished such a feat. The wind howled noisily, and the sunlight was dazzling. Surrounding the castle were flower beds enclosed by bamboo fences, each filled with small white flowers. It was said these flowers never withered throughout the year, even during the coldest months of winter, maintaining their delicate and tender appearance. Su Donqin poked half her head out the car window, her nostrils filled with the sweet fragrance of the white flowers. This familiar scent was something Su Donqin encountered daily on various men and women. It was the most popular perfume made from these little white flowers. But imitation would always be imitation. Nothing compared to the real, sweet aroma of the true white flowers. It could seep into every bone and sinew, calming even the most restless heart. Su Donqin inhaled deeply and tilted her head up. At once, she saw the steeple of a church circled by white doves. The doves flapped and fluttered about gracefully and peacefully. For a moment, Su Donqin could almost hear the sound of sacred hymns. The car turned. In front of the castle stood a giant statue of a goddess within the large garden, positioned where everyone entering and exiting the castle could see it. And indeed, no matter which corner of the castle you stood in, you could always see the statue if you faced toward it. Bathed in sunlight, the stone goddess wore a white gauzy dress, her hair like a waterfall, her silhouette slender and graceful, pure as snow. Just like the one in the small town, this statue also covered her face with black hair, revealing only her eyes. Her delicate eyelashes lay halfway down, concealing those shimmering pools of beauty. The entire statue exuded a holy glow. The goddess statue was simply too large. Su Donqin tilted her head back, gazing in a kind of daze. Enai Luo parked the car, turned, and looked at Su Donqin with a smile. Su Donqin, welcome back. Enai Luo's vehicle, as the iconic, premium car of the Southern Survival Zone, didn't even need to undergo checks, and was directly driven into the castle's parking lot. The interior of the castle was heavily guarded. Patrols of special ability officers were everywhere. Commander. The patrol captain raised a hand to salute Enai Luo, but his gaze fell onto Su Donqin. Su Donqin wore a large hood that covered most of her face, revealing only her luscious red lips. But even just those lips were incredibly beautiful, delicate like a cherry, paired with her slender jaw and flawless pale complexion. Her partial concealment made the imagination run wild. Something to report? Enai Luo glanced at the captain standing rigidly at her side. The captain's face turned bright red instantly as he stood straight and shouted, "No, nothing." Then scram. Yes. The patrol captain scrambled off, yet his furtive gaze still lingered on Su Donqin. The narrow and quiet corridor of the ancient castle was lined with expensive paintings. But in this post-apocalyptic era, these treasures weren't worth more than a single sausage or packet of instant noodles. Su Donqin walked along the corridor with the others. Suddenly, a huge dog wearing a muzzle appeared from around the corner ahead. It wagged its giant tail, drool flying, body shaking excitedly as it charged straight at her. At that moment, the earth trembled. Su Donqin even felt her own body vibrating. Mad dog. Su Donqin turned around and jumped onto Lu Yunfei in one motion. The man caught her with one hand, then slowly and calmly lifted his foot, kicking the rushing zombie dog straight away. The creature rolled heavily along the ground, crashing through 3 large pits, clearly feeling wronged. A tall, broad-shouldered man in camouflaged uniform approached from the side. His build was as solid as a small mountain. He had a neat buzz cut, carried a rifle on his back, and bore a face that was tough and upright. The mountain of a man bent down, pulled the zombie dog out of the pit, then approached Enai Luo, offering a warm smile that radiated masculine presence. "Enai Luo, you're back." A faint blush appeared on Enai Luo's face, and though she tried to remain calm, her composure bore a note of modesty. As she moved aside to reveal the woman behind her, an unrestrained joy surfaced, as if unveiling a priceless treasure. "She is Su Donqin. We've finally found her." Still clinging to Lu Yunfei, Su Donqin had fallen off her hood due to the sudden movement. Long black tresses cascaded down first, smooth as silk, and gathered at her slender neck. Tilting her head slightly, leaning gently on the man's shoulder, her eyes sparkled with moisture and just a touch of fear. Such a familiar face, even more refined and beautiful. Xiaoji was slightly stunned, then suddenly stepped forward with reddened eyes, wanting to hug her, but next to his ear suddenly brushed past a bald little axe. The little axe, untouched for 5 years, was sadly rusted, as if warning that even a small tashong might cause tetanus. Xiaoji froze in place, stiffly lowered his arms, then smiled sincerely at Su Donqin. "Donqin, welcome back." They had searched for 5 years, never giving up. Luckily, you've returned. Su Dongjin. How come all of you act like you know me so well? Do I even know any of you? Probably because Ni Luo had returned. Many people from the castle came over. As soon as they arrived and saw Su Dongjin, they respectfully called her Goddess. Su Dongjin, still clinging to Lu Yunfei. Then came a string of routine flattery. Goddess, your figure has become even more exquisite. Goddess looks even more beautiful than yesterday. For some reason, looking at Goddess today, I can't even remember what she looked like yesterday. In fact, I found that compared to today's Goddess, yesterday's looked particularly ugly. MMPH. This straightforward comrade had his mouth covered. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking came from the other end of the corridor. The crisp, clear sound carried a hint of urgency. Everyone who heard it froze in their steps. Su Dongjin peeked forward. The people blocking her path also turned their heads to look behind, then quickly cleared a path. Su Dongjin and Lu Yunfei, standing at the end of the passage, saw a woman wearing a beautiful fisherman's hat, a white lace dress, and a pair of pearl-colored high heels, revealing her slender legs, escorted by a group of maids in uniform, hurrying toward them. There are 2 goddesses. The straightforward boy looked dazed. Someone next to him said, "A lot of people copy the goddess's look now, right?" The straightforward boy nodded immediately. "Yes, exactly. She's just an imposter." He finished, pointing toward the woman in the fisherman's hat who had just come into view. Everyone nodded solemnly and in agreement. Of course the real goddess is the most beautiful one. Besides, didn't you see that Ni Luo was also standing beside the goddess? With that thought, everyone immediately gathered again, blocking the woman in the fisherman's hat out of the circle. The woman's previously smiling face twisted instantly. She roared angrily. "You people, get out of my way. Straightforward boy. Goddess must not be offended. You should leave now. I am the goddess." The woman screamed, then lifted a corner of her fisherman's hat with her hand, revealing her face. The straightforward boy looked confused. A large group of maids following behind the goddess quickly pushed through the crowd. They had always been absolutely loyal to their goddess. The woman adjusted her expression and walked quickly toward Lu Yunfei. "Yunfei, you're back. You used to visit me every month. But why this time? You were so busy you only came back now." The woman lifted a hand to adjust her hat and smiled coyly. The looks were good, but unfortunately, her eyes lacked soul and her expression was overly worldly and flatteringly sweet. When she looked at others, her attitude immediately turned into that of looking down on them with her nose. That kind of aura ruined this set of appearance by at least 70%. Su Dongjin slid down from Lu Yunfei. Standing next to Lu Yunfei, she looked at the woman, then at the man, suddenly covering her heart with both hands and trembling her finger at him. You actually took me for a replacement." Su Dongjin felt deeply insulted. The man calmly replied, "No." Su Dongjin wailed. "Then she says you visit her every month. What do you visit her for? Are you her period?" Lu Yunfei said, "I check whether she's still alive." Su Dongjin. What kind of bitter hatred could that be? Woman in the fisherman's hat. In fact, the woman in the fisherman's hat had noticed Su Dongjin from the beginning. Because Su Dongjin was simply too beautiful. That kind of innate charm hidden in her looks was simply unreachable. This beauty, her outer appearance was stunning, her inner beauty even more captivating. But what shocked the woman the most was that Su Dongjin's face was 9 out of 10 similar to hers. But obviously, this woman was even more refined, and standing in front of her, she felt like a pirated product. The woman instinctively took a step back and forced a smile before turning her head to look at Lu Yunfei. She knew Lu Yunfei was the strongest man in this post-apocalyptic world, and she knew even better how important she was to Lu Yunfei. "Yunfei, I have something to tell you." The man didn't move from his spot, not like usual, where he'd follow her the moment she spoke, not even giving her a glance this time. The woman was growing impatient. She desperately needed Lu Yunfei now. Without him, she'd go mad. "Yunfei." The woman in the fisherman's hat reached out, wanting to touch Lu Yunfei. Su Dongjin immediately slapped her hand away. Her man wasn't someone she could touch either. After a crisp slap, the woman in the fisherman's hat drew back her trembling hand, glaring furiously at Su Dongjin. Then she looked to Lu Yunfei for help. But the man kept looking at Su Dongjin. He raised his hand, took hers, and gently squeezed it. "Did that hurt?" Painful. Su Dongjin acted shyly, pretentiously sweet, clearly spoiled and secure in that security. The man gently rubbed her small hand. The woman in the fisherman's hat stood there, hit straight in the face by this wave of romance, daring to disrespect the goddess. The fiercely loyal maid stepped forward, eyes glaring furiously at Su Dongjin. Su Dongjin blinked, looking innocent and confused. Facing those clear, spring-like eyes staring at them, the maid suddenly felt inexplicably softened. Why? No way. They were the most faithful followers of the goddess. The maids surrounded the goddess. Ni Luo stepped forward, saying, "If there's anything to discuss, let's leave it for tomorrow." Seeing the half-smile on Ni Luo's face, the woman in the fisherman's hat suddenly felt something ominous. Though in the past, she had often seen Ni Luo leading many women who looked just like her back into the castle. Not once, not a single time, had it ever felt as threatening as this. The loyal maids escorted the goddess back to her room. Ni Luo looked at the so-called goddess's retreating figure and revealed a faint look of contempt on her face. Turning around, she looked at Su Dongjin, her sharp phoenix eyes softening with rare tenderness. "Hey, idiot, let me show you to your room." It was the largest, most magnificent, and finest room in the castle. The so-called goddess had asked for this room many times before, but Ni Luo had always firmly refused. Now, it was open wide for Su Donqin. But what the hell was all this? Basins? Buckets? Torn and battered basins? Worn out buckets? These are all the stuff you used to eat from. Su Donqin firmly denied it. How could a lady like her ever eat from wash basins and tin buckets? But this bucket looked so cute, spacious, and capacious, she loved it. No, there were many old items inside the room, all piled up in the living room. Right, indeed, as the most valuable room in the castle. It was naturally a suite. After introducing the living room, Inai Luo pointed toward the bedroom. That's the bedroom. Before Inai Luo could finish speaking, Su Donqin had already dragged Lu Yunfei into the bedroom. With a loud bang, the bedroom door was slammed shut right in front of Inai Luo. Inai Luo, can you at least think about the effect this has on others? As soon as they entered the room, Su Donqin suddenly turned around, pressing the man against the door. Then, standing on her toes, she leaned up and kissed him. However, Su Donqin had forgotten the man wore a mask. She only managed to kiss the hard mask. Lu Yunfei raised his hand, removed the mask, then scooped her up, lifting her slightly. The room was very dark. Its curtains weren't even drawn open. Su Donqin couldn't even see where the man's face was. She could only feel his heavy breath, gently blowing over her face. The man suddenly closed in. His eyes in the darkness glowed like red wolf eyes. Although Su Donqin thought they looked more like two small floating flames, she was caught off guard by this aggressive display of boyfriend love, panting for breath. I need to catch my breath. MMPH. Couldn't he give her a moment? If he has such strong lungs, why not go run a marathon? Finally, the kissing stopped. Soft in the man's arms, Su Donqin began to question him. Who's that woman? But her voice came out low and unsteady, sounding more like a coquettish tease. She's Su Donqin. That was the goddess everyone spoke of in legends. Su Donqin reached out and touched her own cheek. Which one of us is prettier, me or her? Su Donqin grabbed the man's arm tightly. If his answer didn't satisfy her, she would twist his arm off, rip it right off. The man replied, you are prettier. Su Donqin felt a sweet warmth blooming in her chest. TCH, so hot. Suddenly, the hand Su Donqin had used to grab the man's arm felt as if it had been burned. The man let out a low grunt, abruptly letting go of her and sharply pulling open the curtains. Sunlight poured in like a flood, and the man stood beneath the daylight, his face revealing an eerie, sinister sharpness. I'll need to leave for a few days. Su Donqin immediately ran over. Where are you going? Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze. The fire in his eyes grew hotter. He struggled to endure the burning pain clawing at his heart, gently but firmly pushing Su Donqin away with his scorching hand. I'll be back soon. With that, he pushed open the window, and with a lean figure, leapt down from the height. This was nearly the highest point in the entire castle. Su Donqin stretched her head out as far as she could, yet found no trace of the man. Strangely, Su Donqin had the feeling that, all of a sudden, she had become a widow. The next morning, Su Donqin sat on her massive European-style bed as a maid brought breakfast to her. Su Donqin, in a delicate and reserved tone, said, I want to eat in bed. Understood. The maid immediately began setting everything up for her. Su Donqin tried desperately to suppress her inner pig-like joy. Grunt how luxurious this life was. She truly loved it. Su Donqin had her breakfast, lunch, and dinner all in bed. Being useless had never felt so good. The maid stood beside Su Donqin, watching her devour the dinner completely down to the last bite, her expression slightly twisted. Seeing the maid still standing there, Su Donqin said, Take it away. The maid left with a twisted expression. A while later, the maid appeared in the goddess's room. Goddess. The woman was still wearing her fisherman's hat, sitting at the dressing table, grinding her teeth in fury. That fake. The maid shivered and stepped closer, bowing respectfully. Goddess, about that. I already know. Tonight, I won't let her off. Give me the key to the zombie cage. The zombie cage contained all the superpowered zombies captured by Inai Luo for experimentation. The maid. Actually, she wanted to tell the goddess that the note the goddess had sent, the one hidden inside the sushi, had been swallowed whole by that other Su Donqin. But when she saw the woman's face reflected in the mirror, distorted beyond recognition, she ended up fleeing in sheer panic. The goddess's temper had only gotten worse lately. She would throw people into the zombie cages at the slightest disagreement. The maid ran out, standing by the window and looking at the statue of the goddess illuminated under the moonlight. Small white flowers bloomed around it, their fragrance filling the entire castle. A sense of peace gradually settled in the maid's heart. She folded her hands together and prayed sincerely. You? Why didn't you come? Early in the morning, before Su Donqin even got up, she heard a furious roar. She struggled to open one eye and saw the woman with the fisherman's hat standing in front of her. The woman screamed hysterically. If you don't come tonight again, I will kill you. Su Donqin tried hard to open her other eye, but unfortunately, she was still too sleepy. She didn't know why, but lately she had always felt drowsy and hungry. Unless she was still a pure and innocent young lady, Su Donqin would have already suspected she was pregnant. The fisherman-hatted woman left. Su Donqin finally shut her eyes peacefully, enjoying a deep, sound snooze. She slept straight through until noon when she yawned and sat up. Had she had a dream earlier that morning? She couldn't remember anymore. Oh well, time to eat. After finishing her breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Su Donqin finally saw Inai Luo. Inai Luo frowned. Can't you get off the bed at all? You think you're sitting a month-long postpartum confinement? Su Donqin instantly sprawled across the bed, unmoving. As long as the bed remained, so would she. If the bed died, she would die with it. Inai Luo immediately became angry. Don't say such ill-fated words. Su Dongqing quickly apologized with sincerity, then continued lying there. Luo sat beside the bed and reached out to gently pat Su Dongqing's head. The goddess hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Her tone clearly held mockery when she spoke those 4 words. The goddess. Su Dongqing shook her head, and Luo was a little puzzled. This doesn't seem like the goddess's usual style. If anything happens, come find me, or Xiaoji, got it? Okay. Su Dongqing dug into her little pillow, trying hard not to look like a little resentful wife. By the way, where did Lu Yunfei go? Luo's expression stiffened for a moment before she tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling mischievously. He'll be back soon, probably. Su Dongqing felt like there was some little secret between Luo and Lu Yunfei that she didn't know about. Well, actually, it seemed like everyone had some secret she didn't know. Su Dongqing thought life was so hard. She rolled around on the bed 3 times and felt sleepy again. At midnight, the moonlight shimmered like frost. Su Dongqing scratched her face, suddenly realizing she needed to go to the bathroom. Ugh, how unwilling she was to leave her little bed. Groggily, Su Dongqing sat up. Right in front of her stood a woman. The woman wore a fisherman's hat and revealed a face that looked 9/10 identical to her own. Su Dongqing stammered nervously. Do you need something? Why didn't you come last night? The woman in the fisherman's hat held back her anger, speaking in a cold, sinister tone. Su Dongqing suddenly understood. She sincerely apologized and explained, I thought I was dreaming. Look at you. You didn't even leave me a note. The woman in the fisherman's hat. Suddenly, the woman smiled chillingly. Don't think for a second that Lu Yunfei truly likes you. He's only using you as a replacement. Did you know? He has a girlfriend. Not me, and definitely not you. Su Dongqing shrugged indifferently. Who doesn't have a few ex-girlfriends? She herself was still a lifelong virgin. Wait, how could she still be a lifelong virgin? Hadn't she lost her memory? Hearing Su Dongqing's indifferent words, the fisherman-hatted woman suddenly grabbed her arm furiously, trying to yank her off the bed. First tug, no movement. Second tug, still no movement. Su Dongqing politely got up on her own, blushing slightly in embarrassment. I've gained a little weight. She had indeed been eating quite a lot lately. The woman in the fisherman's hat. What the hell are you blushing about? The woman abruptly dragged Su Dongqing toward the window. Under the moonlight, 2 nearly identical faces stood side by side. Do you really think you understand him? The woman asked. Su Dongqing counted on her fingers. She had only just met the man and quickly started dating him. Indeed, she didn't really know him that well. The fisherman-hatted woman proudly revealed the secret she shared with Lu Yunfei. I know he has a spatial realm and a spiritual spring. Only I know this in the entire world. I am the most special person to him. A burning passion flared in her eyes. Su Dongqing would forever remember that day. She had awakened inside the spiritual spring and seen that familiar face of the man. Su Dongqing's memory stopped at the moment when she pushed Lu Yunfei into the zombie horde and then entered the survival zone, where she was treated like an object to be played with. Later, she was literally played to death. Su Dongqing thought she had reached heaven and seen Lu Yunfei again. So upon seeing the man's face, she immediately burst into tears. Yunfei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just too scared. The man looked at her face, and his expression gradually grew cold. He called her Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing lifted her dazed gaze to look at the man. Then she saw the man's face harden like rapidly freezing frost. The joy reflected in his eyes became as cold as a frozen lake. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't melt it back into spring water. Su Dongqing saw that behind the man, the once beautiful and fragrant paradise was suddenly engulfed in violent winds, and in an instant, all the brightness and color plummeted from heaven into hell. In that moment, the grass withered, the world mourned, the heavens and earth turned into a single dark hue, like a living hell. Flames spread wildly from the depths of the forest, and the man's eyes looked as if they were burning. She was thrown out. Later, Su Dongqing learned that she had been reborn. Her path had reset. She didn't know why, but she had become this world's goddess. Goddess, an adjective so full of beauty. Compared to the suffering she had endured in the survival zone, she could now trample everything underfoot. She would never allow, absolutely never allow, anyone to destroy her world. She was the true goddess of this world. Su Dongqing shivered as she pulled herself out of that memory. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, her expression turning grotesque. Su Dongqing's expression was deeply confused. Spiritual spring? Spatial realm? What were those things? I'm asking carefully, she whispered. Can you eat it? Does it taste good? Is it like Nongfu spring water, a little sweet? Su Dongqing muttered to herself, wondering if she could also ask Lu Yunfei for some. Wait a second. No, this is not the time to be thinking about eating, right? Su Dongqing suddenly turned serious. She crossed her arms and looked at the woman in the fisherman's hat. This woman shared a little secret with Lu Yunfei. She felt extremely unhappy. Seeing Su Dongqing's expression, the woman in the fisherman's hat gave an exaggerated smile. Are you wondering whether my words are true or false? Come on, I'll take you to find Lu Yunfei. Facing the fisherman-hatted woman's expression, Su Dongqing immediately gave a look that said, You think I'm an idiot? Do you really think I'll believe you? Seeing that Su Dongqing didn't move, the woman in the fisherman's hat felt an increasing sense of threat. A voice screamed inside her heart, like a curse. Kill her. You must kill her. The fisherman-hatted woman suddenly charged at her. Instinctively, Su Dongqing waved her hand. The woman in front of her, who had been wearing a fierce expression, suddenly screamed loudly. Su Dongqing opened one eye and saw the woman crouched on the ground, covering her head. She looked down and saw the large patches of baldness on the woman's head. Su Dongjin gasped, "Wow, you're bald." The woman without the fisherman's hat burst into tears. Su Dongjin was just about to comfort her when the bald woman suddenly covered her head, stood up, and glared with sinister eyes. "Die. You die." Su Dongjin roared furiously and pushed Su Dongjin out the window. From the narrow castle window, Su Dongjin fell, wearing a snow-white nightgown. The wind blew her skirt up, outlining her slender and graceful figure. Moonlight turned into frost, and around her drifted the sweet fragrance of small white flowers. Su Dongjin closed her eyes, the intense feeling of falling giving her a surreal and disorienting sensation. She couldn't even scream. Suddenly, the previously obedient and quiet small white flowers in the flower beds shot up from the ground. Swirling among the moonlight, as if conscious, they flew toward Su Dongjin. In the sky, a large mass of delicate small white flowers appeared, glowing like jade. The flying white flowers wrapped around her and surrounded her tightly. Su Dongjin felt as if her body had been supported by something. She opened her eyes, the sound of wind roaring, drowning out her rapid breathing. Smelling the delicate sweet fragrance, Su Dongjin felt her mind exploding, as if something was rushing out. A pair of hands pushed through the pile of white flowers, tightly embracing her and pulling her into a warm chest. Su Dongjin landed steadily on the ground. She softly collapsed into Lu Yunfei's arms. Looking up, she saw the man's face. His mask had fallen off due to his urgency. The moonlight tonight was perfect, and Su Dongjin saw clearly. The burn marks on the man's face were indeed deeper and darker than the last time she'd seen him. Those red eyes were clearly so passionate, yet at the same time so sorrowful. Inside burned a chilling, raging fire. The flames seemed as if they would burn everything to ashes, piercing through the man's skin, corroding his body, and tormenting his soul. By the castle window, Su Dongjin stood there, shocked into silence by the scene below. Small white flowers, that was a supernatural ability? So, she was the imposter all along. In the flower field, Su Dongjin raised her hand, gripping Lu Yunfei's sleeve as she stood up. The small white flowers covering her body quietly fell to the ground, as if alive, taking root immediately. They gathered around her, affectionate and gentle. Looking up, Su Dongjin's gaze passed through the man, toward the beautiful statue of the goddess in the distance. At some point, the moonlight had been covered by dark clouds. Staring at the statue, Su Dongjin fell into a daze, her voice soft and slow. "Look at that goddess statue. Actually, she was just a person, not a goddess." The man's eyes widened slightly, and the hand he had placed on Su Dongjin's waist suddenly tightened. "Su Dongjin, how did you get here?" Enai Luo's voice came from not far away. Though one of the top leaders, Enai Luo still took turns patrolling like the ordinary ability users. Su Dongjin turned her head, smiling at Enai Luo running toward her. "I just wanted to see what she was wearing under her dress." Enai Luo frowned. "Fool. Go back to sleep." "Okay." Su Dongjin held Lu Yunfei's hand and walked forward. She lowered her head, silent, the thin white nightgown clinging to her skin in the cold breeze. Su Dongjin walked faster and faster. Suddenly, she came to a stop, turned her head, and looked at Lu Yunfei, who had been following closely behind her. She looked at him, tears spilling from her eyes, as if she was desperately holding something back. "Why did your face end up like this? Don't you have the spirit spring?" Chapter 44. A man's pupils constricted. He raised his hand and gently brushed his fingertip across Su Dongjin's snow-white cheek, stained with tears. Su Dongjin grabbed Lu Yunfei's hand, her eyes red-rimmed. Her delicate face had wrinkled from crying, and the way she looked up at the man, pitiful and wronged, made him feel a pang of sorrow. The man seemed to sigh quietly. Then Su Dongjin's vision shifted, and the scene before her abruptly changed. Nightfall obscured everything in darkness. The spirit spring had dried up, all the plants withered, livestock had died. The only thing still barely alive was a sow hanging from a tree. Flames roared like an endless wildfire. Fierce winds howled, thick smoke rolled in waves, and ash drifted like fog. This place was like a living hell of fire. "Is this your space?" Su Dongjin's voice quivered with sobs and shock. She remembered she had once come here before. Back then, it definitely hadn't looked like this. Su Dongjin abruptly turned around and looked at Lu Yunfei, who stood beside her. The man stood by her side, the eternal flames raging behind him. The place that had once held the spirit spring had already dried up, even cracking with deep fissures. The cracks were countless, just like the scars on the man's face. Her eyes red, Su Dongjin strained to stand on her tiptoes. In the dim light, she saw the twin flames flickering in the man's eyes, just like the wildfires behind him, burning wildly. Her heart trembled. She opened her mouth, but found her throat too choked to speak. "There's fire in your eyes. It's the fire inside your space, right?" The space had fused entirely with Lu Yunfei. This fire wasn't burning the space, but rather, his body, his soul. It burned from his eyes outward, continuously scorching him every moment. If the space was destroyed, the person would die. Su Dongjin had spoken too quickly. The space, already filled with smoke and dust, became even more suffocating. She inhaled a deep, sudden breath of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The flames were too intense. Su Dongjin could barely stand. Darkness clouded her vision. Her body grew weak, and she collapsed. When she awoke again, Su Dongjin was lying on her luxurious European-style bed, staring at the lace-detailed canopy overhead. Her large eyes widened, giving her a dazed expression. "You're awake?" someone asked, entering the room. It was Enai Luo. Su Dongjin curled herself into the blankets, revealing only the top of her small head. Enai Luo leaned beside her and gently patted her head. I heard you remembered. Su Donqin didn't reply. Wordlessly, a wilted little white flower bloomed from the top of her head. Its petals drooped lifelessly, shriveled and hunched together in an extremely pitiful sight. Enai Luo sighed and suddenly spoke. In these past 5 years, he's always been looking for you. Once, news came from the zombie city. Rumors said they had captured a woman with the special ability of heavenly hair. Do you know what happened after? The little white flower trembled slightly, one shriveled petal slowly opening. He went alone. That was the zombie city. Millions upon millions of zombies. Even a god couldn't escape unscathed. But he went. He found that woman, but that woman wasn't you. When he came back, half his body was ruined. At this, Enai Luo sighed again. We all knew the body of Su Donqin wasn't you. At the time you died, your body aged rapidly. I don't know what method Lu Yunfei used to preserve that body. All I know is that he came back once a month to visit that fake Su Donqin, and each time, his condition worsened greatly. Su Donqin, I'm afraid Lu Yunfei will die. Enai Luo whispered these final words softly, but Su Donqin's body violently trembled. In an instant, the space around her filled with white flowers shaken from her body. Enai Luo brushed the white flowers aside and pulled Su Donqin from beneath the blankets. Only then realizing the little girl was already crying uncontrollably, tears streaking her face and a big bubble of snot hanging from her nose. Enai Luo, well, to each her own style. I'll go get you something to eat. Enai Luo stood up, but her robe suddenly tightened. She looked down to see Su Donqin lowering her head, her small, fair hand tightly clutching Enai Luo's robe. Her voice was muffled. Where is he? Enai Luo paused, then said, in the bathroom. Go see him. Su Donqin leapt off the bed without even bothering to put on shoes. Barefoot, she sprinted toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, the man wasn't wearing any clothes. He lay in the bathtub filled with ice cubes, tilting his head back with strands of black hair, half covering his face. With his eyes closed, his long, lean body was buried within. On his originally pale skin were terrifying scars that shocked the eyes. The water was clearly freezing cold, yet the moment it touched his skin, it instantly steamed. Ice cubes melted rapidly, and the burn marks on the man's body had already spread across his entire body. Su Donqin walked over and touched his skin with her fingertip, immediately pulling it back. So hot. The man opened his eyes and saw Su Donqin standing beside him. The little girl's large eyes were swollen, wearing only a thin nightgown, her eyes dazed and unfocused. A few flickers of panic flickered in the man's eyes, and instinctively, he reached out, grabbed a nearby towel, and covered his body with it. Then his body sank, burying his whole form deep within the huge bathtub. The ice cubes clinked gently, and the water surface returned to calm. Seeing only the water within the bathtub, Su Donqin suddenly felt a sense of unusual panic rising in her chest. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and plunged her slender body into the warm water. Steam still rose in thick swirls, but the man was already gone. Su Donqin wildly slapped the water inside the bathtub, pushing aside countless ice cubes. But everywhere she touched was completely empty. She stood up from the bathtub, completely soaked. Dark strands of hair clung to her face, her thin dress tightly wrapped around her slim frame, showing off her delicate and slender figure. Su Donqin stepped out of the bathtub, anxiously glancing in every direction. He was gone. Lu Yunfei was gone. Su Donqin rushed out of the bathroom and pulled the winter melon dog out from beneath the bed where it had been sleeping. She was going to find Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin tugged the winter melon dog and rushed outside. The dog sniffed left and right before suddenly sprinting forward. Had it found something? Su Donqin's eyes lit up as she followed the dog, sprinting all the way to the kitchen. Instantly, Su Donqin picked up a kitchen knife, and regretfully, the winter melon dog left the kitchen. The castle was vast, and even with the knife in her hand, Su Donqin searched for a long time without finding him. She curled up in a corridor corner, resting her head on her knees, wrapping her arms gently around herself. The winter melon dog moved closer and gently rubbed against her. Su Donqin buried her face in the dog's fur and yanked its tail. The dog cried out with a woof and started to cry. Su Donqin also began to cry out loud. Wah wah. She had lost Lu Yunfei. You're so noisy. Suddenly a woman appeared before her. Through tearful eyes, Su Donqin looked up and saw a familiar fisherman's cap. The wearer of the fisherman's cap didn't expect the person crying at her room's door to be Su Donqin. She sneered coldly. What? Did Lu Yunfei die? Su Donqin quickly raised her head, glaring fiercely at the person in the fisherman's cap. Though her excessive crying had swollen her eyes into thin slits, Su Donqin still looked very fierce. The person wearing the fisherman's cap continued sneering. Can't find him, can you? How pitiful. Su Donqin slowly rose to her feet, hands behind her back, head lowered, revealing a small swirl of hair at the top of her head. Beside her, the winter melon dog growled fiercely toward the fisherman's cap. With pride, the fisherman's cap declared, You stole my body, stole everything I had. This is your punishment. No, it's both of your punishments. Her expression growing increasingly agitated, she continued. All these things you stole from me. You should give them all back to me. All of it. You're the fake one. I'm the real one. Suddenly, she stepped forward, attempting to grab Su Donqin. To her surprise, the seemingly gentle and pitiful little creature raised her hand, revealing what she held. It was a kitchen knife. The fisherman's cap paused, instinctively stepping backward. Su Donqin still had her head lowered, her black hair disheveled, hiding her expression from view. For a long time, she finally softly spoke. I didn't steal anything. None of this ever belonged to you. After a pause, Su Donqin suddenly laughed, as if realizing something. Yes, it never belonged to you. It belonged to her, it was hers. Su Donqin suddenly threw the kitchen knife away and opened the nearby window. Outside, the spring scenery was in full bloom, and raising her head, Su Donqin saw the beautiful statue of a goddess. With effort, she climbed through the window frame and then shut her eyes tightly, inhaling deeply before suddenly leaping down. The winter melon dog anxiously scratched the wall, but because it was too short, it couldn't jump up at all. Desperately, it spun in circles on the spot. The sunlight was dazzling, and the wind roared past. While falling, Su Donqin shouted, "Lu Yunfei." Her voice was torn apart by the wind, tears already dried by the rushing air. Small white flowers curled upward, trying to support her fall. But Su Donqin waved them away with her hand, letting herself plummet downward freely. The small white flowers anxiously spun in circles. Suddenly, vines descended from the sky like a storm, weaving themselves into a soft and intricate net. Su Donqin landed on it, her slender body bouncing slightly. She opened her eyes and saw the man standing on the vine web. Su Donqin lunged forward, knocking the man over, and they both rolled on the vines. The vines trembled violently under their weight. Lu Yunfei. Su Donqin tightly gripped the man, pinning him beneath her, tears once again pouring down her face. Those large, teardrops splattered onto the man's face, warm and scalding, carrying a sweet floral fragrance. The little girl's black hair was disheveled, her small head in a complete mess. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts. "Where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere." The little girl cried even harder. Her entire being had turned into a weeping mess. The white flowers circled around her, gently wiping away her tears. At the same time, they fiercely slapped the man's face with their petals. Lu Yunfei raised his hand, pushing aside the white flowers on his face, and wiped Su Donqin's tears away. "I've been beside you all along." The man's voice was hoarse, his fingertips scorching hot. As soon as he touched her tears, the droplet melted. Below, there was a bustling noise. The vine net was too large. It had already drawn the attention of others. Lu Yunfei pulled both the person and the net into his space. Inside the space, wildfire still raged, even more intense due to Lu Yunfei's use of supernatural power. The two rolled on the dry ground. Su Donqin tightly clutched Lu Yunfei, burying her face against his chest. She knew he wasn't even a paper doll. He was just a book, a character, a collection of words. But right now, Su Donqin felt his beating heart. She felt his flowing blood. Su Donqin lifted her head, looking up at Lu Yunfei's eyes, filled with crimson fire, her voice clear and certain. "I love you." Su Donqin stretched out her delicate arms, tightly embracing him, her lips brushing his ear, her voice soft and gentle. "Lu Yunfei, I want you to have me completely." After speaking, Su Donqin lowered her head and fiercely kissed Lu Yunfei. Endless waves of small white flowers fell from the sky, endlessly and continuously. They landed on the two, covering them like a floral blanket. Tiny vines emerged from the earth, rapidly growing, concealing the two people, weaving into a cocoon-like little shelter. Delicate petals rained gently, wrapping around the vines. Moments later, buds appeared along the vines. Before one's very eyes, amidst the roaring flames, the buds bloomed into pure white blossoms, trembling delicately. The floral rain continued to fall, soft white flowers acting like sharp blades. They sliced through the blazing fire, nourishing the parched land, sprouting new shoots in the earth. The wildfire gradually faded, and the hellish space slowly regained life. Even the sow that had been driven up a tree finally climbed down. A slender, pale hand struggled out from the vines, only to be suddenly pulled back in. Whoa. Inside the space, aside from the scent of smoke, lingered a sweet fragrance that refused to dissipate. Su Donqin lay tiredly in Lu Yunfei's arms, her smooth skin exposed, covered by a soft floral blanket. Their black hair intertwined, the woman's long, loose tresses spread across the man's body like seaweed. In the dim space, a sliver of dawn broke through. Su Donqin forced her eyes open and saw the miraculous recovery of the once fiery space. It had healed a great deal. It's actually recovered so much? Su Donqin was stunned. Crystals like these, do they actually have a twin cultivation effect? But what surprised her even more was the man's shameless expression. So that's how it works. Wait a second, why do you look so smug? The man lowered his gaze, his beautiful peach-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, his pale fingers gently brushing the redness at the corner of Su Donqin's eyes, his voice husky with laziness. Once a day might not be enough. Look how big my space is. Su Donqin immediately reached out and covered Lu Yunfei's mouth, ready to lecture him earnestly, urging him to take care of his body while he's still young, not to overindulge just because he believes he has an unbreakable kidney, when she suddenly noticed something different about his eyes. The endless, raging fire that had constantly burned in his dark pupils had mostly faded. Only a tiny flicker remained, faintly glowing deep within his pupils. It actually worked? Su Donqin displayed a stunned, blank expression, a puzzled flower blooming atop her head. The man raised his hand, pulled down Su Donqin's little hand, and kissed her palm. "What would you have done if I hadn't caught you just now?" Su Donqin wore a look of complete certainty. "You would catch me. Just one glance, and she would recognize him." The man chuckled softly, then suddenly leaned down and bit the little flower atop her head. The flower shivered and tried to recoil. He released it with an ambiguous smile. So sweet. No one could tell whether he was talking about the flower or the girl. Su Donqin blushed deeply. The little flower on her head faintly flushed pink and trembled nervously under the hungry gaze of the vines. The vines, extremely excited, extended a thin branch and lightly poked at her, again and again. The flower curled up tighter, wrapped by the vines as if being cradled like a baby in swaddling cloth. The sunlight grew brighter. Su Dongqing saw that most of the burns on the man's face had healed. She touched his face gently and solemnly said, as the sages said, "A homely husband at home is a treasure indeed." Lu Yunfei. The man suddenly rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Then Su Dongqing clearly saw the fire in his eyes blaze back up sharply. Su Dongqing trembled and mumbled, "Man, your eyes, they're all on fire." And Lu Yunfei said, "Woman, you're the one who lit it. Only you can put it out." Su Dongqing. I can't even argue. That fire was, indeed, only something she could extinguish. Su Dongqing. Q Mom keeps asking why I'm always crying. Because my boyfriend keeps catching fire. Su Dongqing collapsed weakly in Lu Yunfei's arms, fidgeting with her own little hands. Her voice was a muffled buzz, almost unintelligible. Have you ever thought? The man had his eyes closed, one arm wrapped around the petite girl in his lap, and let out a soft hum from his throat. Su Dongqing leaned in and whispered, "Do you believe in soul transmigration? Or revival through another body?" Lu Yunfei looked down at the beautifully built corpse in his arms and lightly moved his fingers across her, as though playing a piano. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Then where did this body come from?" Su Dongqing proudly declared, "This is all mine." Then, immediately, she clamped her little mouth shut. She angrily pounded his chest with her tiny fists. Trickery again. He tricked her again. The man chuckled softly, brushed away the damp strands of her black hair, and whispered gently, "As long as it's you, I love you." Ayaya. Su Dongqing blushed deeply and felt like she needed a sugar control pill. After messing around the entire day inside the space, Su Dongqing crouched by the spirit spring and frowned in confusion. Why is this still dry? The man suggested it might just need a bit more time. Su Dongqing. You've got a steel kidney in there or what? Alright, you win. 2 days later, in the middle of Su Dongqing's tearful, self-reproachful confession, the man finally let her out of the space. Tears in her eyes, Su Dongqing pulled out the little axe hidden in Lu Yunfei's tiny bag and whimpered, "If you touch me again, I'll kill myself." The man gently replied, "Don't play with it. Be careful not to hurt yourself." "Hurt your beloved little axe, huh?" Su Dongqing cried even harder. Then she looked down at the axe in her hands. "After all these years, how come you're getting bald?" Su Dongqing immediately threw the little axe at Lu Yunfei. "It wasn't me. It went bald on its own." The man simply nodded indifferently. Then, after 5 years, he finally pulled out his beloved Bei Kai Bei cream and began rubbing it onto the axe. After polishing the little axe, he started applying it to Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing stubbornly declared she didn't need it, but the man insisted that she definitely did. Little Bei, behave a bit. With disheveled black hair partially covering a scar on his forehead, his eyes shimmered with a delicate firelight, making him appear like a withered tree blooming again. Su Dongqing, you're so naughty. Then the man implied he could get even naughtier. Su Dongqing's legs trembled as she floated lifelessly down the hallway. Su Dongqing, where have you been for these days? What's wrong with you? Su Dongqing muttered, probably kidney deficiency. Enai Luo raised his head and saw Lu Yunfei standing behind Su Dongqing, radiant and smirking as if enjoying a private joke. 5 years later, this guy finally had his second spring and looked genuinely delighted. Meanwhile, the victim herself, Su Dongqing, claimed deep regret, extremely regretful. In the evening, everyone sat together at the long, luxurious table for dinner. Su Dongqing wobbled her leg nervously, red eyes swollen, completely emptied of vitality. She chewed a carrot and asked Enai Luo, "Is there anything you want to ask me?" Enai Luo subconsciously trembled his leg. "About your personal life? Not really interested." Over there, Xiao Ji led Xiao Beikai and Enai Lan out together for dinner. It had been many years since they last met, but Xiao Beikai remained as well-behaved as ever, muttering, "No, no, no." Enai Lan still gently and sweetly tried to bite someone, but got one of her lipsticks snapped off by Enai Luo and immediately dropped down on her knees crying. You know how people feel about zombies nowadays. She paused here and didn't continue. As the leader of the Southern Survivor Zone, if others found out she had 2 zombies living by her side, it would definitely cause trouble. Besides, the Southern Survivor Zone wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. It was, in fact, more chaotic than other Survivor Zones. Because the Southern Survivor Zone contained the most and strongest individuals with psychic powers. Thankfully, Xiao Ji has recovered. As he said this, Enai Luo looked at Xiao Ji with great tenderness in her eyes. Xiao Ji's usually stern face turned slightly red. Time seemed to freeze as Enai Luo stared at him, and for some unknown reason, her eyes suddenly welled up. She lowered her head, fiercely stabbing the steak on her plate and biting down fiercely. Su Dongqing subtly tilted her head and saw the look on Enai Luo's face. Xiao Ji sat beside her, putting bibs around both Xiao Beikai and Enai Lan before feeding them something, and only then did he start eating himself. However, he didn't eat much, as if the food wasn't to his liking. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Xiao Ji approached hesitantly. "Dongqing, could I ask you for some flowers? I want to try feeding them to Beikai and Enai Lan." Over the past few years, the Southern Survivor Zone had never ceased its research on zombies. But while others were focused on how to defeat zombies, their goal was to find ways to treat the zombified bodies, hoping to save those who had become zombies, even those intelligent zombie mutants with psychic abilities. Lu Yunfei followed closely behind Su Dongqing, blocking Xiao Ji from her. Although Lu Yunfei was slim, he stood tall and straight. As he stood between them, Su Donqin couldn't even see the top of Xiao Zhi's head. Su Donqin took out her bucket and filled it with little white flowers for Xiao Zhi, generously adding, "If that's not enough, there's more to take." After thanking her, Xiao Zhi took the bucket and left. Lu Yunfei leaned against the wall, playing casually with his little axe. The man without his mask had fair, smooth skin and beautiful features, save for the faint scar still remaining at his temple. Female servants passing by cast furtive glances at him, obviously very interested. Su Donqin angrily tiptoed and covered Lu Yunfei's face with her hands. The man chuckled lowly, then turned around and pressed her against the wall. Pinching her delicate pale chin, he whispered, "Stay away from Xiao Zhi." Su Donqin exclaimed that she couldn't believe he was even jealous over something like this. The expression in the man's eyes turned indistinct and dark in the dim light. He gently pinched her little face and whispered something into her ear. Su Donqin was immediately startled. Instinctively, she gripped Lu Yunfei's hand tightly, her small face turning deathly pale. Seeing her reaction, the man slightly frowned. "This is something you should have guessed by now, isn't it?" Perhaps because her pale face frightened him, the man's smile faded as well. "What's wrong?" Su Donqin shook her head. Her long, fine lashes trembled, as if struck by an overwhelming sense of unease deep within. "Donqin, I need you to tell me everything." Lu Yunfei supported himself with one arm against the wall while gently brushing aside the strands of hair falling in front of Su Donqin's face and tucking them behind her ear. "Donqin, tell me the truth, okay?" Su Donqin anxiously tightened her grip on Lu Yunfei's hand. It was as if drawing courage from him. She kept her head down, biting her lips silently. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise came from a distance. With a bang, the door at the far end of the corridor was smashed open, and Inai Luo's tall figure flew through the air like a broken kite, slamming heavily against the wall. Right behind her, something rushed out from the room. It was as big as a small hill, yet moved like lightning. Just as it was about to bite Inai Luo, an axe sliced in from the side, interrupting its motion. Then dense, thick vines erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around that hill-like figure. That figure was Xiao Zhi. He was cocooned by the vines like a silkworm pupa, his tall and muscular frame straining against them as he let out a clear, guttural sound. Gur, gur, gur. What Lu Yunfei had just told Su Donqin was exactly about this. She hadn't been ready for it when she saw it happen. What Lu Yunfei had just told her was this. Xiao Zhi's zombification happened only intermittently. He was a half-transformed zombie person. No one knew the reason. And probably, in this entire post-apocalyptic world, Xiao Zhi was the only such case. In simpler terms, this is a disease that should be named after Xiao Zhi. Chapter 45. Xiao Zhi, wrapped tightly in vines, struggled for a moment before gradually calming down. He lowered his head, revealing his short buzz cut. His muscular frame, clad in camouflage, strained against the fabric, each muscle coiled with tension. "Xiao Gu," Inai Luo called hoarsely. Xiao Zhi shifted slightly, lifting his gaze to see Inai Luo standing before him. He looked down at the vines entwined around his body, his eyes suddenly widening. "What's going on?" Inai Luo's expression softened, and she quickly released Xiao Zhi from the vines. "It's nothing. You just sleepwalked again." Inai Luo lied effortlessly, without even blinking. She steadied herself unsteadily and examined him up and down. "You aren't hurt, are you?" Xiao Zhi looked down at the vines at his feet. Then he looked back at Inai Luo, his voice hoarse. "I sleepwalked again." "Yeah." Inai Luo looked slightly uncomfortable. "This illness isn't easy to recover from. Go back and rest first. I'll send someone to clean this up." The surrounding glass, doors, and windows were all shattered, and a hole had been punched through the corridor wall. It was evident how fierce the earlier fight had been. Yet Xiao Zhi remained rooted in place. He stared blankly at the damaged wall in front of him, confusion flickering across his face. "Inai Luo, I first started sleepwalking 5 years ago. Since then there have been so many episodes, and they've become more and more frequent. Recently," his voice faltered, "have I even started hurting people?" Xiao Zhi lowered his gaze to Inai Luo's arm. "Was it me who broke your arm?" Inai Luo instinctively shifted, hiding her limp arm, and dryly replied, "No, I just fell just now." Xiao Zhi reached out to take her arm. Inai Luo instinctively stepped back, evading him. Xiao Zhi's hand hung midair. Inai Luo looked awkward. It was just reflex. I'll reset it for you." Xiao Zhi stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and reset it. Inai Luo grunted in pain, sweat sliding down her temple. After resetting her arm, Xiao Zhi stood silently in place, deep in thought. The corridor was deathly silent. Suddenly, Xiao Zhi's breathing became heavy. He raised a hand to clutch his head, as if experiencing pain. Inai Luo quickly said, "Xiao Gu, you should go back and rest." Leaning against the wall, he didn't move, head lowered, expression unreadable. The atmosphere grew heavy. Sensing something, Inai Luo warily told Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei, who stood nearby, to step back. Suddenly, Xiao Zhi lifted his eyes sharply toward Inai Luo, his face contorted as if struggling to control something. Inai Luo raised her hand, intending to knock him out. Lu Yunfei spoke instead, "No need to knock him out. It won't work." Inai Luo looked at Xiao Zhi, eyes red-rimmed. Over these past 5 years, Xiao Zhi's condition had only worsened. His episodes had become more frequent. Even moments like this, just after recovery, would show signs of relapse. She couldn't even knock him unconscious anymore, because even drugged, he still relapsed. On the day when Su Donqin vanished, Lu Yunfei disappeared as well. Inai Luo had lived alone in the castle with Xiao Zhi, Xiao Beikai, and Inai Lan, taking care of the still recovering special-powered individuals. And on that day, After waking from the coma along with the other gifted ones, Xiao Ji had regained his senses. Enai Luo had been overjoyed. But later, she noticed that Xiao Ji would suddenly become enraged without any reason. As if he had lost his mind, like a zombie. Yet by the next morning, he'd act as if nothing had happened, as normal as any ordinary person. After months of observation, Enai Luo labeled this phenomenon half-zombification. Since then, while secretly telling Xiao Ji that he only suffered from sleepwalking, she captured zombies and placed them in cages for study. While she claimed she studied zombies, privately, she truly sought to find a way to save Xiao Ji from his half-zombie state. But before she could make a breakthrough, Xiao Ji began to suspect the truth. Yes, 5 years had passed. He had never been a fool. How could he not know? Enai Luo, tell me the truth. Even while clenching his teeth against the dull pain in his head, Xiao Ji forced himself to speak. But Enai Luo merely shook her head, unwilling to reveal the cruel truth. She would never forget the time Xiao Ji discovered he had been bitten by a zombie, and nearly shot himself in the head. She wouldn't lose him, even if he had become a zombie. Xiao Ji grabbed his head, his towering body hunching forward as he pressed tightly against the wall. He roared at Lu Yunfei. Tie me up, quickly. Lu Yunfei slightly raised his hand, and the vines sprang into action, struggling rapidly as they bound Xiao Ji. Over there, Enai Luo watched Xiao Ji's painful expression, then suddenly rushed forward and tightly embraced him. Xiao Ge, you will get better. You absolutely will. Xiao Ji's face began twitching, his body twisting into a bizarre, curved angle. Suddenly, his muscles tensed. Hard as stone, they bulged outward, splitting the vines apart. The vines snapped, and Xiao Ji abruptly grabbed Enai Luo, slamming her against the wall. Enai Luo's slim frame was lifted off the ground by Xiao Ji's grip around her throat, dangling like a marionette held up by strings, pinned high against the wall. No, don't come over. Enai Luo raised her hand to stop Lu Yunfei, then reached forward, touching Xiao Ji's face, forcing herself to speak. Xiao Ge. With his other hand, Xiao Ji seized the one strangling Enai Luo. His expression was extraordinarily pained. His entire body had begun to convulse. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into his own face, a bowl-sized fist swelling half his face and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ji released Enai Luo. Coughing, she knelt down, watching Xiao Ji pull out his gun. Enai Luo's eyes widened in alarm as she shouted desperately, Xiao Ge. Xiao Ji's face twisted in pain. I'm sorry. He should have died 5 years ago. I'll tell you the truth. Enai Luo shouted urgently, stopping Xiao Ji from moving. Gasping heavily, Enai Luo struggled to calm herself. She looked at Xiao Ji, suddenly rolling up her sleeve. There was a wound, a bite mark oozing blood. Xiao Ji's pupils trembled rapidly. Was it me who bit you? Enai Luo inhaled deeply. Yes, exactly. Xiao Ge, if you're turning into a zombie, then I'll become one soon, too. Speaking, Enai Luo took a step toward Xiao Ji. She raised her hand, placing it over the gun aimed at his own head. Then slowly, moved it toward her own. Xiao Ge, now I'm a zombie too. Shouldn't you kill me then? Xiao Ji's face turned deathly pale. A man as strong as iron, driven to this edge. It was me. I ruined you. Enai Luo's eyes reddened, tears pooling. It's not your fault, Xiao Ge. Suddenly, her tone hardened. Then why aren't you pulling the trigger? See? You can't do it. At this, Enai Luo suddenly lost control. She charged forward, pressing her forehead forcefully against the barrel, leaving a red bruise. You can't do it. Then what do you expect me to do? I love you, Xiao Ji. I love you. How could I possibly kill you? Her voice cracked in desperation, her hands shaking as she held the gun. Xiao Ji stood frozen. As a straightforward, steel-hard man, Xiao Ji knew he had feelings for Enai Luo, yet he was never sure about hers. And after discovering his unusual condition of sleepwalking, Xiao Ji increasingly felt something wrong with his body, hesitating to confess his true feelings for years. He never expected Enai Luo would say such words at a moment like this. Xiao Ji swallowed hard. A man moved to tears by a woman's wailing. But in the next instant, his face twitched violently. He shoved Enai Luo away forcefully, then smashed his head against the window behind him. With a crash, the window shattered. Fine shards of glass, splattered with blood, flew everywhere. Lu Yunfei stepped aside, shielding Su Dongqing as vines wove into a dense net around them. Over there, Xiao Ji's body flew out, crashing heavily to the ground before struggling back up, limping rapidly out of sight. Leaning over the windowsill, Enai Luo screamed desperately, Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji was gone. Enai Luo sat on the sofa, dazed, as if her soul had left her body. Su Dongqing treated her wound. It's nothing, it's my own bite. Enai Luo said, then pulled down her sleeve, standing. I'm going to find him. Su Dongqing reached out, grabbing Enai Luo's hem. Where would you even go? Everywhere. Su Dongqing pursed her lips, facing Enai Luo with a soft voice. There's something I need to tell, both of you. Su Dongqing shifted her gaze to Lu Yunfei, standing beside her, her face slightly pale, as if she had struggled for a long time before making this decision. The man's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Su Dongqing with an unusually obscure intensity. Su Dongqing sat on the sofa, cradling the soft, sleepy Donghua dog in her arms. She kept her head bowed for a long moment before finally saying, This world is actually a book. What? Enai Luo instinctively stiffened. Su Dongqing repeated, This world is actually a book. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression remained largely unchanged, yet Su Dongqing noticed his lips had clenched tightly downward, as though suppressing something. Su Dongqing tugged at Donghua's fur and continued, Do you still remember Gao Junxing? Enai Luo certainly remembered. although Lu Yunfei had told her that Gao Junsheng had found his girlfriend and that the two had left together. But those were just words to deceive her. Su Donqin said, "I know. He's dead, together with his girlfriend. I knew it would end that way. I tried to stop it, but I couldn't." At this point, tears gathered in Su Dongqin's gaze as she looked at Lu Yunfei. While I was not born yet, he was already old. And for them, it was even more tragic. They had only been given a fleeting chance to exist in the same time and space. The man gazed silently at Su Dongqin, his face expressionless but his eyes growing increasingly dark. The flicker buried deep within his pupils suddenly flared up, fiercely consuming everything. The girl's soft, choked voice continued. "Every time I see you, I feel like I carry all your fates upon me. I'm afraid of bringing you change, afraid of causing you pain." She was only an accident. She didn't know how to end it. Perhaps her approach was foolish, but she had tried her best. "So, you know everything," Enai Luo murmured. After everything, the apocalypse, the soul swap, it suddenly didn't seem that hard to believe. Enai Luo looked at Su Dongqin and slowly walked over, wrapping her arms around her trembling, slender body. "You've done your best, Su Dongqin. You're human, not a god." Su Dongqin shook her head. She hadn't done well at all. She had done terribly. The room fell silent, even Donghua quiet now. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Enai Luo gripped Su Dongqin's shoulders. "What about Xiaoji? Will Xiaoji become a zombie?" Su Dongqin lifted her head. Her tear-filled eyes carried a clear note of sorrow. "He will become the zombie king." Enai Luo let her arms fall limply. She staggered back a few steps, whispering hoarsely, "Then what? What happens after that?" "Then you will kill him." Enai Luo's face paled. Staring blankly at Su Dongqin, she suddenly turned and ran out the door. Su Dongqin instinctively moved to chase after her, but Lu Yunfei caught her arm. Standing behind her, the man lowered his head, expression unreadable. Before Su Dongqin could speak, he suddenly pressed his lips to hers. The kiss came fierce and fast, as if he were releasing some kind of buried emotion. But soon, the slightly rough action softened into tenderness. He brushed his lips against hers, voice husky. "Su Dongqin, I love you." A tremor shot through Su Dongqin's heart. The man opened his eyes, watching her. Those beautiful, almond-shaped eyes reflected her pale little face. His hand touched her slightly cool cheek, gently rubbing it. Only after warming it did he continue. "I am Lu Yunfei. Not a book, not just 3 characters, but a real person." Su Dongqin thought that such a clever man probably had long suspected. He'd just never been certain. Not until she had told the truth. And for Su Dongqin, who had been full of fear and anxiety, the man's fear was probably no less than hers. Even if he presented himself as an unshakable fortress. Because, if it were her, knowing that she was only a character inside a book, just black and white words to some people in another world, she might have gone mad. Would a normal person fall in love with just 3 written characters? Of course not. Looking into Lu Yunfei's eyes, Su Dongqin saw the fire burning inside them, filled with deep, sorrowful anguish. She reached out, tightly clasping his hand. In the beginning, she had also feared that her love was nothing but a storyline. But after she had left Su Dongqin's body and returned to her original form, even without memories, she still loved Lu Yunfei. Su Dongqin knew she loved him only because she was herself. "You are Lu Yunfei. You have a heartbeat. You are a real person. You are the one I love." Su Dongqin spoke each word slowly, her voice thin and hoarse. When she finished, she stretched up on her toes, wrapped her arms around Lu Yunfei's neck, and reached forward to kiss him. The two toppled onto the sofa. In the blink of an eye, Su Dongqin once again entered the space with Lu Yunfei. Inside the space, the ground was overwhelmed with white flowers left over from the last time. They had taken root and sprouted within Lu Yunfei's space, growing entangled with the vines. Sometimes, Su Dongqin even felt as if she could still smell the lingering scent of blazing fire from Lu Yunfei's space. Su Dongqin leaned against Lu Yunfei's chest. With red eyes, she clung to him like an octopus. Like a terribly insecure kitten, Lu Yunfei stroked her head gently as he asked, "What was I like in that book?" Su Dongqin thought for a moment. A trembling little white flower appeared above her head as she quietly replied, "A ruthless executioner." The man let out a soft chuckle. "No wonder you were so afraid of me back then, as if you'd seen a ghost. And I hadn't even done anything." Embarrassed by the public exposure of her cowardice, Su Dongqin's face turned bright red. But he had definitely done things. Every time he smirked slightly, her fragile heart nearly jumped out of fear. Su Dongqin tugged Lu Yunfei up. "Let's go find Xiaoji. Where should we look?" Lu Yunfei lay lazily there, watching her. His peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed when he smiled. His thin, black hair curled faintly from sleep. "Aren't you the one who said he would become the zombie king? So, let's go search in the zombie city." Zombie City, as the name implied, was a city filled entirely with zombies. Before setting off, Su Dongqin went to find Enai Luo. Enai Luo had hidden herself inside her room and refused to feed even Xiao Beikai and Enai Lan. Xiao Beikai and Enai Lan were anxiously pawing at Enai Luo's bedroom door, making low ha-ha-ha sounds. Su Dongqin handed each of them a bowl of food, then pushed open the bedroom door. It was dark inside the room. Su Dongqin didn't go in, just stood at the doorway, and said, "Lu Yunfei and I are going to look for Xiaoji." No response came from inside. Su Dongqin asked, "Will you come with us?" "I wasn't the one who would kill him, right?" came the hoarse voice from the darkness. Su Dongqin countered, "Would you?" There was a long silence before, "I wouldn't." Relief flickered across Su Dongqin's face. She stepped into the room. Looking at Enai Luo curled up beneath the blanket, huddled into a tight ball. Su Donqin stretched her thin arms around her. The faint, cold floral fragrance from the girl emptied Ni Luo's panic and unease in an instant. If you already know you won't, then what are you afraid of? Ni Luo wept as she dug her face out from under the blanket. Su Donqin handed Ni Luo her gun. We won't either. They were people bound by blood, not just names written in black and white ink. Ni Luo suddenly flung herself into Su Donqin's arms. She asked, Su Donqin, were you scared when you found out you were inside a book? Of course I was. Su Donqin's voice was soft. She hugged Ni Luo back. But later, I wasn't afraid anymore. Because of you all. The zombie city was extremely dangerous for humans. Because inside were not only the mindless zombies, but also some who had gained intelligence. They had no memories from before, but they possessed special abilities and immortality. The only way to defeat them was by severing their heads. We need to disguise ourselves as zombies. Ni Luo had already regained her usual clean, efficient demeanor. Her hair tied into a ponytail, dressed in camouflage, her eyes still red but filled with unusual determination. Zombies have a very keen sense of smell, but we've developed a spray that can temporarily mask our scent, making us smell like zombies. The downside is that it needs to be reapplied once a day and cannot get wet. Over the past 5 years, Ni Luo had conducted extensive research on zombies. This zombie spray was one of the outcomes. I plan to bring Xiao Beikai along as well. Ni Luo turned her gaze toward Xiao Beikai. She knew how important Xiao Beikai was to Xiao Ji. She believed Xiao Beikai might be able to awaken Xiao Ji's consciousness. The zombie dog and Donghua were already lying in the back seat. Nilon clung to Ni Luo's leg, making low ha-ha-ha noises. You can't come. Ni Luo was practically ready to stick the word useless on Nilan's forehead. Nilon, feeling insulted, got very angry, jumped up, and pointed at Su Donqin. Su Donqin. Su Donqin never expected that in her lifetime, she would actually be looked down upon by a zombie. Su Donqin sadly clung to Lu Yunfei's body. The man twirled a small axe in his hand, gently saying, Shall I chop it off? Su Donqin, QEQ. Eventually, Nilon went along and got into the car. The military vehicle drove out of the castle heading toward the zombie city. Midway, Su Donqin suddenly felt a pressing urge to pee and asked for a break. Alone, Su Donqin slipped into a small grove. Just as she crouched down, she noticed a man following behind her. You shouldn't come over here. Although the two were already intimate with each other, Su Donqin still felt extremely shy. She pulled up her pants and ran further away. After finishing, Su Donqin stood up and happened to see a river. Just as she was about to wash her hands, she suddenly noticed a person standing not far away. The person was wearing ragged clothes, throwing stones into the river. Su Donqin thought this stone brother looked extremely familiar. Carefully stepping closer, she realized with a jolt. Wasn't this the same background zombie throwing stones that only barely appeared back then? So many years later, he still looked just as impressive. The stone-throwing zombie noticed Su Donqin. He seemed to have regained some consciousness, though not entirely clear-minded. He stared at Su Donqin for a moment, then suddenly rushed toward her excitedly. Instinctively, Su Donqin turned and ran. The stone-throwing zombie excitedly chased after her. Yeah! Su Donqin screamed hysterically. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei appeared, wrapping an arm around her. He lifted his foot and kicked, sending the stone-throwing zombie crashing to the ground. The zombie reached out while struggling on the floor, shouting excitedly, Wife, fragrant. Su Donqin. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, wearing the expression of someone whose axe was already itching to swing. Immediately, Su Donqin tossed over a metal bucket, trapping the stone-throwing zombie underneath. Ni Luo's face looked very sour. There were already so many useless things in the car. Why add yet another zombie useless thing? The stone-throwing zombie brother, wearing Su Donqin's iron bucket, cheerfully squeezed into a seat between Xiao Beikai and Nilon. However, the expressions on Xiao Beikai and Nilan's faces were clearly very unpleasant. A closer look revealed that they were even trembling. It was the natural fear lower beings had in front of a higher creature. The zombie dog curled in a corner, lowering its head unwillingly to get close to the stone zombie. Donghua dog, having been squeezed out of its seat, could only reluctantly lie underneath. Poor Donghua dog, its round little body was practically squished into a square shape. Driving the car, Ni Luo kept a sharp watch on the newly arrived stone zombie. We're almost at the entrance of the zombie city. We can't drive inside. Although some zombies inside the zombie city had regained consciousness, they were few in number, let alone zombies who could drive. Everyone got off the car. With a tense expression, Ni Luo carefully made sure everyone had applied the zombie spray before warning. If anything happens, you must run first. Then, Ni Luo walked ahead. The zombie city gate was guarded by several zombies. But there wasn't any kind of order or regular patrol. They wandered around aimlessly, moaning with throaty sounds of ha-ha-ha, like zombies in a game of Plants vs. Zombies. As soon as Ni Luo and the others appeared, they were immediately surrounded. The zombies sniffed around them, especially showing strong interest in Su Donqin. Su Donqin nearly buried herself completely into Lu Yunfei's body. Suddenly, the stone-throwing zombie standing at the back made a fierce, ha-ha noise. Immediately, the surrounding zombies scattered in fear. Looking at Su Donqin, the stone zombie mumbled unclearly, Wife, let's go. Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes dangerously. Su Donqin instantly hugged his head and kissed him hard. Stay calm. Stay calm. Finally, they entered the zombie city. The zombie city was massive. It was even divided into many layers, nested one inside another. The deeper in, the stronger the zombies became. These zombies, just like animals, naturally had a sense of submission towards superior beings. The stone zombie must have had high status, because all the way through, Su Donqin and the others encountered no attacks. In fact, the zombies even trembled and shrank away when they saw them. The zombie city was once an ordinary ruined city, now overrun by zombies. Ni Luo found a relatively concealed spot, reapplied the zombie spray on everyone, and began setting up shifts for rest. Zombies didn't need to sleep. Sighing, the stone zombie looked at Su Donqin for a moment, then pulled the bucket over his head, leapt out the window, and vanished. In the morning, the stone zombie returned covered in blood, still wearing the iron bucket on his head. He shook his head and tried to move closer to Su Donqin, but was kicked flying by Lu Yunfei. Ni Luo watched the stone zombie with a dark expression and suddenly said, "His ability seems to have become stronger." At first, no one had any idea what was going on. Everyone was even quite wary of the stone zombie. That changed when they entered the second layer of the zombie city and met the leader of the zombies in this layer, who possessed considerable awareness. The leader of the second layer possessed zombie abilities and wasn't easy to deal with. But the seemingly brainless stone zombie rushed forward and attacked without warning, acting slyly by giving the leader no time to react at all. Looking at the two zombies fighting each other, Su Donqin whispered quietly, "Should we go help?" Ni Luo observed coldly from the sidelines. Lu Yunfei let out a scornful laugh, then sneered again. "Humph. Fine then, you're such a jealous guy." The stone zombie finally defeated the leader of the second layer, then dug out that leader's crystal core and placed it into his own mouth. Immediately, the stone zombie's special ability visibly surged rapidly. This zombie actually knew how to steal another's core to enhance his own power. In an instant, everyone looked at the stone zombie with complicated expressions. The zombie city was divided into 5 layers. It was said that the center was where the zombie king lived. But Su Donqin only recognized one zombie king, and that was Xiaoji. Any previous zombie kings before Xiaoji were probably just cannon fodder. Originally, Ni Luo had thought they would have to go through great hardship to reach the heart of the zombie city, but Mei Shengdao, with the stone zombie escorting them all the way by fighting and absorbing others, they arrived at the center so quickly and saw Xiaoji. Chapter 46. This was a very dilapidated residential building. As the outermost residential point of the central layer, Xiaoji was leading a group of zombies on patrol. These zombies were clearly the type of intelligent mutants. However, their intelligence was limited to an IQ of around 20 to 30. They looked GTLY toward the group of people that had suddenly appeared. Ni Luo and others. Enfachu threatening growls, growling. The stone zombie stared at the heads of these intelligent zombies and swallowed hard, saliva dripping down. Yet, it didn't make any rash moves. It seemed this stone zombie had already learned to assess the strength difference between itself and its opponents. Actually, just from observing this stone zombie, one could tell that the zombie's evolution speed was terrifying, perhaps even faster than human mutants. If allowed to develop unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dressed in camouflage, Xiaoji was tall and muscular, standing out as the strongest even among a crowd of zombies. He stopped the group of mutant zombies behind him. The stone zombie happily ran up to Xiaoji, patting his shoulder and shouting, "Wife, wife." Then it pointed at Su Donqin, excitedly gesturing, "Wife, fragrant." Xiaoji's tall frame instinctively took a step back, avoiding contact with the stone zombie. The stone zombie tilted its head and called him, "Wife." Apparently, this zombie referred to everyone it recognized as wife, and it seemed quite familiar with Xiaoji. However, Xiaoji clearly had no intention of being familiar with it, even scolding it. "Why did you bring them here?" The stone zombie continued waving its arms excitedly. "Wife, wife." Xiaoji, trying to reason with the fool, was hopeless. Ni Luo stood at the entrance, rifle on her back, watching Xiaoji with tears forming in her eyes. But Xiaoji didn't even spare her a glance, deliberately turning his head away. 3 days earlier, following zombie instinct, Xiaoji had arrived at the zombie city. When he regained his senses and realized where he was first shocked, then immediately formulated a series of detailed plans. Undeniably, Xiaoji's execution ability and capacity to integrate into the zombie hierarchy were amazing. In just a few days, Xiaoji had infiltrated the zombie organization and become an important core member. And clearly, at this moment, Xiaoji was conscious. Upon seeing Ni Luo, he instinctively froze, his face momentarily showing restraint and pain before immediately ordering the zombies to surround Ni Luo's group. "Lock them up." Xiaoji. Ni Luo tried to break through the zombie circle and escape. Su Donqin immediately tensed and told her, "You're the main character. You go first. I'll cover you." Lu Yunfei narrowed his eyes, hooking Su Donqin back with his axe, and warning Ni Luo, "Don't act recklessly." Ni Luo turned around, seeing the dazed expressions of Xiao Beikai and Ni Lan, and gritted her teeth angrily. Su Donqin and the others were locked inside a cage. Outside, a few wandering zombies stood guard. Ni Luo irritably grabbed her hair. He obviously has regained his senses, so why is he still staying in the zombie city? Why lock us up? As she spoke, Ni Luo suddenly turned her head and saw Su Donqin fiddling with the cage. "Su Donqin, what are you doing?" Su Donqin turned her head and shouted, "This cage isn't locked at all." Ni Luo was stunned, then quickly stepped forward to cover Su Donqin's mouth. "Don't speak so loudly. They might hear." Ni Luo shifted her gaze outward and saw the regular zombies turning their heads curiously, clearly not understanding human speech. These ordinary zombies were simply too unintelligent. The so-called order to lock them up merely meant shoving them into a metal cage without even locking it. and so they just walked out. Shoo. Ni Luo nervously took the lead. Regular zombies. Curious, peeking their little heads out. They pointed at Su Donqin, confused, pointing first at the cage, then at the people. Su Donqin greeted them warmly, when suddenly the zombie in front of her was knocked down by Ni Luo's electric shock. Su Donqin said, "You made it cry." The zombie, offended. Ni Luo looked at the crying zombie lying on the ground. "Sorry, I hit too hard." They walked smoothly through the sea of zombies and exited the so-called dungeon. Ni Luo said, "I need to find Xiaoji." Ni Luo hadn't given up on Xiaoji yet. She knew that although Xiaoji had regained consciousness and remained here, there must be a reason. But unexpectedly, after leaving the dungeon, they got lost. And it seemed like they had entered a strange place. This place, why are so many zombies locked up here? Ni Luo still took the lead, walking at the front like a mother hen. She held the gun in her hands, walking forward while spraying zombie repellent onto herself. The zombies nearby, smelling the repellent, turned their heads and resumed patrolling. They only seemed puzzled when passing Su Donqin, tilting their heads to sniff suspiciously. Su Donqin leaned forward to look closely at the cage. They all seemed pregnant. Male zombies? Pregnant. Ni Luo also stepped closer with a surprised expression. The male zombies locked in the cages were holding their bellies, swollen like in their final month of pregnancy, wailing in pain. "What are you all doing here? Hurry and leave." Xiaoji arrived with his patrol squad, seeing the group squatting in front of the cage with confusion, and immediately stepped forward with a headache on his face. He had left ordinary zombies to guard them specifically to make them escape, but Meishengda, they had instead wandered deeper in, nearly reaching the central district of the city. Ni Luo instinctively reached out to grab Xiaoji's arm. Why are all these male zombies pregnant? Before Xiaoji could answer, sudden clear footsteps echoed from the front. They were crisp and slightly stiff, asterisk to star. Xiaoji's expression changed instantly. He didn't have time to explain. Immediately, he pulled everyone behind a corner. A group of people walked past. Their posture was somewhat unnaturally stiff. From their appearance and expression, they seemed no different from ordinary humans. But if you looked carefully, you could see that their eyes were vacant, and there was a strong stench of blood on their bodies. It was a group of high-level mutant zombies. In the middle of the group was a zombie woman. She wore slightly worn gray pants and a long shirt, patched up in several places. Her build was thick and sturdy, and her skin rough. At first glance, she looked like a simple village woman. The surrounding mutant zombies treated her with utmost respect. The ordinary zombies even directly knelt down. "That's the zombie queen," Xiaoji whispered, lowering his voice. "Don't make a sound." Su Donqin immediately understood. So before Xiaoji became the zombie king, there had already been a zombie queen? Su Donqin also remembered that the original novel had never mentioned this zombie queen. She assumed she was probably just a cannon fodder, like herself. As soon as the zombie queen appeared, the male zombies holding their bellies and howling in pain stopped their cries. Trembling in fear, they huddled together. The zombie queen kept walking straight ahead, surrounded by high-level mutant zombies. Xiaoji nervously shielded the group behind him. Just as she was about to pass by, the zombie queen suddenly halted her steps. She turned her head, looking toward the corner. Xiaoji gritted his teeth, shifted his body, and stepped halfway out. Ni Luo immediately pulled him back. Xiaoji reached out, gently pushing Ni Luo aside, then walked out alone. When the zombie queen saw Xiaoji, she didn't change expressions on her dark face, but slowly walked toward him. Xiaoji stood tensely on the spot, clenching his fists. Ni Luo instinctively pulled the gun hidden inside her sleeve. But unexpectedly, the zombie queen passed Xiaoji without stopping and walked toward the corner, where the group was hiding. The scent of zombie repellent was still strong on their bodies, but whether it could fool the zombie queen was unknown. After all, a zombie queen was definitely not an ordinary zombie. The zombie queen swept her gaze across everyone, finally stopping on Lu Yunfei's face. The man was lazily leaning against the wall, slowly lifting his eyelids with a leisurely motion. His eyes were entirely black, speckled with tiny flickering flames. The zombie queen curiously tilted her head like a zombie. With jet black hair, a tall build, and an outstanding demeanor, this man stood out like a crane among chickens, whether among zombies or humans. The zombie queen gave an eerie smile, then turned and left, arriving quickly and leaving just as quickly, and seemingly without noticing anything. Everyone slowly exhaled. Xiaoji urgently led them into his room, saying, "It's dangerous here. Hurry and leave." Ni Luo stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoji's arm. "You're coming back with us." Xiaoji pushed Ni Luo away. "I can't go back." He paused, then added, "This isn't a place for you people. Do you know that the intelligence of the mutant zombies has already evolved to nearly match that of ordinary humans? If we don't stop them, humanity will eventually be destroyed." "What do you mean?" "I have to eliminate them before the zombies evolve further. Humans and zombies can't coexist peacefully," Xiaoji said after a moment of silence. "So that's why you're here? You want to destroy the zombie city by yourself?" Ni Luo became emotional. Xiaoji didn't answer. He simply said, "You all must leave quickly." "No way. How do you plan to handle so many zombies alone? Are you trying to die together with this zombie city?" Xiaoji fell silent. Ni Luo's face showed disbelief. So he really did intend to sacrifice himself. Seeing the tears in Ni Luo's eyes and the dirty camouflage clothes on her, Xiaoji's heart ached. He raised his hand and wiped away her tears. "I was already just a zombie. I was always meant to die." Ni Luo choked up. "Then what about Beikai and Nilan? If they can't coexist peacefully, will you kill them too?" Curled in a corner, Xiao Beikai and Nilan shivered. Xiaoji grew quiet, finally speaking after a long time. if one day they cross the line. I hope you can take my place and kill them. Xiaoji had been too naive before. Only after personally becoming a zombie did he realize the of zombies could not be easily restrained by reason. When the zombie transformation occurs, your mind becomes completely blank. It was too dangerous. Seeing Xiaoji's firm and determined expression, Inai Luo's tears fell again. Suddenly, she spoke hoarsely. You want to destroy the zombie city? I'll help you. Xiaoji's face changed. No, it's too dangerous. You all must leave. And Xiaoji wasn't sure when he might lose control. Inai Luo tried to remain calm. If you can do it, we can too. Tell us what you've discovered. Although, even if you don't tell me, I will find out myself. Looking up, she continued. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for humanity. Such an important task. How could I let you hog all the glory? Xiaoji knew Inai Luo's personality well. She was extremely stubborn. Once she made a decision, it was hard to change her mind. Xiaoji glanced behind Inai Luo. Su Donqin spoke. I can help too. Lu Yunfei added. Where Donqin goes, I'll follow. Xiaoji looked down, his eyes slightly red. After a long silence, he finally spoke. This zombie city is controlled by the zombie queen. Inai Luo nodded. This zombie city was indeed too strange. Not only did it have a zombie queen, but also male zombies with pregnant bellies. Xiaoji continued. That zombie queen only takes interest in good-looking males, so all the pregnant ones are male zombies. I don't yet know exactly how she makes the male zombies pregnant. Xiaoji was indeed a soldier, with excellent reconnaissance skills. In just a few days, he had uncovered everything. But still, pregnant, male zombies. Inai Luo was shocked beyond words. Could those male zombies with swollen bellies really be pregnant? So what's inside their stomachs? Inai Luo's face twisted slightly. Baby zombies. Xiaoji seemed to recall something horrifying, his face turning pale. He warned again. This zombie queen is extremely hard to deal with. Please don't get dragged into this. Leaning casually against the wall, Lu Yunfei said lazily. Let's just kill them all. As Su Donqin was about to clap for the big shot, she suddenly noticed Lu Yunfei frowning. Big shot, what's wrong? Big shot. Su Donqin rushed over to steady Lu Yunfei, who suddenly stumbled. The man frowned, placing one hand over his stomach and the other over his mouth. Ugh, Su Donqin. Pregnant? No, pregnant mother? Wait, is he supposed to be the father or mother? Seeing Lu Yunfei's reaction, Xiaoji's face suddenly changed. Lu Yunfei, don't tell me you've. Can that zombie queen make human males pregnant too? Inai Luo was stunned. Xiaoji shook his head. I don't know. I only ever saw male zombies getting pregnant. Quickly, Su Donqin checked Lu Yunfei's 8-pack abs. Thank goodness, still there, still there. Faced with such an unnatural ability, Inai Luo stuttered. If Lu Yunfei is really pregnant, then how exactly did she make him pregnant? Swallowing hard, Xiaoji replied. If I'm not mistaken, it was just a glance. Everyone shuddered at once. Could this be the legendary pregnant with a glance? Su Donqin firmly believed that if this zombie queen opened an infertility clinic, she would become a golden jackpot, earning vast amounts of money every day. I also made eye contact. Inai Luo suddenly trembled, raising her hand, then covered her stomach in horror. Xiaoji's expression turned especially grim. A few days ago, he had spoken to the zombie queen, not to mention how long they had stared at each other. Su Donqin happily mentioned that since she was short, she tried her best to tiptoe and catch a glimpse of the zombie queen, but was blocked by your majestic figures. Fool, is this the time to be happy? Inai Luo smacked Su Donqin's little head hard. Su Donqin, wronged. Su Donqin sadly put a green hat on herself and sobbed while hugging Lu Yunfei, saying not to move the baby's energy. Lu Yunfei looked at the green hat on Su Donqin's head. IF Asterisk King. Su Donqin cried. Let's give birth to this child. Your child is my child. You've been through so much giving birth. How could I possibly care whose child it is? Shut up. I'm going to kill her. The man picked up an axe, his face full of wrath. But as he took a few steps forward, his body swayed unsteadily. Su Donqin immediately rushed over to support him. Don't move. Don't move the baby's energy. The man's face was pale. Su Donqin anxiously asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it time to give birth? You're pressing on my stomach. Oh. Su Donqin immediately pulled back her protruding bottom. It was just that she didn't worry you wouldn't be steady on your feet. The air turned strangely quiet. Inai Luo spoke up. Only males can get pregnant, right? Xiaoji nodded. Inai Luo quietly exhaled in relief, letting go of her stomach that she'd been covering. Then suddenly, as if remembering something, she quickly grabbed Xiaoji's arm. That, you didn't. Xiaoji glanced at Lu Yunfei, then back at Inai Luo. I shouldn't have. After all, that zombie queen only liked good-looking men. All those pregnant male zombies were handsome male zombies. I have a question. Su Donqin trembled and raised her small hand. Lu Yunfei, everyone else. Xiaoji opened his pale face and said, I know this. The baby zombies tear open the belly and crawl out. Generally, male zombies don't die from having their stomachs ripped open. But humans. Su Donqin. It was finally her turn to answer the save mother or child question. Su Donqin threw herself onto Lu Yunfei and cried, Let's abort it. Lu Yunfei gritted his teeth. I'm not pregnant. But, you feel nauseous. Did you eat something sour? Or spicy? She had heard that sour usually meant a boy, spicy meant a girl. Thinking of this, Su Donqin tried to lift Lu Yunfei's clothes. I heard round bellies are girls, pointy bellies are boys. Lu Yunfei forcefully pushed Su Donqin's head down and lowered his shirt. King shut up. Under the weird gazes of everyone else, Lu Yunfei raised his hand, revealing his fair and slender wrist, his expression somewhat twisted. My pulse does not show pregnancy. But, Su Donqin timidly asked, didn't you study Western medicine? Since when did you start reading pulses? Lu Yunfei. The group's gaze turned even more bizarre. Lu Yunfei's face darkened like a storm cloud building up in June. Su Donqin cautiously said, I've heard pregnant women's tempers are generally not good. The man's face turned even darker. Xiaoji quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Why don't you all rest here for a while? We'll talk about it more. The place where Xiaoji lived was very run down, but spacious. Everyone took a separate room. Su Donqin was dragged into Lu Yunfei's space. Su Donqin looked at Lu Yunfei hovering over her and whimpered. No. Moving around will affect the baby's energy. Recently, we must avoid all intimate activities. Lu Yunfei. The man glared fiercely at Su Donqin, extremely angry, and roasted the sow hanging from the tree. The sow, turned into roasted meat, felt especially wronged. Su Donqin bit into a pig's leg while shivering and muttered that a pregnant husband's temper really was terrible. Su Donqin, I'm saying this one last time. I am not pregnant. I get it. Don't get angry, Su Donqin said anxiously, worried about disturbing the baby's energy. What if the little zombie's baby burst out early from its belly? QEQ. Su Donqin felt extremely nervous. This was her first time being a mother. Even if it was a green hat mother, she was still nervous. I remember last time you let us take so many little dresses for our daughter at the mall. Su Donqin carefully asked with her greasy little mouth. Do you prefer boys or girls? If it's a girl, we can't just abandon her. MMM. The pregnant husband Lu Yunfei, who had a terrible temper, firmly pressed Su Donqin's small head and kissed her viciously. Su Donqin struggled for a moment, then just gave up and laid still. She had heard that during pregnancy, one gets extremely horny. So it was actually true. Then Su Donqin felt particularly troubled. Usually, she couldn't satisfy Lu Yunfei's stainless steel kidney, and now it would be even harder. Sigh. It's hard being a woman. Being the partner of a pregnant man is even harder. The next day, Su Donqin staggered out from the space with her head ringing with a popular song. Crack the kidney, feeling very kidney deficient. Outside, Xiao Ji and Ni Luo were discussing how to kill the zombie queen. From my observation, that zombie queen has only one special ability. Su Donqin eagerly answered. Whoever she stares at gets pregnant. Then she stole a careful glance at Lu Yunfei. The man sat beside her with an extremely grim expression, having unknowingly polished the little axe in his hand countless times. It was shiny, as if it could slice the zombie queen's head clean off in an instant. Xiaoji looked at that axe, and for some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately shifted his gaze, saying, Actually, I think the real trouble isn't the zombie queen herself, but those high-level zombie elites around her. Ni Luo asked, Have you tested them? Xiaoji shook his head. Not yet. Ni Luo frowned. I think we'd better test their strength first, so we can have a better chance to defeat them one by one. But where do we find a scapegoat now? Su Donqin continued asking. Ni Luo's gaze shifted, and she noticed the stone zombie, playing with a little white flower in the corner. Stone zombie. For some unknown reason, I suddenly feel like my head feels a little chilly. The stone zombie adjusted his head. Actually, executing this plan wasn't difficult, because the stone zombie's IQ was basically hit where it's pointed. Moreover, it was abnormally fond of the crystal cores inside the elite's heads. The method this stone zombie used to provoke enemies was extremely simple. Just throw stones. Then the elite zombie would get angry and come to fight it. This elite uses the wind element. Ni Luo noted it down while frowning. Meanwhile, the stone zombie, unable to hold on, turned to run. But from another direction, another zombie appeared. This one is water element. Ni Luo frowned even more deeply. These elite zombies all seem to be female zombies. Shouldn't we go help? As Ni Luo spoke, she walked out. Su Donqin turned to glance at the stone zombie being beaten to the ground. After a moment of thought, she followed along. It was really unbearable having a jealous, pregnant husband at home. She couldn't even spare another glance at other men now, even if they were zombies. Su Donqin sadly tugged at the green hat on her little head. After 3 days and nights of battle, they finally understood most of the special abilities of the zombies near the zombie queen. The zombie queen patrols every 5 days, selecting good-looking male zombies to lock into cages, and then making them pregnant. When Xiaoji got to this point, he paused, then continued. At that time, there will be many zombies around, and the situation will be very chaotic. It'll be a great opportunity. Moreover, Xiaoji knew he couldn't delay any further. He was afraid he might become a zombie anytime. That would not only burden everyone, but also potentially hurt them unconsciously. Ni Luo nodded. We each distract one elite zombie, and the last one goes to kill the zombie queen. There were 5 zombies around the zombie queen in total. 2 of them already had their cores taken by the stone zombie. That left 3. I'll kill the zombie queen. Xiaoji volunteered directly. Ni Luo replied. No, I will go. Before Xiaoji could argue further, Ni Luo said, Men can get pregnant. Xiaoji's face stiffened, instinctively looking at Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei's expression was dark. I'm not. Su Donqin immediately tried to pacify him. If you say you're not, then you're not. I wouldn't dare to object anyway. Chapter 47. This was a grand ceremony for selecting men. Although all these men were zombies, each of them looked quite attractive, tall with long legs and 8-pack abs. Clearly, they were good for bearing children. Su Donqin instantly set her eyes on several of them. Do you think they're good looking? Very good looking. Hee hee. Su Donqin chuckled foolishly while nodding. But just after nodding, she suddenly sensed something was off. She touched her chilly neck and glanced sideways. only to see her pregnant partner staring at her darkly. Goo. Su Dongjin swallowed hard, straightening her posture immediately under the man's icy stare. Such superficial beauties can't compare to your breathtaking charm. Unmoved by Su Dongjin's flattery, the man even scoffed coldly. Lu Yunfei wore a somewhat worn camouflage uniform, his black hair fine and delicate, his expression indifferent. It had to be said that even with such a detached expression, the man was excessively handsome. Compared to his previous eerie gentleness, this version of Lu Yunfei was his real self. After all, he'd always been a cold-hearted person. This kind of civilized creep's demeanor immediately struck Su Dongjin's heart. Sigh, who made it so that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? No matter how much of a freak he was still someone to be pampered. Immediately, Su Dongjin reached out to hold her beloved Shishi's hand, pointing at the group of ugly losers nearby, saying, "Don't worry, they can't match even a single finger of yours." The man continued to sneer, wearing an arrogant expression that seemed to say, "They dare to compare with my fingers?" That prompted Su Dongjin to swallow the remaining part of her sentence. "Not to mention even a single strand of your hair. Fine then. You are the most beautiful, strongest, and weirdest. Su Dongjin, take Lu Yunfei to stand guard over there." Because Su Dongjin was too weak, the task assigned to her was just to keep watch. And because Lu Yunfei was pregnant, his task was also just to keep watch. These two useless tagalongs went against the tide and stood at a corner on watch. Gazing at the gray sky, Su Dongjin suddenly grabbed Enai Luo. Enai Luo, who had been preparing to launch an attack on the zombie queen, stumbled forward abruptly. "What's up?" Su Dongjin said. "Don't forget to bring an umbrella when you go out." Enai Luo, "I'm about to start World War III here, and you're asking me to bring an umbrella?" Enai Luo snatched the umbrella from Su Dongjin and stuck it at his waist. Watching as Xiao Ji successfully lured away all the high-level psychics surrounding the zombie queen, he then dashed forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Su Dongjin pulled out her little floral umbrella and stood beneath the eaves, holding it over both herself and Lu Yunfei. Standing next to Su Dongjin, the man's tall frame created a curve on the small floral umbrella. The top of his head was wrapped within the shelter. Lu Yunfei. Too low. Oh. Su Dongjin stretched her toes as high as possible, doing her best and eagerly serving her pregnant boyfriend. Sigh. In this era, it's really hard being a woman. Meanwhile, the zombie queen was selecting attractive male zombies and proceeding with her "whoever I stare at gets pregnant" project, while on this side, Enai Luo had already rushed over. Although Xiao Ji had lured away many high-level psychically gifted zombies, plenty of others remained guarding the zombie queen. As soon as they saw their queen under attack, they rushed forward to intervene. Although psychic zombies were no match for Enai Luo individually, the old saying went that 3 cobblers could match Zhuge Liang. The psychically gifted zombies surged forward, and for a moment, Enai Luo couldn't handle them all. "Enai Luo, I can't hold on much longer." Over there, Xiao Ji and the rock zombie were leading 3 high-level, psychically gifted zombies further away. Although Xiao Ji and the rock zombie could survive as long as their heads remained uncrushed, the maneuver was proving a bit challenging as they were surrounded by 3 advanced psychic zombies. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, Enai Luo gritted his teeth, releasing a thunderbolt that electrified all the psychic zombies before him. Yet just as she was about to dash into the queen's defense circle, she suddenly noticed more and more small zombies appearing out of nowhere beside the zombie queen. These little zombies may have lacked psychic abilities, but they feared death not at all. And they moved swiftly and nimbly. They defended the zombie queen, launching an assault on Enai Luo like fearless suicide attackers, and their strength was astonishingly great. Enai Luo dodged left and right, nearly exhausting her lightning abilities, but couldn't get close to the zombie queen. Suddenly, gunshots rang out beside Enai Luo. She turned her head and saw Lu Yunfei firing a rifle, shooting at the little zombies near her. Su Dongjin asked in confusion, "Why not attack the zombie queen?" Lu Yunfei turned his head slightly and glanced at Su Dongjin. Su Dongjin instantly understood. They only needed one child. Twins would be far too exhausting. With Lu Yunfei's support, Enai Luo finally approached the zombie queen. Facing Enai Luo's assault, the zombie queen's face showed no expression. But when she saw the small zombies shot in the head one by one and killed, her expression suddenly twisted, and a heavy zombie roar burst from her throat. The high-level psychic zombies, and ordinary zombies in the distance all trembled, rushing toward her from all directions. No matter how Xiao Ji and the rock zombie tried to lure them, the high-level psychic zombies ignored them completely, Yishiyu rushing back to the zombie queen's side. Enai Luo's situation suddenly became extremely difficult, and even worse. Rumble! A loud thunderclap roared from the sky. Su Dongjin looked up at the heavens and muttered, "It's raining." Enai Luo clearly also heard the thunder. She raised her head, and a raindrop fell onto the tip of her nose. Enai Luo's expression abruptly changed. Once the zombie repellent on their bodies got wet, it would become ineffective. Then, they would become the entire zombie city's target. The rain came quickly and intensely, a downpour. Enai Luo immediately pulled out the umbrella at her waist. Rustle! The umbrella canopy snapped open. Enai Luo held the umbrella in one hand. The large black automatic umbrella shielded her effectively from the pouring rain. She wore a long ponytail and a camouflage uniform, standing there with a formidable aura, surrounded by fine drifting rain mist. Tap tap tap. Raindrops pattered heavily on the umbrella surface. Enai Luo's expression remained icy, encircled by numerous zombies, yet calm and composed. Su Dongjin thought to herself, truly, no wonder she's the heroine. unshaken even when Mount Tai collapses before her. Rumble. Another clap of thunder exploded. The rain pouring from the sky had nearly overwhelmed Su Dongqing's small floral umbrella. Ni Luo raised her hand, a bolt of lightning sliding off her fingertips, then abruptly pointed toward the sky. Su Dongqing held her breath. Ni Luo roared, "Run fast," and was the first to sprint forward with her umbrella. Su Dongqing, truly a brave soul you are. Inside the room, everyone changed out of their soaked clothes, reapplied the zombie repellent spray, and gathered together checking each other's arms and legs. Ni Luo asked, "Is everyone okay?" Everyone nodded. Ni Luo exhaled lightly and said a well-known saying, "As long as the green hills remain, we needn't worry about firewood." "So that's why you ran like hell? Not even zombies could stop you?" While wrapping a wound on herself, Ni Luo said, "I have the feeling that the zombie queen seems somewhat familiar." Su Dongqing replied, "Maybe she just has a common face. After all, everyone around here were cannon fodder." Ni Luo turned her head and looked at Su Dongqing's pretty little face. Suddenly, she reached out, pinched Su Dongqing's cheeks, and rubbed them vigorously. Su Dongqing. Ni Luo frowned. Those little zombies from earlier all seemed like little girls. Su Dongqing. What does that have to do with her face? After rubbing the cute little soft cheeks, Ni Luo's mood instantly improved. She released Su Dongqing's flushed face, now marked with finger imprints. Su Dongqing, face red and swollen, stood there blankly. She had been insulted. She was no longer pure. Ni Luo, who had finished molesting the cute girl, walked to the window and saw the scene outside. The relaxed expression on her face instantly tightened again. Outside, on the wide street, the zombie queen was kneeling on the ground, picking up each small zombie corpse one by one. These little zombies were all dead. The zombie queen released a deep, sorrowful howl. The zombies around her also howled in sorrow. The heavy lament echoed through the entire street. Nearby, some male zombies with large bellies suddenly fell to the ground. Their stomachs convulsed violently, as if something desperately wanted to tear its way out. Under the constant sorrowful wails of the zombie queen, fresh new baby zombies peeled themselves out of the male zombies' torn bellies, struggling to crawl out. The sounds of flesh tearing apart were drowned out by the rain and the zombies' roars. But even so, the gruesome scene was impossible to mask. In an instant, the entire street looked exactly like a scene of hell on earth. Su Dongqing quickly moved to cover Lu Yunfei's belly. Her hand was ruthlessly slapped away by the man. Suddenly, Ni Luo's face darkened. "I remember who the zombie queen is now. 3 years ago, I saw a news report. It was during a government poverty alleviation program. The zombie queen was interviewed, seemed barely conscious. According to villagers, she had given birth to 3 girls, and her husband drowned them all. When she found out her 4th pregnancy was also a girl, she was forced to have an abortion and went mad. In remote and undeveloped areas, the ideology of valuing sons over daughters still exists. I remember this case stirred great public attention. The Yulong was huge. Her husband was even sentenced to prison." As Ni Luo was speaking, the mournful howls of zombies outside seeped through the windows and walls. Those continuous, rasping roars were like the final desperate struggles. The rain fell harder, and the thick scent of blood spread across the sky. The sharp shrieks of the baby zombies mixed within, like infant cries. If you hadn't seen the actual scene, just listening to the sound might truly make you believe it was a crying baby. The room suddenly fell silent. After finishing speaking, Ni Luo turned her head and noticed Su Dongqing beside her, tear-streaked. She was taken aback. "Su Dongqing, why are you crying?" Su Dongqing, with bloodshot eyes, mumbled in a nasal tone, "Maybe it's just too hot outside. My eyes are sweating." Then, in a daze, Su Dongqing stood up and said, "I'm going to feed the dog food to the dogs," before walking alone to the corner carrying the small iron bucket, and placing the bucket over her head. Lu Yunfei stood up and walked towards Su Dongqing, looking at the little girl in the corner, wearing the iron bucket. The man reached out and touched the bucket. Su Dongqing immediately grabbed his hand, her voice muffled from inside the bucket, carrying a hollow echo. "No. Don't, please. Don't be afraid." The man leaned slightly closer, his voice gentle. He then lifted the bucket off, revealing Su Dongqing's porcelain-white face, her large eyes red and swollen from crying. Lu Yunfei used his thumb to wipe her tears and leaned closer, asking softly, "Hungry?" Su Dongqing shook her head and pulled her green hat down over her face. Lu Yunfei looked at her entirely green-covered head, suddenly lifted her up and carried her into the room. With a clap, the door shut, and the two appeared inside the space. "All right, it's just us two now." Lu Yunfei set her down. Su Dongqing sat on the soft grass, leaning her head sideways against Lu Yunfei's chest, being careful to avoid his stomach. It was quiet inside the space. Ever since the so was roasted, even the agonizing background music of the pig squeals had vanished. Lu Yunfei stretched out his hand, took off Su Dongqing's green hat, and tossed it aside carelessly. The green hat instantly burst into ashes. "Why were you crying, huh?" Lu Yunfei lowered his gaze, staring carefully at the girl before him. His slender fingers tilted her chin upward slightly. Su Dongqing's bloodshot eyes trembled slightly, holding back tears as she looked pitifully at him. At his words, her eyelashes dropped, carrying a tear the size of a soybean, which slid down her pink cheeks. I miss my little cloud." Su Dongqing twisted her hands, her voice getting softer and softer. But Lu Yunfei heard clearly. The girl had grown up in an orphanage. He'd heard that she was abandoned at the orphanage gate for being a girl, and was later picked up and raised by the director. Right now, seeing this scene, she must have been moved by memory. The man embraced her and gently kissed her swollen eyes. Angels do not remain in the human world, but eventually return to it. So you came here, Lu Yunfei thought. He was selfish. The world of this apocalypse cannot keep an angel. So don't blame him for wanting to claim that angel for himself. Su Donqin lifted her head to look at Lu Yunfei before her. The apocalypse was cruel, but for Su Donqin, she felt endless warmth. Su Donqin knelt up and gently cradled Lu Yunfei's face, cautiously kissing him. The man flipped over, pinning Su Donqin beneath him. Su Donqin immediately gasped, "Be careful with the child." After finishing the inappropriate activity in front of the child, Su Donqin's face flushed red as she stepped out of the space. Just as she was about to open the door, Enai Luo's furious shout suddenly came from outside. "Su Donqin, stay inside." Then came a boom, as if something had toppled over. Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei exchanged glances before opening the door. The interior of the room looked as if it had been hit by a tornado. Everyone was gone. Su Donqin ran to the window and looked outside, leaning on the windowsill. Outside was a total mess. The zombie queen still stood there, her roar growing louder and louder, as if enraged. Those zombies were like mad creatures, wildly colliding everywhere. Enai Luo and the others must have been discovered. They were surrounded the moment they tried to escape. The zombie queen cradled the corpse of a baby zombie, fiercely shrieking at Enai Luo with an extremely hideous expression. Xiaoji desperately tried to shield Enai Luo behind him, but the rain was too heavy. The zombie repellent on Enai Luo's body had completely washed off. The zombie's hostility intensified. Enai Luo seemed to be trying very hard to communicate with the zombie queen. Unfortunately, the zombie queen couldn't understand human speech. Or perhaps she just didn't want to listen. "Let's go." Su Donqin instinctively reached for Lu Yunfei, but to her surprise, she grabbed nothing. She turned around and saw the man leaning against the wall, slightly hunched over. One hand clutched his stomach, the other his mouth. Was the baby coming now, at a time like this? Su Donqin anxiously ran over. Shouldn't she drink more warm water at a time like this? Standing in front of Lu Yunfei, she tilted her head up, only to feel a warm drop of blood fall onto her forehead. She froze. Lu Yunfei covered his mouth, blood trickling down from between his fingers. "Lu Yunfei, what's wrong with you?" The man's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. Another violent cough erupted from his mouth, spilling more blood between his fingers. That blood was thick and vivid, slowly oozing from between his pale fingers, dripping onto Su Donqin's face. "Lu Yunfei." Su Donqin stared at the blood, panicking. She wanted to help cover his mouth, but her hands were shaking uncontrollably. "I'm fine." The man clenched his teeth and said this, while one finger suddenly sprouted a vine. The vine obediently coiled around Su Donqin's arm, affectionately rubbing against her. After doing this, the man collapsed down the wall from exhaustion. Su Donqin instinctively stretched out her arms to catch him. Lu Yunfei leaned heavily against her. The man was drenched in cold sweat, soaking his clothes. Strands of black hair clung to his skin, and his face was terrifyingly pale. "Let me rest for a moment." After saying this, Lu Yunfei closed his eyes. The vine coiled around Su Donqin's wrist suddenly thickened and spiraled outward, wrapping both of them inside. Outside on the street, the zombie dogs and Donghua dog were frantically biting the zombies. The zombie dog was wildly charging around, trying to break through the wall of zombies. Donghua dog's body inflated like a round ball, moving forward with sugarcane-like legs, biting one zombie after another. Though they fought their hardest, the number of zombies was simply too overwhelming. The effort was like pouring a bucket of water onto a raging fire, or trying to stop a charging cart with one's arms. Moreover, this was the center of Zombie City. How could the elite zombie mutants here be compared to those shoddily made zombies outside? Yet compared to the zombie dogs, Xiao Ji and Enai Luo's situation was clearly far more dangerous. Xiao Ji's massive body was firmly pinned down by zombies, mercilessly torn apart. Xiao Ji smashed one zombie's head with a twisted expression, then violently shook off the zombies biting his body. Just as he was trying to break free, his body suddenly swayed. His giant hand like a fan clutched his head. "No, not now." Clenching his teeth, Xiao Ji pulled out his dagger and savagely slashed his own arm. In a half-zombified body, blood barely flowed at all. Even for such a deep wound, Xiao Ji felt only slight pain. "It's no use, no use." The zombies rushed forward forcefully, burying Xiao Ji beneath their mass. In an instant, Xiao Ji was crushed under a mountain of zombies. Seeing this scene, Enai Luo's face turned instantly pale. She looked down at the umbrella in her hand, which had been used to fight the zombies until only the metal frame remained. Then her eyes landed sharply on the trees nearby. Enai Luo roared to the zombie dog, "Get me up the tree." Beside the street were many ornamental trees. The zombies didn't like eating trees. The trees had remained in good condition. The zombie dog swiftly weaved through the horde of zombies, limping as it rushed with Enai Luo toward the top of the tree. The sky was dark with thick clouds, thunder, and lightning crashing violently. Enai Luo raised her head toward the sky, firmly lifting the metal umbrella frame high in her hand. A streak of thunder echoed from the horizon, like the mournful cry of some great beast. Boom! Another huge roll of thunder. Lightning pierced through the clouds, flickering as it descended, splitting one of the street's trees with a fiery crash. The tree erupted into roaring flames. Then came another. Huge bolts of lightning poured from the sky, heavily pressing down the murky clouds. The umbrella frame in Enai Luo's hand was charged with electricity. In that instant, she instinctively felt as if her body was tearing apart in unbearable pain. "Take cover!" Enai Luo screamed at the top of her voice. The zombie dogs and Donghua dog curled up immediately. The zombies, not knowing what was happening, thought this was their chance and rushed forward eagerly. In an instant, many zombie mounds piled up on the street. Unexpectedly, they became their shelter. The rain grew heavier, the thunder louder. Only when her body could no longer withstand the pain, reaching its limit, did Luo desperately activate her special ability, channeling the power of lightning, and swung her arm down with all her might. A deafening boom exploded. Wave after wave of electric energy struck like thunderclaps from a clear sky, blasting countless zombies apart. A thick mushroom cloud puffily rose with a puff sound, buildings collapsed, and everything fell silent. Only the drip-drip of raindrops kept falling. Amidst the broken bricks and tiles, 2 dogs crawled out first. Donghua Dog commanded the zombie dog while frantically digging holes. Xiaoji was pulled out, dazedly wiping his face. He saw Luo pinned under the fallen tree. Luo was tightly gripping the umbrella frame. Her face was covered in blood, but her eyes burned unusually bright. A smile appeared on Xiaoji's face. Suddenly, his expression froze. Luo, struggling with great difficulty, Luo turned her head. From beside her suddenly sprang a zombie that bit her arm fiercely. Luo tried to shake it off, but her strength was completely drained. The bite sank deep into her flesh. The one who bit Luo was the zombie queen. She was still alive. Luo. Xiaoji rushed forward but collapsed on his knees due to an intense headache. Lan suddenly came charging from somewhere and violently shoved the zombie queen away. Stone Zombie, which had fled earlier, returned and smashed the zombie queen's head with a rock. The zombie queen, still cradling her baby zombie, was buried under the pile of stones, submerged beneath the rubble. After shoving the zombie queen aside, Lan's stiff body desperately rammed into the tree, trying to free Luo, trapped beneath. Luo clutched her arm, letting out weak, pained whimpers. Lan stopped moving in confusion, knelt beside Luo, and emitted a desperate growl from her throat. I'm fine really. Shaking her head, Luo pressed her injured arm tightly. The rain poured harder. The sky had become so dark it looked like the hunting ground of hell. It's okay, Lan. Don't worry. Luo raised her blood-covered hand and gently wiped it across Lan's face. She carefully wiped away the rainwater on Lan's face. Suddenly, she showed her own wound and smiled. See? Now I can properly hug you. Come here, don't be afraid. Let your sister hold you. Lan's stiff body bent slightly. Luo sighed softly and tightly hugged Lan close. While being held, Lan kept trying to push the fallen tree away, letting out urgent, ragged breathing from her throat. Luo gently patted her in comfort. Lan twisted her face. Her throat rasped, as if rubbed by rough stones. Jia. Boom. Thunder rumbled from the distant sky again. Luo froze. Lan, did you just call me sister? Lan moved slightly. Her face twisted as she struggled. Jia. Looking at Lan, Luo's eyes reddened. She buried her head into Lan's chest. The sky's dark blanket blocked her vision. Her head throbbed dreadfully. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lan. In the end, she would still have to leave you behind. She was never a good older sister. Chapter 48. Luo woke up inside a car. Her own military vehicle. Awake. Su Dongqing's soft little head leaned over, her long black hair brushing against Luo's face, warm and fragrant. Luo couldn't help herself and turned to bury her face in it. The rotten sweet scent immediately filled her chest, and she felt much better, the pain in her head easing. After steadying her emotions, Luo pushed herself up and sat. How did I end up here? I had the vines bring all of you over. Su Dongqing showed her the vine wrapped around her wrist. Probably because it had worked too hard, the vine looked somewhat half dead. Thin and curled around Su Dongqing's wrist, it was now trying to act cute for comfort. Su Dongqing patted its little leaves, and the vine instantly became lively. Luo turned her head and noticed for the first time that there were many people lying sprawled throughout the vehicle. Besides Lu Yunfei, who was still unconscious curled in Su Dongqing's arms, there was Xiao Ji, Xiao Beikai, Lan, and even the 2 dogs. Looking at the vine, Luo asked, Is it Lu Yunfei's? Su Dongqing nodded. Luo smiled slightly. He truly turned out to be quite unexpected. After smiling, Luo raised her hand, revealing her arm. A bandage had already been tied around it, probably treated by Su Dongqing, considering how crooked the bow was. Luo's fingers gently ran over the bandage, her expression gradually turning grim. Her voice rasped. I've already been bitten by a zombie. You shouldn't have saved me. Su Dongqing replied. You've all been unconscious for 3 days, and you don't seem to have turned into one. What? 3 days already? Generally speaking, a normal person would have transformed within 3 days. Even someone as physically strong as Xiao Ji only lasted a few extra days. Luo stared at her wound, deep in thought. Su Dongqing said, Let's return to the safe zone first. Although the zombie queen had died, there were still some regular zombies left. Su Dongqing had sprayed zombie repellent on everyone, but the effect didn't last long. Plus, they had already used up all their supplies. Right now, those ordinary zombies could already smell the scent gradually leaking from them, and were heading toward the military vehicle. Luo nodded thoughtfully. Okay, dealing with the regular zombies would be simple enough. As long as they returned to the safe zone, gathered the 4 major safe zones, informed them that the zombie queen had been eliminated, and then assembled a force of espers to completely cleanse the zombie city, the global zombie crisis could be completely eliminated. But everything had to happen quickly, because the speed of the zombies' evolution was fast. If they delayed, no one could predict when a new zombie king might emerge. Luo stood up, ready to start driving, when she suddenly noticed Lu Yunfei in Su Dongqin's arms. What's wrong with Lu Yunfei? Su Dongqin shook her head. Initially, she thought he was going into labor. But it wasn't a cesarean nor natural childbirth. It was blood coming from his mouth. By the end, he had seemed to empty his body entirely of blood before finally collapsing from exhaustion. Despite losing so much blood, though, he hadn't given birth to a child. And when Su Dongqin and Lu Yunfei emerged from the vine's cocoon, she saw everything in chaos outside. Ni Luo and others were sprawled on the ground, and nearby, some regular zombies wandered about. Su Dongqin immediately let the vines wrap around Lu Yunfei, dragging him down the stairs noisily with a series of clangs and thuds, and then bundled up Ni Luo and the others as well. Eventually, Su Dongqin used the vines to gather the 5 people and the 2 dogs, 7 tails altogether, spraying everyone with zombie repellent, zigzagging all the way until she found this military vehicle hidden nearby for temporary shelter. He's also been unconscious for 3 days. Su Dongqin frowned deeply, looking worried. The man's complexion was ghostly pale, except for his breathing. He could have been mistaken for a corpse. Ni Luo stared at Lu Yunfei for a moment before slowly speaking. The zombie queen is dead. Lu Yunfei isn't pregnant, so? Ni Luo paused momentarily, her tone suddenly turning very serious. Su Dongqin, do you remember what I told you before, that your former body as Su Dongqin was kept by him? Su Dongqin instinctively looked up at Ni Luo, expression dazed. Ni Luo continued, I don't know exactly how Lu Yunfei kept it, but I do know that over these 5 years, his health has deteriorated more and more. Su Dongqin hugged Lu Yunfei tightly in her arms. Tears swirled in her eyes. What had this man done for her over the past 5 years? Ni Luo didn't speak further. She said, Su Dongqin, I'll drive. Don't let your guard down. If you notice anything strange about me, shoot me without hesitation. Ni Luo handed her gun to Su Dongqin. Su Dongqin held the gun and looked at Ni Luo's serious expression, then slowly nodded. A faint smile appeared on Ni Luo's face. She said, if I can, please take good care of everyone for me. Not long after Ni Luo drove the military vehicle out, she encountered teams from Dongong and Beidong on the road. On the wide, broken highway, a row of high-grade military vehicles was speeding forward. Blue flags fluttered, black flags snapped in the wind, banners flying proudly, displaying Great Chief Shi. The blue flag belonged to Dongong, and the black flag belonged to Beidong. Dongong referred to Gong Ji, the leader of the Eastern Survival Zone. Beidong was Luo Hong, the leader of the Northern Survival Zone, who had freezing abilities, known as everything can be frozen. It was said that he was a foreign friend. Ni Luo's expression turned extremely cold. She had no idea why Dongong and Beidong had come to her Southern Survival Zone. Ni Luo's car was the first to encounter Dongong's vehicle. The small, battered military vehicle looked like a child's toy compared to the brand new large military vehicles. They faced off in the middle of the road. Ni Luo, have you come to welcome us? Gong Ji saw Ni Luo's face through the car window. He opened the door and jumped out. Gong Ji wore a crisp suit, his hair carefully combed. He was considered good-looking, and it was said he used to be a well-known banker. And his esper ability was printing money. He was like a human money printer. Besides that, Dongong had another ability. Yes, right, he was a dual-ability esper. In this apocalyptic era where espers ran rampant, dual-ability espers were still extremely rare. His other ability was the flying blade cut. It was said he could turn the air into sharp blades, decapitating you in an instant. Such an amazing ability, combined with his human money-printing power that controlled the economic lifeline of the apocalypse, instantly made Dongong the most influential survival zone among the 4 major zones. Su Dongqin pulled her green hat tighter on her head, carefully hiding behind Ni Luo. Ni Luo said, we just returned from the zombie city. The zombie queen has been eliminated. What? A look of surprise flashed on Gong Ji's face, and after a moment, he burst out laughing, giggle giggle. Su Dongqin instinctively turned around to locate the source of the sound, finally fixing her eyes on Gong Ji. Wait a minute, why do you laugh like giggle giggle? Could it be just because your name is Gong Ji, Rooster? Dongong said. Ni Luo, did you really expect me to believe you? You think you alone? No, even the entire Southern Survival Zone could defeat the zombie queen? Are you out of your mind? Then Gong Ji suddenly acted as if he had just understood something and smacked his forehead. Ni Luo, at least make your lies more convincing. A zombie king versus a zombie queen. How is that possible? Ni Luo's expression remained calm. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Gong Ji sneered. Ni Luo, you don't need to be this straightforward if you want me dead. Knowing there was no reasoning with him, Ni Luo didn't speak again. But Gong Ji said, however, judging from the direction you came from, you really did come from the zombie city. Since you did come from there, we should inspect all of you to see if any of you have zombie bite wounds. Upon hearing Gong Ji's words, Ni Luo's face turned deathly pale instantly. Seeing Ni Luo's reaction, Gong Ji seemed to understand immediately, and an excited expression flashed across his face. Ni Luo, you know as well as I do that humans and zombies can never coexist. Even if the leader of a survival zone is bitten by a zombie, they must be dealt with. Ni Luo instinctively raised her hand to shield Su Dongqin behind her and pushed her toward the vehicle. Get inside. Su Dongqin quickly waddled into the car, trying hard to be a well-behaved burden. At the same time, Gong Ji seized the moment to attack Ni Luo. Ni Luo narrowly avoided it with high alertness. A blade of air sliced through the glass of the military vehicle, leaving a deep scratch. 3 days ago, Ni Luo had fought the zombie queen. Her body hadn't yet recovered. It was actually in an extremely weak state. Yet Gong Ji's blades were fierce and fast, each strike aiming for her life. Ducking desperately, Enai Luo barely escaped, her clothes getting torn. When Gong Ji saw the bandage around Enai Luo's arm, his eyes lit up. Found it. The sharp blades continued slicing through the air, about to tear the bandage off Enai Luo's arm when suddenly, a vine shot out from inside the car window, wrapping Gong Ji tightly. Gong Ji was immediately cocooned like a silkworm, hanging midair. Enai Luo exhaled, standing up from the ground. But before she could fully regain her footing, the cocoon suddenly trembled, then trembled again. The cocoon split open as air blades sliced through the vine, cutting deep wounds into it. The vine, hurt and whimpering, withdrew into Su Dongqin's arms, sobbing like a little child. Su Dongqin yanked furiously at its small leaves. Useless piece of trash. Enai Luo was seized by that rooster. Gong Ji tore open Enai Luo's arm bandage, revealing the wound left by the zombie bite. The delighted look on his face was impossible to hide. Enai Luo, I have no choice. Since you've been bitten by a zombie, I'll have to take action on my own. Gong Ji extended his hand. At his fingertips, swirling air blades could be vaguely seen. His ruthless and greedy gaze fell upon Enai Luo's head. There lay a crystal core. Moreover, an extremely powerful lightning element Esper core. If he could obtain it, he might become a triple ability Esper. Excitement flushed Gong Ji's face red. But unexpectedly, a sharp ice spike flew from a distance. Gong Ji instinctively used air blades to block. The ice spike shattered. The scattered ice fragments landed on Gong Ji's body, producing a kacha-kacha freezing sound. They quickly attached and wrapped around him, binding Gong Ji tightly. In an instant, he became a human ice sculpture. Before he fully froze, Gong Ji furiously screamed in a certain direction, Beidong. The one to benefit from the Yubong conflict is Beidong. Known as the freezing freak who could freeze anything, Beidong was a tall foreigner. In Su Dongqin's mind, that freezing character should have pale white skin, long golden hair, wear lace gloves, and appear with his own background music, La Di Gu, as he entered. But Su Dongqin never expected that this foreign friend before her was a black man. The gap couldn't be bigger. Luo Hong, Beidong, approached Gong Ji and Enai Luo. Both Gong Ji and Enai Luo were frozen. Even the dusty, broken military vehicle behind Enai Luo was frozen solid. Su Dongqin hid inside the vehicle. Through the thick, frozen glass, she strangely could still see the people outside clearly. Luo Hong, an expert scavenger, wore a look of pride on his face. Then he noticed Su Dongqin hiding inside the military vehicle. The girl cautiously peeked out with only half her head. Those wide, misty eyes were unbelievably beautiful. Luo Heng's eyes lit up. He flicked his finger, and the ice on the vehicle melted. Ice turned into water, gushing to the ground with a walla sound. Luo Heng approached respectfully. Honored divine maiden. His tone was peculiar, but understandable. Luo Heng knelt down regardless of the filth on the ground, bowing reverently and chanting, Divine maiden, my beloved divine maiden. Su Dongqin raised her hand and touched her head, realizing her little green hat was missing. Taking a deep breath, Su Dongqin slightly cracked open the car window. Instantly, sweet floral fragrance surged in. The girl's flowing long hair wildly danced in the wind. Her exquisitely beautiful face, rivaling a fairy, suddenly revealed itself without warning. Luo Heng's face flushed with excitement. The divine maiden. Indeed the divine maiden. He saw the divine maiden. Divine maiden? Su Dongqin nodded solemnly and began playing the role of herself. Release Enai Luo. Luo Heng stood up, but instead heading toward Enai Luo, he directly walked up to Su Dongqin. Su Dongqin instinctively froze. Looking at Luo Heng's intense gaze, she suddenly felt danger. She hurriedly attempted to shut the window, but Luo Heng thrust his big black hand into the window frame. A sharp "pa" rang out, his force nearly shaking the window frame apart. Divine maiden, whoever finds her owns her. Facing Luo Heng's dark face, Su Dongqin. What are you saying? I don't understand a word. Su Dongqin watched helplessly as the big black hand was about to descend. She nervously cowered backward in the car, glancing repeatedly at the unconscious Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei, Lu Yunfei. Su Dongqin softly called his name. The man showed no response. Kacha. Luo Heng reached inside the car window, unlocking the door. Just as the car door was about to open, suddenly Su Dongqin smelled a burning odor. You seem to be on fire. A fisherman's smile spread across Luo Heng's face. Divine maiden, please just obediently come with me, eh? It turned out even foreigners, when faced with danger, could only rely on one phrase. Asterisk asterisk. Luo Heng was on fire. He rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames, even freezing himself into a humanized sculpture. Divine maiden. A joyful voice echoed over. Su Dongqin stared wide-eyed at this head poking through the car window. Who are you? Divine maiden. I'm Zhu Mian. Don't you remember me? Back in the cold district, you saved me. Zhu Mian, the leader of the Western Survival Zone. Nicknamed Xian by everyone. Su Dongqin recalled. It was that little boy from the cold district. Unexpectedly, so many years had passed, and that little boy had grown into a young man. He had annexed surrounding areas like the crude oil district and had become the leader of the Western Survival Zone. Divine maiden, we must leave now. My current ability isn't enough to fight Donggong and Beidong. As Zhu Mian spoke, he threw Enai Luo onto the vehicle, then started up the military vehicle and sped off quickly. The people Zhu Mian brought were stationed not far away. Zhu Mian drove at high speed, bringing Su Dongqin's group into his territory. Never thought we'd be this lucky to meet the divine maiden here. Zhu Mian looked at Su Donqin, eyes gleaming with admiration. The once young boy had grown up, becoming a leader of a survival zone, exuding authority and growing sharper, more upright. Yet in front of Su Donqin, he still blushed shyly, like a boy falling in love for the first time. Su Donqin held Lu Yunfei in her arms, carefully adjusting the green hat on his head. With such cold weather, don't let him catch a chill. Meanwhile, Enai Luo had been thawing in a pot for 10 minutes, and finally unfroze. She jumped out of the iron pot, clearly strongly opposed to this self-boiling in an iron pot experience. Looking at Enai Luo's pale face, Su Donqin immediately comforted her. Want an ice cream? Enai Luo Barun. Zhu Mian walked up beside Enai Luo, and seeing the bite wound on her arm, frowned. Enai Luo, you've been bitten by a zombie? Enai Luo nodded and told Zhu Mian, don't leave my side for the next few days. If I turn into a zombie, you must kill me immediately. From her tone, it seemed Enai Luo was very familiar with Zhu Mian. Zhu Mian nodded seriously with a heavy expression. Enai Luo asked again, why did you come here? And Donggong and Beidong, why would they appear together in her southern survival zone territory? Zhu Mian puzzled. Didn't the divine maiden summon us? Enai Luo frowned tightly. So it was that woman's doing. The divine maiden in the castle is a fake. You've all been tricked. But what was that woman's purpose for gathering the leaders of the 3 survival zones? What? The divine maiden has been impersonated. Zhu Mian immediately became so furious his whole body flared. Even his hair stood on end. Just then, Zhu Mian's scout returned and reported, Lord Yen, Donggong and Beidong have headed to the castle of the southern survival zone. Enai Luo's expression darkened. They know I was bitten by a zombie. The southern survival zone is likely their next target. Zhu Mian rushed. No. If Enai Luorun can return. Enai Luo had always managed well, and most of her subordinates were very loyal to her. But since I've been bitten by a zombie, how could I possibly return? Enai Luo interrupted Zhu Mian, her face showing heavy grief. Meanwhile, Su Donqin dragged Lu Yunfei's body with difficulty and appeared panting. Hey, Enai Luo, Enai Lan is awake. Enai Luo turned instantly, heading toward the military vehicle. As she passed Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei, she said, Lu Yunfei smells pretty bad already. Maybe you should. I won't abandon him. Never. Su Donqin stubbornly shouted. Enai Luo, I meant maybe you should help him clean up. Su Donqin. Oh. Meanwhile, Enai Lan had already opened the car door and stepped out. Her body was slightly stiff, but surprisingly, she looked no different from a normal person. Enai Luo paused slightly, puzzled. As soon as Enai Lan saw Enai Luo, she called out joyfully, Sister. Enai Lan was about to rush forward for a perfect hug with her sister when unexpectedly, she was kicked flying by her sister's foot. Enai Luo awkwardly put down her leg. Sorry, old habit. Enai Lan. Wait a second. Enai Luo stepped forward, grabbed Enai Lan firmly, checked her heartbeat, then examined her pupils and pulse. How many fingers am I holding up? 3. What's 33 times 33? Enai Lan. Sis, you know I didn't finish middle school, right? Enai Luo exclaimed joyfully. You're recovered? Enai Lan nodded. Sis, I only remember being bitten by a zombie. Everything after that is a blank. How did I recover? Yes, how did she recover? Enai Luo looked somewhat dazed. Su Donqin squatted in front of Enai Lan and reached out to poke her face. Enai Lan's face was smeared with dried blood. Warm skin, normal body temperature, breathing like a regular person. Su Donqin turned her head and looked at Enai Luo. Enai Luo, could it be that you're immune to zombies? When Enai Luo heard Su Donqin's words, an expression of disbelief crossed her face. How could that be possible? But she suddenly stopped speaking. According to Su Donqin's words, she was the female lead. And if she was the female lead, then perhaps it might really be possible. Su Donqin asked, what exactly did you and Enai Lan do? Enai Luo also stared closely at Enai Lan. Her eyes fell upon the dried blood on Enai Lan's face. That blood seems like it was mine. So it's possible that Enai Lan accidentally ingested your blood and was cured. Su Donqin thought to herself, no wonder the female lead truly was the savior in this apocalyptic world. Her eyes lit up. Let's find a zombie to test this. But where would they find a test zombie now? Everyone's gazes shifted toward Xiao Beikai. Xiao Beikai. No. After feeding Xiao Beikai, Su Donqin turned her attention to Xiao Ji. She suspected that Xiao Ji's transformation into a half-zombie state might also have something to do with Enai Luo. Su Donqin asked quietly, what exactly did you two do together? Enai Luo. Su Donqin said solemnly, this is all for the country. Enai Luo blushed red and whispered, I secretly kissed him, a few times. Su Donqin diligently wrote that down in her little notebook. Any more? That's it. Oh. Su Donqin regretfully repressed her gossip-loving expression. Enai Luo. So, Xiao Ji ate your saliva. Before Su Donqin could finish, Enai Luo covered her mouth. Over there, Xiao Ji slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he saw Enai Luo, he sat up excitedly, but due to his many wounds and several broken ribs, his movement was rather slow. Enai Luo, are you alright? I'm fine. Enai Luo quickly released Su Donqin and rushed over to support him. Smiling, she delivered a good piece of news to Xiao Ji. I might be immune to zombies. Immune. Xiao Ji blinked, instinctively looking down at the wound on Enai Luo's arm. Xiao Ji asked anxiously, how many days have I been unconscious? For days, and Enai Luo hadn't turned into a zombie yet. It might actually be real immunity. A surprised, joyful smile appeared on Xiao Ji's face. Great. Looking at Xiaoji, Enai Luo couldn't help herself. Suddenly, she tightly embraced him. Xiaoji's body stiffened and instinctively tried to push her away. Enai Luo refused to let go, anxiously whispering, "Xiaoji, if I really am immune. I'm still a zombie right now." Xiaoji moved his body backward slightly. "You all should keep your distance from me." The joy gradually disappeared from Enai Luo's face. Meanwhile, Enai peeked inside while applying lipstick. Well, big brother-in-law woke up? Enai Luo's raised foot froze midair as a shy smile appeared on her face. She quickly shoved several more lipsticks into Enai Lan's hands. Upon hearing the term, Xiaoji's face turned red with embarrassment. But instantly he caught on and pointed at Enai Lan in shock. "Enai Lan, she's recovered." Enai Luo smiled. "Xiao Ge, it's possible Enai Lan was cured after drinking my blood. I've already given some to Beikai, if it really works." At this, Enai Luo fell silent, her eyes filled with deep affection toward Xiaoji. The man under the woman's gaze blushed deeply. Separated by just one Su Donqin, the two were as red as traffic lights. Su Donqin felt like the yellow light in between. She silently bent down and pulled the green-hatted Lu Yunfei close into her arms. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Oh right, why hasn't Lu Yunfei woken up yet? Enai Luo changed the subject with a red face, looking worried. Xiaoji stared at Lu Yunfei, seemed to recall something, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Noticing Xiaoji's expression, Enai Luo asked, "Xiao Ge, do you know something?" Xiaoji instinctively looked towards Su Donqin. Su Donqin was also watching him closely. Xiaoji remained silent, staring at the ground. Enai Luo continued. "In the past 5 years, Lu Yunfei's health has been getting worse and worse. Do you know why?" Xiaoji looked troubled. "I'm not exactly sure either, but I suspect it might have something to do with him and the other Su Donqin." Chapter 49. Xiaoji couldn't explain it clearly either. He only said that he vaguely seemed to have heard Lu Yunfei mention 2 words to Su Donqin. Spring Eye. Spring Eye? What Spring Eye? No one knew about Lu Yunfei's spatial ability. And if they didn't know about the space, they certainly wouldn't know about the spiritual spring. The clue seemed to be broken again, and everything would have to wait until Lu Yunfei woke up to be clarified. On the quiet back seat, Su Donqin held Lu Yunfei alone, remaining motionless. She looked down at Lu Yunfei, who had still not regained consciousness. The man's frail body leaned against her knees, his dark hair scattered, covering his eyebrows and eyes. A blanket covered him, his skin pale, his breath faint, like a jade statue without any sign of life. Su Donqin raised her hand and gently touched Lu Yunfei's face. Suddenly, something came to her mind. The spiritual spring in Lu Yunfei's space had always been dry. No matter how many times she transferred affection to it, it remained so. The healing power of the spiritual spring was extremely strong. Yet even now, the burns on the man's body had not completely healed. That proved that until now, the spiritual spring had not reappeared. "Lu Yunfei, I need to get into your space. Let me in." Su Donqin hugged Lu Yunfei's head, her voice urgent. The man remained with his eyes closed, showing no reaction. Instead, the vines nearby wrapped around Su Donqin. Moments later, Su Donqin entered Lu Yunfei's space. Wildfire burned fiercely inside, as if never to be extinguished. And the patch of grass where Su Donqin and Lu Yunfei had lain together before had withered away again without notice. It was always like this, fire never ceasing, trees healing then burning again, endlessly, turning the entire space into a ceaseless cycle, like a living hell. Su Donqin hurried to where the spiritual spring once was. There, it had turned into a dry, hardened pit. In the center of the pit was a hole. The hole was small and oddly shaped. Su Donqin stretched one finger into it, but it was completely hollow, empty inside. With the spring eye gone, the spiritual spring had dried, and the eternal wildfires in the space wouldn't stop burning. The spiritual spring and this space had merged with the man's body. And according to what was described in the book, the spring eye was equivalent to the man's heart. The spring eye being gone meant the man had lost his heart. Without a heart, could someone still live? Of course not. Instinctively, tears welled up in Su Donqin's eyes. But then, who had dug out Lu Yunfei's spring eye? Su Donqin thought. Besides himself, no one else could have done it. Su Donqin couldn't even imagine what kind of expression Lu Yunfei had worn if he had really dug out his own heart with his own hands. And for whom had he dug out his own heart? Someone who had torn his heart out, chewed his flesh, and drunk his blood. Su Donqin thought she might know who it was for. It was for her. She was the one tearing his heart apart, chewing his flesh, and drinking his blood. To preserve the body of Su Donqin, Lu Yunfei had dug out his own heart. Once the heart was separated from its original body, it could not survive independently. That was why Su Donqin experienced hair loss and aging. Only with Lu Yunfei nearby would that heart maintain its vitality, producing the spring water necessary to keep this Su Donqin body intact. Lu Yunfei had used his life to preserve the body of Su Donqin. For a delusion that was almost non-existent, he stubbornly protected that body, even if his own body was already riddled with wounds. He insisted on pulling her back. Kneeling by the spring eye's remains, Su Donqin couldn't stop the tears flowing down. The vines coiled around her gently, soothing her. Back outside, within half a day, the news of Enai Luo being bitten by a zombie spread far and wide. Chaos erupted across the southern survival zone. At that moment, the goddess stepped forward. She announced to everyone that although Nan Enai was gone, she, along with East Palace and North Freeze, would take Nan Ni's place in maintaining order in the southern survival zone. She also issued an announcement. Nan Enai had been bitten by a zombie and was showing zombie-like symptoms. To prevent him from harming others, he was to be executed on sight. Zhu Mian suggested, let's go back to my place first. At least we can hold out for some time there. Among the 4 major survival zones, Zhu Mian's forces were the weakest. There was no way she could confront East Palace and North Freeze head-on. Protecting Ni Luo all the way to the Western Survival Zone would likely take tremendous effort. Ni Luo, however, shook his head. They're sure to have guessed that we're heading for the Western Survival Zone. They may have already set up ambushes on the only route we could take. We can't walk straight into their trap. So what do? Head to the Southern Survival Zone. I want to go too. Su Dongqin's small head popped out from the car window, her big eyes red, her voice urgent. Su Dongqin knew the spring eye must be on Su Dongqin. She had to help Lu Yunfei recover the spring eye. Ni Luo looked at Su Dongqin calmly for a moment before nodding. All right. Everyone gathered their belongings and prepared to leave. Before departure, Ni Luo poured Su Dongqin a cup of hot chocolate. Su Dongqin drank it all in one gulp, but before she could declare her bold intentions, she fell fast asleep. Adult. Zhu Mian's expression turned anxious. Are you not taking the goddess with us? Ni Luo tossed away the cup. It's too dangerous. Also, Lu Yunfei isn't fit for travel right now. As for whatever was going on between Lu Yunfei and Su Dongqin, Ni Luo would get to the bottom of it for Su Dongqin. Looking at Su Dongqin's sleeping face, Ni Luo moved forward and gently embraced her. The little girl's soft body leaned limply against her, her mouth smudged with chocolate stains, exuding a sweet fragrance. 5 years ago, they had lost her. 5 years later, Ni Luo refused to let that happen again. If she claimed she was the female lead, then let her play that role. When Su Dongqin awoke from her nap, she discovered she was locked inside the car. Beside her were the zombie dog and Donghua dog. Outside, there were also some of Zhu Mian's people, special ability holders assigned to protect her. Su Dongqin pushed against the window with all her strength. It didn't budge. Then she saw the note taped to the window. It was from Ni Luo. The message on it basically said the mission was too dangerous for her to join. Also, Lu Yunfei needed her care. Su Dongqin understood that Ni Luo was thinking of what happened 5 years ago. 5 years ago, she really had died. But this time, she had to go for Lu Yunfei. Wait a second, where was Lu Yunfei? Su Dongqin searched all over the car, but couldn't find any trace of the man. All she found was the blanket that had originally covered him, but was now wrapped around her. Where had Lu Yunfei gone? Now the Southern Survival Zone was heavily guarded, and everywhere people were looking for Ni Luo. After discussing with Zhu Mian, Ni Luo's plan was, let Zhu Mian use fake crystal cores to trick Dong Gong and Bei Dong, pretending she had already killed Ni Luo. They would first gain their trust, infiltrate the castle, then proceed with the next phase. Using this pretext, Zhu Mian led Ni Luo and the convoy into the Southern Survival Zone, heading straight for the castle. The operation proceeded smoothly, too smoothly for Ni Luo's liking. Sitting inside the military vehicle, watching the castle draw closer, she fell into thought. Xiaoji said, Ni Luo, I feel this is all too smooth. Ni Luo remained silent. She knew, but even if there were problems now, she couldn't retreat. Xiaoji, thank you for coming with me. Ni Luo turned to look at Xiaoji, her face lit by a bright smile. Xiaoji stared blankly for a moment, then turned his head slightly, his face reddening. That's what I should do. Looking at Xiaoji's blushing face, Ni Luo's eyes glinted with mischief. Why should you do that? We're just regular friends, so you don't have to go this far, right? Predictably, Xiaoji's face reddened even further, like a ripe tomato. I know, that's not. You aren't Beikai, so why keep saying no? Xiaoji lowered his head, roughly rubbing his hands together. I really like. Bang! Something toppled over loudly in the back compartment. Ni Luo's expression sharpened. She immediately ordered a stop and went out to investigate. Zhu Mian personally checked and returned shortly with someone. It's Beikai. Despite having consumed Ni Luo's blood, there had been no improvement in Xiao Beikai's condition. Ni Luo thought maybe this was related to how long he'd been a zombie. After all, even Ni Lan had taken many days to recover. How did Beikai end up following us? Ni Luo clearly remembered she had left Beikai under the guard of the special ability holders who remained behind. Zhu Mian forcefully pulled out the sausage from Beikai's mouth. Looks like he crawled in here chasing the sausage. Ni Luo immediately scolded Zhu Mian for putting sausages in the cargo compartment. But since the person had already come, they could only bring him along. Zhu Mian returned Xiao Beikai into the box filled with sausages. They continued their journey. The castle drew closer, and night fell. Suddenly, Zhu Mian's car was blocked by someone. Adult. A man rushed over anxiously, pounding hard on the car window. Recognizing the man's face, Ni Luo relaxed her tense expression and told Zhu Mian to lower his gun. He's one of mine. The man was Wang Fan, captain of Ni Luo's special ability enforcer squad. Though he didn't look much older, about 30 to 40, he was a power-based special ability holder. Power-type abilities weren't inherently advantageous, but Wang Fan had earned his position as captain of Ni Luo's enforcer squad due to his military background and sharp mind. Over the past 5 years, he had served as Ni Luo's right-hand man, helping her handle numerous crises. Ni Luo invited Wang Fan into the vehicle. Wang Fan, why are you the only one here? Wang Fan's face darkened with sadness. Dong Gong and Bei Dong have imprisoned all our special ability holders. I was the only one who managed to escape. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze. Adult, I heard you were bitten by a zombie. Ni Luo nodded. That's right. Wang Fan's expression shifted drastically. Adult. Ni Luo quickly reassured him. It's fine. I'm immune to the zombie virus. Immune. Wang Fan was shocked. How could anyone possibly be immune to the zombie virus? It's true. Inai Luo rolled up her sleeve, revealing her healed zombie bite. I've been immune for a whole week now and haven't mutated. Plus, my blood is effective on those who have already turned. I think this apocalypse might soon come to an end. Wang Fan stared at the bite on Inai Luo's arm for a long moment, unable to speak. His expression was mixed, neither fully relieved nor horrified. Adult, are you going into the castle? Dong Gong and Bei Dong already know you're coming. They've surrounded the castle. Wang Fan gritted his teeth. Adult, you should leave while you still can. Inai Luo shook her head. No, I must go inside. But adult, they want you dead. Wang continued to urge her, his eyes flickering with suppressed emotions. But Inai Luo was unmoved. She was the only chance to save this dying world. Zhu Mian suddenly cut in. Adult Inai Luo, what if we told Dong Gong and Bei Dong about your immunity to the zombie virus? Inai Luo understood Zhu Mian's intention, but for reasons unknown, she suddenly scoffed coldly. Some things, even after being reborn, weren't immediately clear. Only now did Inai Luo finally understand how she had died in her previous life. Those people must have discovered the secret of her body and deliberately killed her. The leaders had become gods in people's eyes through the zombie threat. Without zombies, what use would they be? How would they maintain control over the common people with fear? Only by keeping the commoners under constant threat of zombies and keeping the alarm tight could the leaders hold onto their positions. Inai Luo remembered that, back in her previous life, the survival zone she had lived in was ruled by two leaders named Gongji and Luo Hong. How utterly ridiculous. In the end, fate had returned her to them. Perhaps, as Su Donqin had said, this was just a novel, and no matter what, the debts from past lives must be repaid in this one. She had to seize leadership and crush Dong Gong and Bei Dong, those beasts who had abandoned their conscience for personal gain and power. Looking at Inai Luo's determined expression, Wang Fan finally spoke after a long pause. There's a hidden passage within the castle. It connects to every part of the structure. As captain of the enforcers, he'd been in charge of the castle's safety. He'd already mapped that secret passage thoroughly. The moonlight was clear tonight. The beautiful round moon hung like a silver plate against the dark sky. Zhu Mian entered the castle carrying Inai Luo's crystal core, drawing Dong Gong and Bei Dong's attention. Meanwhile, Inai Luo followed Wang Fan through the secret path into the castle. When Dong Gong and Bei Dong heard that Zhu Mian had brought Inai Luo's crystal core, they both warmly welcomed him, even preparing a banquet. Even if it was a banquet filled with hidden daggers, Zhu Mian couldn't refuse. Inside the secret passage of the castle, Inai Luo and Wang Fan walked side by side, looking at the dark tunnel before them. Inai Luo suddenly turned off the flashlight in her hand and asked, Wang Fan, how did you know which vehicle I was inside? Wang Fan paused mid-step. Inai Luo stood still, her voice ice cold. With so many cars in Zhu Mian's convoy and the night so dark, how did you know exactly which vehicle I was in, and even which seat I was sitting in? The figure ahead shifted. Inai Luo frowned, and was about to speak again, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The flashlight in her hand dropped to the ground. It clicked on with a clack, casting a beam of light. Inai Luo looked down and saw the knife buried in her abdomen. Wang Fan, covering her pierced abdomen. Inai Luo leaned against the wall, her face deathly pale. Adult, I warned you. You insisted on coming. Wang Fan lowered his head, voice choked. Adult, you've already been bitten by a zombie. You can't possibly survive. All our people in the patrol unit have been captured. I had no choice. Only by cutting off your head would Dong Gong and Bei Dong release them. Adult, I really had no choice. After all, you've been bitten. Wang Fan stared at the blood on his hands, face pale, already rambling. Inai Luo gritted her teeth in pain. I told you, I'm immune to the zombie virus. So what? They won't let you live. Wang Fan shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. They want you dead. If you don't die, the entire patrol unit will perish. I have a wife and child too. At the mention of his family, Wang Fan nearly broke down. Looking at him, Inai Luo suddenly smiled. If you kill me, you really will save your wife and child. But many more people will die. What do I care about them? They're not my wife and child. My son just turned 1 month old. He can't even say dad yet. Wang Fan collapsed to his knees, sobbing. Inai Luo pressed her wound and inhaled deeply. I don't blame you. Go. But Wang Fan suddenly rose. Adult, it's too late. I'm sorry. Since he had gone this far, he would go all the way. Wang Fan launched forward. Inai Luo sidestepped, activating her special ability. But unexpectedly, Wang Fan hurled out a net, binding her tightly. Adult, don't struggle. That net is specially made. Your ability has no effect on it. Wang Fan stepped closer, pulling out a gun aimed at Inai Luo. In the dim, narrow tunnel, the flashlight flickered faintly. Standing there, Wang Fan closed his eyes. Adult, I'm sorry. Inai Luo stared at Wang Fan, gritting her teeth. Wang Fan, you really intend to do this? I have no choice. Wang Fan fired the gun. Bang! The bullet hit the wall, knocking him backward. The gun slipped from his hand. Xiao Ji pinned Wang Fan down, wrestling with him. Wang Fan was a power-based special ability holder. Although Xiao Ji was tall and broad, he was no match for Wang Fan's strength. Wang Fan's punches could punch massive holes into walls. Even the exposed steel bars got bent. If Xiao Ji hadn't been a zombie, he likely would have been beaten to death already. Outmatched, Xiao Ji was beaten bloody and thrown to the floor. Wang Fan grabbed Xiao Ji's head, blood smeared on his face, wild in expression, about to slam him down when suddenly his punch was struck by a small figure. Wang Fan staggered backward. He looked down and saw Xiao Beikai. clinging onto his arm, panting heavily. He glared red-eyed and seized Xiao Beikai's neck. Xiao Beikai hung midair, face turning red, legs flailing. Brother. Xiao Beikai managed to choke out the words. Wang Fan tightened his grip. Rather than die in Dong Gong and Beidong's hands, you might as well die quicker by mine. Suddenly, a massive force struck Wang Fan from behind. The impact was so powerful, it nearly slammed him into the wall. Wang Fan released Xiao Beikai, who rolled to the ground. Xiao Ji's eyes turned white as he let out a low, ha-ha sound from his throat. Wang Fan turned his head with difficulty, seeing Xiao Ji's appearance, his face contorted with shock. Zombie, you're a zombie. Although Wang Fan wasn't afraid of Xiao Ji, he feared zombies. His power-type ability was inherently weak, lacking ranged attacks unlike other special ability users. He always relied on close combat. Against a human was fine, but facing a zombie was extremely disadvantageous. Wang Fan, fighting Xiao Ji, was extremely restrained. Xiao Ji, devoid of reason, tore and bit at Wang Fan. Wang Fan let out a horrifying scream. Ni Luo struggled free from the net. Clutching her belly, she crawled forward on her knees and threw her arms around the frenzied Xiao Ji. She then shoved her blood-covered hand into Xiao Ji's mouth. Thick blood poured in. Xiao Ji's glazed eyes gradually regained clarity. Wang Fan lay trapped beneath Xiao Ji. Trying to speak, he suddenly found himself knocked unconscious by a punch from the now-recovered Xiao Ji. Gasping for breath, Xiao Ji looked at Wang Fan, whose body lay motionless and bloodied, and his mountainous body trembled violently. A deep silence settled over the passage. Xiao Ji turned his head and saw Ni Luo's pale face. Immediately, he rushed over and embraced her tightly. The man buried his face in Ni Luo's neck, overwhelmed by the heavy scent of blood on her, tears rolling down his cheeks. I'm sorry. Ni Luo let out a sigh and raised her hand to hug him back. This is just who you are? If you weren't like this, I wouldn't have fallen for you either. Xiao Ji had a special ability. He had eaten Fan Chan's crystal core and inherited her power. He could have easily taken down Wang Fan, but a person like him would never use a power as close to evil as Fan Chan's. So, he had never once used it. Ni Luo wiped the smile off Xiao Ji's face, looking at his worried expression as she endured the pain to crack a joke. Aren't you always the one who refuses to hit ordinary people? Xiao Ji replied. His wife and child are his wife and child. My girlfriend is still my girlfriend. Ni Luo couldn't hold back and laughed while crying. She hugged Xiao Ji fiercely. How did you even get here? Beikai ran off, so I came looking for him. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Ji added. You didn't tell me about your plan. I'm sorry. It was too dangerous. I was afraid you'd accidentally die. But it seemed like the one about to die now was her. Looking at Ni Luo growing increasingly weaker, Xiao Ji clenched his teeth to hold back his grief. I'll take you out of here. I won't let you die. The banquet ended and Zhu Mian was heavily drunk. He had no idea where Ni Luo was by now. He only knew he needed to sober up as soon as possible. Under the hazy moonlight, Zhu Mian saw someone approaching in the distance. She wore a beautiful white lace dress with a wide-brimmed hat. Behind her was the moonlight slanting inward, flowing across the ground like a spilled river. A sweet, cloying scent spread around, the fragrance of Xiao Bagua. Drunk and dazed, Zhu Mian stared at the woman in front of him, mumbling, Dong Qin. The woman drew closer, her fragrance intensifying. However, instead of feeling calm and relaxed, Zhu Mian became overwhelmingly restless. He fixed his gaze on her, his face flushed, alcohol rising to his head. Zhu Mian knew he was drunk. Winterqin, I like you. The goddess's face was hidden beneath the hat, only her lips visible. Her lips, painted in bright red lipstick, curled into a slight smile. If you like me, then give yourself to me. Give what? Give what? Zhu Mian was spellbound by that smile. He thought of Su Dongqin's face, inhaling the floral scent with his foggy mind. The woman stepped even closer, her lips vividly red. Give me your crystal core. Driven by the influence of alcohol, Zhu Mian stared blankly at the gun she handed him, slowly accepting it. The woman held his hand and pressed the barrel against his temple, speaking gently. Yes, that's right. Pull the trigger. Staring dazedly at the half of her face visible, Zhu Mian thought to himself that he would give her anything she asked for, even his own life. His index finger slowly squeezed. He could even smell a trace of gunpowder. Suddenly, a hand shot out and pierced straight through Su Dongqin's heart, as easily as going through a thin sheet of paper instead of a human body. That hand was pale and bony, smeared with blood, curving in a graceful arc. Su Dongqin looked down at the hand protruding from her chest, eyes wide in disbelief. Her body tilted sideways, the hat slipping off, revealing a bald head and a face covered with makeup. Zhu Mian's intoxication abruptly cleared. He stared at the woman in front of him, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. This woman was not Su Dongqin. The woman knelt on the ground, a gaping hole in her chest. She turned her clouded eyes toward Lu Yunfei. Then, in a panic, she struggled toward Zhu Mian, crawling. Give me your crystal core. Give me your crystal core. I'll recover if I eat it. I'll recover if I eat it. Zhu Mian continued retreating. The woman crawled forward on the ground, sliding and rubbing against the floor, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Give it to me, give it, give it. The woman's voice gradually grew hoarse. Her eyes became increasingly dull, radiating an old man's aura of death. Then, before their eyes, her body rapidly aged, shrinking into a hunched elderly woman, lying motionless on the floor in a pool of blood. Lu Yunfei stood there. He wore a thin white shirt, one hand completely covered in blood. Behind him hung the full moon. The man stood within the full moon, his entire body radiating a surging force. This power coursed through his limbs and bones. Zhu Mian could clearly feel how immense and overwhelming this force was. It nearly crushed him beneath its weight. The Ling Chen returned, gurgling fresh energy from its previously dried wellspring. The wild fire within the space was instantly extinguished, and all living things began to grow anew. The man slightly lifted his head, revealing his delicate jawline. The wounds on his face rapidly healed, his internal meridians restructured, and boundless power flowed through his azure veins, like a rebirth. He lowered his gaze toward Zhu Mian, his pale skin and red lips exuding an eerie, seductive aura. Chapter 50. You are. Zhu Mian completely sobered up. He stared at the man in front of him, his body involuntarily trembling. Too strong. This man's psychic ability was just too strong. Lu Yunfei lazily lifted his eyelids, stepped over Zhu Mian, and walked forward. Suddenly, the alarm bell within the castle rang loudly. All the psychics rushed out. They saw the goddess's body lying on the ground, and their expressions turned grave. They killed the goddess. These people actually dared to kill the goddess. They will surely be punished by heaven. The psychics, enraged, wielded their abilities furiously and charged forward. To them, the goddess was a deity from heaven, their spiritual faith. The one who killed the goddess was unforgivable even by the heavens. Kill them. Avenge the goddess. The psychics charged desperately forward. The man pulled out his axe from his small tattered bag, weighed it in his hand, slightly narrowed his beautiful peach blossom eyes, and lifted his gaze ahead. Psychics poured in from the hallway, jostling one another. Lu Yunfei held the axe, his thin lips curving slightly, forming a contemptuous smile. The man swung his arm, sending the small, delicate axe flying. The sharp blade tore through the air, slicing across the neck of one psychic. Though not fatal, it left a deep, bloody mark. With just one move, the psychics who were pouring into the hallway and falling over each other were stunned. The little axe spun around and flew back into the man's hand. Lu Yunfei calmly wiped the blood off the axe blade, his black eyes sweeping over the crowd of psychics. The originally furious psychics suddenly grew silent. Then, like puppets, they pressed themselves against the walls, making a wide passage. The tall and well-built figure of the man disappeared grandly into the depths of the castle. Zhu Mian stood there, mouth agape, unable to react for a long while. When he finally came to his senses, he found himself already surrounded by psychics who had regained their senses. Wait, you're not taking me with you? So this is why you didn't kill all these psychics? Although I lusted after your girlfriend, I hadn't actually made a move, right? You really don't have a shred of mercy, huh? Lu Yunfei, Mr. Heartless, patted his small axe and glanced at the military vehicles that had come to a stop in front of him. After a moment's silence, he pulled out an electric scooter from his interspace and then lifted his long legs to straddle it. Beep beep. The scooter made a sharp noise. The man rode his slow electric scooter and gradually disappeared down the road in front of the castle. Meanwhile, deep within the castle's dungeon, the moment Xiao Ji and Enai Luo, who had been ambushed by Gong Ji in a hidden passage, were thrown into a cage. The dim dungeon suddenly lit up with a lamp. The flashlight's glare was so bright that Xiao Ji instinctively squinted his eyes. He instinctively narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to shield Enai Luo from the light. Gong Ji arrived with Wang Fan and stood in front of Enai Luo and Xiao Ji. Enai Luo leaned against Xiao Ji's chest. As a psychic, her resilient physical condition kept her from dying over such minor injuries. Still, the stab from Wang Fan had been no light wound. Enai Luo had lost a great amount of blood and looked extremely pale. Wang Fan stood behind Gong Ji, his body bruised all over from the beating Xiao Ji had given him. Through the prison bars, Gong Ji stared intently at Enai Luo. Wang Fan told me your blood can resist the zombie virus. Enai Luo replied calmly, yes. My blood can be used to create a vaccine against the zombie virus. Gong Ji raised his eyebrows and smiled with a giggle. Hee, too bad we don't need it. Enai Luo struggled to sit up from Xiao Ji's embrace. Although her face was pale, her eyes were sharp as daggers. If you kill me, this apocalypse will never end. The zombies are evolving far faster than humans. One day, they will take over the entire Earth, threatening humanity's existence. Humans might face extinction. Won't you regret this? But Gong Ji didn't even listen to Enai Luo's words. He raised his hand, an air blade spinning in his palm. If I don't kill you, I'd be the one regretting. At this moment, Wang Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed Gong Ji's arm urgently. Lord, what about my wife and child and the other members of the psychic patrol? What's the rush? Gong Ji shook Wang Fan's hand off with a jerk. Have I ever broken a promise before? Wang Fan was stunned, his face tightening as he bowed his head obediently. Gong Ji had never once kept his word. After dealing with Wang Fan, Gong Ji snorted coldly and flung the air blade in his palm straight at Enai Luo and Xiao Ji. Suddenly, the sharp blade froze mid-air, turning into a long, crescent-shaped ice sculpture before shattering with a clink and crashing onto the ground. Gong Ji turned around with a dark, murderous look, only to see Luo Heng standing behind him, someone he hadn't noticed until now. In the darkness, Gong Ji could barely see Luo Heng's faintly glowing whites of his eyes. Luo Heng gave Gong Ji a mocking smile. Finally, Gong Ji caught sight of his snow-white teeth. This dungeon was too dark. How long had this guy been here? Rooster, my name is Gong Ji, not Rooster. Luo Heng's accent was strange. After roaring furiously, Gong Ji clenched his teeth and calmed himself before saying, I captured Nan and I, and her crystal core belongs to me. Luo Heng shook his head. We need to keep her alive. Keep her alive? For what purpose? To welcome the true goddess when she arrives. The real goddess? What do you mean by that? Too focused on capturing Nan and I, Gong Ji hadn't noticed the commotion outside. He didn't know that the goddess was already dead. Behind Luo Hong, someone carried over the corpse of Su Donqin, revealing her smashed skull. Also tied up like a dumpling, Zhu Mian was dragged along. Luo Hong said, "This is the goddess who was just killed. There's no crystal core in her head." Gong Ji sneered. "This is clearly just an old hag's corpse. So, she wasn't the real goddess. The true goddess is in Nan Ni's hands." Luo Hong shifted his gaze toward Nai Luo and smiled. "Isn't that right?" Nai Luo's expression changed slightly, and she turned her head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Luo Hong replied, "That's okay. I will find the goddess." In the apocalypse, there was a saying, "Whoever possesses the goddess becomes the king of the end times." With such power, authority, wealth, and beauty would all come effortlessly. The existence of the goddess was symbolic, just like the ancient emperor's jade seal. Without the goddess by your side, even if you became emperor, your claim would lack legitimacy. Over the past 5 years, Nan and I had held on to the goddess, but now it was time to hand her over to someone truly capable, someone like him. A glimmer of greed flickered in Luo Heng's eyes. Gong Ji saw the look in Luo Heng's eyes and felt a sudden chill in his heart. He instinctively turned to look at Wang Fan. Under Nai Luo's sharp gaze, Wang Fan lowered his head, hesitation written all over his face. Without warning, Gong Ji lunged forward and gripped Wang Fan's throat tightly. Wang Fan's face flushed red as he struggled, managing to gasp out, "Yes, there really is another goddess." Gong Ji's eyes lit up. Then, with a sudden twist, Wang Fan was dead. Disgusted, Gong Ji tossed Wang Fan's body aside without even bothering to take his crystal core. A weakling with a supporting ability. Only Nai Luo would treat him like a treasure. But in the end, he was betrayed. Humph. Gong Ji had always been decisive, never hesitated when it came to sending others to their deaths. Where is she? Who's coming with me to find the goddess? With that, Gong Ji arrogantly turned and strode out, his shoulder intentionally slamming hard into Luo Hong on his way out of the dungeon. Luo Hong staggered slightly from the impact, watching Gong Ji strut away with a contemptuous smile on his face. What a fool. Gong Ji had already left, but Luo Hong remained. Nai Luo stared into Luo Heng's whites of his eyes. "Aren't you going to look for her?" "Well, the place was just too dark to see anything." Luo Hong smiled again, flashing his white teeth. "As long as you're here, the goddess will come to us naturally. No need to go out looking for her ourselves. Besides, going out now would be nothing but suicide." Thinking back to what he'd seen in the corridor earlier, Luo Heng's expression grew greedier. If he could obtain such powerful psychic abilities, who in the world could stop him? Come on. He would certainly give them a warm welcome. Su Donqin had been locked inside the vehicle for an entire day and night. Psychics left behind by Zhu Mian watched over her closely, never straying far. Suddenly, a beep 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 echoed from the front. The psychics reacted instantly, quickly surrounding the military vehicle to protect Su Donqin, cautiously staring in the sound's direction. A small electric scooter weaved crookedly from the forest, zigzagging its way forward. Pressing her face against the car window until it flattened into a pancake, Su Donqin waved her little hand furiously. Lu Yunfei, Lu Yunfei, Lu Yunfei. The scooter stopped in front of the psychics, and the man effortlessly swung one long leg off it, hopping down. The psychics exchanged uncertain glances. He looked both familiar and foreign. Lu Yunfei walked straight to the military vehicle, pulling the door open with just a light tug. Su Donqin rushed out impulsively and clung tightly onto Lu Yunfei. "Are you okay now? Are you okay now?" The man slightly nodded with a smile on his face, then carried Su Donqin and climbed into the military vehicle. Su Donqin lay on the back seat and whispered, "I want to check your space." She felt uneasy. Upon hearing her words, the man's eyes darkened slightly. Looking into Lu Yunfei's suddenly shadowed gaze, for some unknown reason, Su Donqin suddenly felt her kidneys ached. No, that wasn't what she meant. Inside the lush, verdant space filled with blooming flowers and chirping birds, livestock roamed everywhere. Soaking in the spiritual spring, Su Donqin felt she never wanted to step foot in this man's space again. That spiritual spring was practically a man's aphrodisiac and a woman's elixir. Fine if it just wouldn't make her tired, but now it wouldn't even let her sleep. Tired. Freshly infused with spiritual energy, the man's body was in a state of recovery. Not to mention he had just undergone such intense activity. Lu Yunfei tilted his head, curling into Su Donqin's embrace. Inhaling the sweet scent from the young girl, he closed his eyes. Su Donqin looked down, gently reaching out to brush aside some strands of hair that had fallen across his cheek. The man's face had already returned to its original appearance. Moisture clung to his pale skin, his delicate brows and clear eyes resembling a tranquil moon after a storm. Lowering her head slightly, Su Donqin softly kissed the man's face, then looked at his sleeping expression and blushed with shyness. Ugh, this must be the feeling of having a racing heartbeat. As if sensing something, the man suddenly opened his eyes and flipped over to pin her down. Su Donqin. Su Donqin lay lifelessly in Lu Yunfei's arms, watching the winter melon dog chasing a sow joyfully across the fields. "How did you get the spring?" "Killed someone." Su Donqin. QEQL. Then why didn't you get it earlier?" "The wild flames were too strong. The spiritual spring couldn't withstand them." Su Donqin recalled how after each time she and Lu Yunfei engaged in love circles, the wild flames in his space seemed to diminish. "Su, firefighter." "Donqin. So she was basically a fire extinguisher?" Only after she, the fire extinguisher, had done most of the job, could the man take over the spring? After cuddling with Lu Yunfei in the military vehicle for a while, Su Dongqing suddenly thought of Ni Luo and Xiao Ji. Su Dongqing abruptly sat up, pulling her back in pain and grimacing. They went to the castle too. Didn't you see them? No. Frowning, Su Dongqing said, I wonder how they're doing. As soon as she finished speaking, an esper suddenly came running over. Donggong and Beidong have captured Lady Ni Luo and Captain Xiao. They wanted Su Dongqing to willingly appear in the Southern Survival Zone. Specifically for this, Beidong publicly announced that they had already captured Nan and I, the zombified Southern leader, reassuring the people of the Southern Survival Zone. This announcement wasn't meant for the public, but for Su Dongqing. Ni Luo and Xiao Ji have been captured by them. Su Dongqing's little face crumpled in distress. Let's hurry and save them. The man leaned against her with his eyes closed, his expression unchanged, appearing as if he were asleep. Suddenly, outside came the agonized screams of an esper. A blood-soaked esper crawled toward them. Goddess! Hurry, escape! A blade of sharp air rushed in, heading straight for the esper. A zombie dog suddenly appeared, snatched the esper away, and barely dodged the attack. Su Dongqing turned her head and looked at Lu Yunfei, who was sleeping with his neck tilted sideways. She sniffled softly, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to give the man a loving slap when, unexpectedly, before her hand could land, the man slightly fluttered his eyelashes. Then he opened his eyes. Su Dongqing withdrew her hand, feeling a bit regretful. She cupped his face and handed him the small axe. Time to get to work, dear. The man raised his hand to brush the strands of hair off his forehead, sitting up with a frail body, like someone waking from a long slumber, lazy and drowsy. He grabbed the small axe, opened the car window, and threw it out viciously. The axe flew past Gong Ji's fingertips, slicing through his blade of air. Gong Ji, who had been smugly proud of finding the goddess so quickly, had his expression shift at once, instinctively taking a step back, barely dodging the tiny axe. Who? Gong Ji angrily cursed. Come out. You bastard. Lu Yunfei pushed open the vehicle door and walked out. The man wore a camouflage uniform stained with blood. The bloodstains had long dried, stiff and clung there, like rotten rouge. His skin was extremely pale. Under the sunlight, his entire body appeared translucent. He raised his hand to catch the returning axe, idly toying with it, then lazily muttered 2 words, too noisy. Gong Ji, as the highest leader of the Eastern Survival Zone, had always been flattered and revered by everyone. He had never seen anyone more arrogant than himself. Gong Ji was furious. The consequences would be severe. The air turned into sharp blades, whizzing through the air toward Lu Yunfei. Suddenly, a massive vine sprouted from behind the man, twisting and spiraling into the shape of a large shield. The air blades flew toward it, bouncing off like water gun sprays from a child's toy, leaving no damage at all. Of course, they couldn't even scratch the man's skin. Gong Ji was shocked. He poured even more effort into launching his blades. But it was useless. The man, carrying that massive shield, walked slowly toward him like a handsome male peacock. Gong Ji's proud air blades were, to the man, nothing more than children's toys, not even worth mentioning. No, impossible. How is this possible? Gong Ji mumbled in disbelief, stepping back repeatedly. He glared at the man's indifferent face and gritted his teeth hard. The air around them began to stir restlessly. Su Dongqing could clearly feel the cold wind cutting across her skin, as if it intended to tear her body apart. She quickly shut the car door tight. On the other side, Gong Ji spread his arms wide. A huge, spinning air blade materialized in front of him, generating a small hurricane laced with leaves and hard stones. Most of the surrounding espers were caught in its violent spin. Seeing the devastation he had caused, Gong Ji wore a twisted, excited expression. Die! With a forceful motion, he hurled the massive air blade. This attack blew up sand and stones, the wind howling wildly. Its force was so strong it carved deep grooves into the ground, as though tearing it apart. The man simply stood there. The vines behind him even lazily swayed their tails. The air blade surged closer. The surrounding espers were all thrown around by its violent gusts. But the man remained as solid as a mountain. As the air blade neared, the vines behind the man suddenly expanded. It opened its mouth, like an endless abyss. With a quick shake of its head, it swallowed Gong Ji's massive air blade whole, then let out a loud burp. Burp. The air instantly stilled. Flying sand settled, trees stood still. Su Dongqing cupped her small face, saying it wasn't the wind trembling, but her heart. Gong Ji, now covered in dust, collapsed to the ground weakly. He stared at Lu Yunfei standing just 3 steps away, his face deathly pale, muttering, Impossible, impossible. The man raised his hand, guiding the vine forward. Like a satisfied predator, the vine roared menacingly at Gong Ji. Eh! Gong Ji screamed in panic and hastily threw out countless small coins printed with Su Dongqing's face. The vine swallowed them all in one breath, then proceeded to swallow the human printing machine itself. Burp. The events unfolded too quickly. The espers who had come with Gong Ji scrambled away in fear. Su Dongqing looked around and found that the espers left behind by Zhu Mian had also fled. When your boyfriend is too terrifying, this is what happens. Left with no friends QAQ. After dealing with the rooster, Lu Yunfei returned to his usual lethargic expression. Su Dongqing sat on the military vehicle, turning to look at Lu Yunfei beside her, who had half-closed eyes. Who's driving? Everyone's scared away by this terrifying guy. Don't know how. The man slightly lifted his beautiful peach blossom eyes, then yawned widely. A bit of tear glistened in those eyes, making them especially dazzling. Su Donqing couldn't help but swallow hard. No. Was this really the time to drool over his looks? She pulled hard on her soft cheeks, then finally carried the winter melon dog over. You drive, winter melon dog? In the end, they didn't get to drive the military vehicle. Su Donqing sat behind Lu Yunfei on his electric scooter, tears streaming down from the wind. Whimper. Apparently, no one expected Su Donqing and Lu Yunfei to appear so ostentatiously. When Luo Heng saw that electric scooter with his own eyes, he fell into deep contemplation. Holding the winter melon dog and the zombie dog, Su Donqing pushed Lu Yunfei forward. You distract them. I'll go save Enai Luo. After she said that, Su Donqing immediately ran off. She was very familiar with this castle. Luo Heng kept silent as he watched Su Donqing charge straight into his castle of her own accord, even brushing past his arm as she passed. The espers following Luo Heng. She's being so cooperative. Should we even bother catching her? Come on. The man leaned against his electric scooter, playing with his little axe impatiently. Hurry up. Luo Heng was enraged by the man's arrogant attitude. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the espers behind him to move forward, charging directly at Lu Yunfei. Massive vines whipped out from the man, swinging like a divine dragon's tail, sweeping all the espers away. After clearing the small trash in front of him, Lu Yunfei shifted his gaze to Luo Heng. Seeing Lu Yunfei's aura, Luo Heng narrowed his eyes and finally decided to step in himself. Sharp ice spikes pierced straight toward him. They were all knocked back by the vines, stabbing ruthlessly into the espers' bodies. Lu Yunfei strolled casually toward Luo Heng like walking in a garden, then raised his hand. The vines shot forward furiously, piercing right through Luo Heng's head. Luo Heng stood there, showing a sinister smile. Lu Yunfei's eyes narrowed, his previous lazy expression completely gone. An illusion, and such a realistic one. With a plop sound, Luo Heng disappeared like a bubble. The vines looked left and right, very confused. Lu Yunfei's eyes turned cold, and he savagely hurled his small axe. All the surrounding espers vanished together. Lu Yunfei's expression darkened as he stepped into the castle. Somewhere inside the castle, Su Donqing lost JPG. She lowered her head and patted the winter melon dog and the zombie dog. The winter melon dog ran around in circles on the spot. The zombie dog followed the winter melon dog, also running in circles. Suddenly, the winter melon dog started sprinting. Su Donqing immediately mounted the zombie dog and followed the winter melon dog. The winter melon dog dashed forward all the way into the castle's dungeon. Woof woof woof. Inside the iron cage of the dungeon were Enai Luo and Xiao Ji. Su Donqing immediately ordered the zombie dog to bite open the cage. Suddenly, something in the corner caught her eye glinting. She squinted and saw two white eyeballs. Luo Heng grinned, showing his snow-white teeth. Goddess, we've been expecting you. With a plop sound, the dungeon lights suddenly blazed up. Su Donqing finally saw the person clearly. She recognized him. Colgate. The zombie dog bit open the iron cage. Su Donqing bent low to enter, pulling Enai Luo and Xiao Ji out. Luo Heng stepped forward, in front of the broken cage, inhaling deeply with an infatuated expression. Indeed, the goddess's scent. Su Donqing wrinkled her pretty face, feeling slightly disgusted. Wait a second, wasn't Luo Heng supposed to be fighting Lu Yunfei? Why was he here? Su Donqing looked down and saw the winter melon dog, and the zombie dog beside her feet dispersing like smoke. She raised her head again. The Enai Luo and Xiao Ji before her were gone. And this wasn't really a dungeon, it was. Several people rushed out from a side passage in the castle corridor. It was Xiao Ji, Enai Luo, and Zhu Mian. Xiao Ji saw Lu Yunfei at a glance, stunned, then immediately said, Lu Yunfei, quickly help me check Enai Luo. Enai Luo was in mortal danger. Xiao Ji couldn't care less why Lu Yunfei was here. Lu Yunfei tossed a bottle of water from his little bag. Make her drink it. Xiao Ji twisted open the cap and helped Enai Luo drink the water. Because he was too nervous and hasty, most of the bottle spilled onto Enai Luo. Pure spiritual spring water flowed down Enai Luo's collar, sliding over her skin, pooling around the wounds. Xiao Ji looked down and saw the water seeping into Enai Luo's wounds, repairing meridians and muscles before his very eyes. Xiao Ji looked a bit stunned. He didn't know what this was, but he knew it was something good. Thank you, Lu Yunfei. Where is Donqing? Lu Yunfei asked impatiently. What? She came to rescue you. We didn't see her. Xiao Ji shook his head. Earlier, Enai Luo had used the last bit of her ability to blast open the cage, allowing them to escape. I know. Zhu Mian, who was following behind, spoke up. I heard a piece of information. Luo Heng believes that by obtaining the goddess's core, he will become the king of the end times. Enai Luo was so furious she wasn't dizzy anymore. She cursed, nonsense. With that idiot's IQ, what kind of king could he possibly become even with her core? Lu Yunfei's previously gloomy face grew even darker. He slowly closed his eyes, then abruptly reopened them, clenching his fists and tearing apart the illusion with sheer strength. Howling winds surged, and a massive statue of the goddess appeared before them. Calm and serene. Behind, and to the side of the goddess statue stood a church. Lu Yunfei's eyes darkened as he stared in that direction. Inside the church, Su Donqing was tied to a cross. She tilted her head, spotting pigeons circling overhead, flapping their wings with a flapping sound. Looking down, she saw the zombie dog and winter melon dog bound tightly beneath her. Goddess. Luo Heng stood before Su Donqing, raising his gaze to her. Please, grant me unlimited power, my goddess. An ice spike materialized in Luo Heng's palm. He slowly approached Su Donqing, his expression one of excitement mixed with ferocity. As long as he obtained the goddess's core, he could become the king of the end times. Su Donqin looked down at the pretty white gown she wore. She glanced at her current height and helplessly wondered if she might flash everyone. Also, who changed this dress for her anyway? QAQ? The icy tip of the spike neared Su Donqin's head. Luo Heng gazed upward at her exquisite face, slowly raising his hand, his eyes burning hotter than ever. Suddenly, the church door burst open with a loud crash. Sunlight poured in, scattering the pigeons in a startled flurry. The roaring wind made the man's clothes billow. The church was small, its interior immediately visible at a glance. Lu Yunfei's eyes were sharp as blades. He rushed forward furiously, launching his small axe and vines together, directly at Luo Heng. Luo Heng hadn't expected Lu Yunfei to break free from the illusionary castle he created so quickly. The man was too fierce. Luo Heng immediately dodged sideways, then swiftly launched his ice spike. Such minor spikes couldn't possibly harm Lu Yunfei in the slightest. Like an unstoppable force, the man advanced, his small axe aimed straight at Luo Heng's throat. Suddenly, there was a loud swish as Luo Heng's body shattered apart into foam, swirling in the air before rapidly reconvening behind Lu Yunfei. Besides illusions and ice spikes, Luo Heng possessed a third ability. When attacked, his body could turn into bubbles. Therefore, no attack could harm him. Luo Heng was a triple-element esper. Luo Heng raised his palm proudly, the ice spike gleaming in his hand. In this apocalyptic world, he was the strongest. A sharp ice spike pierced Lu Yunfei's back, directly going through his chest. Lu Yunfei looked down expressionlessly, then raised his hand, pulling the ice spike straight out. Then, his wounds rapidly healed before anyone's eyes. Luo Heng's smile gradually froze. He stared at the now perfectly intact Lu Yunfei in shock. Humph. Lu Yunfei sneered. The vines behind him spun violently, bringing with them a swift surge of ocean tide. Luo Heng was startled. Could this man also be a triple-element esper? No, that's not right. It wasn't triple-element. Along with the tide came hurricanes, yellow sands, and blazing fire. 4 elements, 5, 6. Luo Heng was stunned speechless. Looking at the energies swirling around the man, Luo Heng's face drained of color. What kind of monster was this? Do you really want to die? Then so be it. The man's face was obscured behind a storm of sand and surging tides. All sorts of esper powers filled the entire church. Luo Heng felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Desperately, he transformed into bubbles, attempting to withstand Lu Yunfei's attack. But it was useless. The overwhelming wave swallowed every single bubble he had become. Roar, roar, roar. The vines howled with a strange excitement, like a beast that had finally broken free from captivity, now fully unleashed. Amidst the numerous onslaughts, Luo Heng's body kept fragmenting and reforming, dissolving into bubbles one moment and reforming the next. Standing in the raging tide, Lu Yunfei's eyes were as dark as ever. He extended his hand into the surging sea and grabbed Luo Heng. "PP please, spare me." Luo Heng, pale and trembling, hadn't even finished his plea before Lu Yunfei crushed his blackened head with his bare hands. Luo Heng was dead. The energies around Lu Yunfei gradually quieted down. Everything returned to stillness. Su Donqin was still tied to the cross. She opened her eyes, struggling through the dust and sand, flutters blinking rapidly until she could finally see the man in front of her. Every step the man took left behind a bloody footprint. Each print stained the otherwise pristine floor of the holy church, shockingly visible. The sunlight was blazing, shimmering as it poured through the stained glass ceiling, stretching the man's shadow long across the floor. Lu Yunfei walked steadily towards Su Donqin, then reached out his hand. The man was covered in blood, yet this single hand was clean and untouched, not a single drop staining it. He slightly bent forward, his black hair falling down, half covering his eyebrows and eyes, looking every bit the gentleman like a Western knight. "Goddess, I've come to take you home." The ropes binding Su Donqin snapped. Her delicate body fell downward, her white gauze dress blooming beautifully like a flower.